Chapter 1. The 5 Primal Spirit Pearls. Wang Yang, why are you so late? Everyone's been waiting for you, said Wu Yihong, his childhood friend. Seeing Wang Yang's indifferent expression, he knew getting angry would be useless. There was nothing he could do. Better not to say anything and save himself the frustration. I couldn't sleep last night, woke up late. By the time I opened my eyes, the sun was already high. Haven't even had breakfast yet, came straight here. Just saw the harvester pulling up to your field, Wang Yang. Sorry, everyone. Let's all pitch in, Wang Yang called out to the group. At that moment, no one held it against him. They scattered into pairs, waiting for the machine to begin cutting. 2 mu at mine, thanks boss. Wang Yang shouted to the operator. About half an hour later, the harvester came around twice. Everyone helped bag the rice and load it onto Wang Yang's 3-wheeled cart. It was mid-October, golden autumn, the air turning slightly cold. Even in long sleeves, Wang Yang broke into a sweat. 2 mu yielded about 3,000 jin. He calculated that after drying, there'd still be at least 2,400 or 2,500 jin. Not bad. He felt quite pleased. Another bountiful harvest. Farmers' lives aren't easy. When everything was done, Wang Yang looked up and said, Yihong, where are your parents? You're here alone? Didn't expect the college student to be back experiencing peasant life? Wu Yihong shot him a sideways glance. You calling me alone? Aren't you alone too? Always making us wait for you. Why can't you just show up earlier? You're buying dinner tonight. Spicy crayfish, 2 crates of beer, a plate of peanuts, a plate of pig head meat, and a smashed cucumber salad. Invite a few more people over to your place. All right, got it. Gotta go now, no more chat. Wang Yang replied cheerfully. He began tying each sack shut and setting them aside. Still early, he decided to walk down to the fields anyway. Since everyone was busy, he wasn't needed, so he strolled along the edge of the irrigation ditch. Suddenly, something flashed golden in the water. His heart skipped a beat. What could possibly glow like that? Must be some kind of treasure. He had to check it out. Rolling up his pants, he stepped carefully into the ditch with his left leg and used his right hand to push aside the weeds. There, nestled beneath the surface, was something like a crystal ball, shimmering faintly with gold inside. Held up to the sunlight, it sparkled brilliantly, truly a rare find. Overjoyed, Wang Yang turned to climb back onto shore. But in his excitement, he slipped. His foot landed right on a shard of broken glass. Oh God! Who the hell is so heartless as to dump broken glass in an irrigation ditch? A deep gash, 2 fingers long, split open on his right foot. Blood poured out uncontrollably. Clenching his teeth, Wang Yang pressed one hand over the wound while using the other to tear off his shirt sleeve. He tied it tightly around the injury. The bleeding slowed but didn't stop. Frustrated, he frowned. Just this morning he'd been happy, now this. Talk about instant karma. What he didn't notice was that his blood had dripped onto the crystal ball. Instantly, the red liquid was absorbed into it. Then, in a flash, the orb shot toward his bleeding foot and plunged directly into his body. A strange flood of knowledge surged through his mind. The 5 Primal Spirit Pearls. Legend had it that when the world first formed, 5 spirit pearls, gold, wood, water, fire, and earth, emerged, laying the foundation of existence. Over time, as the world evolved, the pearls contributed their essence until nearly all their inner spiritual energy was drained. Yet they clung to a trace of vitality, buried deep beneath the earth, silently gathering power across eons. Each pearl contained its own complete microcosm, a self-contained world. Now, however, they could no longer evolve independently. Only a few mu of land, a single spring, and their inherent 5 elements cultivation techniques remained within. Wang Yang's body underwent a radical transformation. The 5 elements technique coursed through him as the spirit pearl cleansed and refined his very bones and meridians. He grew several centimeters taller, now 182 centimeters. His skin turned fair with a healthy rosy glow, pale enough to make others envious. The wound on his foot vanished completely. He felt invigorated, every cell renewed. Noticing nobody had paid attention to him, he jumped back into the ditch and rinsed off quickly. He still reeked, but he didn't care. Later, he'd just tell everyone he fell in. No one would mind. It might even give them a good laugh. Hastily returning to his cart, Wang Yang waved goodbye and drove off. He'd shower and come back for another load. Yihong, keep an eye on things. I'm heading home now. I'll return for the rest. Wu Yihong stared after him, speechless. Now the guy actually fell into a ditch while farming? Shaking his head, he turned away and walked toward his own family's field. 15 minutes later, Wang Yang arrived home. Rushing out of the vehicle without unloading the rice, he sprinted straight into the bathroom. Stripping off his clothes, he began showering. He lathered up with soap again and again until finally, the stench was gone. He felt utterly refreshed. Wang Yang felt the 5 primal spirit pearls rotating in his dantian. His mind sensed a vast space hidden deep within that area. Could it be the legendary alternate dimension? Could a person actually enter it? He gave it a try, closed his eyes, and silently murmured, "Enter." To his astonishment, his body truly appeared inside the orb. The air here was incredibly fresh. Everything looked refined, grand, and impressive. This space could grow all kinds of things. From now on, he'd never have to worry about food again. But for now, better get back out. After hauling back the rest of the rice from the field, he'd ponder future plans tonight. He quickly changed clothes, went to the yard, unloaded the rice from the cart, and spread it across the ground to dry. Riding the 3-wheeler back, he hummed a cheerful tune, feeling joyful and greeting everyone he passed along the way. Hey, third grandpa, finished harvesting already? Need any help? Third grandpa called back. Little Yang, when did you come back? Did your parents return too? Wang Yang's paternal third uncle was his grandfather's younger brother, over 70 but still extremely healthy and strong, a true master at farming. Since Wang Yang's parents had both gone off to work in the city, and his grandparents had passed away years ago with no one left to care for, each sibling was busy with their own lives. Farming wasn't profitable anymore, so everyone had left. Wang Yang had taken leave from his company to come home for personal matters and to harvest the rice. After drying it briefly, he'd keep enough for next year's consumption and sell the rest. He had already called his parents ahead of time, telling them not to return. They didn't need to come back. He could handle everything himself. For several years now, he'd done this alone. Harvested the rice, sold it, then planted wheat, all made possible by farm machinery. As long as the materials were ready, everything could be completed right at the edge of the field. Truly, technology had transformed rural life. Farmers were freed from the endless, painstaking labor of early mornings and late nights. Farming had become a technical job. After bringing back the remaining rice and spreading it out to dry, Wang Yang planned a small evening gathering. Pour some liquor, prepare a few side dishes, invite everyone over, and strengthen their bonds. Just got back from town. Yesterday happened to be market day, so he bought live crayfish, pig head meat, vegetables, and fruit. On the way, Wu Yihong saw him and insisted on coming over for drinks tonight. Time to start cooking. Scallions, ginger, garlic, various spices, cooking wine, dark soy sauce, light soy sauce, oyster sauce. The crayfish were cleaned, cucumbers washed, pig head meat sliced, and peanuts prepared. In half an hour, everything was done. Spicy crayfish, cold mixed pig head meat, fried peanuts, smashed cucumber salad, and a simple scrambled egg dish. Perfect. He headed out to the roadside convenience store, picked up 2 cases of beer, grabbed 2 packs of White General cigarettes, and remembered there were still 2 boxes of Garindo liquor at home. Taking out his phone, he called. Yihong, done harvesting? I've got everything ready. Hurry up, the beer's waiting. Call everyone over. Got it. Be there soon. I'm calling the others, Wu Yihong replied. Wang Yang pulled up a stool and sat down. In his heart, he began quietly thinking. What should he do next? Now that he had this space, even though he didn't fully understand how to use it or where to go from here, he definitely needed to quit his job. No more bagong. It was time to build something of his own. He was single anyway, and it was high time to consider his personal future. His family had been urging him for years, and his parents were getting older. It was their turn to enjoy life back home. Before, he hadn't had the means. But now, everything would change. He'd need to gather all kinds of seeds, plant various fruit trees. If the space could expand, maybe set up aquaculture, raise livestock. His heart swelled with excitement. Wang Yang, everything ready? I've brought everyone over. Quick, bring out the cigarettes and alcohol. Wu Yihong shouted from afar. All set, just waiting for you guys. Come, sit down. We're all family here. No need for formalities, Wang Yang said. Everyone gathered around the table. Beer ran low. Just grab another round. There was baijiu on the side too. Drink whatever you liked. No pressure, no forced toasts. Everyone laughed. Wang Yang was wary. His uncles and cousins could really drink. Several others weren't even here, still working away in the city. Every year they reunited like this. Everyone knew each other's limits. Wang Yang dared not drink too much. Every time before, he'd end up drunk and vomiting, which felt awful. But what he didn't know yet was that his body had been fundamentally purified by the 5 primal spirit pearls. None of the people sitting here could match his tolerance now. Once he activated the 5 elements technique, alcohol would be expelled from his system instantly. Seeing Wang Yang's nervous expression, the others didn't push him. It was rare for him to come home. Better to just chat and catch up. Besides, most of them still had to return home later to stack up their rice. Just pile it loosely. If there was no rain, dew would settle overnight anyway. At that moment, third uncle asked, when are you heading back to the company, little Yang? How's it going there? Did your parents say when they're coming back? Wang Yang replied, after planting the wheat, I'll go back, but I'm thinking of quitting and seeing if I can develop something here at home. Haven't decided yet. At that moment, everyone was drawn in by Wang Yang's words. Why would he quit his job when things were going so well? There wasn't much to do back home anyway. In recent years, nothing in the hometown seemed to work out. No one was making money. Even planting fruit trees didn't pay off. The fruits came out lopsided and cracked, so ugly nobody would buy them. Growing rice and wheat was just a waste of effort, barely bringing in any income, earning less than a few months' salary working in the city. Raising pigs or sheep wasn't viable either without scale or proper techniques. Besides, Dongshan village was a small village surrounded by larger ones, with almost no room for development. The arable land per person was only a fraction of a mu. Think it through carefully, everyone urged him. The pace of drinking slowed as they all genuinely worried for him. Wang Yang, however, already had the secret space. Though he hadn't yet tasted the spring water inside, he could feel the rich spiritual energy simply from the air. Whatever he grew there would undoubtedly yield an enormous harvest, and the flavor would far surpass even organic produce from outside. After eating and drinking their fill, everyone headed home. Wang Yang tidied up a bit himself. Seeing how late it had gotten, he piled up the rice stalks outside, washed up quickly, went into his room, closed the door, and entered the space. Chapter 2. Various experiments in the space. Wang Yang walked alone through the space, looking around curiously. During the day, he hadn't had the chance to examine it closely and didn't know exactly what the 5 elemental pearls were, but he could already tell the area was vast and the air incredibly fresh. It was like having a perfect travel destination where you never had to worry about packing luggage. Hey! He screamed aloud, releasing all his pent-up negative emotions. Outside, everyone was busy with their own lives. If someone acted even slightly out of the ordinary and started shouting, they'd immediately be labeled as crazy. But now, Wang Yang felt completely free. He was all alone at home, and within this space, he could shout however loud or long he wanted. No one could hear him anyway. After screaming for a while, his mood lifted. People should live more freely and unrestrainedly. Modern life suffocated everyone. Burdened by daily struggles, most lived lives without true autonomy. He quietly approached the spring, cupped his hands into the water, and took a sip. It tasted incredibly sweet and refreshing. Soon after, he began to feel a slight sweat forming on his body. Activating the 5 elements technique, he noticed toxins once again being expelled from his system. Touching his skin, he found that even in such a short time, a thick layer of dark, foul-smelling grime had emerged. Better step out first, clean up, then come right back. Walking through the courtyard, he heard no voices from afar. Like many other villages, Dongshan village was mostly inhabited by elderly people and children. The young had all left for cities. The entire village was quiet. Since his body's transformation, Wang Yang's hearing had grown sharper. He could now pick up even the faintest sounds. When he calmed his mind, he realized how truly beautiful the real world was. The soft rustling of insects crawling, birds singing, mice gnawing at objects, all blended together into a symphony that made him feel deeply connected, an authentic part of nature itself. After a quick shower and changing clothes, he tossed both his morning and current outfit into the washing machine. Wang Yang pondered for a moment. Since the spring water could gradually transform his body, he decided to first find the vegetable seeds his mother had left behind and try planting them inside the space. Entering the storage room, he began rummaging through old bags and containers. His mother had saved everything, and rural homes were often messy. Without regular occupants, the house always felt damp and cold. Finally, he found them: cabbage seeds, radish seeds, chili peppers, tomato seeds, bok choy, coriander, garlic, scallions, and ginger. He decided to start with vegetables. Since none of the family members were around, he brought them all into the space. Once inside, he realized he'd forgotten tools. So he stepped back out, gathered various farming implements, and brought them in too. Then he bent down to till the soil, soaked each type of seed in the spring water, and planted small plots of each. After watering the entire plot with the spring water using a bucket and ladle, he scattered the seeds and raked the soil over them. Done. Standing back up, he actually felt quite tired. Farming wasn't easy. During busy seasons, families rose before dawn and slept past midnight. Harvests feared rain, growth prayed for rain, and farmers constantly battled droughts. They labored tirelessly through wind and storm, working a whole acre only to earn over 1,000 yuan, and after deducting costs, profits might barely reach a few hundred. In disasters, losses often outweighed gains. Farmers are hardworking, farmers are poor, people said, yet society mocked them, eating food grown by farmers while looking down on them, treating migrant workers with disdain. It reflected a moral failure across society. Sighing, Wang Yang felt indignant on behalf of all farmers. He walked back to the spring and took another sip. Instantly, he felt rejuvenated and all fatigue vanished. This truly was sacred water. It would be amazing if I could control things with my mind, he thought. Closing his eyes, he focused, visualizing the space clearly in his mind. He mentally commanded the soil to turn over, and to his astonishment, it did. A surge of joy filled his heart. He had finally discovered the way to manipulate the space. Thinking it through, since the 5 elemental pearls had acknowledged him as their master, surely the space could adapt according to his will. The initial open area of the space was roughly 10 mu. Time to plan it out. Centered around the spring, the left side would be dedicated to growing crops. He'd leave some room later for medicinal herbs. He wanted to contribute something to traditional Chinese medicine. Unfortunately, Wang Yang knew nothing about TCM. Maybe he could find a master someday to study under. If not, he'd teach himself. After all, he had this space. The right side would be for fruit trees and valuable saplings. Just imagining fresh fruits anytime made his mouth water. In the center, he'd dig a fish pond and bring in some fry from outside. Perfect. Aquaculture could wait for later. He also needed sufficient space to store his personal belongings, and suddenly, it didn't seem like enough. Thinking about how to make money was headache-inducing. He chuckled wryly. Checking the time, he realized he'd been inside for several hours. Outside must already be dark. With that thought, he prepared to exit. Wang Yang reappeared in the real world, but to his surprise, it was still daylight. Could it be that time flowed differently inside the space versus outside? He placed his phone outside and checked, 17:23. Then he returned to the space, glanced at his watch. About 10 minutes had passed inside. Immediately stepping back out, he checked his phone again. Only 1 minute had passed, 17:24. So that meant 1 day outside equaled 10 days inside the space. If he worked hard, he could achieve massive yields every year, and even cultivate some seeds himself. The output would definitely be much higher than anything grown outside. As the master of the space, Wang Yang wouldn't be affected by its time flow. He didn't need to worry about aging from staying inside too long. On the contrary, he could use the space to accomplish countless things. There was so much time. In the future, he could make up for his average intelligence with sheer diligence. He'd tinker around at home, and eventually build a house inside the space. Add some furniture, store his personal belongings and valuables there. That way, he could rest easy knowing everything was secure. Looking at the over 10,000 yuan he'd saved these past few years, he realized he'd have to budget carefully. So many things to buy, but money was tight. One step at a time. First, use the space to earn some money, grow vegetables and fruits. Later, depending on how things went, gradually add more items. Perfect. He checked the time. It was still early. Walking back and forth in the yard, he noticed the various flowers and plants his mother had planted. Maybe he should bring some into the space too. There was a kiwi vine by the gate, one peach tree, a pomegranate tree, osmanthus, boxwood. Now that he looked closely, there were quite a few. He grabbed a spade and started digging. His mother wasn't home anyway. He'd just replant them later when she returned. He couldn't help but chuckle to himself. Unaware to Wang Yang outside the space, the 5 elemental pearls were slowly growing larger. The seeds he'd planted earlier had already sprouted, growing lush and vibrant. Seeds soaked in the spring water truly were extraordinary. Meanwhile, Wang Yang was still outside, diligently digging up trees. Time flew quickly. After about 2 hours, he finally finished before dark, having dug up all the saplings, 1 pomegranate, 1 osmanthus, 1 boxwood, 1 peach tree, and the single precious kiwi vine. As for the rest of the flowers and herbs, he'd leave them for tomorrow. Glancing around to confirm no one was nearby, he brought all the seedlings into the space. Then he walked around the gate, checking the surroundings of the yard. He hadn't taken a proper look since returning home these last couple days. Were there any repairs needed? Houses deteriorated quickly without someone living in them. Without human presence, everything felt desolate. The courtyard was actually quite spacious. Older generations always built wide courtyards. Back then, the national slogan was more people, greater strength, and larger families meant bigger yards. Small ones simply wouldn't do. His father had built a large courtyard upon marriage, typical in rural areas. Raising pigs, cows, sheep, chickens, ducks, and geese was normal. It'd be strange if a family didn't. People would wonder why you weren't living properly. There was no such thing as rural waste back then. Manure went straight to the fields. It ensured a source of income and meat for festivals. Farmers lived frugally, stretching every penny until it screamed. Everyone from that era knew hunger and cold. Survival required constant calculation for the sake of the family. Life hadn't been easy for anyone. The yard didn't need repairs. Wang Yang turned and went back inside his house, closed the door behind him, and re-entered the space. Looking up, he glanced around. Had it gotten bigger? In just a short while, it had expanded by another 5 mu. So planting crops made the space grow. Suddenly, his body filled with motivation. Time to plant those fruit trees. He noticed the spring itself seemed stronger now, the water level rising, nearly overflowing. Soon there might be a small river forming. Perfect, he'd dig out the fish pond first, about an acre in size. Then he'd plant the saplings along the edges and water them with the spring water. Wang Yang could clearly sense it. The fruit trees and flowering shrubs radiated vitality, their roots spreading outward, faintly hinting that new branches would soon emerge. The white mist within the space began retreating as the area slowly expanded. Another 10 mu or so appeared. Clearly, he needed to collect more seedlings in the future. This could become a hobby of his. Otherwise, if others found out, they might start gossiping. He should search online for various flowers, plants, vegetables, and medicinal herbs. Dongshan village sat at the southern gateway of Lu province. No mountains surrounded it, just endless flat plains. The Yi River flowed nearby, and a small river called White Horse River ran through the western edge of the village. Water resources here were still relatively abundant, but arable land was scarce. In recent years, the county seat had expanded outward, absorbing several neighboring villages. Much farmland had been rezoned for construction. Industrial parks secured vast plots whether or not businesses moved in. Nobody cared these were once fertile fields. The national policy of protecting farmland had almost become an empty slogan in eastern regions. Lower levels pushed development, higher levels demanded protection, but somehow, farmland kept shrinking. Ordinary people could do nothing but follow the tide. His hometown had its advantages and disadvantages. Land restrictions stifled ambition, rent was high, and space limited. Wang Yang could only sigh and step back. Enough thinking for tonight. Feeling tired, he decided to go to bed early. Tomorrow would be busy. He'd wander around the village to see if there were any unusual flowers, fruit trees, visit neighbors, and collect seeds of melons, fruits, and vegetables. Wang Yang thought for a moment and left the space. He'd sleep inside his own house tonight. First, he sat in meditation, circulating the 5 elements formula, slowly cultivating his internal energy. Who knew? There might be some huge surprises waiting for him in the future. He could already feel his body gradually changing, growing stronger, more robust. Faint muscle definition was beginning to show in his arms, and even his abdominal muscles were starting to appear. This was only the first day. How would he change from here on? It would surely become more and more extreme. After an hour of meditation, night had fully fallen. Lying on the bed, breathing in the faint fragrance of the bedding, he slowly drifted off to sleep. Chapter 3 Learning Tai Chi Online. In the early morning, Wang Yang was still asleep when he was startled awake by barking dogs nearby. He glanced at his watch, just past 4 o'clock. So early. But that's how it is in the countryside. People go to bed early and rise early. The wailing of his older brother's child came from the front yard, heart-wrenching and intense. Clearly, little Shirtu had wet the bed again and got a serious beating. That kind of noise felt oddly comforting. It was exactly like life back home, full of simple rural scenery, peaceful and serene. Unable to fall back asleep, Wang Yang got dressed and rose from bed. After a quick wash-up, he stepped into the courtyard to do some leg stretches and spinal twists, followed by several dozen push-ups. He didn't even break a sweat or flush. His body had been transformed by the 5 spirit pearls. Not training martial arts would truly be a waste. Dongshan village wasn't known for martial arts, and there were no ancestral combat techniques passed down through generations. But now was the information age, where anyone could learn basic routines online. While it might be difficult for others, for him, learning was effortless. Turning around, he went back inside and grabbed his phone. After a moment's thought, he chose China's national treasure, the Tai Chi Chuan, and began searching online. Tai Chi Chuan is a traditional Chinese martial art rooted in the core philosophies of Taoism and Confucianism, centered on the concepts of Taiji and the dialectics of yin and yang. Integrating temperament cultivation, physical fitness, and combat application, it combines principles from I Ching philosophy regarding the 5 elements, traditional Chinese medicine and meridian theory, ancient Taoist guiding techniques, and breath regulation methods. The result is an internal-external cultivation practice, soft, slow, light, agile, blending hardness and softness in perfect harmony. Wang Yang selected Master Zhang Sanfeng's 13 postures of Tai Chi, along with their essential principles. Keep the head suspended and upright, chest slightly retracted and back-arched, shoulders dropped, and elbows lowered, tongue touching the roof of the mouth. Practice required unity between form and mind and breath, breath and spirit. Within this 6-fold harmony, both spirit and form reached perfection. Movements flowed continuously, like drifting clouds and flowing water, relaxed and sinking naturally. In stillness and motion alike, there was a hidden needle within cotton, strength concealed in gentleness, firmness within suppleness, neither overt nor forceful. Breathing remained natural, open and closed in rhythm, rising and falling smoothly, deep, long, even, returning each breath to its root. Rich in connotation and profound in meaning, these 13 postures had long been considered Wudong sect's treasured secret technique, an ancient method guarded closely, renowned as the gem among martial arts and essence within Tai Chi itself. It took Wang Yang only about half an hour to master the basic sequence. Then he began practicing slowly. As the 5 elements formula circulated within his body, a stream of qi accompanied every movement of the 13 postures. His breath opened and closed naturally. His body gradually relaxed, movements gentle, fluid, combining softness with strength, strength with softness, firm yet yielding, flexible yet solid. His breathing grew deep and prolonged, while a swirling current of energy stirred around his body, unfolding slowly like a living Taiji symbol. Fallen leaves in the yard began circling around Wang Yang's silhouette. With eyes closed, his motions grew slower and slower until his breath became nearly inaudible, but the surrounding air thickened with increasing density, occasionally rustling with the sound of leaves brushing together. Suddenly, as if enlightenment struck, his movements accelerated. His body twisted and shifted, darting up and down, every bone and tendon cracking audibly. He hadn't noticed, Shirtu had quietly arrived outside the courtyard. The mischievous boy remembered all the tasty snacks he'd eaten at Wang Yang's house yesterday, sour, sweet, delicious, and started salivating again. Without telling his family, he sneaked straight into Wang Yang's yard. To his surprise, he saw Uncle Wang practicing martial arts in the courtyard. He couldn't tell whether it was good or not, but the moves looked smooth and light. He loved it instantly, standing there spellbound for a moment. At last, Wang Yang completed the set. He exhaled deeply, releasing a thick stream of stale air. Guided by the 5 elements formula, the qi circulating through his body returned to his dantian. He finished the routine. The scattered leaves around him fluttered chaotically before settling gently onto the ground. "Little uncle," Shirtu shouted, "you can actually do kung fu. Can you teach me too? I want to learn. Then when I go back to school, nobody will dare bully me. Once I've learned, I'll beat up all those bad guys who pick on other students. I'll become a great hero who rids the world of evil." Huh. With that shout, bubbles formed and popped in his snot-filled nose. Shirtu raised his arm, wiped his sleeve across his face, smearing mucus all over his hand, then tried to rush toward Wang Yang. Wang Yang immediately recoiled in disgust, sidestepping quickly. "When did you get here, Shirtu? Have you eaten breakfast yet? Want to learn martial arts? Sure thing. For the few days I'm home, gather up all your little buddies and bring them over. I'll train you. But if you don't behave, I'll spank you. And you'll have to wake up early every day. Think you can handle that? This morning I clearly heard your mom spanking you again. Wet the bed once more? Aren't you embarrassed?" Shirtu blushed, looking sheepish. "I didn't wet the bed this time. It was second sister at home who did it, but I got punished anyway. I feel so wronged. Little uncle, just bring out the snacks from your house first, okay? I'll eat while we talk." Saliva dribbled from the corner of his mouth. A second ago he was shouting about becoming a kung fu hero, but now all he could think about was food. Already forgotten everything else. Wang Yang didn't mind. He turned and went into the bedroom, bringing out candies, potato chips, beef jerky, spicy strips, and other snacks, placing them all on the table. He didn't even need to call Shirtu over. The boy immediately rushed in and started grabbing food with his hands, munching while chatting about everything happening at home. He chattered about fights with mischievous boys at school, getting caught pulling a girl's braid, and being scolded by the teacher, typical childhood antics. Accidentally, he mentioned that third brother in the village had apparently divorced. Hearing about third brother's divorce put Wang Yang in a sour mood. Third brother Wang Fei had finished high school early and left home to work in the city. There, he met a girlfriend, brought her back to meet both families, and since everyone approved, their wedding was arranged shortly after by their parents. Wang Yang remembered seeing Zhang Meng when he came home from university. She seemed delicate, cheerful, and easygoing, someone you couldn't help but like. But after several years of marriage, they still hadn't had a child. Probably under pressure from village gossip and growing conflicts between the two families, things fell apart. That was just how reality was nowadays. People treated marriage like a game. Marry whenever you felt like it. Divorce whenever you wanted. Divorce was so easy now. People considered it perfectly normal. If life wasn't comfortable, either side could walk into the civil affairs office anytime and end it. Wang Yang didn't know what to say. Sigh. Seeing that Shitu had nearly finished all the snacks, Wang Yang stopped paying attention and headed into the bathroom to shower. He had broken a sweat earlier during practice. Now that he'd learned it, he truly appreciated Tai Chi's health benefits, strengthening the body, ideal for elderly exercise. Calm, gentle, not too strenuous, yet working the entire body evenly. One could also practice standing gong, breathing in and out steadily, maintaining inner peace, merging self with nature, gradually restoring balance and vitality within the body. With the 5 elements formula combined with Tai Chi, Wang Yang could not only cultivate health, but also self-defense. He realized Tai Chi wasn't just soft, it held real destructive power. From now on, he would practice more diligently. The flow of Qi inside his body would grow stronger and stronger over time. After finishing his shower, he came out and prepared breakfast. Entering the kitchen, he made sure Shitu wasn't looking, then quietly stepped into his space. The vegetables were flourishing, clear proof of how potent the spring water in his space really was. The cabbage had already begun forming tight heads, the tomatoes were ripe enough to eat, and the radishes had grown large. He quickly pulled one cabbage, picked a few tomatoes, several radishes, and a handful of green onions, then hurried back out. After washing and chopping the cabbage and tomatoes, he made a simple stir-fried cabbage, scrambled eggs with tomatoes, and a tofu radish soup. Perfect. He carried the dishes to the table and called Shitu to wash his hands and come eat. The boy dashed to the well, washed up fast, then sprinted back to the table. By then, Wang Yang had already poured him a bowl of radish tofu soup and handed him a flatbread pancake. Without saying much, Wang Yang began eating on his own. Shitu took a sip of soup and exclaimed, "Little uncle, how come your cooking tastes so good? This soup is amazing, and both dishes are so fragrant. I don't even want to go home for meals anymore. You cook way better than Mom. Can I just eat here from now on?" Wang Yang chuckled. The little brat actually knew good food when he tasted it. Unbothered, he replied, "Sure. As long as your mom doesn't beat you, you're welcome anytime. Bring Ernyo along too. I'm eating alone these days anyway. Doesn't matter if there are a few extra pairs of chopsticks." Shitu beamed with joy. Just then, a voice called from the gate. "Wang Yang, is Shitu with you?" As the shout echoed, Wang Yang, his older brother, stepped into the courtyard and spotted Shitu right away. "You've already started eating? What did you make? I could smell it from outside." Looking at the table, he saw a plate of stir-fried cabbage, another of scrambled eggs with tomatoes, and a steaming bowl of tofu radish soup. Everything looked delicious, fresh, and appetizing. Wang Yang added, "This breakfast's great. Looks fantastic, smells wonderful, tastes good too. Never thought that after a few years outside, you'd become such a good cook, better than your sister-in-law." Wang Yang gestured for his brother to sit down, grabbed a bowl, filled it with soup, and handed it over. Wang Yang didn't hesitate. He took it, drank deeply, grabbed a flatbread, picked up his chopsticks, and dug in. "So tasty." Shitu chimed in again. "From now on, I'm eating with little uncle. His food is way better than at home." Wang Yang ignored him. The kid was like a monkey. Unless he was climbing roofs or tearing tiles off, it was strange if he didn't get beaten every day. Soon, they all finished eating. Wang Yang asked, "When are you heading back to work? Have you bought wheat seeds yet? If not, I can bring some for you. I'll go back to Xiuxian after sowing the wheat. Haven't bought seeds yet. I just got home and wasn't sure which kind to pick. Brother, could you get some for me? 2 mu of land." "Alright, 2 mu needs about 60 gene. I'll get the same as mine, Jemai 22. It's cold resistant, lodging resistant, disease resistant, stable in yield, and high quality. Average output exceeds 600 kilograms per mu, with peak yields over 800 kilograms. It's been widely planted for more than 5 years now, proven through various natural disasters and pest outbreaks. It's our top choice around here." "Perfect," Wang Yang replied. After his older brother Wang Yang left with Xiao Shitu, Wang Yang got up to clear the dishes. He would go out for a walk later and see if the village had changed in any way. It had been over half a year. Surely the village would have some surprises in store for him. Chapter 4: A Surprising Discovery in the Village. Wang Yang first spread out the rice at his doorstep, laying it thinly before ignoring it completely. He went into the courtyard to prepare his tools, a backpack and a small hoe inside, and locked the door as he began wandering around the village. Passing by his eldest brother Wang Yang's house, he saw sister-in-law Lilan just stepping out. Seeing Wang Yang, she asked, "Where are you off to, Wang Yang?" "Hey, sister-in-law, I've got nothing to do, so I'm just strolling around the village. I'm looking for nice flowers, grasses, or extra fruit trees, something to dig up and take home. My place feels too plain. Adding some plants could improve the atmosphere." "Sure thing. Your taste is improving. Years away must have changed you. Need anything else? Let me know if there's something I can help with," Lilan said. "That's perfect, sister-in-law. Could you check at home whether you have any seeds for melons, fruits, or vegetables? If you have extras, please give me some." "Actually, I do. I've got plenty of cucumber and watermelon seeds, plus several kinds of vegetable seeds. I'll go find them for you. Just wait a moment." With that, Lilan dashed back inside. Soon, she came out carrying a large package. It was actually quite a lot. Besides the ones mentioned earlier, there were also carrot, winter melon, lettuce, yard-long bean, okra, water bamboo, and sunflower seeds. This greatly diversified the plant varieties in his space. Wang Yang didn't need much for himself. He cared more about enriching the species within the space, hoping to expand its area further while simultaneously increasing his future income. He placed all the seeds into his backpack, said goodbye to his sister-in-law, and left. Continuing his walk through the village, his childhood friend Wu Yihong suddenly ran up. Bro Wong, what are you doing with a basket on your back? Go, go, go. Can't you see I'm busy? Such beautiful spring weather. I'm checking out what's changed around our village. Haven't walked around here much these past few years. Now that I've got time, I'll take a good look around. Wang Yang replied. What's there to see? Everything's the same. The only change is everyone's bored out of their minds, gossiping all day about who said what. It's unbearable. Yihong complained. All right, Yihong, you go take care of your things. I'll keep walking by myself. Without waiting for a reply, Wang Yang turned and walked away. It wasn't that he didn't want to include his friend, it was just inconvenient. Earlier, when receiving items from his sister-in-law, he'd already used his mental power to place everything into his hidden space. Having Yihong follow him would make collecting new things difficult. He'd have to physically carry everything. Now, the basket was merely for show. Perfect. Along the way, he found a sweet jujube tree, cut several grapevine cuttings, discovered an apricot tree, dug up a ginkgo sapling from a field, and casually tossed various wild herbs like shepherd's purse into his space. As Wang Yang wandered on, he reached Granduncle San's house. Seeing the door open, he stepped in and called out, Granduncle, are you home? Who is it? Came the old man's soft reply. Wang Yang saw Granduncle San slowly emerge from the room and quickly moved forward to support him. Oh, it's Xiaoyang. Have you eaten yet? Come, sit down for a while in my place. Talk to me about how you've been lately. I'm getting old, you know. Not sure how many more times we'll meet. You young folks leave for a whole year, then come back glued to your phones, never going outside. Hardly ever get to see any of you grandkids now. As he spoke, his mind drifted to the brothers. His eldest brother, Wang Yang's grandfather, had passed away. Second uncle had joined the military and later ended up in Taiwan, vanishing without a trace. Only third uncle remained, deeply valuing family ties. But second uncle was also working far away, and the aunt had married and rarely visited. Second brother Wang Hao ran a small snack stall elsewhere and seldom came back. Eldest sister Wang Yu had married and moved out with her husband for work too. Wang Yang chatted with his granduncle for a while, noticing the numerous potted plants around the house. They were well cared for. Evergreen, impatiens, narcissus, orchids, roses, several pots of chrysanthemums, and even sensitive plants. Though some flowers had wilted, the overall scene was full of life. Clearly, Granduncle San had refined tastes. These plants nurtured not just beauty but his spirit, cherished like children. Wang Yang praised them sincerely, complimented how beautifully they were kept, and even asked for advice on plant care. It went well. Before leaving, he took a little of each kind, some through cuttings, others by digging up small offshoots. Granduncle San told him to take more pots if he liked. But Wang Yang didn't need many. The space allowed him to propagate entire fields from one cutting or division. Quantity didn't matter. After spending some time chatting with the elderly man, he resumed his aimless wander around the village. When he confirmed no one was nearby, he mentally transferred all collected items into his space, directing his consciousness to plant them instantly. By now, the space had expanded to over 50 mu. There was still plenty of empty land. The spring water had risen above the pond's rim, flowing steadily along the small canal Wang Yang had dug, passing through the more than 3 mu fish pond he'd excavated. Water trickled in gradually until the pond was full. Now, Wang Yang stopped searching. He turned toward the White Horse River on the western edge of the village. In recent years, environmental protection policies had made the river water increasingly clear, and fish were gradually returning in greater numbers. Wang Yang used his mental power to fill a bucket with spring water from his space, and slowly sprinkled it into the river. Soon, fish began gathering, swimming toward him. Silver carp, grass carp, Crucian carp, common carp, and various other small fish started competing for the spring water, creating ripples across the surface. He began collecting them with his mind, quickly clearing out large sections of the river. He continued pouring the water, harvesting several waves of fish in different spots, catching many small fish and shrimp, as well as loaches, eels, and assorted aquatic plants. There was a wide variety of freshwater species. Wang Yang didn't bother counting. He just knew he'd gathered quite a lot, but it left him feeling drained, dizzy, and sluggish. After storing everything away, he decided to head home. Today's haul had been substantial, and he felt deeply satisfied. Walking leisurely along the riverside toward his house, he spotted a bamboo grove near the village entrance. He casually dug up a few shoots and then headed back, his day complete. Back at home, he closed the door behind him, lay down on the bed, and closed his eyes to rest. Silently reciting the incantation, he entered his space, instantly appearing inside. First, he went to the spring, cupped his hands, and drank until half satisfied. Nourished by the space's water, he gradually recovered. His mind became sharp again, the dizziness faded, and there were no lingering side effects. He carefully observed the space and sensed that it had grown even larger and more expansive. With more vegetable and sapling varieties added and young fish released into the pond, the changes were clearly visible. The lush green vegetables remained perpetually fresh. If he wanted seeds, he could simply let them bloom and bear fruit at will. Noticing that cucumbers, long beans, and grapevines needed trellises, he began making preparations. By chance, he saw a gourd plant and thought about how gourds could be useful for storing things later. Using his mind, he transplanted the gourd near the spring. Instantly, it began reproducing on its own. In no time, 7 small gourds formed, and then stopped growing further. Each gourd was a different color: red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, and purple. Could these gourds actually produce treasures? Maybe there was truth behind why Taoist priests always carried gourds and lotuses. Suddenly, the entire space began shaking violently. In an instant, its area expanded several times over, and in the distance, small hills rose up from the ground. Clearly, the space was becoming more complete. From now on, he should collect more rare and precious items. Perhaps one of them was exactly what the space needed. He mentally transferred the bamboo shoots to the newly formed hills. All non-fruit trees and other kinds of wood were also moved there. That hill would soon become a full forest. Then, using his consciousness, he induced rainfall, spraying large amounts of space spring water. Unlike their stunted counterparts outside, the bamboos here seemed to break free from constraints, growing thicker and taller. Wang Yang approached with a knife and cut down several mature bamboos. He used the sturdy stalks to build trellises for cucumbers and long beans. As for the grapevine, it seemed to manage well on its own, each branch spreading outward naturally. The vine was practically taking care of itself. Harvest time would come before long. After working for a while, Wang Yang organized everything in the space. He reserved a grassland not far from the hill, planning to raise chickens, ducks, geese, pigs, horses, cattle, and sheep there. The ecosystem within the space was becoming increasingly complete. His expectations grew higher every day. In a few days, he'd return to the city. He could sell some high-quality vegetables at premium prices and order more fruit tree saplings, creating a virtuous cycle. Over the next few days, he went to the town to buy more seeds. Unfortunately, he couldn't find lotus seeds, but he placed an order for batches of chicken, duck, and goose chicks. The rice had been dried. Enough was kept for next year's household consumption, and the surplus was sold off. The wheat had already been planted. Thinking it all through, he realized it was time to go back to the city. His stay in the hometown had passed so quickly, he hadn't even noticed a whole week had gone by. Chapter 5. Returning to xiuxian. Wang Yang quickly packed his luggage, stuffing only a few clothes into his backpack, just for show. Everything else he needed went into his space. After locking the front door of his house, he walked toward his elder brother Wang Yang's home. It was Saturday. Their return ticket was set for 11 a.m., and his brother would drive him to the county bus station to catch the long-distance bus. "Brother, I'm all packed and ready to go," Wang Yang called out. Hearing his voice, his brother came out of the house, followed closely by Xiuxian, his young nephew. "Uncle, you're leaving already? Can't you stay a little longer? I've gotten so used to eating at your place every day. Now Mom's cooking tastes terrible. Why don't I come with you?" Xiuxian blurted out. Wang Yang glanced at the boy. "If you really want to come with me, will your parents agree? Are you giving up school? Do you want to spend your days doing manual labor like your uncle, waking up before dawn and not returning to the dorm until after dark? Working yourself to death each month just to have a few coins left after food and expenses?" Before he could finish, his brother had already driven over in his wooling minivan, calling out, "Hurry up and get in, it's getting late." Then turning to Xiuxian, he said, "Go home and do your homework. Tonight I'll check it." Wang Yang gave Xiuxian one last look, then turned and climbed into the car. "Brother, why don't you come with me? I'm going back to xiuxian to quit my job. Come work with me." Wang Yang chuckled but didn't reply, keeping his eyes on the road. Seeing his brother's expression, Wang Yang knew there was no point in pushing further. They arrived at the station, where his brother waved and drove off. Wang Yang entered the ticket hall with his backpack, passed through the gate, and boarded the bus. There weren't many passengers, so he casually took a seat in the middle. Since he had nothing valuable on him, he closed his eyes as if sleeping and began inspecting his space. Truth be told, this trip home had been incredibly fruitful. What delighted Wang Yang most was that the spring in his space had grown significantly larger. Water continuously overflowed from the source, forming a small river that divided the space into two halves. Fish fry swam along the stream into the distance. On the left were over 10 mu of vegetables and melons, about 5 mu of wheat, and another 5 mu of rice. On the right lay a 5 mu fish pond connected to the river, surrounded by various fruit trees he'd collected from his hometown. A group of chickens, ducks, and geese roamed freely across a grassy area nearby. On a raised hill stood a bamboo grove and mixed trees, now resembling a small forest. The entire space was teeming with life. The only noticeable feature was a large open patch in the center, cluttered with random items. It was the plot Wang Yang had deliberately reserved for building a house. The space continued to grow slowly every day. Wang Yang had planted crops near the spring, while the newly expanded areas gradually transformed into meadows spreading outward naturally. As the bus rumbled forward, Wang Yang thought about quitting his job in xiuxian upon return. He'd first find a way to sell the fresh produce, then travel around for a bit, and maybe stop by Xian to visit his parents before making any long-term plans. Just as the bus was about to depart, a pretty little girl sitting nearby suddenly tugged on Wang Yang's arm. Clenching her tiny fists, she giggled. "Mister, sleeping in broad daylight? The sun's already warming your bottom. Shame, shame." Passengers nearby burst into laughter. Wang Yang opened his eyes and smiled at the playful child. "What's your name? You're such a beautiful girl. Who did you come with?" "My nickname is Duo Duo. My full name is Zhang Yunqi. I came with Mom," she said, pointing toward a beautiful woman on the bus. Wang Yang nodded politely in greeting. "I'm Wang Yang. Are you also heading back to xiuxian?" "I'm Zhang Xiaolan. Sorry to disturb you. My daughter seems quite taken with you. I turned around just to stow our luggage, and she ran straight over to talk to you," came the woman's melodious voice. "No trouble at all. She's adorable. I really like her, so clever and lively. Duo Duo, how about sitting beside Uncle? We can play for a bit," Wang Yang replied. "Yay." Duo Duo turned eagerly to her mother. "Mom, can I play with Uncle for a while? I won't bother him too long," she pleaded with wide eyes. Zhang Xiaolan felt somewhat awkward. her daughter chattering so freely with a stranger they didn't know. But seeing Wang Yang's handsome face and gentle demeanor, she reluctantly nodded. Just for a short while, don't disturb him too much. Wang Yang glanced at Zhang Xiaolan, then bent down to play a puzzle game with Duo. What neither of them realized was that as the 5 elements pearl deepened its fusion with Wang Yang, it subtly changed him every day. He exuded a natural aura that radiated peace and serenity. Combined with his daily practice of Tai Chi in the mornings, he carried himself with an elegant grace. His fair skin, delicate features tinged with subtle handsomeness, and quiet charm added a touch of gentleness to his good looks, blending ethereal refinement with personal charisma. Children, being more sensitive, instinctively felt drawn to him. Time flew by quickly. After more than 8 hours, they finally arrived in Yongcheng. Wang Yang picked up his backpack and gently woke Duo. They had been chatting and playing on the way, and she'd somehow dozed off, insisting that Wang Yang hold her as she slept. She was comfortable enough, but it was pure torture for Wang Yang, who stayed extra cautious the whole time, afraid of waking her. This little cutie was even more demanding when asleep. He finally understood why people say daughters are a father's little cotton jacket. Fathers radiate strength and security, so of course kids naturally want to be close to them. After getting off the bus, he asked Zhang Xiaolan where she was headed. Turns out they were both going to Jiangbei district. She insisted on treating Wang Yang to a meal, thanking him for taking care of Duo during the trip. Not wanting to be impolite, Wang Yang accepted, and they ended up having dinner at Donglishun restaurant on Renmin Road. Through conversation, he learned that Zhang Xiaolan and her husband were college classmates who got married after graduation and moved together to Yongcheng. They ran a wholesale business for agricultural products with their own storefront, and their business was doing quite well. Their life was truly harmonious and fulfilling. Zhang Xiaolan had returned home due to a family matter, but her husband was too busy to go with her. Not wanting to drive herself, she took the bus, and that's how she met Wang Yang. They exchanged WeChat contacts. At some point, she asked what Wang Yang did for a living. It turned out perfect. He was just about to resign and was actively looking for sales channels for vegetables and fruits, so the two began discussing potential cooperation. Never imagined that an accidental encounter with a fellow townsman could turn into a business partnership. Truly, when you search endlessly without success, what you need comes effortlessly. They agreed that in 2 days, Wang Yang would bring samples for her husband to inspect the quality, and then they'd set the price. After over an hour of dinner and chat, Zhang Xiaolan's husband arrived to pick them up, and Wang Yang bid farewell to the mother and daughter, leaving alone. He took a taxi back to the Rihu Home residential complex, a 2-bedroom, 1 living room, 1 kitchen, 1 bathroom apartment. Rent was 1,800 yuan per month. He'd lived here for over 3 years. The landlord was nice, and since they got along well, the rent had never increased. Originally, he shared the place with someone else, but after Gao Mingyuan moved out, he hadn't found a suitable roommate and had been living alone ever since. In the past, the financial pressure was real, but now it didn't matter anymore. Wang Yang began cleaning the apartment, spending over an hour making each room spotless. A bright and tidy space felt instantly comforting. He went to the bathroom for a shower, threw the dirty clothes into the washing machine, then entered his space. He picked several eggplants, string beans, chilies, cucumbers, and casually grabbed a watermelon on his way out. There was still some pork in the fridge. He started cooking, steamed rice, stir-fried eggplant, string beans with pork, and smashed cucumbers with garlic. It was right around dinner time. The aroma of fresh vegetables from his space drifted through the air, spreading throughout the entire building. Many neighbors followed the scent, peering out of their windows trying to locate the source. Some drooled uncontrollably. Others cursed Wang Yang, shouting, "How dare you cook such a lavish meal at home when we're all struggling workers?" A few neighbors clutched their instant noodles, putting up a desperate resistance. Suddenly, a knock came at the door. Wang Yang opened it to see a man in his 40s, somewhat overweight. His eyes carried a calm and composed demeanor, an inner stability and confidence unshaken by outside influences. Before Wang Yang could speak, the man walked straight in like he was entering his own home, following the delicious smell toward the dining area. Wang Yang could only sigh silently and shut the door before following him into the dining room. The man introduced himself. "I'm He Huan. Everyone calls me Fatso, but I take that as a compliment. I'm a well-known foodie blogger around here. Some friends call me the gourmet, because if something tastes good, I can sniff it out from 10 li away and find the best dish. Just now, I saw a friend complaining on WeChat Moments, said a neighbor's cooking sent the entire building scrambling to the windows, all drooling and hunting down the chef. As soon as I saw that, I rushed right over. Eating has conquered fatness and taken first place in my heart," he explained. "Quick, bring out the bowls and chopsticks. I'm crashing your dinner today. Don't mind me, right?" Before Wang Yang could respond, the man had already casually pulled out bowls and chopsticks from the cabinet and started eating. With each bite, he offered commentary. "This string beans with pork needs another 2 minutes. The wok heat isn't quite right yet. The braised eggplant has too much oil and was fried a bit too long. But the ingredients? Top tier. Can't find produce like this anywhere in Yongcheng. Smashed cucumbers should be kept simple. Just salt, green onions, ginger, garlic, a touch of light soy sauce. No other seasonings. They mask the cucumber's natural flavor. Minor flaws, but the ingredients are absolutely exceptional. Premium grade organic vegetables." He served himself another bowl of rice, took a bite, and said, "But the rice is just average, 2 kwai per jean supermarket rice." No wonder they called him a true gourmet. He spoke with authority, and every critique hit the mark. All the ingredients came from Wang Yang's space, and this guy identified them instantly as top-quality organic produce. Wang Yang wasn't a trained chef, He'd never systematically studied cooking and didn't care much about technique. Yet today he was truly amazed. The fat man only ate one bowl of rice, but he devoured most of the dishes. Wang Yang sped up his eating, otherwise everything would end up in the fat man's stomach. It made him cringe, not because he was stingy, but because he hadn't eaten enough. He had cooked just a small portion to begin with. No way he could compete with the fat man. After finishing, the man let out a loud burp and said, "Forgot to ask, brother, what should I call you? Was too focused on eating just now, don't take it personally. From today on, you're my friend. You can call me Fat Brother. Let's exchange WeChat and phone numbers. If you need anything, just reach out." Wang Yang replied, "I'm Wang Yang, from Shandong province. Fat Brother, are you full? Want me to cook up something more?" "Enough. Today was great. I haven't tasted such quality ingredients in ages." Wang Yang brought out the watermelon, cut it into pieces, and served it. The moment it hit the table, the fat man's attention snapped to it. He grabbed a slice and took a bite. "Delicious. Authentic. This watermelon is incredible. Brother, I can tell, you're no ordinary guy. Meeting you today is a real blessing. Looks like I've got good eats in my future." The fat man rambled with excitement. Wang Yang also wanted to befriend this jolly fellow. He was cheerful, easygoing, and trustworthy. He gave off the vibe of being genuine and without hidden agendas. A true friend worth having. "Fat Brother, feel free to come over anytime. I'll make sure you eat till you're completely satisfied. I'm getting into the agricultural products business soon, so I'll need your support, brother," said Wang Yang. They chatted for a while longer until the watermelon was nearly gone. Then the fat man stood up to leave. Before going, he set a time, asking Wang Yang to prepare a variety of vegetables and fruits. He'd introduce him to some big shots next time to help promote his goods. Wang Yang was delighted. He saw the man off and began cleaning up the dining area. He'd been on the road all day and was pretty tired. After a shower, he went straight to bed. Chapter 6, Making Headlines. At 5 a.m., Wang Yang got up early, brushed his teeth, washed his face, and headed out toward Rihu Park. Exercising every morning had become a habit for him now. If he didn't move his body for even one day, he'd feel uncomfortable all over, as if something essential was missing. He picked a quiet spot near the lakeside, stretched his limbs, and began practicing the 13 postures of Tai Chi, slightly different from the common 24-form routine. Completely absorbed in his practice, Wang Yang didn't notice the growing number of elderly people gathering around. Gradually, he attracted the attention of everyone in the vicinity of Rihu Park. People naturally loved spectacles. Anything unusual inevitably drew a crowd. Sure enough, within minutes, more and more onlookers gathered, but Wang Yang remained unaware, too focused on his movements. As the 5 elements formula circulated through his body, the internal energy flow accelerated rapidly, feeling as though it were about to break through some bottleneck. Without a master, Wang Yang could only explore on his own, but with the 5 elemental beads transforming his body into something extraordinary, even self-taught, he had developed his own unique training method. Though unstructured, nothing advanced or mystical, just basic forms. The way Wang Yang performed them carried the momentum of an entire army. His joints cracked rhythmically, the energy surging faster and faster through meridians, breaking through one node after another. He couldn't stop even if he wanted to. With each passing moment, his body grew stronger and stronger, until suddenly, a sound like thunder erupted from within. The inner force slowly returned to his dantian, and Wang Yang gradually concluded his form, opened his eyes, and exclaimed, "Whoa, what's going on? Why are so many people watching me?" Waving his hands as he moved through the crowd, he called out, "Please step aside, everyone. Disperse, don't block the path or disturb others' exercise. Thank you all for your support." It took several long minutes before he finally squeezed free. Those behind still had no idea what was happening. They only sensed something fascinating ahead and kept pushing deeper into the crowd. But Wang Yang didn't care. He just bolted away. Yet the commotion he caused that morning had already been recorded on someone's phone and uploaded to major online platforms. TikTok, Kuaishou, Weibo, spreading like wildfire across the internet. In no time, he became a national sensation, landing squarely on the front page. While others paid fortunes to make headlines, Wang Yang was thrust there by chance and didn't even know it. Back home, he stripped off his clothes and stepped into the bathroom for a shower. A thick layer of dark toxins streamed out from his pores, taking a good while to thoroughly wash away. After putting on clean clothes, he felt refreshed, almost weightless, his body growing increasingly agile and nimble. The Tai Chi created by the legendary patriarch Zhang Sanfeng truly was a gem of Chinese martial arts. Dinner was simple: a pot of rice porridge, scrambled eggs with tomatoes, a raw cucumber, and a homemade scallion oil flatbread. He ate until pleasantly full, though his body digested it quickly. Just then, a cheerful ringtone chimed. The caller ID showed his eldest brother back in their hometown. "Wang Yang, who knew you were so amazing? Your Tai Chi is incredibly fluid, your Kung Fu skills impressive. How come we never noticed before? You never once showed us back home. Were you afraid one of your older brothers might steal your moves?" Brother Wang Yang joked. "What was going on? Brother, can you explain clearly? What happened?" Wang Yang was completely baffled. "You little rascal, you're trending everywhere. You don't know? Everyone online is searching for you, begging to be your disciple. Even lovely girls are calling you husband, ready to drag you home. Looks like romance is coming your way. Just don't get into trouble," his brother warned. Headlines. Could it be because my morning workout was filmed and posted online? Looks like I can't just train anywhere anymore. From now on, I'll have to stick to practicing inside the space. Cities are too crowded, no privacy at all. I need to wrap up work quickly, pack up, and move somewhere else. Can't stay here any longer. His phone kept ringing nonstop. Every acquaintance called asking about the video. It took enormous effort to answer each one. Then his father's call came through. He answered immediately. Xiuxian, doing well lately? Your mother and I saw the news on our phones. You're on the front page. We got worried. Since when did you learn martial arts? Your technique looked excellent, very powerful. Your body made cracking sounds. And even through the screen, the video gave off this ethereal aura. Calm as a mountain, swift as a hare, strong yet graceful. Keep practicing. Don't let it go to waste. None of our generation ever learned real kung fu. Never expected you'd bring us such a surprise. His dad sounded excited, but soon a voice cut in from the background. Give me the phone. I want to talk to my son. What are you babbling about? All useless chatter. Xiuxian, it's Mom. Can you hear me? Loud and clear. My dear mother, hee. Xiuxian, have you taken care of everything at home? How much rice did you harvest? And is the wheat sown already? Is the house leaking in the rain? Is there anything left unfinished? You're not a kid anymore. Hurry up and find a girlfriend. Since we don't live together, why don't you come over here? I saw a nice girl. I should introduce her to you. Would you come, Xiuxian? Work in the same place with us. I'd be able to see you anytime I want. This distance between north and south is just too great. Your father and I are in the northwest, while you're all the way down south. Mother rambled on for a while. Everything's done at home. We harvested about 2,500 jin of rice, kept around 300 jin for ourselves, and sold the rest for 3,000 yuan. Planted the G22 wheat variety. The seeds were brought by big brother Wang Yang. The house is fine. I checked carefully around it. No problems. Mom, originally I planned to quit my job and come visit you, then decide what to do next, but I still have some things to wrap up here, so I'll need to wait a bit longer. I'll call you when it's time. And when I find a girlfriend, I'll definitely tell you. All right, I won't talk more now. Take good care of your health. Just go home soon and stop working so hard. My business is about to launch. I'll have more than enough money later. You two won't need to work yourself to the bone anymore. Just wait and enjoy life. Okay, I'm hanging up now. Wang Yang replied. Hang up then. I just wanted to chat a little. Missed you so much. It's been way too long since we last saw each other. You never call us. Always making us reach out first. Never mind. I'll let you go now. Beep, beep, beep. The dial tone sounded in his ear. Life went on like this, ordinary, unremarkable. Everyone had their own place, their own struggles. Pressed by life's demands, they could only wish each other well. No use dwelling on it. Wang Yang didn't care about headlines anymore. He tidied himself up. He was about to head out to the company. Ring, ring, ring. The phone rang. Brother Wang, it's Fat Bro, remember me? Got something for you, convenient right now? Came Fat Bro's voice. Fat Bro, it's Wang Yang. What's up? Tell me, where should I come? The old bund, right? Okay, I'll call you when I arrive. Wang Yang hung up. Never mind going to the company. He was quitting anyway. Didn't matter if he went a bit earlier or later. He left home, took the subway, then switched to a cab halfway. An hour later, Wang Yang finally arrived. Fat Bro, where are you? At the Atour Hotel by the old bund. Come down and meet me, Fat Bro. I'm here. When they met, Fat Bro gave Wang Yang an immediate hug. Bro, you're a real man. I won't forget this. Little brother Wang, I want to ask, where'd you get those ingredients from yesterday? Can you tell your brother? It's an emergency. We've got a tough client, a total gourmet. Without fancy food, nothing gets done. He just won't talk. I'm desperate, so I thought of you. Can you share your source? We don't need much now, just enough for one big meal. Fat Bro, these ingredients are all from a special channel I have. They haven't hit the market yet. If you need them, I can run home and grab a bit of each kind. Should be enough for an emergency. Wang Yang said. Perfect. I'll send someone to drive with you to pick them up. Just wait a sec. Li Dong, come here. Take my brother here, go back to his place and get the ingredients fast. We're waiting. Whether we close this deal today depends on you. Wang Yang didn't dawdle. He quickly waved goodbye to Fat Bro and left with Li Dong for the underground garage. Let me introduce myself. Wang Yang. Nice to meet you, Brother Li. Everyone calls me Li Dong. Just call me Li Dong too. None of this brother stuff. I'm just a messenger, Li Dong modestly replied. Wang Yang didn't mind. So Brother Li, where's your hometown? I'm from Shandong province. I'm local. You can count on me for anything. There's no corner of Ningbo I don't know, Li Dong answered. Great. I've made another brother today. Please take care of me later. I'll be doing agri-products business. If you need anything, give me a call and I'll deliver it to your door. Brother Li, I'm living near Rihu Park in Jiangbei district. Wang Yang told him the address. 40 minutes later, they arrived. Wang Yang had already prepared everything from his space. Back home, he retrieved the items without letting Li Dong see, just going through the motions. He gathered bok choy, string beans, radishes, chili peppers, eggplants, tomatoes, cucumbers, and carrots, around 100 jin altogether, a decent amount of each. They made 2 trips. Li Dong noticed nothing unusual. The drive back was quick. Li Dong knew the roads well, and they arrived in about 30 minutes. The ingredients were delivered straight to the kitchen. As soon as Executive Chef Zheng picked up the vegetables and took a sniff, he blurted out, "Top-grade organic produce. Where did you get this, Fat Bro? Can you supply us regularly? We can talk price." Chef Zheng thought to himself, if we could source ingredients like this for our hotel, we'd be famous in Ningbo overnight. Dominating the high-end hotel market would be a breeze. This opportunity couldn't be missed. He had to get close to Fatso and uncover his supply channel. If they failed today, the hotel's future would be at risk. Truly premium ingredients were so scarce. They were priceless and in desperately short supply. Within minutes, dishes made from Wang Yang's ingredients filled the private dining table. Wang Yang quietly admired them. Indeed, these chefs were masters. The food looked, smelled, and undoubtedly tasted amazing. It gave him an appetite just looking at it. I need to practice my cooking skills more, he thought. I may not reach their level, but at least my dishes should look presentable someday. At the table, Fat Bro kept the atmosphere lively, chatting pleasantly with Mr. Who throughout the meal, commenting now and then on each dish served. The two were perfectly matched, both seasoned gourmets with plenty in common. Others could only nod along and offer toasts. Wang Yang enjoyed himself thoroughly, focusing on the food without any pressure to drink or entertain. He hadn't tasted Maodai before. Today was truly a treat, finishing one full cup after another. Wang Yang, let me introduce you. This is Mr. Zhang Qimin, General Manager of xiuxian Global Hotel, a 5-star establishment. Get to know each other, Fat Bro said, making the introduction. Fat Bro was repaying Wang Yang's kindness with kindness. Mr. Zhang, hello, I'm Wang Yang. Let me toast you with your own wine. All the ingredients here today were brought by Brother Fat. I hope you've enjoyed them. If you're satisfied, we can work together in the future. I'll only handle the ingredient supply, Wang Yang said, raising his glass. Hearing this, Mr. Zhang dropped all formality and stood up with his glass in hand. Brother Wang, you've got real talent. The ingredients you provided are extremely rare here in China. High quality, all of them. These top-grade organic vegetables are grown beautifully. Seems like young brother here holds some core technology. Haha. I hope we can cooperate more in the future. From now on, call me Brother Zhang. Please keep supporting our business. Here, take my personal card. Saying this, Mr. Zhang handed over his business card. Wang Yang received it with both hands and carefully placed it in his pocket. Sorry, Brother Zhang, I don't have cards yet. I'll call you later and save your number. Everyone sat back down and continued chatting. Fat Bro had successfully secured the contract, the advertising copy from Mr. Zhang. Both sides were very pleased. And for Wang Yang, it had been a fruitful day too. Chapter 7. Resigning and encountering a weirdo. It had been 3 days since Wang Yang returned home, and he felt he couldn't delay any longer. He had to settle everything at the company. Last night, he exchanged phone numbers with Zhang Qimin, the general manager of Ningbo Global Hotel. Fat Brother had booked a room for Wang Yang at the hotel, so he stayed there overnight. After checking carefully last night and finding no hidden cameras, he calmly entered his space this morning to work out. After about half an hour, feeling sufficiently refreshed, he came out, took a shower, ate breakfast at the hotel, called Fat Brother to mention he still had matters to attend to today, then headed back. There were several things to handle today. Go to the company in the morning and discuss cooperation with Zhang Xiaolan's shop in the afternoon. He hurriedly arrived at the company, only to run into Gao Yuhan before even stepping through the door. Oh, look who's back, the big busy man. How rare. Everyone else is swamped, yet you take such long leave and don't even return on time to clear your absence. Wang Yang, Manager Ma is furious. Well, I'll spare you the lecture. Just go quickly and pay your respects. Wang Yang paid no mind to Gao Yuhan's words and leisurely strolled toward the elevator. In sales, being physically present at the office didn't really matter much anyway. Holding meetings every day meant nothing if no deals were closed. Soon he reached Manager Ma's office and knocked gently. Come in. Hearing that, Wang Yang stepped inside. Manager Ma. Before he could finish, Manager Ma exploded. So you finally remember to come back? If you don't want to work, then get lost. We don't keep idle people here. Do you even realize how many days you've been gone? Do you think the company means nothing to you? There are piles of urgent tasks waiting for you, and clients needing close follow-up. With your attitude, 3 days fishing, 2 days drying nets. How do you expect results? I don't care what methods you use, but get the contract signed with Lihua Company as soon as possible. Wang Yang was inwardly speechless. He'd worked at this company for 2 years now. In earlier years when real estate was booming, business was decent. But this year, the entire industry had plunged into crisis. All real estate firms were struggling to survive. Ibon Company dealt in paint products, small scale, no core patents. They barely scraped by relying on affiliations with larger companies through gray area tactics, outsourcing all production to third parties and selling under their own brand name. No wonder business sucked. Everyone in the industry knew it. It all relied on connections and kickbacks just to keep operating. Manager Ma, actually I'm here to resign. I'm truly sorry, but I can't fulfill your assignment. I've brought my resignation letter, please approve it, Wang Yang said, looking straight at Manager Ma. What? You want to quit? Wang Yang, has the company treated you badly? Was it just because I spoke harshly just now? Can't take a little criticism? What's the big deal? If something important came up, we could have arranged for someone else to cover your work. No need to worry. Manager Ma tried to persuade him. I'm really sorry, Manager Ma, but I do have pressing matters. I've started a business dealing with agricultural products from my hometown, and I simply don't have the energy to continue working here. Please approve my resignation. I appreciate everything, Wang Yang said humbly. He needed help with transferring his social insurance, so he couldn't afford to be rude. Seeing that Wang Yang wasn't joking, and realizing he couldn't force him to stay, Manager Ma reluctantly approved the resignation. Thank you, Manager Ma. Let's keep in touch by phone. I'll take my leave now, Wang Yang said quickly, then left the office. Gao Yuhan popped up again like a ghost. Oh, got scolded out, huh? Wang Yang, better hurry and serve that old witch properly. She's still waiting for you to close that deal. Huh? Her face was filled with smug satisfaction, clearly reveling in his misfortune. Wang Yang didn't bother explaining. He walked into his workspace and began packing up. There wasn't much worth taking. Everything else would soon be tossed as trash. Then he went to HR to complete the social insurance transfer procedures, said brief goodbyes to a few close colleagues, and turned to walk out of the company. Unaware that Wang Yang had already resigned, Gao Yuhan continued badmouthing him. She remembered once asking Wang Yang to help her close a deal, but he had refused due to prior commitments. Ever since, she held a grudge. Whenever they crossed paths at work, she always threw in some biting remarks. But Wang Yang never took offense. Words wouldn't make him lose an ounce of flesh, so he simply ignored them. Seeing him heading toward the exit again, she loudly confronted him. Late coming, early leaving. What kind of place do you think this is? Everyone knew there was something sketchy between Gao Yuhan and Manager Ma, yet she acted as if she held absolute authority. Without turning back, Wang Yang simply raised his hand behind him in a casual wave goodbye, disappearing out the front door. Gao Yuhan fumed with rage and stormed off toward Manager Ma's office. After exiting the company, he checked his watch. 10:35 a.m. Calmly, he began walking toward Zhang Xiaoli's store. Zhang Jun's shop was located right at the center of the newly established government-planned agricultural products trading market, clearly showing that the couple had solid resources. It took over half an hour. Along the way, he stopped somewhere to retrieve the vegetables and fruits he'd brought, then called Zhang Xiaolan to let her know he had arrived at her shop. Uncle Wang, you came. Are you here to see Duo Duo? Duo Duo shouted excitedly at Wang Yang. Of course Uncle came to see you, Duo Duo. Have you been behaving lately? Not at all. Duo Duo's been very good. I got a big red flower at kindergarten. My teacher says I'm a well-behaved child, and even told other kids to learn from me. You're amazing, Duo Duo, way better than your uncle. When I was in school, I never got a single red flower. I was always getting scolded by the teacher. I should learn from you, Wang Yang said with an exaggerated look of envy, making Duo Duo burst into giggles. Wang Yang, come on in, please. Sorry for the poor hospitality, Zhang Jun said as he quickly began brewing tea. Zhang Xiaolin introduced her husband to Wang Yang. Wang Yang greeted Zhang Jun with a handshake and called him Brother Zhang. Zhang Jun invited Wang Yang to sit down and poured him a cup of tea. Brother Zhang, today I brought over some samples. Take a look. This is cabbage, carrots, string beans, tomatoes, eggplants, cucumbers. The watermelon was too big to bring along. As for the fruits, Wang Yang decided not to bring them out. Too many items would be hard to explain. Over the past few years, he'd learned his lesson. Conceal your strength, hold something back. That's how you protect your peaceful life. Zhang Jun stared wide-eyed at the vegetables before him. Weren't these the legendary crystal vegetables that Yadhua Hotel had desperately tried but failed to obtain? He didn't know yet that the produce grown by Wang Yang had already become the talk of all Ningbo. Hearing Wang Yang say personally that he grew these vegetables himself made Zhang Jun even more thrilled. He immediately called to book a private room at the hotel, grabbed Wang Yang, and headed out. At the hotel, Zhang Jun filled a glass of wine for Wang Yang and one for himself. Raising his cup, he asked, "So, how do you want to cooperate?" Wang Yang looked somewhat lost. He hadn't registered a company yet, nor did he have a warehouse to store ingredients. There was no way he could keep bringing everything from his apartment. That would raise suspicion sooner or later. Brother Zhang, I haven't set up a company yet. These are just samples. I brought a little of each kind. You decide what to do next, Wang Yang said. Zhang Jun almost laughed and cried at once. He picked up each sample and examined it carefully. With every item he checked, his excitement grew. They were indeed top-grade ingredients. The vegetables and fruits were uniformly sized, clear evidence of exceptional quality. After inspecting everything, Zhang Jun spoke. Little brother Wang, I'll help you register a company first. You go rent an office and a warehouse, and then we can start selling. As long as the supply is stable, finding buyers won't be a problem. Let's fix the price at 10 yuan per gene for all vegetables and see how the market responds. Wang Yang prepared a full set of samples and sent them to Ningbo Agricultural Products Testing Center for individual analysis. On the way, he kept an eye out for rental properties. Something suitable could be rented right away. 2 days later, all the results came back. Absolutely no pesticide residue, and mineral content several times higher than comparable products. Wang Yang took the certification report straight to Zhang Jun. Cooperation Yurka. The two celebrated. Today, they wouldn't leave until thoroughly drunk. Wang Yang planned to hand over all operations to Zhang Jun, freeing himself to pursue other opportunities. First, he'd observe Zhang Jun's performance. If things went well, they'd scale up their collaboration. Wang Yang didn't feel the need to explain anything. He'd simply provide the ingredients. The rest was Zhang Jun's job. In the end, Wang Yang would just sit back and collect his share. Chapter 8. A stable sales channel. Wang Yang first went to the suburbs and spent a long time scouting locations. Eventually, in a remote spot in Jiangbei district, he rented a large warehouse for 50,000 yuan per year, signing a 1-year lease. The place was spacious and had previously belonged to an agricultural and sideline products company, with fairly complete facilities. It could be used immediately without Wang Yang needing to spend extra money on repairs or purchasing tools and equipment. Zhang Jun also helped set up a small company, which cost less than 2,000 yuan in various fees. They would eventually operate formally, outsourcing tax procedures to professionals. They'd hire an accountant later. Until then, Zhang Xiaolan would temporarily handle the books. Everything else would be managed by Wang Yang himself for now. They'd figure out staffing as needed. Wang Yang would focus on supplying vegetables and fruits, while everything else would be left to Zhang Jun, allowing him to stay uninvolved and detached. Wang Yang decided to buy a box truck. Otherwise, things wouldn't be convenient enough. Vegetables couldn't just magically appear out of thin air. The warehouse came with living quarters too. The apartment was nicely decorated, fully furnished with appliances, ready to move into right away. So Wang Yang canceled his lease at Rihu Home and moved here. This area was suburban, sparsely populated, much more convenient for Wang Yang going forward. No longer would he end up making headlines just for jogging in the morning. His popularity still hadn't faded. Online, many fans continued searching for him, though he never responded. His Douyin account already had over 200,000 followers, mostly young female fans. Since Wang Yang always feared drawing too much attention, this made him even more reclusive. He called Zhang Jun and finalized arrangements. All future vegetable deliveries would be shipped from this warehouse. Wang Yang stayed up all night. Based on the variety of vegetables available in his space, he first harvested what he needed inside his space, then packed them according to demand. Effortlessly done with just a thought. Only Wang Yang could do this part. Later, they'd explain that the produce arrived from elsewhere overnight. In the future, the production base couldn't remain in Yongcheng. It would require further investigation from Wang Yang. No workers were needed for packing. Walking into the warehouse, Wang Yang saw row upon row of neatly arranged shelves. With a mere thought, cabbages, cucumbers, green peppers, radishes, carrots, tomatoes, bok choy, lettuce, eggplants, okra, crown daisy greens, and watermelons lined up perfectly in their designated areas. This amount should suffice for now. He'd add more varieties later as needed. Just over 30,000 jin. The warehouse was completely filled. He called Zhang Jun and arranged for someone to come pick up and deliver the goods. Everything had been discussed beforehand. All vegetables priced uniformly at 10 yuan per jin, with any future price adjustments depending on market conditions. He also called the general manager of Global Hotel, telling him to send people to collect the delivery personally. Upon receiving the call, the manager was delighted that Wang Yang had thought of him. At this point, Wang Yang hadn't yet risen to prominence, but who knew how far he might go in the future? Certainly higher than himself. Wang Yang hadn't signed exclusive supply contracts with any hotel, relying temporarily on Zhang Jun as agent. The volume was simply too large for any single buyer to handle alone. He needed to open multiple channels, build relationships with more partners, and grow wealth together. Checking the time, it was past 8 a.m. People should arrive soon. Wang Yang, hurry up and open up. This place you rented is so remote. I couldn't have found it without navigation. Is everything ready? I've already secured deals with over a dozen hotels, waiting only on your supply. Don't let me down now. Otherwise, I'll lose credibility, and business will suffer. We southern businessmen value reputation and honor our agreements, Zhang Jun said to Wang Yang. Come on, let me show you around. Guaranteed to put your mind at ease, Wang Yang joked. Opening the warehouse doors, rows of perfectly stacked vegetables stood like troops awaiting inspection, orderly, each type occupying its own clearly defined section. Good. Fantastic. Quick, start loading. Zhang Jun didn't waste any time. Time was money. Premium organic vegetables were paid on delivery, no monthly billing. Supply couldn't keep up with demand. Zhang Jun transferred 300,000 yuan to Wang Yang in one go. He knew Wang Yang needed cash and refused to delay. Once the goods were loaded, payment was settled in full. An hour later, all the vegetables were gone, and the warehouse was empty again. Zhang Jun even helped clean everything up. Wang Yang headed out to buy 2 vehicles, one passenger car for daily use and one box truck for cargo. He took a taxi to the nearest 4S store. He picked the automatic transmission Cherry Tiggo 5X, just something simple for getting around, no special requirements. Fully equipped and on-road for 80,000 yuan. The 4.2-meter JC box truck cost over 120,000 yuan with all taxes included, fully kitted out. He paid extra to expedite license registration so he could get the plates the same day. Not that it really mattered. After all, he wasn't actually planning to make interprovincial deliveries. If that were required, it wouldn't be worth doing at all. Wang Yang decided to go into the mountains alone. There were still quite a few forests around Yongcheng, with a relatively diverse range of flora and fauna. He had to go take a look. It had been many days since he returned to the city, and during that time he hadn't collected any plants or animals into his space, causing its evolution to stall. If it weren't for the need for startup capital, he would have left long ago. In any case, he planned to stay in Yongcheng for no more than half a year. The air quality in the city was terrible, indirectly restricting his development. Thinking meant doing. Wang Yang searched for outdoor supply stores. They were all located on the same street, and drove back into the city. He needed to prepare quite a lot. Tent, sleeping bag, moisture-proof mat, inflatable pad, raincoat, soft-shell jacket, hiking shoes, flashlight, headlamp, multi-tool pliers, entrenching tool, collapsible batten, garbage bags, trekking poles, backpack, rope, compass, multi-purpose pocket knife, tableware, cookware, stove, water bottle, military-grade binoculars, power bank, first aid kit, insect repellent, toiletries, toilet paper, windproof lighter, and dish soap. He bought everything, most of which would be stored directly in his space, so he wouldn't have to carry anything. He spent a total of 35,000 yuan, purchasing some items in duplicate, and chose only the best available. Wang Yang knew he'd frequently venture into the mountains in the future. Even if certain items weren't immediately useful, being prepared was essential. When going in and out of the wilderness alone, having ample gear and supplies could save his life in critical moments. He continued driving through the city. Passing by a Xinhua bookstore, he went inside and bought several sets of books. Complete Guide to Self-Studying Traditional Chinese Medicine, Deluxe Illustrated Encyclopedia of Chinese Herbs, Animal Encyclopedia, Complete Guide to Outdoor Exploration, Comprehensive Collection of Chinese Martial Arts Forms from all styles and schools, Complete Atlas of China, Complete Atlas of the World, Domestic Travel Guidebook, and World Travel Encyclopedia. He purchased copies of every book he thought might be useful in the future. At checkout, the cashier stared at him blankly, astonished. Hardly anyone read physical books these days. Most people relied solely on their smartphones. Wang Yang quickly paid and hurriedly drove off, immediately storing everything inside his space. Every city in China today shared one characteristic, an obsession with size and comprehensiveness, vast urban areas packed with numerous industrial zones. Wang Yang drove around the city for a long time, noticing that there weren't many people around, just scattered individuals here and there. These days, times were tough for everyone. Life in the city required money for nearly everything. Without a stable income, living in the city wasn't as comfortable as living in the countryside. At the very least, rural life came with less pressure and ensured you could eat every day. In fact, many city dwellers secretly envied those in the countryside. Qian Zhongshu was right. Those inside the city want to leave, while those outside want to get in. Everyone believes the other side has the life they truly desire. Wang Yang apologized to everyone. He had strayed a bit too far off topic. Chapter 9. Su Ran hitches a ride. Nothing can stop you from chasing your dream of freedom. A life as wild and free as a winged horse. Your heart holds nothing back. Through the dark years, you felt lost. But in the moment you look down, you realize the path beneath your feet. The world of freedom in your heart is so clear and high, blooming with an everlasting blue lotus flower. The car stereo played a familiar tune. Wang Yang drove aimlessly, humming softly along after realizing he'd already bought everything he needed. Hey, handsome, can I hitch a ride? A young girl by the roadside waved at Wang Yang's car. Wang Yang rolled down the window and stopped. Why aren't you taking a taxi? It's dangerous to hitchhike like this. Where are you headed? My name is Su Ran. Thank you so much. I'm in a bit of a rush to Tiansheng Flower and Bird Market. It's almost closing time, and I saw your car was heading that way, so I took a chance. I'm really glad you stopped. We need to hurry, the girl said anxiously. After hearing her out, Wang Yang gave a slight shake of his head and said, get in. Then he drove off toward the market. Flower and Bird Market. Why didn't I think of that before? That could be my lucky spot. It's close to my rented warehouse too. I should come every day. Driving makes it so convenient. Wang Yang mused to himself, not noticing Su Ran's expression. Hey, I told you my name's Su Ran. Don't you introduce yourself, handsome? Oh, sorry. Was lost in thought. I'm Wang Yang. Nice to meet you. He replied awkwardly, then fell silent again, focusing on driving. With a beautiful girl like me in your car, you don't feel anything? You're such a damn dork, but kind of cute, Su Ran said bluntly, laughing. Miss Su, I know you're gorgeous, but I'm not trying to date you. Why ask so many questions? I'm naturally quiet. Actually, when you mentioned the flower market just now, I started thinking maybe I should buy something there too. Thanks for reminding me. Forgive my distraction, Wang Yang said. Wang Yang, I bet you don't even have a girlfriend. You guessed right on the money. How come I can't guess whether you have a boyfriend? Is the gap really that big? Wang Yang made Su Ran chuckle uncontrollably. Turn right up ahead, that's the parking lot. Aren't you going to buy anything? Let me be your guide, Su Ran said, pointing the way. Then I'll treat you to dinner later. I've never been here before. I'll just take a quick look around today, do some shopping. But I think I'll come more often. I really like this place, Wang Yang said as he parked the car. Are you trying to pick me up? Well, I'll give you a chance. I don't have a boyfriend anyway, and I find you quite likable, Su Ran shot back. There was something about Wang Yang's aura that drew Su Ran in. She felt drawn to him, as if they were old friends, speaking freely without restraint. After saying that, she blushed slightly, stole a glance at Wang Yang, and seeing he hadn't noticed, quickly quickened her pace forward to hide her fluster. We're almost there. The teddy bear dog I ordered from the shop owner last time seems to have arrived. She called and asked me to come pick it up, Su Ran explained to Wang Yang. How much is the puppy? 2,600 yuan. Super cute. I only decided after watching the video. I originally wanted a Pomeranian, but this teddy looked cuter. I asked if I could reserve one, and surprisingly, the boss actually got it for me. I can't wait to see my little teddy. Going to hug her while sleeping tonight. Su Ran launched into full puppy-loving mode. Wang Yang could only say, then let's hurry up and meet your little treasure. With that, he picked up the pace. As soon as they entered the main gate, greenery lined the front of every shop. Many flowers had already faded by this hour, but patches of lush green plants occasionally sprinkled with red blooms brought calmness and subtle joy to the heart. So many people love these things, not just as hobbies, but because they radiated positive energy. Those who spent long periods tending plants, birds, or fish tended to become more refined and peaceful, less prone to violence. Slow work yields fine results. Patience was key when raising flowers, birds, or fish. Without patience, none of these could be enjoyed. Boss, bring me my puppy quickly, Su Ran shouted even before stepping fully inside. Su Ran's here. Didn't expect you'd bring your boyfriend today. Come in, have a seat. I'll go get your dog, just wait a moment. The owner said, walking toward the pet cages. Here you go, Su Ran. Take a look, does it suit you? This pup is 2.5 months old. A friend of mine arranged it specially since you were in such a hurry. By the way, what's your boyfriend's name? Don't you introduce him to me? She turned to Wang Yang. You can just call me Sister Chen, handsome. Sister Chen, I'm Wang Yang. I'm not Su Ran's boyfriend. Don't get it wrong, Wang Yang clarified. Su Ran pouted, clearly annoyed. Wang Yang, am I really that bad? So eager to deny it? Are you afraid I'll cling to you? All right, I said the wrong thing. Please forgive me, Miss Beautiful Su. Wang Yang quickly apologized. This is more like it. Su Ran lowered her head and continued fiddling with her teddy bear dog. Chinjia, I took a look. Everything seems fine. Are there any special tips for raising it? And has it been vaccinated? Su Ran asked. Chinjia replied immediately. All the puppies here have been vaccinated. The teddy is a small breed. Height 23 to 30 centimeters. Weight 3 to 7 kilograms. Lifespan 14 to 15 years. They have round black or dark brown eyes, petite bodies, elegant movements, gentle and sensitive temperaments, playful yet adorable, alert, brave, intelligent, and extremely loyal to their owners. They're easily satisfied by small things. Their fur is long, so they often get it dirty around the mouth when drinking. It's not easy to clean. I recommend using a regular water bottle with a few small holes poked in the cap, then hang it upside down close to the ground, or use a cage-mounted water container designed for pets, ideally at a height where the teddy can reach it just by lifting its head. That way, as long as the puppy touches the cap, it can lick out water without dripping or getting its facial fur wet. Teddy dogs have unique coats, soft undercoat mixed with stiff spiral curls, making them fluffy and soft to the touch. But such fur tangles easily, especially when using harnesses, in areas like the armpits, back, neck, and hind legs. They don't shed naturally, so daily brushing is essential, along with regular professional grooming, baths, and thorough blow-drying to maintain fluffiness. Monthly trims and consistent combing and styling are necessary. Teddy dogs also have active tear glands and require careful maintenance. You should wipe away eye discharge daily using cotton dipped in eye drops. Wang Yang listened for a while, then started cursing inwardly. This was bringing home a goddamn ancestral spirit. His own parents had never taken care of him this meticulously. He really couldn't understand why so many people loved keeping pet dogs. Was it just because they were cute and pretty? In his opinion, China's native village dogs were the best, easy to raise, trouble-free, ate whatever the owner gave without being picky, and could guard the house too. So many advantages, yet locals looked down on them. Too many people worshipped foreign things blindly, even taking it to absurd extremes, probably thinking even foreign poop smelled sweet. After listening a bit longer, Wang Yang began observing the various pets in the store: dogs, cats, rabbits, and damn rats, lizards, all kinds of insects, and over there, poisonous snakes. How twisted. Was this even considered keeping pets anymore? Seeing Qinjie had finished advising Su Ran, Wang Yang asked, "Qinjie, I'd like to buy a few Chinese village dogs. Do you have hunting dogs? I want to take a few back." Hunting dogs? Local breeds don't sell well. I've got 1 purebred tiger head dog and 4 regular village dogs, 2 males, 2 females. Want them? Qinjie asked. I do, Wang Yang confirmed firmly. The tiger head goes for 800, as a favor to a friend. The other 4 go for 200 total, 2 males, 2 females. That makes 1,000 yuan altogether. Fair enough. Fine. Wang Yang paid right away. Do you have house cats too? I want to take one home to catch rats. My rented warehouse has quite a few. Regular cats and dogs aren't worth much. I'll just give you a tabby cat, no charge. Just support my business more in the future. Wang Yang hadn't expected to get a free cat, and quickly thanked Qinjie. It wasn't convenient to buy anything else today. He glanced around the flower and bird market. So many plants and animals would be perfect for space cultivation. Nope, he'd come back tomorrow and get everything he needed. Su Ran ready? Let's go, Wang Yang called. All set. Now I know how to feed my little cutie. But why did you buy so many? Can you even manage them? All these dogs and a cat? Su Ran asked. These are easier to raise than yours. I'll just feed them casually. Won't let them starve, and they won't die. I'm getting them to guard the place, not keep as pets, Wang Yang explained. Anyway, we'll come again next time. Can't carry more now. Let's go. I'll treat you to dinner. Today I benefited from your ride, and even got a free tabby cat, Wang Yang said cheerfully. Miss Su the Beauty, what do you feel like eating? I'm treating. You can order anything, Wang Yang said proudly. Who's Miss Su the Beauty? Call me Su Ran. Today I'm going to rip you off properly. There's a decent restaurant nearby called Yongshang Mingzhao. Let's go, Su Ran shot back. Wang Yang drove there in just a few minutes. He ordered the old-school couple set menu: white crab and bone sauce, braised yellow-lipped fish feet, crispy chicken tenders, and a few cold dish platters. Overall, it was pretty good, flavor-wise. Wang Yang didn't drink since he was driving. This place served Zhejiang cuisine and had many repeat customers. The reviews were solid. After Su Ran finished eating, he drove her home. She originally wanted to take a taxi, but Wang Yang said, I rent a place in Jiangbei. I pass right by Chui by roads by Shu Garden anyway. Even if it weren't on the way, I'd still take you home. Get in. Su Ran commented. Your car's so new. Did you just buy it? Just bought it today? Actually got 2 vehicles. There's another box truck over at the warehouse. You should come by sometime. It's not far from where you live. Near Xiuxian. I rented a warehouse over there. Wang Yang dropped her off. Su Ran picked up her phone, added him on WeChat, then got out holding her beloved dog close. As soon as she left, Wang Yang immediately stored all the cats and dogs into his space. He didn't want them peeing or pooping in the car. 20 minutes later, he was back at the warehouse. First, he took a shower, then prepared some items to feed the puppies inside the space. He carried out a large basin full of spring water from the space and placed it before them. The animals rushed forward, all scrambling. They could instinctively sense the water was special. Soon, they were all full, visibly more energetic, their eyes brighter and sharper, their barks and meows stronger than before. After a while, both cats and dogs expelled significant amounts of toxins. Wang Yang quickly removed them from the space and dumped them into a big tub in the bathroom. He scrubbed them thoroughly with soap multiple times until they were spotless. Then he put them all back into the space and left them be. He also scooped up leftover food from home, filled a bowl, and placed it inside the space, making sure they had enough to eat in case they got hungry. Now that everything was settled, Wang Yang had nothing urgent left to do. He wondered how Zhang Jun was doing. Hadn't heard a single call from him. Shrugging, Wang Yang resumed harvesting vegetables, same ones as this morning, but this time he picked several times the amount. He might be heading into the mountains soon. He needed to ensure a steady supply for Zhang Jun. The space had preservation properties. Wang Yang had tested it. Anything stored inside remained perfectly fresh, exactly as he left it. Crops inside wouldn't age after ripening unless he willed them to produce seeds. The wheat and rice in the space were nearly ready for harvest. Fruit trees were heavy with developing fruit, growing well and almost ripe. Chickens, ducks, and geese had all matured. Most were already laying eggs, and some had even started nesting. With a single thought, Wang Yang gathered every last egg scattered across the grassy areas, sorting and categorizing them neatly inside the space. The fish had grown larger too, though the quantity wasn't high yet. The fry hadn't matured. He'd need to order a batch of fingerlings to increase biodiversity. His space had expanded slightly again, probably due to the addition of the dogs and cats. Chapter 10. The vegetables went viral overnight. Wang Yang hadn't received Zhang Jun's call yesterday, so after preparing the vegetables, he went to bed early. In fact, he had no idea that across the entire city of Yong, every hotel that Zhang Jun had delivered vegetables to was packed with guests. Crowds overflowed outside their doors, and long queues formed along the streets. Zhang Jun took out the lab reports for the vegetables, each product backed by detailed test results. The procurement managers at each hotel were immediately convinced by the impressive data and readily agreed to cooperate. Meanwhile, those hotels that hadn't secured a deal began slashing prices yesterday to reward their loyal customers. Every buyer from the non-cooperating hotels scrambled in their own way to track down the source of these outstanding vegetables. Who could supply such high-quality produce? Could they strike a partnership? Or even better, secure an exclusive purchasing contract? Each manager pulled out all the stops, but ultimately came up empty-handed. The hotels already working with Zhang remained silent, refusing to leak any information, leaving the others with no choice but to wait. Zhang Jun himself felt conflicted. Sure, the vegetables were now hot property, but problems followed closely behind. One man couldn't handle this scale alone. To maximize profit sustainably, prices had to go up, scarcity dictated value. He actually wanted to contact Wang Yang, but feared shifting conflict directly onto him, which would put them both in a passive position, risking everything collapsing like a house of cards. He knew exactly how those greedy people operated. Just then, his phone rang. It was Fatso's voice on the other end. Brother Wang, you still don't know, do you? Your vegetables are blowing up. Everyone in charge of hotels across Yong City is looking for you, desperate to work with you. Wang Yang exchanged a few brief words with Big Bro Fat before hanging up. I knew it. There was no way news wouldn't eventually break. Of course Zhang Jun kept quiet about it, probably trying to protect me from getting dragged in. Good thing I'm still willing to keep working with him. Actually, Wang Yang had been planning to hand over full operation of the vegetables to Zhang Jun, while he'd focus solely on supply. Looks like establishing the vegetable base needs to be prioritized. If not, trouble is inevitable sooner or later. He set aside only part of the vegetables and stored them in the warehouse. Wang Yang began his morning exercise, performed the 13 forms of Tai Chi. Anyone who saw him would have dropped their jaw in shock. A master-level display. It was almost unimaginable, a martial arts master so young. As Wang Yang fully immersed himself in practice, another breakthrough approached. This time, his internal energy surged as the 5 elements formula activated the qi throughout his body, erupting from the dantian and rising forcefully upward. One acupoint after another gave way. One moment the CV-17 point shattered open, then without pause the energy continued ascending. Wang Yang directed the flow toward the top of his head. The Bai-Wei acupoint burst through once again, completely unblocking the Rin meridian. Now even more powerful, the current pressed forward relentlessly until every point along the Du meridian opened wide. The qi returned triumphantly to the dantian, completing a full small circulation cycle. His entire body brimmed with renewed strength. Yin and yang energies spontaneously balanced within him. Thick, dark impurities poured out of his pores, leaving his body revitalized and more energetic than ever. With several consecutive small circulations, the hidden risks brought on by forced advancement gradually eased. Given some rest and recovery time, they would heal completely. Hardly awake when the overwhelming stench nearly knocked him unconscious. He spun around and sprinted for the bathroom, scrubbing his body over and over. He used up nearly half a bar of soap, washing nonstop for over half an hour before finally feeling human again. Closing his eyes to sense inward, he realized he was truly reborn. This transformation was complete. His skin had become fairer, his aura more ethereal. Packed with lean muscle, yet tall and graceful in form, Wang Yang stared at his reflection, unable to believe his own eyes. How could someone change so drastically? Haha, truly elegant, dignified, handsome, and charming. Wang Yang gloated, admiring himself. These clothes were beyond saving, utterly ruined by the stink. He picked them up and stuffed them into a trash bag, changed into a fresh outfit, quickly prepared a simple breakfast, then pulled several little dogs and cats out from his spatial realm. He filled a large bowl with porridge, enriching it generously with spring water from the space. Without even calling them, the animals came rushing over, jostling to eat. Watching the puppies joyfully devour their meal, Wang Yang sped up his own eating. Woo, woo, woo. Horns blared at the entrance. Zhang Jun must have arrived. Before Wang Yang could rise, the little dog had already darted outside, barking wildly. Woof, woof, woof. Each pup shouting at the top of its lungs, their sharp yelps echoing throughout the warehouse. Wang Yang, why do you have so many dogs? And they're all local mutts? Wouldn't fancy foreign breeds be better? Then I could come over and pet them sometimes. Zhang Jun said, bending down to pick up one of the pups. There are national dogs, okay? Don't talk nonsense if you don't understand. Why keep foreign dogs? The Chinese rural dog has evolved right here on this land for thousands of years. They're perfectly suited to life with us. Dogs are humanity's most loyal friends. If you raise them with heart, they'll surpass any imported breed. Talking to you is like playing lute to a cow. Besides, you've got nowhere to keep dogs. You wouldn't get it anyway. Wang Yang shot back bluntly. Zhang Jun, hearing this, dropped the subject of dogs immediately and asked, "Are the vegetables ready?" Yesterday's over 30,000 jin were completely sold out, and the feedback was great. Right now, every hotel in Yong City wants our top-grade vegetables. So many people have contacted me wanting to cooperate, and some are even trying to track down where the produce comes from. I've been wondering, where did you get them? Is the supply location stable? We can't have it disappear after just a few days. That'd be a real problem. Should we raise the price a bit? The supply I can guarantee for you. Don't go digging around. These come from shipments originating elsewhere. Anything beyond that, even if you ask, I won't tell you. The vegetables are all in the warehouse. Just load them up yourself. As for pricing, let's hold off for now. For the time being, make it known that during this market development phase, prices will remain slightly discounted as a way of rewarding customers. Later, we'll sign formal contracts together and sit down to negotiate prices so every partner walks away satisfied, Wang Yang said firmly. Got it. I won't meddle in anything else. I'm handling sales. But keep an eye out these days. Lots of people are looking for you. I bet someone will find this place within a few days. Fine, I understand. Control your shipment volumes these days. I'm about to leave town for several days. Rent a place or find a cold storage unit. This time, I'm sending over more than 120,000 jin. It's currently parked on the outskirts of the city. Head over later to pick it up. I'll go ahead first to hand over the goods. When you leave, make sure to lock the warehouse door, Wang Yang instructed. All right, there's still over 30,000 jin in the warehouse, right? I'll come by afterward and transfer the payment together with that batch. Zhang Jun replied, clearly pleased. Wang Yang was in a tight spot now. If he didn't change locations, it would be hard to explain things. With growing attention, someone might check traffic records and see no vehicles entering or exiting. Yet every shipment involved tens of thousands of jin of vegetables leaving the warehouse. It simply couldn't be explained logically. This time, Wang Yang drove his 4.2-meter cargo van straight along Yongfeng Road without changing lanes. Along the way, he kept watching for any suitable temporary transfer points. After driving for a long while without finding anything, he continued onto Tongtu West Road. Midway through, he noticed an abandoned factory with a large open area in the middle. He pulled over to inspect it. No people around, no surveillance cameras either. It looked like no one had come here in ages, and the nearest village was quite far away. Deciding it was acceptable, he began transferring vegetables from his spatial realm. With a single thought, every mature vegetable was packed and sent out into reality, piling the entire open space behind the truck full, over 120,000 jin total. He even filled his own vehicle completely. He called Zhang Jun, sending him the location pin. There's over 120,000 jin of vegetables at this site. You must move them ASAP. It's completely deserted here, unsafe. I'm the only one here right now, and my own truck is already full. Bring several people to help load. Time flew. By the time all the vegetables had been transported, it was already past 3 in the afternoon. They found a nearby restaurant and sat down for a meal together. Wang Yang drank over 1 jin of strong white liquor, but showed no signs of intoxication. His face didn't flush, and he acted as though he were drinking plain water. Seeing his condition, the others dared not drink anymore. One by one, they started loudly insisting they'd rather eat than keep drinking. Wang Yang didn't press anyone. After they finished eating, seeing that he and Zhang Jun still had matters to discuss, the rest gave casual farewells and left. Both men had drunk quite a bit, making driving impossible. Zhang Jun suggested, let's go somewhere to hang out. There's a bar up ahead. Let's check it out. Haven't gone out in ages. We can hit the dance floor. Upon entering, they found the place empty. They picked a spot and sat down. Wang Yang, check your phone. Your sister-in-law transferred 1.6 million yuan. Did you see it? Zhang Jun said. Wang Yang took out his phone. A text message confirmed the funds had arrived. It's here, he replied briefly. He didn't ask how much Zhang Jun had charged the hotels. From the look of it, profits were substantial. After sitting for about an hour, Wang Yang circulated his internal energy, forcing all traces of alcohol out through his pores. Instantly clear-headed and refreshed, he stood up. Brother Zhang, I'm heading back. Not staying to play. Who knows how long we'd wait here. I need to leave town tomorrow. Gotta go pack. I'll probably be back in 3 or 4 days. Handle things as you see fit. I'm off. Wang Yang turned and walked out of the bar. Before Zhang Jun could respond, he too felt restless, got up, hailed a taxi, and headed home. Chapter 11. Returning to the flower and bird market. Wang Yang tapped on the dog's feeding bowls, calling out, hurry up and come eat. We'll be leaving soon. The dog scrambling around the warehouse yard, along with the calico cat, heard his voice and quickly rushed over. Woof woof woof. Meow. Drawn by the enticing aroma of food, and even more so by the spring water from his space, the animals eagerly devoured their meal. Though only a few days had passed in the outside world, over half a month had gone by for the puppies and the cat inside the space. Their growth was clearly visible. They had all grown significantly larger. Judging by their appetites alone, each one was extraordinary, strong, energetic, seemingly brimming with endless vitality. The dogs had entered their second growth phase, their bones breaking past previous limitations, their fur glossy and smooth. Each dog was intelligent, possessing the potential to become an alpha, especially Tiger Head, who radiated natural authority and clearly led the pack. They understood Wang Yang's simple words and gestures perfectly. With just a bit of training, They would prove immensely helpful on his upcoming mountain expedition. Wang Yang had already stored all necessary supplies in his space. After finishing breakfast and waiting for the dogs to finish eating, he was ready to leave. First, he stowed the small car from the courtyard into his space. He would take the larger vehicle this time and head straight to the flower and bird market. Last time when he came with Su Ran, it wasn't convenient to buy too much. But now, with the large van as cover, he could stock up on everything he needed. He called the dogs back and stored them all in the space. Glancing inside, he saw them playing happily on the grass, well supplied with ample food. Let's go. He closed and locked the doors and gates of the warehouse. Traffic was light today. Within 20 minutes, he arrived at Tianxing Flower and Bird Market, quick and efficient. Wang Yang strode through the entrance at a brisk pace. Yongqing City's official city flower was the camellia. Also known as mountain camellia, camellias belong to the genus Camellia in the family Thaceae, representing a broad group of species and cultivated varieties. Their petals are bowl-shaped, either single or double-layered. Single-petaled camellias are closer to the original wild species, while double-layered ones can have up to 60 petals. Camellias come in varying shades of red, purple, white, and yellow, some even featuring colorful patterns. The shrubs can grow as tall as 4 meters. Primarily distributed across China and Japan, camellias have been cultivated for over 1,400 years. In northern regions, they're grown indoors in greenhouses. Wild populations exist in Sichuan, Taiwan, Shandong, Jiangxi, and other areas. There are roughly 2,000 known camellia varieties, categorized into 3 major groups and 12 floral types. By 2013, more than 306 camellia cultivars had been recorded in China alone. According to the Flower Mirror, there were 19 named varieties: agate tea, crane's crest red, precious pearl tea, banana calyx white pearl, yangfei tea, imperial pink, pomegranate tea, one finger red, hall illuminating red, late mountain camellia, south mountain camellia, among others. Camellia forms vary widely: single-petaled, semi-double, fully double, curved petals, 5-star shaped, hexagonal, pine cone type, and more. Wang Yang went straight to the shop with the largest selection of green plants. Rows of potted flowers in vibrant colors greeted him, arranged artistically, blooming with brilliant intensity, each blossom vying for attention. Now that he had money, he could afford to buy generously. He called over the owner and decided to start with camellias. It was customary to respect local traditions. "Boss, what kinds of camellias do you have? Help me pick out some good ones. I don't need big mature plants. I'll cultivate them myself later. I also plan to buy many different types of flowers from you today, so you've got to give me your best discount. If I find out your prices are higher than elsewhere, I won't be coming back. My name is Wang Yang. I'll probably visit often to buy various flowers and plants, especially rare and unique ones. I'm particularly fond of those." "No problem," the owner replied confidently. "I'll give you the biggest discount possible, guaranteeing my store offers the lowest prices in all of Tianxing, and I guarantee they'll survive." Wang Yang could sense this was no novice. He was clearly a master with deep expertise in horticulture. His knowledge flowed effortlessly, each plant described with intimate familiarity, like speaking of his own children. For camellias, the owner recommended 8 varieties: common camellia, large leaf red camellia, Sasanqua camellia, Zhuxia zipo, xiangfei tea, Chidan camellia, golden camellia, and 18 scholars camellia. It was nearly peak blooming season for camellias in southern China, also the busiest period for camellia trading. With flowering lasting from November through May, they remained highly popular year after year. The owner also listed the most commonly purchased flowers in Yongqing: camellia, osmanthus, crepe myrtle, pomegranate, wintersweet, crabapple, redbud, lilac, hibiscus, gardenia, firethorn, Sasanqua camellia, oleander, cycad, rose, spirea, golden bellflower, canna lily, verbena, daylily, amaryllis, hollyhock, peony, chrysanthemum, dwarf lilydif, cast iron plant, hosta, lotus, and water lily. After listening, Wang Yang selected a few of each kind and asked the owner's assistant to carry them out to the van. He bought quite a few different kinds of lotus seeds here, something Wang Yang had long wanted to purchase. He'd never had the time before, but now the shop owner helped introduce them and clearly knew his stuff, managing to find nearly all the common varieties. Kingmeiji, a common lotus variety with cup-shaped flowers and deep green leaves. Xiuxian, a type of lotus whose blooms are 16 to 20 centimeters in diameter, full and lush. Finxiao, a bowl lotus variety with delicate pink flowers resembling rosy clouds. Hongtai, a large double-tiered lotus with dozens, even over 100 petals. Longfei, an ornamental lotus with bright green leaves and white flowers that have a broad blush of pink at the tips. In addition, there were also ginger lotus, fuziu, shuiji, furong, shuihua, zheji, yuhuan, chao furong, liuechun, Chinese lotus, and other varieties. Wang Yang truly reaped a bountiful harvest this time, spending over 20,000 yuan in total. The van was packed completely full. In the end, the owner even threw in many commonly used gardening tools, fertilizers, and flower pots. Though Wang Yang might not need them, he was still deeply appreciative of the man's generosity. He told the owner he would definitely come back again and exchanged phone numbers for easier communication in the future. The entire market was captivated by Wang Yang's extravagance. No one expected someone to buy so many plants in one go. His actions unintentionally energized the market atmosphere. Many shop owners expressed their gratitude to Wang Yang. Through word of mouth, numerous tourists who hadn't planned on buying anything ended up purchasing plenty. Seeing such enthusiasm from the crowd, Wang Yang felt he might have gone a bit overboard today. After loading all the plants onto the vehicle, he quickly drove away. This time, Wang Yang had a clear destination, xiuxian. Xiuxian is located in Xiuxian Town, Yuyao City, Ningbo Prefecture of Zhejiang Province. It spans across Yuyao, Haishu, and Fenghua districts of Ningbo, connecting with Shangzhou and Shangyu and Xiaoxing, covering 5 counties and urban districts in total. Known as the Second Lushan, it boasts majestic views rivaling Longhu Mountain and the exquisite Ge rocks reminiscent of Turling. With its dense forests, verdant mountains, crystal-clear waters, and abundant wildlife, the ecological environment is exceptionally pristine, making it Ningbo's natural oxygen bar. Wang Yang drove out of the city quickly. Along the way, towering mountains and thick forests created breathtaking scenery, while ancient villages dotted the landscape. Any one of these places could easily provide half a day's worth of enjoyment, each with its own unique characteristics, beautiful sights, and delicious food. At this time of year, tangerines in the mountains were ripe and ready to eat. On weekends, travelers arriving by car could be seen everywhere. For those wanting to hike, villagers' trails led to countless scenic spots. If you didn't feel like climbing, anywhere there was a village, you could walk in, take photos, and experience the local slow-paced lifestyle firsthand. Indeed, this place served as a perfect retreat for city dwellers seeking relaxation. No entrance fees, no costs at all. When hungry, just spend a small amount at a farmhouse meal, and you'd leave feeling completely satisfied. On the way, Wang Yang stopped at a quiet spot. Seeing no one around and no surveillance cameras, he stored the van into his space and took out the smaller car. Then he continued driving toward his destination. Wang Yang intended to venture alone into the remote forest deep inside the mountains, following routes that were mostly secluded with very few people around. The journey from central Yuyao to Xiuxian follows the long and winding Xiuxian Road. Because the road twists and turns at varying elevations, you can always see towering mountain ranges across the way. At this time, the entire mountainside transforms into a colorful tapestry, spectacular and magnificent. This route has thus earned its reputation as Ningbo's most beautiful hairpin highway. But Wang Yang had no mood to admire the view. Just after 1 p.m., he finally arrived at Xiuxian National Forest Park. Chapter 12. The change brought by entering the mountains. Finally arriving at his destination, Wang Yang let out a deep breath, spread his arms wide towards Xiuxian Mountain, and closed his eyes. For a moment, he shut out the noise of the city and found a rare inner peace. A gentle breeze brushed his face, quietly carrying away all his worries. At that instant, subtle changes occurred within the 5 elemental beads inside Wang Yang's body. They seemed to be absorbing some kind of substance from the forest. He felt every pore in his body opening involuntarily, completely beyond his control. The 5 elemental beads appeared to be urging him forward, guiding him deeper into the heart of the woods. It was then that Wang Yang faintly realized the beads might possess consciousness of their own. His previous assumption had been too naive. He'd thought merely stuffing various plants and animals into the space would expand it. Now, with the beads actively communicating, he finally understood. The expansion wasn't growth, but restoration, returning to their original state. Only by wandering through vast forests and mountains, slowly absorbing the natural essence from the land or residual energy lingering in underground jade and minerals, could the recovery process accelerate. He hadn't sensed any change before because cities surrounded him, cut off from nature. He'd never come into contact with jade or similar sources of essence. As urban development progressed, pollution worsened, rivers changed course, lakes vanished, groundwater was over-extracted, mineral resources were exploited without order, and vast forests were felled. Nowadays, there was no spiritual energy left in the outside world. It had all disappeared. Only in remote, untouched mountainous regions did faint traces of essence still linger. Xiuxian Mountain National Forest Park lies in the heart of Xiuxian Mountain in eastern Zhejiang Province, stretching narrowly from east to west, covering a total area of 6,665 hectares. The climate is slightly cool and humid, with distinct seasons, ample sunlight, abundant rainfall, and clear alternation between winter and summer monsoons, supporting rich biodiversity. In recent years, with increased national environmental awareness, many heavily polluting enterprises have been upgraded, relocated, or shut down. Stone quarrying and mining in the mountains have been halted. However, numerous areas had already been flattened, destroying the ecosystem's ability to self-repair, leading to species extinction and further accelerating the loss of ambient spiritual energy. In the past, cultivators were still occasionally spoken of, but as time passed, hermits and recluses grew increasingly rare. Environmental degradation was having an ever greater impact on people. Green waters and lush mountains are gold and silver mountains. Only when humans live in a pollution-free environment can they stay healthier, live longer, and avoid frequent illness. There's actually a well-known open secret in medicine. Any disease a person contracts can potentially heal itself. If placed in a good environment for self-cultivation, the human immune system can eliminate invading viruses and achieve spontaneous recovery. The principle behind traditional Chinese medicine treatment involves stimulating the affected parts of the body, using herbal remedies as support while focusing on regulation, thus activating the body's innate immunity to facilitate self-healing. TCM works slowly and demands high-quality herbs. Why emphasize wild-grown medicinal plants? Because they're unpolluted. Combined with proper environmental conditioning, the body's immunity can naturally restore itself, completing the healing process. The entire approach centers on self-recovery, which is precisely why Western medicine has long advocated eradicating TCM. If our country continued treating illnesses solely through TCM methods, there'd be no need for countless intravenous fluids or a dizzying array of Western pharmaceuticals. Western medicine simply wouldn't dominate here. Only by eliminating TCM could Western medicine seize the Chinese market. Thus, it cultivated numerous proxies and spies, manipulating capital and leveraging financial influence among the elite to control public discourse. TCM is a discipline entirely rooted in our own cultural heritage, highly inclusive, incorporating concepts like yin-yang and the five elements, an offshoot of Taoist philosophy that views each individual as a microcosm of the universe. At its core, Taoism emphasizes self-cultivation, learning from nature, harmony between heaven and humanity, and following the way of nature. Yet today, national policy adheres strictly to scientific materialism. Anything science cannot explain is labeled pseudoscience and dismissed as feudal superstition. Western medicine uses this very argument to aggressively discredit TCM as unscientific. Meanwhile, due to environmental changes, even medicinal herbs struggle to grow naturally. Today, every Chinese citizen consumes polluted food, junk food, chemical-based products, and synthetic substances from birth to death. Every person has become a vessel of toxins, a walking toxic reservoir. Without clean herbal medicine, without a healthy environment for recuperation, and eating nothing but contaminated food, even the finest TCM practitioner couldn't cure illness. Wang Yang felt profound sorrow for TCM. All he could do now was try his best, cultivate more medicinal herbs in the future, contributing however he could to preserving this ancient wisdom. Now, through the transformation brought by the 5 elemental beads, Wang Yang clearly understood the path he must take in the future, an opportunity to spend more time doing what he could within his abilities. The beads continued subconsciously urging him forward, pressing him to move deeper into the mountains. Yet checking the time, Wang Yang realized it was getting late. He needed to find a place to eat first, then decided to camp in the mountains that night. Driving toward Ingtian Lake Simuming Mountain Shangri-La Farmhouse Restaurant, he found quite a few people already there. He had a simple meal, nothing remarkable, neither good nor bad, just something to get by. After finishing, he drove off and stopped midway at a secluded spot, stashing the car into his space before setting off alone on foot, swiftly advancing into the wilderness. Breathing in the fresh air, Wang Yang darted rapidly through the forest. His enhanced physique was beginning to shine. Each footstep left a shallow impression on the ground. He occasionally used trees to bounce forward with agile leaps, moving as effortlessly as if walking down a city street. This region was completely uninhabited, devoid of any human trace. Only lush green weeds and short, crooked trees surrounded him. Guided solely by instinct and the subtle pull of the 5 elemental beads, Wang Yang ran steadily onward. After over half an hour, he no longer knew exactly where he was, but estimated he'd penetrated at least 30 kilometers deep into the mountains. He pulled out his telescopic baton from his space and released all 5 puppies, letting them experience the joy of the wild for the first time. Woof, woof, woof. Their crisp barks echoed from time to time in the distance. Only Tiger had stayed close to Wang Yang, never leaving his side. Hunting dogs were indeed different. They hadn't even been trained yet, but seemed naturally adapted to mountain life. Wang Yang called out to Tigerhead, then accelerated toward where the other dogs had scattered. After another half hour of running, seeing the dogs grow tired, he chose a spot to stop and rest. Ahead, layer upon layer of forested peaks rose densely, thick with vibrant greenery and brimming with life. Looking up, the sun in the west was nearing the horizon. A light mist had begun to rise among the trees, mingling with moisture in the air. Wang Yang picked a small hilltop. Jagged rocks protruded everywhere, and a spring bubbled softly nearby. In the distance, only birdsong, rustling leaves, and the occasional animal's roar broke the silence. Everything felt profoundly still. This solitude suited Wang Yang perfectly. Any ordinary person would have hesitated to venture this deep into the wild. Primitive forests were unpredictable, where sudden dangers could emerge at any moment, even threatening one's life. After stopping, the dog sat quietly beside him, tongues hanging out, panting heavily. Huh, 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 the sound coming intermittently. Wang Yang took out their food bowls from his space and filled them with water from within. Joyfully, they all began drinking. Instantly, their spirits lifted. Each dog appeared sharper, more alert, ears perked up, vigilantly scanning for danger, surrounding Wang Yang protectively at the center like loyal soldiers. Given time, the pups would surely adapt fully to mountain life, even capable of hunting on their own. When that day came, Wang Yang could explore even deeper into the mysteries of these vast mountains. Chapter 13. New changes in the space. Seeing that the dogs were full of energy and had rested enough, Wang Yang decided to continue their journey. They still needed to find a campsite, somewhere spacious, so they could easily spot anything happening around them. Just as Wang Yang was about to put away the basin, he noticed something on a nearby tree cautiously peeking out at him. It was clearly drawn by the spatial water. He quietly poured more spring water from his space into the basin, then called the dogs aside, instructing them to stay still and quiet, curious to see what kind of animal would appear. Soon enough, a little wagtail couldn't resist the temptation and flew over, a bird known for darting through streams to catch prey. These birds are especially fond of water and seem highly sensitive to it. It swiftly landed on the edge of the basin, happily drinking the fresh spring water while chirping joyfully from time to time. The small wagtail typically inhabits elevations between 800 and 2,000 meters, preferring mountainous areas more than other wagtails. It's often found near rocky streams, usually in pairs. Its diet mainly consists of aquatic insects and insect larvae. Wang Yang was delighted to see this creature. Suddenly, it began calling persistently in one direction, as if summoning its mate. Typical behavior since these birds are always seen in pairs. Wang Yang considered bringing both wagtails into his space. Given enough time, they might even reproduce and multiply significantly. As expected, another wagtail soon arrived, landing beside the first on the rim of the basin with a soft call before lowering its head to drink. Before long, both birds had drunk their fill. Wang Yang gently stroked them. When they didn't fly away, he carefully transported both into his space, placing them near the riverside. After tidying up the basin, he whistled for the puppies, and they resumed their journey. Checking the time, it was already past 6 p.m. After running a bit further, they finally found a suitable camping spot, spacious with no large obstructions blocking visibility. This would be their base for tonight. Not far away, a small stream babbled merrily, as if joyfully welcoming guests, making the forest feel even more alive. Wang Yang thought he'd first enter his space to organize things, then come back out later to check if there were any new discoveries. The moment he stepped into his space, he froze in shock. The transformation was immense. The entire area now spanned about 20 square kilometers. Rolling hills and small mountains appeared, along with plains, grasslands, deserts, lakes, and even a nascent sea. It was like a miniature world. The 5 spirit beads had unconsciously reshaped everything. The spatial spring had moved to the highest peak at the center of the 5 elemental zones, forming 4 waterfalls cascading down dramatically. The falling water carved out deep pools, which then flowed downhill, collecting in depressions to form lakes or branching into numerous smaller rivers. The original lake lay on the plain, cut through by the largest river. For major rivers like this eventually emptied into the emerging sea, with countless tributaries weaving across the interior. The plains were now crisscrossed with a dense network of rivers. A winding great river ran through the grassland, passing through the plain before flowing into the sea. Some rivers vanished inland, drying up and creating early forms of desert. All land masses were now surrounded by the vast waters. This created a topography with high mountains at the center, stretching outward into continuous ranges that gradually sloped down into hills, grasslands, and lakes, then giving way to deserts. The outermost edges were flat plains, an overall structure high in the middle and low on all sides. Wang Yang felt deeply satisfied with this new layout. It made perfect sense. Forests dominated the mountains, ideal for growing bamboo, medicinal herbs, fungi, and mountain fruits. The grasslands were perfect for grazing. The plains were best suited for crop cultivation. This change was complete and well-balanced. He noticed his personal belongings scattered haphazardly across the plains. He really needed to build a house now, to create a real home inside the space, fully furnished and neatly arranged, making life much more comfortable. Once he returned, he'd first find a factory to design architectural blueprints, have the components custom-made according to the plans, and then assemble them himself within the space. If he was going to do it, he wanted it done beautifully. It'd be convenient for occasional living later. Right now, living here was no different from being a savage, nothing but open-air camping. He relocated all the chickens, ducks, and geese to the grasslands, letting them roam freely. Gradually, they formed separate groups, spreading out in different directions to establish their own territories. With no other animals present, they had plenty of room to move. Ducks and geese dotted the water surfaces, actively hunting for food, looking plump and glossy, one good sign they were ready for slaughter. Using his mind, he gathered all the eggs scattered across various locations. Altogether, there were already tens of thousands. He opened the truck container and transplanted all the flowers and plants. Those suited for higher altitudes were moved up into the mountains, while those fitting for lowlands were planted around the future house site. Something pleasant to look at every day. All lotus seeds were sown into various lakes, destined to bloom into beautiful colonies later. The existing fruit trees remained grouped in one area, which would become a dedicated fruit orchard in the future. The vegetables were also grouped together. For the currently matured ones, he kept a small portion of each type as seeds, while harvesting all the rest. A concentrated vegetable base was formed, centered around cabbages, lettuces, tomatoes, eggplants, carrots, beans, garlic, chili peppers, cucumbers, and watermelons, with smaller plots planted with scallions, ginger, garlic chives, spinach, celery, coriander, and various rare melons and fruits. Half of the plain was dedicated to growing staple crops such as rice, wheat, peanuts, soybeans, corn, sorghum, mung beans, green beans, rapeseed, sesame, and millet, establishing a comprehensive grain production zone. Wang Yang planned for his space to primarily focus on grain cultivation in the future, with vegetables and fruits produced in controlled quantities. He harvested all the ripe rice and wheat. Crops that had seeds were replanted into their designated zones. Those without would have to wait until Wang Yang returned to purchase more. The original trees on the mountains were scattered across various peaks. Bamboo was assigned its own separate mountain range. Wang Yang used his mind to summon rainfall over the space, instantly making it appear more vibrant, layered, harmonious, and full of depth. A specific area was designated as a storage warehouse. Inside, he neatly categorized and stored everything he had just collected. Over 100,000 gene of vegetables, over 100,000 eggs from chickens, ducks, and geese, plus more than 30,000 gene of harvested rice and wheat. The 2 newly introduced swallows darted joyfully throughout the space, flying everywhere and exploring each corner. With abundant food available for breeding, they were clearly delighted and already searching for a spot to build their nest. The tabby cat had long since run off into the mountains, fishing from the rivers when hungry or sneaking a few eggs to eat. each animal finding its own way to thrive. None would go hungry. For now, he kept the dogs close by his side. After some training, he would allow them to roam freely within the space as well. Wang Yang mentally reviewed his plans upon returning to the city, collect more seeds to enrich species diversity in his space, and harvest marine life from the ocean to populate the space's sea, bringing vitality to its waters. This would indirectly help protect endangered species by providing them a safe haven and optimal living conditions. He checked the time. Outside, night had fully fallen. Wang Yang decided to step out and see if any strange or unusual animals had appeared nearby. Now, Wang Yang's entire body radiated an aura from the space, unconsciously attracting all kinds of creatures. Most animals would no longer attack him, yet he hadn't realized it yet. The 5 spirit beads continued absorbing spiritual energy from the mountains, keeping his pores constantly open. Every moment, the beads were subtly transforming his body, drawing him closer to nature, enabling him to merge more seamlessly with the beads, accelerating their recovery, until ultimately, perfect unity would be achieved. Chapter 14, The Gathering of the Animals. Wang Yang retrieved the equipment he had bought a few days ago. He put on a headlamp, held a flashlight in his left hand, gripped a baton in his right, tucked a knife at his waist, changed into a pair of hiking shoes, and reinforced his pants to protect against venomous snakes that might bite him by accident at night. First, he needed to sense the situation outside his space, whether any animals were nearby. Closing his eyes, he slowly relaxed and focused on perceiving what was happening beyond the boundary of his space. There were still quite a few animals drinking by the stream, none showing signs of aggression. Wang Yang suddenly appeared outside. The nearby animals were startled at first, and quickly fled toward the distant woods. After a moment, he realized that all the creatures capable of running had already scattered. Only the slower reptiles remained behind. A few young deer were drawn by Wang Yang's scent and approached curiously, staring at him with big, adorable eyes. Wang Yang took out the dog's feeding basin and placed it on the ground, filling it completely with spatial spring water. The fawns happily trotted forward to drink, then turned back to call out to the others. Perhaps sensing that Wang Yang posed no threat, and enticed further by the pure, refreshing water, the rest of the deer gradually moved toward the basin, crowding and jostling each other to get a turn. As more and more animals gathered, Wang Yang quickly brought out several additional water containers, placing them around the area and filling each one with spring water. Before he could even step away, he was surrounded. Observing this shift in behavior, Wang Yang realized the animals had let down their guard. Whenever a basin emptied, he promptly refilled it, allowing them to drink their fill. He observed that there were various kinds of deer, black deer, white deer, some with antlers, and a few that resembled sika deer. He had no idea where they had been hiding until now. A couple of animals looked like musk deer, though he couldn't quite tell if they were actually deer or musk deer. They looked similar enough. Squirrels scrambled anxiously from tree to tree. A group of suro peeked cautiously from afar. A few hedgehogs slowly waddled over, and several rabbits lingered at a distance, alert and hesitant, wanting to move but afraid. Time passed unnoticed as more and more animals migrated toward the area. Wang Yang sensed nothing wrong, but clearly the forest creatures had some special way of communicating. He first noticed a few pangolins, an extremely rare sight these days, as rampant poaching had driven the species to the brink of extinction. Then came increasing noise, a loud, rumbling sound shaking the earth, as a herd of wild boars rushed forward, mingled with several badgers. The already gathered animals began to grow restless, showing signs of panic. Wang Yang began selectively bringing some of them into his space. He took 2 or 3 pairs of each kind of deer, including the younger ones along with their parents. All the musk deer-like animals were taken too. Even though there weren't many, each represented an entire population. 2 pairs of pangolins, each accompanied by a young one, were safely transferred. The 4 suro were also brought in without hesitation, along with a few rabbits and hedgehogs. Feeling satisfied, he retrieved all the basins. Wang Yang ran toward the stream. Wild boars were dangerous, and he didn't know what else might be coming. Instead of staying close, he poured spatial water directly into the creek, letting it flow downstream. This way, he could keep himself safe while still being able to selectively bring in approaching animals, especially large predators like big cats, which required extra caution. The wild boars finally arrived, leaping into the stream. Leading them was a massive male boar, followed by over a dozen smaller ones, then a group of piglets, with the badgers trailing behind. Facing 2 dark, surging masses of animals, Wang Yang felt a wave of pressure. He really didn't want things to spiral out of control. He increased the flow of spatial spring water into the stream. The spring water traveled farther with the current, drawing more and more small creatures toward the stream. Many of the animals were unfamiliar to Wang Yang. He couldn't name them, but he marveled at nature's incredible ability to sustain such diversity. He also noticed all kinds of tiny fish swarming toward him in the stream, packed tightly together in vast, dark schools. Without hesitation, he began transferring them into his space. It was perfect. The lakes and rivers inside his space were nearly empty of fish. Given time, these fish would multiply rapidly. The wild boars, meanwhile, feasted wildly, their muzzles smeared with blood, snorting and grunting as they chewed. Suddenly, a new restlessness spread among all the animals, as if a large creature was approaching. Wang Yang switched on his headlamp and swept the beam around with his flashlight. He saw several leopards walking toward him, yet they showed no aggression toward the other animals. Instead, they moved straight toward Wang Yang. Along the way, every other animal fled into the distance, except for the wild boars, who stayed put, heads down, continuing their feast. Once the other creatures realized there was no danger, they cautiously returned to the edge of the stream to drink again. Wang Yang never stopped pouring spatial water into the creek. When they approached within a short distance, he realized the two large leopards had brought two cubs along, another family unit. The little ones dashed quickly forward, plopped down beside the stream, and began drinking the spatial water. The adult leopards simply stared at Wang Yang with wide eyes, motionless and not even drinking. Their intense gaze made Wang Yang's skin crawl. He tensed up completely, ready to defend himself at any moment. They stood frozen like that for a while, until finally the cubs finished drinking and ran toward Wang Yang. This time, he didn't flinch. He stayed still and continued pouring spatial water into the creek. The wild boars began growing agitated, but then one of the big leopards let out a roar toward Wang Yang and slowly walked toward the stream. It lowered its head as if to drink, then roared again at Wang Yang. Now he understood. His body relaxed, and he resumed pouring spring water into the stream. The wild boars quieted down once more, and the leopards lowered their heads to drink as well. After a long while, most of the animals had drunk their fill. Some began dispersing back into the forest, but many more wanted to stay close to Wang Yang. The five spiritu exuded an invisible pull, drawing them in, an instinctive sense that following Wang Yang would lead to better fortune. Animals' instincts were sharper than humans. They naturally knew how to seek advantage and avoid harm. Seeing this, Wang Yang didn't hesitate. He accepted those drawn to him, though selectively, taking only part of each group, never all. Removing every individual would cause irreversible damage to the forest, disrupting ecological balance, and breaking the food chain, possibly driving some species to extinction. All four leopards followed Wang Yang closely, leaving him no choice but to bring them all into his space. He took two large wild boars and several piglets, but left the biggest one untouched, chasing it away into the forest. Wang Yang pulled out a shovel and dug up plenty of aquatic plants along the stream bank, also gathering various wild grasses from the surroundings and transferring them into his space, scattering them across the highlands to grow and propagate on their own. Noticing how late it had become, Wang Yang entered his space. That night, after releasing so much spatial water, animals had gathered in varying numbers all along the path of the stream. Wherever the creek flowed, water plants thrived luxuriantly. Trees nourished by the stream grew taller, vegetation became denser. Along both banks emerged a clear transition zone. A green corridor formed, where biodiversity peaked near the water's edge and gradually diminished farther away. Inside the space, Wang Yang saw all the animals dashing toward the mountains to claim their own territories. He directly tossed a few rabbits into the grasslands, relocated the leopards to the edge of the alpine meadow so they could settle there, knowing there was plenty of poultry like chickens, ducks, and geese inside. They could eat freely when hungry. The wild boars were all thrown deep into the mountain areas. He couldn't risk letting them wander onto the plains and destroy crops. He scattered massive amounts of wheat and rice within the mountains, mixing various seeds soaked in spatial water and sowing them together. This time, every type of sapling capable of rooting from cuttings was planted extensively. He used spatial water to accelerate root growth, quickly producing vast quantities of seedlings and flowers. The five spiritu absorbed mountain chi moment by moment, its transformation growing increasingly evident. Tomorrow, he would push deeper into the wilderness, generously spreading spatial water to give back to these woodlands. First, he set up his tent inside the space, laid out the air mattresses, organized all his belongings, and then collapsed heavily onto the sleeping pad, falling into a deep sleep. Chapter 15. The Universe Within the Abdomen. Wang Yang had slept well and woke up refreshed. After washing up, he began adjusting his biological clock. It was still dark outside, so he stood in the space and assumed the Wuji posture. His mind was naturally simple, and soon it became completely empty. His consciousness sank into his body, entirely shutting out external sounds. This time, Wang Yang truly broke all conventions. His breathing no longer relied on mouth or nose. It shifted to internal respiration. With his consciousness, he controlled the opening and closing of every pore in his body. A complete image of the human anatomy automatically surfaced in his mind, each organ vividly displayed within his inner awareness. He saw every blood vessel pulsing with flow, cells being born, renewing, aging, then carried away by the bloodstream through various channels until finally expelled from the body. The profound mystery of the human form unfolded before him in full clarity. Why people are born, age, fall ill, and die. Why some live long lives while others do not. Wang Yang's consciousness was utterly absorbed in the operation of each organ, unable to pull away. He followed the circulation of qi and blood as they journeyed through the heart, accelerating their flow. Then came the spleen, which regulated and dispersed qi and blood throughout all organs. His consciousness traveled along with the energy, branching into every organ. Whenever a fragment of his awareness encountered resistance in an organ, he observed the spleen producing more qi and blood, hastening its movement. The liver also activated, breaking down substances, synthesizing new ones, transforming materials, eliminating harmful cells and viruses, aiding blood production, and ensuring smooth passage. The lungs, through respiration, drove the heart faster, speeding up blood circulation. Meanwhile, the kidneys produced urine, supplying moisture to the lungs and assisting all organs in expelling toxins from the body. Only after witnessing this complete cycle did Wang Yang truly grasp the complexity of the human body. Each organ fulfilling its unique role, yet interdependent, functioning independently while also supporting others, truly embodying the idea that you are in me, and I am in you. Through observing the functions of the 5 organs and 6 viscera, Wang Yang's consciousness automatically adjusted his internal energy, removing diseased or harmful areas or nourishing specific organs, keeping every part of his body in optimal condition. His period of internal respiration grew longer and longer. He now effortlessly controlled the hairs on his body, mastering his physical form with increasing ease. Gradually, Wang Yang began to awaken. He exhaled deeply, releasing a cloud of stale air, slowly lowered his stance, straightened his body, and gazed into the distance. After waiting for several minutes, he closed his eyes and began practicing Tai Chi. His movements were extremely slow. Every subtle detail was slightly adjusted according to his bodily condition. By sensing the transformation of internal energy and the speed of blood and qi flow, his mind expanding and contracting, his consciousness guided his body into ever greater harmony and naturalness. He was truly embodying Tai Chi within his very being. Each movement appeared casual, yet the changes it produced were increasingly unpredictable. Slower than any elderly person in the park, even more relaxed, seemingly effortless, yet every inch of his body radiated power. His body moved with intention, his intention following his heart, returning to simplicity, leaving no trace. From now on, morning exercises would not appear extraordinary to observers. Only a true master could recognize the depth of Wang Yang's understanding and mastery of Tai Chi. Opening his eyes, Wang Yang ceased his flowing movements. He entered the space again and took a shower, feeling thoroughly refreshed. His trip into the mountains had yielded immense rewards, laying a solid foundation for the rest of his life. He stepped out of the space and turned on his flashlight, scanning the surroundings. All the animals had left. It was quiet. Mist rose from the forest, the air damp, the ground moist. Dawn was near. Outside, everything would soon be covered in dew. Traveling now was impossible. He'd have to wait for the sun to rise. So he returned to the space to inspect it. First, he visited the vegetable base. All crops were growing well. Plots varied in size and layout, neatly arranged but still some time away from harvest. As far as he could see, the fields stretched endlessly. Wang Yang realized he might have planted too much. He could only sell small batches outside. Transporting most of it would be impractical and unexplainable. Clearly, he needed a way to process these into products before selling. For now, the surplus would stay in the space to feed the animals. With that thought, he harvested a portion, scattering large amounts near each grazing animal so they could eat their fill. He also crushed some and spread it across lakes and rivers to feed the fish. Instantly, the animals in the space became active, lowering their heads to slowly chew on the fresh vegetables. He picked a watermelon and started eating it himself, sharing some with the dogs. Ordinary watermelons outside usually weighed around 8 to 10 pounds at most, but every melon here grew large and uniform, about 15 pounds each. They tasted especially good, perfectly sweet. Wang Yang ate nearly half, then shared the rest with Tiger and the others. He flashed to the fruit base. The current quantity of fruits was limited. Peaches, apricots, kiwi fruits, jujubes, pomegranates, oranges, and grapes, very few varieties. Wang Yang began grafting and cutting, pruning many branches from each fruit tree, soaking them in space water, loosening the soil, then planting a row for each type. They should all survive. The trees weren't bearing much fruit yet, but each individual plant was growing well. It seemed pollination was needed, or perhaps he should raise bees inside the space. Wang Yang wasn't in a hurry. He could either find some in the mountains and bring them in, or buy them from a beekeeper if he couldn't. He arrived at the grain cultivation area, which was the largest in size. Endless fields of rice and wheat stretched far into the distance, a vast expanse of green as far as the eye could see. He also spotted a small patch of sunflowers growing vigorously. Not many in number, but each plant was strong and healthy. The grasslands were home to the most animals. Occasionally, he saw hens leading groups of chicks darting through the bushes, flocks of ducks of mixed sizes running together, or a group of white geese honking loudly as they chased away intruders from their territory. The rabbits he had introduced had begun building nests, and it wouldn't be long before their numbers increased across the grasslands. Most joyful of all were the young deer, sorrel, and musk deer. Living near both highlands and grasslands, they could venture into the mountains or run freely across the plains grazing on grass. There weren't many trees on the mountains, scattered sparsely, but Wang Yang still planted numerous cuttings. Some had already taken root, though they would need time to grow. Occasionally, he spotted beautiful flowers with large, colorful blooms. The bamboo grove covered the largest area, growing and spreading rapidly. A few wild boars lived within it. The 4 leopards had settled on the outermost mountain, ideal for hunting. From time to time, the 2 adult leopards could be seen teaching their cubs hunting skills, chasing flocks of chickens or ducks, full of energy and joy. For now, Wang Yang only allowed them to hunt chickens, ducks, geese, or fish from the water. Killing other creatures was not permitted. Finally, he came to the central spring of the space. It had already formed a small lake. The spring bubbled upward continuously, feeding 4 massive waterfalls that plunged downward, creating a constant rushing sound. The only plant here was the magical gourd vine. Its thick stem naturally formed a trellis, upon which hung 7 small gourds, a true treasure indeed. After a moment's thought, Wang Yang retrieved several lotus seeds from the lower lake that hadn't yet sprouted and tossed them near the spring. Immediately, clusters of emerald green leaves unfolded across the water surface. There were no extraordinary changes like with the gourd, but the vitality was exceptionally strong. The space seemed to limit the reproduction of these lotuses, allowing them to grow only in a confined area. Wang Yang didn't force it. With a mere thought, he used space water to bring gentle rain falling once more over the entire space. All plants absorbed the moisture and began growing faster. The whole realm turned even greener. Only the desert region remained unchanged for some unknown reason, completely barren and lifeless. Wang Yang returned to the tent and prepared to take the little dog outside. Chapter 16. The Abundant Plant Resources of Siming Mountain. Woof, woof, woof. Huda led 4 little puppies joyfully running through the woods. As soon as they stepped out of the space, each dog was ecstatic. Even the usually calm Huda barked loudly with excitement. After a long while, things finally quieted down. The 4 little pups started circling around Wang Yang, but Huda quietly returned to stand guard by his side once again. In the distance, the thick fog began to dissipate. Golden sunlight poured into the forest, accompanied by an endless chorus of birdsong, chirping and chattering like nature's way of waking every living thing in the woods. Morning had arrived. The squirrel from yesterday reappeared, darting along the treetop branches. Upon seeing Wang Yang, it actually rushed straight toward him, even offering its beloved pine nuts. Wang Yang was delighted, gently stroking the tiny creature and placing a few drops of spatial water into his palm. Instantly, the squirrel leaped onto his hand and quickly drank the precious liquid. Chirp, chirp, chirp. Once it finished drinking, Wang Yang set it gently on the ground. Then, guided by the sensation from the 5 elements bead, he continued walking deeper into the mountain. To his surprise, the little squirrel climbed straight up his leg and nestled itself on his shoulder, refusing to move. The puppies started barking loudly at it, clearly feeling jealous, as if their owner's affection had been stolen. After barking for a bit without getting any response, they gave up and dashed ahead again, occasionally biting at random things along the path. Along the way, Wang Yang collected many rare tree seeds, clipped various branches, gathered numerous plant specimens, and sprinkled spatial water generously wherever he went. On the mountain, he discovered several species of orchids. The wind orchid was undoubtedly a treasure among orchids, never growing on soil, surviving solely on dew. Its pure white, elegant flowers exuded a delicate fragrance, blooming continuously for over 10 days, truly captivating. It was extremely rare. Wang Yang poured generous amounts of spatial water onto them and propagated many new divisions. This epiphytic orchid preferred to grow on ancient trees or rocky cliffs. Spring orchid, the most common orchid found in markets, was widely known even to children. Usually blooming in March, wild populations had been nearly eradicated due to endless harvesting, making sightings possible only deep in remote mountains. Multi-flowered orchid, also known as bee orchid, emitted a scent mimicking that of a female bee ready to mate, deceiving male bees into pollinating it. Its flower closely resembled a female bee, complete with head, wings, and abdomen, so realistic it could fool even experts. A week after blooming, the lip petal would turn entirely red. This fascinating pollination strategy made it a favorite among enthusiasts. Xiuxian looked similar to Dendrobium officinale from afar. Though its flowers were small and color subdued, this orchid was remarkably resilient. Xiuxian was the most commonly seen orchid in Yongqing area, named for its distinctly curved nectar spur. Xiuxian itself was extremely rare despite resembling Xiuxian in appearance and bearing abundant flowers. The key difference lay in its straight, non-curved spur and slightly darker petals. Many believed no such orchid existed in Yongqing, unaware they thrived deep within the mountains. Wang Yang particularly loved this kind. Its multiple flower stalks made it exceptionally beautiful. Daichuan lawn featured 2 purplish-red spots on the flower's cap that looked like bright eyes. Growing in dark, shaded forest floors, it remained nearly invisible even when in bloom. Other orchids included Duhua lawn, Xiaoxian lawn, Dahua Wuju lawn, and many more, all without blooms now. Countless unassuming herbs in the forest belonged to the orchid family too. Orchid diversity here was immense. Wang Yang carefully dug up a few samples of each type. With just a little attention, these could easily be propagated in large numbers. If people encountered such orchids in mountainous areas later, they should refrain from taking all of them. Simply dividing a few shoots would suffice. As the ancients taught, leave room behind, so future generations may cherish the same wonder. Wang Yang helped propagate many divisions and sprinkled spatial water across several patches, confident that lush clusters of orchids would flourish here in time. The mountain also hosted many rhododendrons. The familiar azalea, known as Yingshan Hong, bloomed in March and reached full glory in April. Particularly fond of rocky crevices, sometimes they'd hang from cliff tops in cascading curtains of deep red flowers, forming stunning mini-flower waterfalls that were breathtakingly spectacular. Around May Day, one could still appreciate the majestic alpine rhododendron Fortunii, known as Yunjin Duan, for its dense clusters of blossoms glowing like colorful clouds. Such rhododendrons were rare in Siming Mountain. Wang Yang cut many branches, easily propagated by simple cuttings. Anyone wishing to grow them at home needn't dig up entire plants. Merely trimming a few branches would do. Gelion uraeoides, belonging to the Melastomataceae family, was an excellent ground cover plant. Not only were its flowers beautiful, but by late summer, its fruits became delicious wild berries. There were many types of wild fruits: penglei, shanmei, kongshin pao, zhengye zongguzi, sanhua zongguzi, hongxian zongguzi, and many others. Daylily, a wildflower of the lily family, blooms in summer and is commonly found near streams. In ancient times, daylily was known as the forget worries herb, and is also regarded as the symbolic flower of motherhood in China. Another type of daylily found in Yongqing is the familiar golden needle vegetable, most often cultivated artificially, with wild specimens being rare. The large-flowered didymocarpus, growing on rocky cliffs, had reached its peak blooming season, displaying blue-purple flowers that were especially delicate and charming. This was a relatively uncommon wildflower belonging to the Gesneriaceae family. He also encountered Lycoris radiata, though its flowers had already withered. This plant has a unique trait. It grows leaves without flowers and flowers without leaves. Its blooms and foliage never appear together, earning it the name, flower from the other shore. The mountains were covered with red wild hawthorns. The fruit could be eaten fresh or used for winemaking and medicinal purposes. The fruit of Katsura longipedunculata was beginning to turn red. By early winter, they would ripen into dark purple-black berries, the time when their taste was best. Wang Yang picked many and found them quite delicious. A perennial evergreen vine, it often twined around other trees. Its fruit was easy to identify due to its long stalk. Seen from a distance, it resembled a small red ball hanging from the vine. Up close, one could see the deep reddish-purple orb was actually made up of numerous marble-sized berries clustered together. It was also a type of traditional Chinese medicinal herb. It was nearly time to enjoy the red autumn foliage. Looking toward the distant hills, patches of crimson leaves mostly belonged to maple trees, particularly stunning. Every autumn, people drove to Xiuxian Mountain without needing to hike. The breathtaking mountain scenery left them awestruck. This maple species was one of the main contributors to Xiuxian Mountain's famous fall colors. The few other red-leaf trees were identified as hairy smoke trees, which were rare in Yongcheng but a dominant species in Beijing's xiuxian. Liquid ambar, pistachio trees, wild lacquer trees, sumac, soapberry, maple genus, tulip trees, wild tongue trees, Ficus erecta, Cinnamomum pedunculare, southern sumac, and others. Some bore full crowns of red leaves, others showed orange or yellow hues. Their brilliant foliage shimmered brilliantly under the sunlight, far surpassing the beauty of spring blossoms, draping the late autumn forest in splendidly colorful robes. There were also cherry blossom trees, deciduous hardwoods of the rose family, reaching heights of 15 to 25 meters. Their crowns formed oval shapes, bark was chestnut brown, smooth with horizontal stripes. Preferring warm and comfortable environments, they grew poorly in low-lying areas. When in full bloom, the trees became extravagantly showy, covered in dazzling flowers like rosy clouds or mist, creating vast flower seas that formed spectacular landscapes. Dawn redwood, a deciduous conifer and the only living species in the genus Metasequoia, was a rare and relic tree endemic to China. Listed among the first group of China's Class 1 nationally protected plants, it was hailed as a living fossil in the plant kingdom. The dawn redwoods around Xiuxian Lake were breathtakingly beautiful. Camphor trees, evergreen hardwoods with tall trunks, bore bean-sized spherical fruits. Leaves were ovate, with small yellowish-green flowers. The roots, stems, and branches all exuded a camphor fragrance. Camphor and camphor oil extracted from the tree were widely used in medicine and industry. With dense, hard, and attractive wood, it was ideal for furniture making, and chests or cabinets crafted from it resisted insect damage. A common tree species in southern China. Nanmu, an evergreen giant hardwood of the Lauraceae family, could grow over 30 meters tall, with a trunk diameter reaching 1 meter. Classified as a nationally protected, gradually endangered species, its distribution lay within the subtropical evergreen broadleaf forest zone in western regions, areas with warm, humid climates, temperatures ranging between 0 to 38 degrees Celsius, and annual rainfall of 1,400 to 1,600 millimeters. It was primarily distributed in Sichuan, Yunnan, Guizhou, and other provinces, with elevations ranging from a minimum of 276 meters at Feichuan Temple in Qidonggo, Sichuan, to a maximum of 1,120 meters on Mount Amei. Nanmu was endemic to China and a world-renowned valuable timber species, forming a major component of subtropical evergreen broadleaf forests. Centuries of excessive logging had nearly depleted this rich forest resource. Today's remaining stands were mostly semi-natural or scenic protection forests established through human cultivation, with only scattered large specimens surviving near temples, villages, parks, and courtyards. Yet these too suffered severe pest infestations and were gradually dying out. Golden larch was a tree species unique to China and one of the world's 5 major ornamental tree species. Currently, the 2 tallest golden larches in China stood in Tianmu Mountain, measuring 56 and 52 meters respectively. The golden larch in Maohua Village, standing at 51 meters, firmly held the title of national 3rd place. While slightly shorter than its Tianmu counterparts, it surpassed them in both trunk diameter and individual volume, holding national records. Widely distributed across the mountain, golden larches were just beginning to turn yellow at this time of year. By November, they would beautifully complement the ginkgo trees, one displaying orange tones, the other golden yellow, creating a breathtaking, harmonious display of color. Zelkova schneideriana, a nationally key protected wild plant, at level 2. The bark and leaves of the Zelkova tree are used in traditional medicine. According to Mingi Bielu, decoction of Zelkova bark, taken as a beverage in summer, clears away heat. The Jiao Benchao records, Zelkova bark is bitter in taste and non-toxic, eliminating edema, stopping acute dysentery, and stabilizing pregnancy for abdominal pain during gestation. It also states, the leaves are cool and non-toxic, effective in treating swollen, festering sores. Because Zelkova sounds like to be selected or to rise, and since imperial examinations in ancient China conferred titles such as Jiren and Juzi, the phrase planting Zelkova on hard stone sounds like passing the imperial exam, giving this tree-stone combination an auspicious symbolic meaning. Torreya grandis is another nationally key protected wild plant at level 2. Endemic to China, it flowers in April, with seeds maturing the following October. Preferring sunny but cool, moist environments, it typically grows scattered in deep yellow soils within forested valleys. It avoids waterlogged lowlands and dry, barren areas where growth is poor. Hardy and long-lived, Torreya trees remain vigorous even past 200 years. Propagated by seed, germination rates can reach up to 80%. Its fruit is a delicious and highly valued nut. As for ginkgo trees, no introduction is needed. Wang Yang had seen plenty back in his hometown. Wang Yang also discovered several other nationally key protected wild species at level 2. Mandarin ducks, collared scops owls, Chinese gooseberries, and large-leaf zelkova trees. The entire Siming Mountain Range, 800 li of Siming, renowned in all southeast, was a treasure trove of natural beauty. Along the way, Wang Yang walked slowly, collecting many rare herbs and flowers, gathering seeds of numerous different species, and cutting branches from various trees. He sprinkled space water all along his path, pouring generous amounts into every ditch, stream, and lake he encountered. He also collected many types of fish, Acrocychelus, Rhynchocyprus oxycephalus, and Zaccoplatypus. Acrocychelus is commonly known as the stone-speckled fish. In mountain streams, the most common species were the true gudgeon gobies and Chinese banded loaches. There were also freshwater crabs and a school of wild koi, which were incredibly beautiful. The Great Mountains bestowed the 5 spirit pearls with immense gifts, and in return, Wang Yang generously returned far more space water to the mountains. By the time he reached the deepest forests of the mountains, the 5 spirit pearls gradually reduced their absorption of natural energy. The majestic, spiritually rich landscape, diverse, inclusive, and teeming with life, needed this vital energy to sustain itself and support species propagation. Wang Yang spared no amount, liberally scattering vast quantities of space water throughout the surroundings. Many animals began gathering toward the center, especially around the central lake, where he had released the largest quantity. The forest appeared lusher than ever. Next spring, the heart of Siming Mountain would surely welcome a new era of life. Wang Yang recalled his little dogs and the squirrel on his shoulder into his spiritual space. Night was approaching, and the dogs were hungry. Inside the space, he picked some chili peppers, green onions, ginger, and garlic, took out a few eggs, slaughtered 2 chickens, and stir-fried a big plate of green pepper with scrambled eggs, plus a huge serving of casserole chicken. He steamed a pot of rice. He kept the green pepper and eggs and half a small bowl of chicken for himself, dividing the rest between 2 dog bowls, one for Tigerhead and his pack. Each bowl was filled with generous portions of chicken and half a pot of rice, with half a basin of space water placed beside them. He wouldn't skimp on them. They had guarded him all the way. He encountered several types of snakes. Bamboo pit vipers, short-tailed vipers, 5-step snakes, and xiuxian cobras, all venomous and extremely dangerous. One particularly close call was nearly being bitten by a silver-banded kite. Only Tigerhead's quick reflexes saved him, lunging forward just in time to scare the snake away. The xiuxian cobra was even more terrifying, commonly known as the grass flyer. It isn't afraid of humans and will raise its head upright when approached, hissing loudly. If you encounter one, don't turn and run. The startled snake will move faster than you and may chase you down. Instead, retreat slowly. If it doesn't feel threatened, it won't attack. Whenever Wang Yang saw this creature, he immediately chose to take a detour. When traveling alone in unfamiliar territory, especially in deep mountains and forests, one must always stay alert for snakes. They are especially dangerous. Wang Yang finished eating his own share, watching the dogs feast joyfully, occasionally sipping from the space water. It was such a comfortable moment. After dinner, they all lay quietly beside him, content and calm. He thought they should each have names. Since the lead dog was already called Tigerhead, that stayed. The other 4, he'd simply call them Big Fur, Second Fur, Third Fur, and Fourth Fur. He called their names a few times in order, and they quickly understood these were their calls. After that, he left them be. The squirrel had long vanished. Who knows where it ran off to? Chapter 17, Sorting the Harvest. After eating, Wang Yang began taking a slow walk inside the space to aid digestion and relax both body and mind. After a full day of exhausting work, he was utterly worn out. Traveling through the mountains required constant vigilance and readiness for any potential danger. All the collected items were piled together in heaps, needing careful sorting, several small mountains worth. Outside, it hadn't seemed like much, but once brought into the space, he realized just how abundant the haul really was. Most of it consisted of small saplings, though they belonged to a wide variety of species. After resting for an hour, Wang Yang began organizing his day show. First, he transplanted all the saplings throughout the mountain area, watering each generously with spatial water to ensure their survival. He gathered all the branches and twigs, neatly arranged them, then directly sent them to soak in the lake nearby. This lake was close to the spring and filled entirely with spatial water, though not as potent as the water from the spring itself. He decided this spot would serve as the primary water source for future cuttings. After soaking for some time, he'd select another location to begin propagation. Orchids were specifically planted on a nearby hilltop where water sources were plentiful and trees grew quickly. Orchids typically thrived in moist areas, growing epiphytically on rocky cliffs or around the roots of large trees. All the orchids were planted in this ideal spot. Various wildflowers were distributed across different hillsides: azaleas, maples, cherry blossoms, species he intended to cultivate extensively in the future. Wang Yang placed special importance on dawn redwoods, golden larches, money trees, various pines and cypresses, as well as cuttings of namu, camphor trees, torreya, and zelkova. These were timber-producing species capable of growing tall and strong, the very backbone of what the space needed most. In time, there would be vast forests, dense groves of dawn redwood and nanmu, interwoven canopies of camphor, zelkova, torreya, and pine forming large mixed woodlands. All the seeds were grouped together and soaked to encourage germination. Wang Yang wasn't entirely sure of their species. He had simply collected every seed he encountered. Later, he'd scatter them across the hillsides and let nature take its course. It took over 3 hours, but eventually everything was sorted. Most items had been planted, while the cuttings still needed a designated area for propagation, and the seeds required more soaking time. With nothing pressing left to do, Wang Yang found himself unable to sleep. Instead, he picked up the illustrated book on herbal medicine and began studying it, mainly to learn how to identify these herbs, what they looked like, their scientific names, and their natural habitats. He read quickly, but now his memory was exceptionally sharp. One glance was enough to grasp the main points. To his surprise, he discovered that Polygonatum sibiricum already existed in his space. It preferred damp environments like bamboo groves and stream banks. Typically, a single cluster of leaves sprouted from the ground, and flowering was rare. When it did bloom, the flowers resembled those of physalis, shaped like tiny lanterns or umbrellas dangling among the foliage. The root was the edible and medicinal part, similar to ginseng, yet harder and less fibrous, with rhizomes segmented like bamboo, each segment marking 1 year of growth. Processed through prolonged stewing or steaming, it became xiuxian, used to treat spleen and stomach deficiencies, fatigue, and weakness. Rich in nutrients, it could serve as food, enhance physical strength, and even be steeped in alcohol. He also found a plant of Paris polyphylla, commonly showing 7 leaves whorled in a circle, though sometimes 6 or 8. Atop the stem bloomed a distinctive green flower, hence its name's chonlu, or 1 flower above 7 leaves. The underground rhizome was the medicinal part, traditionally used for treating snake bites. A folk saying went, "Know the 7-leaved flower, and even deadly mountain snakes will retreat." It showed significant efficacy against cancer and possessed properties that cleared heat, detoxified the body, reduced swelling and pain, cooled the liver, and calmed shock. Paris polyphylla typically grew in shady, moist forest floors and valleys. Due to its slow growth, wild populations had become extremely scarce, making it highly valuable in the market. More surprises followed. Gynostemma pentaphyllum *, a perennial vine from the Cucurbitaceae family, usable in its entirety for medicine. It demonstrated certain inhibitory effects on tumors and cancer cells, earning it the nickname Southern Ginseng. It also helped lower blood lipids, regulate blood pressure, prevent thrombosis, protect cardiovascular health, balance blood sugar, promote sleep, delay aging, boost immunity, and regulate overall physiological functions. Xiuxian thrived in shady, humid areas along forest edges and valleys, and was quite common in Xiuxian. Being dioecious, there was no difference in medicinal effect between the two sexes. Then there was Anoectocolus roxburghii, a precious perennial herb from the Orchidaceae family's Anoectocolus genus, used whole as medicine. Xiuxian had recently emerged as a prized traditional Chinese medicinal herb, following in the footsteps of Dendrobium officinale. It usually grew on damp, shaded rocks and was difficult to spot in the wild. It possessed effects including clearing heat, cooling the blood, dispelling wind, promoting diuresis, detoxifying, relieving pain, and suppressing coughs. Wild resources of Xiuxian in Yongcheng were extremely limited. San Yiqing is also known as Jinsi Diaohu Lu. Wild San Yiqing medicinal resources are extremely scarce, and the market price is very high. It has effects of clearing heat, detoxifying, reducing swelling, relieving pain, and resolving phlegm. It is mainly used to treat diseases such as venomous snake bites, tonsillitis, lymph node tuberculosis, traumatic injuries, and convulsions in children due to high fever. Currently, its wild form is primarily used in the treatment of malignant tumors. San Yi Yapateng is a perennial evergreen vine that only grows on damp, shady cliff faces. The unripe fruit of raspberries has the functions of benefiting the kidneys, consolidating essence, and reducing urination, commonly known as the aphrodisiac fruit in folk tradition. The ripe fruit is a delicious wild berry with properties that dispel wind, relieve pain, improve vision, remove corneal opacity, harmonize the stomach, and stop vomiting. The medicinal herbs discovered were all quite practical. Wang Yang believed there might be even more surprises waiting ahead. Time to rest for a while. The concentration of spiritual energy inside the space was rising. The area of the 5 elemental pearls had stopped expanding, as if gathering energy or perhaps encountering a bottleneck. Tomorrow, he'd search deeper into the interior for wild bees before returning to the city. Today, Zhang Jun had already called, urging him repeatedly to come back quickly. The stored vegetables had all been distributed. Many hotels called Zhang Jun daily. Now they started calling before dawn, one after another without pause. Wang Yang was still deep in the mountains, where phone signals were unstable at best. He had also conducted seed cultivation experiments within the space. If successful, he could try planting them outside. Selling the seeds directly could bring income to some farmers. He stepped out to take a look. There should be many animals arriving by now. He had released so much spatial water during the day, animals would definitely gather faster. This phenomenon might continue throughout the night. Hopefully, no large-scale fights broke out. Thinking this, Wang Yang put his gear back on and took Tiger Head with him to go check. The ground was covered with small animals and numerous snakes. Wang Yang's scalp tingled. What was going on? Was this like Anaconda? They were all converging toward the large central lake, but so far, no fighting had broken out. Everything remained surprisingly orderly. The lake's surface was even more crowded. Fish everywhere, densely packed. Wang Yang spotted a snake as thick as a bucket moving through the water, eating fish with great delight. This place was no longer safe. He had to leave. First, return to the space to reorganize his gear. He needed to wrap extra protection around his pants to prevent snake bites, wear thicker clothing, and enhance his body protection. This wasn't a game anymore. Probably every animal in the region had shown up. After preparing himself, he tucked 2 knives at his waist, wore gloves, and held his telescopic baton, feeling ready. Wang Yang reappeared outside. He first checked underfoot and scanned the surroundings. No immediate danger. Then, slowly, cautiously, he began walking toward the periphery. Seeing no animals blocking his way, he breathed a sigh of relief. What Wang Yang didn't realize was that the giant snake had already noticed him and was slowly chasing after. However, its progress was hindered. Other animals kept blocking its path, and it had eaten so many fish that its slithering speed was sluggish. Not far away, 2 South China tigers glanced at Wang Yang, but didn't approach. Having suffered harm from humans before, they were highly sensitive to human scent. Yet drawn by the influence of the 5 elemental pearls, they came to investigate what force had attracted them. From a distance, they quietly followed behind the giant snake. Chapter 18, Midnight Terror. Wang Yang walked for a while and, seeing no dangerous animals nearby, let out a tentative sigh of relief. Along the way, he collected several small animals. A few squirrels jumped directly onto him, and he casually tossed them into his space. There were also some pheasant-like creatures, entire families trapped inside tree holes. They didn't move at night, so Wang Yang sent all of them into his space. He came across a nest of baby birds hidden in the bushes, likely short-tailed parrotbills, small birds about 9 centimeters long. Their beaks were short and thick, resembling those of parrots. He collected both adults and the young without missing a single one, even transferring their nest into his space. After walking about 2 kilometers, he felt relatively safe and relaxed considerably. Small animals were becoming less common now, and snakes weren't appearing as frequently either, only the occasional non-venomous ones here and there. The larger snakes must have already migrated toward that lake. He had poured nearly half a lake's worth of spatial water into the area. In a short time, this would trigger animal evolution. Not dramatically obvious, but some creatures would inevitably break through their previous limitations and gain new abilities. If heavy rain caused the lake to swell, the spatial water would slowly seep into the surrounding soil, improving the ecological balance of that region. That was no longer Wang Yang's concern. He'd already done what he could, including watering the ancient trees nearby with abundant spatial water to enhance their vitality and make reproduction easier for them. He still needed to press further forward. The distance was still too close, and this location wasn't safe enough. After walking another kilometer or so, he stopped. This area was mostly rocky terrain, filled with jagged boulders and thick vegetation. Wang Yang scanned the surroundings, no animals in sight. A stream flowed nearby. Looking up at the cliff face, he noticed it was covered with vines. The rock wall was damp, even oozing moisture, a perfect habitat for orchids, especially wind orchids. Sure enough, he spotted a few. Above them seemed to be creeping ivy, its leaves beginning to turn red. The plants weren't very large, probably newly grown. Walking over to the stream, he discovered several stone turtles, which he scooped up and dropped into the small river within his space. Nearby, he also found a few stone frogs. But if stone frogs appeared near the stream at night, venomous snakes were likely nearby, commonly bamboo pit vipers, specifically Fujian bamboo pit vipers. Wang Yang carefully examined the corners around him. Soon, on a patch of wet grass, he spotted one coiled quietly among the vine branches. You wouldn't notice it unless you looked closely. Snakes were so well camouflaged, motionless until startled, when they'd strike. These snakes mainly fed on frogs and rodents, and didn't usually attack humans. Wang Yang used his baton to tap the leaves, startling it away. Then, using a capture net, he caught several stone frogs and sent them into his space. Gradually relaxing his body, Tiger Head remained beside him, motionless, staring intently into the distance. Wang Yang hadn't noticed, but the cub's body was tense, as if sensing something approaching. Suddenly, Tiger Head began barking furiously in one direction. This had never happened before. The cub had always been quiet outside. Now, trembling all over as it barked, clearly indicating danger. Wang Yang grabbed his flashlight and shone his headlamp in that direction. Oh my god, how did it follow me here? The giant snake was slowly gliding toward Wang Yang. Damn, what's going on? Why is it following me? It looked 11 or 12 meters long, as thick as a barrel, with a triangular head, flicking its tongue in and out. Its tail swayed side to side, crushing countless flowers and plants along its path. Could it possibly see me as prey? What the hell has this thing been eating to grow so big? Wang Yang called Tiger Head back to his side, ready to pull it into his space at the first sign of danger. There was no way he'd let it get eaten. He'd raised it for so long. He had feelings for it now. Wang Yang backed away slowly. Seeing that the snake wasn't moving particularly fast, nor seemed urgent, he suddenly broke into a sprint. Tiger Head ran alongside him, but when he saw the cub falling behind due to its slow pace, he immediately pulled it into his space. Wang Yang then accelerated outward, not thinking about anything else. Behind him, the giant snake also picked up speed. Chase after chase. They ran for over an hour, panting heavily. Finally spotting that the massive snake hadn't kept up, Wang Yang cautiously released Tiger Head, alert for any threat, then proceeded slowly outward. No more running. He was drenched in sweat. He was running straight toward the territory of the South China tiger. Wang Yang kept moving forward without rest, occasionally tapping the bushes with his baton. It wasn't safe at night. The surrounding branches were too dense, and sometimes he had to duck to move forward. The air in the forest was humid, the path slippery. After walking for a while, he finally stopped to catch his breath, estimating that the snake wouldn't pursue him anymore. It was too far now. Indeed, the giant snake had stopped. It had strayed too far from its lair. That creature had always lived in an underground dark river, connected beneath the lake. Wang Yang had released so much spatial water, attracting numerous fish from the dark river to gather here. The giant serpent had followed the fish all the way upstream. It also knew that the farther it ventured outward, the more dangerous it became, so it dared not continue chasing Wang Yang. It had been drawn here by the 5 spirit beads. When it saw Wang Yang, it immediately sensed that this human could help it evolve. In the natural world, many creatures still exhibit atavistic phenomena. They dwell deep within remote primeval forests, mountain ranges, and underground dark rivers. These places still contain residual spiritual energy, abundant species, plentiful food sources, and remain undisturbed by humans, where they occasionally even consume ancient spirit-infused organisms. With the arrival of the information age, more and more bizarre species have been discovered and reported. Green anacondas in the Amazon River, fierce beasts in Africa's primordial jungles, and massive man-eating crocodiles in Southeast Asia. People have become desensitized to such things. They no longer seem surprising. Still uneasy, Wang Yang released his 4 dogs. Their sharp barks echoed far into the forest. He silenced their further cries and ordered them to scout ahead. Continuing forward, he glanced at his map. His direction was correct, so he didn't pause, slowly advancing with Tiger Head following close behind. Ahead lay a cave. Da Mao and Air Mao started barking at Wang Yang, while San Mao and Si Mao ran back toward him, yelped a few times, then turned and ran back again. Now Wang Yang knew something was up ahead, so he quickened his pace and rushed forward. Reaching the cave entrance, he stopped and shone his flashlight inside. It looked artificial. The front opening clearly showed signs of human activity. However, time had eroded the evidence, and rainwater damage made it hard to see clearly. Wang Yang carefully observed the area. Scattered bones and animal pelts lay everywhere around. Definitely, some large creature had been active nearby. This place might be its den. The dog's barking didn't trigger any response from inside the cave, suggesting the inhabitant was either out hunting or had left altogether. Yet seeing all the pelts strewn about didn't look like abandonment. Rather, it seemed the creature had moved toward the central lake. Wang Yang's guess was spot on. Indeed, both South China tigers had headed toward the central lake, drinking large amounts of its water. Now they were on their way back. Along the route, they had encountered the giant snake, facing off in tense standoff for a long while before gradually parting ways. The tigers were now heading this way, and would arrive soon. But Wang Yang, confident in his abilities and further emboldened by the protection of his space, strode directly into the cave. His headlamp lit the path ahead. Da Mao and the others dashed in first. Wang Yang followed in the middle, with Hu Zi bringing up the rear. Holding his flashlight, Wang Yang examined the walls around him. Most were covered with faded murals left by Taoist cultivators who once sought enlightenment. The paintings were worn and barely visible. For a Taoist to leave traces this deep in such remote mountains suggested it had been centuries since any human set foot here, perhaps hundreds of years. Chapter 19. The Stone Chamber in the Cave. Da Mao and the others had run quite far ahead, while Wang Yang shone his flashlight on the murals, examining them closely and occasionally commenting. Although the murals were faded and it was difficult to make out exactly what they depicted, they still exuded a strong sense of spirit and vitality. Moreover, the use of colorful pigments made them even more vivid and lifelike. After walking for quite some time, he finally understood. The murals illustrated the journey of a Taoist priest cultivating immortality and seeking the Tao. Never would he have imagined that this master had been silently lying here, alone in eternal rest deep within these mountains. Wang Yang realized this must be the final resting place of the Taoist priest. Skilled in music, chess, calligraphy, painting, poetry, and literature, the man had been extraordinarily talented, his painting abilities especially high. He had painted his own life story onto the cave walls. Since ancient times, Siming Mountain had been known as the 9th minor grotto heaven in Taoism, known as the Red Cliffs and Crimson Waters minor grotto heaven. From the Warring States period onward, people had come here to cultivate the Tao and pursue immortality. Thus, finding traces left by ancient Taoists was no surprise. Soon, he reached the deepest part of the cave and saw a stone door blocking the way, surrounded by fragments of pottery jars and an old stone stove. As Wang Yang stepped forward, he noticed the stone door was already tilted. He pushed it slightly, it wobbled. He then pulled it backward, letting it fall toward the cave entrance with a loud crash, kicking up a cloud of dust. After waiting a moment for the air to settle, Wang Yang walked inside. There was a stone bed with a human skeleton seated in a meditative pose, clearly undisturbed for centuries. The clothes on the body had long since decayed into dust. Wang Yang examined the interior setup. Beside the stone bed stood a solid wooden cabinet, remarkably intact despite the ages. On the surrounding stone walls had been carved many neatly squared small niches, each containing various items, including numerous small wooden boxes. He also spotted a long sword. Whether it could still function was uncertain. Most of the objects were vases and jars. Beneath the bed sat an alchemical furnace, and at the very back, a large wooden chest. Oddly enough, there was no sign of any deity statue being worshipped, nor was there one outside at the cave entrance. There must be another side chamber somewhere. He just hadn't found it yet. First, he decided to properly handle the remains of the priest. Opening the big wooden chest, he discovered it filled with scriptures, all traditional bound books, preserved in surprisingly good condition. He stored them all in his spatial storage. With the chest emptied, he gently transferred the priest's bones into it and placed the container into his space. Later, he'd find a proper place outside to bury them. While handling the remains, he found a jade pendant, a finger ring, and a fly whisk. All were in decent condition, so he collected them to keep for leisure. Next, he opened the cabinet by the bed. Inside were several Taoist robes, now tattered and damaged. He decided to bury these later along with the ancestors' remains. Also inside were a few jade bottles. He opened them, one by one, and found only residue of old pills. He poured out the waste and kept the empty bottles. There was a wooden fish, well preserved. When he tapped it lightly, it made a crisp dong-dong-dong sound. Several small wooden boxes were opened as well, each revealing dried-up medicinal herbs turned into specimens, clearly useless now. A few dark lumps might have once been silver, now oxidized, plus irregular-shaped gold ingots. At the very back, he found a sandalwood box. Inside lay a portrait, a copy of the Huangting Jing, a detailed explanation of alchemy cultivation, a copy of the Tao Te Ching, and a secret manual titled Lu Zu's Secret Methods of Qi Training. All were well preserved. Wang Yang carefully unfolded the portrait. It depicted a transcendent-looking Taoist priest holding a fly whisk, a sword strapped across his back, gazing straight ahead. Beneath him swirled auspicious clouds. The entire painting radiated ethereal energy, making the figure appear so vivid he seemed about to step out of the canvas. This was likely an image of Lu Zu himself. Wang Yang refolded the painting and placed everything back into the sandalwood box. The cabinet now appeared empty. Testing its sturdiness with his hand, he found it solid and promptly stored it in his spatial realm. Then, behind where the cabinet had stood, a hidden side chamber emerged. Wang Yang stepped over to inspect it. Inside stood a statue of a deity, an offering table, an incense burner, and on the ground, a straw meditation cushion. The room was surprisingly clean, and from time to time, a faint fragrance of sandalwood drifted through the air. Wang Yang did not enter immediately, but let the chamber air out first. It had been sealed for hundreds of years. He took down the boxes mounted on the walls, blew off the dust, and opened each one. They contained various medicinal herbs or seeds. He stored them all in his space, planning to sort them later. Then he picked up the sword, drew it forcefully. A clear hua sound rang out. To his astonishment, the blade showed not a trace of rust and shimmered with a cold, icy gleam. He plucked the blade with his finger. An echoing chime resonated, pure and melodious. On the hilt were 2 seal script characters, though he couldn't read them. Sheathing the sword, he stored it in his space as well. Seeing nothing else remained, he ran his hand over the stone bed, quite sturdy and fine craftsmanship, and stored it too. Then he retrieved the alchemical furnace. Now the main hall stood completely empty. Wang Yang felt a bit awkward, scratched his nose, and walked slowly into the newly revealed side chamber. First, he bowed respectfully to the statue of the 3 pure ones, then began examining the furnishings of the side chamber. The statue wasn't particularly large, but remarkably lifelike. These 3 statues of the 3 pure ones exuded solemn dignity without losing grace, appearing ethereal and imbued with an immortal aura, more vivid even than those he'd seen in Taoist temples. Wang Yang decided to move them into his spatial realm for daily veneration. He entered his space first and carved out a stone chamber beneath a mountain. Though not large in area, it was spacious enough to accommodate the statues. He went back outside, selected 3 joss sticks from the side, lit them, and bowed humbly 3 times before explaining that since no one had come here to worship for centuries, he would now respectfully take the statues away and offer devout homage every morning and evening. Rising up, he placed both hands on the offering table, willed it with a thought, and it vanished into his space. Then he carefully brought the 3 pure one statues into the newly carved stone chamber, arranging them properly before bowing once more in reverence. He returned outside and moved the straw cushion and incense burner into the same chamber, placing them exactly as they had been. Soon, the small stone room filled with the faint, soothing fragrance of sandalwood. Next, he carved 2 more chambers beside the first. Into one, he placed the stone bed, cabinet, and other furnishings. He put the Taoist priest's robes inside the wooden chest containing the remains. Then he arranged all the ancient scriptures he'd collected neatly within the cabinet, along with the books he had purchased himself. He also chiseled several recesses into the walls to organize his personal belongings. After dismantling his tent, he laid the inflatable mattress directly onto the stone bed, storing blankets and clothes inside what would become his bedroom. This chamber reserved for his own rest. The second new chamber became a kitchen and dining area. Pots, pans, cooking tools, the dining table, and stools were all stored inside. It wasn't ideal, but it would suffice. For now, everything outside except the 2 cars had been moved into the stone chambers. Once everything was arranged, he stepped out of his space. To his surprise, Hu Tu, Damao, and the others were locked in a standoff with 2 South China tigers. Fortunately, he had emerged just in time. If he'd been any later, his group might have become dinner. The 2 tigers first sized up Wang Yang, then opened their massive jaws and let out a loud roar, one that seemed to protest his intrusion into their territory. Yet they made no move to attack, merely standing there, eyes fixed on Wang Yang and his pack of dogs. Seeing this, Wang Yang didn't feel overly anxious. At first the roar had alarmed him, making him fear an immediate assault, but now realizing it was only a confrontation, and sensing no true malice in their gaze, he relaxed somewhat. From his spatial storage, Wang Yang took out a basin, filled it completely with pure spatial water, set it on the ground, then led his dogs back into the stone chamber. The two tigers first observed cautiously. They approached slowly, sniffed the water, quickly sensed it posed no threat, and, recognizing its benefits, they couldn't resist. Soon, both drank their fill. Afterward, they glanced toward the entrance of the stone chamber, then simply lay down, making no further moves. Only then did Wang Yang truly lower his guard. Noticing how late it had become, he pulled several chickens from his spatial storage and tossed them outside to the tigers. He began wondering whether he could take both tigers with him. Out here, the chances of the South China tiger population surviving and reproducing were nearly non-existent. But if brought into his spatial realm, they could not only thrive and grow in number, but still retain their wild instincts. He recalled all his dogs into his space, then entered himself. Tonight, he would stay here. With tigers guarding the outside, there was no longer any danger. Chapter 20, Return. Once inside the space, Tiger Head and the others ran off to play on their own. Wang Yang first checked on the soaked seeds he had collected. All of them showed signs of sprouting, and the cuttings were also full of vitality. He scattered the seeds evenly across the various hilltops, using his mind to bury them beneath the soil. Soon they would take root and sprout. He then set aside a separate plot in the fruit tree base, inserting all the cuttings neatly in rows. Flowering fields and young trees stood in orderly lines. A sense of accomplishment welled up within him. The many medicinal herb seeds he had gathered from the stone chamber earlier were now taken out to test for germination, first soaking them in spring water. Wang Yang was particularly excited about these seeds. They dated back hundreds of years. Perhaps some of these herbs were already extinct, making what he possessed potentially one of kind. He placed them in his bedroom so he could monitor their progress at any time. Wang Yang took out the sandalwood box again and flipped through several books. The Huangting Jing was written on specially treated animal parchment, with every character meticulously engraved in small regular script. At the beginning was an inscription stating it was handwritten by xiuxian Jun herself. Wei Huazuan, a Jin dynasty Taoist nun from Rincheng, styled Xianan, also known as Lady Zisu, or Madame Wei. Revered as the first Grand Master of the Xiuxian sect, and one of the four great goddesses in Chinese folk belief and Taoism, popularly called Second Immortal Grandma. Her renowned works include the Great Dong True Scripture of Xiuxian and the Yellow Court Scripture. This original manuscript copy was priceless. The Tao Te Ching was a Tang Dynasty hand-copied edition, anonymous, but clearly transcribed by a prominent Taoist priest out of deep respect for Laozi, the founding patriarch of Taoism. Detailed explanation of alchemy practices was a hand-copied manuscript passed down from Guhong. Wang Yang pulled out Master Lu's secret method of qi cultivation and examined it closely. He was deeply interested. Already proficient in martial arts at an advanced level, he wanted to compare this secret method with the 5 elements formula. The text opened by dividing cultivation into 4 stages: refining essence into qi, refining qi into spirit, refining spirit back into emptiness, and merging emptiness with the Tao. Each stage further divided into upper, middle, and lower tiers. The core verses read: cultivate breath, forget words, hold fast within. Lower the heart by non-action. In motion and stillness, know the ancestral root. When free of affairs, who else need you seek? True constancy must respond to things. Yet in response do not become deluded. Without delusion, nature settles itself. And when nature is settled, qi naturally returns. When qi returns, the elixir forms on its own. Yin and yang harmonize within the crucible. Reversals of yin and yang arise repeatedly, until thunder claps throughout the void. White clouds rise above the crown. Sweet dew showers upon Mount Shumi, drinking the wine of eternal life. Who can know my freedom and ease? Sitting quietly listening to stringless music, brightly comprehending the mechanisms of creation. These 20 lines altogether. Truly, the ladder ascending to heaven. Wang Yang read through and found only these verses. No detailed instructions on practice, nor explanation of how the secret technique was transmitted. It all felt confusing. He didn't force understanding. After all, he was already content with the 5 elements formula. In truth, this text was merely an introduction. The real mastery required visualization of Master Lu's portrait to receive transmission through intent. That's why the painting had appeared so lifelike. It contained Master Lu's legacy meant for future generations. To obtain true transmission required destiny and opportunity. Right now, Wang Yang's mind was unsettled, still buzzing with excitement. His recent gains were beyond comparison, but until he calmed himself fully, only then would gazing again upon that portrait bring revelation. The deceased Taoist priest had essentially served as guardian of these treasures. For centuries, no one had come here. Finding this place, too, depended on fate. Wang Yang flipped through all the ancient texts, roughly categorizing them. Most were Taoist scriptures predating the Song dynasty, many of which were now lost to history. Another portion consisted of authentic medical treatises, texts on diagnostics, acupuncture, meridians, pulse reading, all essential knowledge for healing. A third group focused entirely on herbal properties and pharmacology, covering nothing but herbs from start to finish. The remainder included classical histories, philosophical writings, and literary collections. The categories were remarkably comprehensive. He found studying these texts quite challenging. Many phrases were incomprehensible to modern readers, and contemporary modes of expression had changed drastically. Without a master to systematically explain them, true entry into this knowledge was difficult. After pondering, he decided to temporarily let go. For now, he'd simply browse them occasionally, memorize passages without demanding full understanding. Perhaps life experience would later bring clarity. He removed everything from his body, took a bath, and washed his clothes. Of all the items, Wang Yang loved that sword most of all. It was definitely a legendary blade. Today's so-called treasure swords were mostly decorative, sealed shut, and utterly useless. Time slipped away unnoticed. Outside, dawn broke. Wang Yang exited the space. Inside the cave, darkness still reigned. Shining his flashlight around, he confirmed nothing was amiss. He released Tiger Head, Damao, and the others, stepping outward and retrieving the basin. Sunlight bathed the outside world. Just as he was about to leave the cave, several puppies started barking. Woof, 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 woof. Apparently, the two South China tigers were still guarding the entrance. Wang Yang quietly approached, cautiously peering out to confirm their positions. Then he offered another basin of spatial water. Seeing them rush over eagerly, sensing an opportunity, he quickly pulled 2 chickens from his space, snapped their necks, and tossed them out. Immediately, the 2 tigers grew even more docile. Wang Yang tried walking toward them. Seeing no reaction, he slowly approached, his body language radiating friendliness. When he saw they had finished eating, he offered 2 more chickens, this time alive. Instantly, the tigers pounced, opened their gaping maws with sharp teeth, and in a single snap, the chicken's head was gone. It was shocking. The 2 South China tigers completely relaxed, only glancing at Wang Yang occasionally. He stretched out a hand and cautiously stroked the male tiger. Feeling it only slightly tremble without resistance, he gently petted its back until it gradually calmed down. The female then walked over and lightly rubbed her head against Wang Yang. He stiffened at first, but seeing she made no further move, he reached out with his other hand to stroke her as well. Both tigers lay down before him, rolling onto their backs. Observing this, Wang Yang attempted to bring them into the space. They resisted briefly, then relaxed, and were both pulled inside. Wang Yang followed. He led them around the space for a while, sensing their joy. The 2 tigers roared loudly, startling all the animals nearby. But soon, everything quieted down again. Using his mind, Wang Yang communicated with them, indicating what could be eaten in the space and what was off limits for now. He allowed them to roam freely. First, they circled the grasslands, then entered the mountains. There, they encountered 4 clouded leopards and locked eyes. They clearly recognized each other. The 2 South China tigers patrolled deeper into the mountains, passing wild boars, deer, and various small animals without incident, only glancing before moving on. Finally, near where the clouded leopards lived, Wang Yang designated a large mountain area as their territory. From observation, he found the animals continued living naturally. There were plenty of chickens, ducks, and geese. No issue there, as long as they didn't prey on rarer species like deer. Exiting the space, he dug a grave nearby for the Taoist priest. He buried the bones inside and erected a tombstone. Tomb of xiuxian of the Southern Song dynasty. He also planted a pine tree beside the grave. After paying several respectful bows, he turned and left. Letting the dogs lead, Wang Yang quickened his pace, collecting only unfamiliar items along the way. His main focus was searching for bees. After walking a long time, he spotted some osmanthus trees in a low valley, with a few bees buzzing nearby. He followed them. The path veered far off course, but finally, on a remote cliff face, he discovered a wild bee hive. The cliff was quite high. He tested it and realized he could only climb up from the opposite side, then descend via rope. He marked the spot and made his way around. Soon reaching the summit, he found several old tree stumps and securely tied the rope to them. After testing it several times with no issues, he began lowering the rope. He protected himself thoroughly, wrapping his entire body in gear and wearing gloves, then slowly descended down the rock face. About 10 minutes later, he neared the hive and cautiously moved closer, observing the nest. It was nearly half a meter wide, with many bees circling around it. As they noticed Wang Yang, worker bees grew louder, gathering more and more, flying aggressively toward him. One by one, he drew every approaching bee into his space, until the area gradually emptied. Using a shovel, he carefully dug around, taking the entire hive with it. Half an hour later, he brought it all into his space. With no bees remaining nearby, he slowly climbed back up and soon reached the top. First, he retrieved the rope, then entered the space. The space had undergone tremendous changes, seemingly larger now. All the trees Wang Yang had planted had grown significantly. The seeds scattered across the hillsides had all sprouted and grown tall. Flowers and herbs blanketed the mountains, turning the entire space lush and green. The cuttings had all developed into full-grown trees. The animals had changed greatly too. Each one appeared more spirited and vibrant. Otherwise, Wang Yang noticed nothing unusual. Seeing these changes, he first carved a cave into a mountain cliff and placed the entire hive inside, guiding all the bees to fly into the cave. Once they settled, he began evenly planting the saplings on various hilltops. Then, using his mental power, he summoned a light rain from the spatial water to ensure their survival. He went to check the stone chamber he'd carved earlier. Though the mountain itself had expanded greatly, the chamber remained safe and intact. Wang Yang summoned the dogs. They appeared even more agile and slightly larger in size. Together, he took them out. It took over 2 hours before they finally reached a highway. He brought out his car, followed the GPS, and arrived at the rented warehouse in the city just as dusk fell. He washed up, then collapsed onto the bed and fell asleep. Chapter 21. A shift in perspective after returning to the city. With no sense of belonging, he felt like a rootless, drifting weed. Morning. As usual, Wang Yang slowly practiced Tai Chi, his movements gentle and fluid, each gesture so natural. As he completed the final pose, he gradually came to a stop. Today, upon waking, Wang Yang felt an emptiness inside, a hollowness that hadn't existed in the mountains. Despite possessing the 5 spirit pearls and wealth within easy reach, his heart still felt vacant, leaving him lonely. The city now seemed cold, like a prison. People living here were always rushing around, never having a moment of peace, unable to pause even if they wanted to. Work, commute, overtime, rest. Some people had ambitions and perhaps enjoyed this life, believing it was where they could realize their worth. Most, however, merely endured it out of necessity. But Wang Yang wasn't like them. He could change his life at any moment. He just hadn't yet found his true pursuit or purpose. There was no one with whom he could share his joy. He stroked Tiger's head, De Mao, Air Mao, San Mao, Sea Mao, feeling unusually close to them. Having returned from the mountains, each puppy radiated liveliness. Yet he sensed the city also restricted their freedom, just as many things now constrained him. At first, he'd thought of using his space to earn more money, but now that idea felt distant and unimportant. Ring ring ring. The phone rang. Wang Yang, are you back? Before Wang Yang could speak, the voice came loud through the receiver. Brother Zhang, I'm back. I'm at the warehouse now. Good, I'll come right over. Before Wang Yang could respond, the other end hung up. He had already stored about 40,000 caddies of vegetables in the warehouse. It would be a good opportunity to discuss future supply arrangements with Brother Zhang. Without a dedicated base, large-scale deliveries wouldn't be sustainable. He planned to visit his parents in Xian next, and wouldn't stay in xiuxian anymore. A car pulled up outside the gate. Wang Yang walked over and opened the door. The vehicle drove in. Finally back? If you hadn't returned soon, I'd have reported you missing. Where on earth have you been these days? I called you every single day. Sometimes it said out of service, sometimes weak signal. Couldn't get through at all. Zhang Jun said, looking at Wang Yang. Wang Yang went inside, sliced a watermelon, and brought it out. Have some watermelon, Brother Zhang. He didn't answer Zhang Jun's string of questions directly. Instead, he sat down. I was just about to talk to you. Winter's coming soon. The weather is turning cold, vegetable yields will drop. And my current planting area is too small. I need to go back and sort this out quickly. He hadn't explained anything to Zhang Jun during the past few days in the mountains. My partner is currently researching organic vegetable seeds, which might take a while. We need a suitable place for cooperative trials. I'm scouting locations ideal for large-scale cultivation and collecting seed experiment data. Brother Zhang, I've recently been thinking of heading west to take a look around. If possible, I might choose to develop there. I'm letting you know in advance. Prepare yourself mentally. Once I leave, I'll hand over all the vegetable supplies to you. He smiled slightly, speaking lightheartedly and casually to Zhang Jun. All right, I understand. Even without you saying it, I know we can't possibly provide such large quantities of vegetables indefinitely. The fact that we're getting this much already amazes me. It's hard to find such high-quality produce anywhere else in the country. From what I've learned through our partner hotels, our vegetables aren't just delicious. They actually help improve recovery from various illnesses when consumed regularly. Some even treat them like medicine, completely pollution-free and safe to eat. Many powerful elites have started approaching me, trying through all sorts of channels to find out where our vegetables come from, where they're grown. Lately, I've been under a lot of pressure. There seems to be some unknown force involved. But I'm just an ordinary man with limited influence. There's only so much I can do to help you, Zhang Jun said helplessly. Don't be so pessimistic, Brother Zhang. Once I settle on a location, the seed experiments will progress quickly. Just wait and see. Besides, I'll rebuild a new planting base at the site. Logistics might be a bit more complicated later, but you don't need to worry too much, Wang Yang reassured him calmly. I delivered over 40,000 caddies yesterday, all stored in the warehouse. Another batch will follow shortly. We need to give others a clear explanation because after that, I won't be able to magically produce more. Even if I start planting today, it just won't grow overnight, Wang Yang added. For now, let's keep it like this. Since organic vegetables are naturally scarce, people can understand. By the way, my daughter Duo misses you. She hasn't seen you for days and has asked me again and again why you haven't come to visit. Zhang Jun changed the subject. How about dinner together tonight? Bring your wife and Duo over. I'll cook for all of you in my courtyard. All right, but let me transport these vegetables first. They're urgent. I'll come back in the afternoon, Zhang Jun said, clearly anxious. Wang Yang saw the urgency in his expression and let him go about his business. He turned and went back inside, deciding to prepare a meal first. He cooked a pot of congee, kneaded some dough, and made a few fried flatbreads, stir-fried a dish of green beans, and washed a cucumber to go with it. He fed the puppies first, then sat leisurely at the table enjoying his meal. After all, eating was the most important thing in life. After finishing his lunch, he decided to take a stroll and visit Tianyi Pavilion in Yongqing. Wang Yang grabbed the car keys and had Tiger and the others climb into the car. Following the navigation, he slowly drove toward the city center. Tianyi Pavilion, located in Haishu district of Yongcheng, Zhejiang province, was built between the 40th and 45th years of the Jiajing era of the Ming dynasty. Originally constructed by Fan Xin, a retired assistant minister of military affairs during the Ming dynasty, the pavilion covers an area of 26,000 square meters and boasts a history of over 400 years. Facing south with its back to the north, the library building is a two-story, hard-sloped roof structure made of brick and wood, standing 8.5 meters tall, with a sloping roof covered in gray tiles. The first floor consists of 6 bays in both width and depth, while the second floor, except for the staircase area, is one large open hall divided by bookshelves. In front of the pavilion lies the Tianyi Pool, connected to Yu Lake. The garden's overall design follows the themes of fortune, prosperity, and longevity, incorporating rock formations shaped like the 9 lions and 1 elephant as scenic features. The pavilion and its surrounding gardens exemplify the traditional Jiang and courtyard-style landscape architecture. The collection and architecture of Tianyi Pavilion provide valuable physical materials for the study of calligraphy, local history, stone inscriptions, masonry construction, and residential buildings in eastern Zhejiang. On February 23, 1982, Tianyi Pavilion was designated by the State Council of China as a second batch of National Key Cultural Relics Protection Units. On October 29, 2018, the Tianyi Pavilion, Yu Lake Scenic Area in Yongcheng, Zhejiang, was recognized by China's Ministry of Culture and Tourism as a national 5A level tourist attraction. Surrounding the area are numerous ancestral halls, the most famous being the Qin Family Ancestral Hall. Ancestral hall culture serves as an important familial bond in Chinese society, the embodiment of a loving, united family. Together with the surrounding ancient architecture, blending mountains, lakes, gardens, pavilions, art, painting, relics, and history, this area represents the pinnacle of classical Chinese garden architecture. For anyone visiting Yongcheng, it's highly recommended, a place rich in cultural depth. It holds the nation's largest collection of preserved folk ancient books, many of which are now accessible online. Wang Yang walked around, focusing mainly on the history of Tianyi Pavilion. From its founding in the early Ming dynasty, gaining fame in the Qing, suffering through the wars of the Republican era and the looting by Japanese invaders, to its protection and restoration after the founding of the PRC, and now being open to everyone. The pavilion, through centuries of trials and transformations, stood like a weathered elder quietly sharing stories of cultural inheritance and ancestral memory. Realizing how late it had become, Wang Yang decided to head back early to prepare dinner. Zhang Jun's family would be arriving soon. He truly liked that little girl named Duo. Chapter 22. An encounter with something strange. Before dawn, Wang Yang opened his eyes. His throat felt a bit uncomfortable, so he got up and drank a glass of water. He had been drinking quite a lot with Zhang Jun last night, and now his head still felt a little fuzzy. He decided to go out for a walk and jog for a while. He left the courtyard. It was still dark outside. Following the small path beside the warehouse, he began jogging slowly. Breathing in the fresh air, Wang Yang gradually became more alert. The cool breeze blowing against his body actually felt quite pleasant. Suddenly, he faintly heard sounds of a struggle. Curious, Wang Yang ran toward the source. "You dirty bitch, following me all this time and still not giving up. This time, let's see who can save you." A haughty voice carried through the air and reached Wang Yang's ears from afar. "This time I paid a huge price just to trap you. I gave Hosan my entire shipment just to get the softener powder from him. I even arranged for one of my men to secretly switch your food at the hotel. This time, how are you going to fight back?" "Ha ha ha." Hu Biao kept talking, stalling for time. "Hu Biao, the police have already locked onto you, and there's no way you're escaping this time. I strongly advise you to surrender now and cooperate with the authorities for leniency. Help us take down the drug trafficking network in Yongcheng as soon as possible." Suyu shouted firmly. Wang Yang hid in the shadows, finally piecing together what was happening. Who would have thought that on a rare morning jog, he'd stumble into something like this? It was straight out of a movie. But since he'd come across it, he couldn't just stand by and watch this brave girl be harmed. Slowly, he crept closer toward Hu Biao. "Who's there? Come out." Hu Biao barked loudly. People who spent years navigating deep mountains and forests developed extraordinary instincts. "I suggest you drop your knife right now," Wang Yang said calmly. "I won't stop you if you want to leave, but this young woman is under my protection. If you stick around any longer, I'm afraid you won't escape at all. I've already noticed several people rushing over here. Don't let him escape. You must stall him. Hu Biao is a key figure we've been tracking for a long time. Only by capturing him can we dismantle the entire underground drug ring and its distribution network in Yongcheng. Please help us keep him here." So you called out urgently. "I'm trying to save you, yet you're still thinking about arresting him? Even when you yourself are in mortal danger, you still care about catching criminals." Wang Yang could only shake his head in disbelief. Hu Biao looked increasingly anxious, his face showing signs of impatience. Sweat gathered in Wang Yang's palms. This was his first time dealing with such a dangerous situation. He wasn't sure what to do. Rushing in directly might endanger Suyu, so he needed to act intelligently. Silently, he took a small stone from his spatial storage. As Hu Biao stepped towards Suyu, Wang Yang hurled the stone like a hidden weapon, striking Hu Biao precisely on the wrist holding the knife. The blade immediately dropped to the ground. Wang Yang swiftly closed the distance. With a movement resembling plucking the pipa, he twisted and flung Hu Biao aside. Before the man could hit the ground, Wang Yang delivered a powerful punch that knocked him unconscious. "Are you alright? I've captured him. He's yours to deal with," Wang Yang said, turning to Suyu. "You heard me earlier. I'm Suyu. Thank you so much for your help. Without you, I'd probably have been violated, and later tortured mercilessly." Suyu spoke with deep emotion. "Could you please make a phone call for me? Call my colleagues to come pick him up. He's extremely important to us. He's the key contact within the Yongqing drug syndicate." Suyu said weakly. "What exactly is this softener powder?" Wang Yang asked curiously. "Tie him up first. He'll wake up soon." Wang Yang went over and cuffed Hu Biao's hands behind his back, then used Suyu's phone to make the call. "Captain Zhou, we've got Hu Biao. I'm in the small woods northwest of our surveillance point. Come straight here." Su Yu reported, while Wang Yang stepped slightly away. Given the situation, he wouldn't be leaving anytime soon. May I ask your name? Your combat skills are impressive. Ever consider joining the police force? I could recommend you, Su Yu said, attempting to build rapport. My name is Wang Yang. Nice to meet you, but being a cop isn't for me. I've got my own path. Still thanks. By the way, can you tell me more about this softener powder? It's a despicable trick, colorless and odorless. Once someone ingests it, their whole body goes limp and weak, completely at the mercy of others. Recovery takes a full day naturally, or half a day with prompt medical treatment, Su Yu explained. So many bizarre things truly existed in this world. Then surely there must also be some martial arts masters out there. Maybe one day, he'd get a chance to seek them out. Wang Yang mused quietly to himself. In the distance, several police cars sped toward them. Su Yu, are you hurt? I'll deal with your undisciplined solo operation when we get back. Captain Zhou Tao shouted sternly at Su Yu. My name is Zhou Tao, captain of the xiuxian anti-narcotic squad. Thank you so much. I can't thank you enough for saving Comrade Su Yu. You're Wang Yang, right? We'd appreciate it if you could come to the police station with us to give a formal statement. Sure, Captain Zhou. Let's go to the station now. With that, Wang Yang cooperated and walked over to a police car and got inside. The surrounding officers warmly expressed their gratitude to him, greeting him one by one with sincere friendliness. Soon, the vehicle pulled into the police station. Wang Yang watched as they locked Hu Biao inside an empty room, secured the iron door, and posted a guard outside. Clearly, this man was a highly significant drug trafficker. One officer led Wang Yang into an office and took his statement, asking for details, his name, address, ID number, and the reason he had been at the scene. The process was quick, and before long, they finished recording his testimony, leaving Wang Yang's phone number for future contact. When Wang Yang asked if he could leave, the officer replied, "You're free to go anytime. We can drive you home. Though Su Yu mentioned wanting to thank you personally, she'd like to treat you to a meal. Maybe you could wait a bit." "Never mind that. I've got things to do. Another time. I can head back myself. It's not far. Please just tell her that helping the police catch criminals is every citizen's duty. No need for a meal. Just be more careful next time." With that, Wang Yang walked out of the police station, hailed a taxi, and returned to his courtyard. What an unexpected morning. Who would have thought a simple jog would turn into something straight out of a movie? It was getting late. After casually practicing Tai Chi for a while, he washed up and started making breakfast, a pot of congee, some noodles boiled in broth, and 2 cold dishes, tomato salad and cucumber salad. A bowl of congee, a bowl of noodles, paired with the crisp, refreshing side dishes, delicious. After finishing his meal, he fed the leftovers to his 5 dogs. After eating, he entered his spatial realm for a round. The 2 tigers and 4 leopards were all doing well. Other animals were thriving too. Some of the deer were even pregnant. New lives would soon arrive. The grassland was flourishing. Rabbits had already made nests. Wang Yang gathered scattered eggs, chicken, duck, and goose, and decided to buy more salt later to cure some duck and goose eggs for future breakfasts. He then went to the stone chamber, lit an incense stick before the 3 Pure One statues, and paid his respects. Finally, he summoned another spatial rain before exiting the realm. Chapter 23. The Visit of the Su Sisters, Su Ran and Su Yu. Wang Yang was cleaning up the yard, even taking out the quilt to air it in the sun. He summoned the tabby cat from his space. It had been having a wild time inside, eating fish all day, gobbling down various eggs, occasionally sneaking a baby chick or duckling. It was practically turning into a wild cat. He brought the tabby into the warehouse, letting it go in first to catch some rats. Wang Yang could hear squeaking noises around the courtyard every night, but he'd completely forgotten about this cat. The cat was already as big as an adult feline, highly intelligent, extremely proud, and preferred being solitary, never once approaching Wang Yang in the space. If not for today's cleaning, he wouldn't have remembered it at all. In no time, a pile of rats as large as a small hill appeared in front of Wang Yang, and the cat meowed proudly, clearly seeking praise. He let it circle the courtyard again. When it came back without detecting any more traces of rats, it meowed toward Wang Yang. At first, he didn't understand why. "Can't you just go wander on your own?" he thought. "Why keep meowing at me like that?" The tabby wasn't even interested in eating the rats it caught outside anymore. It just wanted back into the space. After a long while, Wang Yang finally realized the cat didn't want to stay outside. Well, no use forcing it. He sent it back into the space. Seeing everything cleaned up neatly, a knock suddenly sounded from outside. A girl's voice called out for Wang Yang. "Who is it?" "Wang Yang, open up. Don't tell me you forgot me already." "It's me, Su Ran. Didn't you say I should come visit sometime?" Su Ran shouted from the gate. "What the heck? How did Su Ran find me? I only gave her a rough idea of the location, didn't send a WeChat message or make a call. How on earth did she track me down? She really is something." Wang Yang chuckled. He opened the door and Su Ran walked in. "How come you haven't contacted me in so many days? Weren't you supposed to seize the opportunity one gave you? I thought you were someone I liked the look of. You couldn't bother flattering me a bit, and now you've gone completely silent. I had to ask around for ages to find this place. No one even knows about this warehouse you mentioned. It's hidden pretty well." Su Ran joked. "I went into the mountains for a few days and only got back the other night. Then I've been busy since returning, honestly forgot about you." Wang Yang lied smoothly. "Dream on. Forgot about me? Wang Yang, you'll never find a girlfriend your whole life. End up a bachelor forever." Su Ran snapped angrily. Wang Yang didn't argue with her. Instead, he went into the room, took out a watermelon, sliced it, and brought it out to treat her. He moved the table into the yard, placed the watermelon on it, and set 2 chairs for them to sit. They sat together under the warm sun. "You don't have to work today? Why come see me? It's not even the weekend. Wang Yang asked curiously. I'm off duty. Is it a crime to check up on you? Actually, I came specially today to see if you're hiding some secret beauty here. Su Ran teased. Secret beauty? Who would hide themselves here with me? Before he could finish, another girl's voice came from the gate. Is Wang Yang home? What the hell? No magpies were chirping at my gate today. Who is it? As Wang Yang responded, he noticed Su Ran's expression darken. Just moments ago, she was joking about him hiding a lover. Now someone else showed up calling for him. Talk about instant karma. Not bad, Wang Yang. You've got quite a few women visiting you, huh? Did you pick such a secluded spot just for romantic dates? Su Ran challenged. Before she finished speaking, they heard, Xiao Ran, what are you doing here? Do you know Wang Yang? Now what? Collision incoming. Sis, why are you here? Did you come looking for me? Wait, that doesn't make sense. You haven't been home for days. Since when do you know Wang Yang? Su Ran fired question after question, leaving Suyu stunned. I came to thank Wang Yang. This morning, he saved my life. Otherwise, you might never have seen me again, Suyu explained calmly. You mean Wang Yang saved you? Where? Sis, are you injured? Family told you not to become a cop, yet you secretly applied to the police academy anyway. Fine. Even if you became a cop, you could have taken a desk job at the station. But no, you went straight into narcotics enforcement. Don't you know how upset mom and dad are? They argue every day about making you change careers. If anything happened to you, how could you face our parents? This time I'm telling them everything when I go home. I won't cover for you anymore. From now on, I'm done helping you. One of these days, you might really disappear before I can see you again. Su Ran scolded, her words striking Suyu speechless. All right, stop it. We'll talk about this at home. Arguing here makes me lose face. Suyu pleaded. I don't care. This time I'm reporting you straight to mother. Let's see how you explain yourself. Oh, and sis, are you hurt? She began circling Suyu, inspecting her carefully. No, I'm fine. Wang Yang arrived just in time. See, perfectly unharmed. Suyu said sweetly, trying to appease her sister. Wang Yang watched the two sisters, feeling that their bond was truly close. He found it heartwarming and couldn't help but smile. So Xiao Ran, how do you know Wang Yang? Suyu asked. You remember that Bichon Frise I bought at the pet market, right? That day, I flagged down his car and rode with him to the market. I even acted as his guide. He bought several puppies then, Su Ran explained to her sister. Oh, by the way, Wang Yang, don't tell me you've already killed off all those puppies? There were 5 of them. Su Ran stared at him. They're inside the warehouse. Wait a sec, I'll call them out, he said, heading toward the warehouse. He opened the door, and Tiger Head and the others came rushing out. Tiger Head, Da Mao, Air Mao, San Mao, Si Mao, come over here. Do you remember this little miss? Wang Yang joked. Shut up, Wang Yang. Su Ran snapped. Seeing her reaction, Wang Yang chuckled quietly to himself. Tiger Head, Da Mao, Air Mao, San Mao, Si Mao, behave now, say hello to the 2 sisters, Wang Yang called. Woof woof woof, woof woof woof. The 5 dogs barked happily at the 2 women, their tails wagging nonstop. They're so well behaved, even better than my Bichon. I go through so much trouble trying to please my Hua Hua at home, and she's still not as obedient as your mutts. How did you train them? Su Ran said enviously. When Suyu saw these puppies, her eyes sparkled. She thought, these dogs are even smarter than the police dogs they train. This was the ideal state of a K-9 officer. If every dog in the force could be this intelligent and responsive, wouldn't narcotics operations and other search missions become much more efficient? Not much training at all, just feeding them every day. Whatever I eat, I give them too. Honestly, I haven't trained them much, Wang Yang said. Of course, the real reason was the spring water from his space. But that was something he could never reveal. Su Ran didn't think too deeply. Next time I'll bring Hua Hua over. You have to train her for me. Don't care what you say, you have to make my Hua Hua just as smart and obedient. Suyu, however, was deep in thought. Is dog training really that easy? Their police dogs required months of rigorous training, each handler working one-on-one with a single dog. They went through exhausting daily drills, and many candidates were eventually weeded out as unfit. She turned to Wang Yang and asked, Wang Yang, could you possibly train a batch of police dogs for our unit? Train police dogs for you? Are you joking? I'm not even part of your force. I'm just an ordinary citizen. It wouldn't be appropriate. Not at all, Wang Yang replied, waving his hands emphatically. Su Ran paused for a moment, then realized. Actually, his dogs were clearly more intelligent and responsive than the ones at the station. If he could train them like this, surely he could help the force too. She urged him, Wang Yang, stop being modest. I've seen how well your dogs behave. Just help my sister out. Help reduce the risks they face. You'd be doing a service to the country. Wang Yang was speechless facing these 2 sisters, but finally gave in and reluctantly agreed. Chapter 24. The 2 sisters enjoy their meal. Suyu checked the time and suggested inviting Wang Yang out for dinner, seeing that it was almost mealtime. Wang Yang said, let's eat at home. I sell vegetables, after all. Let me cook for you too. With that, he went straight to preparing the ingredients. There was a cabbage, green beans, eggplant, chili peppers, tomatoes, cucumbers, okra, eggs, some pork in the fridge, a freshly slaughtered chicken, plus scallions, ginger, garlic, and all kinds of seasonings. Seeing so many ingredients, Su Ran and her sister immediately pitched in to wash the vegetables. Wang Yang asked, which one of you can cook? I'll do it, Suyu said. All right then, just make a few dishes. I'll handle the rest after I deal with the chicken. He turned on the water heater to get hot water for plucking the feathers. It took about 10 minutes to slaughter the chicken, first removing every last feather, then gutting it cleanly, keeping the heart, liver, lungs, and the little piece of meat near the cloaca. He washed everything thoroughly and chopped the chicken into a small bowlful. When he came back into the kitchen, he saw they had done a pretty good job. Tomato scrambled eggs, stir-fried pork with green peppers, sautéed green beans, cold okra salad, and a cucumber salad. Not bad at all. And they'd even prepared a pot of steamed rice. Great work. Wang Yang brought in the chicken. I'll take over from here. You two set the table outside first. First up was braised eggplant. He peeled the eggplant and cut it into chunks. Green pepper and tomato were diced. He lightly wet the eggplant pieces, coated them with starch, mixed well, then deep-fried until they held their shape. After fishing them out and draining the oil, he stir-fried the tomatoes until they released their juice, added scallions, ginger, garlic, light soy sauce, cooking wine, and water, then tossed in the eggplant. When the sauce nearly evaporated, he added the green peppers and cooked briefly before serving. Next was plain stir-fried cabbage. He separated the leaves from the stems, slicing the stems thinly while tearing the leaves into smaller pieces by hand. In a hot wok with oil, he sautéed minced garlic and chili until fragrant, then tossed in the cabbage stems and stir-fried evenly until half-cooked. Then in went the leaves, followed quickly by salt, soy sauce, 5-spice powder, and other seasonings. He kept stir-frying until the leaves softened and absorbed the flavor, then plated it. Then came the big plate chicken. He blanched the chicken pieces first. Scallions, ginger, and garlic were chopped finely, and chilies prepped and set aside. Heating oil in the wok, he fried bean paste, Sichuan peppercorns, dried chilies, and half the scallion ginger garlic mixture until aromatic. Then in went the chicken, soy sauce, and baijiu, stirred well. He added water until it covered the chicken, brought it to a boil over high heat, then lowered the flame to simmer. Just before serving, he added the remaining scallion, ginger, and garlic. The table was now fully set. Tomato scrambled eggs, stir-fried pork with green pepper, sautéed green beans, stir-fried cabbage, cold okra, cold cucumber, braised eggplant, and big plate chicken. 8 dishes in total. Very satisfying. Wang Yang fetched bowls and chopsticks from the kitchen, serving each of them a small bowl of rice. Before he could even say eat, Su Ran was practically drooling, impatiently asking, Wang Yang, can we start already? I'm starving, hurry up. Go ahead, everything's ready. Eat lots tonight, it's a lot of food. Want some alcohol? I've got beer and baijiu. He pulled out the bottles. No red wine though. Both girls declined, and Wang Yang didn't push. He poured himself a full glass of baijiu, the Maotai Zhang had given him, and watched happily as the sisters devoured the food, mouths greasy, exclaiming how delicious it was. Su Ran couldn't remember ever eating such tasty food at home. So you thought back to those recent days in Yongcheng, the taste of crystal vegetables at the hotel. Enjoy, eat more, Wang Yang urged, sipping his liquor, feeling utterly content. Life was good. Under the table, the 5 dogs gnawed on chicken bones, and soon all the leftovers were dumped into their bowls. You cook really well. Didn't know you had it in you. Great job. Su Ran, you should learn. How will you manage after marriage if you can't cook? Are you going to eat out every day? Mind your own business. Su Ran snapped, but kept eating hungrily, eyes watering from the spicy chilies. Wang Yang chuckled at the sight. They ate for over an hour, each one completely full. Afterward, they slumped into their chairs, unable to move. Wang Yang dumped the leftover food into the dog's feeding tray, 5 of them digging in eagerly. Then he brought another basin of spatial water inside for them. He poured 2 glasses of spatial water for the sisters. Drink up, he said, not revealing what a precious thing it really was. Su ran down hers in one go and immediately asked for a second. Su drank 1 glass and stopped. She couldn't handle any more. Su ran then asked curiously, Wang Yang, why does everything at your place taste so amazing? Where do you get this stuff? Give us some to take home. I want my mom to cook it for me. Su hesitated, too shy to ask outright. Don't worry, I'll give you some when you leave. I'll drive you back later. Better not, Su threatened with a smirk. Driving after drinking in front of a police officer? Want me to throw you in jail and revoke your license? Oh right, I forgot I've got a people's cop here. Wang Yang raised his hands apologetically. I drove here myself. I'll take Sharon home later, Su said. Fine, you two get up and walk around a bit. Help digestion. Su Ran strolled around the yard, first checking the warehouse and seeing it full of vegetables, quite a variety. Looking at them, the vibrant green color was so beautiful. Each one was perfectly sized. Then she wandered into Wang Yang's house, walking around and finding everything neatly arranged. She nodded in satisfaction. Wang Yang, you don't look like someone who'd keep things so clean. You're nothing like other guys. Usually their rooms are a mess, unbearable to enter, with smelly feet odor everywhere. Su Ran said to Wang Yang, I just cleaned up today because you two were coming. Before this, it was exactly the same as others. I wouldn't tidy up for days. I used to pile up clothes and wash them all together. Wang Yang explained. Su asked, Wang Yang, have you been busy these past few days? If not, I'll take you to our base tomorrow to check out the police dog training. See if you can offer any suggestions. What kind of suggestions could I possibly give? You've accumulated so much experience over the years, training countless police dogs. How could a young guy like me surpass the expertise of your seasoned veterans? Wang Yang replied. Tomorrow I'll come pick you up. Bring all 5 dogs along, and we'll head over. If you have good suggestions, speak up. If not, just treat it as a chance to relax and exchange experiences. Who knows, it might help you train these 5 puppies even more effectively later on. You should know, our police unit's K9 team is quite famous. Su declared firmly, leaving no room for Wang Yang to refuse. Seeing that she had made up her mind, he knew there was no way out and agreed. He planned to secretly give each dog some spatial water over there. After a few drinks, they'd be fine. Noticing the time was getting late, Su suggested they leave. Su ran, seeing the sky darkening, followed suit. But before departing, they filled the car's trunk completely with vegetables, stuffing even more inside the vehicle. Wang Yang didn't mind. He kept urging them to load more. Feeling embarrassed, Su hesitated, but Su Ran insisted. It has to be full. Even if you don't eat them, I do. Su could only smile, knowing well that her younger sister had always loved food since childhood. Whenever delicious things appeared, she couldn't walk away until she'd eaten her fill, or else she'd throw a fit. Only after eating well would she stay quiet and content at home. After seeing them off, Wang Yang went back inside to tidy up the dishes and utensils, then wash the dog's feeding bowls thoroughly. Tomorrow, he was going with Su to visit the police dog training base for observation and learning. After spending a little time walking around the yard, he went to bed early. Chapter 25, Police Dog Base. The sky was just beginning to lighten when Wang Yang got up early for his daily exercise. It had become a natural habit, and his biological clock was always precise. Facing the rising sun, Wang Yang took his stance in the Wuji posture. Calm and centered, he brought his awareness back into his body, carefully sensing what changes had occurred within him over these past few days, especially any differences from when he was in the mountains. With the first light of dawn, he tried to absorb primordial purple qi to strengthen his inner energy. After a long time of quiet observation, he felt nothing but emptiness around him. The only change was a warm sensation throughout his body, the sole impression he could draw. Wang Yang decided to let go, no longer dwelling on it. He stood up and returned to the kitchen to prepare breakfast, summoning his 5 dogs from the space. Watching them dash around joyfully in the yard, he felt deeply pleased. A car horn sounded at the gate. Tuhu ran toward the entrance with Dumao, Ermao, Sanmao, and Sameo following closely. They didn't bark. Clearly, they recognized the visitor. Wang Yang, open up quickly. Her Majesty has arrived at your humble courtyard. Come at once to receive me, came Su Ran's voice. Your Highness, please come in. Your presence brings honor to this modest place. I shall open the gate immediately. Wang Yang joked. The Pomeranian pet dog dashed in first, circling happily around Tuhu and the others, yipping excitedly now and then, evidently smitten with them. Have you two eaten breakfast? Wang Yang asked. Not yet. We came here specifically for breakfast. Let's see what you've prepared, Su Ran replied. So you still felt somewhat shy? Perfect, we can eat together. I've made some porridge, pickled duck and goose eggs, and a few cold dishes. Quite refreshing. Help yourselves. Bowls and chopsticks are in the cabinet. Don't stand on ceremony. I'm making some scallion oil pancakes now. He continued kneading the dough, using Tai Chi's subtle strength to stretch and fold it repeatedly, creating rich layers. Within minutes, the pancakes turned out soft and delicious. Seeing them enjoy the meal so much, Wang Yang first prepared food for the dogs. 2 large basins of porridge mixed with torn pieces of pancake and plenty of water from his space. The Pomeranian even tried to jump in and chang a share. The other dogs devoured it eagerly. Su Ran looked surprised. It was used to eating commercial dog food at home. Wang Yang didn't explain, simply joining them for breakfast. Later, Su helped clear the table. Today they were heading to the police dog training base, so they needed to leave early. Wang Yang drove his Rowie 5X, transporting his 5 dogs while following Suyu's car. Since she knew the route better, they soon arrived at Ningbo City Public Security Bureau's police dog training base. The facility covered a total area of 25,000 square meters and had 96 kennels. Inside the base, Wang Yang saw display boards introducing various breeds of police dogs, German Shepherds, Rottweilers, Springer Spaniels, and more. Each police dog must pass 7 evaluation stages: obedience, gunfire exposure, solitary endurance, biting control, and others, before becoming a qualified working dog. In comparison, Malinois dogs demonstrate stronger overall capabilities and adapt well to diverse tasks, which is why they are currently the primary breed used at this base. Designed according to actual public security needs and the Ministry of Public Security's requirements for canine training, the program falls into 2 major categories and 6 subcategories: suspect pursuit and search operations. Wang Yang toured the kennels with them. It was remarkably quiet here. From the guide's explanation, he learned that handlers release the dogs at fixed times and locations every day, preventing them from defecating inside the kennels, thus ensuring the dogs lived with dignity. Excessive barking, mostly caused by anxiety, was reduced through regular outdoor release and companionship. This maintained complete silence in the kennel area, allowing all police dogs to rest fully and conserve energy for their next mission. Next came a demonstration of police dog training. The dog walked strictly on the handler's left side, perfectly matching every change in pace. The handler accelerated, slowed down, or stopped, and the dog adjusted instantly. Handlers and dogs develop a kind of secret language, forming a unique bond. Achieving this level of obedience takes about 1 year of training. Jumping through hoops, climbing slopes, walking narrow beams, the obstacle course demonstrated how swiftly and agilely the dogs moved under command. This builds endurance and explosive power, enhances physical fitness, stimulates dopamine and endorphin release, making the dogs actually enjoy their work and extending their operational hours. Later, Wang Yang brought his 5 dogs into the training area, letting them play briefly with the police dogs. Officer Chun from the base and several other officers quickly noticed how intelligent Wang Yang's dogs were, though clearly untrained systematically. All 5 belonged to native Chinese breeds. Only Tuhu was a hunting dog, while the other 4 were common local mutts. The officers became very interested, even suggesting Wang Yang consider donating them to the unit. Through experimental training, they hoped to explore the potential of native Chinese dogs, possibly expanding the range of suitable breeds for police work. Wang Yang could only apologize. Although these 5 dogs hadn't received formal training, he placed great hope in them. They would be his greatest safety guarantee when entering the mountains in the future. In the end, he helped adjust the physical condition of the existing police dogs, enhancing their fitness and bodily agility. Wang Yang stayed at the police dog unit for an entire day. During feeding time, he secretly added a large amount of space water, ensuring all the police dogs drank it. Later, each dog expelled a significant amount of toxins from their bodies, and there was a noticeable improvement in their health. The entire base spent that day bathing the dogs and cleaning the kennels thoroughly. This caught the attention of the police team, but Wang Yang made sure they couldn't discover the truth behind it. Eventually, the matter was dropped. However, every single police dog showed greatly enhanced intelligence and sensitivity, which pleased the base commander immensely. He simply hoped Wang Yang would visit the police dog base more often, without further probing into his secrets. Wang Yang learned many dog-raising techniques here, as well as how to communicate with dogs through the secret language used in training. He was eager to go home and begin proper training with Tuhu and the others. The lifespan of police and military dogs isn't very long, usually around 10 years, but they contribute enormously to national security. Many tasks beyond human capability can be perfectly accomplished by trained police and military dogs. Whether it's search and capture, rescue operations, drug detection, or bomb disposal, they are all brave, admirable warriors. Wang Yang also called on many friends to treat them kindly and care for this group. After all, dogs are humanity's most loyal companions. As dusk approached, Wang Yang bid farewell to the police dog base together with Su Yu and her sister. They drove back home. In the end, he couldn't refuse Su Ran's insistence on having a big meal at his courtyard. The 3 worked seamlessly together, preparing a table full of dishes. They ate late into the night before the 2 sisters finally left happily in their car. After closing the door, Wang Yang brought the dogs into the space and began trying out some training exercises with them. First, he taught them various hand signal commands, spending most of the afternoon on this alone. By the end, they could basically obey commands precisely. Seeing this progress, Wang Yang was extremely pleased. The knowledge he gained today had been truly rewarding. On a flat area within the space, he set up a training ground, where they practiced climbing slopes, overcoming obstacles, jumping through hoops, and walking across balance beams. 2 who performed the best, Da Mao and San Mao, the 2 male dogs, did quite well too, while Mao and Sameo were slightly weaker, though they still managed to complete the basic tasks. With more training over time, they would surely improve further. Right now, they were well fed, drinking only space water, and showing remarkable alertness and spirit. Wang Yang even took them to the grasslands to follow and learn hunting skills from the golden leopard and South China tiger. He believed that after some time, they would become qualified, all-around hunting dogs. Chapter 26, Xiuxian's Shipu Town. Wang Yang had made a plan to head to Xiuxian today, check out the fishing port, collect samples of various sea fish species, and possibly even go offshore for a trip. After finishing breakfast, he drove off toward Xiuxian. The navigation app indicated it would take over an hour, with a total distance of more than 70 kilometers. He had looked up Xiuxian's local specialties online. Xiuxian nori, Xiuxian large yellow croaker, Xiuxian swimming crab, Xiuxian red mandarin orange, Xiuxian white goose, Ningbo dried yellow croaker, Xiuxian maki, Lubu ball, Xiuxian xinxiao loquat, Xiuxian black purple waxberry, Yongcheng dry red waxberry wine, millet steamed bun, and Nantian mud snail. He planned to wander around the area, enjoy the scenery of Xiuxian, spend 2 days here, and then return. The weather was excellent today, clear blue skies stretching endlessly, trees along the roadside still lush and shady. As he drove onto the Xiuxian port bridge, the seawater on both sides shimmered in the sunlight. The water near the inland side was yellowish, gradually becoming clearer further out, slowly turning blue as seen from afar. Occasionally, a vessel flashed across the sea, mostly fishing boats. Every September and October, fishermen could go out to sea to catch fish, making this period particularly busy on the waters. Now that Wang Yang had arrived, he could charter a boat and go offshore himself. His first stop, Shipu Fishing Port. This was home to the East China Sea's famous large yellow croaker. Speaking of the large yellow croaker, it was truly renowned by everyone. Golden-scaled, its tender meat was delicious and highly nutritious. Nowadays, private aquaculture farms raised many varieties: large yellow croakers, small yellow croakers, pomfrets, sea shrimps, swimming crabs, and more. Wang Yang finally arrived at Shipu town. He began by exploring the old town, parking his car before heading toward Shipu Old Street. With a history dating back to the Ming Dynasty and reaching prosperity during the Qing Dynasty, Shipu Old Street has been standing for over 600 years. At the entrance, for bold red characters, Shipu Gucheng immediately caught the eye. As soon as Wang Yang stepped into the ancient city, he found himself surrounded by rows of traditional tiled roof houses, tightly packed together. The entire street was composed of uneven stone steps and narrow alleyways of various sizes, creating a maze-like atmosphere. Along both sides of the narrow road, vendors set up stalls, calling out loudly to attract customers, some selling jewelry, others toys or seashells. There were also booths making pearl necklaces on the spot, alongside numerous snack shops offering all kinds of delicacies. Everything was so abundant and dazzling. It was easy to imagine how bustling and prosperous this street must have been in ancient times. Here stood ruins of military camps belonging to famed anti-piracy generals such as Qi Jiguang and Yu Daiyou, along with statues honoring them. Locals still held deep respect and admiration for these heroes. The architecture of Shipu was one of its defining features. built along the hillsides. The houses gave the impression from afar of homes atop mountains, mountains upon which other homes stood, layer upon layer, an architectural style full of unique charm. Wang Yang had lunch here, enjoying a special seafood meal, ordering a set menu priced over 200 yuan. It included fish, shrimp, specialty mud snails, fish silk noodles with fish balls added. He found it quite satisfying. After lunch, he drove directly to the fishing port. Along the wharf, thousands of sailboats stood side by side, colorful flags fluttering in the breeze. Long-distance fishing vessels returned fully loaded with freshly caught seafood. Hard-working fishermen wore wide smiles, happy with their bountiful hauls, eagerly anticipating good prices at market. Meanwhile, other fishing boats prepared to set sail. Fishermen hustled about, loading supplies and large ice blocks, ready to carry their hopes far out to sea. Wang Yang got out of his car and surveyed the scene. He saw many different types of fish, so he bought some: hairtail, squid, pomfret, and plenty of live shrimp and crabs. He placed all the seafood into his car, closed the doors, and quietly transferred everything into his space. Then he continued driving around, stopping frequently, buying more fish each time. Grouper, Goliath grouper, spotted coral trout, oysters, hand-shaped scallops, fan shells, sea cucumbers, clams, sea urchins. Since he wouldn't be staying here permanently, stocking up was wise. Anything stored in his space wouldn't spoil anyway. Later, Wang Yang drove toward the aquaculture farms. At a boat rental spot, he chartered a vessel for 2,000 yuan, hiring the captain as a guide to take him on a tour of various offshore net pens. At every location, he paid to go aboard and inspect, while farm owners explained key points and shared experience about raising marine fish. Whenever he encountered new species, Wang Yang secretly collected some young fry, especially large yellow croakers, small yellow croakers, red fish, salmon, sea bass, silver pomfret, black porgy, mullet, flathead gray mullet, green crabs, and Nordic salmon. Though only in small quantities, he felt it was definitely worthwhile. After returning ashore, Wang Yang drove alone along the coastline, sprinkling space water extensively. This time, he directly gathered a vast number of sea creatures. This batch was much more diverse, including nearly all fish species found near the shore, densely packed. Each time he moved to a new spot, he collected another load. Eventually feeling tired, he drove back to the town and checked into a local homestay. Through the host, he arranged contact with a fishing boat. The next day, Wang Yang spent 4,800 yuan chartering a luxurious boat for an offshore fishing trip. Wang Yang's fishing tour boat departed from Shipu port and headed straight into the vast sea. Although it was a tourist vessel, the speed was quite fast. After about an hour, the fishing boat had already left land far behind, and the color of the seawater changed from yellow to a deep blue. The boat came to a stop, and amid a series of quick blasts from the horn, several crewmen tossed the net from the stern into the sea. After adjusting its position and securing the net bag, the boat increased engine power, officially beginning today's fishing operation. For Wang Yang, who was participating in fishing for the first time, everything felt incredibly novel, and he was naturally curious about how much they would catch. The boat drifted at sea for over an hour. The longer the trawling duration, the greater the expected catch. Another series of horn blasts signaled that it was time. The boat halted, and the fully equipped crew began hauling in the net. Seabirds circled above the surface of the water, clearly having caught the scent of fresh seafood. Finally, the net emerged. Seeing how bulging it was, today's haul promised to be good. As the net opened, a massive pile of lively, jumping seafood tumbled onto the deck. At a glance, there were crabs, dragonbeard fish, and all kinds of fish and shrimp. Most eye-catching of all was a fat, large conger eel nearly 1 meter long, surely the biggest prize of the day. Wang Yang secretly transferred some of the different sea fish into his space. Since many types of seafood would begin dying shortly after being brought aboard, the crew quickly began sorting and placing the catch into baskets. Apart from the portion reserved for lunch, all surplus seafood was immediately packed in ice-filled boxes to preserve freshness, and every bit of this packed seafood belonged to Wang Yang. Today's catch was undeniably abundant. The crew even remarked that Wang Yang was incredibly lucky, with a truly full load. There was a kitchen on the boat, operated by one of the crewmen who also served as the cook. In his own words, cooking such fresh seafood required no special skill. It could simply be steamed or boiled, extremely easy and not demanding any culinary expertise. They had caught many swimming crabs, so a selection was taken, quickly rinsed with clean water, dumped onto the steamer rack, covered, and left to steam. From the moment these shellfish were caught until they hit the pot, no more than 10 minutes passed, each one still alive. Only here could one taste seafood this fresh. There weren't too many sea shrimp or mantis shrimp, so 2 plates were boiled in water with slices of ginger. The flavor of the shrimp was exceptionally delicious, completely free of fishy odor, the meat tender and slightly sweet. This was absolutely the freshest, most delicious shrimp Wang Yang had ever eaten. Besides crabs and shrimp, they'd also caught various fish, each prepared simply by steaming or boiling to highlight the natural flavor of the seafood. What impressed Wang Yang most was the dragonbeard fish soup. After washing and cutting the fish into sections, it was cooked directly in plain water, seasoned only with a bit of salt, and finished with a sprinkle of chopped scallions. The flesh melted in the mouth, even more delicate than tofu, while the broth was exquisitely flavorful, completely devoid of any fishy smell. The boat had also prepared some pre-stocked snails, vegetables, and drinking snacks, resulting in a large, fully laden table. With a gentle sea breeze blowing, sipping a little alcohol while enjoying this lavish seafood feast out on the open ocean made Wang Yang feel utterly delighted. The only downside was that the trip was too short. Next time, Wang Yang decided he would buy a fishing boat, sail out to sea himself during summer, and even go diving. That way, he could collect even more varieties of fish. Chapter 27. A regretful journey. When the boat returned to the Sherpu harbor, the fish vendors were surprised to see over 20 crates of fresh catch. Some approached Wang Yang wanting to buy his haul, but he simply said he had use for it himself. He paid someone to transport the crates near his car, pretended to be loading up, and then moved everything into his space. The harvest was quite good. Through this experience, Wang Yang gained insight into the local fish economy and learned where he could purchase fish fry. He immediately rented a fish transport truck. At several fish hatcheries near xiuxian, he spent over 1 million yuan buying various saltwater species: large yellow croaker, small yellow croaker, grouper, red fish, salmon, sea bass, silver pomfret, black porgy, mullet, flathead gray mullet, blue crab, Norwegian salmon, and bought nearly every available type from nearby farms. He also purchased some freshwater fish varieties. Finally, life began appearing in the ocean within his space, though the numbers were still too low. Wang Yang also bought live kelp, laver, wakame, coral seaweed, and starfish from local fishermen and placed them into his space. He asked the fishermen where he could collect aquatic plants or buy seeds. They told him he could go tide pooling himself. Many seaweeds could be found along the shore at low tide, while marine grass seeds had to be purchased from specialized institutions. With that information, Wang Yang tried tide pooling along the coastline. From sandy beaches, pebbled shores, muddy rocks, and tidal gullies left behind by receding tides, he collected many types of marine vegetation: fern-like weeds, leaf-shaped seaweeds, strip-leaf varieties, root-based aquatic plants. There were so many kinds. Occasionally, he even picked up wild kelp, laver, or coral grass, though only in small amounts. Finally, at a shop in town that sold marine farming supplies, he ordered a batch of seawater plant seeds and sowed them into the ocean in his space. Because of the weather, diving in open seas wasn't suitable, so he could only gather a limited number of fish species from shallow coastal waters. After finishing up, Wang Yang left Sherpu town. In other areas of xiangshan, he bought lychee saplings, mandarin orange seedlings, and purchased some tea plant seedlings from nearby mountains. Then, in a rush, he departed xiangshan and headed back to the warehouse he rented in the city. Yesterday, Zhang Jun had called, urging Wang Yang to return quickly with another batch of vegetables. Even with strict control, sales were flying off the shelves, and Zhang Jun was anxious. With no other options, he turned to Wang Yang again, since Wang Yang had promised to supply more produce. Seeing the situation, Wang Yang had no choice but to take a risk. He transferred all the vegetables from his space to Ningbo City. This would be the last time Wang Yang personally delivered goods to Ningbo. After this, Zhang Jun would have to source shipments from elsewhere on his own. Back at the rented courtyard, Wang Yang locked the door and entered his space. Leaving only a portion for seed stock, he harvested everything else. After packaging it neatly inside the space, he arranged it all in order and took inventory, about 500,000 jin in total. Then he drove out of Zhejiang province, released all the vegetables at a secluded spot, and hired two 13-meter-long freight trucks to transport the load into Ningbo from an outside location. Once the trucks were loaded, Wang Yang left. When the two vehicles arrived at a freight station in Ningbo, Zhang Jun was already waiting to receive them. He was visibly delighted. This delivery had solved his urgent problem. It took 3 days total to complete the handover with Zhang Jun, but this was definitely the last shipment of the year. Wang Yang had decided not to grow any more vegetables in the space this year. Instead, he would dedicate it entirely to grain crops. This time, Zhang Jun transferred 5.1 million yuan directly, which Wang Yang accepted without hesitation. From here on, the rest was Zhang Jun's responsibility. Now Wang Yang had accumulated considerable wealth, over 6 million yuan in cash. He could finally proceed with his planned expedition to western China. After wrapping up all affairs in Ningbo and retrieving all personal belongings from the warehouse into his space, even storing the cargo van there, he kept only a Cherry Tiggo 5X. The trunk held just a few basic items. Everything else was packed away. He called his close friends, fat brother He Huan, Li Dong, Zhang Jun's family, Su Ran, and sisters Su Ran and Su Yu, and invited them to a gathering at the small yard of his rented warehouse. They agreed to meet tomorrow, Saturday afternoon, and could come early to help. Since the decision was made, Wang Yang was determined to leave. He hadn't seen his parents in a long time and missed them dearly. Now that everything here was settled, there was nothing left tying him to this place. After tidying up, Wang Yang entered his space. First, he planted the lychee seedlings, mandarin saplings, and tea tree cuttings he'd bought from xiangshan. Then, he repurposed all the plots previously used for vegetables and replanted them entirely with grains, specifically rice and wheat. The space now spanned over 40 square kilometers, and though vegetation coverage was still somewhat low, every species was thriving. Rhododendrons, cherry blossoms, and all the flowers and plants bought from the horticultural market bloomed in dazzling colors, creating a stunning scene of vibrant beauty. The trees on the mountains, especially pines, cypresses, camphorwoods, beeches, camphor trees, and bamboo groves, were growing impressively, while the medicinal herbs planted across the land were also flourishing. Wang Yang felt extremely delighted when he saw this. Fish populations in the rivers within the space were increasing as well. As Wang Yang strolled along the riverbank, he occasionally spotted schools of fish playfully darting through the water. With no pollution and almost no natural predators, the fish were reproducing rapidly. In the lakes, lotuses of various kinds burst into full bloom, red, white, and purple, all different from one another. Some lotus leaves were larger than fans, while there were palm-sized water lilies. Under these broad leaves, a few koi swam joyfully. Occasionally, a couple of stone turtles could be seen napping lazily on rocks. Previously, Wang Yang had brought in a family of silver pheasants, a nationally protected Class 1 wildlife species known as the national treasure among birds. At first, he mistook them for wild chickens, but they had since multiplied and now foraged in the woods. Of the 4 snow leopards, the 2 cubs had grown considerably. The female South China tigers were pregnant. All kinds of deer, musk deer, suro, pangolins, and wild boars were living well, with their populations beginning to expand. Squirrel numbers had increased significantly too. Bird species were relatively scarce. Only 2 adult Chinese lesser swallows with a few young ones. On the grasslands, rabbits moved about in large groups, while chickens, ducks, and geese grew more numerous. Living without worries and facing few predators, their populations were multiplying rapidly. The 4 Tibetan mastiffs, Da Mao, Air Mao, San Mao, and Sea Mao, raced across the grasslands, practicing hunting techniques that looked quite authentic. Clearly, they hadn't been idle during this time, and had learned much from observing the South China tigers and snow leopards. The tabby cat had essentially turned feral, embracing its wild instincts. It moved freely and confidently across both grasslands and mountains, growing noticeably plumper. Wang Yang caught several chickens and ducks, snatched 1 rabbit, and pulled a few freshwater fish from the river. Combined with the frozen sea fish brought back from xiuxian, he set everything aside to use tomorrow. He picked a selection of each vegetable variety available in the space, sorted them by type, and washed them thoroughly. Eggs, scallions, ginger, garlic, and other seasonings were all prepared. Once everyone arrived tomorrow, they would start cooking together, each preparing their favorite signature dishes to showcase their culinary skills, all for fun and enjoyment. He also harvested some jujubes, peaches, apricots, kiwi fruits, and grapes from the fruit trees inside the space. These trees had only begun growing vigorously after bees were introduced into the space. Finally, he prepared plenty of ingredients and fruits, chickens, ducks, geese, and more, for everyone to take with them after they left. This would be Wang Yang's final gift to his friends in Ningbo. Chapter 28, A Lavish Feast. The weather was especially nice today. Warm sunlight bathed the skin, with occasional gentle breezes blowing by, leaving everyone feeling incredibly energized and cheerful. Wang Yang had brought everything out into the courtyard. A table fully set with all kinds of fruits, drinks, and alcoholic beverages. A rack stocked with ingredients, several basins filled with meat, all prepared by Wang Yang yesterday. Since no one had arrived yet, he laid everything out early so it'd be ready to use later. Inside the kitchen, pots, pans, bowls, and chopsticks had been thoroughly cleaned and neatly arranged. Everyone could improvise as they liked. Old gourmets like Fat Go would surely have some skills up their sleeves. Once they showed off their culinary talent, everyone would have an amazing meal. When everything I've thought, said, wanted, loved, is crammed inside my heart. My suitcase can't hold the distant places I dreamed to go. All that has come and gone, given and owed. Is this fate's way of rewarding me? The wind sweeps low through grass, revealing sorrow. Yet when I look up, light remains. Roaming between streets and high-rises. In my heart gallop steeds across hunting grounds. Even my greatest fragility and confusion. In the end, it's just this way. Accompanied by the familiar melody drifting over, herding city. The call came from Huan, Fat Go. Wang Yang answered. Fat Go, have you arrived? Brother, Li Dong and I are already here, but we're not sure where to go. The location you sent wasn't precise. Come out and meet us. We're driving the tank 300. Fat Go said. Hold on, I'm coming out now. I can already hear your car. Wang Yang replied as he walked toward the gate. Fat Go spotted Wang Yang first and immediately got out of the car, walking straight toward him. Brother, what made you think of throwing a gathering? It's been ages. But seriously, you look more energetic than ever. Handsome as hell. Fat Go teased. I invited all my best friends from Inching for a get-together, some drinks, good food. Originally thought about booking a hotel, but felt it wouldn't be relaxed enough, so I figured let's do it at my place instead. Everything's already prepared. Wang Yang explained, then greeted Li Dong. Li Go, you made it. How've you been lately? Never expected you'd still remember me or invite me. The moment I heard your voice on the phone, I hopped in the car with Fat Go without hesitation. Li Dong warmly gave Wang Yang a hug. They walked inside. The others hadn't arrived yet. Wang Yang led them into the small courtyard. Wang Yang, isn't this supposed to be a party? Why are there only ingredients everywhere? Don't tell me we're cooking for ourselves. Fat Go asked, eyeing the piles of food. Of course we'll cook together. Fat Go, you gotta show us your skills. Pull out those signature dishes. I've got all the drinks ready. Baijiu, beer, and red wine. Before Wang Yang finished speaking, another car engine approached. Uncle Wang Yang, open up quick. Dowd is here. Dowdu already misses your delicious food. A bright, playful voice rang from the gate. You check the ingredients first and think about what to make, Fat Go. You too, brotherly. I'll go outside for a sec, Wang Yang said before heading to the door. Opening it, Zhang Jun's family stood at the entrance. Zhang Ge, sister-in-law, you're practically old friends now. Come on in. Dowdu, come give uncle a hug. Wang Yang cheerfully opened his arms. Oh, Uncle Wang Yang, I've missed you so much. School keeps me busy. I haven't had time to visit. But Dowdu behaves super well at school. I got another big red flower award. Dowdu excitedly reported. Our little Dowdu is truly awesome. Keep up the great work. Be a role model for us all, Wang Yang said, carrying her into the courtyard and introducing her. That's Uncle Huan, and that's Uncle Li Dong. Say hello. Hello, Uncle He. Hello, Uncle Li. My name is Dowdu. She ran over and shook each of their hands like a little grown-up. Fat Go and Li Dong were clearly delighted, immediately complimenting Dao Du on how pretty, clever, and polite she was. Fat Go even scooped her up and swung her around playfully for a moment. Zhang Gu, sister-in-law, we're cooking everything ourselves today. You saw the ingredients. Feel free to make whatever you like, especially your signature dishes. Just then, the door opened again as Su Ran and her older sister, Suyu, stepped in. Su Ran spoke first. Wang Yang, we're here. Looks like quite a crowd today. Let me introduce myself. I'm Su Ran, and this is my elder sister Suyu. We're friends of Wang Yang's. This is Zhang Jun, Zhang Gu. This is his wife, Zhang Xiaolan. And the little cutie is Dao Du. Their family, one of my business partners, also close friends. Over there is He Huan. You can call him Fat Go, and that's Li Dong. Both are dear friends of mine. Wang Yang introduced them all, helping everyone exchange greetings. Now that everyone had arrived, Wang Yang announced, we can start by having some fruit and sitting down for a bit. I've already prepped all the ingredients, so we can start cooking whenever. Later, everyone should show off their best dish. Take a look now. The ingredients are all washed and ready to use. Everyone gathered around the ingredients, commenting and brainstorming what to cook. Fat Gu prepared braised rabbit meat. He first washed the rabbit thoroughly, cut it in half, removed the head, then cut the meat into evenly sized small pieces. He placed them in a basin and rinsed them clean, preferably several times. Since rabbit meat tends to be quite gamey, it's important to wash away all the blood before soaking the pieces in water and setting them aside. He poured an appropriate amount of clean water over them, rinsed again, and left them soaking. Then he heated a wok with water, added the cleaned rabbit meat, brought it to a boil to draw out the scum, then scooped it out. He rinsed the meat several more times in fresh water and set it aside to drain. Next, he heated oil in the wok, added chili peppers, fried them until aromatic, then transferred them to a bowl and set aside. After cleaning the wok, he added cooking oil again, heated it, and dropped in rock sugar, stir-frying until large bubbles began to form. He immediately added the rabbit meat, stir-frying quickly over high heat to ensure even coating and color. He added sirloin oyster sauce and cooking wine, stir-fried everything evenly, covered the wok, and simmered for about 2 to 3 minutes. Then he tossed in garlic slices, poured in the prepared chili oil, and mixed well. Finally, he added enough water to cover the meat, covered the wok again, and stewed for 15 to 20 minutes until the sauce reduced completely and the meat was tender and flavorful. Zhang Xiaolan, Brother Zhang's wife, made steamed grouper. First, she selected a fresh grouper, known for its thick flesh, and carefully scraped off all the scales. She made an incision along the belly, removed the internal organs, scraped off the black membrane, and cleaned the gills thoroughly, rinsing the fish repeatedly with clean water. Once clean, she used a knife to make one long incision along both sides of the backbone, cutting down to the bone, which helps the fish cook evenly. In addition, she scored the surface of the fish a few more times to allow better flavor penetration. Then she began marinating the fish, adding 1 gram of salt, 10 grams of cooking wine, 2 grams of pepper powder, and preparing ginger slices and green onion stalks, crushing and rubbing them by hand to extract their juice, which she rubbed thoroughly inside and outside the fish. She let it marinate for about 20 minutes. While the fish marinated, she prepared the aromatics, cutting scallions into 5-centimeter long sections, splitting them lengthwise, removing the inner core, flattening them, and julienning them into thin strips as fine as toothpicks. She placed these in cold water to soak and curl up. She also julienned dried chilies, removed the seeds, and soaked them in water separately. After marination, she sliced some fresh ginger and cut scallions into thin strips or rounds, spreading them evenly across the bottom of a fish serving plate and setting it aside. She laid a pair of chopsticks horizontally across both ends of the plate, then placed the marinated fish upright on top of the chopsticks, elevating the fish so it wouldn't touch the plate directly. She brought a steamer pot of water to a rolling boil, added a splash of cooking wine and white vinegar to eliminate any fishy odor, placed the fish plate inside, covered the pot, and steamed over medium heat for about 8 minutes. After turning off the heat, she let the fish sit in the closed steamer for an additional 2 minutes without opening the lid. Then she removed the plate, poured out the liquid at the bottom, and topped the fish evenly with the drained scallion and chili strips. In a separate pan, she heated oil until nearly smoking, then poured it sizzling over the onion and chili strips to release their fragrance. Finally, she added a tablespoon of light soy sauce and 2 grams of sugar to the hot pan, heated briefly until the sugar dissolved, then poured this savory sauce evenly over the steamed grouper. The dish was ready to serve. Chapter 29, A Feast. Zhang Jun made a beer-braised duck. The duck was cleaned and dried, its fatty skin removed and cut into chunks. The meat was chopped into pieces, while star anise, cassia bark, Sichuan peppercorns were washed. Dried chili peppers were washed and halved, diced, ginger sliced, garlic smashed and peeled, green onions finely chopped. A clean wok was placed over fire, the duck skin added and fried to render out fat. Then the star anise, cassia bark, Sichuan pepper, ginger slices, and garlic were added and stir-fried over low heat until fragrant. Next came the duck meat, stir-fried on high heat until moisture evaporated and oil released from the meat. 2 spoons of cooking wine were poured in and mixed well, followed by dried chilies and 2 spoons of dark soy sauce. The duck was continuously stir-fried until evenly colored. Salt, chicken powder, and a small amount of sugar were added and mixed thoroughly before pouring in beer. The pot was covered, brought to a boil over high heat, then simmered over low heat for about 20 minutes. Finally, green onion was added and stirred in. Suyu prepared several cold dishes, cucumber salad, okra salad, and quick sautéed cabbage with vinegar. Li Dong only knew how to make tomato scrambled eggs, nothing else. Su Ran played with her daughter Duo, eating fruits at the table and making Duo laugh heartily. Wang Yang made 3 dishes. First came braised eggplant. He cut the eggplants into chunky pieces, put them into a bowl, sprinkled 1 spoon of salt, soaked them briefly in water to prevent discoloration. Garlic cloves were smashed into mince, green onions chopped, set aside separately. In a small bowl, he combined 2 spoons of light soy sauce, 1 small spoon of sugar, 1 spoon each of dark soy sauce and oyster sauce, 1 spoon of cornstarch, and a little water, stirred well as sauce reserve. Eggplant was taken out, squeezed dry, transferred to a large bowl. 2 spoons of cornstarch were added and tossed evenly, so each piece was coated. A spoon of oil was heated in the pan, the eggplant added and pan-fried over medium heat until golden brown. Removed first, a little more oil was heated again. Scallions and garlic were stir-fried for fragrance. After aroma emerged, eggplant was returned, sauce mixture poured in. Covered, then simmered on low heat for 5 minutes. When time was up, heat was slightly raised to thicken the gravy. Dished out and garnished with fresh scallion. Next came saucy diced chicken. Ingredients were prepared. Cucumber washed, chicken breast freed of membranes and cut into cubes. Chicken was marinated with cooking wine and starch for 10 minutes. Cucumber was cubed, green onions cut into short sections, garlic thinly sliced, sweet bean sauce ready. Oil was heated in wok. Chicken cubes were stir-fried for 2 to 3 minutes until turned white, then removed temporarily. Green onion sections and garlic slices were stir-fried for fragrance. Cucumber cubes added and quickly tossed. Cooked chicken was returned and all stir-fried together. Sweet bean sauce and a pinch of salt were added. Continuously stir-fried until chicken was fully coated with sauce. A dash of sesame oil was drizzled, mixed evenly. Turned off heat, plated and served. Finally, stir-fried string beans. Oil was poured into wok. When 6/10 hot, green beans and julienne ginger were tossed. Once color changed, peppercorns and dried chili added, constantly stir-fried. Near completion, salt and chicken powder added, tossed well, and immediately plated. 10 large platters lined the table. Okra salad, cucumber salad, quick sautéed cabbage, tomato scrambled eggs, stir-fried string beans, braised eggplant, red cooked rabbit, steamed grouper, saucy diced chicken, beer braised duck. A complete, perfect feast. Without needing any invitation, everyone already sat around the dining table, drawn by fragrance. Chubby Brother spoke first. What a luxurious meal today. Excellent in color, aroma, and taste. Even us old gourmets are drooling. Of course, top-grade ingredients help. Lucky day. Duo shouted excitedly. Uncle, it smells so good. Can I eat now? Seeing her cute, greedy look, Wang Yang told his sister-in-law to give her some food first. Today we're drinking baijiu, Wang Yang announced. Zhang Jun brought Mao Tai. A real treat. He filled Chubby Brother's glass. Zhang Jun poured his own full. Li Dong also filled his glass. Wang Yang did the same for himself. Su Ran, Su Yu, and sister-in-law Zhang Xiaolan drank red wine. Duo got juice. I gathered you all here because I'm about to head to Xian soon. First visit my parents, then inspect a vegetable farming base there. Today marks my farewell. From now on, I'll mainly develop there. Still, I'll come back to Yongqing often. My partnership with Brother Zhang continues. It's just that I won't be based here. I have to personally supervise base selection, construction, and production. Let me propose our first toast. I'll finish mine. You drink as you like. Wang Yang briefly explained, stood up, raised his glass and downed it in one go. Chubby Brother asked, why leave suddenly? Can't we set up the base here? Wang Yang replied, rental and labor costs here are too high. Not ideal for agriculture. Everyone understood. But Su Ran became unhappy. She lost her appetite. Unlike Su Yu, who didn't seem bothered. Zhang Jun and his wife fully understood. Wang Yang's departure was inevitable, so they said nothing. Only Duo cried desperately, refusing to let Wang Yang go. It took much comforting before she calmed down. After that, the atmosphere lightened again. Chubby Brother began by reviewing each dish. The cold dishes were all good. Su Yu's quick sautéed cabbage had a bit too much vinegar and the cooking time was slightly off, but he added that it was impressive for a young girl nowadays to cook this well. Li Dong's dish wasted ingredients, fine to eat on his own, but the eggs were overcooked and charred, while the tomatoes remained half raw. Zhang Jun's beer braised duck was absolutely amazing. He clearly knew his food. Sister-in-law's steamed grouper was slightly undercooked due to limitations in kitchen space and equipment. Finally, he evaluated Wang Yang. His cooking skills had improved significantly compared to last time. The braised eggplant was a bit salty, perhaps because he was from the north. The saucy diced chicken used too much sweet bean sauce, making it overly sweet, but the stir-fried string beans were excellent with perfect control of heat. He joked that Wang Yang could open a small stall in the future. Cooking for everyone was definitely doable. Lately, Wang Yang had been exercising daily, sharpening his senses, so his cooking level had naturally improved dramatically. Zhang Jun also said today's meal far surpassed anything in hotels. The chicken and rabbit tasted wild, absolutely outstanding. Li Dong ate with grease dripping from his mouth, completely silent, head down shoveling food non-stop. Su Yu listened patiently and humbly accepted the feedback. She would surely do better next time. Su Ran looked troubled today, didn't say a word, and just kept eating. Sister-in-law Zhang Xiaolan thought everything was great, even tastier than what she cooked at home. Duo chirped happily that everything was delicious, though there were too many chilies, so spicy her whole body felt like burning up, hot, and thirsty. Everyone laughed hearing her complain. Wang Yang tasted every dish. He realized his own food tended to be saltier. He felt each dish carried unique character. reflecting each person's preferences, personality, and usual eating habits. Chubby Brother was a true foodie. He'd go anywhere for good food, and even filmed several table dishes and uploaded them online. His followers drooled with envy and commented urging him to lose weight and eat less. This time, Wang Yang once again became the spotlight. The legendary Kung Fu guy had finally reappeared after all these years, astonishing netizens and cementing his status as a full-fledged internet celebrity. People flooded Chubby Brother's video with comments demanding Wang Yang go live, post videos, interact with fans, stop hiding. We want Kung Fu guy. Chubby Brother was stunned. After such a long absence, Wang Yang was still trending, even gaining more popularity. He couldn't help feeling envious. Xiuxian shot Wang Yang a glare. Who'd have thought? He was actually an internet sensation. Everyone ate heartily. Delicious food sparked appetite. A table full of 10 dishes had already been devoured halfway, leaving only a little behind. In the end, 2 bottles of baijiu were finished, while 1 bottle of red wine remained partially undrunk. Everyone was in high spirits. They asked about Wang Yang's plans, and he confirmed he would leave tomorrow morning. Xiuxian wanted to say something, but ultimately stayed silent. Wang Yang simply told them that once he settled down there, they should all come visit. It wasn't far, and having a place to stay made traveling easier. After everyone finished eating, he handed out yesterday's prepared vegetables, chickens, ducks, geese, and fruits, 1 portion per person. Chubby Brother and his group called a designated driver and left first. Zhang Jun's family, including sister-in-law who drunk only a little red wine, drove off safely. Su Ran and Su Yu were the last to leave. Both held favorable feelings toward Wang Yang, though Su Yu, aware of Su Ran's emotions, chose to step back. Before leaving, Su Ran lectured Wang Yang at length. Call often, keep WeChat active, stay reachable. Don't flirt with too many girls. If she found out, she'd castrate him. In the end, Xiuxian had to be dragged away by Su Yu. Wang Yang stood there sweating bullets. All the leftover food was dumped into one basin, for Tiger Head and the others to eat. If not eaten, it'd go straight into the space to feed the wild boars. Everything was cleaned thoroughly. Pots, pans, bowls, and utensils belonging to Wang Yang were stored into the space. Once tidied up, he'd return the warehouse tomorrow. Wang Yang had already contacted the landlord. Chapter 30, Leaving Yongqing. The sky was still slightly bright when Wang Yang got up early from bed, packed all his luggage into his spatial storage, and began his exercise routine. He started with some Tai Chi to stretch his muscles and loosen his joints. Wang Yang paid special attention to the stability of his stance, standing in Wuji posture for a while. Around 8 o'clock, the warehouse owner arrived. Wang Yang led him around the premises. The man saw everything was in good condition and the place was clean. Wang Yang had stayed here less than a month before deciding to leave. After some discussion, the landlord agreed to refund half of the rent. Without making any fuss, Wang Yang returned the keys and drove off. His plan was to head first to Hangzhou, taking a scenic route along the Yangtze River. He left without saying goodbye to anyone, simply driving north along the highway. The journey was about 156 kilometers, taking roughly 2 hours. This trip was mainly for the famous West Lake Longjing tea. West Lake Longjing is one of China's top 10 teas, a green tea primarily grown in the mountains surrounding Longjing village near West Lake, hence its name, with a history spanning over 1,200 years. During Emperor Qianlong's visit to Hangzhou's West Lake, he praised Longjing tea so highly that he designated 18 tea trees in front of Hegong Temple at the foot of Shifeng Mountain as imperial tea. Top-grade West Lake Longjing tea features flat, smooth, straight leaves with a tender green luster. It has a fresh, delicate aroma, a refreshingly smooth and mellow taste, and tender, blossom-like leaves at the bottom of the cup. Longjing tea harvested and processed before the Qingming festival is known as Mingqian Longjing, poetically called Daughter Red, as expressed in the verse. Beyond the courtyard, lotus blooms smile like Shizi. Before Qingming, Longjing is like Daughter Red. The fame of West Lake Longjing tea began in the Song dynasty, became known in the Yuan, flourished in the Ming, and reached its peak in the Qing. Traditionally ranked by origin as Shi, Long, Yun, Hu, Mei, West Lake Longjing stood supreme among them. Longjing tea is characterized by its straight, sharply cut, flat, and elegant appearance, smooth, uniform, and greenish-yellow in color. When brewed, it releases a lasting, high-pitched fragrance reminiscent of orchids. The liquor is apricot green, clear and bright, with tender green leaves evenly shaped like blossoms, buds upright and vivid. Sipping the tea infuses one's heart and soul, leaving an aromatic aftertaste on the palate and endless joy. Wang Yang had come to Hangzhou primarily to visit Shifeng Mountain, aiming to collect a few Longjing tea cuttings, immerse himself in tea culture, learn tea picking techniques, observe tea processing methods, and perhaps grasp some essence so he could try roasting Longjing tea himself back in his space. Today's Hangzhou is a comprehensive international metropolis with even greater potential than Yongqing. Legend says that during the time of Yu the Great's flood control, the land was divided into 9 provinces, and the vast region south of the Yangtze was generally called Yangzhou. In the 21st century BC, Yu the Great toured the south, gathering feudal lords at Kuaiji. He passed through this area by boat and left his hang behind, giving rise to the name Yuhang. Another version says Yu built boats to cross here, and the locals called the place Yuhang. Over time, Yu was mispronounced as Yu, thus becoming Yuhang. Hangzhou is a city rich in history and culture. When Wang Yang arrived at Longjing village, he saw that Shifeng Mountain was entirely covered with Longjing tea plants. The tea picked here produces Hangzhou's most renowned product, Shifeng Longjing. Now a scenic area, entry was surprisingly free. Before him stretched endless tea-covered hills. He first checked into the Hangzhou Landscape Hotel nearby. The hotel owner warmly welcomed him and served some Longjing tea. Though just ordinary grade, Wang Yang enjoyed it nonetheless. He parked his car at the hotel lot and tidied up in his room. The Shifeng Mountain Scenic Area was open 24 hours, no need to rush. As it was his first time in Hangzhou, he decided to take a leisurely walk around first. Staying near the West Lake Scenic Zone. Above there is heaven, below there is Suzhou and Hangzhou. The scenery was truly beautiful, imbued with deep historical and cultural atmosphere. Numerous temples dotted the surroundings, among which Lingyin Temple stood out. No introduction needed. Walking alone through the streets, Wang Yang noticed how well-preserved the ancient buildings were, and saw many tourists passing by daily. This place abounded with stories of historical figures. He visited the temple and tomb of Yu Fei to pay his respects. Nowadays, too many self-proclaimed experts and scholars distort history, attempting to undermine Yu Fei's standing in people's hearts. National hero Yu Fei embodies our nation's spirit and patriotic sentiment. Those who try to rehabilitate Qin Hui ultimately wish to make our nation kneel again. Such people are traitors to the country and a disgrace to the nation. Shame that will cling to their descendants and condemn them to the pillar of historical shame, just like Wang Jingwei. Wang Yang looked up local Hangzhou cuisine online and chose a nearby restaurant with a solid reputation. He ordered 4 dishes. The first was West Lake vinegar fish. The preparation was relatively simple, using grass carp as the main ingredient. The fish meat was cut into small pieces, seasoned with scallions, ginger, garlic, soy sauce, sugar, and marinated with vinegar, then steamed until cooked. The result was sweet and sour, tender and delicious, mouth-watering. The second dish was Longjing shrimp, a unique Hangzhou specialty made primarily with shrimp and stir-fried with Longjing tea leaves. The fresh fragrance of the tea blended perfectly with the sweetness of the shrimp, creating a truly distinctive flavor. The third dish was the legendary dompa pork, one of Hangzhou's most famous dishes. Made with high-quality pork belly, marinated with scallions, ginger, cooking wine, and other seasonings, then slowly braised in oil for several hours until the meat became tender and richly flavored. The taste was deep and satisfying, rich yet not greasy, melting in the mouth, a dish that left an unforgettable impression. Finally, he ordered a serving of shrimp and eel noodle soup as his main course. He had heard it was highly recommended by many older locals. The noodles were golden and glistening, served in a thick broth infused with the aroma of lard, topped with eel and shrimp. Wang Yang took a bite. It was quite good. The meal cost over 300 yuan, but the taste was well worth it. Still, dining in tourist areas was undeniably a bit expensive. After the meal, Wang Yang headed straight for Shifeng Mountain, entering through the Shirley Langdang archway at Longjing Village. Along the way, he saw many small tea shops selling locally grown and self-harvested Shifeng Longjing tea. Continuing upward, he reached the Shifeng Longjing protected area, home to about 760 mu of tea plants. Wang Yang's goal here was simple: collect a few cuttings from the tea trees. With tea fields covering every hillside and many tourists busy taking photos, it wasn't difficult for him to operate unnoticed. He strolled along, stopping frequently, and soon his spatial storage was filled with numerous tea cuttings, enough to begin propagation later at his leisure. Shifeng Mountain was exceptionally scenic. The 18 tea trees once bestowed imperial status by Emperor Qianlong stood here, meticulously protected by the locals. Wang Yang secretly snipped a few special branches and planned to grow them separately later to observe any differences compared to the others. Once he judged he had collected enough cuttings, he decided not to go further uphill and began descending back toward Longjing Village. He started exploring the local tea shops, occasionally purchasing some tea while asking the owners about tea-picking techniques and whether there was a chance to learn traditional tea processing locally. One shop owner mentioned that Master Sun, a local artisan, offered instruction. Wang Yang was delighted upon hearing this. Chapter 31: Learning to make West Lake Longjing tea. Wang Yang wandered around the village for quite some time before finally finding Master Sun's home, who taught traditional tea-making skills. He knocked on the door, and a middle-aged man came out. Seeing Wang Yang, he greeted him warmly. Many tourists visiting their village always received such enthusiastic hospitality. Wang Yang explained his purpose. He wanted to learn the art of tea production, and asked if Master Sun would take on apprentices. Master Sun said only a small tuition fee was required. After paying 1,000 yuan, Wang Yang was led by Master Sun to tour his tea processing workshop, where the master first introduced the tools needed for tea making. Then began the lesson on the production process of West Lake Longjing tea. The first step is picking. There are 3 key requirements for harvesting Longjing tea: early, tender, and frequent. Early harvest is valued. The timing of Longjing tea picking has always been critical, with earlier harvest considered more valuable. Farmers often say, tea leaves grow hour by hour. Picking 3 days early makes treasure, 3 days late turns them into grass. Tenderness is renowned. Longjing tea is also famous for its delicate picking standards. Based on tenderness, fresh leaves are classified as lianxin, keishi, and qichang. The uniform tenderness of the leaves forms the foundation of Longjing tea's quality. Picking just one bud is called lianxin. Picking one bud with 1 or 2 unfolding leaves, shaped like a sparrow's tongue, is known as keishi. Frequent picking. Frequent harvests are another hallmark of Longjing tea. For generations, farmers have practiced selective harvesting, picking larger buds while leaving smaller ones to grow, and doing so in batches. During early spring, tea is picked daily or every other day. In mid to late season, every few days. In total, there are about 30 picking rounds throughout the year. The second step is wilting. After harvesting, Westlake Longjing leaves are spread out on bamboo sieves to wither, usually taking about half a day. This reduces the grassy odor in the leaves, brings moisture down to frying requirements, and prevents clumping during stir-frying. Once withered, the fresh leaves are roughly categorized by quality, which determines the pan temperature and force used in subsequent frying steps. Wilting refers to piling freshly picked leaves in a shaded area for half a day or so, similar to annealing in mechanical processing, allowing the removal of much of the remaining rigidity in the leaves. The harvested leaves must be thinly spread indoors, at a thickness of about 3 centimeters, slightly thicker for medium and lower grades. After 8 to 10 hours of spreading, the leaves lose some moisture, reducing in weight by 15% to 20%, until the moisture content reaches around 70%, which is ideal. This process helps dissipate the green grass smell, enhances aroma, reduces bitterness and astringency, increases amino acid content, and improves freshness. It also ensures the final tea has a smooth appearance, bright green color, no clumping, and higher overall quality. After wilting, the leaves are screened and sorted into 3 sizes, large, medium, and small, and then processed separately. This way, different grades can be fried using appropriate pan temperatures and techniques, ensuring optimal results. The third step is rolling. Rolling typically involves applying external pressure to shape the internal structure of tea leaves, but since Longjing tea requires retaining some natural firmness in the leaves, so that traces of the original leaf shape remain after shaping, the rolling process is intentionally minimized. Instead, it is integrated into a repeated cycle of stir-frying, cooling, stir-frying again, cooling again, and final frying, gradually achieving the desired form and texture through partial rolling actions. The fourth step is stir-frying. Westlake Longjing must be stir-fried entirely by hand, employing 10 major techniques depending on the type of fresh leaves and stage of processing: shaking, ladling, pressing down, scooping, flicking, grasping, thrusting, grabbing, compressing, and grinding. The entire frying process consists of 3 stages: green frying, rehumidifying, and final frying. Green frying, lasting about 15 minutes. This stage shapes the tea into flat strips and dries them to about 70 to 80% dryness. Rehumidifying. After green frying, the tea is removed from the pan and laid flat on bamboo sieves to reabsorb moisture evenly. This takes approximately 1 hour. Final frying. The rehumidified tea is returned to the pan and thoroughly dried until moisture drops below 5%, while further shaping occurs. This takes about 20 minutes. Once finished, the tea is taken out and cooled, now complete as authentic Westlake Longjing. Traditionally, Longjing tea stir-frying employs 10 classic techniques: tossing, shaking, ladling, fanning, scooping, flicking, grabbing, pushing, grasping, and pressing grinding. Different grades of tea require distinct combinations of these techniques. Tossing loosens the leaves, allows moisture to escape, and sometimes controls leaf temperature. Pressing flattens and straightens the leaves, the signature shape of Longjing tea. To make the surface smooth, pressing is often combined with pushing. Shaking shapes the leaves, keeping the bud and surrounding leaves tightly bound together, locking in fragrance within each leaf. When brewed, this preserves the elegant, three-dimensional one bud one leaf appearance, beautiful and intact. Is a delicate motion. When the master uses his left hand to scoop up a full load of tea leaves, he often lightly presses and strokes them with his right hand. This allows him to quickly assess the color, temperature, and moisture content of the leaves, giving him a clear idea of how to proceed with the next stir-fry. Most importantly, tea making must always follow the tea itself. Not every grade of tea requires all 10 techniques, nor does each technique consist of only one single movement. Everything depends on the quality of the leaves in hand. Each batch of fresh leaves varies in moisture, freshness, and size, so experienced tea masters adjust their techniques accordingly. Even within the same pressing motion, high-grade tea only needs to be flattened, medium-grade tea must be both flat and tight, while low-grade tea focuses primarily on tightness. The technique and force differ entirely. It's like growing older. When the bones and muscles stiffen, just being able to press tightly is enough. Master Sun also taught how to identify authentic Westlake Longjing. First, touch. Evaluate the dryness of the tea. Pick any dried leaf and grind it between thumb and forefinger. If it turns into powder, its dryness is sufficient. If it crumbles into small granules, it lacks dryness or has absorbed moisture. Tea with insufficient dryness is difficult to store and has weaker aroma. Second, observe. Check whether the dried tea meets the basic characteristics of Longjing tea, including shape, color, uniformity, and cleanliness. Third, smell. Sniff the dry tea to judge the intensity and type of fragrance, while detecting any off odors such as smoke, scorched notes, sourness, staleness, mold, or other undesirable smells. Fourth, taste. Once the moisture content, appearance, color, and aroma meet standards, conduct a brewing evaluation. Take 3 to 4 grams of Longjing tea and place it in a cup or bowl. Pour in 150 to 200 milliliters of boiling water, steep for 5 minutes. Then first smell the aroma, observe the liquor color, sip and savor the flavor, and finally examine the infused leaves. This step is even more crucial. Westlake Longjing should be brewed with water heated to 85 to 95 degrees Celsius. Use about 3 grams of tea per cup. Purified or spring water is recommended. Ceramic or glass teaware works well. Warm the cup with hot water first, then discard the water before adding the tea leaves. Next, Pour in 1/5 of the hot water to moisten the leaves. Swirl gently for about 30 seconds to release the aroma. Then use the high pour method to fill the cup 7/10 full. After 35 seconds, the tea is ready to drink. Longjing tea can refresh the mind, stimulate saliva secretion, quench thirst, and reduce neutral fats and cholesterol levels in the blood. It possesses antioxidant properties, resists sudden mutations, fights tumors, lowers blood cholesterol and low-density lipoprotein levels, inhibits rising blood pressure, prevents platelet aggregation, has antibacterial effects, reduces allergic reactions, delays aging, clears heat, promotes urination, treats night blindness, aids weight loss and skin beauty, prevents dry eye syndrome, and combats cancer. Drinking tea regularly truly offers many health benefits. Finally, with Master Sun's help, Wang Yang purchased an electric wok, a bamboo sieve, medium and small bamboo baskets, a tea tray, large and small sorting trays, soft trays, a winnowing basket, a drying mat, rolling bags, and a number 4 mesh sieve. With these tools, he could now process tea on his own. After spending the entire afternoon at Master Sun's home, Wang Yang had finally learned the complete tea-making procedure. From here on, it was all about practice, something that could only come with personal experience. Returning to his hotel, he first checked the room for cameras before entering his space, and going back to the same spot to continue taking cuttings from the Longjing tea branches. He also visited the medicinal herb area. Those seeds left behind by the Taoist priest had all sprouted and were growing well, especially the ginseng, which was thriving exceptionally. Once again, he used spatial water to induce a rain shower within the space. Then, Wang Yang returned to the outer room. Tomorrow, he would have to rise early and continue heading north toward the Yangtze River. Chapter 32. The Sudden Phone Call. At a little past 3 in the morning, the phone on the nightstand suddenly rang. Wang Yang opened his eyes and glanced at the window, still dark outside. Who could it be at this hour? Seeing his father's number on the screen, he answered immediately. Dad, it's Xiaoyang. What's wrong? Xiaoyang, your dad's been beaten and just got taken to the hospital. Can you come over? I don't know what to do right now. His mother Xiuxian's anxious voice came through urgently. Mom, what happened? How bad is Dad's injury? Who attacked him? Wang Yang asked, alarmed. Xiaoyang, your dad's leg is broken, and he has minor head injuries too. The doctor said it's not too serious. He just needs 2 or 3 months of rest. I can't explain everything clearly right now, but from what his co-workers told me, it seems like the company they worked for refused to pay the workers' wages. One co-worker really needed the money, apparently to pay his child's university tuition. His kid had already delayed paying for school for a long time, and the university called again to push for payment. When your dad saw this, he stood up for that worker and confronted the boss for the wages. On his way back home after dark, someone ambushed and beat him. He passed out and lay unconscious in a dark corridor. It was only when another co-worker came back and told me that I found out your father had been sent to the hospital. Now he's here, and I don't have much education. I could only call you. Mom, you stay at the hospital and take good care of Dad. I'll book a flight right away and head over as fast as I can. Don't worry, I'll handle things once I get there. Just stay put. Don't do anything else, and make sure both of you are taken care of. I should arrive by this afternoon. I'm packing now. Xiaoyang, I'll take good care of your dad. You don't need to rush too much. We're at Shaanxi Provincial People's Hospital in Xi'an. Call me when you arrive. I'll hang up now. After hearing the line go dead, Wang Yang quickly packed his things. First, he booked a flight on his phone, departing from Xiuxian Airport at 7:45 a.m., arriving in Xianyang at 10:20 a.m. After checking out, Wang Yang noticed it was still dark outside. He drove the car to a secluded spot and stashed it into his space. Then he took a taxi straight from Westlake to Xiuxian Airport. He had originally planned to visit Jingjiang first to taste the 3 delicacies of the Yangtze River, while also collecting some knife fish, pufferfish, and Chinese shad fry. But now, there'd be no chance for that. The taxi ride took about 50 minutes to reach Xiuxian Airport. Following instructions, Wang Yang went through security, checked in for his flight, located his gate, and waited for boarding. Around noon, he finally arrived at Shaanxi Provincial People's Hospital in Xi'an. He called ahead to confirm which building, and his mother Zhongyun came down to meet him. Xiaoyang, over here. Wang Yang spotted his mother waving at him from below the hospital ward building. He ran over quickly, hugged her tightly in relief, then asked urgently, Mom, is Dad awake? He woke up long ago. He even scolded me for calling you, saying you're busy and I should have first figured out whether you could actually make it. He said it's just a minor injury. Rest will fix it. He's always healthy. I panicked over nothing. Zheng Yun grumbled, clearly annoyed at her husband Wang Dongshan. As long as he's awake, that's good. Let's go see him first. We can talk about everything else later. Wang Yang followed his mother toward his father's room. Dad, how are you feeling? Any discomfort anywhere? Any pain? Wang Yang rushed to his father Wang Dongshan's side and gently touched his body. Xiaoyang, how did you get here so fast? It's just a small injury. I'll be fine with a bit of rest. Look at your mom, getting so worked up she even called you. It's not like it's anything major. Back home we've had worse injuries, and just let them heal slowly. No need for such fuss. Wang Dongshan forced a weak smile. Oh, you Wang Dongshan. I was worried something serious might happen and I wouldn't notice, so I called Xiaoyang. You ungrateful man. Zhongyan snapped, pointing angrily at her husband. Alright mom. I actually planned to come here anyway. I quit my job already. Yesterday, I was in Hangzhou, planning to visit the Yangtze first, then surprise you both by showing up. I never expected this happened, so I just came earlier than planned. Wang Yang smiled, trying to ease her concerns. Good that you quit. Now you can stay with us. Find a job around here. Then the whole family can be together every day. That'd be nice. Wang Dongshan said. Dad, tell me who hit you. I need to go demand an explanation. No one gets to beat you senselessly like that. Not without consequences. Wang Yang asked directly. Wang Yang hadn't seen his father yet, so he was still holding back a surge of anger, thinking to himself, who the hell dared to do this to my father? If this wasn't properly settled, once Wang Yang found out who was responsible, he'd immediately stuff them into his space, lock them in a cage, and torture them every single day until they remembered it for life. Those scum would never forget. Xiaoyang, don't ask anymore. I don't know who attacked me. I was walking down a dark corridor when someone sneaked up from behind, knocked me unconscious, and broke my leg. I have no idea who did it. Father Wang Dongshan didn't tell the truth. He didn't want Wang Yang getting involved, fearing that his son might also get hurt. Looking at his father's expression, Wang Yang knew he wouldn't get any real answers. Every time his dad lied, his body made a noticeable sway, unnatural and obvious. He stopped pressing further and turned instead to his mother Xiuxian. Mom, have you eaten anything? How are you arranging sleeping arrangements tonight? I had a little in the morning. I also got some food from the hospital cafeteria for your dad. It's all on the table in those lunch boxes. Not everything's finished yet. Alright, I'll go check with the doctor about dad's condition first, then find a place nearby to stay. It'll be more convenient for taking care of him. I'll pick up some more food later. It's almost time for lunch. With that, Wang Yang left the room to find the doctor. First, he needed to switch his father to a new room, ideally a private one, where the caregiver could at least lie down. The current room still had an empty bed, but likely another patient would be assigned there soon. He needed a quiet space. Besides, it would make accessing things from his storage much easier. Wang Yang went to the front desk at the inpatient department, then looked for the attending physician to inquire about his father Wang Dongshan's health and how to arrange a private room. Excuse me, nurse, I'm family of Wang Dongshan in room 311. Could you please tell me who his attending physician is? Also, I'd like to transfer him to a private room. How do I go about that? Hello, Dr. Zhao Ming is in charge of Mr. Wang. His office is 301 just ahead. You can process the room transfer here, but you'll need to go to the payment hall on the first floor to pay the additional fee for the private room. The nurse smiled as she spoke, clearly noticing how handsome Wang Yang was. Thanks a lot. My name is Wang Yang. I'll trouble you folks to take good care of my dad. I really appreciate it. I'll treat you to a meal once he's discharged. Wang Yang said politely to the receptionist. It's our duty. Feel free to come find me if you need anything. My name is xiuxian. She blushed slightly after speaking. After thanking her again, Wang Yang headed toward office 301. Chapter 33 Inquiring about his father's condition. Thud, thud, thud. Wang Yang knocked on the door of room 301. Come in. Hearing someone respond from inside, Wang Yang pushed the door open and saw only a male doctor in the room. He stepped forward and asked, Are you Dr. Zhao Ming? I'm from Wang Dongshan's family in room 311. I came to check on my father's condition. Hello, please sit down. Your father's current condition isn't serious. He suffered a blow to the head, but it's only a mild concussion. Recovery will come with gradual rest and care. The main issue is a fractured lower leg, which requires a plaster cast. There are also some minor external injuries, but nothing else to worry about. We've done a full physical exam as well. His overall health is quite good. He'll need to stay hospitalized for a while under observation. Then he can return home for continued recovery. You know what they say, healing bone and tissue takes 100 days. Dr. Zhao Ming gave Wang Yang a general overview. Thank you so much, Dr. Zhao. I won't disturb you any longer. You must be busy. With that, Wang Yang left the room. Ms. Ouyang, could you help me transfer my father to a private room? Sure, just wait a moment. It'll be ready shortly. It's room 320 at the end of the hall, an ordinary single room, 260 yuan per day. Just pay for 10 days up front. Also, prepay 5,000 yuan for medical expenses. We'll refund any excess or collect any shortage later. You can go to the first floor lobby now to make the payment. Bring the receipt back here, I'll sign it, and then you can move him to the private room, Nurse Ouyang Qian explained. I'll go pay right away, I'll be back soon. Wang Yang hurried toward the first floor. Soon everything was sorted. He returned, had Nurse Ouyang sign the paperwork, collected the key, and went to transfer his father, Wang Dongshan, to the new room. Mom, pack up a bit, we're changing rooms. This one's too inconvenient. No proper place for me to sleep while taking care of Dad. I've already arranged it. We're moving to a private room now. A private room? How much will that cost? Why didn't you discuss it with us before changing your father's room? Go cancel it. It's the same here. Tonight I'll stay with your dad. I can put the stools together and lie down. No need to waste money like this. We're only working here, earning every penny counts. Mother Zhengyun grumbled. Alright, enough said. Young Yang has already taken care of it. You can't cancel now anyway. Besides, we don't even know how many more days we'll need to stay. A private room makes caregiving easier. I don't want you collapsing from exhaustion once I start recovering. Father Wang Dongshan silenced Zhengyun with finality. Seeing that her opinion wouldn't change anything, the mother began packing. Wang Yang went ahead to clean the private room, then returned to move his father. Upon entering the private room, he found the furnishings quite tidy, as if regularly cleaned. There was a wall-mounted LCD TV, a caregiver's bed, a small dining table, and a private restroom. Otherwise, not much else. Satisfied, he returned to room 311 and wheeled his father over. Mother Zhengyun carried personal items. Extra belongings were placed on the hospital bed as they helped push the wheelchair along. Inside the private room, the mother looked around, finding little difference except the added caregiver bed, and scolded Wang Yang again. Wang Yang smiled patiently. My dear mother, take your time unpacking. I'll go get food for you both, he said, then jogged out. Nurse Ouyang, have you eaten? I'm going to buy some food now. If you have time, feel free to join me. I'll treat you. If not, I can bring something back for you. Thanks, but we have our own staff lunch. You go ahead. The hospital cafeteria is near the west gate, next to the lab building. You'll see it when you get there. Nurse Ouyang even pointed out the direction. Got it. You focus on your work, Wang Yang replied, heading downstairs. He walked straight out of the hospital gate and first booked a hotel room nearby. Wang Yang planned to cook some meals for his parents, adding plenty of water from his space. That would surely speed up his father's recovery. After scouting the area around the hospital, he booked a king-sized room at Xiuxian Holiday Hotel, about 400 meters away. He paid for 3 nights initially, deciding to extend later based on circumstances. After settling in, he inspected the room carefully, ensuring there were no hidden cameras, then stepped into his space. He headed directly to the stone kitchen chamber. Inside the space, he picked several tomatoes, carrots, and cucumbers, took some eggs, retrieved previously stored sea shrimp, and slaughtered a goose. Tonight's menu: stir-fried tomatoes with eggs, sautéed shrimp, and braised goose. First, Wang Yang prepared a stewed goose dish. He cut the goose meat into pieces, rinsed off the blood, then soaked it in water for about 2 hours before blanching it. Meanwhile, he heated water in a pressure cooker in advance. After blanching, he placed the goose pieces directly into the warm water inside the pressure cooker, added sliced ginger, washed Sichuan pepper, star anise, and cassia bark, brought it to a boil, then switched to low heat and simmered for 40 minutes. Once done, he poured the soup and meat into a thermal container, ready to be taken away later. Next, he stir-fried tomatoes with eggs and quickly sautéed shrimp, then steamed a pot of rice. Everything was packed up neatly. Inside his space, Wang Yang drank a bowl of goose soup, then dumped the remaining tomatoes and eggs and the shrimp over a bowl of rice, finishing 2 full bowls. With the meals packed and some jujubes and kiwi fruits picked from his space, he headed toward the hospital. At the front desk on the 3rd floor of the ward, he handed some jujubes and kiwi fruits to Nurse Ouyang. Then, carrying the food and fruit, he entered his father's room. Mom, Dad, time to eat. Did you wait long? I went and specially made these dishes just for you, Wang Yang said, bringing over the table, placing the 3 dishes and rice onto it, helping his father Wang Dongshan sit up, and handing both parents their chopsticks. Go ahead, start eating. They were momentarily stunned. They had assumed Wang Yang had just gone out to buy food, never expecting him to cook an entire meal for them. Seeing this, their eyes slightly welled up, but they happily began eating. Little Yang, your cooking tastes much better than your mom's. Back at home, when you used to cook, it was nothing special, just passable. But now, after not seeing you for a while, your skills have improved so much. From now on, let you cook at home. You'll give your mom a real break. Father Wang Dongshan laughed. You can't even eat without running your mouth. Talk too much. Next time I won't let you eat at all. Mother retorted at her husband first, then turned to praise Wang Yang. But honestly, your cooking has gotten way better, even tastier than mine. Just like your dad said, I should really take a rest from now on. You'll do the cooking at home from now on. Sure thing. As long as I'm home, just tell me what you want, and I'll make it for you often. Wang Yang replied cheerfully, quietly replacing regular water with water from his space. He poured each of them a glass and handed it over. Here, drink plenty of water. As he watched his parents slowly enjoy their lunch, Wang Yang stepped into the bathroom, closed the door behind him, and slipped into his space. He pretended to wash the fruit, then took it back out. Coming out of the restroom, he placed the jujubes and kiwi fruits on the table, something for them to snack on later tonight. Dad, during this recovery period, you need to eat more high-protein foods, meats, seafood, and plenty of fruits too. But avoid salt and sugar as much as possible, so keep a tight rein on your diet, Wang Yang reminded. After a while, seeing that they had finished eating, his mother got up to clean up, washing the food containers thoroughly so Wang Yang could take them back later. Mom, where are you living now? Is it far from here? Wang Yang asked casually. Just in Yinta district, Xian, not far from Xiuxian. It's a busy area. Anyone there can point you the way. Your dad and I rented a small place. Can't take you there today, but tomorrow you can come with me, help pack some stuff, then come back to see your father, Mother Xiuxian replied offhandedly. Got it. I won't stay with you tonight then. Mom, sorry for the extra burden. You'll have to watch over Dad alone tonight. I've already checked into a hotel, a single room. I won't come back tonight, but I'll bring breakfast for you guys tomorrow morning, Wang Yang said, then left the room. Chapter 34, Going Out to Gather Information. Wang Yang left the provincial hospital and took a taxi toward Yinta district. It was already past 2 p.m., but there was still plenty of time. He decided to first head to the Xiujiang area and look around, trying to gather some information. Soon, the taxi arrived in Yinta district. Wang Yang wasn't in a hurry. He began strolling around the neighborhood to observe the surroundings. There were indeed many construction sites here, with a mixed and chaotic crowd. It seemed this environment provided fertile ground for local thugs and gangsters to survive. That meant it would be easier to extract information. Just then, he encountered several migrant workers, not young at all. Each appeared to be 50 or 60 years old. Wang Yang stepped forward, offering cigarettes before asking, "Uncles, hello. I'd like to ask about Wang Dongshan. Do any of you know him?" Who? Who did you say?" One of the men asked in return. "Wang Dongshan. I'm trying to find out which construction site he's working on," Wang Yang said casually. "Young man, who exactly are you to Wang Dongshan? Why are you asking?" The eldest among them questioned. "He's my father. I came to find out where he's working so I can go see him," Wang Yang replied briefly, giving little away. "Oh, so you're Wang Dongshan's son. Your dad and I work on the same site. I'm Xin Yun. You can call me Uncle Yun. That's what everyone on the site calls me. But let me tell you, young man, don't go around asking questions carelessly. Thank goodness you ran into us today. If you keep probing around recklessly, you'll end up just like your father." Uncle Yun sighed heavily. That serious? Doesn't anyone stop them? Wang Yang asked. Stop them? How? Nothing big enough to attract real attention, just petty, annoying harassment. These thugs all belong to the xiuxian club. They've greased palms all over the place and actively recruit hooligans. They thrive in dark, chaotic areas. The government doesn't have infinite resources to police every idle vagrant. Sure, these people are registered at the police station, but their backroom connections reach everywhere. They can fix almost anything. Your father was beaten by a guy called Hey Ba from the xiuxian club. Uncle Yin slowly explained the situation to Wang Yang. Truth be told, your father got beaten because of my daughter. I actually feel guilty seeing you. To help cover my daughter's tuition fees, your father spoke up and demanded payment from the supervisor. Then, in a dim hallway, someone ambushed him and broke his leg. I owe your father an apology, nephew. Uncle Yin said, guilt written across his face. Uncle Yin, please don't blame yourself. What's done is done. We must face it and solve it now. I understand everything. You should head back soon. My dad is recovering well, so there's no need to dwell on sadness. He wouldn't blame you either. Out here in the world, everyone faces hardships sometimes. We help each other when we can, and tough times pass. Try to stay positive, Wang Yang comforted him. All right, you're a good kid. Just be careful, okay? I can't talk you out of this. But listen, when gathering information, watch your timing and words. Never mention your Wang Dongshan's son. Don't act rashly. We're leaving now, Uncle Yin said, turning away with the other two fellow villagers. The xiuxian club, huh? Interesting. A place like this exists right under everyone's nose. The state hasn't cracked down hard in years, so these ruffians have evolved, opening companies, calling themselves security firms, wearing respectable masks while doing vile things. Evil begets evil. Retribution comes, not if, but when. Now that I, Wang Yang, have arrived, seems like the time has come. Consider yourselves unlucky. Wang Yang pondered his next move. Should he uproot the entire operation or just prune the branches without touching the trunk? First, he needed to fully understand the inner workings of the xiuxian club. He didn't rush. Instead, he continued quietly investigating and observing. Before long, he uncovered some revealing clues. The xiuxian club operated in secrecy, using multiple contact methods, with both visible and hidden guards stationed at the entrance. Different types of people gradually converged here in intricate ways. Looks like he'd have to wait until nightfall. With that thought, he settled nearby after finishing his rounds, staying put without wandering off, just sitting there pretending to enjoy the view. Hey brat, what do you want? Who told you to come near this area? This is xiuxian club territory, get lost. A young thug swaggered over and shouted. Wang Yang grunted in response, turned, and slipped into a shadowy corridor, mentally calculating how best to infiltrate the xiuxian club. Only by getting inside could he take them all down at once. Walking slowly, stopping occasionally, deep in thought. As dusk fell and darkness gradually enveloped the city, Wang Yang finally prepared to act. First, he concealed himself in a pitch-black corner. Stepping into his spatial realm, he changed his clothes and applied facial makeup. Now even he might not recognize himself. Dressed entirely in black, he emerged and began creeping along the darker edges of the compound, inching closer to the club. He didn't bother checking the sign. Inside, the noise level confirmed he was in the right place. He checked each room floor by floor. Everywhere had surveillance cameras, so he moved with extreme caution, staying well hidden. He used various methods to subtly turn the surveillance cameras so they faced away. Slowly, floor by floor, he made his way upward. From time to time, he heard lewd noises coming from certain rooms. Truly, the rich feast on wine and meat while the poor freeze to death on the streets. And society laughs at poverty, but not at vice. Wang Yang opened a door and stepped into a room. It was dazzling with gold and jewels, and famous calligraphy and paintings hung on the walls. Clearly, the owner held a very high status. He began searching through the room, quickly gathering everything into one place. There was an enormous amount of gold, easily totaling around 100 jin. Cash amounted to several million yuan. Without hesitation, Wang Yang stored it all in his spatial realm. He also collected the renowned artworks, muttering that leaving them here was a waste. Sooner or later, they'd probably be smuggled overseas anyway. Behind a newly hung painting, he discovered a hidden compartment containing ledgers. They recorded the xiuxian club's dealings with corrupt officials over the years, the amounts of bribes paid to compromised individuals, along with detailed information about those who had been persecuted. The darkness of this xiuxian club ran deep. Wang Yang didn't hesitate, he took it all. In the future, he'd ensure every one of these corrupt officials paid dearly. Finding nothing else of value, he turned and crept quietly toward the top floor. The upper level was unusually quiet, and the rooms were decorated in classical style. A cultural facade, but clearly, this person had a complex background. Wang Yang reminded himself to be cautious about protecting his own identity. Pressing his ear against the door, he listened carefully for movement inside. Hearing nothing, he quietly slipped in. After confirming the room was truly empty, with no hidden cameras, he scanned the space. First came a row of antique display cabinets, filled with priceless relics. Who knew how many treasures lay buried beneath this ancient capital? Judging by even this small club's collection, every item here was worth a fortune. Unhesitating, he stored the entire cabinet set into his spatial realm. Seeing the now empty room, Wang Yang quietly slipped out again, moving to lie in wait elsewhere. Finally, in one room, he heard voices conducting a secret transaction, and shockingly, the other party was a Japanese man. Wang Yang harbored deep hatred toward the Japanese. That nation's people were despicable. The moment you let your guard down, they would pounce and bite like rabid dogs, employing any ruthless, vicious, conscienceless means necessary to achieve their goals, having planted numerous agents within China. And now, right before him, was one such agent. No apologies then, you'll just have to disappear. Wang Yang crept inside, spotting two men. One a refined middle-aged man radiating aristocratic elegance, clearly from an elite family. The other, a grotesque, bowing Japanese spy, constantly kowtowing with exaggerated subservience. The sight made Wang Yang want to vomit. Silently approaching, he swiftly struck both men, knocking them unconscious, then immediately stored them in his spatial realm. Following them in, Wang Yang carved out a stone chamber deep in the mountains, locked both captives inside, and sealed the entrance shut before returning to the outside world. He first cleared all the antiques from the room into his spatial realm, grabbing anything valuable he could find. Thereafter, whenever he encountered others, he knocked them down on the spot. Those guilty of grave crimes were sent into the spatial realm. Minor henchmen were rendered senseless and dumped into empty rooms within the club. He swept through multiple chambers one after another. Eventually, hearing a rising clamor downstairs, Wang Yang decided to retreat. Slipping through concealed passages, he quietly exited the xiuxian club. Chapter 35. The basic structure of the Seven Stars Club. Wang Yang arrived at a secluded spot and summoned his car, driving back to the hotel in a casual manner. By the time he reached the hotel, it was already quite late. The front desk clerk double-checked his information. Wang Yang briefly explained that a family member was hospitalized at the People's Hospital and needed care, so his return times over the next few days might be irregular. The duty clerk offered him some comforting words. After entering his room, he first took a shower in the bathroom to refresh himself. Driving from Hangzhou to Xi'an and capturing several people at night had been exhausting. Gathering his energy, he stepped into the space once more. There was still work to do tonight. Upon entering the stone chamber, he saw that all 5 captives were already awake. Who are you? Why have you captured us? Where's this place? Do you even know who I am? Ren Zhonghong, the well-dressed middle-aged man, screamed hysterically at Wang Yang. I'm a foreign national. I will report this to my consulate immediately. You must release me right now, apologize to me in person, and your government must compensate me. This is a diplomatic incident. I have human rights. You must guarantee my personal safety. Sayuri Mikuni joined in with an equally furious outburst. Wang Yang scratched his ear, pretending not to hear. He wore a look of utter contempt. 2 clowns, still unable to recognize their situation. They actually believed heaven ranked first, and they came second. If this could have been handled outside, would he have bothered dragging them into the space? Heh. Wang Yang let out a cold chuckle. Turning around, he looked at the other 3 thug-like men, who remained surprisingly quiet without any extreme reactions. What's your name? What do you do? You're dressed like a decent human being, yet commit such despicable, lineage-destroying acts. Wang Yang asked the well-dressed man. Boy, I suggest you release me immediately. Go ask around on the streets. Who doesn't refer to me as Boss Ren? I won't press charges if you let me go now. Pretend we never met. But if you don't release me right away, once I'm out, I'll make sure you regret it deeply. Ren Zhonghong threatened. Yeah, release all of us immediately, and send us back unharmed, the 3 thugs chimed in. And you, little Jap, what's your name? Your Chinese is impressive. You've been living in our country for a long time, haven't you? What brings you here? Sayuri Mikuni. Please treat me kindly, he replied, bowing slightly. I came at Mr. Ren's invitation to conduct a transaction involving several artworks. I've been in China for over 30 years now, specializing in collecting art pieces. Please continue to treat me kindly, Sayuri added. Art transactions, invited by Ren, 30+ years in China, involved in the art business, Wang Yang repeated idly, as if pondering the words. What are your names? And what do you do at the Seven Stars Club? He turned to ask the 3 thugs. I'm He Jiao, he's He Chi, and that one is Hong Wu. We're enforcers, the black and red fighters of the Seven Stars Club, Black 9 explained. So you lot aren't few in number. Black, red, do you also have white or green members? Kid, our Seven Stars Club is named after 7 stars, meaning there are 7 branches, each with its own focus. We're just the muscle. Others handle different tasks. Those are called the intellectual workers. Some are in politics, others in the judiciary, business, cyber hacking, posing as foreign investors, or intelligence gathering. We've infiltrated almost every industry. So I advise you to release us quickly. Don't wait until the consequences become irreparable and then regret it too late. Black 9 tried to reason with Wang Yang. Your division of labor is quite clear. Where's Heba now? How can I find him? Wang Yang questioned Black 9. You're looking for Black 8? That means you must be connected to Wang Dongshan. Or perhaps you're one of his relatives. So this is revenge, huh? Then why didn't you go after Black 8 directly? Why capture us? Black 8 is currently at the Emperor Hotel. He handles security there. Black 9 answered, then muttered angrily to himself. Cursing Black 8 for always leaving loose ends whenever he acted. Fine. All of you stay here. Leaving is impossible. Just repent slowly. If any of you have important information to share, let me know. I'll treat the informant accordingly. With that, Wang Yang turned and walked out of the stone chamber. Hey, don't leave. Release me. I have plenty of money. I'll give it all to you. Ren Zhonghong shouted desperately. Let them starve for 2 days first. After that, they'll cooperate when I question them. Wang Yang went to the kitchen in the stone chamber to prepare breakfast for his parents. He cooked a pot of seafood porridge, made 2 cold dishes, and finally fried several scallion oil egg pancakes. Once everything was ready, he lay down to sleep inside the space. When he woke up, he felt refreshed. He practiced standing gong, performed tai chi, played a while with Hutu and the others, and then lit an incense stick before the statues of the 3 pure ones. Before leaving the space, he went to check on the mental condition of the 5 captives in the stone chamber. Seeing that they were all stable, he exited the space and drove off once more toward the hospital. Hello, Ouyang. Have you had breakfast? Come join me and have something at my father's room. It's specially prepared. Wang Yang raised the breakfast bag and invited Nurse Ouyang with a smile. Wang Yang, you're here so early. We just finished our shift change and already ate. You go ahead and take care of your dad. Nurse Ouyang replied cheerfully. Seeing they had already eaten, Wang Yang didn't linger. He entered the bingfang, where his mother xiuxian had already tidied up his father Wang Dongshan quite neatly. Wang Yang warmly greeted them and unpacked the seafood porridge, 2 cold dishes, and several scallion oil egg pancakes, urging them to eat while it was still warm. Xiaoyang, Dr. Zhao came by last night and checked on your dad. He said recovery is going very well. Looks like he won't even need a full week before going home for slow rehabilitation. Mother xiuxian said happily. That's great news. Congratulations, Dad. Looks like you'll be out soon. Wang Yang exaggerated his expression playfully, making Wang Dongshan burst into delighted laughter. The power of the space water was indeed remarkable. At this rate, discharge within a week was certain. Wang Yang needed to find a house immediately to settle his father somewhere quiet, preferably in the countryside nearby. It would aid recovery, and he could also secure a proper base. He couldn't afford to delay delivering the vegetables promised to Zhangjun. Xiaoyang, after your dad finishes eating, come back with me to our rented place. I need to pick up some clean clothes to bring over, Mother xiuxian said. Got it. My car's been shipped back already. I'll drive us there and see the place. You bought a car, Xiaoyang? How much did it cost? Do you still have money left? If not, ask your mom. A grown man like you should never be without cash. How else will you find yourself a wife? Father Wang Dongshan teased with a grin. About half an hour later, his mother had cleared the table. His father insisted no one needed to stay during the day. He could call the nurses if anything came up, so he urged Xiuxian to head back early. Wang Yang saw there really wasn't much else to do, so he took Mother Xiuxian downstairs, headed to the parking lot, started the car, and drove off again towards Xiujiang. Chapter 36. It's a bit chaotic near Xiujiang. Wang Yang drove the car, following his mother Xiuxian's directions, until he stopped in front of a very old house. His mother got out first and unlocked the door with her key. She turned back to Zhao Wang Yang into the room. Wang Yang looked around the place. It was shabby and run down. The area where his parents lived was truly messy and dirty. This environment was definitely unsuitable for his father's recovery, and Wang Yang had already decided his father would no longer continue doing his previous job. Watching his mother Xiuxian cleaning up the room, then packing clothes and various necessities, Wang Yang felt conflicted. Previously, they'd worried about storage space. Now that they had a car, his mother wouldn't buy duplicates. If something already existed, she'd just bring it along. Soon, she had packed a large bag full of clothing, even taking his father's radio. Wang Yang could only smile bitterly. Their generation had developed thrifty habits, especially people from rural areas. Life wasn't easy. Earning opportunities were scarce, while expenses piled high. Social obligations, children's education, elderly healthcare, and the constant pressure of arranging marriages for their kids. Farming alone couldn't possibly cover these costs. Farming was a deep-seated sentiment among peasants. Watching farmland go to waste caused real pain. As long as they were physically able, they'd make sure every inch of land was used. Nothing left idle, unless they simply lacked the energy to manage it. Wang Yang's family was no different. Their small plot of land couldn't sustain the entire household, forcing them to work elsewhere to survive. But talking too much about this brought tears. Who could truly understand the bitterness and hardship farmers endured? Seeing that his mother still needed some time to finish up, Wang Yang suggested going out for a walk nearby. She didn't think much of it, and simply said they needed to return before noon, otherwise his father would go hungry. I'll be back soon, just checking out the neighborhood a bit, Wang Yang said, stepping out of the house. First, he headed toward the xiuxian club to see if anything unusual was happening. Soon after arriving near the club, he noticed many street thugs wandering around, swaggering and intimidating others, clearly searching for something. They approached every passerby to ask questions. Seeing this, Wang Yang realized the person caught last night must have been important, probably the main visible leader inside the organization. When a punk with dyed yellow hair questioned him, Wang Yang casually asked whether the wanted man had any distinctive features. The thug, noticing Wang Yang seemed sharp-witted, even tried inviting him to join their group. Wang Yang immediately made an excuse about having a proper job and quickly walked away. Tonight, he planned to sneak back into the xiuxian club and deal with as many trash-like members as possible. He absolutely had to capture Heiba. After discovering last night that the club was trafficking national relics, Wang Yang vowed not to let these scum escape. Antiques and cultural relics were memories of a civilization. A small group of people, driven by selfish desires, smuggled exquisite artifacts, priceless representatives of China's history, overseas. Once gone, these treasures were lost forever to their homeland, with virtually zero chance of recovery. Wang Yang returned to the rented apartment his mother was using. From his spatial storage, he took out some vegetables and a grouper fish, planning to cook meals here and bring them over later. Noticing the limited seasonings in his mother's rental, he kept things simple: scrambled eggs with tomatoes, stir-fried string beans, and braised grouper. No need to prepare staple food. He'd just buy some steamed buns on the way. By the time he finished, it was nearly noon. They needed to rush back to the hospital. After placing everything in the car, his mother carefully carried the food containers, afraid the oil might spill. Arriving at the hospital quickly, Wang Yang greeted his father and explained he had matters to attend to before leaving again. With his mother staying these days, he could now focus on handling the case of his father being assaulted and finding a suitable place nearby. Without hesitation, Wang Yang left 2,000 yuan in cash for his mother xiuxian as emergency funds, telling her he wouldn't come in the afternoon. Then he drove off, slowly circling the surrounding areas. The location he chose had to involve minimal trouble and affordable land rent. Driving along Xian streets toward the city outskirts, he moved stop and go. In recent years, many cities across the country had become obsessed with expansion, competing fiercely. Whoever built the fastest and biggest felt more accomplished. Massive tracts of land were seized for urban development, and driven by profit, ordinary people suffered silently. They cared only about glossy exteriors, never the underlying hardships. Everyone thought, as long as I'm developing, others can sacrifice. Produce more grain, contribute more. You're good, I'm good, everyone's good. But when reality was checked later, all anyone found was chaos and wreckage. Wang Yang felt Xian had chosen a good developmental path, one rooted in its identity as a historical and cultural city, building upon its ancient architectural clusters, promoting culture as its hallmark, welcoming visitors from all directions, and finally leveraging national strategic support with technology as its wings. Like Jiangxia fishing, it waited. Those who were willing would come. This is development, only to realize in the end that what our ancestors left behind resonates most deeply with people. Only when cultural confidence stands unique can it endure forever. Driving slowly from the city toward Lantian County, Wang Yang planned to get a general sense of the surrounding environment. It would be best to find a village to cooperate with. This way, he could make maximum use of his spatial storage while also helping some villagers increase their income. Lantian was the hometown of Huaxiu, mother of Fuxi and Yuhua, and the direct distant ancestor of Yendi and Huangdi. It was also the original production site of Lantian jade, one of the 4 famous jades in China, known since ancient times as Jade Born in Lantian. Located on the historic road between Qin and Chu territories, it was called the strategic crossroads of the 3 auxiliaries, serving as a vital passage from Guangzhou to the southeastern provinces. Wang Yang didn't enter the county town. Instead, he drove along the highway beside the Ba River, continuing southeastward. This road passed through many villages. The scenery along the way was breathtaking, and each village had its own unique characteristics. However, there were far too few people. Many villages were nearly deserted. Some had only a few elderly sitting idly at the entrance. Others, just a scattered handful working in the fields. And this was still close to Xian. Imagining what conditions must be like deep in the mountains, the population there was probably even scarcer. The trend of social development forced young people out of rural areas, pushing them to leave their hometowns. At this rate, more and more villages would vanish. Along the way, Wang Yang stopped to check out several villages, but none were quite ideal. He decided to keep driving forward, so long as he could return to the city by nightfall. Passing Anjin town, he headed straight for Provincial Highway 107, then turned southwest toward the Qinling Mountains. This area belonged to the Zhongnan mountain range. Life in these villages was peaceful, though the population remained small. To be fair, the government's investments in recent years hadn't been ineffective. Many villages now had proper roads. Once transportation improved, the local economy came alive. The mountains produce could finally reach markets across the country. Near Dazai village, an old man told Wang Yang to check out Huyu. It seemed to meet his needs. So he changed course and headed toward that location. First, Wang Yang visited Huyu New Village. The houses were well built. After asking around, he learned the village was now called Erlanju Village, a merger of the former Huyu Village and Kukuku Village. The locals were friendly, but nearly all were elderly. Young people were rare. Moreover, the area was famous for locust flowers. Every year, many city dwellers came here for tourism. The old Huyu village had been abandoned and could be renovated, though it would take time and later require staff to manage operations. Wang Yang decided to go directly to the village's party secretary. He asked the old secretary whether it was possible to lease land here, but the answer was vague. Checking the time, Wang Yang decided to head back. Night was approaching, and he had other matters to attend to tonight. He turned the car around and began driving back toward the city. Chapter 37. Return to the 7 Stars Club. After returning from Erlanju village, it was already dark. Wang Yang drove straight toward the 7 Stars Club. It was nearly 8 o'clock, perfect timing for another infiltration. He first stopped at a secluded spot to disguise himself, concealing every identifiable feature of his appearance so that even if caught on camera by accident, he couldn't be recognized. He parked the car far away and cautiously made his way toward the club. As he approached, he paused to observe the surroundings. To his surprise, several punk-haired thugs were loitering around. There might be more people hidden out of sight, perhaps even concealed surveillance cameras. Wang Yang moved carefully along dark corners, silently taking down a few hooligans one after another and tossing their unconscious bodies aside, ensuring none would wake up for at least 3 hours. Sixth brother, do you think the guy from last night will come again? This man's no joke. He took out several of our guys yesterday. The new boss is keeping it quiet to avoid panic. But what's the point? It's like lighting a lamp in broad daylight, fooling no one, said a punk named Xiuxian. Xiuxian, watch your mouth. Say something like that again, and you'll be dead before sunrise. Some things you know, you keep silent. Nobody's stupid here. Only because I'm with you now are you still alive. If it were Black 8 instead, your eyes would have been gouged out by now, scolded Hong Lu. Sixth brother, thanks for the warning. With Black 8 around, I'd have been screwed. Honestly though, that guy's bound to mess up sooner or later, charging in recklessly without knowing how to lie low. Xiuxian muttered, trying to reassure himself. Enough talk. Keep your eyes sharp. If someone sneaks in again while we're on duty, we're both finished. Heard they lost some important documents last night. Wonder if it was the account books? Hong Lu said, almost gleeful. Wang Yang, listening to their conversation, finally understood the leadership here had changed. Clearly, the place was under tight security now. Getting in undetected was impossible. All he could do was improvise. After thinking briefly, he continued observing the area, scanning for any faint glimmers of light, likely from powered-on cameras. Nothing. No signs. Sticking close to the wall, Wang Yang quietly scaled into the compound. Ring, ring, ring. A shrill phone rang abruptly. From somewhere above, Wang Yang faintly heard a phone going off in the top floor room. So there was someone up there. He didn't rush, inching upward slowly, step by cautious step. About half an hour later, he neared the top floor when voices from a nearby room reached him. Mr. Zhou, I understand. I'll be extra careful. I will catch that intruder. Black 8 boasted arrogantly into the phone. Hearing this, the new manager, Sun Guangren, shouted furiously at him. Black 8, get a grip. Be careful, extremely careful. If anything else goes missing, this whole club is done for. Our life-saving records are gone, and the big boss is furious. You must recover them immediately. Yeah, Mr. Sun, calm down. I know what I'm doing. With that, Black 8 slowly walked toward the door. Wang Yang saw his chance. Unexpectedly, he'd gotten such a quick shot at Black 8. He decided to follow. Eliminate one first, deal with the rest later. Who's there? Black 8 called out sharply. In a shadowed corner, Wang Yang finally found his opening. But Black 8 reacted faster than expected. So this guy isn't as clueless as he acts. He's clever, good at pretending. Wang Yang was startled. None of these people were easy to fool. Each knew how to make themselves seem indispensable. Wang Yang said nothing. He lunged forward swiftly, delivering a powerful punch straight to Black 8's gut, knocking the wind out of him so hard, he nearly passed out. No sound escaped. No time to waste. Another step forward, a second punch. Black 8 slumped unconscious. Wang Yang then pulled him into his spatial realm and sent him directly to the stone prison chamber. Wang Yang pushed open the door the man had just exited. Inside, someone was waiting. Without hesitation, he walked in and sized up the newcomer. This one was much tougher than Ren Hongzhou. Kid, who the hell are you? Release the person you captured last night, or you won't walk out of here alive tonight. This director Sun actually dared to threaten Wang Yang. Hello, Mr. Sunday. In a moment, I'll send you to reunite with them. But first, answer me. How did you detect me? Wang Yang asked. Look, over there are surveillance cameras. Sun pointed at the screen on the wall. Wang Yang breathed a quiet sigh of relief. At least they hadn't noticed him pulling people into his space. He walked up beside the man, smack. A single slap sent him crashing to the floor. Dragging him aside, he began interrogating him. What's your name? I'm Sun Guangren. Ask me anything. I'll tell you everything. Just don't hit my face. My job depends on my looks. Sun Guangren pleaded. Good. Smart man. Now tell me about your team structure. And where exactly are your hidden items stored now? Wang Yang demanded. I'm just temporarily filling in here, so I don't know much about the situation. All I know is that the person protecting this place has big connections, works in a provincial department, and we've got people inside the local police station too. I only know his code name, Red Sword. All the valuables are stored in the basement, but it needs the big boss's password to open, Sun Guangren said. Take me down there right now, and don't try anything clever, or you'll regret it. Wang Yang threatened as he dragged Sun toward the basement. He also asked where the surveillance room was. Next door? Nobody's there now. I can transmit live footage from my end, Sun replied. Hearing that, Wang Yang pulled him over and went into the monitoring room. He destroyed all the hard drives and smashed up equipment, tossing broken parts into the drain before continuing with Sun toward the basement. They moved smoothly through without encountering anyone. Once inside the basement and confirming it was empty, Wang Yang knocked Sun Guangren unconscious and dropped him onto the floor. He then tested the security door with both hands, and surprisingly, managed to pull it straight into his spatial realm. Without hesitation, he sent the entire door into his space. Stepping inside, he saw stacks of cash lining one wall, cash worth tens of millions in RMB. There were also several million in US dollars, plus antiques and gold. Wang Yang didn't hesitate, he took everything. This haul made vegetable selling look like pocket change. It was profit without any cost, and he couldn't help but feel delighted. After clearing out everything, he glanced around once more. Unexpectedly, he spotted a hidden compartment in the wall. Opening it, he found a handgun and some documents. Didn't know what they were, but stuffed them all into his space anyway. Exiting the basement, he permanently disabled Sun Guangren, leaving him a mindless, living corpse. Better this way, saved others from future harm. Seeing nothing else of value, Wang Yang quietly left the club. He couldn't completely destroy the Seven Stars Club on his own, not yet. That would have to wait. As for the people already in his space, they'd never see daylight again. Even if he didn't kill them, they'd stay imprisoned there forever. Next time he went deep into the mountains, he'd dump them far into the wilderness, erasing all traces. Back in his car, Wang Yang drove toward the hotel. The same night shift staff was on duty, so he nodded casually and headed upstairs to his room. First, a shower, to relax. Then he entered his spatial realm to interrogate Black 8. Talk, Black 8. Who ordered you to beat up Wang Dongshan? Wang Yang demanded. Brother, I'll tell you everything, just don't kill me. Black 8 panicked. He knew Wang Yang wasn't merciful. After seeing how the others had been driven insane yesterday, he knew this man was ruthless. That day, Wang Dongshan went to the construction site demanding wages from the foreman. The foreman reported it to me. I asked Shin Hongzhong whether to pay him or not. Shin said Wang Dongshan was meddling where he didn't belong, like a dog chasing rats. The project wasn't finished, yet he wanted final payment while sticking his nose into other people's affairs. So he told me to make an example of him. Hit him hard, scare the others like killing a chicken to warn the monkeys. Black 8 spilled quickly. After hearing this, Wang Yang immediately disabled him. Then he brought Shun Hongzhong over and asked just one question. Did you order Black 8 to attack Wang Dongshan? It was me. What do you want? Name your price. Maybe I can offer compensation. Just let us go. It's pointless keeping us locked up like this. If you're after money or some form of return, just say it outright. Once I'm back, I'll make sure you get whatever you want. Shen Hongzhong said, weak from hunger but still proud. Even now, clueless about being trapped in a spatial realm, still dreaming of walking free. Wang Yang received his confirmation and wasted no time, immediately rendering him useless too. Black 9, Black 7, and Han Wu met the same fate, all permanently incapacitated. Only Xiao Ri remained. Maybe he still held some value. His hideout must be full of treasures, and given these operatives worked alone, nobody would notice his disappearance anytime soon. For now, keep him locked up. Send him some fruit and melons. Don't let him starve. Chapter 38, Uncle Yun's Proposal. Early in the morning, Wang Yang left the hotel with a packed breakfast, drove to Provincial People's Hospital, and suddenly spotted a familiar figure. After a moment of thought, he realized it was Uncle Shen Yun. Uncle Yun, are you here because you're not feeling well? I'm pretty familiar with this place. If you need any help, just let me know. Wang Yang greeted him warmly. You are? Ah yes. I remember now, you're Dongshan's son. Hello young man. I'm perfectly healthy. Came here to see your father. I couldn't rest the past couple days, so I haven't had a chance to visit him until today. First day off, and I came straight away. Uncle Yun replied to Wang Yang. Uncle Yun, my dad will be so happy you came to see him. Back in our village, if someone did what you've done, everyone would step up to help. Don't feel awkward about it. My father only did what he thought was right. From a young age, my family taught us that whenever we encounter someone in need, we should lend a hand and do our part, Wang Yang said, genuinely pleased by Uncle Yun's visit. Let's head to the ward first, Uncle Yun. Follow me. It's room 320 on the 3rd floor. Wang Yang led the way. Pushing open the door, he saw his parents watching the morning news. His mother, Zheng Yun, seeing Wang Yang arrive, stepped forward to take the breakfast. Just as she was about to speak, she noticed someone behind him. Brother Shen, you're here? Please, come in quickly. Mother Zheng Yun immediately invited Uncle Yun into the room. Father Wang Dongshan also looked up, smiling when he saw Shun Yun visiting him with fruit in hand. Old Shun, you didn't need to bring anything. You coming is more than enough. Look, everything's already provided here. Come, sit down. Truth is, I've been stuck in this hospital for days, getting bored stiff. You showing up is perfect. I could really use some company. Dongshan, all of this happened because of me. I should have visited sooner, but the foreman wouldn't grant leave. Only now that I'm finally off work. Honestly, I feel quite guilty, Shun Yun said. Uncle Yun, please don't keep blaming yourself or bringing up unpleasant things. Everything turned out fine, didn't it? The doctor said Dad can be discharged in a few days. He'll just need time to recover at home, some proper rest and care, Wang Yang interjected. After speaking, Wang Yang noticed Uncle Yun visibly relax, and the two men began chatting about life on the construction site. Turning to his mother, Wang Yang said, Mom, I'm planning to rent some land here to grow organic vegetables. Yesterday I drove around Lantian County but didn't find a suitable spot. Do you or Dad have any connections or leads? Any idea where there might be land available for lease? Xiaoyang, why not farm back home? Here, you're a stranger in a strange land. Anything goes wrong, it won't be easy to handle. Mother Zheng Yun worried. There's too little farmland back home, and rents are sky high. This area seems much more suitable. Sometimes opportunities outside are better than staying put. I'll probably travel around a bit these next few days. But since Dad is recovering well, Mom, I'll need you to bear an extra load. Also, we'll need to rent a new place. The current one isn't fit for Dad to recuperate in, Wang Yang explained. Uncle Yun chimed in. Xiaoyang, if you're looking for land, what kind of conditions do you need? I might be able to recommend a place. That would be wonderful, Uncle Yun. Thank you so much. The land should be relatively concentrated, not scattered. I plan to run large-scale farming. It'd also help if there's local surplus labor. That'd benefit future development. Hearing you say that, I think my village, Xinyun Village, would actually suit you perfectly. Right now, most villagers left behind are elderly farmers. All skilled hands, just too old to work in cities. They stay home idle. Our rural folks are simple and honest. If you were to come, we'd welcome you with open arms. We're located at the foot of Qinling Mountains, with direct road access. Arable flat land is limited, but there's plenty of hills and forest land. Natural produce is rich and diverse. The land can be leased to you. If you give people jobs and pay them monthly, we'd fully support your venture. What do you think? Uncle Yun asked. Wang Yang thought for a moment. Still, he decided he needed to go see it. Life in the mountains was tough. And nowadays, the government simply didn't have the bandwidth to focus on small villages scattered across remote mountains. He responded, all right, Uncle Yun. So how do we get there? We've got a deal. Uncle Yun exclaimed excitedly. I'll go back right now and ask for leave. If they refuse, I'll quit on the spot and go back with you. Then I'll talk to the village chief so you can move forward without worries about your business. Xinyun Village isn't far from Xian. It's under Lantian County. Go home now and pack your things. We'll leave today and stay overnight in our village. I won't chat long with your dad. And if you join us in Xinyun Village, your parents will surely come along too. Old Yun, come with me. I'll just go up to the hotel to grab a few things, then head down. We'll go to your place so you can pack, and then we'll leave right away. Wang Yang said. Uncle Dongshan, Auntie Zheng, please take good care of yourselves. I'm off now. Uncle Yun bid farewell to Wang Yang's parents. Mom, Dad, I'm heading out. Make dinner yourselves tonight. Eat something nice. Your son's got money now, Wang Yang said with an exaggerated grin. You brat scram. Mother Zheng Yun lightly slapped him. Wang Yang returned to the hotel first. Pretending to retrieve some belongings, he actually took only a few clothes from his space and checked out of the room. Then he took Uncle Yun to their rented dormitory. After a short while, seeing Uncle Yun carrying a full bag packed with personal items, Wang Yang told him to put it in the trunk. With that, he started the car and drove toward Uncle Yun's hometown. Checking the map, he saw they were headed near Lotus Mountain. After nearly 2 hours on the road, they finally arrived at Xiuxian village. Stepping out of the car, Wang Yang quietly surveyed the surroundings while Uncle Yun went ahead into the village to find the old party secretary. The village as a whole had a certain charm, though it looked somewhat run down. Some houses still bore the architectural style of the last century. Mud brick homes mixed among tiled roof brick buildings. The place was quiet, with only the barking of a few dogs breaking the silence. A handful of children stood around, eyes wide with curiosity, staring at Wang Yang. Reaching into his backpack as if pulling out something, Wang Yang actually fetched jujubes and peaches from his storage space, handing a few to each child. Despite their sniffling noses, the little ones beamed with joy as they happily munched on the treats. He waved them off to play and continued walking through the village. Though situated at the foot of the mountain, it was still essentially a mountainous village. The houses were scattered unevenly, arranged in bands stretching upward from the lower slopes. There was plenty of arable land, with gently sloping areas perfect for building greenhouses, hundreds of mu without any problem. In the future, Wang Yang planned to pull various vegetables directly from his space to sell here. Woodlands were abundant, thick with wild trees and overgrown brush that would need clearing and reorganizing. Fruit trees could be planted, and livestock or poultry raised between the rows. He also heard running water nearby, indicating natural spring sources. Water wasn't scarce here. Dugout fish ponds could serve both to store water and raise fish. If possible, Wang Yang decided this would be the ideal spot for his base. Eventually, he would completely rebuild the entire village from the ground up. Chapter 39. Successfully settling into Xinjiazhai. Seeing there wasn't much more to look at for now, and knowing he could explore further later, Wang Yang walked directly over to old Yinshu. Uncle Yin, what should I call this uncle here? Is he your village chief? Xiaoyang, this is our village chief Xin Fei, also the clan head of our village. You can call him Chief Shun or Uncle Shun, old Yinshu introduced. Wang Yang immediately stepped forward, extending both hands to shake Xin Fei's hand. Hello, Uncle Shun. I'm Wang Yang, honored to visit your village. I'll be counting on your kindness and support as a junior in the days ahead, Wang Yang said with a smile. Young man, we welcome you to come inspect our village. If you have any needs, feel free to reach out to me. As long as you're sincere about developing here, we'll give you maximum support and protection so you can pursue your ventures without worry. Let me ask, do you plan to lease all the land yourself, or would you consider cooperating with us villagers? Chief Shin asked. Chief Shin, please just share your thoughts directly. If they make sense to me, I'm open to following your suggestions, Wang Yang replied formally, entering negotiations. I propose we contribute all of our village's land as equity, and you grant us a modest share in return. This way, everyone has a basic safeguard. Later, if villagers work for you, you'd pay them wages, but no need to pay land rent. Of course, if you absolutely prefer leasing, we'll still rent the land to you. Just tell us your offer price for contracting our farmland, forest land, and we'll sign an official contract with you. Chief Shin responded diplomatically. Wang Yang spoke up. I plan to unify and plan all village lands. I can reserve some shares for you, but those shares will only carry dividend rights, not decision-making power. I'll establish a dedicated cooperative, taking full responsibility for all operations. You'll retain oversight and advisory rights, but not veto power. In short, I'll have final say over the cooperative, but it will operate fairly, lawfully, and transparently, without harming anyone's interests. At the same time, you must cooperate with me and refrain from actions that harm our collective interest. No matter how successful the cooperative becomes, the contract cannot be unilaterally terminated. We must sign a long-term, formal agreement. And the equity percentage I allocate won't be large. The crops I'll plant later, organic vegetables and fruits, are high value, so I can't afford to give too big a share, Wang Yang added. Fair enough. As long as you invest heavily and act in good faith, we'll fully cooperate, Chief Shin affirmed. Hearing you say that, I feel at ease. Uncle Shin, could you briefly tell me about your village? Population, arable land area, forest land, wasteland, anything relevant, and which crops grow well here? Wang Yang asked. Xinjiazhai currently has about 360 mu of arable land and over 2,600 mu of forest land. Altogether, the village covers roughly 3,000 mu. We have 28 households, around 120 people. Our water mainly comes from mountain springs. We mostly grow wheat, sorghum, and rapeseed. In recent years, the government encouraged us to relocate downhill and offered to rebuild a new village for us, but many found it hard to adapt, so the move has been put on hold. So the houses here on the mountain remain quite dilapidated. Most young people have left. Those remaining are mostly elders, women, and children. Some families raise cattle, sheep, chickens, ducks, and geese, Chief Shin summarized. Wang Yang listened and felt satisfied. The situation was acceptable. He could gradually develop further, and if needed, lease additional irrigated farmland elsewhere later. Since leasing hilly land and existing farmland required formal government contracts, they needed to go to the township government to complete procedures. There was no rush. Matters were essentially settled. They could sign the official contracts tomorrow at the township office. After that, it would be time to begin transforming and constructing the site. Professional engineering companies would be needed for the upgrades. First, several vegetable greenhouses had to be built. Wang Yang planned to use glass-roofed greenhouse structures, but exact construction plans would wait until the engineering team arrived to ensure optimal design. Having learned what he needed, old Yinshu began preparing dinner. Since nearly every villager was present tonight, they would host a communal feast, a simple yet heartfelt celebration welcoming Wang Yang. Each household contributed treasured items. Some brought wild mushrooms, others smoked game like pheasant and hare, while some offered dried vegetables from home, freshly caught fish from the stream, or homemade grain alcohol. That evening, Wang Yang dined happily. Though he didn't eat much, he clearly saw the villagers' genuine warmth and hospitality. They had even prepared a private room for him, complete with clean bedding, towels, every detail thoughtfully arranged. Driving into the Qinling Mountains, Wang Yang immediately felt a deep sense of comfort and indescribable relaxation. Closing his eyes, he carefully sensed the 5 elemental beads. It was moving again, automatically controlling all the pores on his body to absorb the natural spiritual energy. The spiritual energy in the Qinling Mountains was thick, carrying a feeling of time sedimentation, like soaking in a hot spring, soothing and pleasant to absorb. If he ventured deeper into the Qinling range, the benefits would be even greater. Deep down, Wang Yang was truly delighted. He finally had a place to settle. Unable to fall asleep just yet, he practiced Tai Chi inside his room for a while, slowly savoring its unique essence. When tired, he stopped to stand in Wuji posture, devoting his entire being to harmonize with the 5 elemental beads and receive the mountain's generous gifts. He didn't sleep at all through the night, yet felt incredibly refreshed. Opening the door and stepping outside, he saw many villagers already preparing breakfast. Twinning smoke rose gently, mingled with roosters crowing and dogs barking. It was exactly like Tao Yuanming picking chrysanthemums beneath the eastern hedge, gazing leisurely at the southern hills. Xiaoyang, you're up? Come over and have breakfast first. I've already called the township leaders. We'll head to the government office soon to sign the land contracting agreement. They've even opened a green channel for US to get the cooperative officially registered as quickly as possible. Village Chief Shun Fei said with a smile. Uncle Shun, your efficiency is impressive. This way, we can move forward swiftly, Wang Yang replied, equally pleased. Around 9 o'clock, they set off as planned, driving with Village Chief Shun Fei and old Yinshu toward the township government. Government officials were already waiting at the entrance. They were very happy that someone like Wang Yang had come here to invest in agriculture and rural development. Agricultural investment brought no pollution and greatly promoted the construction of new countryside communities. Nowadays, funding was scarce everywhere. Development required investors to step forward. And when someone came willingly, the government naturally did everything possible to ensure smooth implementation. As the car stopped, Director Lu stepped forward first to greet and exchange pleasantries with Wang Yang. Mr. Wang, hello. Welcome to our Puhua Township. Yesterday afternoon, I received a call from Secretary Shun of Xinjiazhai, learning that you plan to establish an agricultural cooperative there and help local villagers prosper together. On behalf of our township government, I'd like to express our gratitude. Director Lu, you're too kind. It's truly my honor to contribute what I can to Puhua Township. As long as the government provides strong support, I'm confident I can build something meaningful here. Wang Yang immediately extended both hands to shake Director Lu's hand, then greeted each of the surrounding officials one by one. Invited by Director Lu, they entered the conference room. Wang Yang began by outlining his preliminary plans. Upon hearing that tens of millions of funds would be invested to build several high-standard greenhouses for growing vegetables and fruits, carry out livestock farming, and fulfill a series of future commitments, the officials declared that the township government would do everything within its power to provide basic guarantees, ensuring Wang Yang could proceed confidently and freely pursue his vision. Next came the formal signing of the land contract, along with assistance in processing Xinjiazhai's collective forest rights certificate. Under the township government's guidance, the Xinjiazhai Agricultural Cooperative was swiftly established and officially inaugurated. Director Lu even introduced Wang Yang to a reputable company specializing in greenhouse construction and gave him their contact number. Finally, Wang Yang politely declined Director Lu's invitation to lunch, not wanting to disrupt their governmental duties. He recognized that they had already offered immense support. With that, Wang Yang left the township government alongside Village Chief Shin and old Yinshu, heading back toward Xinjiazhai. Chapter 40, Starting Basic Construction. After returning to Xinjiazhai, Wang Yang first called Chun Jinhua from the Greenhouse Construction Company. Hello, Manager Chun, this is Wang Yang. Mayor Lu from Puhua Town recommended your company to me, saying that you specialize in vegetable greenhouse construction. Could you come to Xinjiazhai for a visit so we can discuss cooperation? Wang Yang explained his purpose directly. Mr. Wang, hello. I'm truly honored to receive your call for collaboration. It means great recognition that Mayor Lu recommended our company to you. If we successfully cooperate, we'll make sure the greenhouses are both aesthetically pleasing and highly practical. As for pricing, it will depend on an on-site assessment. We can only calculate accurately after seeing the location. Please wait. I should arrive at Xinjiazhai in about 2 hours. Chun Jinhua replied. Great. Let's talk more when we meet. Goodbye for now, Manager Chun. Wang Yang hung up. He walked around the village and noticed that most farmland was concentrated in the southeast corner, with scattered plots elsewhere. Wang Yang decided to start building greenhouses primarily on the southeastern farmland. The village itself sat on the southwest hillside, Beyond that lay forested areas and wasteland. A small stream ran between the village and the fields, serving as the main irrigation source. Wang Yang instructed village chief Xin to organize the villagers to clear weeds and small trees around the area and to designate spots for garbage collection. He also needed to pick a site to build his own courtyard since he planned to live here later. Acting immediately, Wang Yang went to Uncle Xin's house and explained his intention to carry out basic renovations in the village. He announced that everyone who showed up to work would be paid 100 yuan per day. Upon hearing about the pay, everyone became enthusiastic, rushing home to fetch tools. They started clearing weeds and small trees from the village outward. Branches were set aside neatly while weeds were gathered together for later disposal. With such high morale, Xinjiazhai would undergo a dramatic transformation within 2 or 3 days. At that moment, an SUV drove into the village. Seeing Chun Jinhua step out, Wang Yang quickly approached. After brief greetings and handshakes, he led Xin to village chief Xin's house where they all sat down to discuss details of cooperation. Manager Chun, I'm Wang Yang. This is village chief Xin Fei, also party secretary of the village. I want to build glass-covered greenhouse structures here and hope you can offer your full support. Mr. Wang, Chief Shun, greetings to both of you. For now, I can only speak generally. I really need to inspect the site firsthand. We'll measure everything properly before making a budget estimate. With that, Manager Chen stood up first. Chief Shin led the way ahead, while Wang Yang and Chun Jinhua followed behind. Along the path, they saw villagers actively clearing weeds and brush. Seeing this, Chun felt reassured immediately. It was clear Wang Yang meant serious business. There would likely be many greenhouses to build. When they arrived at the farmland, nearly 300 mu of land lay ready for development. Building dozens of greenhouses here meant big profits, a prospect that excited Manager Chun. Mr. Wang, are you planning to build greenhouses across all of this land, or just a portion? Chun asked. Just call me Wang Yang, and I'll call you Brother Chun. It feels awkward calling each other Mister. I plan to start with 10 fully automated glass greenhouses. Later, if funds allow, I'll expand according to needs. Could you give me a rough cost estimate? Wang Yang explained. Glass greenhouses. Let me break down the structure. Main frame materials. Specifications include pillars at 120 by 120 by 3.0, truss beams at 60 by 60 by 2.5, gutters with 2.75 mm thickness, perimeter girders, and external shading beams made of 50 by 50 by 2.0 mm material. All standard parts using hot-dip galvanized steel. These structural materials cost around 108 yuan per square meter. Peripheral covering. Typically double-glazed tempered glass plus aluminum alloy frames costs about 48 yuan per square meter. Roof covering. Single-layer 5 mm tempered glass plus aluminum profiles and fittings cost approximately 60 yuan per square meter. External shading system. Using round wire black shade netting with 75% shading rate. Top brand 5-year warranty model. Total cost roughly 11 yuan per square meter. Internal shading system. 65% aluminized screen fabric. Premium brand with 5-year guarantee. Comprehensive cost about 12 yuan per square meter. Internal insulation system. Insulation blanket of 120G/M superscript 2. Leading brand 5-year warranty space, cotton waterproof series. Overall cost approximately 12.8 yuan per square meter. Roof ventilation system. Sliding staggered windows powered by motors, gear racks, and push rods. Estimated total cost about 9 yuan per square meter. Cooling system. Composed of 1,380 heavy-duty exhaust fans paired with 15 cm thick wet cooling pads. Each pad requires accompanying louvers. Total cost approximately 11.5 yuan per square meter. Condensate collection system. This is an additional small gutter installed beneath the main gutters to collect indoor condensation. The cost is approximately 5 yuan per square meter. Perimeter insulation system. A thermal insulation curtain made of 120G insulation fabric combined with electric film rollers and winding rods forms an insulating curtain around all 4 sides, used for heat retention during winter nights. The cost is about 5.5 yuan per square meter. Civil construction. Typically carried out by professional construction or civil engineering companies, or done independently by the client. Specific costs vary significantly, generally ranging from 35 to 55 yuan per square meter. Electrical system generally includes greenhouse electrical panels, wiring, cable trays, etc., with a cost of approximately 20 yuan per square meter. Comprehensive labor costs for installation and commissioning are around 45 yuan per square meter. Therefore, the total cost for a standard glass greenhouse, including civil works and heating, ranges from 380 to 400 yuan per square meter. So for one fully glass-covered greenhouse measuring 96 meters east-west and 40 meters north-south, with a total projected area of 3,840 square meters, the construction cost would be roughly between 1.46 million and 1.53 million yuan. Mr. Wang, does this sound acceptable to you? Chen Jinhua summarized briefly. Wang Yang didn't fully understand the details, but calculated that about 40 greenhouses could fit in this space. Building 10 first, with a budget of around 15 million yuan, was manageable. He had acquired over 40 million yuan in cash from 2 visits to the 7 Stars Club, plus his own savings. His net worth now nearing 50 million yuan RMB, not even counting antiques or foreign currency. However, he couldn't spend too much cash at once, as that would raise questions. In the end, he decided to start with building 10 glass greenhouses. The remaining open land could be reserved for future expansion. He also needed to build himself a retro-style courtyard. After all, he shouldn't live poorly in the future. Brother Chun, I'm not very familiar with your pricing breakdown. but I've decided to proceed with constructing 10 of these greenhouses first. Additional ones will be built later depending on demand. So please design them reasonably, leaving proper space reserved for future construction. From my estimation, we can fit about 40 here. You need to ensure your quote, construction speed, and service life meet high standards. After all, I came to you through Mayor Lu's personal recommendation. If I'm satisfied with performance, I'll definitely continue cooperating with you. Also, there are several other projects here. Would you be able to take them on? I'd like to dig 5 or 6 fish ponds, each about 4 to 5 mu in size, and construct a retro-style courtyard. Can you handle these two? Plus, some road paving in the village and overall village planning. You should draw up a full plan. If things go well, I'll keep working with you. So to clarify, 10 glass greenhouses first, 1 retro courtyard, 5 fish ponds, and rough road improvements. These are what I need done right now. Please prepare a detailed budget and send me the designs. Ideally, provide a rendering of the entire village. How does that sound, Brother Chun? No problem, I can handle all of it. For anything I can't do directly, I can bring in reliable friends to get it done. You go ahead and focus on your tasks. I'll have my team stay here to conduct measurements, take photos, and use a drone for aerial photography. You go about your business. We'll reach out if needed. Shen Jinhua gave a firm and positive response. Chapter 41. Finalizing the cooperation. Wang Yang worked alongside others in the village. Most of the people remaining were elderly, so heavier tasks fell to him. There were also a few young children who followed Wang Yang around, watching him pull weeds. They would crouch down and try hard to yank out grass too. Whenever one finally managed to pull a weed loose, they'd proudly show it off to their little friends, making Wang Yang burst into laughter, and the kids would laugh along with him. Looking at the large pile of dwarf tree branches and heaps of pulled weeds behind him, Wang Yang couldn't help but marvel. When an area is left unattended for long, nature quickly reclaims it. Grass advances as humans retreat. Nature was truly amazing. In the end, he'd need to dig a big pit to bury all the weeds. They were useless anyway, and villagers already had towering stacks of firewood at home. He walked over to village xiuxian and asked if the village needed any more tools. Wang Yang planned to place an order soon. The chief replied that they needed many iron hoes, sickles, and several hoes and farming implements. After a quick assessment, Wang Yang noted that later on, he'd have to buy some small agricultural machinery, water pumps, hoses, and standard tool kits. Seeing Chun Jinhua approaching, Wang Yang called out, "Brother Chun, are you done with the measurements? Anything you need me to do?" "Wang Yang, we've basically finished measuring around the village. Back at the office, we'll use the data to finalize designs and arrangements. Tomorrow, workers and machinery will move in. The land for the greenhouses needs to be cleared. Will you handle meals for the crew, or should we arrange our own? Also, we'll need a 30% advance payment on the project. After that, we'll settle the remaining balance progressively based on construction progress. By the way, where do you want your retro-style courtyard built, and what kind of overall look do you envision for the village? That way I can assign someone to draw up design plans right away," Shen Jinhua explained. "Tomorrow I'll bring 5 million yuan in cash as the initial payment. You can deposit it yourself. For meals, you can hire villagers to cook for your team, or hire outsiders if you prefer. I'm handing full responsibility to you. Just give me a budget later. My courtyard should be located closer to the Qinling Mountains. I'll discuss the exact spot with Chief Shin tomorrow. As for the village, let's keep everything uniformly designed in a retro style. Start with a visual rendering. If there's nothing else, let's have a meal together here in the village. Forget the meal. I still need to rush back to the company to organize personnel, machinery, materials, all arriving tomorrow. Too many things waiting. We'll do our best to finish before Lunar New Year. Nothing else then, I'm off." With that, Shen Jinhua got into his SUV and drove away. No one tried to stop him. The project came first, and contracts still needed signing tomorrow. Seeing nothing urgent remained, Wang Yang paid village chief Shin the wages for the past couple of days' labor, then announced to everyone. Once they finished clearing the weeds, they could come collect their pay from the chief. Wang Yang now needed to visit his father in the hospital. If his dad was well enough to be discharged, he'd bring him here to recover. The air here was fresh, healing would be faster. Finally, he asked Chief Shin to find him a temporary place to stay within the village. He'd move later once his own house was built. This place might become his long-term home. Arriving at the hospital, he found his parents chatting with nurse Xiuxian in the ward. Wang Yang walked over to greet them. "Hi Ouyang, doing rounds? How many more days until my dad can go home?" "Hey Wang Yang, haven't seen you in days. Where have you been?" "Your dad needs to stay under observation for a few more days. If there's no complications, he can be discharged to recuperate at home. Sorry to trouble you these past days. I've been renting land in Lantian, setting up construction, been swamped, didn't get a chance to come by. Got time tonight. Let me treat you to dinner. It's because of your hard work and care that my dad's getting better." "No sorry. Maybe next time. I'm busy these days. But we're both in the Xian area, so we can always call." With that, Nurse Ouyang left the room and headed to the next ward. "Dad, Mom, I've settled down in Uncle Lao Yun's hometown, Xinjia's High. I've signed a contract with the local government. From now on, I'll mostly be staying there. So you two shouldn't keep working either. Once Dad gets out of the hospital, why don't you come over and help me manage things? It wouldn't feel right without family looking after it," Wang Yang said gently. "All right then. Once your dad's discharged, we'll head over first and watch over things for you." His mother Xiuxian said resignedly. They felt uncertain about moving near the mountains. Wouldn't going back to their hometown be more peaceful? What she didn't know was that Wang Yang had the space's advantage, allowing him to achieve double results with half the effort. And with a huge amount of cash on hand, he didn't need to worry about failure at all. Seeing that his parents hadn't eaten, Wang Yang said he'd go buy them some food. He checked into an hourly rate room at a nearby hotel, then entered his space to cook several home-style dishes and steamed a pot of rice. After tidying up, he took a walk around the space. Everything was flourishing, flowers blooming brilliantly, trees growing lush and dense. The rice and wheat were ready for harvest. With just a thought, he threshed all the grain and stored it away, harvesting over 10 million jin of grain. Wang Yang was stunned. It was far more than he expected. He also collected all the eggs, which piled up into mountain-like heaps. He had to deal with them. They couldn't be left to accumulate endlessly. Many duck and goose eggs had already been salted and preserved, but now even those stacks grew too high to finish. Eventually, he simply added them to the pile with the chicken eggs. He decided to donate some grain, eggs, duck eggs, and goose eggs to nearby orphanages and later distribute supplies to several impoverished areas. He also needed to find more partners. He wouldn't sell the grain too cheaply. The produce from his space could be used directly as seeds, guaranteeing excellent yields. Wang Yang planted another batch of rice and wheat, but this time only used 20% of the plains area. He allocated 40% to various vegetables. In the coming days, he planned to purchase seeds such as millet, sorghum, corn, soybeans, peanuts, sesame, and cotton. The variety was still too limited. Later, he would buy different fruit tree saplings and xinjiazhai to enrich the range of fruits in his space. That way, he could have any kind of produce available whenever he wanted. He went to check on the seaside area in his space. The sea fish were growing well, and the seaweed he introduced was multiplying rapidly, but the marine life was still too tiny. There were very few types of saltwater fish, though freshwater fish were abundant. Every river was teeming with them. He sent some melons and fruits to Xiaori's place again. He also needed to find a good opportunity to move Hu Tu, Da Mao, Air Mao, San Mao, and Sea Mao out of the space and settle them in Xinjiazhai. From now on, they would live there and help guard his home. Seeing there was nothing more to do, he exited the space. After checking out of the hourly room, Wang Yang drove to the hospital and delivered dinner to his parents. He left behind plenty of water from his space, instructing them to drink it regularly, especially his father, who needed to stay well hydrated for faster recovery. With nothing else left to do, Wang Yang said goodbye to his parents. First, he decided to explore downtown Xi'an. He hadn't properly toured the city yet. Once night fell, he wanted to visit the Tang Paradise night market and see if it was as beautiful as advertised online. Driving along the second ring road, Wang Yang observed how clean and tidy the streets were, lined with various snack stalls. Motorcycles were allowed on the roads, and everything felt more human-centered compared to other cities. The government's management seemed approachable and down-to-earth, not as rigid or mechanical as in eastern cities. Here, administrative departments felt more accepted by the public. The city hosted countless small vendors without causing traffic congestion. Street vendors could make a decent living, shoppers behaved responsibly, roads remained smooth and open, and motorcycles passed by frequently. In many eastern cities, you'd have your motorcycle confiscated before leaving your neighborhood, while stalls would be randomly smashed during enforcement actions, sometimes escalating into chaos. Many eastern cities should learn from Xi'an's management style. More standardized governance leads to happier, more fulfilling lives for ordinary people. As dusk approached, Wang Yang decided to head to Yinta district to see the Tang Paradise night market. Chapter 42. A stroll through Tang Paradise nightless city. It is said that if you want to see 5,000 years of Chinese history, go to Xi'an. Since the Xia dynasty, whether Qin and Han or Sui and Tang, the most prosperous civilizations of ancient China were all centered here in Xi'an, where Emperor Qin Shi Huang and Emperor Wu of Han are buried, where Emperor Taizong of Tang and Empress Wu Zetian once ruled. Countless scholars and beauties, civil officials and military generals, have eventually returned to the lush soil of northwest China. The most powerful eras of the nation all began their rise from this very city. Tang Paradise Nightless City, located at the foot of the giant wild goose pagoda in Yinta district of Xi'an, stretches north from the square south of the pagoda to the site of the ancient Tang Dynasty city wall, east from Xi'an East Road to Xi'an West Road. It measures 2,100 meters from north to south and 500 meters from east to west, with a total construction area of 650,000 square meters. It is the only large-scale pedestrian street in China built entirely around the theme of flourishing Tang culture, a replica architectural complex that has become a landmark scenic spot. Centered on the grandeur of the Tang Dynasty, Tang Paradise Nightless City features Tang-style elements throughout. It includes 4 major plazas: the North Square of the giant wild goose pagoda, Xuanzang Square, Jingguan Square, and New Era Innovation Square. 4 cultural venues, Xi'an Concert Hall, Shangxi Grand Theater, Xi'an Art Museum, and Xiuxian Pacific Cinema, are also situated here, along with 5 major cultural sculptures depicting themes such as Buddhist culture of the Tang Dynasty, the Gallery of Tang Heroes, the Rule of Jingguan, Empress Wu's Procession, and the prosperous Kaiyuan era. This place stands as the top destination for experiencing and exploring Tang Dynasty culture in Xi'an. Upon arriving at Tang Paradise Nightless City, Wang Yang was overwhelmed by its grandeur. Here, Tang culture is displayed in full splendor. Though the Tang Dynasty itself is long gone, this nightless city continues to show the world the magnificence of the Great Tang. It narrates an entirely unique story of Tang civilization. The dazzling light shows, interactive performances, endless variety of local snacks, and handcrafted souvenirs provide every visitor with an unforgettable visual feast. Although there's still a strong commercial atmosphere, it doesn't feel annoying. In fact, the entire scenic area feels more accessible and welcoming. Snacking while admiring the beautiful streetscape, Wang Yang found himself unconsciously immersed in the moment. thoroughly enjoying himself. It truly felt like dreaming back into the Tang dynasty. Most remarkably, this site successfully integrates history, poetry, art, ancient architecture, and commerce into one comprehensive, creatively designed tourist destination. Seeing this scenic area reminded Wang Yang of the Tan State ancient city back in his hometown, which recently developed the ancient capital of Tan Cultural Zone. Perhaps lacking the abundant funding of Tang Paradise Nightless City or a similarly dense population, the effort back home wasn't bad either. He could even invite friends over to experience it firsthand. The crowd at Tang Paradise Nightless City remained heavy throughout the night. If you want to see Xian after dark, this is undoubtedly the best choice, utterly breathtaking. Wang Yang wandered for hours, eating many Xian specialties, rujiamo, pao pao yugao, and some grilled skewers. He couldn't finish another bite of staple food. He'd already eaten too much. Noticing how late it had become, he drove away, checked into a nearby hotel, and settled down for the night. Ring ring ring. Who was calling so early in the morning? Wang Yang picked up his phone and saw it was Zhang Jun from Xiuxian. Hey brother Zhang, have you been lately? I'm in Xian now, why don't you bring your wife and Daodu over sometime? Just got settled in yesterday. When you visit, you'll enjoy it so much you won't even miss Xiuxian. Huh? Wang Yang joked. Wang Yang, you've been gone quite a while now. My stock of vegetables is completely gone. Lots of hotels are getting anxious. Your sudden departure threw everyone into chaos. Guests are already complaining. They all want crystal vegetables again. Can you manage to send me another batch? Zhang Jun asked urgently. You're catching me off guard here. Didn't I already tell you last time? There won't be any more this year. I'm building glass greenhouse sheds here, investing tens of millions. Construction starts tomorrow, but only a small portion will be completed by year-end. At the earliest, we can resume supply next year. Like they say, distant water can't quench immediate thirst. Alternatively, rent a greenhouse locally. I'll provide the seeds. You could try growing them yourself. The quality might not match mine, but it'd still be better than regular ones. That's really the only option now, Wang Yang replied helplessly. Growing vegetables myself? No way, that'd be too much trouble. I wouldn't know how to do it anyway. Forget it. Zhang Jun reluctantly gave up. Wang Yang didn't refuse out of unwillingness. Without a production base, how could vegetables be produced? Supplying another batch wouldn't be difficult per se, but demand was far too high. Once he gave in this time, they'd keep asking again and again. To supply or not, it was better to cut the knot swiftly. For now, let them wait. It wasn't like supplies would never return. Once the greenhouses were complete, production could restart seamlessly, and no one would detect anything suspicious. Brother Zhang, why don't you come to Xian for a visit? Get away for a bit, clear your mind. Money can never be fully earned. Maybe if you're not around, they'll figure things out on their own. Traveling refreshes the brain, makes it sharper, Wang Yang invited again. I'll discuss it with my wife first. If we decide to go, I'll call you. Gotta go now, you stay busy. With that, Zhang Jun hung up. Seeing it was getting late, Wang Yang quickly made a simple breakfast. He first cooked a few pancakes on the griddle, then picked a cabbage, several carrots, some leeks, green onions, ginger, garlic, and eggs, preparing 2 portions of vegetarian filling to make stuffed pancakes for his parents. They probably hadn't tasted the flavors of home in a long time since coming to Xian. He packed several extra for them to eat in the morning, and for lunch his mom could just get a few dishes at the hospital cafeteria. Perfect. Since he would only be staying overnight in Xinjiazhai later today, and might not even come by tomorrow, this arrangement worked well. After eating just 2 stuffed pancakes himself, Wang Yang drove to the hospital, dropped off the food, said goodbye to his parents, and informed them he might not visit again tomorrow. Leaving the hospital, Wang Yang drove directly towards Xinjiazhai. Passing through the town, he stopped at an agricultural supply store and bought some farming tools. Seeing many vegetable seeds and various grain seeds available, he purchased a little of each, common local varieties they'd need. Once he confirmed he didn't need anything else, he left the town. Halfway there, he took 5 million yuan in cash from his space and placed it all in the trunk. He also released 5 dogs. Tiger Head, Damao, Air Mao, San Mao, and Sea Mao were all ecstatic, barking non-stop as if scolding Wang Yang for keeping them confined for too long and insisting they should have been let out sooner. All the dogs had grown larger and looked strong and healthy. After running around outside the car for a bit, Wang Yang called them back inside and continued toward Xinjiazhai. Just after arriving, many little children came running over. Wang Yang told them to stand by the roadside so they wouldn't block the vehicle, and only when the car stopped did Tiger Head, Damao, Air Mao, San Mao, and Sea Mao hop out. The sudden appearance of the dogs frightened the kids, making them scream loudly. Wang Yang smiled, called the dogs over, and they obediently ran to him. All right, you little ones, what are your names? Whoever tells me first gets some fruit. Wang Yang asked. My name's Gangzi, real name Xinjiawei. He's Tuanshuan, real name Xinjiaming. You can't introduce me. I'll say it myself. A younger kid yanked Gangzi aside and declared, I'm Lele, real name Xinjianing. I'm Coco, real name Xinjiai. I'm Guo'er, real name Xinjiasen. One child stayed silent, hiding at the very back. Gangzi shouted, that's Xiao Buting, real name Xinjiaching. He's the most timid, super shy. None of us like playing with him. Wang Yang found himself growing fond of these 6 little ones. Children were naturally innocent and carefree. Despite their parents being away, they went to school when needed and played at home otherwise. No tutoring, no cram classes. Their childhoods were still happy and joyful. Come here, let me introduce you. This is Tiger Head, this is Damao, that one is Air Mao, the one behind is San Mao, and the outermost one is Sea Mao. These dogs don't bite. You can play with them, but don't hit them or throw things at them. Follow me. I've got snacks for you, Wang Yang said, heading toward the car. Oh, We're getting delicious food. Uncle Wang Yang is the best. The children cheered excitedly. Woof woof woof. The dogs joined in the excitement too. Wang Yang secretly retrieved plenty of fruit from his space. Each child held their clothes like pouches, filling them up. When Wang Yang told them to go play on their own, they hooped and dashed off into the village at top speed, leaving behind only a trail of joyful little backs. Chapter 43, Flourishing Xinjia Village. Xiaoyang, you're here? I knew it. These kids have been so excited today, they really like you. Early this morning, Manager Chun brought over a big group of people. A lot of machinery and materials were transported in, along with various tools. Work has already started. You should go take a look later. Chief Uncle greeted warmly. Hello, Uncle Shun. It seems we've made fast progress clearing the weeds around the village. Probably finished by tomorrow. I'm thinking about digging a few fish ponds. I'd like your advice on where would be the best location. For fish ponds, how about downstream of the creek near the village entrance? That stretch is in used land. When spring comes, we can plant some ornamental trees or fruit trees along the edges, plus some flowers and shrubs. If we do it right, visitors will feel drawn to our village. This not only improves the overall aesthetics, but also provides water storage, doesn't affect the villagers much, and puts that idle land to good use. Uncle Shin thought for a moment before answering. Then let's dig one large pond there as you suggested. Just one big one will do. Pile up the excavated soil nearby. We'll move it wherever needed later. All right, Uncle Shun, you go ahead with your work. I'll go find Manager Chun now to settle the advance payment and check on the site. With that, Wang Yang stood and headed toward the construction area. Along the way, he met many villagers working hard, all of whom greeted him enthusiastically. The transformation among the villagers was obvious. They weren't the same people he had first encountered. Now, they carried hope for a better life. The changes in the village inspired greater enthusiasm and motivation. Wang Yang felt he had truly come to the right place. Once everything was built, this area would become a picturesque haven. Clear waters, green mountains, birds singing, flowers blooming. Seeing their joyful faces filled him with deeper peace and confidence. Arriving at the construction site, he found it bustling with activity. There were many workers, each clearly assigned to different tasks. Several bulldozers and excavators rumbled across the land, leveling plots. Trucks continued unloading stainless steel materials nearby. A few designers huddled over blueprints, sketching and discussing while occasionally nodding in agreement. Chengu, come here a second. I need to talk to you. You're here, Xiaoyang. I was just over there handling things. This morning, I asked Village Chief Shin about you. He said you went to the hospital, so I started leading the crew without you. Let's go over there and review their draft designs. If you have any feedback now, they can adjust accordingly. Chen Jinhua led Wang Yang toward the design team and began introducing them. These are our company's top-tier designers, gold medalists, really. They're well known in Xian. They've contributed to several unique ancient villages around here, very experienced and capable. This is xiuxian, who oversees the overall design. And these three, Wu Lei, Jiang Tao, and Tianjing, are part of her studio. Hello everyone, I'm Wang Yang. Welcome to our village. I hope you'll make this place beautiful. If you run into any problems or have any needs, please don't hesitate to contact me, the village chief, or Manager Chun. He'll relay messages to me. Once everything is completed, I'll be sure to properly thank all of you. Yuqing, why don't you briefly walk Wang Laodi through your design plan so he can give his thoughts? Chen Jinhua said to Xiuxian. All right, Boss Chun. Mr. Wang, based on your requirements, we've designed a retro-style village with a unified architectural style, making general modifications within the original layout. Each courtyard will retain its own unique characteristics. Your residence will remain at the far end, closest to Lotus Mountain, arranged in a strip pattern with varying elevations for an elegant, layered effect. We'll add landscaping features around each courtyard. The greenhouse areas will stay here. They won't obstruct the village views since this terrain is relatively lower. From inside the village, residents can look down over the entire greenhouse zone. We also plan improvements to the stream running through the village, adding landscape stones and building a stone bridge over it, evoking that classic small bridge, flowing water, homely charm feeling. As for the fish pond you mentioned, we're still awaiting confirmation on its exact location. At the back of the village, we surveyed the land. It's mostly woodland. We can clear out common trees and replant ornamental or fruit trees instead. Older trees will be preserved. On top of the existing forest base, we'll add lawns, plant more flowers and shrubs, and lay out brick pathways connecting these areas to the main village road. In essence, the backyard area will resemble a public park. That's the basic idea. Do you have anything to add? Xiuxian explained to Wang Yang. After hearing your plan, I can see the overall taste of the village is really improving, and without harming the environment either. That works for me. Just now, I discussed with Chief Shun. Let's dig one large fish pond on that vacant land near the village entrance. We'll have only one pond for the entire village. Please add it to the design plans. Include a render view, as well as a rough cost estimate. You can submit both to Manager Chen later, and he'll pass them to me. If everything looks good, we'll proceed with your design. Oh, and you should talk to Chief Shen later about the number of houses to be built in the village. No changes needed there. Also, construct a dedicated access road later that bypasses the village entirely. The internal roads don't need major upgrades. Just plan a spot for the parking area near the village entrance. That's all for now. If there's anything else you think should be added, feel free to show it directly on the renderings. Make sure it's both beautiful and practical, while helping me save some costs. Thanks a lot, everyone, Wang Yang said with a smile. With the design matters settled, Wang Yang and Chen Jinhua walked off to inspect other areas. First, they checked the Phase 1 greenhouse zone, where workers were busy everywhere. Wang Yang stressed that construction should aim to finish before Chinese New Year. Then he took Chen Jinhua to his car to make the advance payment for the project and signed the contract for the first phase greenhouses. Everything else would wait until the renderings and budget estimates were ready, after which Wang Yang would make further decisions. He asked Chen Jinhua to arrange for an excavator to start digging the fish pond immediately. This job had no special requirements. Just determine the cost per mu, the exact size needed, and once completed, pay in full. Wang Yang could make an initial payment upon machine deployment, with final settlement upon completion. Opening the trunk, he showed Chen Jinhua all the cash inside, then followed his instructions to drive straight to the bank to deposit the money. The entire process took over 2 hours. Afterward, Chen Jinhua returned to his company to dispatch the excavator, while Wang Yang went back to Xinjia village alone to check on the areas the villagers had cleared. Was there anything else he needed to help with? He also took out all the tools he'd purchased and handed them over to xiuxian, asking him to keep a log so anyone who needed them could simply sign and take them. He summoned Hutu and the others, walking around the back of the village. First, he sent Hutu and his team running through the woods to scare out any snakes. The area hadn't been entered in a long time, and though small animals were plentiful, this recent outside activity might have driven most wildlife deeper into the mountains. The forest was fairly safe, though overgrown with weeds and tangled branches, occasionally requiring them to duck under limbs. Along the way, Hutu and the others cooperated to catch a few fat rabbits. They'd bring them to the chief's house later and have the cook prepare them. These days, villagers were eating meals together, with several ants taking turns cooking. Seeing no dangerous animals around, Wang Yang returned to his own residence in the village. Chapter 44. The fish pond is completed. That afternoon, Chen Jinhua had the excavators transported over, large models, a total of 5 excavators, 6 soil-carrying trucks, and 1 bulldozer. Work began immediately on digging the fish pond. Charging 13,000 yuan per mu, Wang Yang would later add lining film, perform perimeter maintenance, and install safety railings near the village to prevent children from sneaking in and accidentally falling in. Safety came first. The wasteland was vast, so they dug a massive 40-mu fish pond. It took 5 days in total to finish everything. The lining film was laid out, the surrounding earth leveled, and the entire project cost about 700,000 yuan. The next steps involved disinfecting the pond, maintaining the surroundings, and purchasing fingerlings. Raising fish wasn't easy. The investment was huge, and good transportation access was essential. Ideally, there should be a natural flowing water source nearby for regular water changes in the pond. After surveying the surroundings, Wang Yang decided he'd also need to order a batch of landscaping seedlings and plant rye grass around the area. Rye grass is one of the most widely planted forage crops during autumn and winter. It adapts well to various environments and grows easily both in northern and southern China. It has excellent palatability, making it ideal for fish farming. With fast growth and strong tillering ability, the ryegrass would provide plenty of edible leaves by spring, allowing high digestion efficiency for fish. He originally considered planting sweet sorghum grass, but found it more suitable for southern regions. During these days, xiuxian's design studio completed the visual renderings for Shen's village, which turned out extremely impressive. Wang Yang discussed with village chief Shen and suggested that the chief go directly to Puhua town's government to meet Mayor Liu. Riding the momentum of the provincial government's 1,000 villages, 10,000 households, new rural reconstruction initiative, and ancient village renovation policies, they negotiated a plan. The government would contribute partial funding, villagers would raise part of the capital themselves, and Wang Yang would cover the rest to upgrade all 28 households into a fully modernized Shen's village community. According to xiuxian's design, construction investment for homes would be approximately 6 million yuan. Adding other village renovations would require another 2 million yuan, totaling around 8 million yuan. This level of investment could comprehensively transform every corner of the village, exceeding all current new rural construction standards in Shanxi province. Investing here required close coordination with government efforts, allowing Wang Yang better long-term development opportunities. This money had to be spent. While the chance existed, spending now would secure his foothold, earn him honorary villager status, guarantee property rights for his self-built home, and even allow him to obtain an official property certificate. Wang Yang felt it was worth it. Since he planned to live here permanently, it was crucial that villagers feel grateful toward him and that the government viewed him as someone solving difficult problems while generating economic benefits. In the future, villagers could also engage in tourism-related services, greatly expanding their income sources. Combined with the cooperative's annual 30% profit share, their earnings would comfortably surpass the national average. Villagers here would become more confident and happy. Thus, these days Wang Yang was running himself ragged. Disinfecting and sterilizing the 40-mu fish pond took 1 day. Then, introducing mountain spring water into the pond took another 3 days just to fill it completely. Next, he ordered fish fry, primarily focusing on grass carp and premium crucian carp, while polyculturing silver carp, bighead carp, common carp, and bream. Under the pretext of buying regular fry, Wang Yang secretly introduced sturgeon, trout, schizothoracines, Chinese giant salamanders, goldfish, koi, and guppies into his personal space. Altogether, just purchasing fry cost over 2 million yuan. Now, the 40-mu fish pond looked spectacular. Wang Yang had specially modified the creek flow, designing a separate channel that didn't connect to the village water system. Instead, clean mountain spring water flowed directly from Lotus Mountain in the Qinling Range through this dedicated channel into the fish pond, ensuring a continuous supply of fresh, clean, flowing water. The pond would mainly rely on natural growth, without commercial feed. Feeding would consist primarily of aquatic plants, ryegrass, and nutrients carried naturally by the mountain stream. In recent days, town officials led by Mayor Liu specially visited Shen's village for inspection and research. Eventually, they approved a funding model, 20,000 yuan subsidy per household from the government, partial self-raised funds from villagers, and the remainder covered by Wang Yang. The Shen's village new rural construction project was officially launched. Led by the government, co-funded by villagers, and underpinned by Wang Yang, a formal rural renovation contract was signed with Chun Jinhua's company. With total investment of 8 million yuan, the transformation of Shen's village officially began. All old houses would be demolished and rebuilt anew. 28 households plus Wang Yang as an honorary resident, along with the Shen's village committee office courtyard, totaling 30 buildings. All structures would follow a unified retro new Chinese courtyard style, plus a small central square and comprehensive greening improvements throughout the village. Chun Jinhua truly offered strong support, even though this project barely made any profit. During this period, Wang Yang had no income at all. Everything was investment. Now, the fish pond construction was finally complete. The first phase of greenhouse construction was progressing quickly as well. The land had been leveled, and soon the main structures would begin to rise. Before the arrival of the new year, the first phase of the project was definitely going to be finished. Wang Yang had stayed in Shun's village for nearly a week. During that time, he occasionally went into the city to visit his parents at the hospital. His father's fractured leg was recovering well, and he was already cleared to go home for rest, but Wang Yang insisted he stay in the hospital for a few more days. Now that the fish pond excavation was done and the contract signed, there wasn't much else requiring Wang Yang's direct involvement, so he planned to bring his parents to Shun's village to recuperate. But judging by the current pace of construction in Shun's village, it would take at least several more months before the transformation was complete. Moving them here now wouldn't be convenient. He'd have to rent a new house nearby to let his father recover in peace. Wang Yang regularly brought fresh vegetables, fruits, rice, flour, and space water, never letting the supply run out. His mother looked noticeably younger, and his father's complexion had greatly improved. Running back and forth between the village and the city, Wang Yang hadn't had much time to manage his space properly. Now Shen's village had turned into one massive construction site, filled with workers everywhere. The villagers could only relocate temporarily near the fish pond, which had become the village's temporary resettlement zone. Wang Yang rented numerous movable containers so no villager would be exposed to rain or cold. Basic living needs were still guaranteed. In fact, a number of young villagers returned during this time, astonished by the changes they saw. After hearing about Wang Yang's deeds, investing tens of millions into such a small mountain village, and launching a full-scale new rural reconstruction project, allowing every household to move into spacious, bright new homes without spending a penny, they felt deeply touched. Most villagers were filled with gratitude toward Wang Yang. Of course, there were still a few who complained that the shares offered by Wang Yang's cooperative were too low, dismissing the new houses as mere token favors. This angered village chief Shin so much that he ended up yelling at them, even threatening to drive them out of the village to prevent one bad apple from spoiling the whole barrel. The village had just welcomed a financial benefactor who could lead everyone to prosperity. If he got upset and left, that would be Shun's village's greatest loss. They didn't realize that if Wang Yang left, any neighboring village, Li's village, Yang's village, would welcome him with open arms. They'd even offer him land for free, asking nothing in return except that he help rebuild their villages, not necessarily to luxury standards, just enough to create change and provide locals with job opportunities. Wang Yang didn't know that village chief Shin had specially convened a village-wide assembly, where he laid everything out clearly. How Wang Yang had come to Shin's village, what he had done since arriving, not only offering plans and ideas, but also investing substantial funds. When establishing the agricultural cooperative, it was Wang Yang himself who insisted on giving villagers a 30% share. Do you know what that means? The first phase greenhouses alone cost 15 million yuan. The fish pond required at least 2 million yuan in investment. And now the village renovation, costing 8 million yuan, with over 7 million of that coming directly from him. He hadn't earned a single yuan in return, having already poured over 20 million yuan into the village. And he might continue investing more in the future. Frankly, the chief said, I feel we're getting too much. We should consider returning part of our shares to him. Do you know what Mayor Liu told me? He said we're incredibly fortunate to have someone so selfless show up and lift our entire village onto a path of prosperity. Our village might become famous nationwide. Can you imagine how many tourists will come here one day? All that money will be ours for the taking. You need to look ahead. So we must be grateful. From now on, if I hear anyone in this village spreading rumors or talking behind Wang Yang's back, I will personally expel them from the village. No mercy, no second chances. I want every one of you to pass my words on to family members who couldn't attend today, especially those young people working away. Keep your doubts to yourselves. If you don't have the skill, don't try to take on the job. Chapter 45. The whole village goes green. Now that village chief Uncle Shinfei was taking charge of all major and minor affairs in Shenji village, Wang Yang had more free time. There weren't any particularly big issues, just Shun village chief leading the villagers and doing what they could locally, which gave Qin Jinhua some much-needed relief. There was still a serious labor shortage. The greenhouse construction crew couldn't be reduced. In fact, it needed to be expanded further to ensure completion before the Lunar New Year. Villagers were thus assigned to plant saplings for greening the village, as well as moving supplies around within the village. The work wasn't heavy, just scattered tasks, but every villager was full of enthusiasm. They were working for themselves. No pay, just effort. And each day the villagers wore bright smiles. The children had recently become close with Wang Yang's 5 dogs, taking them running and jumping around every day, thoroughly enjoying themselves. Every time Wang Yang saw this, he'd smile quietly to himself. He made an excuse to leave the village and stayed for several days at the house his father had rented. During that time, his mother visited Xinjia village a few times, warmly received by the villagers each time. Mother Xiuxian was quite versatile and got along wonderfully with everyone. Whenever she came to the village, the aunts would immediately pull her into helping with chores and chatting about hometown stories and their lives back when they were young. Later, she didn't even need Wang Yang to drive her back and forth. Xiuxian began frequently taking taxis to Xinjia village herself to help out with cooking and light farm work. As she put it, farmers feel uneasy if they don't do something productive. In Xinjia village, I feel mentally energized, the work doesn't tire me, and there are always people to talk with. It's much better than sitting at home with your old man. His father could only shake his head, knowing her personality well enough to let her have her way. From then on, as long as she prepared meals for the day, Father Wang Dongshan could manage everything else on his own. Wang Yang bought his father a wheelchair, making getting around easier. With one leg using crutches, he could now move freely around the yard. Seeing how much his parents had changed, Wang Yang chose not to interfere, letting them enjoy themselves freely. He spent most days busily tending to his pocket space. Once the door was shut, his father no longer questioned what he was doing. Everyone had their own pursuits. Now that Wang Yang had built his own career, his father felt even more at ease. Apart from occasionally asking about his marriage, he otherwise left him completely alone. Recently, the village had launched a greening campaign, bringing in large quantities of tree seedlings, fruit tree saplings, various grass seeds, and flower seeds. Species included golden osmanthus, sweet osmanthus, cherry blossoms, broadleaf privet, redbud, ginkgo, redleaf plum, single-trunk redleaf photinia, juniper, magnolia grandiflora, gentian privet, purple magnolia, woolly bamboo, flowering pomegranate, crepe myrtle, cedar, coelurteria, plane trees, willows, and pagoda trees. Evergreen species were mixed with deciduous ones, complemented widely by climbing plants such as wisteria, campsis, and climbing roses. 4 fruit trees, varieties suitable for Shaanxi were selected: apples, grapes, citrus, cherries, and a limited number of gold plum trees. Under the direction of landscape designers, Xinjia village underwent a dramatic transformation. Street trees were mainly plane trees and Chinese scholar trees. Willows and various grasses were planted around fish ponds. Based on instructions from xiuxian's studio, trees were planted logically throughout visible areas of the village and woodland. Fruit trees were grouped in a dedicated zone, while other trees were interplanted around homes and public spaces. Wang Yang also took plenty for his own space. He placed a special order with a nursery for a batch of seedlings, including rare types like agarwood, rosewood, and Phoebe Jinan. He also ordered seeds of various medicinal herbs now being widely cultivated: siler root, astragalus, wild gastrodia, Paris polyphylla, platycodon, Romania, Bellum northern buplurum, Acarus tatarinoi, and polygonatum. These past few days, Wang Yang had been exceptionally busy inside his space. It was rare to have such an opportunity to add so many new species all at once. Even the grasslands in his space were replanted with fresh pasture grass, preparing for future livestock farming. As different kinds of trees arrived in the space, the mountain range grew even more lush and verdant. Nearly the entire mountain area was now covered with diverse forestation. The fruit cultivation zone also transformed significantly. Common fruits were now available in abundance, covering substantial land area. Soon, he'd gradually achieve fruit self-sufficiency. His orchard was essentially complete. On the flat plains of his space, additional crops beyond traditional grains were introduced: corn, soybeans, sorghum, millet, peanuts, sesame, and rapeseed. This filled the earlier gap of monotonous crop variety in his space. Since many people still couldn't distinguish exactly what the 5 grains meant, Wang Yang offered a brief explanation. The 5 grains originally referred to 5 specific crops in ancient China, later becoming a general term for staple food crops. Commonly known as the 5 grains, this phrase refers to 5 principal crops. However, historical definitions vary, with 2 main versions being most prominent. One includes rice, broomcorn millet, foxtail millet, wheat, and soybeans. The other replaces rice with hemp, keeping the rest the same. The key difference lies here. The former contains rice but not hemp, while the latter has hemp but excludes rice. Given that the ancient economic and cultural center lay in the Yellow River region, where rice was primarily grown in the south and cultivation limited in the north, rice was initially absent from the concept of the 5 grains. Rice, a general term for herbaceous plants of the genus Oryza, including japonica and glutinous varieties. Generally speaking, rice refers to crops grown in paddy fields, while in traditional herbal texts, rice specifically refers to glutinous rice. Wheat, belonging to the genus Triticum of the grass family, wheat is one of the earliest cultivated crops in the world. After long-term development, it has become one of the most widely distributed, largest in area, highest in total production, greatest in trade volume, and richest in nutritional value among staple crops globally. Its grains are primarily used for flour, the husk for animal feed, and the straw for weaving and other uses. Millet. Once dehulled, millet becomes yellow millet, whose cooked grain is sticky and can be used for brewing alcohol or making pastries. Due to its poor digestibility, millet is no longer commonly used as a staple food today. Sorghum. Also known as xiaomi, sorghum is drought-resistant and comes in many varieties. It's commonly said that sorghum has 5 colors, referring to white, red, yellow, black, orange, and purple types of millet, including sticky varieties. China's earliest alcoholic drinks were brewed from millet. Sorghum thrives in dry areas with little irrigation. Its stalks and leaves are tough and suitable as fodder, though generally only cattle can digest them. Today, sorghum is rarely consumed as a staple food. Hemp, primarily cultivated for industrial use, the stem bark of hemp, after retting, can be made into ropes, clothing, and paper, all highly durable. The stems, once peeled, can be used as firewood or for construction, possessing a somewhat woody texture. Currently, fibers extracted from the stem and bark are used to produce high-grade papers such as xiuxian paper. Xiu, a collective term for legumes. Ancient texts state, Xiu is the strongest of all crops. In ancient times it was called Xiu, in Han times it became Do, and now we write it as Xiu. Xiu refers to all kinds of beans. Specifically, soybeans are called Xiu, bean sprouts are called Hua, and small beans are called Da. Bean products remain among the favorite foods of the Chinese people. Additionally, there has been another classification of the 5 grains into heavenly grain, earth grain, hanging grain, wind grain, and water grain. These categories don't necessarily all refer to edible grains. Heavenly grain includes crops like rice, millet, sorghum, and wheat, whose fruits grow on top of the plant. Earth grain includes underground crops like peanuts and sweet potatoes. Hanging grain includes those whose fruits grow on vines, such as beans and gourds. Water grain includes aquatic crops like water chestnuts and lotus roots. Wind grain is unique, referring specifically to corn, which relies on wind to carry pollen from the tassel down to the silks in the middle of the plant, leading to kernel formation. Chapter 46. Interrogating the Little Jap. Wang Yang's hard work over these past few days had finally transformed the space dramatically. He used his consciousness to trigger a massive rainfall, pouring every drop of spatial water available. Animals began running toward open areas, letting the rain soak their entire bodies, wounds healing quickly, and even healthy ones becoming stronger and more vibrant. Only Wang Yang could access the location of the spatial spring. This was automatically set by the space itself, forbidding any animal from approaching. Every river in the space contained traces of spatial water, though its energy would gradually dissipate over time, some absorbed into the earth, some blending into the air. Wang Yang scanned the space with his mind. The South China tiger cub was nearly born. The 2 young leopard cubs were now living independently. The wild boar population had grown, mainly gathering near Bamboo Mountain. Many deer, musk deer, and suro were pregnant. It wouldn't be long before these populations steadily increased. What pleased Wang Yang most was that pangolins had become more numerous. Chickens still dominated in number, followed by ducks, then geese. After them came rabbits, reproducing at an astonishing rate, litter after litter. Carnivores, however, remained too few. Later on, he needed to periodically introduce new specimens. The stone chambers Wang Yang had opened into the cliff face were now completely taken over by hives. It seemed the bees had already split off to form new colonies elsewhere. Flowers of all kinds bloomed throughout the space, honey accumulating rapidly. Wang Yang had already collected several jars. Next time, he'd take some out to give to his mother or share with visiting friends. Honey had countless benefits, sweet in flavor, neutral in nature, entering the heart, lungs, spleen, and large intestine meridians. It replenished qi, moistened dryness, relieved pain, and detoxified. Excellent for treating dry coughs, constipation due to intestinal dryness, stomach pain, mouth sores, and burns. Wang Yang walked to the edge of the spatial spring. The 7 gourds showed no signs of change. He had no idea when they might mature. The spring held many lotus seed pods, with lotuses blooming brightly. The lotus roots beneath were already edible, though restricted to a certain area by the space's rules. Their quantity hadn't exploded, but their vitality had increased. In the future, each lotus seed might become a treasure, and the roots even more valuable. Scanning other lakes, he saw fish species diversifying, lotuses flourishing in full bloom, including multicolored ones, stunningly beautiful. Below, the lotus roots grew plump and thick, segment after segment. Small stone frogs had multiplied as well. Truly, this space was the perfect base for animal breeding. Now spanning 60 square kilometers, the space had quietly expanded far beyond what it once was. With things relatively settled, it was time to interrogate the little Jap. He'd been locked inside for nearly 100 days. Since being captured, he'd lived comfortably, showing no urgency. Clearly, he'd sensed the uniqueness of this place. Short-term stays might not reveal much, but prolonged exposure silently reshaped the body, improving health and erasing many illnesses. Xiuxian, looks like you've been quite comfortable here. Now tell me, where did you hide your collections? Who else is involved? Don't make me resort to cruel methods. You've seen what happened to Shen Hongzhong and those thugs. Wang Yang asked casually. Wang San, I'll tell you anything you want to know, just don't kill me. Let me stay here, even if imprisoned. I won't bring you any harm. I can even help you with tasks. Xiuxian immediately knelt before Wang Yang. All my belongings are hidden across several residences. I can tell you exactly where. I have a house in Xi'an filled with antiques and personal collections, others in Beijing and Luoyang. But our largest base is in Shanghai. It's our organization's headquarters. Items we collect from all over the country slowly converge there. There's an old underground base from the invasion era that hasn't been discovered yet. It's recently been reactivated, deep beneath the surface. You probably can't get in. It's heavily guarded, with a school above serving as cover. We have people scattered nationwide, mainly gathering intelligence on your country and collecting cultural relics, aiming to plunder your civilization and break your backbone. Take the anti-TCM alliance in Shanghai, led by Western powers but actively pushed by us. Its goal is to extinguish hope in traditional Chinese medicine. Eventually, TCM will belong to us. You possess your ancestors' treasures, yet fail to cherish them. So we have no choice but to claim them openly. Today, Han remedies are everywhere in our country. We mass file patents on Chinese medicines every year. No one in our nation doubts the power and effectiveness of Chinese medicine. We've already gathered countless secret formulas and rare medical texts, all sent back to our homeland. Your country has too many traitors, easily bought with small gains. Despicable. Our organization studies and analyzes who can be bribed. We invest heavily in researching their preferences, giving money to those who love money, women to those who desire women. Whatever they want, we can provide. In the end, they all become tools in our hands. There are far too many such people in your country. As long as we offer a little benefit, even asking them to sell out their ancestors, they won't flinch. In our words, the more of these people there are, the better we'll live in China, and the more we'll gain. We've been laying this groundwork for decades. Our presence spreads across every industry. Every year, we extract enormous profits from your nation, on a terrifying scale. So I advise you to be realistic. Don't let them discover you. When that happens, it might be your own people who come after you. And believe me, they treat their own countrymen far more ruthlessly, with no mercy at all. I'll tell you about my residence in Xiuxian first, but you must act quickly. I've already been gone too long. If I don't contact the organization soon, someone will come to investigate. The Sakura Villa in Xiuxian Royal Garden. The safe's password is 567,294. My identification documents are there too. You can take them all. After hearing so much from him, Wang Yang felt nothing but cold fury. These little Japs truly harbored monstrous ambitions, never ceasing in their desire to destroy us. Yet so many in our own country remain naive, preaching endlessly about letting go of hatred, welcoming the future, talking about humanity as one, about internationalism. It's all laughable. The West only ever thinks of themselves. Democracy? Freedom? All lies. Anything useful to them, they exploit openly. Anything against their interests, they toss into the trash without hesitation. Talk of a shared human destiny? Pure nonsense. Survival space for their race must be seized from others. Science knows no borders. Scientists should serve the globe? How naive. Yet many of our universities still wear this idea like a badge of honor. Without national strength and prosperity, where is your personal survival space? Your own country is your greatest pillar. Even if you immigrate, you'll never truly belong. They only care about your wallet. Once you're no longer useful, you're worth less than dog shit. At home, you're among the elite. Abroad, even if rich, you're still part of the lowest class, without any social status, just a slaughtered pig or sheep waiting in line. Thinking it through, Wang Yang decided he'd pay a visit to Xiuxian Royal Villa tonight. Other locations would have to wait. With that, he walked out of the stone chamber, left some food for the little Jap, then sealed the stone door tightly. Exiting the space, he greeted his father and said he wouldn't be coming back tonight. If anything urgent came up, call him. Then he left, driving toward the city. First, he'd scout the area around the villa, test whether he could get in. If not, he'd have to use the little Jap's ID. As long as he disguised himself well enough, no one would see through him. Chapter 47. Walk the dark path too often, and you'll eventually meet a ghost. That night, Wang Yang arrived at the Xiujiang Royal Villa district. He had already disguised himself carefully. Seeing security guards patrolling the area, he circled around the perimeter before finally choosing to enter through the main gate, presenting his Japanese credentials and walking directly into the villa zone. He searched for quite some time before locating Sakura Villa. Taking out the key, he opened the door and stepped inside. Wang Yang hadn't realized there were people inside, 2 of them, in fact. As soon as he entered, he barely avoided an ambush. Nearly caught off guard, he quickly countered. All his recent training wasn't in vain. Seeing that the attackers showed no mercy, Wang Yang decided he wouldn't either. Capture was ideal, but if not possible, sending them back to their ancestors would have to do. Both men wielded military-grade daggers, attacking from left and right with seamless coordination, the kind only killers accustomed to slaughter could possess. Wang Yang's martial arts were precise and controlled. With a single motion, he flung the man on the right against the wall so hard, he couldn't rise immediately. The one on the left looked even more vicious, and Wang Yang responded mercilessly, delivering a devastating Baji Paoshui fist strike that sent him flying. The man landed spewing blood uncontrollably. Wang Yang tied both up with rope and first asked who they were and who had sent them. He met only 2 pairs of ferocious eyes, filled with murderous intent, as if they wanted to devour him alive. Seeing this, Wang Yang didn't hesitate. He slapped them hard across the face. Asterisk slap, slap, slap asterisk, until their faces swelled up like pig heads. When they still refused to speak, he stopped questioning and instead stuffed rags tightly into their mouths. Then he began searching the house meticulously, room by room. In the ceiling of the living room, he discovered a pinhole camera. That was the only one found elsewhere. The storage device was located in the intruder's bedroom. It took him a while to find it, but once he accessed their account, he deleted everything inside, performed multiple full formats, then permanently deleted the account. Finally, he stored both their phones and computers in his space. Using the password provided by xiuxian, he opened the safe. Inside were paintings, porcelain, jade artifacts, ancient manuscripts, and astonishingly, a bronze ding tripod. Each piece was national treasure grade. Clearly, these people had connections to grave-robbing syndicates. Many of the relics appeared freshly unearthed. This was likely just a fraction. There must be plenty more hidden elsewhere. There was also cash, about 100,000 RMB. Wang Yang closed the safe and absorbed the entire thing into his space. To his surprise, underneath lay a hidden compartment packed with weapons. A German MP5 submachine gun, an American M1911 pistol, a special operations combat knife, and several magazines of ammunition. Had he only taken what was in the safe, he would have missed all of this. What exactly were they planning? How many agents did the Japanese have secretly embedded within China that they dared stockpile firearms like this? The depth of their infiltration was becoming clear. Wang Yang stored every weapon into his space, along with any other useful items scattered throughout the room. The antique shelves were filled with vintage objects and classical hardwood furniture. By the balcony stood two Ming Dynasty Wang Wali official hat chairs, with a tea table between them holding an exquisite set of teaware. These Japanese really knew how to live in luxury. Finding nothing else significant, he returned to his inner space and confronted xiuxian again, who had concealed the existence of the weapons. Clearly, there was still more he hadn't revealed. xiuxian, what else is hidden in your Xian villa that you haven't told me? Tell me right now. You know my patience has limits. Wang Yang demanded. So you've already entered my residence, replied xiuxian coldly. And yet my men failed to subdue you, truly worthless. He then suddenly dashed toward the stone wall, attempting to commit suicide by impact. But Wang Yang wasn't about to let him die, not before getting all the answers. You'll talk, Wang Yang said, blocking his path. Otherwise, I'll send your underlings in here to reunite with you. With that, he exited the space. Back in the main hall, he saw the two captives still struggling. Without hesitation, he beat them severely once more, then knocked them unconscious and dragged them into a room before pulling them into his space. Wang Yang followed them in, dragging the two battered bodies into the stone chamber and dropping them in front of xiuxian. Talk, he ordered. No one can save you. The place you're in now cannot be found by anyone, nor will you ever leave. So stop dreaming of escape. Start thinking about how to make your survival slightly more comfortable. Maybe then I'll show you some mercy. I haven't laid a hand on you yet. Do you think I won't resort to methods? Or perhaps you believe I'm easy to deceive. With that, Wang Yang strode forward and delivered a thunderous slap across xiuxian's face. Wang-san, what do you wish to know? Ask. I will hide nothing this time, xiuxian said, his voice hollow and broken. Good. Now tell me everything. The secret doors, the hidden compartments, anything concealed in that villa. And name everyone else you're still in contact with. Wang Yang demanded once more. There's a camera in the ceiling of the living room, a hidden compartment beneath the safe, and a secret room behind the entrance hall cabinet. Press the switch and a small door will appear. It contains all our Northwest branch's classified documents and operating funds. That's everything. After speaking, xiuxian collapsed onto the floor. Judging by his demeanor, he no longer intended to kill himself. Wang Yang exited the inner space and went to the entrance hall cabinet, where he located the switch and pressed it. A low humming sound rang out as a doorway slowly emerged. Wang Yang didn't rush in immediately. He waited a moment before cautiously entering the secret chamber. This entire area had been rebuilt by them. The original villa had been completely demolished. The Japanese designed and constructed it themselves. Unless you were one of them, there was no way anyone could know that a hidden room existed right at the entrance of the villa. Along one wall stood a cabinet filled mostly with files, detailed records of their transactions with others, along with numerous videotapes. It seemed many people had been blackmailed or bribed this way. Wang Yang wasn't particularly interested in these items. He decided to hand them over to the right people when the opportunity arose. What excited him most was the opposite wall, where shelves were stacked with gold bars, several hundred of them. How they'd acquired so much gold puzzled him. The rest consisted of their operational funds, stacks of banknotes, mostly RMB, US dollars, and euros, surely exceeding 100 million yuan. Without hesitation, he stored everything into his space, then quietly left the chamber and reset the switch. After meticulously erasing every trace he'd left behind, Wang Yang departed from the Royal Villa residential complex. Tonight's haul had been enormous. Apparently, making money from external operations really paid well. Risky, yes, but thrilling. He walked a long distance until he reached his car, then drove out of the city. Reflecting on it, those files served no use to him anymore. He searched online for the State Security Department's hotline number, 12339. Driving to a secluded spot, he pulled the file cabinet out of his space and concealed it inside an abandoned building. Taking one of the two newly acquired phones, he dialed the number directly, clearly describing the cabinet's location and informing them about the incriminating documents it contained, urging them to retrieve it quickly. Wang Yang first hid himself in a concealed position nearby, waiting until he saw personnel arrive and take away the evidence before finally returning alone to Shenjiazhai. He would lay low for a while, staying quiet until the storm passed. Chapter 48, Seed Experiment. At dawn the next day, Wang Yang brought Tiger, Da Mao, Air Mao, San Mao, Sea Mao into a secluded area of the Shun family village forest to start physical training. This spot was rarely visited by others. As he circulated the 5 elements technique within his body, he slowly began practicing Tai Chi, movements gentle and fluid. His entire focus turned inward, no longer paying attention to anything outside. This time, the 5 spirit beads also started rotating along with him, gradually absorbing the spiritual energy from the Qinling Mountains. An invisible aura appeared around Wang Yang, flowing slowly in rhythm with his Tai Chi movements. It had been a long time since he last felt so comfortable. In the past, he trained alone while the 5 spirit beads remained motionless in his dantian. But now, they rotated together with his movements. Leaves on the ground began swirling around him, and sensing danger, Tiger and the others retreated cautiously, forming a protective circle around Wang Yang. About half an hour later, he opened his eyes, slowly concluded the practice, and exhaled a mouthful of stale air. Wang Yang noticed that the scattered leaf powder on the ground had formed a perfect taiji pattern, with himself standing exactly at its center, just like before. Fortunately, no one else was around. He quickly erased the pattern, then resumed standing in Wuji stance to absorb the insights from this session. Over an hour later, he called Tiger and the others and returned. Now that the reforestation behind the village was completed and the fish pond area finished too, Wang Yang decided it was time to test plant some seeds from his space. He went to find the village chief, telling him he'd designated a plot near the fish pond for experimental planting and asked that villagers keep off the area. First, he cut some bamboo from his space and built a small greenhouse, covering it with transparent plastic sheeting. He selected samples of each type of seed, dividing the plot into small square sections, labeling each with the kind of seed planted: ordinary seeds versus space-cultivated seeds, some irrigated with space water, others with the village stream water, comparing their growth differences. For the next several days, Wang Yang stayed constantly in the greenhouse he'd built in Xiuxian family village, recording every detail from germination to sprouting. The first to sprout were the space-cultivated seeds soaked in space water, followed by unsoaked space seeds, then ordinary seeds soaked in space water, and finally ordinary seeds not treated with space water. Their growth rates decreased in the same order. This matched exactly what had been observed during germination. Wang Yang obtained a clear conclusion. Seeds cultivated in his space were clearly superior to ordinary seeds. Even when space-grown seeds weren't soaked in space water, they still grew better than ordinary seeds. Ordinary seeds soaked in space water did not grow as well as untreated space seeds. Space seeds showed shorter germination times, faster growth, and stronger adaptability. When soaked in space water, some germinated in as little as 1 day, never taking more than 2, with a 100% germination rate. Unsoaked space seeds took about 2 days to sprout, never exceeding 3 days, also achieving 100% germination. Next came recording data across different seed varieties. With so many types involved, he needed help. After preparing all the seeds, the only thing left was waiting. Seeing his father Wang Dongshan idle at the rented house, Wang Yang brought him over to help manage the greenhouse experiment. To his surprise, his father insisted on staying permanently and refused to return. He said watching the experiment every day had given him new joy in life, and from now on, he would take full responsibility for overseeing the greenhouse. His mother xiuxian raised no objections. This way she wouldn't have to travel back and forth daily anymore. Wang Yang could only shake his head in amusement, eventually arranging for a shipping container to be converted into living quarters. They gave up the old rental house, and now the whole family moved to Xiuxian family village. Uncle Chief and Old Yun even came specially to share a drink with his father. Wang Yang instructed his father to record vegetable growth data daily. The germination time for each variety, growth speed, size, occurrence of pests or diseases, resistance strength, drought tolerance, watering frequency, and differences between irrigation using space water versus regular water. He adjusted the ratios of space water used to determine the optimal amount for future greenhouses. He compared results between using farm manure and not using it, then recorded how long each variety took to mature, the harvest sequence, approximate harvest time, taste differences after harvest, comparisons with vegetables grown inside his space, and how long each variety took to bear fruit and produce seeds. He also documented the quantity, quality, and characteristics of harvested seeds. These experiments would take a long time, requiring careful daily observation and meticulous record keeping. Only after compiling and analyzing all this data could Wang Yang draw definitive conclusions, essential for expanding into the upcoming glass greenhouses. This would ensure the sustainable operation of his base while minimizing the impact of his space on the real world. As the experiments expanded, so did the greenhouse area, gradually growing to over 100 square meter plots. His father was soon overwhelmed with work and had no choice but to enlist his mother's help. The experimental greenhouses thus became the most eye-catching sight in Xiuxian family village. Everyone knew that the results here would be widely applied in the upcoming large-scale greenhouses. Village Chief Shin took great interest and visited daily. Later, Old Yun, Wang Dongshan, and him became permanent fixtures inside the greenhouse. It had become the village's top priority, as the experimental data would determine the future success or failure of the entire project. With no other major tasks at hand, villagers now came by every day almost out of habit. Not visiting felt unnatural. After the reforestation was completed, their daily duties were limited to maintaining village cleanliness or helping carry materials at construction sites, leaving them largely idle. Housing construction progressed rapidly thanks to machinery, significantly reducing physical labor. Seeing this idleness, Wang Yang realized something needed to change. People couldn't stay this inactive, so he assigned them to clear the nearby barren hills. Coincidentally, Chen Jinhua brought over bulldozers to level the land. The excavated soil didn't need to be transported elsewhere. Instead, they planned to plant ryegrass across the vast area, eventually enclosing it for raising cattle and sheep, laying the foundation for a small grassland. Wang Yang funded the purchase of chicken, duck, and goose chicks through village chief Shen. Wooden sheds were built near the fish pond to serve as coops, and idle villagers were assigned to raise these birds, giving them purpose and an additional income source by year-end, or food for personal use if they preferred. During these few days of relative downtime for Wang Yang, the entire province of Shaanxi was thrown into upheaval. The state security agency was far from idle. They had gathered overwhelming evidence, including crystal-clear video recordings, leaving many unable to defend themselves. One after another, suspects were arrested. Panic swept through official circles until the provincial leader publicly announced that those detained had acted as spies, trading national interests for personal gain. He urged everyone to focus on their duties, avoid unnecessary speculation, spreading rumors, or baseless inquiries. Only then did the situation slowly calm down. Nonetheless, Shaanxi's bureaucracy underwent a sweeping purge. In compliance with central directives, nationwide self-inspections and corrections began, marking the beginning of a massive patriotic education campaign. From then on, management of foreign personnel tightened across regions, foreign investment faced stricter regulations, and any official business collusion was severely punished upon exposure. All foreigners found guilty of crimes were deported immediately, with particularly serious cases facing legal prosecution. This incident also attracted widespread international attention. However, when caught conducting espionage on another nation's soil, there was nothing one could do but silently accept the consequences. No bail, no rescue. Every country showed zero tolerance toward espionage. Those apprehended either faced secret execution or indefinite imprisonment by local authorities. Meanwhile, the state security agency continued hunting for the mysterious informant who had delivered the intelligence. Unfortunately, the contact number had vanished completely. Even after returning to the scene for further investigation, they found no trace. In the end, the case was quietly shelved. Chapter 49 Stillness Breeds Movement. It wasn't yet dawn when Wang Yang glanced through the window and spotted a figure moving inside the greenhouse. He guessed it was probably his father, Wang Dongshan, already hard at work again. Seeing how dedicated and invested his father was in the experimental greenhouse, Wang Yang felt somewhat guilty. Truthfully, he already had a rough estimate of the experimental results in mind. The space-grown seeds were essentially successful outside the spiritual realm, but without detailed records, explaining their origin during later cultivation would be difficult. Now, witnessing his father's diligence, Wang Yang was deeply moved. In Wang Dongshan's heart, this place was the foundation for Wang Yang's future development. Every detail needed to be carefully documented. Though he didn't fully understand why his son needed these data, after some thought, it seemed manageable. Just put in a bit more effort each day, closely observe the vegetable growth, and combine that with his own farming experience. Recording daily changes in the plants wasn't complicated. If this could help his child succeed, then it was a father's way of supporting his son. Wang Yang had the 5-spirit pearl realm, something he wouldn't reveal to them. Speaking of it might only cause worry. Possession of a treasure brings danger. After thinking it over, he found several large containers, filled them completely with spiritual water, and planned to explain its usage to his father shortly. By conducting experiments, his father would come to realize that Wang Yang possessed a miraculous formula. This knowledge would bring him peace of mind, allowing him to live more comfortably in the future. Even if they eventually had to leave here, they could start anew elsewhere. At least this way, his father's heart would be at ease. After preparing everything, Wang Yang entered the experimental greenhouse, called his father out, and led him to the containers holding the spiritual water. He opened one lid and gestured for his father to take a look. "Dad, I brought you here to show you our family's secret weapon. From now on, when you conduct experiments, be careful not to let anyone else find out. All the vegetables grown in this greenhouse are produced using this." He pointed at the container. "The seeds have already been planted. When watering, choose one plot and irrigate entirely with this water, then record the data. On an adjacent plot, use half this water mixed with half stream water, that is, dilute it by half. Continue diluting gradually in subsequent plots. Observe the differences in plant growth under each condition, aiming to find an ideal ratio. We can't have too great a difference in growth time compared to normal farming. Growing too fast isn't good, nor is growing too slow. So, Dad, I need you to experiment and determine the optimal mixture ratio. Once we have that, we can proceed confidently. Don't worry, Dad. Only I can produce this formula. Right now, I rely on you to record the experimental data, so we'll have a plausible explanation later, keeping our family from standing out too much. And don't fret about future living expenses. You and Mom don't need to worry. We're not short on money. This current investment is trivial. I actually have around 100 million cash on me, possibly even more, but I can't openly display it. I'll transfer some funds to you shortly. Let's say 1 million yuan. That amount won't attract attention. Don't refuse, Dad. When I'm away from home, having some money will help you handle emergencies. If someone in the village needs help, you can offer moderate assistance, but make sure to discuss limits with Mom. There must be boundaries. We shouldn't become blindly kind-hearted. Otherwise, small kindnesses may turn into deep resentment. Helping too freely might create enemies who harm us later. You two should judge these matters yourselves. I trust your wisdom more than mine anyway," Wang Yang said with a smile. After hearing all this, Wang Dongshan broadly understood. His son held a secret formula and possessed substantial wealth. He didn't ask where it came from, as long as it wasn't illegal. His role now was simply to assist his child, not hinder him. With this realization, all tension melted away. Freed from pressure, his spirit and energy improved noticeably. Joy filled his heart. He even asked Wang Yang to move the containers directly into his bedroom, insisting on guarding them himself. He'd only inform his wife. No one else was allowed to see them. At breakfast, Wang Yang mentioned he was heading into the mountains and might not return for several days, urging them to take care of themselves. The money had already been transferred. After discussing things with his wife, Wang Dongshan shared what he knew. His wife looked at Wang Yang and realized her son had truly grown up. From now on, she decided, she would let him live according to his own choices without interfering too much. Their family's livelihood was secure. Wang Yang was capable and decisive. There was no need for further worry. Once his marriage was settled, she and her husband could finally enjoy their retirement. After breakfast, Wang Yang grabbed a backpack and packed his things in a simple, perfunctory way before setting off toward the Qinling Mountains. When he passed people along the way, they greeted him. Seeing that Wang Yang was accompanied by 5 dogs and carrying a backpack, everyone understood. He was heading into the mountains. They didn't find it strange at all. Living right at the foot of the mountains, such trips were nothing out of the ordinary. Often, they themselves would go up to pick mushrooms, wild fruits, or hunt for mountain goods. After a brief greeting, each went on about their business. Wang Yang found Uncle Village Chief and informed him that he was going into the mountains and might stay there for several days. From now on, the chief would need to handle matters on his own. If anyone came looking for him, the chief could help Jedi them, and anything that couldn't be resolved should wait until Wang Yang returned. The village chief thought for a moment. At present, Xinjiazhai was undergoing large-scale construction, but there wasn't much requiring Wang Yang's direct involvement, mostly just financial support. Everything else was under control. Lately, quite a few people had been visiting the mountains without incident. He merely advised Wang Yang to be careful, avoid remote, uninhabited areas, and then headed toward the experimental greenhouse. Wang Yang also called Chun Jinhua, telling him not to worry. He was simply going into the mountains for a bit of relaxation. He wanted Chun to know where he'd gone, that was all. With a shout, Wang Yang called out to Hutu, Da Mao, Air Mao, San Mao, Sea Mao, and Fei, dashing swiftly into the mountains. Soon, they vanished deep into the dense forest. Using secret hand signals, Wang Yang tested each dog, checking whether they still remembered their previous training. Lie down, jump, rear leg stand, coordinated hunting maneuvers, then searching for hidden animals. They performed excellently, responding perfectly to his commands. This made Wang Yang feel even more at ease entering the mountains. Now Hutu and the others had grown to full adult size, strong and sturdy. The village dogs bowed to them instinctively, each one possessing the potential to become the alpha. This was well known throughout Xinjiazhai, especially after their recent interactions with some local mischievous kids. Their remarkable intelligence had won over everyone. Wang Yang's parents adored them. Feeding them had become Mom's daily personal duty. As for Wang Yang, he secretly gave them sips of spiritual water every day. The dogs were fiercely loyal, refusing food from anyone except family. They would only eat if Wang Yang or his parents told them to. After finishing the training session, Wang Yang picked up speed, sprinting deeper into the mountains. Breathing in the fresh air and feeling the cleansing flow of spiritual energy, his entire body and mind relaxed completely. Chapter 50: Entering the Mountains. As time passed, Wang Yang had already ventured deep into the mountains. Along the way, he came across several villages, each sparsely populated. He did not enter or disturb them, merely circumventing these settlements and continuing onward toward more remote, uninhabited areas. It was now deep autumn. The Qinling Mountains in autumn presented a magnificent and vast spectacle, as if transporting one into a breathtaking, otherworldly realm. When golden sunlight pierced through the clouds and illuminated the mountain ranges, the outlines of the peaks became strikingly clear. Countless multicolored leaves drifted slowly to the ground like dancers performing a silent ballet, drawing people into a dreamlike world. The Qinling Mountains not only serve as the geographical dividing line between northern and southern China, but also mark the boundary of differences in geography, climate, and natural resources between the two regions. Divergent climates, soils, diets, architecture, transportation, and social customs have, over time, evolved into distinct regional traditions and cultural practices. The Qinling Mountains are one of the cradles of Chinese civilization and among China's largest mountain ranges, revered throughout history as the dragon vein of the nation. The main peak of the Qinling Range is Taibai Mountain, standing at an elevation of over 3,700 meters, making it one of China's most renowned and beautiful mountain ranges. In addition, the range includes the main ridge on the southern slope of Qinling, the Wei River on the northern slope, and notable peaks such as Huanglong Mountain, Taibasai, and Zhabatian, collectively forming the extensive Qinling mountain system. The natural environment of the Qinling Mountains is exceptionally beautiful, home to numerous natural and cultural attractions, including the Qinling Grand Canyon, the sacred trees of Qinling, the Qinling Grottos, the Qinling Nature Reserve, Qinling Forest Park, and the Qinling Wildlife Zoo. These sites provide not only rich natural resources, but also showcase the region's historical culture and unique landscapes. The Qinling Mountains harbor abundant natural resources and cultural heritage, including rare flora and fauna, ancient buildings, tombs, grotto temples, and underground rivers. The scenic beauty of Qinling is equally captivating. Sea of clouds, waterfalls, bizarre peaks, secluded valleys, and deep ravines, all combining to form a distinctive natural and cultural landscape. In summary, the Qinling Mountains are among China's most famous mountain ranges, the country's largest forest reserve, and a natural heritage site, a treasured gem and cultural legacy of the Chinese nation. However, with societal development and increasing human activity, the ecological environment and natural resources of Qinling face significant threats. Therefore, protecting its ecosystem and cultural heritage has become particularly crucial. Currently, Shaanxi Province has implemented increasingly strict conservation measures for the Qinling Mountains. Since the broadcast of the major CCTV documentary, The Great Qinling, more and more Chinese people have come to appreciate the unique charm of this range. As the dividing line between north and south along the Qinlinghuai River axis, it hosts a confluence of diverse climates, creating a uniquely inclusive kingdom of flora and fauna. It virtually encompasses all the characteristic landscapes found across China, harboring especially rich resources of rare species, where northern and southern organisms coexist and thrive, making it an ideal sanctuary for biodiversity. Every year, the number of tourists visiting Qinling continues to grow. Many travelers share stunning photos and videos from their journeys, allowing ever more visitors to experience the mountain range's beauty and abundance. Each year, entire mountain villages are relocated out of the deep mountains, an important governmental measure to minimize human interference and allow Qinling to return to a natural state. Numerous ring roads have since been constructed around the mountains, enabling travelers to view different aspects of Qinling scenery along designated routes. This scientific and rational planning allows every visitor to see a greater variety of landscapes. Many Taoist temples and Buddhist monasteries have been connected into organized circuits, saving tourists the time and effort of route planning, significantly reducing unnecessary detours, and ensuring that everyone can enjoy their trip, eat with peace of mind, and rest comfortably. Wangyang was currently located in Xiu, one of the 72 valleys of the Qinling Mountains. According to legend, this was where Zhao Gongming cultivated himself and attained immortality. Here, he comprehended the ways of heaven and earth, attained enlightenment, and was later revered as Xianren Sai, the immortal of Sai, thus giving the valley its name. This mysterious appellation carries with it ancient legends and traces of immortal cultivation, imbuing Xiu with an aura of mystique and allure. Situated in the eastern part of the Qinling Range, Xiu enjoys a uniquely advantageous geographical setting. Mountain upon mountain rises into the sky, deep gorges cut through the land, dense primeval forests cover the slopes, and waterfalls cascade down the cliffs. Upon entering Xiu, one cannot help but be awed by its majestic topography. Crystal-clear streams wind through the canyons, forming a series of beautiful waterfalls whose gentle babbling sounds like celestial music. The natural scenery here is rich and diverse, with every corner inviting lingering admiration. On this magical land, biodiversity is also exceptionally rich. Rare plants and animals flourish here, forming a vibrant and balanced ecological system. One can trace the footprints of wild creatures through the woods, experiencing firsthand the mystery and serenity of nature. Wangyang quickly arrived at Xiu Reservoir on the mountainside. The reservoir wasn't very large, surrounded by babbling streams and strange, jagged rocks, looking like a single tear shed by the Qinling Mountains. It was built around 1970, with thin stacked stone steps that looked magnificent from afar, constructed painstakingly by villagers placing one stone after another. Just think, most of China's reservoirs were built during that era, and nearly every one was solidly constructed, many still serving vital functions today. Yet there are still many people going to great lengths to discredit the achievements of that period, obsessively attempting to completely denounce the nation's leaders of that time. For instance, Chairman Mao is now demoted to being called merely teacher, while every university professor is referred to as mentor. Truly shameful. There are hardly any places left in the entire country that still preserve statues of our elder leader Comrade Mao. Almost all have been demolished. Pitiful, tragic, regrettable. Xiu Valley entrance is quite obscure, rarely visited, and exceptionally serene. Most visitors here are actually headed for Wangshan Mountain National Forest Park, which is also the location of Lantian Jade. Originally named Xiuxian, it was later renamed Wangshan Mountain after Wangshan, a famously filial son who carried soil to bury his mother here. The renowned Lantian Jade originates from this mountain. Wangshan Mountain combines the precipitous grandeur of Mount Hua with the graceful beauty of Mount Huang, featuring bizarre peaks, deep ravines, and lush, intact forest vegetation. Its natural landscapes and geomorphic features closely resemble those of Mount Huangshan, earning it the reputation as Little Huangshan of Shanxi. The area boasts a tranquil environment, abundant species, pleasant climate, and beautiful forest scenery. Yuangbing is where the main peak of Wangshan Mountain, Yuangbing, stands. From this summit, one can gaze eastward toward Huashan, westward to the ancient capital Chang'an, southward along endless winding mountain ranges, and northward across the vast skies of the Wei River. This region hosts over 780 plant species and more than 30 types of wildlife. Nationally protected rare and endangered species include Cercidiphyllum japonicum, Euchtelia pliosperma, Dipteronia sinensis, Corylus chinensis, Sorbus spp, as well as animals such as suro, black bears, and giant salamanders, making it a true natural treasure trove of wild flora and fauna. From base to summit, Wangshan Mountain's elevation zones feature distinct vegetation. Pinus bungiana and Platycladus orientalis landscape forests, mixed coniferous forests, Betula albocinensis forests, and rhododendron landscape forests. The white-barked pine is a prized ornamental species, once transplanted to Beijing's Summer Palace and Zongnanhai, and even introduced to Japan. With rich seasonal changes, each season offers a unique view. Spring bursts with colorful blossoms competing in splendor. Summer brings layers of green shade, cool and refreshing. Autumn paints the hills in golden chrysanthemum yellow and fiery maple red, with wild fruits perfuming the air. Winter drapes the blue pass in snow, everything wrapped in silver-white stillness. Some tourists at the reservoir spotted Wang Yang and waved greetings. They were impressed by Wang Yang walking alone with 5 dogs, appearing quite majestic. A few dog-loving men even approached specifically to ask Wang Yang about his secrets in dog training. since they noticed that all 5 of his native Chinese village dogs possessed the potential of becoming true dog kings. Each would undergo even greater transformation in time, still developing, not yet fully grown, but already larger than adult dogs. Wang Yang gave them the address and phone number of Shun Family Village, inviting them to visit later, exchange insights on dog care, and even bring their own beloved pets for some training experience. Then, Wang Yang continued onward, alone with his 5 dogs, taking a small path to the right of Xiu Reservoir. Fewer people came through here, and he had no intention of visiting the crowded Wangshan Mountain National Forest Park. It was too busy, not convenient for him. Chapter 51. Into the Mountains. Following the stream forward, Wang Yang gradually left the tourists behind until they were completely out of sight. He began to observe his surroundings carefully. The trees weren't very tall, and the Xi water was crystal clear, home to rare cold water fish such as the Qinling trout. These fish are seldom seen outside this region and only inhabit the cold, pristine streams and lakes within the Qinling Mountains, making them extremely precious. Wang Yang used spiritual water from his space to attract several of them and transferred them into the waterfall-fed pond inside his space. He continued deeper into the mountains. At this point, wildlife remained relatively scarce. Most animals now lived in remote areas where human presence was minimal. The less disturbed by humans an area was, the more intact its natural environment, resulting in greater biodiversity and a healthier ecosystem. Along the way, he saw many Qinling fir trees, a species now extremely rare. Reproducing through seeds, most of these had ripened at this time of year and dispersed by wind, landing just nearby. Centuries of overharvesting and deforestation had driven many tree species to near extinction. Only a few remnants remained, and those took a long time to mature. Wang Yang collected some seeds and placed them inside his space, soaking them in spring water and stimulating germination. This would further enrich the resources within his world. He casually gathered other plants as he advanced. Eventually, the trail vanished entirely, replaced by untouched wilderness. Tiger Head stayed close behind Wang Yang, while De Mao, Air Mao, San Mao, and Sea Mao spread around to scout the perimeter. Slowly moving deeper into the forest, Wang Yang decided to stay for several days without any specific goal. It was his first journey through the Qinling Mountains, and he found great interest in the diverse terrains and landscapes. Many unusual wonders caught his attention, like deep gorges occasionally encountered along the path, flanked by lush trees, with a waterfall plunging down from high above, crashing into a dark pool below. The roar of falling water could be heard from far away. The deeper he went, the denser the spiritual energy became, and the richer his harvest grew. He kept moving without stopping, occasionally collecting strange plants, fish from the streams, or frogs from the woods. What Wang Yang truly hoped to acquire was a bird of prey, leading hounds on the left and falcons on the right. That was the classic mountain explorer's companion. Now he already had too many dogs. Birds were hard to come by, which made him somewhat speechless. Occasionally he spotted birds in the wild, but they would immediately fly off upon seeing him. Still, Wang Yang maintained a good attitude. The Qinling Mountains have 4 animal treasures: the crested ibis, golden snub-nosed monkey, takin, and giant panda. Its plant treasures include the monotypic herb Kingdonia uniflora, Huashan wheatgrass, dove tree, and Chinese yew, all nationally protected Class 1 species. When visiting the Qinling, do not carelessly pick flowers or herbs. You might unknowingly collect a nationally protected species. Along the way, Wang Yang sprinkled spiritual water on rare plants and planted some seeds soaked in his space's water along the paths he traveled. Whether they would sprout was up to fate. Arriving at a cliff edge, he looked up and noticed many Juniperus biodori growing on the rocky face. He didn't climb up to harvest any, merely observed them before continuing onward. The forest grew livelier. Insects chirped, beasts called, birds sang, and flowers perfumed the air. Shapes large and small emerged to forage, some leaping among branches, others dashing across the ground, creating a bustling scene full of life. This was still part of the outer Qinling range, not yet deep into the interior. Pheasants, hares, wild boars, and mountain goats were common, as were squirrels and hedgehogs. Squirrels were timid, like shy little girls. They'd vanish in a flash into the shadows of trees at the sight of a person, then peek out their tiny heads, big eyes gleaming as they secretly watched Wang Yang from above. Upon seeing one, Wang Yang summoned a squirrel from his space to roam around and interact, hoping to lure a few back with him. The newly summoned squirrel was initially disoriented, chattering around Wang Yang, clinging to his shoulder and trying desperately to return to the safety of his space, unwilling to stay outside. After much persuasion, it finally grudgingly scurried into the woods and quickly disappeared. Wang Yang pressed forward. He wasn't worried about losing the creature. Spotting some wild goats, he thought of capturing a few and bringing them into his space. He stealthily approached, signaling Tiger Head and the others to flank left and right, crawling forward slowly. As they neared, the goats sensed danger and started scattering in all directions. This was when the dogs proved their worth. Each dog blocked an escape route, quickly herding the goats toward Wang Yang. He selected a few young ones, including both males and females, while releasing the rest after giving them some spiritual water to drink their fill before letting them go. The captured wild goats were sent directly to the grassland inside his space. They appeared delighted and quickly joined the suro and fawns, grazing happily on the green grass. After walking for what felt like a long time, Wang Yang decided to have lunch on the spot. He took out a small table from his space, along with some tableware, then picked several cucumbers, tomatoes, chili peppers, and eggs. He stir-fried green peppers with eggs, made cold cucumber salad and cold tomato salad, and prepared a few scallion oil pancakes. Turning around, he noticed that Tiger Head and the others were all gathered around him. So he fetched a rabbit from his space, skinned it, removed its internal organs, washed it thoroughly, then simply added some oil and salt and boiled it as plain rabbit stew. Wang Yang didn't eat any of the rabbit. It was meant for Tiger Head and the dogs. He placed 2 bowls on the ground, each filled with half the meat, tore up the scallion pancakes and soaked them in the broth, and whenever the liquid level dropped, he replenished it directly with water from his space. As the animals began eating off to the side, Wang Yang sat down at the table and started his own meal. He ate 2 scallion oil pancakes and nearly finished all 3 dishes, leaving only the chilies, which he picked out and dumped into the dogs' bowls. In no time, they devoured everything. Wang Yang cleaned the pots, pans, bowls, and chopsticks, also washing and putting away the dogs' feeding bowls. After lunch, he rested right there for about half an hour. Tiger Head and the others lay motionless around him, digesting their food and dozing under the warm sun. Seeing this, Wang Yang decided to take a nap as well. Sleeping in the forest was quite pleasant, especially with his dogs guarding him. With no worries, he drifted off quickly. He wasn't sure how much time had passed when something started bouncing around on his head, tugging at his hair with tiny paws, startling him awake. Looking up, he found that the squirrel he'd released earlier had returned. Wang Yang immediately plucked a few wild fruits from his space and gave them to the squirrel as a reward. Noticing it was alone, he gestured and asked, "Where are the other squirrels you brought back? I don't see them." At first, the squirrel seemed confused, not understanding what Wang Yang meant. So Wang Yang pulled another squirrel from his space, pointed at it, and repeated the gesture. This time, the squirrel seemed to grasp it. It let out a few calls toward Wang Yang, then dashed into the trees. Soon, Wang Yang saw a group of squirrels peeking out from the branches, watching him curiously. The one he'd sent out kept chattering excitedly. Wang Yang placed the second squirrel on the ground, letting it join in as a negotiator. Surprisingly, that squirrel was quite clever, and before long, the whole group began scampering toward Wang Yang. Quickly, he fetched a basin from his space, filled it with water from his realm, and set it on the ground. The 2 squirrels he'd brought immediately rushed over to drink. Seeing this, the others slowly approached and began drinking too. The more they drank, the more delighted they became, and soon the area was filled with cheerful chirps and squeaks. Wang Yang began pulling the squirrels into his space. Most came without resistance, but one squirrel hesitated, squeaking insistently and darting toward a certain direction. When Wang Yang didn't follow, it ran back and called again. Realizing it wanted to lead him somewhere, Wang Yang quickly packed everything up. He buried biodegradable waste on the spot and carried away the rest, then followed the squirrel deep into the forest. Chapter 52. Into the mountains. Running for quite a distance, they finally came to a stop deep within a dense forest. Suddenly, Huta tugged hard at Wang Yang's pant leg, preventing him from moving forward. Wang Yang now noticed something was off too. There must be danger ahead, otherwise Hutu and the others wouldn't have stopped him like this. After carefully scanning the area, he spotted it, a short-tailed pit viper. The short-tailed pit viper had a thick, short body, a distinctly triangular head clearly separated from its neck, prominent rostral ridges, a short tail, and hollow fangs. It also had heat-sensing pits. Its head was dark brown, its belly grayish-white, and the tip of its tail blackish-brown. This snake was highly venomous and extremely good at camouflage, making it difficult to detect. Now blocked on the path, Wang Yang wasn't sure whether the thing the squirrel had led him here to find lay ahead or near the snake itself. He started backing away, planning to go around, but the squirrel kept chattering insistently. That's when he realized the object must be right beside the snake. He pulled out his telescopic baton from his space and adjusted his clothes, preparing to scare the snake off so it would leave on its own. But before he could move, the snake raised its head and assumed an attacking posture. Wang Yang immediately went on high alert. This snake clearly meant trouble. At that moment, several dogs began barking and circling the snake, drawing its attention. Wang Yang seized the chance, using a forked stick to pin down the snake's head. Then, grabbing it firmly behind the head, he decided after a moment's thought to place it into his space. Better to eliminate any future threat it might pose to others. Approaching cautiously, Wang Yang inspected what lay beneath. It was a ginseng plant, its ginseng fruit perfectly ripe. The short-tailed pit viper had been staying there not to guard the ginseng, but to hunt birds or rodents attracted by the scent of the ripening fruit. Once mature, the ginseng emitted a fragrance that lured birds to feed on the fruit. These birds then carried the seeds far and wide, allowing ginseng to propagate across remote regions. This explained why wild mountain ginseng was so hard to find. Its seeds were scattered unpredictably by birds, hidden from human eyes. The snake lurking beneath wasn't protecting the ginseng, it was hunting prey. Using a small wooden stick, Wang Yang began digging with great care. It took over half an hour to unearth the entire root intact. Judging by its appearance, this ginseng was likely hundreds of years old. He brought it into his space and planted it in the medicinal garden. The garden already housed many ginseng plants, surrounded by various other herbs he had cultivated. After watering it with some space water, he returned to the outside world. By then, the little squirrel had scampered over and climbed onto his shoulder. Watching the clever creature, he realized it seemed even smarter than the squirrels in his space, so he let it stay. They continued onward, pausing often along the way. The scenery changed constantly, so many breathtaking views unfolded before him. The Qinling Mountains teemed with diverse flora and fauna, their majestic peaks beautiful and serene. Isolated and inaccessible, these wonders remained largely unknown to the outside world. Each landscape was mesmerizing, yet concealed great dangers: leopards, wild boars, bears, all capable predators that could ambush the unwary. Traveling alone through these wilds demanded constant vigilance. One couldn't afford to get lost in the beauty and neglect the lurking threats. After walking for several more hours without feeling tired, Wang Yang encountered a strange plant ahead, Rus chinensis. It bore round, red drupes. Its root bark was used medicinally for anti-inflammatory and diuretic purposes. Insect galls growing on its branches, known as five-fold fruits, served industrial and medical uses. Its seeds could be pressed for oil. Legend said it could even yield salt. Curious, he gathered some samples to test in his space. During these hours, Wang Yang collected numerous medicinal herbs: lingji mushrooms, wild gastrodia, caterpillar fungus, xiuxian, baibu haiyang dan, dendrobium latigisii, forsythia, Solomon's seal, rhubarb. Whenever he spotted medicinal plants, he harvested a few specimens to grow inside his space. Along the trail, he also discovered traces left behind by ancient hermits, ruins mostly buried beneath wild grass, barely visible signs of recluses who once lived here. He paused to reflect on how time erases everything. When humans abandon a place, nature slowly reclaims it, eventually wiping away every trace of civilization. Looking up ahead, he saw a stream winding around oddly shaped stones at the foot of the mountain. Slowly walking closer, both he and the animals grew breathless. Hours of continuous hiking had taken their toll. They sat down to rest. Wang Yang pulled out space water to replenish their strength, drank some himself, and picked a few peaches from his space. He gave one to each dog and began eating one himself. Wang Yang didn't realize that just ahead, several golden snub-nosed monkeys were secretly watching him and Hutu. When Wang Yang pulled out the peaches, one of the golden monkeys excitedly jumped up. It was impossible for peaches to grow in the Qinling Mountains at this time. Leaping from tree to tree, it gradually approached Wang Yang. Fearless of humans, the little monkey grew anxious when it saw Wang Yang finish eating one peach and reach for another. Without hesitation, it lunged straight at him. Hutu and the others started barking loudly. Wang Yang found this golden monkey quite surprising. Weren't they supposed to be distributed only in the western mountainous regions of Qinling, where there was a national golden, snub-nosed monkey reserve? He hadn't expected to find another population here, and seemingly a large one. Golden snub-nosed monkeys were social animals, typically living in family units consisting of one male, a few females, and several infants. The idea suddenly struck Wang Yang. If he brought them into his space, he could breed an entire colony. Excited, Wang Yang tossed the peach in his hand to the little monkey, then retrieved many more from his space and placed them all on a rock. Seeing how delighted the monkey was, Wang Yang became even more convinced he could bring this entire group into his world. The little monkey, greedy as ever, tried holding 2 peaches in each hand while attempting to grab a third, causing one to drop each time. It kept repeating this futile cycle, refusing to give up. Unable to watch any longer, Wang Yang fetched a small bag, filled it with peaches, and hung it around the monkey's neck. Then, watching as the little creature quickly dashed off into the distance, Wang Yang followed closely behind to see where they lived. After about 10 minutes, he finally spotted them, an isolated, hidden ravine. The troop lived in a high cave, clearly having resided there undisturbed for a long time. Wang Yang slowly approached, drawing the attention of the rest of the troop. One adult male immediately adopted a threatening posture. In response, Wang Yang quickly laid down a pile of peaches on the ground before stepping far away. A few young monkeys swiftly jumped down to snatch the fruit, which angered the male. He shrieked loudly, frightening the juveniles into dropping their peaches and scrambling toward their mothers. After some time, realizing Wang Yang posed no threat, the male cautiously approached the peaches, sniffed them, and then calmly summoned the entire troop to come forward and feed, one by one, without chaos or conflict. Every single monkey savored the delicious peaches, their faces filled with bliss. Wang Yang realized it was hopeless to take them today and decided to spend the night nearby, though of course, he would sleep in his space. Before dawn the next day, he placed fruits from his space onto the ground and began his morning exercise routine. Soon, the same little monkey returned, grabbing a piece of fruit and munching away, chattering defiantly at the others. In moments, a group of young golden monkeys gathered around it, each picking up different fruits and sitting on the ground to eat, completely unbothered. After finishing his workout, feeling refreshed and relaxed, Wang Yang cautiously approached the troop again and laid out another pile of fruit. The little monkeys ran over to him joyfully. A few bold ones even jumped onto his body and started eating from his hands. Wang Yang called the little monkey close, picked it up, and cradled it in his arms. Noticing it remained calm, he carried it directly into his space. The little monkey first froze in shock, then quickly realized the benefits of being inside. After running around excitedly, it immediately tried to rush back out, clearly wanting to bring all the other monkeys into this wonderful place. Outside, the troop panicked. Where had the human and their baby disappeared? They began frantically searching the surrounding area. At that moment, Wang Yang reappeared with the little monkey. The young one quickly ran off to find the male leader, and Wang Yang did not interfere. Soon after, the male arrived beside Wang Yang with the little monkey, gesturing wildly with its hands and chattering urgently. The little monkey clung tightly to Wang Yang's leg, squealing insistently. Wang Yang understood. The male wanted to enter his space. Without hesitation, he took the male monkey's hand and brought him inside. The male froze for a second, then erupted with excitement, leaping joyfully among the trees. After exploring thoroughly, he returned and gestured for Wang Yang to send him back out. This time, every monkey demanded to enter the space and insisted on bringing all their food with them. Wang Yang followed the troop back to their cave, helped gather up all their supplies, and once the cave was empty, transported the entire group into his space, placing them near the bamboo mountain. He noticed a few other fruit trees around and transplanted several of them as well, dug up some medicinal herbs, and most importantly, collected the usnea. This was the golden snub-nosed monkey's favorite food. Usnea appeared pale grayish-green or yellowish-brown, thread-like and tangled into masses. The lichen exhibited dichotomous branching, with thicker main branches at the base that became progressively finer and more numerous toward the tips. The surface of thick branches showed obvious ring-shaped cracks, slightly elastic and hard to break. When broken, the cross-section revealed white tissue, with a tough central axis visible in the center, composed of fungal hyphae surrounded by algal layers. The entire usnea plant was used medicinally, known for its anti-inflammatory, detoxifying, and liver-clearing properties, commonly treating bronchitis, mastitis, wound infections, and ulcers. Pharmacological studies indicated usnea also possessed antibacterial effects. After gathering everything, Wang Yang entered his space, called over the male monkey, and established a set of rules with him. They could only pick what they intended to eat. No waste allowed. He gestured firmly. Eating just half and tossing the rest was forbidden. Everything had to be finished completely. He made the male responsible for enforcing these rules among all the monkeys, ensuring they wouldn't recklessly ruin all the fruits. It took quite a while before everything was settled. Only then did Wang Yang feel at ease and leave the space. Chapter 53. The Guardians of Qinling. They had been in the mountains for 2 days, crossing several peaks, long past the Xiu area, steadily moving deeper into the heart of the Qinling range. Because this was the eastern section of Qinling, where human activity was more frequent, the biodiversity was relatively lower compared to the central and western regions, which preserved more primitive and untouched forests. Species like giant pandas, taquins, leopards, and if one was exceptionally lucky, even South China tigers could be found there. After walking for so long, they had encountered very few large animals. Many of the forests here were either replanted or naturally regenerated after the year 2000. Though densely wooded, they somehow lacked a certain wild essence. Hey comrade, what are you doing here? Where did you come from? This is deep old forest. You shouldn't be wandering around alone like this. Though I must say, it's smart of you to bring a few dogs, called out a forest ranger from afar. Wang Yang had been so focused on walking that he hadn't expected to meet anyone in such a remote part of Lanyu's mountains. Hello, I'm a hiker, an outdoor enthusiast. I came over from Xiu and didn't realize I'd ended up on the Lanyu side. It's actually great to run into you, uncle. The mountains are too quiet, no one around at all. I was just heading toward the town ahead to catch a ride back. Are you a forest ranger? Wang Yang replied. That's right, I am. You need to be careful when walking through these old woods. Many trees are starting to shed their leaves now, and the grass has dried out. No open flames are allowed. Any spark could trigger a wildfire. I've lived in these mountains for over 30 years and seen many cases where people broke the rules, lighting fires to cook, barbecuing, or burning incense during Qingming festival at ancestral graves. All sorts of careless acts that eventually led to devastating forest fires. Once a fire starts, it's nearly impossible to extinguish. All we can do is isolate the burning area. This forest took 10, 20 years to grow back. It would take far too long to recover again. Every year we plant trees, sow seeds. The fact that you can see such greenery in Qinling today is thanks entirely to the government's recent policy of sealing off the mountains for reforestation. Why don't you walk with me? I'm just finishing my patrol and heading back to the station. Sure, I'll go back with you. I was planning to return anyway. By the way, what's your surname, uncle? Wang Yang asked. Surname? Everyone calls me Old Fong. Just call me that. Let's walk together and talk. I'll tell you a bit about what we rangers actually do. Old Fong said warmly. Uncle Fong, honestly, I've heard about forest rangers before, but only knew they protect the woods. Beyond that, I don't really know much. Looks like I get to have you as my teacher today. Wang Yang flattered. Don't call me teacher. But it's true. We rangers live in these forests for long periods, and each of us develops our own insights. As Mr. Lu Sun once said, there is no path in the world. Paths are made by walking. It's the same for us. When you walk through the mountains enough, over time, everyone gains experience, how to survive outdoors. For example, what precautions to take when climbing, where to spend the night safely, which plants can be eaten when hungry, which herbs can cure poison or illness. These are all essential survival skills. Most of our knowledge comes from accumulated experience, combined with some traditional wisdom passed down from older generations. That's how we manage to work and live safely in these ancient woods. Our daily duties mainly involve monitoring forest resources, patrolling the woods, observing vegetation, wildlife, water sources, and air quality. We also prevent and control forest fires, implementing fire prevention measures. We maintain order and safety in the forest, stopping illegal logging, poaching, and other violations. We manage forest resources by developing and executing management plans, including tree cultivation, harvesting, and reforestation. We collect and analyze data, things like vegetation coverage, species and numbers of wild animals, water, and air quality. All this helps us understand the forest's condition better and develop scientific management strategies to protect it, explained Uncle Fong. Uncle Fong, how often do you get to rest? And do you have family living here too? 30 years as a ranger. That's truly admirable. We usually stay in the old forest for over 20 days at a stretch. Rest times aren't fixed, and during holidays we're on duty 24 hours a day, no leave allowed. My family lives nearby, but outside the mountains. Actually, every job is the same. You have to be serious and responsible, doing your duty well. I personally really like this job. Every day seeing the flowers and plants in Qianling's mountains makes me feel at ease, truly happy from the bottom of my heart. When I see the mountains turning green, more trees growing, and more animals returning, that's the greatest recognition for us forest rangers. It's also our proudest achievement. We've completed the mission assigned by the nation, giving the entire Chinese people an account. Uncle Feng's firm words deeply moved Wang Yang. In this era, the most simple and kind-hearted people are often those quiet, unsung ones at the very bottom of society. They hold their unremarkable posts for decades without complaint or regret, carrying heavy burdens for our country without ever harboring resentment or asking for extra care. It is precisely because of such people's perseverance that our nation carries forward so many admirable spirits. Think of our border guards. Many frontier outposts suffer harsh conditions and total isolation, yet they endure solely on the belief of defending their homeland. We owe it to these selfless individuals to remember their sacrifices. We must never forget that it's them who shield us from storms, allowing us to live in peace and comfort. Uncle Feng, what you've said today has truly touched me. It's because of people like you, silently devoting decades of effort, that the Qianling Mountains remain so beautiful. Thanks to you, we can witness its depth and grandeur, its breathtaking scenery and rich diversity. Have you ever encountered any dangers while working here? Asked Wang Yang. The greatest danger we forest rangers fear is wildfire. Wildfires are merciless. They're nearly impossible to extinguish. Each fire devastates us deeply. That's what we fear most, large-scale forest fires. Encounters with wild boars, leopards, snakes, those aren't major threats. As long as we spot them early and move away in time, there's usually no serious harm. If we do come face to face, we carry some equipment for personal safety, but generally don't use it. Unless in extreme danger, we never harm any animal here. They're vital links in Qianling's ecological chain. Losing even one species could break the whole system and lead to extinctions. Take taquines, for example. They're now extremely rare, a Class 1 nationally protected species. Yet they damage trees significantly by feeding on bark, which can cause mass tree die-offs. That's why we need large carnivores to control their population. Of course, due to rampant poaching by humans, taquine numbers have already dropped critically low, so now we must protect them, otherwise they'll vanish completely. Then there's wild pandas. When they're ready to mate, they urinate on trees or leave scent marks to attract mates. But sometimes wild goats come along and destroy these markings, rubbing against the trees or covering the scents. Then potential mates can't detect the signals, and pandas fail to find partners. Over time, their population would decline further. That's where human intervention becomes necessary. That's how nature reserves came into being. Many things can only be understood after years of research deep within the forests. Only then can we accumulate meaningful experience, explained Uncle Feng, sharing intriguing insights. Before they realized it, they had arrived at the Lanyu Forest Ranger Station. Uncle Feng invited Wang Yang to join them for a meal, and, noticing how late it had become, urged him to stay overnight. During his visit, Wang Yang met several other rangers, listening to their first-hand stories and survival wisdom from years spent in the old-growth forests. He left with a wealth of knowledge and profound appreciation. Chapter 54. Returning to Xinjiakai. Looking out at the pitch-black night beyond the window, Wang Yang woke up early. His sleep quality had improved greatly lately, and he now needed only a short rest each day. He pulled out his phone. It was just past 4 in the morning. The forest rangers guarding this area were mostly already up, preparing for another day's work. Perhaps everyone here had long grown accustomed to rising early. They were already brushing their teeth and washing their faces. Some went to fetch water, others gathered firewood, while old Feng took charge of cooking. Watching their busy figures preparing breakfast so early in the morning, their roles clearly divided, they finished eating by about 5:30. After a brief walk nearby to stretch their bodies, they began checking their patrol gear, ensuring nothing was missing. They sat together briefly for a morning meeting, then set off on their daily journey around 7 o'clock. This was the daily routine of the forest rangers. Observing it all, Wang Yang recalled a film titled The Road, The Man, The Dog. The movie told a story set in the 1980s along a rural postal route in Suining Township, in southwestern Hunan province. An aging postal worker nearing retirement takes his son, who has just started his first day as a village mailman, along the same trail he's walked for over 20 years. Trekking through mountains and rivers, this brief period of solitude transforms their previously strained father-son relationship, gradually dissolving the emotional distance between them. The film won awards at major domestic and international festivals, including China's Golden Rooster Awards, the Montreal International Film Festival, and the International Film Festival of India. In the story, the father, who spent his life delivering mail across vast mountains, is approaching retirement as his son steps into his role. The son starts his first day full of excitement, anticipating a warm welcome from villagers, but instead finds that people barely react, treating the arrival of the postman as part of ordinary life. As night falls, the pair reach a Dong ethnic minority village where they happen upon a lively wedding celebration. Drunk with nostalgia, the father recalls his youth. Later, crossing a small stream, the son insists on carrying his father across. Midway through that act, the gap between them vanishes. The son speaks of how his mother spent her life waiting, watching the road, and even the emotionally reserved father finally reveals his innermost feelings. Bonded by their shared memories of the same woman, silent emotions flow between father and son. Over 3 days and 2 nights, the father, son, and dog travel the mountain path, moving from estrangement and silence toward care and understanding. At last, the son comprehends the joys and hardships of his father's life, the quiet, unsung journey of an ordinary village mailman. The protagonist of this film resembled these forest rangers, living a simple life, walking a fixed path, year after year. Just like here, there were many stories of sons following their father's footsteps, guarding the mountains, patrolling the trails, always with a dog beside them. When one retires, another steps in. Some might casually say it's fathers passing jobs to sons, but if you truly understood the daily lives of forest rangers, you wouldn't think so lightly of it. Decades passing in the same rhythm. Some watchtowers stood deep within remote mountains, without electricity or signal, lit only by candles at times. I don't even know what you'd think if you saw it firsthand. Enduring what others cannot endure, sustained only by unyielding determination. Living in the wilderness for most of the year, returning home only a few times per month, hauling food supplies up from the foot of the mountain with their own backs, climbing over ridges every single day. Behind every stretch of green hills and clear waters lay the quiet, accumulated sacrifices of these ordinary guardians. Wang Yang had once again enjoyed a free breakfast here. A bowl of handmade noodles topped with finely chopped red chili peppers, scallions, and a ladle of hot oil. Simple, yet satisfyingly chewy. He brought out some fruit he had prepared, pulling from his backpack apples, peaches, cucumbers, and tomatoes. Calling old Fong over, he said, "Uncle Fong, these fruits were meant for me during my time in the mountains. There are also some cucumbers and tomatoes left. I'm heading back down now and catching a ride soon, so please take these. I've been freeloading on your food and shelter. I feel quite embarrassed about it. Don't refuse, Uncle Fong. Think of it as a little extra nutrition supplement for all of you. My family certainly doesn't need these, and next time I drive through here, I'll bring more. I actually live close by, in Xinjiakai, Puhua town. I've started an agricultural cooperative there, mainly growing vegetables and raising some fish. You should all come visit sometime. We're still under construction, but it won't be long before it's done. Once it opens, I'll host you all completely free of charge. It's getting late, so I won't disturb your work any longer. I'm about to head down the mountain. Oh, and Uncle Fong, my name is Wang Yang." With that, Wang Yang handed the goods to old Fong, called out to Tiger, Da Mao, Air Mao, San Mao, and Sea Mao, then turned and walked down the mountain. Wang Yang took out his phone and called his father, telling him he would be back in Xinjiakai soon and asking if anything had happened in the village. He was told that there were no major issues, everything was progressing as planned, and the rest could wait until he returned. After hanging up, he paid for a private car at the town below the mountain, which drove him straight to Xinjiakai. Uncle Wang Yang is back. Tiger, Da Mao, Air Mao, San Mao, Sea Mao are all back too. It's been so long. Those naughty little kids each gave Wang Yang a quick hug before swarming around the 5 dogs. The 6 children each grabbed hold of one dog, leaving only Xiao Buting tugging on Gongzi and begging him to let him hug Tiger and the others too. Wang Yang was already used to the children's welcoming ritual. He let them play off to the side, warning them not to go into the mountains, then headed straight for the greenhouses. "Uncle Shun, you're here too? Has anything happened around here these past few days? Or is there anything I need to take care of?" Wang Yang asked immediately upon seeing village chief Shen. "You're back, Xiaoyang. Nothing serious has happened. We've already bought the chickens, ducks, and geese, and their coops have been built. But when you get a chance, go take a look. They aren't eating anything and seem lifeless. Maybe it's just the stress of moving and the sudden drop in temperature. Also, Chen Jinhua came by once, saw you weren't back from the mountains, and left. He said to call him when you return." Uncle Sun explained. "All right, I understand." Wang Yang first returned to his shipping container to drop off his things, then went to check on how his father's leg was healing. "Dad, I'm back. How's your leg doing? Any special findings from the experiments these past few days?" Wang Yang asked. His father, Wang Dongshan, first looked Wang Yang over, noticing how energetic he seemed, then said, "My leg is recovering well, better every day. The vegetables in the greenhouse are growing really well, and there's no sign of pests or disease. I've been observing closely. The ones treated with the secret formula not only grow faster and healthier, but also show stronger resistance to viruses and drought compared to the control plots. This formula is truly remarkable. Whatever it touches bursts with vitality. Still, I think the village chief has noticed something is different. He must suspect I'm using some special method, otherwise the difference in growth couldn't be this dramatic. Every plot has vegetables, but the contrast is obvious. Some are thriving exceptionally well, while others are just average, like regular farm produce. He hasn't said anything though. He knows, but won't spread it around. After talking with old Shin for a while, I can sense what kind of person he is." Hearing his father's words, Wang Yang didn't worry much. Even if the chief figured it out, it didn't matter. Besides, Uncle Shun had strong principles and a broad perspective. He wouldn't do anything against their interests. On the contrary, he'd likely offer even greater support, standing behind them to protect and guide their progress. Chapter 55. Old Uncle Yun's Worry. Wang Yang chatted with his father Wang Dongshan for a while, noticing that his father was in good spirits. He asked about the whereabouts of his mother, Zheng Yun, then entered the experimental greenhouse to check on the results from recent days. At first glance, everything was lush and green, some plants taller and more robust, others shorter and somewhat frail. The difference in growth levels was obvious, clearly showing which ones had been nurtured with space water and which were grown from ordinary seeds. Judging by these results, vegetable cultivation inside the glass greenhouses would definitely guarantee a good harvest, allowing earlier market availability. This would help avoid peak supply periods for vegetables, keeping prices stable. But he still wondered about taste. How much would it differ from the vegetables grown in his 5 elemental bead space? Wang Yang walked around the greenhouse, occasionally crouching down to observe the growth conditions of different vegetables, paying special attention to pests and diseases. That was his biggest concern. Space water had a particularly strong attraction for many animals and insects, so he needed to be extra vigilant. If any insect population started growing rapidly, timely measures must be taken to prevent widespread infestation. After a full round, however, he found no large-scale pest problems, just a few fat little caterpillars on the leaves. Nothing like the swarms of tiny aphids that once plagued cabbage back home, so dense they made your skin crawl. Leaving the greenhouse, he headed toward the poultry sheds. Earlier, Uncle Xiuxian had mentioned that the chicks, ducklings, and goslings weren't eating and seemed listless, clearly sick, and at this stage, their mortality rate could be very high. Back home, he'd seen his mother xiuxian raise chickens and ducks. When they were young, some would die mysteriously without apparent cause. Wang Yang felt anxious and quickened his pace. At the entrance, he ran into old Uncle Yun and several aunts, all gathered outside the newly built poultry enclosures, staring at the small birds inside. Each face wore a worried expression. Wang Yang greeted them first. Uncle Yun, aunties, hello. The poultry sheds you've built look great. But why does everyone seem so unhappy? Raising livestock always comes with challenges. When there's a problem, we solve it. If we really can't handle it, let's call the rural technician stationed here. They're more professional and might immediately figure out what's causing the illness. Seeing Wang Yang, old Uncle Yun stepped forward to return the greeting. Xiaoyang, you're back. How was your time in the mountains? Did you run into any dangerous animals? I heard from your dad Dongshan that you love the mountains. Back home it's all flat plains. We rarely see real mountains. When your dad took you to university, you paused near some hills and stared for quite a while. Even now, after starting work, you often go hiking. The other aunts chimed in with warm greetings too. Wang Yang exchanged a few words with each before turning back to old Uncle Yun. Uncle Yun, this trip into the mountains opened my eyes. Before, I'd only seen such things on TV, especially that CCTV documentary, The Great Qinling. After watching it, I was deeply drawn by the vastness of the Qinling Mountains and their rich natural resources. Ever since, I dreamed of walking through them myself to truly experience their charm. This time, I saw so many wonders, breathtaking landscapes, morning sea of clouds, deep ravines, jagged peaks, diverse vegetation, crystal clear streams and lakes, rare fish and animals. It was truly eye-opening. Definitely worth the journey. I did encounter a short-tailed pit viper, but nothing else dangerous. Not even a wild boar. Yesterday, I met an elderly forest ranger and stayed overnight at his place. Next time, I'll explore even deeper into the mysteries of the Qinling. Old Uncle Yun and the surrounding ants listened quietly as Wang Yang spoke. Having lived at the foot of these mountains all their lives, they used to regard the mountain scenery with indifference, even frustration. The mountains brought them endless inconvenience, hard living conditions, poor transportation, difficulty selling goods. Even if they managed to sell something, no one offered a fair price. Middlemen always ended up buying cheap. Over time, people stopped bothering to gather mountain products. But now, hearing Wang Yang describe the many blessings of the mountains, they began to feel differently. The mountains had raised them, provided them with countless resources. So many necessities of life came as gifts from the mountain. Now, with forest conservation policies in place, the natural environment kept improving, more trees, more wildlife. And city dwellers visited more often, dining locally, and sometimes buying farm produce. Incomes were gradually rising. It was just that their village hadn't developed any unique characteristics yet, so people hadn't felt much change before. Just think back to those barren hilltops, hated by gods and men alike. Everyone lived in hardship, suffering from droughts and scarce rainfall, with no guarantee of harvests. Nothing like today, when the mountains are green and clear, the air has improved, water is abundant, and our crop yields keep rising. It seems all this really is the result of what they say on TV, harmony between humans and nature. These casual words struck a chord with everyone, each having their own realization. Their mindsets began to shift, laying the groundwork for future changes in their way of life. In the days ahead, developing tourism and farmhouses would naturally become more heartfelt. Wang Yang walked into the poultry shed to check the chicks, ducklings, and goslings, seeing if they were truly sick. He wanted an excuse to discreetly release some space water from his 5 elemental beads to boost their vitality. Inside his space, the young chickens, ducks, and geese were all thriving, their numbers increasing daily through natural reproduction. They were healthy and strong, completely free-range. Wang Yang had never paid them much attention. These hatchery-bred ones, however, might have weaker constitutions. Without a mother hen to guide them, perhaps they just felt insecure and didn't know how to survive on their own. Turning to old Uncle Yun, Wang Yang asked, Uncle Yun, where do you get their drinking water? Is there any left? I'd like to take a look. Drinking water? Come, I'll show you. Not far from here, we fetch it from the fish pond. It's all spring water from the mountain, said old Uncle Yun as he led Wang Yang forward. See, this is the water we drew. It's what they drink every day. We've had these poultry chicks for 2 or 3 days now. When they first arrived, they were full of energy. But last night, we noticed they stopped eating entirely, just lying there, looking half dead. Could it be that the chicks we bought are defective? Old Uncle Yun said anxiously. After examining the birds, Wang Yang got the impression that something was indeed off with these hatchlings, likely victims of unscrupulous vendors. There were many such dishonest sellers in the market who pursued profit at all costs. They used cruel methods, administering drugs to stimulate vitality so that the young birds appeared lively and healthy at first glance, tricking buyers into purchasing them. But once taken home, massive deaths would follow. By the time people discovered the truth and confronted the sellers, the latter would play innocent, blaming the deaths on poor farming skills, claiming the buyer killed the animals themselves. In the end, farmers bore all the losses. From then on, people only bought from trusted sources or under formal contracts. Wang Yang chose not to voice his suspicions. He didn't want them feeling cheated and rushing out for revenge, potentially starting fights. That never ended well. Sometimes, you'd even end up paying medical fees to the other side. Uncle Yin, I'll stay here and observe for a while. You all go about your business. I took a look, nothing too serious. I'll prepare some herbal medicine later. Once they eat it, they should gradually recover, Wang Yang said, then began walking around the shed, inspecting everything carefully. Chapter 56. City people come for a visit. Wang Yang was still busy at the poultry shed when, not far away, several cars were driving toward the village. The villagers noticed them, and the village chief stepped forward to greet the newcomers. Anything I can help you with, he asked. Uncle, hello? We're here for a visit, explained Zhou Hao as he walked up to the village chief. We heard there's someone in your village, our friend, who raises dogs that are not only smart, but also extremely well taken care of. We met him by chance at Xiu Reservoir, and he gave us his phone number and address, inviting us to come by sometime and exchange experiences. You must be looking for Xiuxian, said Chief Shin. I'll take you to him. He just got back and is over at the poultry shed right now. Let's all go together. Wow, these dogs are so well raised. They look amazing, so strong, cried Xiao excitedly. Zhao Jiaming, come quick. Aren't these the exact dogs we ran into before? Haven't seen such top specimens in ages. Even more majestic than those show dogs we've seen at dogfighting rings. Sis, could you please stop yelling right in front of Tiger Head, Da Mao, Air Mao, San Mao, and Si Mao? Gora protested, clearly unhappy. Look what you've done, you scared them. We don't want to play here anymore. Kiki tugged at Gongzi's sleeve. Brother Gongzi, let's go play somewhere else. These people are scary. They seem like they want to steal our Tiger Head, Da Mao, Air Mao, San Mao, and Si Mao. We should hide them quickly. Xiao turned beet red upon hearing the children's words. She snapped at Zhao Jiaming. See what you've caused? Now they think I'm some kind of dog thief. Village Chief Shun then scolded the kids. Go play somewhere else. All of you. Don't stay here causing trouble. Look how upset you've made this young lady. Keep talking nonsense, and I'll give you a good beating later. With that, he directed the group to park their vehicles off to the side so they wouldn't block the road or interfere with construction traffic. 5 people had arrived altogether, local urban youths from around Xi'an. Leading them were Zhou Hao, Zhao Jiaming, Li Yunpeng, Li Yunfei, and Xiao. Zhao Jiaming and his friends had been the ones who'd originally encountered Wang Yang at the reservoir, though they hadn't been able to return until now due to prior commitments. Shortly afterward, all 5 followed Chief Shun to the poultry shed. From a distance, they spotted Wang Yang inside, feeding the animals. The chicks, ducklings, and goslings were eating heartily. Chief Shun was surprised. He remembered how lifeless the birds looked yesterday, so much so that he'd nearly given up on them. To avoid discouraging the villagers, he hadn't interfered and left it to them to figure out. But now, within hours of Wang Yang's return, every single bird seemed revived. Xiaoyang, come here a second, called the chief. Some friends came looking for you. Please take care of them. I've got things to do, so I'll leave now. With that, he headed off toward the greenhouse. Wang Yang called out cheerfully. Hi there. Welcome to Shinshijia village. Just give me a minute. I'll finish up here and be right with you. Xiao, eyes gleaming with curiosity at the sight of the tiny chicks, ducklings, and goslings, asked. They're so adorable. You must be Wang Yang, right? Can I come in and take a closer look? He glanced at her and replied. Sure, come on in, but watch your step. It's easy to step in chicken droppings, and they stink something awful. Cute to look at, but actually quite troublesome, not exactly low maintenance. Our village aunties all dread handling them. If any of you want to come in and have a look, feel free to take a peek. Zhou Hao waved his hand dismissively. Nah, we'll stay out here. Nothing special about poultry, we've fed them since childhood. They're messy, and the poop smell sticks to your shoes no matter how hard you scrub. Let Xiao enjoy herself inside. She doesn't get to see farm animals much living in the city. Wang Yang, hi, I'm Xiao. Great to meet you, she declared proudly. Next time you're in the city, just say my name, it carries weight. Everyone knows me and shows respect. Alright, Wang Yang smiled. I'll look you up next time I'm in town. Right now though, these chickens, ducks, and geese were all sick. I'm treating them. I just prepared a batch of herbal medicine to kill viruses and reduce inflammation. They're eating and drinking now, so they'll keep improving. Just be careful where you step. It's a bit dirty in here. 10 minutes later, after confirming that the birds had consumed the mineral-enriched water without issue, Wang Yang led Xiao out of the shed and toward the container house to properly host his guests. He didn't have time recently to harvest tea leaves or produce his own batch of space Longjing, so instead, he pulled out the premium Longjing green tea he'd bought in Hangzhou and brewed a cup for each guest. They sat down and chatted for a while. Finally, Zhou Hao spoke up. Jiaming told us your dogs are exceptionally well trained. Each one has the potential to become a true dog king. We're all really curious and came to learn from you. We'd love to hear your advice. Actually, each of us is thinking about getting a dog ourselves, but we're not sure which breed to choose. Hearing what Zhou Hao said, Wang Yang understood that they had come over purely out of boredom. Having heard someone raise dogs in a way that drew admiration, they'd spontaneously decided to get one themselves just for appearances. Their true intention behind wanting a dog was clearly driven by a sense of competition. Smiling slightly, he said, I'm just playing around on my own. I really like dogs. A while back, I studied some techniques at the police dog base in Yongcheng. Since coming back, I've just been experimenting and fiddling around by myself. Nothing professional at all. But still, I can recommend a few breeds to you. Labrador, Golden Retriever, Shiba Inu, or Chinese Rural Dog. They're all quite easy to raise, low maintenance, and won't give you much trouble. If you prefer something powerful and imposing, there are plenty of options too, like the Rottweiler. As a famous guard dog, it has excellent protective instincts. With its fierce and commanding appearance, just standing beside one makes you feel completely secure. The Golden Retriever is gentle and friendly when interacting with people, but once danger arises, its hunting instincts kick in, and it turns fiercely protective. As a watchdog, the Golden Retriever is one of today's most popular household pets. Intelligent, obedient, and highly capable in protection, it's hard not to fall in love with them. The Doberman is cool, handsome, and radiates a strong sense of justice, always treating the protection of its owner as its sacred duty. When going out at night, the Doberman becomes the owner's guardian angel. At home, its high alertness means it will immediately go on guard at even the slightest unusual sound, perfectly balancing home protection and personal safety. The German Shepherd, the warrior guardian, is outstanding in every aspect. Serving as a military or police dog, the bold German Shepherd faces challenges head-on and never backs down no matter how dangerous the situation. As a family protector, having a German Shepherd around means almost nobody would dare approach. Plus, they're especially loved by girls. Their combination of inner gentleness and outer strength also makes them an excellent choice for a family pet. The Tibetan Mastiff, a native Chinese breed, is known as the heavenly dog and revered as a guardian deity in Tibet. Muscular in build and peerlessly powerful in combat, the Tibetan Mastiff is nearly unbeatable. Highly vigilant, it shows intense hostility toward strangers and absolutely won't allow anyone to step into its territory. Raising a dog like this, people within 10 miles would fear you. The boxer looks tough and intimidating at first glance. Its patience and tolerance are reserved solely for family members, and it has a sharp ability to recognize familiar people. When encountering a stranger, it instantly triggers its guarding instinct, and if it senses danger, may even become aggressive. With such a strong guarding instinct, even thieves would think twice before approaching. The Chinese Rural Dog, that's exactly what I'm raising right now. Any place guarded by a Chinese Rural Dog, almost no one dares to get close. It has an exceptionally strong sense of territorial protection. In rural areas, rural dogs are farmers' top choice. Not only good at guarding homes, but also helpful with chores. This majestic dog is truly an outstanding protector. And precisely because of these qualities, many people nowadays want to raise one. After all, they're both easy to care for and obedient. You can consider these options yourselves. Later on, you can bring your future dogs along, and we'll go play in the mountains together. Of course, I can help train them too. Once we return from the trip, you'll see just how different your dogs have become. Chapter 57 Touring Xinjiazhai with the group. Seeing them all sitting around the table drinking tea and chatting, Xiao felt extremely bored. They were talking about dog breeds again, something she wasn't particularly interested in. She only liked cute, small decorative dogs. She didn't have enough time or space to raise large dogs anyway, and her family would definitely be against it. Unable to sit still any longer, she said, "Stop just sitting here chatting. Let's go check out the surroundings." When we entered the village earlier, I noticed so many vehicles coming and going. It looked really busy. "Wang Yang, could you show us around? Listening to your conversation is making me feel completely uninterested. Please, big brothers." Zhao Jiaming stood up and said, "Since Xiao has already asked, let's take a walk through the village. Wang Yang, why don't you guide us? We'd like to see what Xinjiazhai has been up to." Wang Yang rose and started leading the way. They began with the nearest fish pond. As they walked, he explained, "This is about 40 mu of fish pond, dug recently. Quite impressive, right? We planted willow trees along the edges, sowed rye grass underneath, and scattered wildflower seeds around the perimeter. If you come next spring, the view will be stunning. We're raising common freshwater species here, grass carp, silver carp, bighead carp, Crucian carp, all standard types. We're not raising anything too valuable this first year, just in case they don't adapt well and we end up losing money. The water comes from natural mountain springs. I had a channel built to bring the flowing water directly here. We won't be using commercial feed later on. Instead, we'll mainly feed them fresh grass. The goal is for these fish to grow naturally, almost wild." He continued, gesturing toward the open field nearby. "You've seen this area. It used to be uneven wasteland. Now we've seeded it with grass, and it'll soon become a little meadow. Over there, we plan to gradually expand the poultry enclosures for free-range livestock, but that's all part of our spring plans. Right now, we're not introducing bigger animals. The chickens, ducks, and geese were raised simply because villagers had spare time. These birds grow quickly and can be slaughtered for New Year feasts." Zhou Hao and the others were having a great time. They even made plans with Wang Yang to come back for fishing trips and picnics, enjoying good food and drinks under the willows. After spending over half an hour walking around the pond and fields, they headed toward the residential construction site. Now bustling with activity, the area was filled with workers, along with villagers helping out. As Wang Yang approached, nearly everyone greeted him warmly. Zhou Hao and the others were amazed. How did Wang Yang have such great rapport with everyone? Zhao Jiaming was the first to ask, "Brother Wang, you seem incredibly popular here. So many people are calling out to you so enthusiastically. What exactly have you done to win their hearts?" Noticing their genuine curiosity, Wang Yang smiled and said slowly, "It's really nothing extraordinary. I established a cooperative here. I helped demolish all their old houses ahead of schedule. What's being built now is a rural revitalization project led by the government, funded partly by the villagers themselves, and I covered the remaining costs. That's why they're so warm toward me. Because of my investment, many of them will get jobs here in the future. That's the real reason. He gestured around. 29 traditional courtyard homes will be built here, along with a village administrative center and a small public square. There's not much to see at the moment, though. Why don't we walk to the back of the village? The greening work just finished there, and we've planted many native xiuxian ornamental trees and saplings. You'll find most of what you see in Xi'an City right here. You probably noticed the street trees when entering, the Chinese scholar trees and London planes. Behind us are various other species, evergreen forests, deciduous trees, climbing vines, and also an orchard with apple, grape, cherry, and plums. You can come pick your own fruit later. We'll follow these paved stone paths. Just imagine we're strolling through a park, though it's quite vast, backed by the Qinling Mountains. Wild animals might occasionally wander through, so stay alert. Wang Yang saw how happy and excited everyone was. Up ahead, the little kids, and even the dogs, including Hutu, were playing freely. With the dogs around, villagers no longer worried about the children's safety. Wang Yang waved them over to introduce them. This is Gongzi. That one's xiuxian. Behind him is Lele. Those two girls are Kiki and Guer, and the youngest one is xiuxian. Come say hello to your uncles and auntie, Wang Yang said cheerfully. Auntie? Call me sister. Xiao snapped, visibly annoyed. The little ones called out. Hello, uncles and aunties. Welcome to our Xinjia's High. If you need help later, just come find us. We're really capable. There's nowhere in the village we don't know. You can come to us if you want to go anywhere. We'll show you around, but you have to buy us something delicious in return. We need payment too. You know, can't work for free. Wang Yang looked at them speechlessly, but before he could say anything, Xiao jumped in. You kids, don't call me Annie. Didn't you just call me big sister when we met? Don't listen to Wang Yang. Call me sister from now on, and I'll give you candy. Really? I want a lollipop, big sister. Xiuxian chimed in with a clear, bright voice. You're always thinking about food. So easily bought off. Are you going to follow any human trafficker who gives you a piece of candy? Gongzi scolded angrily. I'm not like that at all. It's just that Uncle Wang Yang is here, and they're his friends, so I treat them as friends too. Otherwise, I wouldn't even want her candy. I'm well behaved, Gongzi brother, Xiuxian explained cautiously. Alright, go play by yourselves now. Don't cause trouble, and remember, no going into the mountains. Also, bring Tiger Head and the others over. Let me introduce each dog to them, and tell them a bit about their personalities. They'll be super envious, Wang Yang said, then continued walking with the group through the village. They wandered through this area, stopping now and then while Wang Yang introduced each tree species, which amazed them greatly. Many of these trees looked familiar, but they had never known their names. Wang Yang patiently told them the names and some basic facts, though even he wasn't sure about everything. Soon, they arrived at the glass greenhouse construction site, which was quite spectacular. Stainless steel posts stood everywhere, clearly made of high-quality materials. Many workers bustled about, some passing tools, others moving frames. Though there were many people, everything was orderly and smoothly coordinated, each person focused on their task. Wang Yang said to the group, see this place? 10 standard glass greenhouses will be built here, each nearly 4,000 square meters. We'll keep expanding later. The goal is to finish construction before Lunar New Year, with further expansion coming afterward. Now Zhou Hao and the others grew even more curious. Without making a sound, Wang Yang had launched such a large-scale project, one that followed national policies closely. They knew it would inevitably receive government support, greatly boost local agriculture, increase farmers' incomes, and help locals achieve a moderately prosperous life faster. Several of their families worked in government, so they were especially sensitive to such developments. Each of them silently recalculated Wang Yang's status in their minds, subconsciously elevating his standing. Slowly, they completed a full tour of the village and felt it had been truly worthwhile. Wang Yang suggested they spend some time exploring on their own while he went to prepare lunch. Chapter 58, A Warm Welcome. Wang Yang returned to his place, drove out of the village, and at a secluded spot, he took out a variety of vegetables from his space, placing them all in the trunk. He also grabbed several groupers he had bought in Shirpu town, slaughtered a few chickens, one large goose, and a couple of rabbits. Noticing there was no pork, and since he couldn't kill the wild boar in his space right now, he thought for a moment, then drove into town and bought half a pig, asking the butcher to cut it up neatly before driving back to the village. On the way, he ran into the village chief and said, Uncle Village Chief, could you please ask a few aunts, as well as my mom Zhongyun, to come over? I need their help cleaning and chopping the vegetables. Sure, I'll go get them right away. You just focus on what you're doing. The village chief replied and left to gather people. The groupers, chickens, goose, rabbits, and pork were all cleaned and ready to use. Everyone prepared a few of their signature dishes. The vegetables were diverse and abundant, pretty much everything you'd find at the market, and easy to handle. It was the first time visitors had come to the village, even though they were here specifically for Wang Yang. Still, it was a promising start. Once the village development progressed, more and more tourists would surely come. Wang Yang had prepared 8 dishes: spicy braised pork belly, iron wok chicken with potatoes, 3 fried local delicacies, wood-fired goose, braised grouper, spicy scrambled eggs, green pepper stir-fried potato slices, and finally, tomato egg soup. All home-style specialties served in large bowls. These were meant to treat the guests properly. Wang Yang said to the village chief, Uncle Village Chief, you and my dad come over later to join us. I'm going to call Chun Jinhua, Brother Chun, to come too. That'll make 4 of us, plus their 5. That's 9 people total, perfect for one big table. The village chief nodded and began directing others to push several small tables together into one large one. The alcohol included homemade sorghum liquor from the village, as well as beer and soft drinks, no wine. Wang Yang pulled out his phone and dialed Chen Jinhua. Hey, Brother Chen, are you busy? A few friends just arrived. Since you're already in the village, why don't you come over for a drink? Try to get them completely drunk. I know your drinking capacity. Just come to my place. The food and drinks are all ready. I'll hang up now. We'll see you soon. He then called xiuxian. Brothers, dinner's all set. Don't forget to come eat first. I won't come looking for you. I'm still busy here. That night, the ants all outdid themselves, preparing their favorite home-cooked dishes. Everything was simple home-style food, but each dish different. Everyone cooked what they loved. It turned into another grand family-style feast for Xinjia village. Before long, Zhou Hao returned with the others. Seeing the spread laid out on the open ground outside, he immediately exclaimed, Wang Yang, you guys are way too generous. This meal is incredible, so many dishes. Who cooked this? It looks absolutely delicious. We're so lucky today. Wang Yang chimed in. Zhou Hao, everyone, just take a seat. Don't be shy. Let me introduce everyone quickly. You've already met most of them. Just chat for a bit first. Xiao noticed the entire table was filled with men. She stood up and said, Wang Yang, this whole table is full of guys, and I'm the only girl here. If I stay, none of you will feel free to drink properly. I'll go sit with the ants instead. Don't stop me. It's all family here. No need for formalities. With that, she walked over to her mother Zheng Yun's table. Hearing this, Wang Yang didn't insist. He let her do as she pleased. After all, every dish tonight came from his space. While not identical to the ones made by the ants, they might have looked less impressive, but each one was extremely delicious. Many of the ants had been cooking for decades, and every one of them brought their best dish. Later, everyone kept praising the food, eating and nodding in delight. Wang Yang stood up to make introductions. This is Uncle Village Chief. He welcomed you when you first arrived. That's my father over there. He's currently recovering from an injury in the village. This is Chen Jinhua, Manager Chen, who's overseeing all our village construction projects. He's contributed the most to developing our village. And of course, you 5 are Xinjia village's very first guests. This is Zhou Hao, followed by Zhao Jiaming, Li Yunpeng, Li Yunfei, the 2 brothers, and the young lady who just stepped away is Xiao. Today's gathering is rare and special. I've just thrown together a few simple home dishes. Please eat heartily and drink freely. That's all I'll say. You're always welcome here. Come visit whenever you can. After finishing, Wang Yang sat down, and the table instantly erupted in lively conversation. Chen Jinhua, both a heavy drinker and a skilled storyteller, kept the energy high. Although the meal progressed slowly, he eventually managed to get both the village chief and Wang Yang's father, Wang Dongshan, completely drunk. Zhou Hao stood up and said, Wang Yang, tonight we might all end up drunk. Everyone's had quite a bit, but you've clearly drunk the most. Even our Chun Gu, who's known for his drinking ability, didn't dare challenge you. You downed over 2 jin of baijiu without changing your expression at all. Do you have some secret trick? Share it with us so we can dominate any drinking situation in the city. He hadn't even finished speaking before he slumped sideways. In the end, no one dared to keep challenging Wang Yang to drinks anymore. Everyone drank to their heart's content. Chen Jinhua stayed overnight. He already had a place to stay anyway. Zhou Hao and the others still needed to return to the city that night, so they hadn't let the youngest among them, Li Yunfei and Xiao, drink alcohol, arranging instead for them to drive. Seeing how late it had become, Xiao stood up and said, Wang Yang, we're getting ready to leave. Help us get the others into Li Yunfei's car. If I'd known this would happen, I wouldn't have let them drink at all. They stink so badly now. I'm furious. HMPF. Li Yunfei didn't say a word, still wearing a smile on his face as he helped the 3 of them into his car. Before leaving, he called out to Wang Yang, Big brother Wang, next time you come to the city, let me treat you. Come visit the city sometime when you're free. Don't just stay cooped up in the village all the time. You'll turn into an old man before you know it. Hee. Wang Yang smiled but didn't reply. He walked with them all the way to the village entrance, watching as the 2 cars drove toward the city. Xiao followed behind, leaned her head out the window and shouted loudly, Wang Yang, we'll come again next time. The food today was great. Thanks for having us. See you later. When he returned to his place, he found they had quietly left 500 yuan behind. No more, no less. Exactly 100 yuan from each person. Wang Yang chuckled. Next time they came, he'd prepare even more gifts for them to take home. Old Yanshu had already helped the village chief back to his house. The ants also pitched in to clean everything up, and his mom Zheng Yun had even fed all 5 dogs. With nothing else needing attention, Wang Yang took a stroll by the fish pond, walking around its perimeter. He poured some space water into the pond to help the fish grow faster. Then he went over to check on the poultry shed. The chicks, ducklings, and goslings were all energetic and lively. He added plenty of space water into their small drinking trough. Watching them rush forward one after another, scrambling to drink, he knew that after a few more feedings like this, their bodies would be fully conditioned and they wouldn't fall sick often anymore. With regular feeding, they'd grow stronger and healthier every day. At this rate, within less than a month, the ducklings and goslings would be able to play in the fish pond, while the chicks could run freely across the little grassland. Chapter 59. The South China tiger gives birth to cubs. By the time Wang Yang returned, it was already late. Everyone had gone back to sleep, except for some workers still toiling at the distant construction site. The temperature here had begun to shift, growing colder by the day. This year, heavy snow might hit the northwest region. The cold front had arrived earlier than expected. Construction of the village houses was progressing quickly. By the end of the month, they would be nearly complete. All the components were prefabricated in factories and then assembled on site. The initial phase was slow, but as workers became more familiar with the process, their pace accelerated significantly. After simple interior finishing, villagers could move into their own little courtyards by early next month. The installation of the glass greenhouse complex, however, wasn't advancing as quickly. Every step required careful, precise installation and calibration. There could be no carelessness. Future operations would be highly intelligent and standardized. Any mistake now would cause problems later that were hard to fix. Chen Jinhua frequently came by to inspect progress, emphasizing strict adherence to procedures. It had to be both fast and flawless. He still had subsequent projects waiting, so the first phase absolutely must succeed. Quality and reliability were non-negotiable. After watching the distant worksite for a while, Wang Yang returned to his container home, calling Tiger Head and the others over before closing the door and entering the 5 elemental bead space. He immediately let Tiger Head lead to Mao, Air Mao, Sand Mao, and Sea Mao off to roam freely. They hadn't played inside here for quite some time and were extremely excited. Without hesitation, they dashed toward the horizon and soon vanished from sight. Wang Yang first headed to the medicinal herb section. Since returning from the mountains, he hadn't properly organized this area. Though all the wild herbs he'd collected had been planted, they were somewhat disordered. Ginseng had grown into a small patch, the largest specimen being one with several hundred years' worth of growth. Surrounding it were various other medicinal plants, a wide variety indeed. From xiuxian came Coptis, Polygonatum, Anoectocolus, Gynostemma, Rubus chinchii, and Trachelospermum asiaticum. He'd also ordered a batch including Sapochnicovia, Astragalus, wild Gastrodia, Paris polyphylla, Platycodon, Romania, Bellum canda, Buplurum chinense, Acarus tatarinoe, and more Polygonatum. Additionally, fresh specimens collected from the Qinling Mountains included Ganoderma, wild Gastrodia, Cordyceps cicadae, Vincitoxicum hirsutum, Paramignia trifoliata, Dendrobium nobile, Forsythia, more Polygonatum, Rheum, and others, a surprisingly diverse range. There were also medicinal plants left behind by Xian Taoist master, whose names even he didn't know, but which were all thriving. Many medicinal plants scattered throughout different mountainous areas within the space needed to be systematically arranged. Each species should have a designated small plot where they could propagate naturally. The dawn redwood, golden larch, money tree, various pines and cypresses, phoebe, camphor, torreya, and elm obtained from xiuxian, plus the agarwood, rosewood, gentianan, honey locust, sycamore, weeping willow, and fir collected recently. Altogether, there were now many mature tree species growing across the ranges of the space. Most were newly inserted cuttings, yet they grew remarkably fast. Most fruit trees were now bearing fruit, filling the entire orchard with sweet fragrance. He harvested another batch of vegetables, then noticed that the rice and wheat he planted earlier were ready for harvest. Without worrying about quantity, he moved everything to the grain storage area. The space's stockpiles of supplies kept growing. One glance made him decide not to count them all. After replanting seeds in the empty plots, he made his way to the South China Tiger's territory. As soon as he entered, he noticed 4 new little South China Tiger cubs. They looked adorable. Having just finished most of his other tasks, he hurried over to take a look. The male tiger roared loudly at Wang Yang, a deep, commanding sound. During their time in this space, food had been abundant, allowing them to eat their fill every day. The male had become especially robust, and under his care, the female had grown plump with ample milk supply. Still, the male didn't stop Wang Yang from approaching the cubs. He was clearly pleased. His population was expanding. Outside, survival had been uncertain, hunger constant, sometimes resorting to scavenging near villagers' homes, always fearful of being captured or killed by humans. Many of his companions had left the mountains and never returned. Their numbers had dwindled so drastically that extinction seemed imminent. Those kept in zoos had become mere pets, gradually losing even their hunting instincts. Wang Yang approached the mother tiger, gently stroking her body and patting her head. "You've done very well this time," he said. "Finally, after enduring hardship, the clouds have parted and light shines through. You've got cubs now, 4 of them at once. Good job, excellent. Keep it up." Looking at the 4 tiny cubs, all freshly opened their eyes, their characteristic king markings not yet fully developed. They looked both cute and feisty, mewing like kittens. One pushed at Wang Yang with its leg, trying to keep him away, and cried out toward the mother, seeking her protection. But the mother remained still, lying peacefully, occasionally shifting position so that clever little cubs scrambled over to nurse. He picked each cub up one by one, checking them carefully. All were healthy, none showing any signs of illness. Wang Yang was delighted, praising the mother tiger once again. Using his mind, he brought over several basins and filled them with water from the space, letting the entire family drink their fill. He himself picked up one of the little cubs and placed it beside the basin, allowing it to drink on its own. Animals had such sharp instincts. As soon as it was set on the ground, it slowly crawled over and began gulping down the water eagerly. Finding it even more delicious than its mother's milk, all 4 cubs started scrambling and shoving each other for access. The 2 older ones didn't bother with them at all. They just drank deeply themselves. Such an opportunity was rare. Wang Yang seldom came into the space, and though their usual water source contained some spatial water, it had been too heavily diluted to make much difference anymore. He opened a stone chamber nearby for them to live in. Once other animal populations in the forest grew larger later on, these tigers could hunt them, thus completing the food chain. These animals had already lived in the space for nearly a year. To preserve their wild nature, he couldn't let them become pets. That would go against Wang Yang's original intention. The South China tigers and leopards didn't eat much anyway, while rabbits, chickens, ducks, and geese were abundant, so there was no worry about them going hungry. He would come by every day to check on the tiger cubs and bring them spatial water several times. In time, they'd grow smarter, healthier, and stronger. Later, he planned to bring in a few more tigers to avoid inbreeding, which could lead to genetic defects. Wang Yang went to the clouded leopard's territory and saw that all four were doing well. The two young leopards had grown up and now lived independently. Occasionally, they returned to visit their parents for a short while before leaving again. Their hunting skills were now fully developed. The adult leopards had driven them out precisely so they could learn to survive on their own. He called them all over and provided plenty of spatial water, letting them drink their fill. Leaving the leopard's territory, he headed toward the white-necked long-tailed pheasant's nesting area. Their numbers had increased significantly, and they lived comfortably. With their beautiful feathers, they looked almost like phoenixes in flight, just smaller, and were extremely stunning. He scattered some grain nearby. Finally, he arrived at the golden snub-nosed monkey's domain. They had relocated several times within the space before settling on a mountain close to the orchard. The trees here were tall, and the terrain steep, perfect for climbing and playing. Seeing how much they enjoyed it, he carved out several large stone chambers halfway up the slope, giving them room to live freely. He also installed some small steps suitable for the little monkeys to climb easily. The fruit trees were left untouched. Now the monkeys often ran over to pick their own food. He transplanted some bamboo onto the surrounding hills and introduced strands of usnea, since golden snub-nosed monkeys were omnivorous and required diverse food sources. For the rest of the animals, Wang Yang simply swept his gaze across their areas, summoned a light rain of spatial water throughout the entire realm, and dug small ditches within each species' habitat, filling them with spatial water so they could live more comfortably. This would also ensure the healthy growth of future offspring. Finally, he harvested some honey and stored it all in jars before exiting the space to rest. Tiger Head and the others could stay inside tomorrow and enjoy themselves thoroughly. Chapter 60, A Century-Old Cellar. Early in the morning, Wang Yang hugged a glass jar and proudly approached his mother, xiuxian. Dear mother, look what I've brought you. Guess what it is? I'll give you a hint. It's something precious you used to buy all the time, but what you got back then was always fake. Xiuxian huffed. Guess? What's there to guess? If you want to give it to me, just hand it over. If not, don't show off in front of me. I'm about to leave. I made plans yesterday with a few village sisters to go to the town market. Don't waste my time. The market. Today was market day. Yesterday when I went into town, I saw crowds of people. Was the Jishur somehow different today? Wang Yang stopped teasing her. Fine. Here, you don't need to guess. This is wild honey. Try it yourself and see the effect. Let me stress again. This is genuine wild honey, priceless and praised by everyone who's tried it. Anyway, I'm off too. With that, he left with Hutu and the others, heading toward the village chief's house. Hey, you little rascals, what are you up to now? You didn't cause trouble again, did you? Who led the group into the mountains yesterday? Wang Yang called out as soon as he spotted the kids from afar. Uncle Wang Yang, take us with you. It's so boring here. We saw Grandpa Village Chief go check on the construction site, but when we tried to follow, they wouldn't let us in, saying we'd get in the way. Isn't that annoying? Gongzi complained bitterly. Anyone would get a headache looking at these kids. Just yesterday, he had told them not to go into the mountains, and sure enough, they disappeared right afterward. If Old Man Yun hadn't noticed early, they might never have been found. When they came back, their parents gave them a good beating. Typical case of being punished one day and forgetting the next. I need to talk to the village chief. You kids go play somewhere, but don't wander off. He pulled some oranges from his space and handed them around, quickly sending them on their way. Having heard the chief was at the construction site, he turned and headed straight there. Wang Yang, where are you off to? Last night's vegetables were incredible. I'm still savoring the taste. This morning I couldn't eat anything, had zero appetite. Where on earth did you get those veggies? Help me grab some too. I want to bring them home for your sister-in-law to try. Chen Jinhua greeted him warmly. Brother Chen, aren't you busy today? I'll get you some when you come back. But if you want to eat like this regularly, you've got to hurry up and finish building those greenhouses. That's exactly what we'll be growing here. We both tasted it yesterday, so I don't need to say more. Give me a call when you're back, alright? Right now I've got something important with the village chief, Wang Yang replied with a smile. Then go ahead, I'll go inspect the site. I'll do my best to speed things up. Looks like our vegetable supply is secured from now on. With that, Chen Jinhua strode off toward the worksite, his pace noticeably quicker. Wang Yang chuckled as he watched him go, not thinking much of it. Finally, he found the village chief at a spot near the mountain. Hey, why are you here? Isn't this my courtyard? What brings you all the way over here? Is there a problem with my place that you had to come inspect in person? You brat, making fun of me now? I've been checking every household in the village, and no sooner did I arrive at your yard than you showed up. What do you want? Wang Yang didn't speak immediately. First, he surveyed his own courtyard. The main structure was complete, only minor finishing touches remained. It matched the blueprint quite closely. Workers were digging a small koi pond in the yard. At this rate, he could move in by the beginning of the month. He couldn't help but feel pleased. Chief Uncle, Wang Yang began. I came to ask if anyone in the village knows how to make liquor. The real kind brewed from grain, not the artificially mixed stuff. And also, where can I buy some large earthenware jars for storing wine? Liquor? Ah, you reminded me. I'd completely forgotten. In the old days, everyone in the village drank homemade liquor. Back in my father's time, almost every family brewed and stored their own. But after Jingguo for a few years, there was a severe drought. Many starved to death. With no food, Then came the communes and production brigades. Every year we had to deliver public grain, barely enough to feed ourselves. So brewing stopped. Only in recent years, now that we have surplus grain, have a few old folks started making small batches again. Our village actually has a wine cellar. It's not far from here, up the mountain. Let me take you to see it. With that, he immediately stood and started walking toward the cellar. In a short while, they arrived at a secluded spot, hidden beneath trees. Without a local guide, it would have been impossible to find. The walls were weathered and dilapidated, clearly untouched for a long time. There were traces of animal activity near the entrance. The village chief slowly pushed open the stone door, revealing a deep cave mouth. The passageway was carved into the mountainside, not very wide, slightly taller than a man, just enough room for a wheelbarrow to pass through. Wang Yang took out his phone and turned on the flashlight. The village chief walked ahead. Inside, the air was dry, not damp at all, and the temperature dropped the deeper they went. After walking about 50 meters, the space suddenly opened up. Wang Yang saw numerous stone chambers branching out around them, with several ceramic wine jars inside. Quite a few of them, too. He couldn't tell if there was still wine in them, but judging by appearances, this place had been sealed for decades. Chief Uncle, this place is huge. How many rooms are there? And is there any wine left? From the look of it, it's been closed up for 40 or 50 years, Wang Yang asked excitedly. There are over 100 stone chambers. I only came in a few times as a child. After the commune system started, we no longer had surplus grain to make liquor, so this place was abandoned. Besides, our region produces a lot of alcohol, famous ones like Xiuxian and Dukong, plus many smaller distilleries. This small workshop just stopped production. Even if we made wine, there was no market, and with fewer and fewer people in the village, no one cared about this cellar anymore. If you hadn't mentioned it today, I would have completely forgotten we even had this cellar. I don't know if there's still wine inside. We can check each room together later, the village chief said wistfully. This time, Wang Yang led the way, checking each chamber one by one. Most were empty. Just as both of them were losing hope, upon reaching the innermost chamber, they discovered more than a dozen jars still perfectly sealed. He tested a few by hand. Each still contained wine, about half full. These were aged cellar-stored wines, with labels reading, stored by Shen Qinghua, year 13 of the Republic of China. The 13th year of the Republic of China was 1924, nearly a century ago. Truly century-old vintage. Chief Uncle, what do you plan to do with these wines? I'm not sure. Sure, it's been about 100 years, but it's homemade liquor, not a famous brand. Probably not worth much money. I'll ask around and see who wants it, then sell it off and divide the money among the villagers. Better that than have someone complain later. If we hadn't found this wine, fine, but I counted 15 jars, each holding about 25 jin, roughly 400 jin total, the village chief said helplessly. Wang Yang immediately said, Chief Uncle, what if I buy them all? I'll offer 10,000 yuan per jin. For 400 jin, that's 4 million yuan. What do you think? For million? Xiaoyang, are you really willing to pay 4 million for this wine? Are you going to drink it yourself, or collect it? We don't even know if it's still drinkable. Think it over carefully. I don't want you to suffer a loss. Once I inform the villagers and you commit, you can't back out, the chief exclaimed, visibly shocked. Wang Yang replied calmly. Uncle Son, let's go back first. You discuss it with everyone. Honestly, whether I buy it or not doesn't matter much to me. My real intention is to find someone to partner with in brewing. Who in the village has the best skills? Could you recommend someone to me? Chapter 61, Ownership of the Cellar. Wang Yang followed Uncle Village Chief out of the wine cellar and sealed the stone door shut again. Then the two walked toward the village. Uncle Village Chief recommended someone to Wang Yang. He lives alone now. Everyone calls him Old Shun. I'll take you to see him later and ask if he's willing. Right now he still lives up in the mountains, not with the rest of us. You come back with me now. I'm going to call a village meeting, and you should attend too. You want to buy wine, right? During the meeting, just state your offer publicly, and we'll all discuss how to handle these wines. If we decide to sell to you, you can pay on the spot. After hearing Uncle Village Chief's words, Wang Yang decided to go along and see how the villagers would make their decision. Whether or not they ultimately sold didn't really matter to him. If they wanted to sell, fine. If not, that was okay too. After lunch that afternoon, everyone gathered on an open piece of land. Each household sent one representative, bringing stools to sit on. Once the village chief saw everyone had arrived, he spoke up. Everyone, quiet down for a moment. I've called you all here today because there's an important matter I need to discuss. I'll explain it first, and then we'll vote collectively on how to proceed. As soon as he finished speaking, murmurs broke out among the crowd. Everyone was curious. What could be so serious that the chief couldn't decide alone and needed a vote? The fact that he was being so formal suggested something big had happened. Then Annie Shen from the Shen family stood up and called out. Brother Shun, just tell us what's troubling you. Stop keeping us guessing. What kind of matter needs a vote? You could usually decide these things yourself. How big could this issue possibly be? Others quickly chimed in agreement. All right, everyone calm down. I'll say it straight, listen carefully. You all know Wang Yang, right? The young man building greenhouses in our village. Most of you are already familiar with him. He hosted our dinner last night. Today he came to me asking who in the village knows how to make wine. That reminded me, didn't our elders establish a wine cellar decades ago? It's been nearly 40 to 50 years since anyone opened it. Those around my age should remember. It used to be a place we played in as children. Now the cellar has basically been abandoned. Young Yang here was very curious about it, so I took him inside for a look. To our surprise, there were still over a dozen jars of aged wine left. Judging by the time, it's probably been nearly 100 years, essentially century-old liquor. I roughly estimated about 400 jin of vintage wine remaining. Young Yang has offered to buy it at 10,000 yuan per gene. I couldn't make the decision myself, so I brought it to all of you for a vote. Should we sell it to Young Yang, or keep it for ourselves? Let's figure this out today. Discuss it among yourselves first, then we'll vote and make a final decision. That's all I have to say. Now talk it over. After finishing, the chief walked over and sat beside Wang Yang. Uncle Chief, first tell me more about old Shun. Later we'll visit him. I need to figure out how to convince him to come down and brew wine for me, Wang Yang asked urgently. What's the rush? He's not going anywhere. A few days earlier or later won't make a difference. Patience, young man, don't burn your mouth on hot tofu. Truth is, my third older brother isn't easy to persuade. He keeps to himself now, rarely interacts with us. He cleared a patch of land up the mountain, grows his own food, and comes down only to trade for necessities. He almost never visits the village. Inviting him will be tricky. If it doesn't work, maybe let Xiuxian help you instead. You two already know each other well, the chief said slowly. Meanwhile, the villagers were discussing excitedly. 400 jin of wine meant 4 million yuan. Some even looked it up online, but found no clear market price. It wasn't branded liquor, just homemade for personal consumption, though stored for a long time. Most villagers favored selling to Wang Yang. They trusted him, knew they'd continue interacting daily, and besides, he was building a home here, practically becoming half a member of the village. Still, a few others wanted to contact buyers outside the village to drive up the price, hoping to get a bigger share. Wang Yang observed the expressions on everyone's faces but didn't speak much. Indeed, money stirred the heart. About 20 minutes later, Uncle Village Chief stood up and returned to the front. Everyone, quiet down. Have you discussed enough? Now let's vote. Raise your hand if you agree to sell the wine to Wang Yang for 4 million yuan. Standing at the front, the chief counted. The majority raised their hands in favor. Only a few held back. He asked, those of you who didn't vote, please speak up. This is a democratic decision. We'll hear your opinions too. Shin Dayo stood up. Brother Shin, we're not against selling. We just wonder if Young Yang could raise his offer a bit. After all, century-old homemade liquor is rare. There aren't many such cases across the whole country. Could you consider increasing the price? Wang Yang was speechless after hearing his words. It wasn't some high-end liquor. Sure, it could be kept longer, but the price wouldn't rise much anyway. Besides, part of it evaporated every year. As for him, he only wanted to buy it as a base for brewing new wine. He planned to add some of it into future batches to see if it could enhance the smoothness and richness. Whether or not he'd actually drink it hadn't even crossed his mind yet. He had his space where he could store unlimited amounts. If he ever wanted century-old liquor, he could just leave bottles in the space for however long needed, and they'd all be infused with space water too. So he said, then why don't you contact your own buyers? Honestly, I don't really care whether I buy it or not. I just need someone to help me brew wine. As for those old jars, I intended to use them only as fermentation base. I'd still have to test whether the liquor is even safe to drink. The reason I made an offer in the first place was simply to help you solve a problem. If you can handle it yourselves, that's even better. After all, I don't drink much. After speaking, Wang Yang sat down and stopped paying attention to their thoughts, already pondering how he could persuade old Shin to come down and assist him with brewing. A skilled master made all the difference in taste. Why did wine crafted by experts always taste superior, while ordinary people couldn't replicate that flavor no matter how hard they tried? After a while, Uncle Village Chief finally made the decision. They would sell the wine to Wang Yang. Better this way than risk everything falling apart later. Most villagers were satisfied smiles, though a few looked unhappy. But there was nothing they could do. The majority had agreed, and they had to accept the outcome. That evening, Wang Yang slipped away briefly and retrieved 4 million yuan in cash from his space. In front of everyone, he handed the money over to Uncle Village Chief. The funds were divided among 28 households and 120 villagers, 25,000 yuan per person, with 1 million yuan reserved as collective village capital for future communal expenses. They appointed an accountant who opened a separate bank account to hold the money, and every expenditure from then on would be publicly disclosed at the village committee for transparency and oversight. With everything finally settled, each villager was thrilled to receive the money. It felt like finding free fortune. Wang Yang drove out, retrieved his van from storage, stashed Rehu back into his space, and returned to the village. In full view of all the villagers, he loaded up all 15 aged jars of cellar wine and drove off. That way, no one would keep thinking about it anymore. Some curious villagers even went back to inspect each chamber, confirming there was no more wine left before heading home. Midway, Wang Yang switched vehicles again, now driving Ruehu back to his residence. As for visiting Old Shin, that would have to wait until tomorrow. Chapter 62, Going up the mountain to see Old Man Shin. After dinner that night, Dad Wang Dongshan went as usual to his experimental greenhouse. Nowadays, unless someone came looking for him, he stayed there every single day. Wang Yang deeply admired his father's dedication. Today he had spent 4 million yuan buying 15 jars of century-old aged liquor, yet neither his parents asked a single question about it. After the meal, Wang Yang approached his father and asked, Dad, I've decided to brew some liquor. That way we can drink grain liquor brewed by ourselves. Do you have any advice for me? What advice could I possibly give? I don't even want to inquire about your affairs anymore. Just don't disturb my work. But remember one thing. If you're going to make liquor, make real liquor. Don't add any nonsense into it. With that, he turned and walked away, leaving only his back to Wang Yang. Wang Yang stood there stunned. Seeing that everyone had left and the table was cleared, he got up and headed outside. First, he stopped by the poultry shed to fill the water troughs for the chickens, ducks, and geese with spatial water, then returned to his room, closed the door, and entered the space to see if there was anything special about the century-old liquor. He first created an underground stone cellar within the space, moved all the liquor jars inside for storage, and then sealed the stone gate shut. Taking the smallest jar, he brought it to his own stone chamber and carefully inspected the area around the mouth of the jar. He found that this batch of aged liquor was completely sealed, without the slightest gap. Gently removing the mulberry bark paper sealing the opening, within moments the entire chamber filled with a rich, intoxicating aroma. He fetched a glass, poured some liquor from the jar into it, then resealed the jar carefully. Holding the glass, Wang Yang examined the liquid through the transparent cup. The liquor was pale yellow, filled with many suspended particles. Sniffing it gently, only a deep, mellow fragrance slowly diffused. He took a sip. It tasted slightly weak, probably because alcohol had evaporated after such a long aging period, but the mouthfeel was good and still drinkable. He'd need to find time to take a sample for chemical testing in the city. Finally, he transferred the contents of that jar into another container, sealed it properly, and left it in the stone chamber. Just as dawn began to break, Wang Yang arrived early at the fish pond. Seeing no one else around, he stretched his muscles and bones, then started practicing Tai Chi. Soon, his father Wang Dongshan arrived near the pond. From afar, he saw Wang Yang performing Tai Chi, fluid, graceful movements flowing like clouds in water, seamless and complete. He felt astonished. When had this kid learned martial arts? And seemingly quite proficiently too. As Wang Yang finished his form and paused, Wang Dongshan was about to step forward and ask when he noticed his son facing the rising sun, now standing in Wuji posture. Not wanting to interrupt, he sat quietly nearby and watched. More villagers began their morning routines, circling the pond as they did every day. It had almost become a habit. Seeing Wang Dongshan sitting silently while his son stood motionless in stance, they grew curious. Village Chief Shin stepped forward and asked, Dongshan, what are you doing sitting here? It's cold with the north wind blowing so early in the morning. Doesn't it bother you? And when did your son start exercising? I haven't seen him do this before. Ah, Chief Shin, you're here. I just saw my boy practicing Tai Chi over there and got curious. I intended to wait until he finished to ask him about it, but then he shifted right into standing meditation. So I just sat down for a bit, and now here you all are. Don't stay out here freezing. Let's go walk through the greenhouse. I feel uneasy if I don't check on it every day. Tai Chi isn't rare anyway. Plenty of people around here know it, myself included. We're part of Zhongnan Mountain after all, and many Taoist priests have passed down martial forms. Lots of folks practice Tai Chi once you're fully recovered. I'll teach you a few moves myself. With that, he pushed Wang Dongshan toward the experimental greenhouse. Wang Yang stood in stance for over half an hour, then sensing more people gathering nearby, paused the operation of the 5 elements technique and concluded his practice. He saw several villagers also practicing Tai Chi nearby, nodded greetings to each, and prepared to leave. But these uncles and aunties wanted to chat a bit longer. Wang Yang smiled politely, paid them compliments, and excused himself. Spotting Uncle Village Chief in the greenhouse, Wang Yang immediately walked up. Uncle Chief, have you had breakfast yet? Come over to my place later and eat together. Actually, could you take me up the mountain today to visit that elder you mentioned? Why are you in such a hurry, young man? There's no point going to see my third brother. He'll turn you away anyway. Why not just ask your Uncle Xiuxian instead? He knows brewing too, and we can drag your dad along to help out. Hold on, Uncle Chief. You yourself said he's the best brewer in our village, so why shouldn't I try? Maybe he'll actually accept me and come down the mountain. Help me think of ways to persuade him. And anyway, once our village develops better, can you really let him live alone on that mountain forever? I can't argue with you. Your son never backs down until he hits a wall, Dongshan. Fine then, let's go have breakfast at your place. Since I'm doing him a favor, at least feed me first. Saying this, he pushed Wang Dongshan toward home, with Wang Yang following behind, smiling brightly. Around 9 in the morning, following Uncle Village Chief to a dirt house deep in the mountains, they found the door open but no one inside. Uncle Village Chief called out, Third brother, are you home? I've got something to discuss with you. Wang Yang stepped forward to examine the house. It had clearly stood for many years. Cracks ran across many parts of the walls, and there were numerous patches and repairs all around, obvious signs that old man Shin frequently maintained the place. Glancing inside, he saw the furnishings were quite messy. Pots and pans scattered about, many bamboo baskets and crates, several strings of red chili peppers hanging on the wall. By the window stood a wooden plank bed with a few thin quilts and some disordered clothes piled on top. The scene suggested old man Shun was barely scraping by, living a simple life with hardly more than enough food to get by, and not much grain stored in the house. At that moment, Tiger Head and the other dogs started barking toward one direction. Uncle Village Chief turned and shouted, Third brother, I know you're out there. I came to see you. Haven't seen you in so long. You never come down the mountain anymore. Today, a young fellow came looking for your help, so I brought him along. Little Gray, come here. Don't bark. Those dogs are well behaved. Come over now. I already told you, snapped old man Shun, his face sour. Don't come looking for me unless it's important. I live freely in these mountains, have enough to eat and wear. Don't disturb me over nothing. Third brother, why so unwelcoming? What's done is done. You can't change it now. Besides, Xiuxian's been gone for so many years. Living alone up here, your whole life's nearly behind you. The yellow earth almost up to your neck. Who are you holding on for? Uncle Village Chief said gently. Old man Shun fell silent for a while, then sighed. 40 years have passed in the blink of an eye. Xiuxian's been gone 40 years. I really should let go. Back then, we were all at fault. We were young, full of pride and passion, bound to do foolish things. Hurt Xiuxian, left guilt on myself and Shun Liang for a lifetime. He left the village, I fled up this mountain, and here I've stayed for 40 years. Tears welled in his eyes as he stared quietly into the distance. Wang Yang stood there completely stunned, unsure what to make of the scene. One man pleaded with sorrowful urgency, the other wept with deep grief. All he could do was wait silently on the sidelines. Chapter 63. The Loves and Grudges of an Older Generation. Wang Yang had been waiting nearby for a long time. They'd been talking for quite a while, and he roughly understood it now. This was a love story among several people, a tragic one. Village chief uncle, what's going on with you all? If there's something that can't be resolved, just speak your heart out. It'll make you feel better. And if I can help, tell me. I'll do my best to help this elder. You're all not young anymore. What is there left to hold on to? One step back opens up a vast horizon. Wang Yang babbled on from the side. The village chief shot Wang Yang a glance. You kids, stay out of this. Don't talk nonsense when you don't understand. If you irritate my third brother, he'll definitely refuse to go back with you. Didn't you see I'd already persuaded him just now? Wait over there quietly and keep silent. Wang Yang could only shut up and continue standing aside, watching helplessly. Seeing how things stood, he didn't have much hope left. If nothing worked, he'd just ask old Yinshu to come later. As long as someone could brew wine, that's all that mattered. One step at a time. He had space water after all. Just add a drop into any batch and the wine would turn excellent. Thinking this, Wang Yang no longer felt anxious and simply stood by observing. Third brother, I came up the mountain today specifically to invite you down. The village is getting better and better, and we need capable people like you to help me. You're so talented. You should return and contribute. The village needs your advice and planning. Some things must be let go. I've come many times before, but this will be my last attempt. If you still insist on staying here on the mountain, I won't persuade you further. Then I'll only come again when your final day comes, to see you off. The village chief spoke straight from the heart to old Shun. Shen Fei, since you've come today, I've made up my mind. I've guarded Xiuxian's grave on this mountain for 40 years. It's time to go back. My own days are numbered, as you say. Earth is already up to my neck. I might join Xiuxian any day. I've decided to go down the mountain with you. During these years in the mountains, I've thought deeply. Although what happened was caused by Shen Liang, Xiuxian paid with her life. We both lived miserably ever since, trapped our whole lives in guilt. Now, I want to use whatever time I have left to do something meaningful for our village. You mentioned this young man asked for my help. Why don't you introduce him to me? Old Shen said. Upon hearing his words, the village chief's face instantly lit up with a broad smile. Third brother, you're really coming down with me? That's wonderful. Several of the old brothers in the village have long wanted to come up and carry you down by force. Honestly, what kind of life have you been living up here all these years? Xiuxian would grieve seeing you like this. From now on, just visit her more often. Earn some paper money every year. It's enough. The living must stay strong and move forward. This young man here is Wang Yang. He started a cooperative in our village, leased all the farmland, and is building glass greenhouse tunnels. We've dug fish ponds too, and demolished and rebuilt all the village houses, including yours, which is ready. You can move in next month. Wang Yang gave our village cooperative a 30% stake. Now, he wants you to return and take charge of brewing wine. Yesterday, I took him to inspect the wine cellar and discovered a batch of century-old liquor left behind by ancestor Qinghua. Not sure if it's even drinkable anymore. But this kid bought it for 4 million yuan. I don't know what he did afterward. He just loaded it all away. Young Yang has urged me repeatedly to come find you. When I told him you were the best winemaker in the village, he refused to give up and insisted I bring him along to convince you himself. And now, finally, you've broken free from your inner shackles. Today, we've truly accomplished what we came for. Kid, may I call you Xiaoyang too? Let me first introduce myself. Did village chief mention to you that everyone calls me Old Shin? I don't mind. You can call me that if you like. But remember this, my name is Shenhua. Not the same as the Shenhua from Mengshi Bitan of the Northern Song Dynasty, though we share the same name. Got it. I was part of the first college cohort after the restoration of the National College Entrance Exam. But because of certain past events, I couldn't escape my guilt and spent 40 years guarding Xiuxian on this mountain. Today, I've decided to return with you all and do something within my ability. At least then, I won't have lived this life in vain. Shenhua said with bold resolve. Uncle Shun, I'm so glad you found peace. The dead cannot return, but the living must live well. Auntie Xiuxian would look down upon you with relief and rejoice at your transformation. Let me and village chief help you pack. We'll head back right away. Perfect timing for dinner. Come eat at my place today. I'll call my mother and have her prepare some good food. Consider it a welcome feast for you, Uncle Shun. Wang Yang said happily. The village chief didn't respond. Instead, he turned toward the house and began helping gather belongings. Take what could be carried, leave the rest for now. Next time, they bring more people up to help haul everything down. Uncle Shenhua went into the house mainly to pack his collection of books, many professional volumes, quite a few ancient texts as well. Judging from this, it was clear that Uncle Shun was highly learned. Wang Yang quickly glanced through them. The 4 books and 5 classics had been thumbed through the most, along with works on economics, agronomy, traditional Chinese medicine collections, and even a portion of Taoist scriptures. It seemed Uncle Shun had once considered a hermit's life, truly a man of many talents. Now Wang Yang fully understood why the village chief had insisted on bringing him down the mountain for advice. Of course, Shen Liang must have been remarkable too, probably from the same cohort of college graduates. Back then, university students were genuine prodigies of heaven. Wang Yang made a mental note to find out more about their tangled past one day, and at the thought, he couldn't help but chuckle to himself. Soon, everything was mostly packed. Uncle Shun carried a bamboo backpack full of books and a few daily necessities. The village chief shouldered some clothes and bedding, while Wang Yang took the rest of the living supplies on his back. They locked the door, called over Tiger Head, Big Mao, Second Mao, Third Mao, Fourth Mao, and Shin Uncle's little gray dog Xiaohui, and began walking back toward the village. Before leaving, Uncle Shun cast one last glance at Andy Xiuxian's grave, then turned and followed the group. When they arrived in the village, many people were already waiting. Most of the elders had come out to welcome Shun Qua's return. More than 40 years had passed. Everyone's hair had turned white. If not for Wang Yang coming to xiuxian, no one could say when this village might have quietly faded away. The young had all left. The remaining elders didn't have much time left. Once their generation passed, the village would surely fall into ruin. Wang Yang quickly went to find his mother, Zheng and hurried home to help prepare the meal. He wasn't sure if there were enough vegetables and such, so he'd probably need to fetch some from his space later. Unlike others, he didn't stay around to reunite and reminisce. He dashed back fast. Seeing there was still plenty of stuff at home, he felt relieved. Each time, Wang Yang made sure to keep essential items ready, never too much of any one thing, so his mother Zheng never questioned where they came from. With meats and vegetables prepared, he started cooking. First a braised pork belly, then a stir-fried whole chicken. Following that, green beans lightly sautéed, braised eggplant, scrambled eggs with green peppers, boiled fish, a big bowl of seafood soup, a smashed cucumber salad, peanuts, and finally, shredded spicy potato stir-fry. Once all dishes were laid out, he invited Uncle Shin Qua, village chief uncle, old Yunshu, and several other uncles around the same age, whose names Wang Yang couldn't recall, to sit down first. His father, Wang Dongshan, joined as host. Seeing there were plenty of guests, Wang Yang urged them to start eating. He then slipped back into the kitchen to whip up a few more side dishes and set up another table. Of course, his mother Zheng had a rough idea how much was stored at home, so he couldn't bring out too much at once. He barely managed to cobble together a second table. Some villagers had no choice but to go home and cook for themselves. They simply couldn't all fit. There wasn't much left in the house either. He'd definitely need to go shopping tomorrow. Tonight was a welcoming banquet for Uncle Shin Qua, so people drank quite a bit. Wang Yang even brought out the century-old liquor to show Shin Qua, asking whether it was still drinkable. After a small taste, Shin Uncle said, "It's drinkable. This wine has been stored excellently, never exposed to outside air, sealed very well. The flavor is smooth, rich, and mellow. It was truly worth 4 million yuan." Hearing it was drinkable, Wang Yang fetched the entire open jar, poured a small amount for each person, and let everyone taste the legendary 100-year-old liquor priced at 10,000 yuan per jing. Everyone enjoyed themselves immensely. In the end, Wang Yang escorted both the village chief and Uncle Shin Qua to the chief's place, where Shin Uncle would temporarily stay in the container house. Chapter 64, Cleaning the Wine Cellar. The next morning, after Wang Yang returned from his workout, he found Uncle Village Chief and Uncle Shin already at his place, with his father Wang Dongshan sitting nearby, chatting and laughing with them. He greeted them warmly, wondering what had brought them all here so early. "Have you two had breakfast yet? Stay for a meal. I was just about to look for you both anyway. We really need to discuss the winemaking plan." "Wang Yang, back from your exercise? I brought your Uncle Shun over specifically to talk about the wine," said the village chief. "We took a quick tour of the cellar earlier. Your Uncle Shin thinks it's still usable and can continue storing wine. I'll arrange for some workers to clean it up. There are plenty of craftsmen at the construction site right now. They can help string up electrical wires and install one light in each stone chamber. We'll also need Qinjinhua to install a new anti-theft door outside. After some minor repairs inside, it'll be ready to use again." The village chief briefly outlined the plan. Before Wang Yang could respond, Uncle Shun began speaking. "Wang Yang, making wine isn't exactly profitable right now. Our local liquor isn't well known and likely won't sell well in the future. So you should mentally prepare yourself for possible losses. The village chief and I talked last night. We know you've invested heavily in the village and haven't seen any returns for quite some time. You don't want to spread yourself too thin. Don't take on too many projects at once only to see our cooperative collapse. That wouldn't be good for you or for our village. You need to keep things balanced. Also, winemaking will require additional equipment. Even though we're using traditional methods, we still need to keep pace with modern times. We'll need to hire a few workers as well. Just the three of us can't handle everything. The reason we came so early was to gauge your commitment. Are you truly determined to go through with this? After this, I'll begin overall planning. First, select a site to build a small workshop, prepare everything we're missing, hire a few people, set up the basic structure, get the workshop running, and brew a batch to test the results. We don't need to start big at first." After hearing Uncle Shin's words, Wang Yang felt relieved. Fortunately, he brought Uncle Shun on board. He could now fully entrust the winemaking project to him. All he needed to do was supply the raw materials and secretly add some space water. The resulting liquor would definitely sell well. And if not, he could always store it himself. He had more than enough room in his space, and raw materials cost him nothing. Only a little extra processing and labor costs were involved. It was an incredible deal. "Uncle Shun, from now on, winemaking is all in your hands. Let me know whatever ingredients or materials you need. I'll make sure they're provided. We're making pure grain liquor, so absolutely no additives allowed. It has to follow traditional craftsmanship, ensuring every bottle is safe and healthy. Remember, we drink this ourselves regularly. As for everything else, handle it however you see fit. Just prepare a proposal outlining your startup budget. This distillery will count as a joint project between me and the village, a collaboration we both take seriously. Uncle Village Chief will supervise. Later, if we decide to bring it to market, we can establish a separate company to run the winemaking business independently. That's all I'll say. The rest is up to you. I don't know much about brewing, but I sure know how to taste wine. If the liquor you make doesn't meet expectations, I will give you trouble. Wang Yang joked with a smile. With matters settled, both uncles breathed a sigh of relief. They stayed for breakfast before heading back to organize personnel for a complete cleanup of the wine cellar. Wang Yang went along as well, personally helping move all the wine jars out of the cave. Outside, others washed each jar thoroughly, one by one. These containers could still be reused. They spent the entire morning cleaning every stone chamber and repairing all the old ventilation shafts. The technician sent by Xiuxian arrived with pre-prepared wiring and completed the internal electrical installation within 2 hours, fitting energy-saving lights throughout. However, power couldn't be turned on yet. The external buried conduit hadn't been connected. Construction workers conducted a full inspection of the cave. They repainted the walls, reinforced weak areas with cement where needed, and ensured structural safety. A brand new anti-theft door was installed at the entrance. By the end of the day, the entire wine cellar, inside and out, looked completely renewed. Wang Yang turned to the excavator operator and said, "Master Lu, sorry to trouble you. Please dig a channel along the planned stone pathway, just beside it, to lay down a pipeline that leads directly to the village. Once your boss Chun brings the pipes and assembles them, we'll thread the cables through. Then you can cover up the trench." "Got it, Master Lu." "Sure thing, understood. Simple job. I'll make it perfect." At this point, Chun Jinhua delivered all the materials via his company. With everyone's help, they laid the pipelines, connected the internal wiring, and finished burying everything. Around 6 o'clock in the evening, the wine cellar was officially electrified. The entire village went inside to take a look. From now on, the cellar would be under closed management. Opportunities to come in again would be rare, since the wine storage area would seldom be opened. Wang Yang waved at the village chief and said, "Uncle Village Chief, I'll head back first to prepare dinner. Once Uncle Shun finalizes the location for the workshop, just contact Chen Jinhua directly to help build it up. Later, call everyone over for dinner." "Alright, you go ahead. There's nothing else left to do here anyway. Might as well get back and sort out dinner. Now that you mention it, I'm starting to feel hungry. Cook a bit extra tonight. We've got quite a few people. 3 tables should do it." After saying this, the village chief hurried off to resume his work. Back at home, Wang Yang found no one around. He immediately pulled out plenty of vegetables from his space, along with various kinds of meat stored there. He first called his mom Xiuxian and asked her to bring over a few other ants to help. It took nearly 2 hours, but finally dinner was ready. The meal was simple and straightforward. 4 large shared dishes per table: stir-fried chicken, boiled fish and spicy broth, sautéed pork with vegetables, mixed stewed vegetables, and a tomato egg soup, with noodles as the staple. Wang Yang then called the village chief to gather everyone for dinner. "Everyone, please have a seat. We're all family here. Since time is tight tonight, we've only prepared a few simple dishes, but there's plenty, enough to fill you up. I guarantee you'll leave satisfied. There's also wine nearby. Help yourselves if you want to drink. Feel at home. Make yourselves comfortable." After sitting down, Uncle Shun said to Wang Yang, "Xiaoyang, we've finished cleaning up the wine cellar today. As for the distillery, I've already picked the spot, near the cellar. I've already talked to Manager Chen about it. He discussed it with the construction team. They don't need detailed blueprints. It'll be a standard small factory layout, not too big. Designed to produce 300 to 500 gin of liquor per day using traditional methods and pure grain. Total investment will be around 300,000 yuan. Manager Chen can have the workshop built within a week. I've already ordered the brewing equipment from the manufacturer. It'll arrive in 2 or 3 days. From now on, I'll take full responsibility for the brewing process. You just make sure your raw materials are ready on time." Hearing Uncle Shen's words, Wang Yang could finally relax and let go. This was exactly what he wanted. He said, "Uncle Shun, leave professional matters to professionals. I trust you completely. From now on, you're in charge of the entire winemaking operation. As for any paperwork or procedures, since you're capable, I'll rely on you to handle them all. If it gets too complicated, ask Uncle Village Chief to reach out to Town Mayor Lu for help. Let's get all permits sorted as quickly as possible." Chen Jinhua took a few bites of food before turning to Wang Yang and saying, "Xiaoyang, prepare some fresh vegetables for me tomorrow. I'll take them back for my wife to taste. I'll come pick them up around noon tomorrow. Don't forget." "I remember, Brother Chen, don't worry. Eat more, and make sure you finish our workshop as fast as possible." Chapter 65, Zhou Hao's Invitation. "Hello, this is Wang Yang." "Who's this?" "Wang Yang, it's me, Zhou Hao. We hung out at your place the other day. I'm calling you from someone else's phone. Can you come over and help me out with something?" "What's up? Just tell me what it is. If I can help, I'll be there. I'm in a suburban area near Xi'an. There's a dog farm here, and I want you to bring your few dogs over so I can settle a score. Or, how should I put it? Just come over and let your dogs win a match for me. Is that okay?" "Zhou Hao, are you saying you want me to bring Tigerhead and the others to help you in a dogfight? If it's anything else, I'd head over right away, but for dogfighting, I'm sorry, Tigerhead and the rest are my companions, not entertainment tools for some bloody arena." "Wang Yang, listen, I just want you to bring your dogs over for some fun. Don't take it so seriously, alright? Didn't last time's fight help sharpen their ferocity a bit? Isn't raising dogs all about enjoyment anyway? Will you or won't you? I rarely ever ask anyone for favors. It's never happened before. Just do me this one solid. Bring your dogs over. I'll send you the address." "Sorry, if that's all, I'll hang up now. I really can't help you with that. Goodbye." With that, Wang Yang ended the call and didn't give it another thought. He had no idea that this single phone call would bring trouble his way. On Zhou Hao's end, he was fuming. F***CK? What the hell does he think he is? I'm doing him a damn favor. He'd been losing bet after bet recently, which only added fuel to his rage. Dogfighting had long existed in Xi'an. In truth, It was a brutal activity. Many puppies were born and bred specifically to become fighting dogs. People trained these dogs through all sorts of cruel methods, brutally filing down their teeth to make them sharper, chaining the dogs onto treadmills, and forcing them to run for over 30 minutes daily. Failure meant choking to death. Large chunks of meat were hung high on hooks, forcing the dogs to jump and tear at them, while trainers pulled hard against them, building jaw strength through struggle. The dogs were locked up and starved for days, then presented with meat still attached to bone fixed in place. They could only eat by slowly ripping the flesh free. If they failed, they went without food, left to suffer hunger. These training methods turned even gentle dogs into aggressive beasts, until their vicious instincts were fully awakened, the preliminary stage of creating a fighting dog. Later, through repeated beatings, they were broken into submission. If a dog dared bite a human, it would be savagely punished and starved further. Over time, these dogs grew terrified of humans, too afraid to resist. Their only outlet for aggression became killing their own kind in dogfighting rings. It was always life or death, ultimately ending in death for most. When fights ended, dead dogs were sent to slaughterhouses or sold to restaurants serving dog meat. Injured dogs were taken back by owners, locked away, and left to survive or die based solely on their own resilience. Trainers wouldn't treat them. If they healed, they'd simply be thrown back into the ring. It was a truly cruel practice. There was no way Wang Yang would ever allow Tigerhead and the others to take part in such a thing. Under Wang Yang's care, Tigerhead and the others had become remarkably intelligent and deeply attuned to human behavior. They understood body language, emotions, and complex cues. They could sense the despair of other dogs. Sending them into a dogfighting ring would only make them more unstable and tormented. Mouse, you called someone asking them to bring a few dogs to help out. No offense, but the guys here aren't exactly refusing just to disrespect you. Dogfighters aren't something you can just bring along casually. And now you're dragging us all the way out here. Is it really necessary? Xiuxian and those guys, you know them. They're real pros when it comes to dog rearing. Even though they never get involved in dog fights, if they say a dog's good, believe me, it is good. Last time I came by, I spent a whole day here. Honestly, I thought this was a small request, just have him bring his dogs to help me out. But he flat out refused. How embarrassing is that? Once you see those dogs, you'll understand why I'm so determined to get them. Zhou Hao's words stirred strong curiosity among the group. Wang Yang, are you home? A few people just entered the village. Are they here to see you? One of them looks familiar. I remember, he came around a few days ago. Should I bring them over? Uncle Village Chief asked cheerfully. Uncle Village Chief, did you say a few people came to our village, and one of them had been here before? Wang Yang double-checked with the chief. They've been here before. Do you think I'd forget just a few days later? You're underestimating your uncle. I've been village chief and party secretary for years. I've got a sharp memory. You go see for yourself. The moment they got out of the car, they headed straight for Tigerhead and the others. Maybe those dogs are being targeted, guessed Uncle Village Chief. Hearing this, Wang Yang immediately jumped up and rushed out. He was now on high alert toward these troublemakers, and knowing they had gone straight for Tigerhead and the others made him even more uneasy. He had to get there fast. What are you doing? Why did you drug these dogs and try to take them away? Who the hell are you? By then, some villagers had already gathered, surrounding the group of intruders and blocking their escape. One man in the middle shouted arrogantly, "Clear the way right now. We're just borrowing a few dogs from a friend. Now you're surrounding us like this. It's inciting public disturbance. Do you want me to have you all arrested?" Wang Yang pushed through the crowd as the villagers parted to let him in. His eyes landed instantly on Tigerhead and the others lying motionless on the ground. Only their fierce, glaring eyes showed they were conscious, locked onto the strangers with silent rage. He quickly checked their condition. They weren't in danger, just paralyzed, but otherwise unharmed. Wang Yang stood and stared at the group. Their hair was dyed every color of the rainbow, their clothes flamboyant and wild, dressed like clowns, with earrings dangling from their ears, pigs sticking chives up their snouts pretending to be sophisticated. The moment he spotted Zhou Hao, anger flared inside him. "Zhou Hao, did you bring these people? If you came to visit, we welcome you. But heading straight for my 5 dogs, don't you owe me an explanation?" Zhou Hao looked at Wang Yang and said, "I just asked for a small favor, borrowing a few of your dogs. Is making such a big scene really necessary? I'm taking them today. I'll return them after use, and you'll be handsomely rewarded. Show me some respect, won't you?" "Sorry, we aren't close enough for that. You come to Xinjiao village and knock out my dogs with anesthesia without even notifying me. The owner isn't even informed, and then try to carry them off? Do you know what this makes you look like? This is robbery. I don't want to press charges right now. Just leave immediately. Let's pretend we've never met, don't know each other, and stay away from our lives from now on. Go, before this blows up and ends badly for everyone." "Fine, I remember what you said. Just make sure you keep a good eye on those dogs. One day, they might just end up at the slaughterhouse." Zhou Hao shot back, glaring viciously at Wang Yang. "Damn it, what a bunch of trash, daring to threaten me. Piss me off, and I'll make you disappear from this place. Every last one of you." Wang Yang muttered inwardly. After watching their car vanish down the village road, he told the villagers to disperse. He took the 5 dogs back home and gave each of them plenty of space water. Soon, they gradually regained control of their bodies, slowly rising and greedily gulping down the healing liquid. He'd have to stay vigilant over the next few days. Who knew what underhanded tricks these scumbags might pull? Wang Yang sought out Uncle Village Chief and discussed organizing patrols among the villagers to prevent any further incidents. Chapter 66. Fearless Little Hooligans. Wang Yang thought for a moment, then went into town to vaccinate each dog and obtain official documents for them, registering them with the local police. At the very least, This made his dog raising operation legal. There weren't many regulations about keeping dogs in rural areas anyway. In the afternoon, he took them around the village to soothe their wounded spirits. Through some training, Wang Yang heightened their sense of alertness to prevent unnecessary harm. It was precisely because they'd let their guard down around someone familiar that they'd fallen victim earlier. So Wang Yang designed specific drills to ensure they would remain vigilant against all strangers from now on. Around 1 o'clock at night, several people sneaked into the village. The entire place was silent, everyone deep asleep. The intruders had clear roles. They moved from container house to container house, releasing sleeping gas inside. One by one, the villagers unknowingly fell into unconsciousness. At first, a few village dogs barked, but after the intruders tossed over some food laced with sedatives, the dogs quickly started eating. Soon, they too fell quiet. But Hutu and the others remained alert. They came to Wang Yang's bed and pawed at him. Even a slight movement woke him immediately. Hearing Hutu's low whimpers, noticing how the dogs kept glancing toward the door while growling softly, Wang Yang realized someone had entered the village, and not just one person. He got up instantly, dressed quickly, and peered through the crack in the door. Outside, several black-clad figures roamed the village, carrying something in their hands. They lit small sticks near each house, and soon every room grew silent. No more snoring, only eerie stillness. Nearly all the villagers had been drugged. Only Uncle Shinqua's gray dog managed to wake its master. Having grown up in the mountains, the dog had developed a sharp survival instinct. Any approaching danger would jolt it awake, and it always warned its owner. Just then, a young thug approached Wang Yang's door, leaned close, and listened carefully. Inside, there was no sound except for light breathing. He lit a stick of sleeping incense and slipped it through the gap. But Wang Yang immediately covered his nose and mouth with a towel, then did the same for the dogs. Seizing the moment when the man wasn't paying attention, Wang Yang suddenly yanked open the door, pulled him inside without letting him make a sound, knocked him out, and set him aside. Then he stepped outside, released the dogs, and signaled them to hide. Moving quietly, he crept toward the intruders. This time, he didn't hold back. Every opponent he encountered was swiftly knocked unconscious. Wang Yang didn't know whether any of them were armed. In some rural areas, old homemade guns still existed. He had to stay on high alert. Suddenly, Hutu lunged at one man, who was barely visible holding a crude firearm aimed directly at Wang Yang. Hutu's interruption caused the gun to misfire. The bullet struck Hutu instead. A gunshot rang out, followed by Hutu's agonized screams as he rolled in pain on the ground. Wang Yang exploded with rage. He rushed forward, dragged the shooter away, and punched him viciously, sending him flying. The man's blood-curdling cry echoed throughout Xinjia village, waking workers from nearby dormitories. Lights snapped on everywhere, banishing the darkness. Shadows could be seen moving in the night as villagers grabbed tools and weapons, rushing toward the scene. Wang Yang saw that nearly all the intruders were already incapacitated. Damao, Ermao, Sanmao, and Sameo each had a hooligan clamped in their jaws. Now it was the thug's turn to suffer, screaming in pain and shouting for help. Wang Yang first checked on Hutu. Finding that his life wasn't in immediate danger, he strode to the gunman, grabbed him by the collar, and unleashed a furious barrage of punches. The man was nearly beaten to death. Just in time, the arriving workers pulled Wang Yang back. He'd gone too far. Another punch could have killed the man. The other hooligans were also captured, tied up with ropes, stripped of much of their clothing, and left outside in the cold. By then, Uncle Shinqua had woken the village chief. The chief called the police immediately. This was a serious incident. A group of armed men had invaded the village, used sleeping powder on all villagers, and attempted robbery. It was a grave matter, alarming even the town mayor and party secretary. While the case wasn't huge, it was severe enough. The state strictly banned firearms, yet here were criminals fearlessly shooting at people, clearly desperate thugs. The police quickly dispatched officers, arrested everyone involved, and took them away. Wang Yang didn't get involved further. Instead, he focused on treating Hutu, removing the lead pellets from his body and stopping the bleeding. The village chief handled everything at the police station. Wang Yang would later go to give his official statement. This incident taught Wang Yang an important lesson. The more you yield, the more people take advantage. Some individuals, emboldened by family power, act recklessly, sometimes even manipulating law enforcement. Therefore, he needed to strengthen his own means of protection. Once things settled down, Wang Yang would make those men regret ever being born. The villagers were all awakened, and one after another came to see how Hutu was doing. Seeing that his condition wasn't life-threatening, they offered a few comforting words before leaving. Xiuxian, you need to go to the town police station today to give your statement. The man you beat is seriously injured. There has to be an official account. We also need to hire a lawyer to protect ourselves in case someone tries to frame us. You should be careful too. I'll go with you shortly. We must collect all the evidence from the village properly, just in case we need it later, said Uncle Xiuxian as he walked over. Wang Yang was deeply moved. There was no faulting Uncle Xiuxian. He truly treated Wang Yang's family like his own. Wang Yang replied, Uncle Xiuxian, I understand. I'll be careful. This whole incident was caused by those few men who came yesterday. They might have strong connections around here, so we really need to stay vigilant. I'll call my lawyer in Yongcheng right now. This matter definitely can't end lightly. With that, he took out his phone and contacted the law firm he worked with in Yongcheng, briefly explaining the situation and the potential issues he might face. They promised to send someone over that day to handle things. Wang Yang drove Uncle Xiuxian to the town police station. Before they could even get out of the car, a group of people surrounded the vehicle, pounding on it with their hands, shouting aggressively. Seeing that no officers came out to stop them, the mob grew bolder. Wang Yang parked the car, opened the door, and discreetly turned on his camera. This was a society governed by law, and evidence had to be collected first. Without showing it to anyone, he walked up to the most aggressive man and asked, "Who are you? Why are you attacking my car right outside a police station? If you have a problem, report it to the police. What kind of behavior is this, blocking the entrance?" Before he could finish speaking, one man swung a club straight at him. At this point, holding back would only make him look foolish. Wang Yang swiftly seized the club, struck the man hard, and knocked him to the ground. His scream echoed throughout the police compound, drawing every officer outside. Suddenly, no one dared act tough anymore. Wang Yang dropped the club, glanced coldly around. Everyone instinctively stepped back. Not a single person dared provoke him further. An officer approached and asked what happened, but before Wang Yang could speak, the cop reached for handcuffs. This enraged Wang Yang. "Is this how you conduct investigations? I came here today to give my statement. My car was blocked outside your station, and you did nothing to stop it. Now I defend myself, and without even asking what happened, you want to cuff me? I suspect there's some corruption going on here. You owe me a reasonable explanation. My lawyer is on the way, and I will sue you personally." Without another word, he turned, got back into his car, ignored the officer completely, and drove straight into the police station compound. After parking, he walked directly toward the main hall. He didn't spare a single glance for that officer the entire time. Chapter 67, Zhou Hao's Influence. Entering the lobby, he found a seat and turned to the nearest officer. "Hello, I'm here to give my statement. Last night, a gang of robbers broke into our village. They used knockout incense to knock out everyone in the village and drugged all the dogs. Our dogs still haven't recovered. One of them even fired a homemade gun at me. Fortunately, the bullet hit a dog instead, which took the shot for me. That dog is still at my home being cared for. The officers who responded yesterday told me to come here and record my statement. You can ask whatever you need to ask. I'm in a hurry. Also, there are some loiterers gathered outside your police station, blocking the entrance. Why aren't you dealing with that? Earlier, one of your officers acted unfairly. Once my lawyer arrives, I'll be filing a lawsuit against him as well. I expect your department to enforce the law impartially." At that moment, every officer in the room stared at Wang Yang in disbelief. How could someone be so bold inside a police station, carrying himself with such audacity? Was he trying to cause trouble? An officer in a leadership role approached, first giving a salute. "Hello, please follow me to that room over there. Since you're here to give a statement, why did you assault someone at the entrance? You've committed intentional bodily harm. We'll be detaining and interrogating you shortly." "I came here to give my statement," Wang Yang replied coldly. "Ask your questions quickly. As for everything else, we'll wait until my lawyer arrives. Right now, I suspect your department is shielding criminals and maliciously retaliating against me. Your enforcement is unjust. I refuse to answer any questions. I demand another officer to take my statement. Otherwise, I will sue the entire police station for misconduct." His words left the supervisor fuming. He'd never encountered anyone so defiant, especially not inside a police station. "You'd better confess honestly and stop making baseless accusations. No one here has treated you unfairly. You seem quite powerful," Wang Yang countered. "Recording a statement requires 2 officers present. Is it standard procedure for you to bring me here alone? You keep accusing me of breaking laws, yet you, the law enforcer, are violating protocol yourself. Maybe you should go back and review the regulations before handling cases again. Otherwise, you'll just embarrass yourself." "You." The officer started angrily, but cut himself short, turning and storming out of the room. Wang Yang glanced at the surveillance cameras around him. They clearly weren't on, but he had recorded their entire conversation. This would all serve as evidence later. He had come to resolve an issue, but if justice wasn't served fairly, he wouldn't hesitate to release all the videos online and expose everything. Let everyone see how law enforcement worked here. Meanwhile, old xiuxian had been anxiously waiting outside for a long time. Why was taking a statement taking so long? Growing uneasy, he stepped forward. "Excuse me, officer." "Hello. The young man who came with me. Why hasn't his statement been taken yet? Are you hiding something from us? I'd like to check on him. Could you please take me to see him?" "Just wait a moment, sir. I'll go find out," the officer replied, then walked off toward the interior. After a long while, no one returned. Xiuxian pulled out his phone and called Mayor Lu. "Mayor Lu, hello? This is Shun Fei from Xinjia Village. I'm currently at the town's police station. I already reported last night's incident to you. Now I'm wondering, does police procedure really have to be this complicated? We came to give statements, but now the young man is being detained. After someone fired a gun last night, instead of investigating those criminals properly, you're holding the victim here and won't let us see him. What's going on? Let me make this clear. He's hired a lawyer from Yongcheng, who hasn't arrived yet. Once the lawyer gets here and things escalate, it won't end well for anyone. I hope you intervene. Chief Shun, please calm down. I'll head over immediately. Don't worry, trust the government. No one has the right to act recklessly." After hanging up, Mayor Lu went straight to consult with the party secretary, then got into a car and drove toward the police station. Inside the room, Wang Yang waited impatiently. No one came. He was just told to stay put. Walking to the door, he shouted, "Why hasn't anyone come to take my statement yet? Why am I not allowed to leave? I haven't done anything illegal." At that moment, Wang Yang heard a voice from one of the rooms making a phone call. "Young Master Zhou, the matter you assigned might be running into trouble. I can only temporarily detain the person at the police station, but I can't do anything else for you. You'll have to figure out another way yourself. Besides, the lawyer this kid hired is about to arrive. I have to follow the law now. What you people did was too big. It stirred up a lot of attention. The town chief and party secretary both know about it and are asking questions about the source of the firearm. And that kid last night, his nerve was incredible. He actually fired at a person. If a dog hadn't taken the bullet for him, can you imagine what the consequences would have been? Your family could get dragged into this. That's all I'll say. Figure it out yourself. Someone's shouting again. Once our chief returns, things will get messy. I'm hanging up. Zhou Hao really couldn't let go, could he? I haven't even gone after him about last night yet, and he dares interfere with police procedures, trying to frame me and throw me in jail. His intentions are wicked indeed. People truly have faces, but you never know what's in their hearts. Just then, the town chief's car pulled in. He got out and walked straight toward Uncle San, first asking about the situation before heading toward the police chief's office with him. Chief Jiang, this is Liu Haodong. Where are you right now? Return to the station immediately. I'm waiting for you here. He hung up after speaking. By then, someone had already notified the deputy chief, the same officer who had questioned Wang Yang earlier. He quickly approached Town Chief Liu, gave a salute, and feigned a cheerful expression. I'm Deputy Chief Su Bin. Chief Liu, why have you come in person? You could have just called with instructions. There was no need for you to come all the way here. Deputy Chief Su, I'd like to ask, how is the investigation into last night's firearm incident progressing? Chief Shin just called me, saying you're detaining Mr. Wang here and won't let anyone see him. He came only to give a statement, yet you locked him up. How long has it been since our town last saw a gun-related case? Instead of tracking down the origin of the weapon or interrogating the criminals, you're holding the victim? What exactly are you doing? If you can't handle your duties, then step down. Don't bring shame to the government. Chief Liu said angrily. At that moment, Chief Jiang Tao also rushed back. After greeting the town chief, he immediately reviewed the case, released Wang Yang, briefly recorded his statement, and prepared to let him leave. The group of people who had blocked the entrance to the station were arrested and detained for several days on charges of disturbing public order and obstructing justice. Before Wang Yang could even exit the station, Tian, the lawyer from Yongcheng, arrived right on time. Wang Yang stepped forward to greet them. Hello, Lawyer Tian. Welcome. Let me introduce everyone. This is Town Chief Liu Haodong, and this is Chief Jiang Tao. It was all a misunderstanding. We didn't mean to trouble you coming all this way. Hello, Chief Liu. Hello, Chief Jiang. Mr. Wang, we meet again. You've expanded our firm's business all the way to Xian. It would be our honor to continue our cooperation, the lawyer replied politely, greeting each person. Mr. Wang, Chief Jiang and I still have matters to attend to, so we'll take our leave now. If you ever need help in the future, just call me. Lawyer Tian, welcome to Puhua Town. I hope you enjoy your stay here. With that, the two officials departed. After seeing off the two senior officials, Wang Yang said, Lawyer Tian, let's grab a bite to eat around town first, then I'll arrange accommodations for you. Since you're here, please help us draft some contracts. We have many agreements to sign in the coming period. You're the professionals, please make sure everything is properly covered. Those who can do more should carry more responsibility. After lunch, he escorted them to their hotel and transferred a payment to their law firm. From now on, all legal affairs concerning xiuxian would be entrusted entirely to them. As for Zhou Hao's matter, it would have to wait. For now, the issue was put on hold. Chapter 68. A heart-to-heart between father and son. Wang Yang returned to Xinjijai, visited many villagers, and thanked them warmly for their help, giving each of them some special products from his space. Some received fruits, some vegetables, and he also gave wild honey to several ants. They were overjoyed. People in the mountains knew well the benefits of wild honey and could easily tell its quality. In the past, some would occasionally bring back honey from the woods, so it wasn't particularly rare. But the honey Wang Yang gave was clearly top grade, completely different from anything they'd collected before. Golden, transparent, with a hint of pink, its fresh floral fragrance soon filled every house where it arrived. Every ant who received it welcomed him enthusiastically. Finally, he went to the construction site, delivering plenty of fruits and vegetables to the workers. He asked the cook to prepare extra delicious meals that evening to treat the hard-working men. He also added some water from his space into their drinking supply to help improve their health. As he was leaving, he ran into Chen Jinhua. Before Wang Yang could even speak, Chen said, Wang Yang, how have I treated you, brother? Can't complain, right? You gave wild honey to so many people. Why not give me some too? Just now I saw your mom, and she looks completely different. I barely recognized her. I asked what skincare she was using, and she said it was your wild honey. So come on, give me some. I'll pay if I have to. I want to take it home for my wife. Brother Chen, since it's for your wife, I've definitely saved some for you. Come by my place later to pick it up. But don't spread it around. This stuff isn't easy to get. If word gets out and others come looking, I won't be able to provide more. This wild honey is the bees' winter food. Overharvesting will reduce their population. Without enough honey, they'll starve in winter. That causes serious harm to the ecosystem. All right, I got it. I'll only use it for my wife and won't tell anyone. Let's go get it now. If I wait, you'll just give it all away, and then where can I find it? With that, Chun grabbed Wang Yang and rushed toward where he was staying. Boss Chun, stay for dinner later. I'll treat you to some drinks. Brother Dongshan, no need to go to trouble. I'm just grabbing something and leaving. I've got things to do later. Drinks next time. Seeing the two chatting nearby, Wang Yang went inside and brought out 2 bottles of wild honey. Before he could even hand them over, Chun Jinhua's face lit up. He took the honey without hesitation and didn't linger. Xiaoyang, Brother Dongshan, I'm off now, don't bother seeing me out. With that, he sprinted outside as fast as if someone were chasing him. Xiaoyang, what did you just give him? I've never seen that stuff before, didn't even know you had it at home. Give me a taste too. Father Wang Dongshan asked curiously. Dad, haven't you noticed Mom's change? These past few days, doesn't she look younger? Her skin has improved so much. Didn't you wonder why? No wonder mom gets upset saying you only care about the greenhouse now, and ignore her. You brat, making fun of me now? Sounds like you're itching for a beating. So what exactly is this thing you're hiding so carefully that even I don't know about? I'll give you a few bottles later. It's wild honey. Take it and give it to mom. She'll be thrilled. Or keep some for yourself to mix into tea. It's great for your health. Wait here, I'll get them for you. As Wang Yang left, Wang Dongshan paused, thinking, wild honey, truly precious. Where on earth did he get it? The fresh vegetables, fruits, and various meats their family ate daily weren't ordinary. They weren't from anywhere he'd ever heard of in his decades of life. Only after moving here had such supplies become constant. He rarely saw his son leave home, yet their pantry never ran low. This kid had quite a few secrets. He should warn him. His wings aren't fully grown yet. He needs to be cautious. Who knows when someone might start paying close attention. Here you go, Dad. Handle it however you want. Whether you let mom keep it or stash it yourself, that's up to you. The items are yours. Deal with them as you see fit. Wang Dongshan fell silent, deep in thought. Wang Yang didn't notice anything unusual and turned to head back to his room. Xiaoyang, wait a second. I want to talk to you. Come sit down. These past few months, your mother and I have been living here, and we felt really content. We no longer have to rush around day and night like we used to. Now the experimental greenhouse is the only thing keeping me busy. If not for that, I'd be restless from boredom. Your mother, too, keeps finding little joys on her own. There's no real work for her, but she's not someone who can sit still. She spent her whole life working hard. When suddenly there's nothing to do, it feels unnatural. She starts feeling like something's missing, like she's lost her way. I want to remind you, we don't even want to know your secrets. But you need to learn how to keep a low profile. When you have good things, it's natural to want to share them with others. I get that. But you must also learn to protect yourself. The food we eat every day never runs out, and I've never seen you leave Xinjijai, yet our supplies are endless. There are many questions here that you should think about carefully. One day, someone might start targeting you. You need to have a plan for yourself. Can't just act recklessly without direction. I won't say more. Just think it over. Go on back now. /P. Wang Yang listened to his father's advice and realized he'd been getting carried away lately. Right now, he had money, resources, and the base was nearly complete. If it weren't winter, this place would already be packed. In the future, more and more people would come, and things couldn't stay as carefree as they once were. The source of funds would become a major issue. An ordinary person casually spending millions, it would make anyone suspicious. And there was no clear way he was earning it. The vegetables he grew were unmatched anywhere in the country. With such advantages, jealousy was inevitable. He needed to strengthen his position. He couldn't let up on his martial arts training. He needed to work harder than ever. He also needed to learn more. The more knowledge he gained, the better off he'd be. Dad, you rest early. I'm heading back. I'll give everything some serious thought. I won't act so rashly from now on. Don't worry. After all, I have my own means. After speaking, Wang Yang returned to his room, called over Hotu and the others, then closed the door and entered his space. He let Hotu and the rest play on their own, while he went to sit near the spring within the space, reflecting deeply on his father's words. He could feel his father's concern and the implicit push behind his stern tone. He sat there for a long time, observing nothing changed around him, then decided to go check on that little Japanese fellow. Sure, yes, Sankong. You're living quite comfortably here, aren't you? Your whole aura has improved. Your complexion is rosy and radiant. No worries on your mind. Seems like you're quite at ease. Wang-san, I'm very glad to see you again. Lately you've always seemed so busy. It's rare for us to have time to chat. I've been a bit lonely here myself. Every day facing those few corpses, they're still perfectly preserved. After all this time, it's incredible. This place clearly holds great secrets. Could you tell me about it? Is there nothing you'd like to tell me? By now, your organization must have abandoned you. You can't go back anyway. Just share whatever you know. Think of it as keeping me company. At the very least, I have no intention of eliminating you right now. We can talk sometimes. Why not? It's not a bad arrangement. /P. Wang-san, hearing your promise makes me very happy. My life is safe, and I can share some things with you. Though really, they're trivial matters. Even if you know, it won't change anything. Chapter 69, An Inconceivable Plan. Have you ever heard of the Nation Replacement Plan? Ever since your country opened up, we've formulated numerous strategies. Back then, we were forced to pay too much in war reparations, so much that we couldn't afford to repay it all. We've mostly settled our debts with many Southeast Asian nations, but to this day, we still haven't fulfilled our reparation obligations to your country. After your nation opened its doors, we helped your development through interest-free or low-interest loans. At the time, you took out yen-denominated loans without fully understanding exchange rates. Later, we specified repayment in certain currencies, allowing us to profit massively through price differentials. We were exploited by the Americans, and then passed that exploitation onto you, using your efforts to fuel our own national rise. Our government has successively developed long-term plans and established numerous organizations: the Business Alliance, the Technology Barrier Consortium, civilian friendship groups, subversion and intelligence units, and all of these were designed specifically to support the Nation Replacement Plan. Frankly speaking, today we can say that the original goals we set have been largely achieved. Our organizations have penetrated every aspect of your society. Commercially, we control most key industries: clothing, food, housing, transportation, energy, industry, network information. Our influence is nearly everywhere. It's just not always obvious, because much of it is managed through proxies. The average person simply cannot see it. Even if your country realizes this, there's no effective countermeasure. The policy of opening up won't change. On the contrary, it will only expand further. This is a major national strategy. So even if you know the truth, you're powerless to alter it. In the 1970s, through anime and animation, shows nearly everyone of your generation watched, we spread Japanese values into your homes. Now, you've quietly accepted them. Look at commercial events today. Even now, Ultraman frequently appears. He's a fictional national hero of ours. We've systematically replaced patriotic icons like Yu-Fei and others with our Ultraman heroes. Ask your children today who they think of when someone mentions a hero. You'll hear nothing but Ultraman. Concepts like serving one's country with utmost loyalty are still celebrated openly in our country, but in yours, such spirits are gradually being erased. Textbooks can even be jointly reviewed. Calling it joint review is just a polite way to soften the blow. Your children's textbooks feature abstract illustrations, lacking vitality, with characters drawn stiffly and exaggeratedly. Your original textbooks used to look so much better, beautiful, elegant, balanced. Now, we're borrowing from those very designs ourselves. Your people are brilliant. 5,000 years of culture. We've tried every means to appropriate it, yet we keep discovering new depths, as if it were an endless treasure trove, growing larger the more we explore. But nowadays, your population is too restless. You discard your finest traditions, instead obsessing over importing worthless Western fads, treating garbage as treasures, yet you fail to grasp their true essence. It's laughable, truly tragic. Once we complete this initial ideological transformation, future generations will naturally regard us as close and friendly allies. Today, kimono-clad figures stroll everywhere, whole streets exuding our fengqing. We already operate over 200 schools here, kindergartens, primary, secondary, high schools, universities, covering every level. Our children study here, subtly absorbing everything your culture has to offer. Now, anyone going abroad who speaks fluently of China might as well be called a chugokutsu. Now commercial leverage begins to take full effect. Our own people manage the top-tier decision-making, while you handle all the manual labor, the dirty and exhausting work. Using your workforce, your money, your resources, we still end up pocketing the vast majority of profits. Through technological alliances and barriers, while appearing to assist you, we never allow access to core technologies. Meanwhile, you don't even protect your own research outcomes. Our business organizations infiltrate through exchanges and collaborations, absorbing everything you've developed and bringing it back to us. You don't safeguard cutting-edge technologies, nor do you seem to grasp secrecy. I wonder, is this generosity or arrogance? Our espionage units bribe corrupt officials and gather intelligence. For every key individual, we maintain detailed files, records of their entire social circle. If we can't compromise the target directly, we manipulate those around them until our goal is achieved. Why do your state secrets keep leaking, with no one able to trace the source? That's precisely our intelligence operations at work. Commercial interests have brought countless people under our control, propping up proxies, taking over one industry after another. By dispersing shares, our influence doesn't appear overt. Layered ownership across multiple foreign companies makes it even more concealed. Whenever certain industries block our entry, we sabotage them aggressively, using various tactics to suppress, obstruct, or lobby your country's key figures until we eventually achieve our objectives. Your country's traditional Chinese medicine industry has been almost completely destroyed. Numerous century-old pharmaceutical companies have either been forced to transfer ownership or are barely surviving. It's because the broader environment has left no room for your development. TCM was literally strangled in its own homeland, and as a result, it can't thrive. Once the older generation passes away entirely, there will be no successors left. Traditional Chinese medicine will become extinct in your country. Western countries impose blockades, and now your healthcare and financial systems are all modeled after what the West dictates. Every year, at least 1.5 trillion yuan in medical insurance funds are wasted like this. With that much money, universal free healthcare would be fully covered. Yet even now, it's never enough. The funds vanish into the bottomless pit of commercial insurance, plus countless greedy individuals lining their pockets. The imported medical equipment in your hospitals is what's killing your creativity. Hospitals use these machines to generate revenue, and every doctor today has lost the ability to diagnose without them. What a ridiculous joke. Why are Western pharmaceutical pills so expensive? Medicine should never be subject to patent protection. You have no say over life-saving treatments, so you're forced to buy them at high prices every year. Why don't you develop your own? Many experts and scholars have already been bought by us. They regularly spout absurd theories and conclusions. That's the power of money. It robs people of their integrity and moral principles. These people are despicable. In our country, if someone like that appeared, gangsters would throw their entire family into the sea to feed the sharks. Your real estate market is merely a continuation of our 1970s model. Since we went through it once, you're definitely going to experience it too. Right now, your people have already mortgaged decades of future wealth, and all that wealth has been transferred away. Your country still hasn't passed legislation on inheritance tax or wealth transfer tax for the ultra-rich. This problem is practically unsolvable. Narrow self-interest consistently betrays national interest. Even your religious institutions have been infiltrated by us. With just some money, we can control certain temples and monks to achieve our goal of profit-making, while also spreading our own ideology. Later, your country will release massive amounts of surplus land to capital, at which point we'll harvest another wave, seizing even more territory. Gradually, the nation replacement plan will be nearly complete. Every single aspect is under control, and no single person can fix it. And another thing, Have you noticed how your country's top-tier talents frequently suffer fatal accidents abroad? Whether car crashes or deaths from unknown causes, they're all coordinated operations between us and Western nations. Whenever a key figure emerges in any field, their fate is sealed. Of course, your ancestral temple culture has also been utterly destroyed. Eventually, bloodline connections will grow thin, and the foundation will collapse. Through propaganda promoting Western values, we've severed the very buttons binding your bloodline together, dismantling the last thread of connection. After this, there will no longer be a united Zhonghua. Overseas Chinese scattered around the world will stop identifying as Zhonghua people. They'll become nothing more than isolated interest groups, serving other nations instead, completely detached from their roots. After hearing this account, Wang Yang felt a chill run through his heart. But this was reality, one he couldn't change. The dual economic structure of cities and rural areas in his country remained deeply divided, impossible to truly unify as one whole. He sighed deeply and walked away. Chapter 70. The completion of the new village. After the previous incident concluded, Wang Yang had stayed in the village without leaving. Tian, the lawyer, and his team had helped finalize all contracts related to Xinjiazhai. Cooperative agreements, land leasing contracts, distillery workshop contracts, some agreements with Chun Jinhua's company, and landscaping and sapling contracts. Xiaoyang, Chun Jinhua came to see me today, the village chief excitedly told him. He said they're ready for the house inspection. Later, Director Liu will be coming with a group of officials and journalists for an interview. You need to be prepared. This is our town's first tripartite cooperation pilot project. Pay attention. I didn't expect it to be completed so quickly. I thought it would still be another month. I should go thank Brother Chen right away. Got it, Chief. I'll head out now and find Chunga to check on things. Then we can all go together to welcome Director Liu and the others. I'll go wait outside the village. Everyone's already gone to see their new homes, and they're all thrilled. With snow about to fall, at least everyone will have a warm place to live. I'm off. With that, the village chief walked toward the edge of the village. Wang Yang wandered around the new settlement. Neat rows of beautifully arranged retro-style courtyard houses stood elegantly scattered across the landscape, each uniquely positioned, creating a stunning sight. The revitalized Xinjiazhai, nestled at the foot of the Qinling Mountains, was breathing new life into the region. Backed by forest-covered hills, the village offered sweeping views of distant green peaks and overlooked the glass greenhouse structures currently under construction. Expanses of flat farmland stretched ahead, flanked by two winding rows of roadside trees connecting the village to the main road. A shimmering fish pond, reflecting sunlight like an oversized mirror, sparkled with iridescent hues. The only eyesore remained the barren hills, a stark contrast to the flourishing surroundings, waiting until next spring to turn green again, dotted now with movable container homes. The courtyards within the village would be inspected later, once the town officials arrived. Wang Yang found Chen Jinhua and called out, "Brother Chen, you really pulled off something big. I thought we wouldn't move in until next month. Did you finish the interiors? Please tell me these aren't raw, unfinished shells. That'd ruin the look. At the very least, there should be basic finishing work." "You kidding, kid?" Chen laughed. "Do you even know who we are to each other? Do you think I'd slack off on something this important? In fact, your place could become a flagship site for our company. Everything was built exactly according to the renderings. Honestly, I barely broke even, maybe even lost money. Workers from other projects are jealous seeing these houses. If I could, I'd grab one myself. These are authentic retro courtyard villas, the only ones of their kind in the whole country. Wait until the officials arrive. I'll give you a full tour and walk you through the architectural layout. Let's head to the village entrance. It's better if we're there when they come. It makes things smoother later. And remember, try to maintain good relations with local government. It'll benefit you down the line." Chen walked ahead, talking nonstop as Wang Yang followed behind. "Director Chen, Xiaoyang, come quickly. The town leaders have arrived. But why so many cars? Are there more important people coming?" The village chief shouted while muttering to himself. Wang Yang didn't catch all of it. Chen Jinhua grinned broadly. "Xiaoyang, some big shots might be here today. Don't steal the spotlight. Let village chief Shen take the lead during introductions. Give them the glory, understood? Does it really matter that much, Brother Chen? Just listen to me. Don't ask too many questions. You'll benefit either way. Besides, you're not pursuing politics. Why stand out? When higher-ups feel respected, they'll return favors. Learn how this works gradually. I trust you, Brother Chen. I'll stay in the back and won't overshadow anyone." Wang Yang smiled faintly. Moments later, over a dozen sedans rolled into the village one after another, parking neatly near the entrance. Village Chief Shen led the way forward, with Wang Yang and Chen Jinhua just behind him, followed by several newly elected village cadres and a portion of the villagers. "Director Liu, welcome. This is truly a joyous day. Our entire village is finally moving into new homes. We warmly welcome your visit and that of your delegation." Shen flew forward with open arms to greet them. "Comrade Shen Fei," Liu Haodong said, stepping forward. "Let me introduce you. This is Vice Governor Qin Guoqing, who oversees rural affairs at the provincial level. After hearing in Lantian County that your village has initiated a new rural transformation project based on tripartite cooperation between government, villagers, and external investors, he decided to personally come inspect and guide the work. The rest here are accompanying staff. I won't name everyone, but you should recognize these two: Secretary He Yong and County Magistrate Ouyang Jinhua. Governor Qin, welcome to our village. Secretary He, County Magistrate Ouyang, and all esteemed leaders. We're honored by your presence here in our humble mountain village for inspection and research. Shall we proceed directly into the village for a walkthrough? We can talk as we go, What do you think, esteemed leaders? The village chief was visibly nervous. He had never met such high-ranking officials before. Vice Governor Xiuxian led the group forward, followed by a large entourage of cadres, some nodding as they walked, others occasionally asking villagers questions. Wang Yang and Chen Jinhua stayed toward the back, deliberately not stepping forward, leaving all the spotlight to village chief Xin Fei. Several journalists carried video cameras, filming various spots around the village and interviewing residents. One cameraman specifically trailed behind the leadership group as they made their way into the new settlement. The entire village now consisted of newly built homes, retro-style courtyard houses with intricate beams and painted rafters, pure examples of classical Chinese architecture, each one breathtaking. From a distance, the traditional structures looked absolutely perfect, elegant, well-proportioned, and clearly tiered in layout. They arrived at the first courtyard house. Above the main gate were 4 large characters, Zi Qi Dong Lai, an auspicious phrase that brought smiles to everyone present. It signaled the highest honor for esteemed guests. Clearly, Chen Jinhua had put great thought into this detail. These elegant, rustic Chinese courtyards embodied the aesthetic tastes and emotional depth cherished by the Chinese people for millennia. White walls, gray tiles, and antique charm everywhere. Timeless elegance echoes through ancient sentiments. Shadows on walls reveal inner refinement. The exquisitely designed main gate, both refined and dignified, bore a couplet on either side. Meticulous farming brings bountiful harvests. Diligence and thrift ensures surplus years. This only heightened everyone's expectations for what lay within. The residents preserved the grace and classical spirit of traditional architecture. Whether it was the sash-patterned bluish stone floor tiles along the base of the walls, the fan-shaped brick carvings on the white walls, or the antique-style eaves, every detail reflected a refined taste far removed from the mundane. The village chief pushed open the main gate, and everyone stepped inside. First came a screen wall, a hallmark of the hidden scenery technique, shielding the interior view of the courtyard. The courtyard cement pathway was laid out in individual stone block patterns, extending perpendicularly to the left toward the main hall. Inside stood a pomegranate tree, a small garden to one side, a large water vat, and on the opposite end, a stone table surrounded by several stone stools. The entire yard radiated rustic elegance. The group approached the main house, a 2-story building. The front facade featured white walls fitted with 2 ornamental lanterns. Each floor had 2 large glass windows on either side, complete with curtains drawn behind them. The exterior maintained a simple yet dignified classical style, while the interior followed modern standardized gangshu, a seamless fusion of tradition and modernity. Vice Governor Qin was highly pleased with this classical courtyard house. If all new rural homes could be built like this, how happy farmers would be. Chapter 71. The village makes provincial news. Village Chief Xin Fei, your village is beautifully constructed. As soon as I got off the car, I noticed how elegant and classical the new village appears, perfectly blending traditional architectural styles with the surrounding environment. It doesn't harm nature. Instead, it integrates harmoniously with the landscape. This truly sets a model for new rural development. In the future, I think all our new villages in Shaanxi should take this as a reference, designing their own unique styles according to local characteristics. You've done an excellent job, said Vice Governor Qin with great pleasure. Village Chief Xin Fei humbly replied, Leader, this is what we should do. But most credit must go to these 2 individuals. Let me introduce them. This is Mr. Chen Jinhua, General Manager Chen. He's the one who helped us build this entire village. I heard that this time, he didn't make a single cent from us, actually working at a loss just to help out both labor and resources. And this young man here is Wang Yang, from Shandong Province. He came here to invest, using his own money first to assist in renovating our village. Governor, please look down there. That area under construction consists of glass greenhouses, fully automated high-tech facilities where we'll grow premium vegetables. We already have one experimental greenhouse there now growing various vegetables. Over there is also a 40-moo fish pond. Originally that land was barren and unsuitable for grain cultivation, but now it's planted entirely with ryegrass. The woodland behind the village has been transformed too. It's now a small park. Later, I'll take everyone on a walk through it. Initial greening work is complete, and the ornamental trees are planted together with the roadside trees along village paths. Our village is committed to green agricultural development. The villagers contribute land as equity, while Wang Yang provides capital investment. Under guidance from Secretary Li of the township government, with Town Mayor Lu personally overseeing affairs, we've established the Xinjia Bridge Agricultural Cooperative. All villagers collectively hold a 30% stake. We're really getting a great deal here. Going forward, villagers' income sources will increase steadily, gradually leading toward a moderately prosperous life. We believe more and more young people will return to develop in the village. Here, we must express our heartfelt gratitude to the government leaders for your strong support and assistance, which made rebuilding our homes possible. You've done very well, said Vice Governor Qin. This aligns perfectly with our provincial government's 1,000 villages, 10,000 households renovation initiative aimed at reviving ancient villages, a commendable achievement. In the future, you could further explore developing tourism based on your village's unique features. With deeper research and planning, the path ahead will become clearer. Combining industry with rural reality through green development deserves full recognition. Young man, although you're still so young, I represent all the people of our province in warmly welcoming your arrival. If anything comes up in the future, feel free to call me directly. I'll have my secretary leave you my personal phone number shortly. As long as you keep moving forward on the right track, your prospects are certainly bright. Let's continue inspecting other courtyards. Pay close attention yourselves. Point out any shortcomings immediately so General Manager Chen can fix them right away. Act promptly, no delays. Matters concerning the public are never trivial. Serving the people must always remain in every Communist Party member's heart. Vice Governor Qin spoke happily. Wang Yang expressed his thanks to Governor Qin. They walked past each courtyard, each one built to high standards, leaving every villager deeply satisfied. Wang Yang's courtyard was larger and even more exquisitely designed, featuring a koi pond inside and a warmer, more refined interior. Every visitor looked on with envy. Then village chief led the group into the back woodland area, which was essentially a private garden for the village, delicate and stunning. Different ornamental trees were arranged in natural harmony, flowering plants and vines intertwined beautifully among them. Xiuxian, isn't this your distillery workshop? I recently heard someone from your village was processing documents at the town office. Why don't we visit the site right now? Who knows, you might have another major project going on here, joked town mayor Lu Haodo. The village chief chuckled. Since the leaders are eager to see the distillery, allow me to introduce it. Sengu, come over and give them a brief explanation. Shin Kuo stepped forward immediately. Hello, esteemed leaders. I'm Shin Kuo, head of the distillery. This small facility has only just been completed. Our plan is to produce between 200 to 500 gin daily, using traditional methods of pure grain brewing. This is meant to complement the village's long-term development, adding another characteristic local industry. These are newly purchased equipment, all cutting-edge market innovations. Each piece serves a specific purpose. Further back, there are wine storage cellars as well. The supporting facilities are quite comprehensive. In the future, if visitors come to tour, they can taste our locally brewed, all-natural grain liquor. That's a quick overview. I won't take up any more of your valuable time. After touring the distillery, Vice Governor Qin remarked, the cadres of your Xinjia Bridge village have very progressive thinking. With such a mindset, it would be impossible for this village not to thrive. Don't forget to send me some of your wine to try later. Seeing how happy the leaders were today, Shun felt his efforts had truly been worth it. As the time was getting late, Wang Yang quietly asked Mayor Lu whether they needed to prepare lunch. Not receiving a clear answer, he still had someone make modest preparations just in case. The group then visited the mobile container houses where villagers were currently living. Conditions here were decent. Everyone was curious about the experimental greenhouse mentioned by village chief Shin, so they all went inside to take a look. Once inside, each person felt astonished. The vegetables were growing exceptionally well. Planted in small square grids, the quantities weren't large, but the growth differences were striking. Some plants were large and robust, while others appeared thin and stunted. Detailed records of various vegetable experiments were kept, from sowing to current growth stages, with thorough documentation and analysis. Though lacking equipment from formal agricultural research institutions, the seed cultivation process here was highly visual and transparent. Anyone could clearly judge the quality of the seeds. Vice Governor Qin was extremely satisfied. He remarked that China's seed research had fallen far behind other countries, with many patents stolen by foreign entities. A significant portion of their own research results had been privately sold off by certain individuals, causing severe consequences. Every year, the nation had to pay substantial patent fees, a heartbreaking reality. Vice Governor Qin encouraged Wang Yang to keep working hard, striving to develop high-quality domestic seed varieties and bring honor to the country. In the end, Wang Yang invited the officials to stay for a meal, but they declined and left directly by car. During the visit, journalists conducted interviews as well. Remembering Chen Jinhua's advice, Wang Yang emphasized village chief Shin's contributions and only mentioned that he himself had done a small part within his capability. After all the leaders departed, Wang Yang received a call from Mayor Lu, informing him that their village might appear on the evening provincial news broadcast. He urged them to pay attention. Of course, Mayor Lu was delighted too. It was a recognition of their collective achievement. Uncle Village Chief, you should organize everyone to watch the news tonight. Our village might be featured on the provincial broadcast. Notify all the villagers, let them share in the excitement. In the future, many tourists might come visiting. We need to prepare in advance. It won't do if people arrive and we're still unprepared. Hold a village meeting tonight to establish some basic guidelines. Xiaoyang, I don't really know how to handle this. Why don't you help us think it through and offer some suggestions? That way, everyone can be better prepared. And you must attend the meeting tonight. We'll pool our ideas together. Seeing this, Wang Yang realized he'd have to step up. As long as everyone participated, the key was ensuring tourist safety and making sure every visitor could eat well and enjoy themselves. Chapter 72, Pooling Ideas. Wang Yang paced around his house, checking if there were any areas that needed further renovation. Just then, a loudspeaker blared outside with a public announcement. Attention, all villagers. Please take note. Tonight, all registered villagers are required to gather at the small square for a full village assembly. Everyone is expected to attend. We will be pooling ideas to formulate a development plan for our village. Please inform each other. Second sister-in-law, is something big happening again? Why does everyone have to show up? Looks like our village is really moving forward. We'll soon be living in moderate prosperity. Brother Shin-san, what are you planning to say tonight? You're the most educated person in our village. Keep coming up with golden ideas and smart solutions so we can all grow wealthier. Guangzi, you little rascal, what are you doing now? The house was just fixed. Look at the mess you're making. Wait till I catch you. I'll beat you with a wooden board. Suddenly, the village came alive with energy. Everyone wore confident smiles. Wang Yang chuckled and walked out of his courtyard, carrying a small stool toward the square, where he found his parents already chatting with other villagers. Xiaoyang, come up front. And Brother San, you come too. We'll need your advice tonight. You both must speak up and help us draft some village rules. Uncle Village Chief called from the front. Yeah, Xiaoyang, Brother San, hurry up front. We're all counting on you to lead the way. Other villagers chimed in excitedly. Wang Yang stood up and said with a smile, you all want me to come up with ideas and suggestions? Let me start by saying this. The main focus tonight is discussing the challenges our village is about to face. Our village is very close to downtown Xi'an. Tourists will start pouring in soon. That's why we need everyone to contribute ideas. Only when you speak up can we gradually refine our village regulations. This will ensure stability and harmony as we develop. So please, think hard. What improvements does our village need? Don't hesitate. Speak freely. Our village's growth depends on all of us working together. That's all I'll say for now. At that moment, the village chief brought over a table, placed a TV on it, plugged it in, quickly tuned to Xiangxi satellite TV, and waited anxiously. Would their village appear on the provincial news? Everyone was puzzled. The chief had called a meeting, yet now he was setting up a television. Were they here to watch TV? A few kids shouted loudly. Grandpa Chief, are you going to play cartoons? We're waiting down here. Hurry up and turn it on. Whir, go help Grandpa Chief change the channel. The children's eyes sparkled with excitement as they rushed to crowd around the TV. Watching television with the entire village was thrilling. The kids were completely absorbed, shouting and jostling each other, creating a noisy chaos. You little troublemakers, get down right now, or I'll spank your backsides raw. We've got important business tonight. Don't cause trouble. If you want to watch cartoons, go home. There's nothing for you here. Uncle Village Chief chased them off one by one. Then suddenly, a familiar scene appeared on screen. The host was reporting on the transformation of Xinjiazhai. Everyone fell silent, captivated by the broadcast, even the rowdy kids. For the first time, they saw how beautiful their village truly was. Living here day after day, they'd never noticed its charm. Now seeing it on television, no one could believe their eyes. In today's report, we bring you a small mountain village in Xinjiazhai, Puhua Town, Wantian County. Once neglected and forgotten, this village has now completed its new rural reconstruction project. This stunning village is right here among us. It stands as a brand new model village after rural renewal, featuring retro-style courtyards that are both elegant and functional. Selected by our provincial government as a demonstration model for new rural development, this approach will be widely promoted across the province, ensuring farmers can share in the benefits of economic progress. The footage continued to roll. Anyone who saw the news was stunned by Xinjiazhai's remarkable transformation. Many immediately searched online for the village's location, eager to visit. Could this breathtaking village really be Xiangxi's shining example of new rural development? Hope for a better life surged in people's hearts. Wang Yang watched as the news segment kept playing, already 10 minutes long. This exposure would undoubtedly have a massive impact. But he couldn't help wondering, how many people would come? If visitor numbers surged, countless complications would follow. They needed to establish rules immediately, organize villagers for patrols, and make sure the village didn't descend into chaos. Uncle Village Chief, don't just keep watching. This is serious. If we don't act quickly, once the news spreads, huge crowds will come. And if we're unprepared, it could have a very negative impact on our village. Wang Yang said solemnly. Uncle Shenhua added, Chief, we should assign people to patrol right away. Key spots must be monitored at all times. If too many tourists come, sanitation will become a big problem. Someone should also watch over the fish pond in case anyone falls in. That would be a real disaster. You two bring up very important points. I'll write them down now and list everything one by one later. Keep thinking of gaps so we can make sure the village runs safely. Uncle Village Chief said urgently. By then, the news segment had ended. The village chief walked to the front, turned off the TV, and began speaking. Everyone, please settle down. The broadcast is over, and now you all know what's happening. We've made it onto provincial news. Our village is famous. That means visitors will soon come touring and sightseeing. And when they do, many challenges will follow. So we need to think carefully about how to respond. First, designate someone specifically for parking management. Every household should ideally have someone at home. If visitors come, give them a brief introduction, but also guard your property. Don't let anything go missing. Assign personnel to monitor the fish pond and patrol the woods behind the village. The winery needs staff too, but this means we're shorthanded. Everyone should call back the young folks from the cities to contribute to the village's development. Those who don't want to return don't have to. We won't force anyone who has settled in the city. One more rule. Village houses cannot be privately sold. Management remains under village authority, and ownership stays as it is. You may not sell or transfer property to outsiders, though internal transfers within the village are allowed. Also, organize daily cleaning crews to keep the village tidy and clean. About meals, listen well, no cheating customers. Prices shouldn't exceed those in town by much. Just at a reasonable margin above cost, nothing outrageous. Swindle a visitor once, and we'll lose their trust forever. Without trust, our village will fall into decline. Does anyone else have ideas? Speak up now. This is exactly why we're gathering, to pool wisdom. The more suggestions, the better. Wang Yang, watching the chief bustling about, took out his phone and called Director Liu, the town mayor. He arranged for the village to cover the cost of delivering a batch of trash bins, 100 at least. Better to have too many than leave people searching. With increasing visitors, issues like accommodation, food, and safety were being systematically addressed. Time flew. Night fell quickly. The village chief dismissed everyone, telling them to go home, tidy up, and prepare to move collectively early the next morning. Everyone must stay alert and follow orders over the coming days. No slacking allowed. Chapter 73. The entire village moves early. It was still dark when the villagers had already woken up. Yesterday, the village chief had assigned all the new houses, and essentially every household remained in their original location. The entire village became busy. Men carried their belongings out of the containers and moved them to their new homes, while women took charge of organizing things, making sure furniture and household items were properly arranged. No one wanted their home to look messy. Everyone would be laughed at otherwise. Xiuxian will still be staying here for a while. Your father is worried about his experimental greenhouse. He's afraid it might get damaged. Also, someone needs to collect data at irregular times every day. We'll stay behind for now. You go ahead and move first. Take any valuable items from home with you, Mother Xiuxian said to Wang Yang. All right then. I'll move first since my stuff is already packed. Just give me anything valuable. The new house has an underground storage room. It's very safe. Wang Yang made several trips with his cart. He stored some clutter inside his spatial dimension, then helped transport goods for other villagers a few more times. By noon at 12 o'clock, every villager had successfully moved into their new homes. Seeing Uncle Shen Qua, Wang Yang asked, Uncle Shen, have you moved already? Ah, Xiaoyang, I'm alone now. Didn't have much stuff anyway. I finished moving long ago and got everything tidied up. I've locked the gate to my courtyard. Most of the time, I'm just at the distillery now, only coming back to sleep at night. Nothing here needs help. You go do your thing. Then I'll go check on village chief uncle. If anything comes up, call me. Arriving at the village chief's new home, Wang Yang saw that it was spotlessly clean, with items neatly arranged. Clearly the work of someone experienced in managing a household. Chief uncle, are you all set? Soon the town chief will send over a batch of trash bins. We need to organize people to receive them, then place them along each stone path at intervals of either 50 or 100 meters. It must be done today. Got it. I'll start organizing right away. You walk around the village and see if anything needs improvement. Tell me later. Though honestly, I feel quite exhausted. It was easier and more relaxed before. The village chief sounded both pleased and weary. Wang Yang visited each household and found everyone doing well. Homes were tidy and orderly. With the new houses came new energy, and clearly, everyone had put real effort into it. Seeing there wasn't much left for him to do, he went over to the mobile container homes. The villagers had cleaned them well, empty and spotless. He'd have the leasing company retrieve part of them. He'd buy the rest himself and later store all of them inside his spatial dimension when possible. He pulled out his phone and dialed Chen Jinhua. Brother Chun, how's the construction site going? There might be visitors coming soon, so make sure everything's ready, and especially pay attention to safety. You don't have to tell me. I've already got everything sorted. Yesterday, I predicted people might come by for visits, possibly for a stretch of time. If you need help, just say so ahead of time. But let me give you some advice, Wang Yang. Hire a headhunting company to find a few people specifically to manage daily affairs here. You lack experience, jumping from one task to another without a proper system. Look at me. I only come by for inspections daily. That leaves me plenty of time for other things. Learn from me. Later, we could even travel together. Don't limit yourself to this single place. Think about it. If the headhunters can't find suitable candidates, I'll ask around myself. Just give me a bit more wild honey, and I guarantee I'll get it done perfectly. Brother Chun, I realize you're really after my wild honey. The advice is just an excuse. Businessmen are truly sharp. You're going to corrupt me completely someday. Fine. I'll give you 2 more bottles. Just introduce a few people to me. There isn't a single professional in Shinji or Dai, but find ones who enjoy a peaceful life. Not too aggressive. Life here is slow-paced. The 7 daily necessities: firewood, rice, oil, salt, sauce, vinegar, tea. I'll hang up now. Once you find suitable people, come see me for the honey. Just as he hung up, Mayor Lu Haodong called again. Wang Yang, 100 trash bins have been sent over and should arrive shortly. Call if you need more. Also, if anything comes up, feel free to contact me anytime. We can provide government support. Thank you, Mayor Lu. For future matters, I'll assign someone to coordinate with your office. I won't disturb your work anymore. Goodbye. Wang Yang arrived at the village entrance and met up with village chief uncle and the others. By now, some people had already come to the village, mostly arriving in private cars. Probably due to the weather, not many visitors had shown up. It was too cold. Most people preferred staying at home, while others might be waiting for early visitors to share their experiences, photos, or videos. If the reviews were good, many more would soon follow. The village chief had everything well organized and running smoothly. Tourists were being directed to different areas, mainly to tour the new houses. Many had come specifically for this. The new rural village concept still had strong appeal. Uncle, is this Shinji Azhai? I'm here to deliver your goods. Where should I unload? The delivery guy asked as soon as he stepped out of his truck. One villager joked, if you're delivering trash bins, you're in the right place. If it's anything else, you might have come to the wrong spot. Haha. You lot stop fooling around. Hurry up and unload. Everything must be set up today. Form groups, start working separately. 1 bin every 100 meters is enough. I'll inspect later. Anyone trying to cut corners will have to redo it all by themselves. Move quickly. What's gotten into the village chief today? Why is he so angry? Did someone cause trouble? A few people whispered on the side. Xiaoyang, go to town and buy some protective gear. I noticed none of the villagers prepared any. They're tight-fisted, unwilling to spend a single yuan. They don't even know to equip themselves properly. Look at them, shivering from the cold, working so slowly. No wonder the village chief is upset. It's not worth getting worked up over, though. Everyone's been busy these past couple days. I didn't prepare anything either. I'll go buy supplies now. Those doing patrol duty outside really have it tough. Just as Qin Jinhua said, I really need to hire a few people. A proper manager should have thought of these small things long ago and made arrangements in advance, unlike us who only act after realizing something's needed. Driving to the labor protection store in town, Wang Yang saw rows of camouflage uniforms. He picked one set to try on. It felt quite warm. Good. The shop owner told him a full set cost 280 yuan, including gloves, hat, padded jacket, and cotton shoes. He bought one set for every villager. Additionally, he purchased several heavy coats specifically for those on patrol duty. Seeing nothing else was needed, he drove back to the village and asked the chief to distribute the clothing. Wang Yang took his family's share and left first. It was too cold outside. On his way, he didn't see anyone. Felt like all the hard work was pointless. Chapter 74. The first snowfall arrived silently. After a full day of Menglu, many tasks were completed. The village chief tallied the numbers and said, altogether over 30 people came. They just walked around the village, took some photos and videos, didn't even stay for a meal, and hurried off. This deflated everyone's enthusiasm. Many villagers laughed, saying it was all for nothing. Wang Yang saw how upbeat everyone was, so he joined in with a smile. Still, this had been a collective village event. Everyone participated actively, and the village's appearance had improved dramatically. It was just light outside when Wang Yang opened his door to see a vast expanse of white snow. It had snowed, and quite heavily too. The yard was already 4 fingers deep. This was Wang Yang's first snow since coming to Xian, truly auspicious snow foretelling a bountiful year. He pulled out his phone and recorded several videos inside the house, then grabbed a broom to start clearing the snow from the yard. As he pushed open the courtyard gate, a piercing cold wind slipped through the gaps in his clothes and into his body, making him shiver uncontrollably. Outside, gusts of icy wind blew past. His cheeks felt like they were being sliced by knives, quickly going numb. It was so cold. Looking up toward the surrounding village, he saw that every house was blanketed in snow. The distant mountains were a sea of white, and all the trees wore thick, white coats. There wasn't a single person moving about. Now he finally understood why no tourists had come. Everyone must have known the heavy snow was coming and that the weather would be bitterly cold. Only someone crazy would go sightseeing now. At home, one could snuggle under warm quilts, heat up a brick bed, share a few cups of warming wine with friends, enjoy a good meal, or play cards. Who would want to stand outside in the freezing northwest wind suffering? While there were still no people around, he decided to capture more scenic views of the village, saving the photos and videos. They might come in handy later. He called out Hutu and the others. Though it was freezing outside, they happily ran alongside Wang Yang through the snow. First, he'd head over to check on his parents. They were alone there now, and he needed to inspect whether the experimental greenhouse had any issues. It mustn't collapse under the snow load. He knocked lightly on the container house door. Mom, Dad, are you up? It's snowing heavily outside. When you come out, dress warmly. I'm going to check the greenhouse first. I'll come back later. We know. With such cold weather, why did you come out so early? We'll get up in a bit. The outdoors is just too cold. Hearing his mother's grumbling from inside, Wang Yang smiled and turned away. First, he circled the outside of the greenhouse. Nothing serious. Later, he'd need to clear the accumulated snow from the roof. Inside the greenhouse, the temperature remained high. The vegetables were growing well, with no major changes. As he paced around, he estimated the next batch of seeds wouldn't be ready for harvest until year-end. Truthfully, seed breeding was quite tedious, requiring long waiting periods. Later, he talked to his parents about moving in with him. This place was too cold. After sealing the greenhouse tightly, he returned to his space and crafted a snow removal tool. Taking it back outside, he carefully scraped layer after layer of snow off the roof. Once done, even if more snow fell later, the greenhouse wouldn't collapse. Plus, when the sun came out, the uncovered surface would allow more light in. With the snow cleared, he noticed his parents still hadn't come out. Not wanting to disturb them further, Wang Yang turned and headed toward the construction site. Seeing Hutu and the others trembling from the cold, he realized just how harsh the northwest winter was. The weather this year seemed abnormal. Maybe it was related to environmental factors, like excessive reduction in carbon emissions? At the workers' dormitory, a few people were already up, shoveling snow, washing up, or cooking breakfast. He approached and asked, "Uncles, you're already awake. Was it cold last night? Do you have enough clothes and blankets?" "Boss Wang, you're here. We're doing fine, not too cold. We're used to it. All our clothes and quilts were brought from home, very thick. The insulation here is pretty good. It's warm indoors. If you have any difficulties, don't hesitate to come to me or your manager Chen. With such cold weather, we can shorten working hours, start later in the morning and finish earlier in the afternoon. I'll ask Cookly to prepare some hot soup for you later. Help warm your bodies. That way, working afterward won't feel so cold." He walked through the workers' rooms, checking their conditions. Seeing that everyone had thick quilts and adequate warmth, he felt reassured. "Cookly, the weather's really cold, so please pay attention to staying warm. Could you prepare a pot of hot soup for everyone today? Add in some nutritious ingredients. I'll cover the extra food costs. Sorry to add to your workload. Hope you don't mind." Wang Yang said with a smile. "Boss, don't say that. It's no trouble at all. I'll make a big pot of lamb soup, add some local Xian flavors. Guaranteed, everyone will enjoy it." Cookly replied cheerfully. "Masterly, just let me know the cost for these few days. Make sure it's good quality. I really appreciate it in advance. Sorry to bother you while you're cooking." The construction site was taking shape. The shading system and insulation had already been installed. Workers were now setting up the fan and wet curtain cooling system, followed by installing the glass panels around the perimeter. After that came electrical distribution, lighting, and other system installations and adjustments. Once all this was complete, the building would be essentially finished. After checking the site, Wang Yang saw that the heavy snow wouldn't hinder construction progress, so he returned home and locked the door behind him. He brought Hutu and the others into his space. It was much more comfortable in there, and decided to prepare himself something to eat. He caught a carp from the river, scraped off the scales, cleaned out the entrails and gills, then sliced the fish into thin pieces. He tossed the bones to the wild boar and simmered a rich broth, adding the fish slices and a splash of cooking wine, letting it stew a bit longer before setting it aside. Then he kneaded some dough, added a few eggs, and made several egg pancakes. He also picked some fruit. With just these simple ingredients, he put together a satisfying meal. A bite of pancake, a sip of fish soup, followed by some fruit. Soon he was full. He poured the leftovers to Hutu and the others. If they weren't satisfied, they could go find more food. No one would go hungry in this space. Outside the village, it was far too cold. Better to stay here and read for a while. He hadn't had a chance to sit down quietly with a book in a long time. Wang Yang went to the stone chamber where the statues of the three pure ones were enshrined, lit an incense stick, and paid his respects. Then, sitting on a meditation cushion, he brought out the sandalwood box he had kept carefully. From inside, he took the Huangting Jing and began flipping through it idly. This was an extremely important Taoist classic. With nothing pressing at hand, curiosity drove him to start reading aloud. As he chanted the sacred text, his voice echoed softly within the stone chamber. Perhaps aided by the fragrance of sandalwood incense from the statues, his mind gradually grew still and clear. His body instinctively shut out all external sounds until he heard nothing at all. The five elements technique began circulating on its own. As if guided by divine inspiration, Wang Yang's understanding of the Huangting Jing deepened rapidly, as though someone were whispering teachings directly into his ear. Understanding arose without conscious effort. Dry, seemingly fragmented scriptures unraveled like silk, threads being drawn out, flowing piece by piece into his mind. His spirit became increasingly vibrant, and he felt something stirring within his upper dantian. His consciousness swelled, and just as he began to feel on the verge of awakening, sweat poured down his face. His focus started drifting outward, breaking away from inner stillness. At that moment, a painting flew out from the sandalwood box, unfolding slowly in midair. Before Wang Yang appeared the figure of a Taoist immortal, ethereal and serene, his hand resting on his beard. Smiling gently, the figure murmured, "Very well, I shall give you a little help. Perhaps this is destiny." Chapter 75. Lu Zhu transmits the Tao. The Taoist in the painting was none other than Patriarch Lu Dongbin. Since Wang Yang had obtained the scroll, he hadn't opened it again, keeping it stored safely within his spatial ring. If not for the heavy snow outside forcing everyone to stay indoors during winter, Wang Yang might never have discovered its secret for who knew how long. The imprint of Patriarch Lu in the painting had been activated, though this was also thanks to the three Pure One statues. These three statues, having been devoutly worshipped by generations of Taoists for centuries, had undergone miraculous transformations. From the moment Wang Yang found them and brought them into the stone chamber, they appeared immaculate, exuding an aura of celestial dignity and solemn weight. Simply sitting in meditation near them granted incomprehensible benefits. This time, as Wang Yang settled his mind and chanted the Huangting Jing, a faint trace of divinity within the three Pure One statues responded to the scripture. Guided by an invisible force, the profound meanings of the Huangting Sutra were gradually infused into Wang Yang's consciousness. His upper dantian was on the verge of giving birth to divine awareness. The Shantan 5 elemental pearls also began undergoing natural transformation, fusing instinctively with his being. From now on, the pearls would autonomously search for nearby objects beneficial to themselves, alerting Wang Yang whenever such items were near, and they'd even start adjusting the internal structure of the space on their own. Then, the figure of Patriarch Lu stepped out from the painting. First, he bowed respectfully toward the statues of the three Pure Ones, then waved his fly whisk at Wang Yang, calming his turbulent thoughts and helping him remain in a state of self-forgetfulness. To himself, he murmured, "Never thought upon waking again. Several hundred years would have passed. My lineage in the mortal world has vanished entirely. The mother planet has become so polluted and murky. Using my divine sense to observe the real world, I find no cultivators left at all. Spiritual energy is practically gone. Yet this young friend here possesses deep fortune, having acquired a treasure like the 5 elemental pearls. Though damaged, it can still be restored. I see his cultivation has already opened the Ren and Du meridians. His lower dantian is formed, and the middle dantian shows signs of development. He hasn't received systematic training yet, relying solely on the techniques innately linked to the pearls, and now he's about to break through the upper dantian, entering the stage of fetal breathing. This is likely my final appearance in this world. The chance of returning to visit my home planet again is exceedingly slim. I shall lend you a hand. Though you're unsuitable to inherit my full Tao lineage, consider yourself a successor across generations. There's no one else left who could learn it anyway. I'll pass everything to you." Without another word, he swept forward and materialized within Wang Yang's spiritual sea. "Young friend, we meet again. Do you remember me? Who are you? You feel so familiar, as if I've seen you somewhere before. My memory's hazy. Wait, the portrait. Your senior Lu Zhu, Lu Dongbin, one of the 8 immortals. How did you appear in my mind? Your portrait was so lifelike. When I first saw it, it felt just like meeting you in person. I never imagined immortals truly existed. Could I possibly take you as my master? The place where you live is no longer suitable for cultivation. Reaching your current level alone is proof enough of your blessed karma. Don't strive too hard. Your future path will depend entirely on your own destiny. This blue star is the ancestral home of all cultivators. Due to certain reasons, every cultivator has long since departed, forced to explore the vast cosmos beyond. The reason I can appear before you now is because a fragment of my divine consciousness remained embedded in that portrait. Let me help refine your body and transmit some essential techniques and cultivation knowledge to you. This way, you'll avoid unnecessary detours in the future. Whether you call me master or not makes little difference. Now, gather your spirit. Focus inward on your upper dantian and continue circulating the 5 elements technique. I will assist you in shattering the barrier and realizing your true self. No sooner had these words ended than a stream of pure mental energy flowed into him, fully absorbed by his consciousness. Silently roaring, Wang Yang summoned all his strength to burst through his inner constraints. With a thunderous boom, he felt as though he'd gained a second life, one capable of existing simultaneously in 2 separate realms. What his divine awareness perceived was utterly different from what his eyes saw. Even with his eyes closed, he could clearly perceive everything around him, like a child delighted with a newfound toy. Stop playing around. My time here is short. I still have things to pass on to you. Practice diligently from now on, and don't squander the precious treasure of the 5 elemental pearls. That gourd plant in your spatial ring is a rare treasure. Nurture it well. And don't bring anyone else into this space recklessly. I've erased the memories of that other person inside your space. I'll find a way to remove him later. Use this place to cultivate in peace. I can sense my true body lies extremely far away. I don't know if we'll ever meet again. By the way, keep that sword safe. It's the demon-slaying blade once wielded by Heavenly Master Su's son. Never reveal it lightly. With those words, Patriarch Lu condensed a single inheritance pearl directly within Wang Yang's mind. His form then dissolved into a wisp of azure smoke and vanished. The portrait floating in midair gently drifted down to the ground, now completely devoid of any divine radiance. Wang Yang respectfully gathered it up and placed it beneath the statues of the 3 pure ones. When he stepped out of the space, he found that the sky was almost dark. This breakthrough had taken a long time. If it weren't for the isolation inside the spatial ring, it would definitely have drawn attention from others outside. He released his divine sense to test how far it could reach, gradually expanding outward from the courtyard. Soon, he sensed the maximum range. It extended about 500 meters. With obstacles, the distance would be shorter. Wang Yang was extremely satisfied with this result. Someone must have come by his home today. There were footprints outside the front gate. He wondered who had been looking for him. He opened the courtyard gate and decided to take a walk into the village. Xiuxian, where have you been all day? Nobody saw you around. We knocked on your door, but no one answered. What? Were you doing something you didn't want anyone to see? The village chief uncle joked with Wang Yang. Uncle Wang Yang, Gongzi and I went to visit you. Were you sick? You stayed indoors all day and wouldn't come out. You even kept Hutu and the others locked up. We waited all day for them. After all this snow, we wanted to take them out hunting pheasants, hares, and lots of little birds. We even planned to give you some. Now everything's ruined. Later, I'll ask Kiki to give you some cold medicine. She's sick too. Can Hutu and the others come with us tomorrow? Tuanshuan tugged at Wang Yang's pants while asking. Uncle Wang Yang, I'll go get the medicine for you right now. I don't need shots anymore. Kiki coughed deliberately, trying to draw Wang Yang's attention. You kids don't need to go back yet. I'm not sick, Wang Yang said, then performed several martial arts moves on the ground, letting out a loud HNGH. It instantly awed the children. Their eyes sparkled as they gathered closely around him. Uncle Wang Yang is so cool, even cooler than Brother Daniel. Yeah, even cooler than my dad. When I grow up, I want to be just like Uncle Wang Yang. Hunga. Alright, I know you're all mighty strong. Let me go get Hutu and the others to play with you. They were afraid of the cold, sleeping in their rooms. Just wait here for a moment. With that, he turned and ran back. Wang Yang first released Hutu and the others from the space. He noticed something strange about them, though couldn't immediately figure it out. For now, he focused on the kids, letting the animals play with the little ones. It was already dark. Going into the mountains was out of the question. Leaving the village chief to keep an eye on them, he headed to check on his parents. Xiaoyang, didn't you say you'd come over this morning? I waited all day and couldn't reach you by phone. What were you doing? Wait, something feels different about you. I can't quite put my finger on it, but you seem more energetic, his mother Xiuxian murmured to herself. Wang Yang hugged her arm and said, different? I'm still your son. Haven't grown 3 heads or 6 arms, have I? Not like I've turned into someone else. Get off me, don't stick so close. Why'd you show up so early in the morning anyway? If you hadn't mentioned it, I'd have forgotten. Are you too warm enough living here? This morning I checked the greenhouse. The seeds won't be harvested until year end, still a long way off. You should move to the new house. The container house is too thin. It doesn't retain any heat. Honestly, these data are already sufficient to prove the experiment works. Haven't you noticed? The village chief doesn't visit as often anymore. He knows the vegetable farming has succeeded. I'd love to move, but your father is so stubborn. He refuses to leave this place. What am I supposed to do? His father, Wang Dongshan, spoke up. Enough. How cold could it possibly be here? I once slept on the open street. Go back. You've nothing to do here anyway. Forget it. Let them stay here for now. Chapter 76 made an unlikely friend. Wang Yang swept the nearby area with his divine sense and noticed the fish pond was nearly frozen over. The fish had gathered in the deeper waters, moving about freely and living comfortably. He hadn't expected someone to still be guarding the poultry shed. Seeing how content the man looked, and noticing how much the chickens, ducks, and geese had grown, it was clear the spatial water was making a tremendous difference. Uncle, what should I call you? You've taken such good care of these chickens, ducks, and geese. They've grown so much. Back home, you must be the top hand on the farm. Little Yang, you can just call me Uncle Xiuxian. I'm a hunter from the village. Right now, I'm the only one left at home, and since I had nothing much to do, I asked Shenfei for this job. Hunting isn't allowed anymore, and I miss the old days when I could go into the mountains anytime. That used to be where I found my joy in life. Now I'm just stuck here idle. I have a grandson studying away from home, so it's just me alone. Might as well stay busy. Look how lively these little critters are. I get real joy watching them. Let me show you around inside. Hearing he was a hunter, Wang Yang immediately asked, Uncle Xiuxian, if you're a hunter, then you must know these mountains well. Are there any mysterious places around here? Tell me about them. I might go check them out someday. You look like trouble, boy. Let me warn you, curiosity kills. The mountains aren't as simple as you think. One wrong step, and you might leave your life behind. My son Sanwa disappeared in those woods. His wife went in after him and never came back either. My greatest regret in life is teaching my son how to hunt. As he spoke, tears rolled down Xiuxian's face. Wang Yang stood there, not knowing how to comfort him. Uncle Xiuxian, don't be sad. They haven't been found yet. That means there's still hope. Maybe one day they'll come back. Enough. I haven't talked about this in years, but today, because you brought it up, it all came rushing back. As for mysterious places, yes, I do know of one. It might even be where my son and daughter-in-law vanished. I've gone there many times myself, but I could never find the right path. Plus, that place rarely gets sunlight, and it's full of strange creatures with names I don't even know. I'd once mentioned it at home without thinking, but my son Sanwa overheard. After that, he kept asking me questions about that place. At first, I thought he was just curious, and since I myself had never actually entered, I didn't believe he'd sneak off to investigate. Eventually, I forgot all about it. That day, the weather was perfect. Our family was discussing plans to work in the city. Most young people from the village leave to find jobs. The money they earn in a month exceeds a whole year's harvest back home. I'd already packed their bags. With me staying behind to take care of our little grandson, they could go without worry. That night, I went to bed early. But when I woke up the next morning, my son was gone. I figured he'd gone visiting, but by nightfall, he still hadn't returned. Then I realized, Sanwa had always been drawn to odd and mysterious things. He probably wanted to see that place one last time before leaving, just to satisfy his curiosity. My daughter-in-law Mei Mei, worried about her husband's safety, slipped out to search for him. I was left alone to raise the little grandson. I searched that mountain countless times afterward, but every time I returned empty-handed. Then later, the government banned hunting and started forest conservation programs. Everyone learned to protect animals and plants. I gave up hope. Since I still had my grandson to care for, I buried the whole thing deep in my heart and never told a soul. I don't know why, but today, talking to you, it just spilled out. I can tell you the location, but really, I'd advise against going there. That place is eerie, possibly some ancient ruin left behind from long ago. I know my limits, Uncle Xiuxian. Just tell me where it is. If I decide to go, I'll be fully prepared. I won't rush in blindly. Besides, who knows how much has changed in all this time. The entrance might be hidden or already discovered by someone else. It's rare to have someone come talk with me these days. I'm happy today. Haven't seen my grandson in a long time. Here in the village, I live alone, never socializing much. People keep their distance from me, some even fear me. I fought in the Southern War, killed many men. Was decorated for bravery too. But seeing comrades fall one by one, never returning home, I came back hollow inside. Our family has been hunters for generations. It's a tradition. My wartime survival skills came from years in the wild. That's why I made it back alive. I see a certain killer's aura on you. Boy, you've definitely been through something. You carry yourself differently from ordinary folks. It's a shame you didn't join the military. If you had, you'd surely rise high. But everyone follows their own path. I won't push you towards something you don't want. Let me give you some advice. Whenever you face situations like this in the future, you must be ruthless. As long as you have a clear conscience and stay true to your moral compass, there's nothing you shouldn't do. Cut the grass and pull out the roots. Leave no trace behind. This not only benefits you, but also protects your family. This society is dog eat dog. If you show mercy to others, you're being cruel to yourself. Never believe that a murderer can become a Buddha simply by laying down his sword. Evil people are rotten to the core. By dealing with them, you're indirectly saving countless others they would have oppressed. Everything in the world has two sides. You must also learn self-cultivation and nurture your inner righteousness. Staying on the righteous path always leads to light. Unethical shortcuts never last long. I really take a liking to you, kid. I've never shared these thoughts even with my own grandson. He's not on the same level, and knowing too much could end up harming him. You don't treat me with blind respect, so we can talk as equals. From now on, you're like a close friend across generations. Judging by your intentions, you'll probably stay here for good. Come visit me often when you're free. I can teach you some hunting secrets I plan to take to my grave, but you seem worthy enough to inherit them. That village winery, I heard it's yours. Help me get some liquor. Later, I'll go home and fetch my notebook. The map's marked in there. Be careful when you go in. If you happen to find my son and daughter-in-law's remains, please bring them back. That's all I ask. It's getting late. I'll take you home with me to pick it up. You might as well learn where I live. The villagers fear me, but they don't fear you. Maybe you can help them accept me in their hearts again. Then I might even find a few people to play chess or cards with. My little grandson doesn't need much from me anymore. He manages himself well. That's a habit I instilled in him from childhood. I taught him just one thing. Rely on people, and they'll leave. rely on mountains, and they'll crumble. The only real support you have is yourself. After hearing the old man speak, Wang Yang felt he couldn't call him uncle anymore. He deserved the title of Old Master. When people age with wisdom and experience, they become almost supernatural. Wang Yang accompanied the old master to his new home, one built together with the others, though actually a gift from Wang Yang himself. Otherwise, the old man wouldn't have opened up so completely, sharing everything and even passing on secret skills. Clearly, he now saw Wang Yang as one of his own. Sometimes, the bond between people feels so natural, like old friends reuniting after years apart, meeting for the first time, yet understanding each other instantly. Chapter 77 Obtaining the Notes. The old man went in first, followed by Wang Yang. He saw that the house was uniquely arranged, with many animal specimens hanging on the walls, even a tiger pelt, though it looked very old and clearly wasn't hunted by the old man himself. Sit down. I won't bother entertaining you. Just act like you're at home. Take a look around. If there's anything you like, I'll give you a few pieces. These items are extremely hard to come by these days. Obtaining them would be illegal. But everything I have here is properly registered, so no need to worry. Take whatever you want. Look around inside while I go find something for you. Old man, you go ahead. I really should take a good look. Your collection is quite unique. You can call me old man if you like, fine by me. I need to dig around for a bit. I can't remember exactly where I stashed it, probably tucked away somewhere in the corners. Wang Yang first walked over and touched the South China tiger pelt. It felt incredibly soft, much smoother than the South China tigers in his space, perhaps because it had been processed. The variety of animals on the walls was astonishing: clouded leopards, black bears, taquines, antelopes, and even a rhino horn. It showed how extensive human hunting once was. Many of these species are now extinct. Frankly speaking, humans are the greatest cause of species extinction. But you can't blame people back then, they were just trying to survive. Wang Yang walked around, feeling increasingly heavy-hearted. So many creatures would never be seen again. He sat down on a stool and waited quietly for the old man's return. Why did you stop looking? Don't tell me nothing interests you. I said I'd give you a few things, and I mean it. I'm in a good mood today. Don't miss this chance, or you'll never find another opportunity like it. Here, this is what I mentioned earlier, detailed records of that place. Most of it I compiled myself. You'll have to learn to filter it though. What I saw might differ from what you encounter. Don't treat these notes as an infallible guide. You still need to investigate and draw your own conclusions. Take those few items. The rhino horn might help you somehow. And this bear pelt, useful for warmth in the wild. Now go about your business. I won't keep you. With that, the old man stood up and escorted Wang Yang out. The notebook was strangely crafted from some kind of animal hide. The maps drawn on it were abstract, the entries fragmented and scattered. Wang Yang tucked it into his chest before secretly transferring it into his space. He searched around the village for Hotu and the others, whistling once. Soon he sensed their presence through his spiritual awareness, and without delay, they headed straight toward his home. He could meet them in the courtyard. Opening the front gate, Wang Yang entered. Shortly after, Hotu and the rest arrived. He opened the door to let them in, then locked the gate behind him. He still needed to study the notebook later. The 5 elemental beads had already settled in his upper dantian. After such a long day, he hadn't yet carefully examined whether they'd changed. Using his spiritual sense, he began refining them. Before long, he completely merged with the beads, becoming one with them. Wang Yang could clearly feel that they were still flawed, incomplete, as if a part was missing. They couldn't form a perfect world, not yet self-sustaining like Earth, where all things exist in a closed cycle. The internal space had expanded significantly. The 5 elemental beads automatically adjusted the interior environment. Forest areas grew larger, while the farmland reserved by Wang Yang gradually shrank. The 5 elemental pearls began repairing themselves, prioritizing forest expansion. Following Wang Yang's previous example, they initiated large-scale plant cuttings. Any species capable of reproduction saw steady growth in numbers, both flora and fauna. Wang Yang didn't interfere, allowing the system to self-regulate as it saw fit. Now that the space had expanded, vast amounts of unused land remained. This land had to be cultivated. Leaving it idle wasn't acceptable. Self-regulation and repair meant correcting imbalances and filling gaps. Seeing the massive pile of accumulated resources inside the space, wasting them served no purpose. He decided to distribute them freely among the animals instead. It had been a while since he last checked the animal population directly. The golden snub-nosed monkey troop lived comfortably, with many newborns joining the group. Wang Yang entered their territory, greeting their leader first. The monkeys gathered around him, chattering joyfully. He picked up several little ones, gently stroking their fur. He noticed a few others trembling, clearly afraid of him, likely newborns who still relied on their mother's protection. Next, he visited the South China tiger's domain. The 4 cubs had grown sturdy and strong, mewing playfully at Wang Yang. Seeing their adorable fierceness, he scooped them up into his arms. As they squirmed, a loud roar from the male tiger silenced them instantly. Wang Yang walked over and gently patted each cub on the head. All the South China tigers had grown larger in size and stature, shedding their former scruffy appearance entirely. They now truly embodied the kings of the forest. He took a look around the leopard's territory and greeted each of them. The deer population had clearly increased. Their herd noticeably expanded, now over 100 in number, and divided into several smaller groups. Taquines and musk deer ran together in herds. Now these species lived together in harmony, surrounded by rivers and lakes, occasionally venturing out to the grasslands for a run. The wild boar population had grown dramatically, causing considerable destruction, but the space's self-repair capability was strong, so no negative effects were apparent. The hog badgers followed the wild boars, living alongside them. The wild goats roamed around several mountains with a vast activity range and migrated quite frequently. The pangolins, on the other hand, were rather lazy. Once they found a place rich in food, they'd simply dig a burrow there, and had already reproduced quite a few young ones. Wang Yang began culling a batch of rabbits. Their numbers had become too large. He processed them all and stored them away. The chickens, ducks, and geese had started to go feral. They were even learning how to fly. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to call them wild chickens, wild ducks, and wild geese now. Their numbers were high, and whenever Wang Yang went outside, he could always find various eggs scattered around. He even noticed that the short-tailed pit viper had grown much fatter. Pity it was the only one, otherwise, it might have reproduced many offspring. He grabbed the tabby cat and brought it over, looked at how fat it had gotten. It refused to let Wang Yang pick it up anymore, having truly become a dominant force in the forest. Birds were still rare, difficult to catch since they'd fly away before Wang Yang could get close. Freshwater fish populations in the space, however, were growing rapidly. It was just like the old saying, beating roe deer with sticks, scooping fish with ladles. Wild chickens fly straight into your cooking pot. Marine species remained sparse. Although the fish he'd introduced earlier had multiplied, the sea area was simply too vast for the increase to be noticeable. Various aquatic plants, however, were reproducing quickly, a result of the 5 elemental pearls' influence. No longer did Wang Yang need to worry about such matters. All plant life had spread out naturally, forming a primitive forest landscape, no longer arranged in simple, single structures. They promoted each other's growth and gradually shaped unique terrains and landforms. Finally, he came to the spring within the space. Lu Zhu had said this gourd vine was a treasure, but Wang Yang still didn't know the best way to cultivate it. He picked a lotus pod, popped a seed into his mouth to try it. As soon as he swallowed it, a warm current flowed through his body, making him feel remarkably lighter and refreshed, truly an excellent thing. Soon, he had eaten all the lotus seeds. His entire body felt as if soaking in a hot spring. A pity there weren't more of them. Chapter 78, A Friend's Greeting. Wang Yang arrived at the stone chamber and first sat down on a meditation cushion, taking out the notebook to study it carefully. This notebook was quite interesting, made from some special kind of animal hide. Maybe the old man had been afraid it would get damaged, so he never dared to throw it away. He flipped first to the map page. Not bad. It was actually well drawn, with very detailed routes marked from the starting point all the way to the destination. Though there were significant differences now, after so many years, some places had completely changed, even beyond recognition, and their names might have been altered too. Using his memory from that previous mountain trip, Wang Yang could roughly simulate the route in his mind. But this area was still primitive, almost inaccessible, and nearly no one ever came here. He wondered how the old man had discovered such a unique spot. Well, he'd leave that aside for now. He wasn't planning to go into the mountains anytime soon anyway. Back in his own room, he thought about all the videos and photos he'd taken today. He could sort them out and post online, sharing the snowy scenery here with some close friends. His phone held quite a few clips, mostly random shots he'd taken while wandering through the mountains. It took him over an hour to finish editing. After uploading several videos to Douyin, he found his follower count hadn't dropped at all. Many people left comments urging Brother Taiji to update more often. He couldn't help but smile. His fans really were enthusiastic. Su Ran called first. Wang Yang, I see right through you. You're such a despicable, shameless guy. You promised we'd stay in closer touch, and now look, you've gone completely off the grid. You don't care about me at all. Come on. My little base is almost complete. I just uploaded new content. Su Ran, if you've got time, come visit. I'll cover all your expenses. Pretty generous, huh? Go die. Don't change the subject. It's snowing where you are. It's freezing cold. No way am I going there. Your courtyard looks great, very refined. I'll come when the weather warms up. I'm craving those crystal vegetables you grow. Can't find them in Yongcheng anymore. Can't buy them even if I pay. Hasn't Zhangge been in touch with you lately? Zhangge, what happened? Is something wrong? You really are something. You just took off without a care, leaving Zhangge in deep trouble. Every day people drive over to block him, demanding he keep supplying vegetables. His wholesale shop has shut down, and now his whole family's stuck at home, unable to go anywhere. That's serious? He did call me once, but I've got none myself right now. The greenhouse won't be ready until year-end. I invited him to bring his wife and kid to stay here for a while, but then I lost track. I totally forgot about it. Fine, handle your own mess. I don't want to hear about it. Just remember to keep in touch. But, right after mentioning Zhangge, the phone rang again. Wang Yang, finally back among the living. It's been forever. How's your base coming along? Hurry up and send me some vegetables. I can't take it anymore. Stuck at home every day with your sister-in-law, nowhere to go. Brother Zhang, I was just about to call you. Su Ran told me you're in a tough spot. I'll arrange a truckload for you. Use it to hold things over. Honestly, why don't you bring your wife and Duo to stay here for a bit? Forget it. It's too cold up there. I don't want my kids suffering. Just get those vegetables shipped over as fast as you can. That'll be comfort enough. All right, I'm hanging up. Knock, knock, knock. Xiaoyang, are you asleep? Open the door. Mom. Coming. Mom, what brings you here so late? Thinking of moving in. I've already tidied up the rooms for you. No joking. I came to check what you're doing at home. You haven't gone out during the day, haven't eaten dinner with us for several days. Have you even cooked for yourself? Well, you always know how to spoil me. If you hadn't reminded me, I wouldn't have remembered I missed dinner. Good thing I brought some bedding. Carry it back for me, then return after eating. Where are Tiger and the others? They're outside. You go inside and get the bedding. I'll bring them in. Wang Yang dashed out immediately, ran to their den, and summoned all of them from his space, sending them to greet their mistress. Just then, He Huan called. Little brother, just saw your video. Snowing in Xian, is it cold? How about I organize a few people to come visit? Fatty bro, if you want to come, just say so. The village just finished building new houses. Think you guys can manage staying with local families? As long as there's a bed, we're fine. Business at the company's dead right now. Want to take everyone out for fun, boost morale for next year. Your place looks great, plus we can enjoy the snow. Haven't seen snow in Yongqing for years. Sure, just let me know when you're coming. I'll have the villagers prepare houses for you. Bring plenty of warm clothes. There are quite a few fun places to check out here in Xian. Xiaoyang, take the quilt with you later. I'm heading back now with Tiger and the others. Mom Zhengyun waved and left. Got it, I'll be over soon. There'll be 12 of us, 4 guys and 8 girls. We'll arrive on the 19th. I'll call you ahead of time. You go ahead and take care of your things now. After hanging up, Wang Yang grabbed the quilt and walked home, browsing through his fans' comments along the way. They were asking all kinds of questions, and some people nearby even said they wanted to visit. He directly shared the village's address and left the choice up to them. Those who came would be warmly welcomed. He'd make sure they had a great time. Mom, I've put the quilt on your bed. Next time, just give me a call, and I'll bring it right over. All right, now come sit down and eat. Your Uncle Air called today, asking whether we're going back this year. From what your second brother said, times have been tough for those working away from home. All your older brothers and sisters-in-law returned early. It's going to be a hard year back home. What do you think? Wang Yang thought for a moment and said, how about this? I'll go back first. The glass greenhouse here will be finished by year end, and I need to stay for the final inspection. You can decide later whether to go back or not. Fine then, handle things at home. And leave some money for your great uncle. Let him keep it himself. We're hardly ever around, and he's the only elder left there. With your uncle and all your siblings away most of the year, he must feel lonely. Spend more time with him when you go back. I really miss those little ones at home. Such naughty kids, especially little Shirtu. He's my favorite. Every time I see Xiaoding and the others here, I think of those children. If I could, I'd raise them myself. And you? Hurry up and find someone, so I can hold my grandchild soon. All right, I get it. Let's eat first. I'll head back in a few days. A friend is bringing some colleagues over to visit. Once I've hosted them, I'll return to the hometown. Won't take more than a few days. You do as you see fit, but don't end up like your father, always silent as a gourd. Look at you. You show up and haven't said a word, just sitting there eating like some distant deity. Seeing his mom complain, Wang Yang quickly wolfed down the rest of his meal and bolted out. What did I do wrong? Just eating dinner, and now you've scared the kid off. Chapter 79. The village's young people have returned. As Shun Haodong and his wife entered the village, they immediately spotted 2 people standing at the entrance and quickly ran over. Erniu, sister-in-law, you're back too. We didn't expect to return at the same time. Look at how much the village has changed. I can barely recognize it. Is this really our hometown? Xiaoyu, xiuxian, you 2 came back early too? Was work busy outside this year? My dad called me a few days ago asking me to come home. He said the village needs young people to help rebuild it. You know how my dad has spent his whole life working for this village. Now that it's coming back to life, could your sister-in-law and I stay away any longer? Shin Haoyu said with a smile. Qin Yu grabbed xiuxian's hand excitedly. Xiuxian, I've missed you so much. Another year's almost gone. How is life outside? Do you miss your child? Sister-in-law, you've changed a lot while being away. You must be doing well this year. Look at your skin, so smooth. I'm seriously jealous. Share your skincare tips with me later. I'll see my kid soon anyway. Now we can even video call. As long as he doesn't misbehave, I'll count myself lucky. Xiuxian was always her cheerful self. Let's head home first and talk later. Honestly, I really miss my son. It's been so long. I wonder how he's been at home, Shun Haoyu said, quickening his pace toward his house. No one delayed. Everyone picked up their luggage and followed behind toward home. Erniu's back in the village, old man. Go tell the village chief, his son and daughter-in-law are back. Erniu's auntie, look behind. Aren't those your kids? It really is them. Old man, what are you doing standing there? Why aren't you helping your daughter-in-law with her bags? Trying to rebel. Shin Xinhua looked speechless at his wife, who had just ordered him to find the village chief, but instantly switched priorities upon seeing her children return. Xiuxian, you're back. Hurry inside. Let your father take the luggage. Can't he see what's needed? Xiuxian looked at her mother-in-law and burst into laughter. Mom, stop bullying Grandpa all the time. Grandpa's such a good man. That's exactly why I decided to marry Xiaoyu, because of his character. I envy you. If only Xiaoyu could be just like Grandpa, my future life would be so easy. Xiuxian joked gently to defuse the situation. You, Erniu's auntie, just keep on smiling. How many men in the whole village are as devoted as Brother Xinhua? Works tirelessly at home, never argues with you, gives in on everything. You must have burned several truckloads of incense before Buddha to land a husband like Xinhua. Everyone teased the woman playfully. Get lost, all of you. My kids are back. Why aren't you calling the others to come home too? Tell everyone to get back. With more kids returning, our family will prosper. And in the future, I bet none of these young folks will need to go out to work. They can earn money right here at home. Shun Haodong smiled at his mother, carried his own luggage, and followed his father toward their house. Everyone scattered quickly. Many were already hurrying home to make calls. Village Chief Shin Fei, hearing that his son and daughter-in-law had returned, rushed home immediately. Of course he missed them. It would be a lie to say otherwise. As soon as he arrived, he saw his little grandson, Gongzi, laughing heartily. Qin Yu was changing the boy into new clothes and occasionally giving his bottom a light swat. telling him to behave. Xiaoyu, you're back. Where's Erniu? Why don't I see him? Seeing her father-in-law arrive, Xiuxian stepped forward cheerfully. Dad, come in quickly. We brought your favorite tobacco leaves. We'll get them for you right now. Ernie is helping Mom clean up the room. Why buy anything? Just having you back is enough. You don't know how much your mother missed you. Every day, she waited by the main gate, hoping to catch sight of you sooner. Now things are good. Starting tomorrow, we can finally live in peace. Xiuxian didn't point out the contradiction in her father-in-law's words. She went into the room and took out a bundle of tobacco leaves, placing it in his hands. Then she called to her husband inside. Ernie, Dad's back. Hearing his wife's voice, Xiuxian came out of the house immediately. Dad, I'm back. From now on, I won't leave again. I'll listen to you and build a life right here in the village. Good, good. First unpack your things. Then I'll have your mom cook something delicious. The whole family will have a drink together. Tomorrow, I'll take you all to meet Wang Yang's family. You must be tired today. After dinner, wash up and go to bed early. Village Chief Shen Fei felt truly at ease now that his son and daughter-in-law had returned. The Shen Haodong household was suddenly full of noise and joy. Their two children were crying and arguing over gifts. Both loved toy cars. Lei and Tuanshuan wouldn't give in to each other, one running to Mom, the other to Dad. The couple stood baffled. Wasn't it just one toy? Shen Haodong said to his son. Tuanshuan, you're a little man now, so you should let your sister have it. I'll buy you another one next time. Just put the teddy bear in the room first. Wouldn't it be great to sleep with it tonight? I'm actually jealous of you. This bear was specially bought by Mom. She originally wanted to give it to your sister, but now you get lucky. Later, when Lei finds out this one is better, let her envy us. Really? Mom bought it specially? Then I want the teddy bear instead of the car. After saying that, Tuanshuan immediately handed his toy car over to Lei. Sister, you can't fight with me for the teddy bear. I've already given you my toy car. Finally, the house grew quiet. Xiuxian and her husband began walking around, inspecting the newly built house. The house turned out pretty well. The layout is very reasonable, and the decoration is quite modern. It seems the boss who came to our village must be really wealthy. With no income yet, he's already invested so much. It makes me really curious about him. Why would he choose our village? There's no treasure here, just a poor mountain valley. My mom called me recently saying everyone back home is so envious of us. They even joke that a money god has come to our village. Alright, stop guessing wildly. I heard from my dad that this person was brought here by Uncle Xiuxian. His parents worked alongside Uncle Xiuxian. Uncle Xiuxian needed wages to pay for Xiaohan's tuition fees, and it was this man's father who stood up for justice and helped Uncle Xiuxian claim his salary. Later, that Uncle Wang had his leg broken defending him and is now recuperating right here in our village. The whole story is complicated. I heard this boss came from Yongcheng. Afterwards, he transferred all his business operations from Yongcheng to here. Those large greenhouses we saw earlier are vegetable bases. We might end up working there someday, or maybe run a homestead in Jiaolur from home. Anyway, life will gradually get better. Just promise me not to gossip too much when you're outside, okay? Shen Haodong explained while gently advising his wife, knowing she tended to talk freely without bad intentions, but simply couldn't keep secrets. I know, I'm not a child anymore. I'll go help mother-in-law cook. Let's have a big feast tonight. Life at home is truly the best. Tomorrow I'll shoot a video of our new house and post it on Douyin, showing the whole country what a new socialist countryside looks like. Watching his wife walk away, Shen Haodong stood lost in thought, pondering how their generation of young people should move forward. Chapter 80 Picking someone up at the airport. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. Early in the morning, Wang Yang received a call from Peng Gu. They were all arriving by plane, so Wang Yang had arrived early to pick them up and even rented a minibus waiting outside the airport. Peng Gu, over here. Wang Yang waved at the exit. He Huan, his chubby figure waddling forward, walked toward Wang Yang and gave him a big hug first. Brother, long time no see. I've been craving your food so much. This trip is all about eating, and you can't let me down this time. Li Dong, go gather everyone and make sure all the luggage is ready. Meet us at the entrance. I'll wait outside with Brother Wang for now, Peng Gu said to Li Dong. Brother Li, you're here too, welcome. Follow what Peng Gu said and organize the group. We'll wait out here for now. Wang Yang warmly greeted Li Dong as well. Peng Gu urged them on. Alright, brother, let's head out first. It's too stuffy in here. You know my size, standing around tires me out quickly. Wang Yang looked at him and chuckled, then waved at Li Dong before turning to Peng Gu. Let's go. Here, let me take that bag for you. Honestly, seeing you like this makes me worried. Bro, you really need to lose some weight. Being overweight isn't good for your health, and it makes life inconvenient. What will your wife think in the future? You clearly have no experience, Peng Gu retorted. Would I ever marry someone skinny? My wife is pleasantly plump too. And trust me, it feels great to touch. When you look for a wife, never pick someone too thin. First, childbirth becomes harder, and second, hugging her at night is like holding a wooden stick. Just check out China's rich men. Their wives are all full-figured. A woman with more meat on her bones has richer energy and brings prosperity to her husband. Wang Yang laughed at his words. Several people nearby overheard and began snickering, while a few slim girls shot angry glares at the two. One pretty girl muttered, "This fat guy is disgusting. I was just thinking about asking for the contact info of that handsome guy next to him, but now I've changed my mind." Both of them seem like total jerks, scumbags. People around silently smirked, their eyes fixed on Wang Yang and Peng Gu. Peng Gu, we've caused public outrage. Let's leave before we get jumped by a mob with no place to complain. Peng Gu turned to Wang Yang and said, "You still need work on your thick skin. Watch me, learn something." He stepped right into the middle of the crowd and announced, Whoever called your beloved Pangu a scumbag just now. Do scumbags look this handsome and dashing? No judgment at all. How will you survive in society without street smarts? Only through relentless forging can one truly stand firm in today's world. And what I say stands. Women should be a little fleshy, soft to touch, pleasant to hold, and safer when giving birth. Take notes. Many people were already filming. Within minutes, Pang Ji's rant went viral online, sparking massive debate. Countless men gave unanimous thumbs up, while women furiously accused him of being a pervert. What started as a simple airport pickup had escalated into a full-blown internet feud, front-page news guaranteed. Wang Yang grabbed Pangu and quickly dragged him toward the rented minibus. Pangu, your words pack too much punch. If you want to be trending, don't drag me into it. He pulled out his phone and checked. Taiji Gu, turns out you like curvy girls too? Do I qualify? If not, I'll go gain some weight. Taiji Gu is hilarious. That fat guy is even more shameless. Is there such a thing as a ridiculously hot scumbag? Dying of laughter, Wang Yang shoved his phone in front of Pangu. Look at this, Pangu. What is all this? You've dragged me straight into the mud. My entire image built over decades, flushed down the toilet in one day because of you. Huan stared at Wang Yang, suppressing laughter for a long moment before finally saying, Brother, your cultivation level is still too shallow. You've got more to learn. Don't fear ridicule. Walk your own path and leave others nowhere to go. Got it? I give up. Come on, the bus is just ahead. Let's get inside and wait. Should I call Li Gu to tell them where we are? Why bother calling? Just wait. They'll find our minibus perfectly fine on their own. Want to make a bet? One table of good food as the stake. If I win, you cook me a feast to satisfy my cravings. If you win, I'll cook you a meal and eat it with you, so you don't waste any. Before they finished talking, people started boarding the minibus one after another. Li Dong walked in and said to Pangu, Pangu, everyone's here. Let's go. Tell Xiuxian to have the driver start up. All right, Zheng drive. We've sent the address to your navigation, just follow that, Wang Yang said, then turned to Pangu. Pangu, do we need to stop midway for a meal? You guys must be hungry by now. No stops, we'll go straight to your village and eat there. Everyone just got off the plane and doesn't have much appetite right now. You come sit over here too. Let me introduce you to everyone. These are all top talents from our company. Each one has made great contributions. I brought them here for a little vacation so they can relax and recharge before aiming for even greater results next year. Let me start with the ladies. This is Li Wei, in charge of administration. Pretty, isn't she? Too bad she already has a boyfriend, huh? This is Fang Yuan, our financial manager. I don't need to say more. You know what that means. This is Xia Shui, our planner. The two of you should get to know each other. This is Jiang Ling, HR. Call her senior sister, huh? This beauty here is Su Dan, logistics. Be sure to treat her well. It'll do you good. And this is Song Qian, director of marketing. You should definitely learn from her about market experience. She's a real star in the industry. Go ahead and add her on WeChat later. It'll help your career. The rest are the guys. Wan Fei, Zhang Wei, Song Chong, and Zhao Yunfei. I won't bother introducing them in detail. You'll get to know them soon enough. All of them know how to have a good time. Wang Yang turned directly to the group and said, My name is Wang Yang. Welcome to our village. I run a few things around here myself. I'm from Shandong province. If anyone wants to exchange WeChat, feel free to scan now. If you need anything while you're here, just let me know. Accommodations in the village aren't as nice as hotels, so please try to adjust. But if it's really uncomfortable, I can book hotel rooms outside instead. Since you've come here following Brother Huan, I'll take full responsibility for hosting and serving each of you. Feel free to reach out to me anytime. Let me give you the village address first. Xinchai Village, Wantian County. It'll take about 40 minutes to get there. If you have any questions, go ahead and ask. After finishing his words, Wang Yang pulled out his phone, opened WeChat's scan feature, and let everyone add him. Seeing no one had further questions, he sat down beside Pangu. Pangu, I'll call the village now and have them prepare some food and drinks. Everyone must be starving after traveling since morning. You go ahead and close your eyes for a bit. Rest up. Chapter 81. Chit-chat on the bus. Wang Yang took out his phone and called village chief Xin Fei. Uncle Chief, I've picked up the guests. We'll arrive at the village in about 30 minutes. Please get everyone to start preparing the meal. I think they're all hungry, so let's begin dining as soon as we get back. Have you arranged their rooms properly? Make sure the quilts are either brand new or thoroughly cleaned. Don't cut corners. If they have a bad experience, they might never come back for accommodation. Double-check everything carefully. Also, ensure the safety of their personal belongings. No one should enter their rooms without permission or touch their things. I know, don't worry Xiaoyang, replied the village chief. Everything's already arranged. All rooms are private singles. The quilts are all new, or if not new, then freshly washed and sanitized. I'll have someone start cooking right away. When you arrive, you'll be able to enjoy authentic Shaanxi farmhouse dishes. With that, the chief hung up. Wang Yang first opened WeChat and added each guest as a friend. Their profile pictures were all very unique and full of personality. He quickly created a group chat so they could talk freely and ask questions, which he would answer directly. Brother, just sit down and relax, said Pangu slowly. No need to be so meticulous. We're all family here. If they have any issues, they'll bring it up with me. Just focus on making sure everyone has fun. The rest is my responsibility. Jiang Jia, do you really think going to this remote little village is such a good idea? Sudan asked, tugging at Jiang Ling's arm. Wouldn't it be better to just stay and play around downtown Xi'an? This is a 1,000-year-old capital city after all, with so many amazing places to visit. It's rare for us to come to Xi'an, and I really wanted to check out that Tang Paradise Night City everyone's talking about online. They say it's beautifully done. What if we try sneaking off later and see it ourselves? You little brat. Jiang Ling scolded lightly. You haven't even set foot in the place yet, and you're already criticizing? You should feel lucky Pang Gu brought you along. And here you are being picky. Wait till he hears this. He might send you off alone to wander wherever you like. Honestly, I think this small mountain village sounds wonderful. Peaceful, serene. To tell you the truth, I'm sick of city life. Living in concrete boxes day after day gets tiresome. I'm actually excited to experience rural life here for once. I wouldn't even want to go to downtown Xian now. Too many people. It's just like where we're from. Endless rows of steel and cement buildings with zero aesthetic appeal. Our country's classical architecture is far more beautiful. But short-sighted, greedy people with no taste have ruined everything. Everywhere feels chaotic now. All buildings, nothing else. Why build so much when nature gives us peace? Precisely what you said, Jiang Jia, Su Dan replied thoughtfully. Nowadays, the places that attract tourists are exactly those untouched areas rich in ancient architecture. People are immune to modern concrete structures. Life is too stressful, endless work every day. I'd love to live like a farmer for a while. I grew up in the city and never experienced rural living. Now I'm actually curious about this little village. Remember, Pang Gu is famous as a food blogger. If he chose this spot, it must mean there's plenty of delicious local food. I wouldn't trust anyone else's recommendation, but this time I'll find out for myself. The male travelers in the back remained quiet, not saying much, their eyes fixed steadily on the scenery outside the bus windows. Perhaps they, too, felt curiosity towards Xian, a place radiating profound historical depth. Thousands of years of civilization had intertwined here, creating countless unique stories. Influenced by TV dramas and films, each of them quietly nurtured a sense of exploration. Seeing their reactions, Wang Yang smiled slightly. He remembered feeling the same way when he first arrived. Even now, there were still many places he hadn't visited, most of his time having been spent busy in Xinjiazhai. In the future, with more free time, he intended to travel around and explore the different landscapes of this region. He turned to Li Dong and asked, Li Gu, what's your impression of Xian so far? Have you been here before? Li Dong looked at Wang Yang and answered, it's impressive here, especially the ancient city wall. That's truly Xian's greatest heritage. If they'd torn it down like other cities did with their old walls, Xian wouldn't enjoy its present prosperity. So much history has been preserved here for people like us to witness. It's truly a blessing. I definitely want to walk atop that wall someday. This is my first time in northwest China. Before, I only knew about it through TV and the internet. Nothing compares to seeing it in person. The impact is overwhelming. Li Gu, sounds like you appreciate traditional Chinese architectural styles too, Wang Yang responded. Xian really does preserve many unique historic buildings. The pace of life here isn't as fast as in Yongcheng, and the local customs remain quite genuine, less influenced by outside forces. Generally speaking, the more remote the area, the simpler and more sincere the people. Many still maintain our traditional culture and folkways. Since I've been here, I've gained my own understanding and feelings about this place. Xiaoyang, how's life been treating you out here? You've been gone from Yongcheng so long without a word. I thought you'd end up like so many others, disappearing and never staying in touch. After all, distance takes its toll. When people don't see each other for too long, relationships naturally fade. But seeing you now, I don't feel that at all. You've changed quite a bit. Much more mature than before. Just getting by, Wang Yang replied. The vegetable base isn't even built yet, and now it's winter. The weather here is colder than back home. There's not much to do. Most days I just sit around doing nothing, often lost in thought. But now the village is ready, tourists will start coming, and things will get lively. When we arrive, I'll give you a proper tour and show you what I've accomplished. Sure thing. This trip, I'm following your lead. Honestly, this year feels off. Every city seems dull and lifeless, like everyone's trapped in something. No one has that spark for a better life anymore. I'm completely overwhelmed, crushed under loans and pressure. I don't even know how much longer I can hold on. It's the general situation, we can't control it. Let's not talk about that now. Why did you stop supplying vegetables to Yongcheng? Your produce became super popular, then suddenly vanished. Everyone was asking around, searching everywhere. Who could have guessed you'd run off to northwest China? When are you bringing it back to Yongcheng? I miss it so much. I've only had it a couple times, but I still dream about it. When Pang Gu mentioned coming here, I was the first to jump on board. Don't let me down, Li Dong said dramatically. Pang Gu, listening nearby, chimed in. Li Dong, you're riding my coattails this time. But admit it, does my judgment ever fail? I saw Wang Yang's potential long ago. No matter where he goes, he won't stay hidden. Look at him now, showing up like a wild card, making waves. We're arriving early, and who knows? Maybe we'll be important witnesses to his journey later on. So don't hold back at dinner. Eat as much as you want. The crystal vegetables others can barely get their hands on. Here, they'll have more than enough. I know he's not the type to shortchange himself or his friends. Wang Yang smiled at Pang Ji's words. Noticing they were nearly there, he stood up and said, we're almost at the village. Get your things ready. When we get off, don't wander off yet. We'll arrange your accommodations first. Everyone will stay in local villagers' homes. Once you're settled, we'll start dinner right away. Don't forget. Chapter 82 Warm Hospitality from the Villagers. The village chief, the car has arrived in the village. Let's go greet them, said a sharp-eyed villager. It's really here. Have you all prepared everything I told you? Don't mess this up. These are the first guests to visit our village for tourism. Everyone pay close attention. Wherever improvements are needed, we must actively make changes. Good things should be passed on. Follow the previous arrangements. Take the guests to your homes and take good care of them. After saying this, the village chief led everyone forward to meet the vehicle. Wang Yang got out first, followed by the rest. Seeing village chief Shun approaching with the villagers, he turned to introduce them to Peng Gu. Peng Gu, the person in front, is our village chief. Everyone behind are villagers who've come to welcome you. See how warm they are. Later, the villagers will show us around the village. We'll spend today exploring the village, and tomorrow I'll take you into the nearby mountains. The snow scenery there is truly beautiful. Welcome to our small mountain village, said the village chief. I'm Xin Fei, head of Xinjia village. Xiuxian, please introduce your friends. If they have any needs during their stay, let me know. Look, everyone in the village is waiting. Please feel at ease and enjoy your time here. Chief Uncle, this is their team leader Huan. The others are employees from his company. For anything, they can coordinate with him, or my buddy Li Dong standing beside me. He handles logistics. Let's not stand around here. Get them settled quickly so we can eat sooner. Everyone's starving. Peng Gu stepped forward and shook hands with the village chief. Uncle, don't go overboard. We're just here for fun, no need for such grand treatment. Think of it like friends visiting casually. Too many formalities would make us uncomfortable. As long as we get to eat well and have fun, when we return we'll spread the word about your village. Let's head in, Uncle. All right, I'll follow your lead. Then turning to the villagers, he said, a few of you help carry the luggage. The host families should take your guests home first to settle in, then bring them back for dinner. Wang Yang took Peng Gu directly to his house. Make yourselves at home. Your room's ready. Go check it out and put your stuff down. Then we'll head over for dinner. Honestly, I'm starving too. Let's go early then. Don't keep everyone waiting. Peng Gu, I've already caught the scent of food. It's making me drool. Wang Yang led Peng Gu to the village committee's small canteen, which had been cleaned neatly and tidied up. Once everyone arrived, they were promptly invited to take their seats. The tables were already set with dishes. Bang bang roe, warm mixed pig kidneys, braised pork with skin, dry fried eel, braised pork slices, gourd chicken, farmhouse sautéed 3 fresh vegetables, green beans with potato shreds, Shaanxi-style stewed mixed vegetables, and finally, topped off with minced meat noodle soup. Peng Gu stood up and said, thank you all for your warm hospitality. This feast is beyond generous. I'm truly overwhelmed. I could smell the food the moment I stepped out of the car, and my mouth started watering. No need to hold back, everyone. Let's dig in. Let me try this bang bang roe first. I heard it's a household name across Shaanxi, loved by every family. The intestines have great chew, richer with each bite, and packed with flavor. The chef's skills are excellent. Golden brown color, tender yet firm texture, incredibly tasty and satisfying. Everyone, give it a taste. Village Chief Shin added. Our Shaanxi cuisine might not look fancy, but the taste? Unbeatable. All the dishes today are local specialties, what we ourselves love most. You young ladies, eat up. Look at how thin you are. There was plenty of meat today. Honestly, the villagers had put real thought into this. Many ingredients were specially purchased from outside. There'd be no way to prepare everything fresh on short notice, but everything tasted genuinely delicious. Wang Yang raised his glass. The liquor we're drinking now is homemade, pure grain brew. Everyone, raise your glasses. This toast is specially prepared to welcome you all. Please take at least a sip. Peng Gu said happily. This liquor is smooth and rich. It warms your whole body as you drink, without giving you a headache. Spicy but not harsh. Excellent quality. It really was impressive. Some villagers started drinking too, noticing it was distinctly different from what they'd had before. Many began asking, did you really brew this yourselves? This is amazing. From now on, we won't have to worry about liquor again. It's far better than anything you can buy commercially. Wang Yang then turned to the young women. Let me share a secret. If you don't drink this, you'll regret it. Know why? Because this liquor includes aged vintage reserve, truly cellared for over 100 years. And we've added special health benefiting ingredients inside. You can't buy this anywhere outside. Even the villagers are tasting it for the first time. This batch was specially brewed by me and Uncle Shinqua just for your arrival. That shows how serious our hospitality is. Song Qian, upon hearing that the liquor contained century-aged reserve, immediately raised her glass and took a sip. She already had good alcohol tolerance and often tasted spirits, so she could tell quality at a glance. Sipping slowly, she felt the strength of the drink grow with each round. This pure grain-brewed liquor was truly in a league of its own. She exclaimed, what excellent wine. You all should try it too. If you miss this chance, you'll really regret it. This isn't something you can buy on the market. I'm even thinking about buying some to take home for myself. Wang Yang added, honestly, Shaanxi cuisine might not look fancy, but it tastes amazing. Don't hold back. If anyone's still hungry, we've got xiuxian noodles ready later. Peng Gu pulled Wang Yang aside and whispered, brother, can you get me some of this wine? I want to take it with me when I leave. Peng Gu, this was specially brewed. It's just 1 jar. You've already had some today. You know how rare century-aged liquor is. When you leave, I'll prepare a small portion for each of you. The amount isn't much. It's genuinely limited, and no amount of money can buy it. You're a real friend. I feel like every meal with you brings a surprise. It's a shame I don't stay here often. Now that everyone's eaten their fill, let's go out and take a walk. Wang Yang nodded to village chief Shin and asked Qin Yu and xiuxian, who had just returned, to look after the ladies. He then led the other men toward the fish pond, saying those interested in fishing could try their luck there. There were ready-made rods available. Are there big fish in your pond? This area looks huge. Can we actually fish here? Zhao Yunfei asked. Clearly you're an outsider. Wan Fei chimed in. Shallow water can't raise big fish. See those people over there fishing? Let's go check it out. Grandpa, why aren't you over at dinner? Still fishing here? How's your catch? Wang Yang called out when he spotted his elder friend. Oh, Xiaoyang, you're here. Did you release big fish into the pond recently? I remember only fingerlings were supposed to be stocked. Just now I couldn't even reel in a single large one. They're too clever. Watching them swim makes my heart ache, the old man replied with a chuckle. Wang Yang joked back. Grandpa, you caught me. I secretly added some wild fish later, big ones, all kept under wraps. Looks like our little secret won't stay hidden much longer, huh? Peng Gu perked up instantly. Wang Yang, there are really big fish here? Bring over a few rods. We'll give it a shot. We'll have fish for dinner tonight. I give up. You just finished eating, and already you're thinking about dinner again. Hang on, I'll go grab the rods for you, Wang Yang said before walking off. Peng Gu and the others gathered around the old man, eyes locked on the water surface. Let's make this a fishing competition. The fish we catch tonight, I'll cook them myself. Guaranteed satisfaction. The whole afternoon, they didn't go anywhere else. But seeing their fruitless efforts, Wang Yang realized they wouldn't catch anything and decided not to stick around. He left to check on the poultry shed, placed some spatial water in the troughs, then headed home. He wasn't waiting around anymore. Chapter 83, The Whole Village Fishing Competition. After failing to catch any fish the previous day, Peng Gu and the others were furious and determined. They made a pact to try again today. Seeing their high spirits, Wang Yang didn't want to dampen their enthusiasm. The large fish in the pond had all been released from his pocket dimension. Ordinary people really couldn't catch them because they only ate special bait that Wang Yang prepared. Even vegetable leaves from the greenhouse could attract enthusiastic feeding, but of course, Wang Yang would never reveal this secret. Otherwise, the fish in the pond would be gone in no time. Seeing everyone so excited, the village chief proposed, let's have a village-wide fishing competition. Unbeknownst to anyone, a live streaming fan had arrived in the village. Upon hearing about the upcoming event and spotting Wang Yang nearby, she immediately turned on her equipment. Hi everyone, I'm Xiuxian. Can you guess where I am right now? Let me show you the scenery here first. The villagers around seem to be preparing for something big. If you love fishing, maybe this is worth following. Holding her camera, Xiuxian walked around the fish pond and then moved toward the crowd. Someone just guessed it right. I'm at the place where Brother Taiji often appears. But let's not focus on him just yet. I heard the village is holding a whole village fishing competition today. Now here's an interesting story. A group of friends from Xiuxian came to the village. A few of the guys tried fishing here yesterday afternoon, but didn't catch a single fish. Unwilling to admit defeat, they're coming back today. Regardless of their skills, let's check if there are even any fish in this pond. She then threw in some prepared fish food, and within moments, large fish surged up, fighting over the feed. Oh my goodness, there are so many fish here. How could those guys catch nothing yesterday? That's ridiculously bad. At that moment, Peng Gu was standing quietly behind her, staring. As a well-known blogger himself, being used as a negative example live, and getting caught in the act, amused him. He joked, hey, is someone here trying to challenge us? I was just testing the waters yesterday. Wait till later, I'll show everyone my real skills. Cute little lady, see you in a bit. With that, he walked off with his group. Xiuxian stood frozen, her face flushed red, speechless for a long while. Then someone approached happily, saying, we've got more visitors today. Welcome. I'm xiuxian. I saw your live streaming. Do you have any tips? Teach me. I want to start streaming too. Looks like a lot of fun. Hello, Sister Xian. I'm Xiuxian. I'm a fan of Brother Taiji, and came here specifically to find him. I noticed your village is about to start a fishing competition. Would you mind letting me feature you in my stream and introduce you to my fans? That'd be great. Come on, follow me. You won't get lost. Want to see someone in particular? I'll take you. By the way, who is Brother Taiji? I've never heard of him. Brother Taiji is just Brother Taiji. I don't even know his real name. But he fights martial arts incredibly well. He made headlines, trended online. You seriously don't know him in your own village? There are quite a few people in our village who practice martial arts. I do too. Maybe I should give you a quick demonstration. Xiuxian started positioning herself dramatically. Xiuxian quickly grabbed her arm. Dear sister, I already know you're amazing. Let's go watch the fishing competition first. Right now, tons of people are demanding live footage. Your village's fish pond seems unbelievably mysterious. If nobody catches anything, loads of anglers will come to test their luck. Is live streaming really that powerful? Quick, teach me. I'll stream our village fun stories for my friends someday. Unable to resist her enthusiasm, Xiuxian set up her phone facing the pond and began teaching Xiuxian step by step how to go live. In no time, she got the hang of it. From that day on, the village gained a new live streamer, Country Little Housewife. Every time Wang Yang saw her, he'd run far away. Meanwhile, the village chief had everything arranged and officially announced. The first annual fishing competition of Xinjiao village is now underway. Each villager held a fishing rod, wildly different in design and style, making viewers in the live chat burst into laughter. Was this really a fishing competition? Hosted by a village? So unprofessional. Not a single expert angler among them. And across the 40-acre fish pond, people stood everywhere. Seeing Xiuxian happily absorbed in her own stream, Xiuxian quietly slipped away. This sister was simply too exhausting. She wandered around the pond alone with her gear, continuing her narration. Friends, the fish pond you're seeing was only recently dug. According to locals, it's one of Brother Taiji's ventures. 40 acres in size. Construction costs nearly 1 million yuan, plus at least another 1.5 million yuan invested in fish stock. That's close to 2 million yuan poured into this place. Brother Taiji is clearly a genuine millionaire. No wonder he doesn't bother live streaming for followers. He must look down on such small money. We can't possibly compare. Anyway, let's now check out how the villagers are doing. Brother, hi. How many fish have you caught so far? Can I take a look? My skills aren't good enough. I haven't caught a single one. Why don't you go ask over there? The villager was almost embarrassed by the constant questions. Hee, brother, no need to feel awkward. Not catching anything just means the fish here are too smart. I'll take a look around elsewhere. Keep at it. With that, Xiuxian quickly moved on to the next contestant. Goodness gracious. After checking in with so many people, only one villager had managed to catch a tiny fish. Everyone else had come up empty-handed. Earlier, we clearly saw so many big fish in the pond. Let's try again to be sure. Saying this, she scattered more fish food onto the water surface. Immediately, large fish swam up all around. The fish here are huge. Where on earth did Brother Taiji get them from? At this moment, Wang Yang arrived from home. The village chief had specifically sent him to handle the statistics. After all, he was the only idle person in the entire village. Pengu, how many have you caught? Let me record your results. I'll send you your bonus later. Just scram already. Don't distract me while I'm concentrating. Can't you see there's still plenty of time? Wang Yang chuckled and walked away toward others. How's your group doing? Need help? You can submit your stats now. We'll hand out bonuses soon. Oh my dear big brother. Please leave quickly before you embarrass me further. Wan Fei joked. Wang Yang took the village chief's megaphone and began announcing. Dear fellow villagers. Time to report your catches. Anyone who got a fish, speak up. He walked around the entire pond, but not a single person came forward to report. Wang Yang burst into laughter. Not one person approached him. Today, every single villager ended up with zero catch. Word quickly spread about the mysterious fish pond in Xinjia village. That very day, fishing enthusiasts from nearby Xian arrived to debunk the myth. When Wang Yang saw them, he didn't say much. So long as they didn't use chemicals, it was fine. All the fish here were wild anyway. Just then, Xiuxian rushed up to him. Brother Taiji, hello. I finally meet you in person. Let's take a photo together first. Without waiting for Wang Yang's consent, she pulled out her phone and asked a nearby villager to snap a picture. Brother Taiji is amazing, but we still don't know your real name. Why don't you introduce yourself to everyone and interact with your fans live? Wang Yang was completely flustered by her actions. Who even was this girl? Hi there, nice to meet you. Welcome to our village. My name is Wang Yang, got it? Wang Yang, why aren't you interacting with your fans? Are you bothered by it? If you'd like, I can help. How about I become your personal vlogger? Xiuxian said excitedly. I really appreciate it, but why don't you head over there instead? Looks like a few more professional anglers just arrived. Check out their skills and come tell me later. I've got things to do, sound good? Chapter 84 Hiking and Fun. The fish pond at Shin's village had become quite famous overnight. Every day, people who refused to believe the stories came to try their luck. Wang Yang suggested charging a fee for fishing, 100 yuan per hour, with the income used mainly for maintaining village sanitation. No one objected. The cost was reasonable for securing an ideal spot to practice one's skills. Besides, all the fish here were wild. Catching even one meant you wouldn't lose money. Some nearby restaurants even came specifically to buy the catch at premium prices. On the third day, Wang Yang took Ponga and the others hunting in the mountains, led by the old hunter grandfather, an experienced professional. Wang Yang brought along Tiger Head and his 4 pups, Da Mao, Air Mao, San Mao, Sea Mao, Wu Mao, and also invited Xiao Hui, Shinqua's dog, who now got along well with Tiger Head's group and followed them everywhere like a loyal shadow. Ponga, you've been here 3 days already. Forget fishing today, let's go hunting. You haven't noticed? The ladies have been itching to go. Ponga couldn't very well stop everyone from heading into the mountain. He had to follow. Xiaoxue, if you girls wanted to hunt, why didn't you say so earlier? Let's go now. Finally thought of us, my dear Ponga. After 2 whole days of fishing, not a single fish caught. We watched all yesterday and didn't see you pull up even one. That's embarrassing. Back in Yongcheng, your fellow anglers will tear you apart. Sudan teased. Ponga turned to the group, warning them seriously. You kids, always piping up. Did everyone prepare properly? There might be danger in these woods. Don't run off on your own, understand? It's winter, snow hasn't melted everywhere. Watch your step, stick close to the main group, don't fall behind. That's all I'm saying, everyone heard, right? At this, the old hunter spoke up. All right, let's move. Just follow me. This mountain is full of wonders, plenty of animals, countless plants. If you know how to use them, every single thing out here is a treasure. Today we'll focus on rabbits and pheasants. I'll give you a real show. With that, he strode ahead quickly. A few dogs trailed behind. No sooner had they entered the mountain than they spotted a pheasant. Instead of flying away when it saw people, it dove straight into the snow, leaving only its rear end trembling in the cold air. The girls gasped in astonishment. The old man grinned. Quite considerate, the mountain offered game right at the start. He stepped forward, grabbed the bird, snapped its neck, ending its life swiftly, then burst into hearty laughter. Everyone's spirits soared. They'd barely arrived and already scored fresh game. Clearly, the mountain's ecosystem had recovered well over the years. The old hunter led the way again, relying on decades of experience. Spotting rabbit tracks in the snow, he moved forward to examine them, then set his homemade snares along the paths the rabbits frequented. As they pressed deeper into the mountain, he placed snare after snare without counting. Seeing that everyone was growing tired, especially as the initial excitement faded, Wang Yang decided to act. He sent Tiger Head and the other dogs out to scout the surroundings and flush out some rabbits. Lunch would be prepared right here. First, he swept the area with his spiritual awareness to confirm there were no dangers. Then he assigned a few people to gather dry firewood nearby. They'd need it soon. Taking charge of cooking himself, he nodded to the old man. Grandpa, let's eat here before continuing. Everyone's worn out. Fine by me, the elder replied. But you young girls really ought to get more exercise. Not even as fit as this old man. That won't do. Strengthen your bodies while you're young. Your health will thank you later. Li Wei, whose fitness level was clearly the weakest, blushed deeply. Everyone else felt awkward too. Wang Yang smiled gently. Rest a while, everyone. Building strength doesn't happen overnight. When you get back, just plan your time wisely. Sudan wasn't fazed. Turning to Jiang Ling, she said, Jiangjia, did you notice how much deeper the snow is here than outside? It's still piled high on the trees like it just snowed. Want to have a snowball fight? Otherwise, our trip up here would have been pointless. She scooped up a handful of snow and flung it at those around her. Instantly, everyone started throwing back. Chaos erupted within seconds. Xiuxian, come over here, team up with us. Xiuxian, you take the right flank. Li Wei, just guard our rear. Jiangjia and I will lead the attack. We'll wipe the floor with them. Charge. Sudan began directing the battle. At first, Ponga's team fought independently, but soon they were overwhelmed and disoriented. Regrouping rapidly, they launched a fierce counterattack, fast and powerful. In no time, they broke through Sudan's defenses. The women screamed and scattered, shouting dramatically, "Help! Save us!" Once the girls fled separately, Li Dong's group stopped chasing them and started attacking each other again, escalating the battle with relentless precision. Wang Yang, amused by their playfulness, occasionally pitched in with surprise assists, only to earn everyone's wrath. Soon, every snowball rained down on him. Although they were many, Wang Yang's reflexes were simply too fast. He single-handedly sent all of them scrambling in every direction. Realizing they couldn't gain an advantage, they stopped targeting Wang Yang and turned on each other again, reigniting their chaotic brawl. The scene was incredibly lively, with constant shouts and bursts of laughter filling the air. Just then, Tiger Head and the other dogs each came forward carrying a rabbit in their mouths. Seeing their plentiful haul, Wang Yang and the old hunter began preparing the game on the spot. They roasted the rabbits over the fire and even made several beggars' rabbits, whole rabbits wrapped in mud. The fur and skins were set aside for the old man to process later. After about an hour, the rabbits were perfectly roasted, golden brown, and irresistibly appetizing. The mud-wrapped beggars' rabbits were crispy on the outside and tender inside. They called everyone over to eat. Seeing everyone's faces flushed red from excitement and cold, breathing heavily with sweat on their brows, the men had even unbuttoned their coats, clearly warmed by exertion. Wang Yang handed out steaming pieces of chicken and rabbit legs to each person. Everyone sat together happily enjoying the meal. Wang Yang, it's such a waste you're not a chef. It tastes amazing. Give me some more meat. Rabbit is seriously delicious. I'm hooked. Xiaoxue said, reaching for another serving. Noticing how eager everyone still looked, Wang Yang quickly added, plenty more. Eat as much as you want. There's plenty here. With that, he unwrapped all the remaining beggars' rabbits, dividing them into multiple portions for anyone to take freely. The leftovers went to the dogs. After all, they were the ones who worked hardest. Every last bone was cleaned thoroughly by the pack. After everyone was full and satisfied, they continued deeper into the mountain when suddenly xiuxian shouted, everyone, look over there. Is that a black bear? The old hunter immediately took a defensive stance. Wang Yang hadn't expected to actually encounter a bear here. It was quite rare. Last time he entered the mountain, he hadn't seen any. He thought briefly about trying to bring it into his spiritual space later. They stood frozen for a moment, but surprisingly, instead of running away, the bear began walking straight toward the group. It showed no fear of people and headed directly toward Wang Yang. Tiger Head and the others moved forward to block it. The bear roared loudly, pounding its chest in an attempt to intimidate the dogs and force them to step aside. Wang Yang observed closely and realized this bear didn't seem aggressive. After a moment's thought, he instructed the dogs to stand down and let the bear pass, wanting to see what it intended. When the bear saw the dogs obeying Wang Yang and clearing the path, it dashed forward rapidly and immediately hugged Wang Yang's leg, roaring excitedly. Everyone stared in stunned silence. What was going on? Even the old hunter was dumbfounded. Could things really go like this? This bear could practically be taken home now. Wang Yang tried communicating with it, and after quite some time finally understood. The bear wanted to follow him, essentially seeking a lifelong provider. Everyone, don't be nervous. I think it just wants to stick around with me, hoping I'll take care of its food and living needs. Let's keep moving forward. This bear isn't dangerous. If you're curious, you can come take a look, but don't get too close. Witnessing this, the old hunter silently concluded he'd made the right judgment. Animals were highly sensitive to human intentions. Once they accepted someone, they rarely turned hostile. Clearly, the bear sensed Wang Yang held no ill will, only benefit, for it. Chapter 85. Bringing a bear back to the village. A few dogs led the way ahead, followed by the old man scouting the path, then everyone else walking together, with Wang Yang bringing up the rear, carrying a bear on his back. This formation was truly unusual. Seeing that no one was paying much attention to him, Wang Yang occasionally pulled out some fruit from his space and fed the black bear. Before long, they had grown quite close. The bear was so cooperative that Wang Yang could even have it lie down or let him ride on its back. It seemed this bear was unusually intelligent and understanding. Wang Yang thought about how keeping the bear would bring many complications if not properly addressed. He would have already released the golden snub-nosed monkeys to live behind the village if not for those concerns. He began pondering how to obtain legal wildlife custody certification. After some reflection, he realized the best route would be affiliating himself under an official wildlife protection organization, but he'd need the right opportunity. Along the way, they encountered many wild animals, wild goats, squirrels, various birds. Every time someone spotted a new creature, they'd shout excitedly. The old man also collected a few pheasants and rabbits, retrieving the traps he'd set earlier. Most were empty, only a few had caught anything. Rabbits usually didn't come out during daylight anyway. The old man turned and asked, Xiaoyang, what are you going to do with this bear? Are we taking it back? This isn't exactly legal, you know? For now, let's take it back and see. If it doesn't work out, I'll just release it back into the mountains later. I can visit it occasionally. Everyone looked at Wang Yang with admiration. If he could tame a bear like this, what couldn't he do? This guy was incredible. Bro, I'm completely convinced now. You're one of a kind. I just filmed everything. Gonna edit it and post online. Boost your popularity. Big Brother Fat patted Wang Yang on the shoulder. The black bear glanced at him, and he immediately recoiled in fear, scrambling backward to keep a safe distance. What's going on? Is it already protecting its master? That's amazing. Did you all see that? Everyone stood there stunned. The sudden movement had startled them all. Up ahead, the old man called out. We're almost back to the village. Quicken the pace. We might still make dinner if we hurry. Wang Yang had already scanned the entire route using his spiritual awareness. There were no dangers, so he allowed everyone to relax and enjoy themselves along the way. Wang Yang uncle is back. Everyone, uncle, sister, they're back. A group of little kids came running over enthusiastically. Suddenly noticing the big black bear in front of them, the children weren't scared at all. They started shouting Bear 1 and Bear 2, sprinting straight toward it, each eager to hug the bear. Wang Yang was terrified. He quickly stepped forward to stop them, but then noticed the bear remained perfectly calm, simply sitting there. The kids climbed all over it, hugging and playing without any sense of fear. Seeing this, Wang Yang relaxed. He knew the bear wouldn't harm them. Still, he gently picked the kids off one by one, then headed home with the bear trailing behind. On the way, they passed many villagers and tourists visiting the area. The village had become increasingly lively lately. People from nearby areas came to explore, and several peddlers had appeared as well. Tourism was really starting to grow. Now, the appearance of a black bear sent the excitement soaring to new heights. Many people rushed over to take photos and videos. Within minutes, the internet exploded again. Congratulations to Tajich, who's now officially adopted a black bear. Countless fans left comments on Douyin. Wang Yang finally responded by uploading a short video of the bear playing with the children. The clip quickly drew the attention of several zoologists. Some were already on their way. And then there was Zhou Hao. When he saw Wang Yang had taken in a black bear, he immediately filed a complaint with the animal management authorities, accusing him of illegally sheltering a protected species. If the relevant department failed to act, he threatened to escalate the complaint upward for bureaucratic negligence. All sorts of figures began revealing themselves. More and more people made their way toward Xinjiazhai, including reporters. Wang Yang, meanwhile, simply waited to see what kinds of characters would eventually show up. He wanted to be ready for whatever came next, preparing for future animal adoptions. In the late afternoon, while everyone was having dinner, numerous reporters and live streamers had already arrived early. Everyone wanted a piece of the spotlight. Well, such was the nature of the Chinese public. Wherever something strange happened, people flocked like moths to flame. Just then, a vehicle with a zoo logo pulled up. Several people got out. Ignoring the crowd around them, they began shoving people aside to clear a path. Many xiuxian were live streaming the scene. A middle-aged man wearing glasses spoke arrogantly. Who among you is Wang Yang? We're from the city zoo. You're illegally harboring a nationally protected animal. We're placing you under detention for interrogation. Hand over the black bear immediately. We'll take it back to the zoo for examination. You must come with us right now. Wang Yang looked at him coolly, refusing to back down. Who the hell are you? Show me your credentials. A zoo staff member trying to detain and interrogate me? Do you even know who you're talking to? What makes you think you're somebody important, acting all high and mighty like that? You? Here's my ID. Are you resisting lawful authority? Wang Yang glanced at it, seeing the words, Deputy Director Chun Hao, City Zoo, printed on the small booklet. He said calmly, detain me? Are you from the zoo here to make people laugh? What organization are you with? Talking about detaining someone. Where's your detention warrant? This is truly ridiculous. Look at the expressions on everyone around you. This is all live streaming right now. The entire nation is watching your arrogant face. At that moment, this deputy director of the zoo became instantly famous. His overbearing attitude firmly etched him into everyone's memory. Just then, Wang Yang received a call from the town urging him to handle things discreetly. The Municipal Discipline Inspection Commission had already launched an investigation into Deputy Director Chen Hao. In a short time, they uncovered his illegal activities, privately executing protected wildlife, participating in the buying and selling of endangered animals, providing protection for others in exchange for benefits, embezzling funds meant for animal food, accepting bribes, keeping a mistress, and possessing unexplained large amounts of wealth. Law enforcement officers were already on their way. What awaited him was a life behind bars. At that moment, an elderly man walked over, warmly greeting Wang Yang. Curious about how the black bear was peacefully coexisting with the children, he wanted to come study it up close. Young man, hello? I'm Professor Xing Guowei from Northwest University. Could you let me take a look at that black bear? I'm not here to take it away. I just want to study it. Professor Xing, welcome to Xinjiazhai. Of course, you're welcome to see the bear. Please wait a moment. I'll call it out so everyone can see it. We don't want anyone misunderstanding that I'm mistreating it illegally. With that, Wang Yang turned toward the courtyard and beckoned to the bear. It immediately got up and walked over to him. The bear's heavy footsteps echoed thump 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 on the stone path, clearly revealing its immense weight, and also indicating excellent health. Upon reaching Wang Yang's side, it sat down calmly and curiously looked toward the crowd with an adorable expression. Moments later, several village kids came running over again, climbing onto the bear's back and playing joyfully. Everyone was stunned. Weren't black bears highly aggressive? How could it be so gentle with children? Many people began live streaming and reporting on the scene. Wang Yang wanted to observe the public reaction too. If possible, he planned to bring more animals in the future and raise them in the mountains behind the village. The animals inside his space reproduced rapidly anyway. This could significantly accelerate breeding efforts for rare species. Professor Xing, please feel free to observe carefully. Let me know if you need anything. I just met this bear today in the mountains. It hugged me tightly and insisted on following me home. I had no choice but to bring it back. As you can see, it's very healthy. I've noticed it seems to understand certain human gestures. Remarkably intelligent. Incredible. I've studied animals for decades and have never seen such a spiritually aware black bear. Take good care of it. Don't send it to any zoo. This bear belongs to the mountains. Professor Xing said excitedly. Seeing that it was getting late, Wang Yang invited some people over for dinner, while the rest would have to fend for themselves. By now, many food vendors had appeared in the village. Wang Yang found Uncle Village Chief and asked him to announce to everyone that as long as food safety and hygiene were guaranteed, anyone could sell here. But everything must be fair and just. No one was allowed to seize the opportunity to overcharge and damage the village's reputation. Chapter 86: The Influence of the Zoologist. In the evening, Wang Yang warmly welcomed Mr. Xing Guowei. Someone had told him that this elderly man was a highly influential zoologist throughout the entire Northwest, employed as a scientific advisor by numerous wildlife and nature reserves, and recognized as a top-tier authority in the national research of wild animals. Mr. Xing, welcome to Xinjia's High. I'm Wang Yang, just call me Xiuxian. I suppose you didn't come all this way just for this one black bear, did you? Wang Yang asked. Xing Guowei smiled at everyone and said, young man, your judgment is sharp. Of course I wouldn't be here so busy just for a single bear. I've been invited to visit several nearby reserves. After this recent snowstorm, there's been unusual animal behavior in the mountains. Many species are showing signs of migrating toward this area. It's not very obvious yet, but it still warrants investigation into the cause. Mr. Xing, you say animals are moving in our direction? When we entered the mountains today, I noticed many species I'd never seen before. It seems your theory might actually be correct. You've got keen eyes. Tell me exactly what you saw today. It'll help support my assessment. At that moment, Su Dan spoke up. It was actually me who noticed first. Today in the mountains, we saw wild goats, black bears, various birds, lots of squirrels, and from afar, we even spotted the shadow of wild boars. Then we turned back without going deeper. We all assumed it was because animal populations have increased recently, but now after hearing you, perhaps they really are migrating from elsewhere. Xing Guowei laughed and said, you're quite observant, young lady. Very impressive. And you've got such a cheerful personality. I think you'd be perfect for field research work like ours, haha. The old hunter frowned slightly. He had also seen the fleeting shadow of a leopard deep in the forest earlier, but it vanished instantly into the trees. No one else had noticed, except for Wang Yang, who exchanged silent glances with the old man. They said nothing, not wanting to worry others. Now that an expert had arrived, it meant the mountain had grown more dangerous lately. It would definitely be necessary to alert the villagers and urge them to pay attention to the situation in the mountains. Wang Yang's house was fairly close to the forest, so he wasn't overly concerned for himself. But the distillery workshop needed extra security. He'd talk about it properly after dinner. That night, Mr. Xing stayed in the village. The old hunter called on Wang Yang and went together to the village chief's home to discuss safety measures. Upon arrival, Wang Yang called out, Chief Uncle, are you home? It's me, Wang Yang. We need to talk about something. Newman brother, and little Yang too. Come in quickly, greeted Shen Haoyu as he came forward enthusiastically. My dad's inside. Perfect timing. You can join us for a drink. The old man replied. Ernie, we're here on serious business. Let's save the drinking for another day. Ask your father to wait on dinner. We'll talk in the main hall. At that moment, village chief Shen Fei stepped out. Newman brother, little Yang, you're here. Since it's urgent, let's discuss the matter first. Please sit down. Ernie, go boil a kettle. Just then, Gongzi ran out and called to Wang Yang. Uncle Wang Yang, did you come to play with me? Where are Hutu and the others? Sorry, I'm here to talk to your grandpa. You can come to my place tomorrow to play with Hutu and the rest. Today, a professor came to our village, an extremely accomplished man. He mentioned that certain animals are showing migration tendencies toward our direction. I believe his assessment. Today when we entered the mountain, we encountered a wide variety of species. Little Yang even brought back a black bear. I personally saw signs of leopards, along with many wild boars. These dangerous animals were already visible near the periphery. At first, I thought their numbers had simply increased due to years of conservation and recovery, but now it appears they've actually moved here from somewhere else. We must raise awareness among all villagers about safety precautions. Tourists must no longer be allowed to enter the mountains freely. They should only go in under supervision by designated guides. It would be best to organize a publicity campaign in the village. Not only could it attract visitors, but it would also improve their goodwill toward us. Wang Yang, make sure security is strengthened at the distillery site. Go personally and speak with families living closest to the mountains. Also remind the construction workers building the greenhouses to stay vigilant about personal safety. That's all I wanted to say, the old man concluded, laying out his suggestions. The village chief thought for a moment and replied, all right, I'll head to the village committee office to call a meeting. You two come with me. Ernie, explain the situation to your family, especially the children. Make sure they're supervised at all times. Don't let them out of adult sight, understand? Soon after, The village loudspeaker crackled to life. All villagers, please take note. Each household, send one representative to attend a meeting at the village committee. There are urgent matters requiring your cooperation. After the meeting, those who attended will relay the information to their households. Wang Yang and the old hunter informed the villagers at the village committee office about what they had seen and Professor Xing's deductions, urging everyone to relay the message to their families. They emphasized that guests staying in their homes must also be made aware of safety precautions, and children should always be supervised. Wang Yang deduced that these animals had been drawn by him. Lately, he had used a lot of space water in Xinjiazhai, and previously scattered large amounts throughout the nearby mountains. Animals were highly sensitive, so it made sense they'd start gathering here. The experimental greenhouses would continue using space water, and fish ponds and poultry enclosures would occasionally release some as well. This meant even more unusual animals would inevitably show up. Perhaps wildlife conservation experts would soon take permanent interest in the area. This was great news for Xinjiazhai. With tourism already increasing, the presence of wild animals would attract even more visitors. Thinking about tourists, Wang Yang added, today every household sent a representative. Now that people are beginning to stay overnight, eat meals, and tour our village, if guests choose to lodge with you, you must keep things clean. Bed sheets and covers should be changed promptly. Pay attention to personal hygiene too. That way, guests will be satisfied with your accommodations. In the future, households that perform well will receive cash rewards from the village. However, any family found cutting corners or receiving complaints from tourists will risk losing their eligibility to host visitors. When the cooperative generates profits later, those who caused issues will receive smaller dividends than others. I'm making this clear up front so no one can claim unfair treatment later. The withheld portion will go into the village reserve fund, serving all villagers. Also, households with suitable conditions could open farmhouse restaurants to give tourists a place to eat. Street vendors outside won't solve long-term needs. We'll discuss this further when the younger folks return. We can assign them tasks. That way, they earn money while helping solve problems for the village. That's all I have to say. All the villagers began discussing the proposals. In the end, responsibility fell to the village chief. Wang Yang didn't want to get bogged down managing it. He pulled Uncle Shen Kuo aside briefly to remind him to pay extra attention to the distillery workshop. Then he took out his phone and called Chun Jinhua. Brother Chun, haven't seen you around lately. What have you been up to? Listen, there's something I need to tell you. The mountains aren't very safe these days, so don't let the workers enter the forest on their own. We've spotted large predatory animals nearby, and we definitely don't want anyone getting attacked. Little Yang, I found the person you asked for. Want to meet him? I'll have the site supervisor pass on safety instructions shortly. I'm busy the next couple days, so I won't come over. But he might head straight to the village. When he arrives, please receive him properly. He may first visit as a tourist to check things out before deciding whether to meet you. Just so you're warned. Chapter 87 The experimental greenhouse is being spied on. Early in the morning, Wang Yang received a call from his father. Xiuxian, yesterday a few strange people came around here. They had accents suggesting they're from the south, and they showed unusual interest in our vegetables. They requested to visit the experimental greenhouse. The village chief and others were quite willing to let them in. I wanted to hear your opinion first. Wang Yang thought for a moment. These people coming from the south might be those from Yongcheng who had been chasing after him. What could their intentions be? He replied to his father, Wang Dongshan. Dad, I understand. For now, politely decline their request by saying the greenhouse is still in an experimental cultivation phase and not open to unrelated visitors. I'll come check them out myself later. We can talk more when I get there. I'll hang up now. Wang Yang suddenly remembered Mr. Xing and decided to go consult him about seed breeding. He quickly washed up and got ready. Seeing Panjur still asleep, he didn't bother waking him, left the courtyard, and headed toward the old man's house. Xiaoyang, you're up early. Are you here to see Brother Xinmin or me? Yesterday he told me about what you've been doing here. I was quite surprised. Investing in agriculture takes courage. You've already put in a significant amount of money. Do you have any plans you'd like to share with me? Maybe I can offer some advice or introduce you to a few old friends who could guide you. The elderly man paused his morning exercise routine to speak with Wang Yang. Mr. Xing, good morning. You're looking great today. I bet you and Grandpa had a wonderful chat last night. I'm guessing he's preparing breakfast for you right now. I'll just eat something simple here. Let's see what delicious food he's made. As Wang Yang finished speaking, old man Xinmin came out of the house. Xiaoyang, what brings you here today? You rarely come so early. Don't tell me you're here to see Brother Xing. From your look, something must be up. Well, you two go ahead and chat. I'll go back inside and finish cooking. Stay for breakfast. I've made millet porridge this morning and some homemade pickled wild vegetables. Try them. They're all foraged by me from the mountains, rarely seen these days. Grandpa, I actually do need to discuss something with Mr. Xing. Just now I got a call from my dad saying a few southerners showed up in the village, insisting on visiting my experimental greenhouse. I suspect their motives aren't pure, so I came to consult Mr. Xing. Since you're busy cooking, we'll talk while you work. You two go ahead. I don't understand any of that anyway, he said and walked away. Mr. Xing spoke up. Young man, you're actually running cultivation experiments? I thought that unassuming greenhouse was just for growing household vegetables. Never expected you'd have such ambitions. Breeding your own seeds isn't easy. Take me to see it first. I'll call a few old friends and invite them over as well. Call it a little vacation trip to your place. You just take care of their meals and accommodations, no big deal, right? Mr. Xing, don't make it sound so difficult. As long as they're knowledgeable folks like you, I welcome them wholeheartedly. I guarantee full service. Your words please me, but no flattery needed. Still, let's go see what you've accomplished. Don't embarrass yourself now. I just heard you mention someone trying to spy on your operation. You really need to be cautious. So many of our country's seed varieties have been patented by others. Many original seeds were actually bred by us. Yet because our equipment hasn't fully analyzed their genetic sequences or established solid theoretical support, even though we developed superior strains, others ended up claiming the research patents. We feel deeply guilty about this. Countless researchers spend decades working hard, only to see their bred seeds easily taken over by foreign entities. Now we even have to pay to buy back seeds that originated from our own soil, all because we lost out on patent rights. Let's not wait for Brother Xingmin to finish cooking. Let's head to the experimental base first and come back for the meal later. With that, he grabbed Wang Yang and started walking out. Mr. Xing, no need to rush. Let me inform Grandpa inside first, and you should put on more clothes. If you catch a cold out there, I'd never forgive myself. Wang Yang gently led Mr. Xing back inside to change into warmer clothing. Then he called toward the kitchen. Grandpa, I'm taking Mr. Xing out for a bit. We'll be back for breakfast. Feel free to eat first. Don't wait for us. All right, got it. You two go ahead and be busy. Soon, Wang Yang brought Mr. Xing to the experimental greenhouse. He saw his father talking with several outsiders. He quietly introduced them to Mr. Xing. Sir, that's my father, Wang Dongshan. Those people over there seem to be the ones snooping around. He then called to his father. Dad, come here a second. This is Mr. Xing, the elder who arrived in the village yesterday. Come say hello. Welcome, Mr. Xing, to our village for your inspection. If you need anything, just let my son handle it. I trust he'll be of great help. And if there's anything lacking, please don't hesitate to correct this young fellow. He never stays focused. Wang Dongshan immediately stepped forward to greet the elder. Please, please, replied Mr. Xing. Both you and your son are extraordinary people. At my age, I see things clearly enough. Let's keep it casual. I'll head inside first to take a look. You stay out here and entertain the guests. We can talk more later. With that, Mr. Xing turned toward the greenhouse. Wang Yang quickly opened the small door and led the elder inside. Before them stretched row after row of lush, vibrant vegetables, plump, green, and thriving. The plants watered with spatial water appeared even more tender and vividly green. It was hard to believe. One might have expected only a few experimental varieties, but in fact, nearly all common commercial vegetable types were represented here, an incredible achievement. Young man, you've truly impressed me. This place is astonishing. I'm calling a few friends right away so they can get here as soon as possible. Only dedicated researchers can fully unlock the potential of this site. He pulled out his phone and dialed several colleagues, each specialized in different fields, yet all highly skilled in their own right. Old Peng, it's me, Xingguowei. I'm in a little mountain village called Xinjiazhai in Lantian County. You said you've been bored lately. Well, I found something perfect for you. Don't complain later that I didn't tell you. There's everything here you love to study. So much, in fact, that I'm jealous. There's also just one black bear. I checked it yesterday, completely healthy. Come on, old Xing. Are you pulling my leg? What could there possibly be to research in some rural village? But since I'm idle at home anyway, I'll trust you this once. I'll head over now. See you at lunch. Oh, did you call Big Head Tang yet? Is he coming too? If so, I'll travel with him. Still know me well, old Peng. Not only Tang Daitu, but Li Jun from the northwest, and Wu Cheng as well. Right now, I'm only calling the four of you. But listen carefully. Hurry up. Others are already watching this place. Looks like it's those lackeys working for foreign interests again. Move fast. Mr. Xing made several calls in quick succession. Wang Yang stood quietly by, saying little, simply waiting for their arrival. All the while, he extended his spiritual awareness outward, closely monitoring the group of southerners. Chapter 88, Unexpected Gain. Unexpectedly, after just a brief use of his spiritual sense to investigate, he obtained a completely unforeseen result. These people really were the ones from Yongcheng who had come chasing after him. They had tracked down Wang Yang's delivery records in Yongcheng, but failed to identify where the crystal vegetables originated or how they were transported into the city. They only managed to trace one shipment site on the outskirts of the city, which turned out to be an abandoned factory with no other useful clues. There was also a record of cargo transferred from another province, but that lead ended up barren too, as if the goods had appeared out of thin air. Boss, we've located the production site of the crystal vegetables. Large-scale glass greenhouses are currently under construction here. Judging by the size, this seems to be a multi-phase project. We've also discovered an experimental cultivation base. Honestly, I can't believe it myself. It's so underdeveloped here. The experimental sheds are made entirely of plastic. How did they manage to grow such high-quality produce? It's truly unimaginable. I'm building rapport with the person in charge together with Zhu Kai. We're trying to obtain their research results. Xia Hui and Fu Xiang are gathering information about that kid in the village. I'll compile everything tonight and report back to you. After saying this, Lin Zifen hung up the phone, stepped out from a hidden corner, and resumed chatting casually with Wang Dongshan. It was hard to believe. He had only just arrived here not long ago, yet these people had already uncovered his identity completely. But Wang Yang had no intention of letting them live. He'd find a chance to send every single one of them straight to hell to repent. These men had ruined countless lives, caring only for profit and utterly devoid of conscience. Meanwhile, the old man finished his phone call and noticed nothing unusual in Wang Yang's expression. I've called in several heavyweights from the agricultural sector. They're all highly respected experts. You should treat them well at lunch today. We all belong to the same large research organization, and they'll be of great help to your operation here. I heard you wanted to keep that black bear. Yesterday, I got you official documentation. Now you're registered as a wildlife conservation officer. From now on, You'll be affiliated with our Qinling Reserve. You can keep these animals here. Just make sure to provide for their food and take care of their health. Any issues, coordinate directly with us. And if rare species get relocated here in the future, you'll need to take responsibility just like any volunteer. Though mind you, it's unpaid work. Well, what do you think? Pretty generous of me, huh? I see potential in you, young man. Wang Yang listened in stunned silence. What was going on? He hadn't even figured out a solution himself, yet the old man had already handled everything. Clearly, the elder had pulled significant strings. He'd definitely send over more fine liquor later. Couldn't appear ungrateful. Mr. Xing, you've done me a huge favor. Ever since I brought back that black bear, I've been worrying about how to protect it and let it live freely here. Honestly, I've seen quite a few wild animals around too. Qinling golden snub-nosed monkeys, leopards, yellow-throated martens. They don't fear me at all. If you ever have any difficult to manage wildlife, feel free to bring them here. I might surprise you. For now though, I'll leave it at that. Mr. Xing stared at Wang Yang in astonishment. You actually saw the Qinling golden monkeys and leopards here? That's impossible. Don't they only live deep in the old-growth forests? Their populations are extremely low. Will you take me to see them sometime? They're quite far away, deep in uninhabited mountains. Are you sure you want to go? Wang Yang tried to dampen his curiosity. As long as it's within the Qinling range, there isn't a single place I can't go. The Qinling Reserve is vast, composed of several smaller protected zones. Getting your certification took a lot of effort. Only because of my reputation did others agree to process it. The documents will arrive by mail in a few days. Keep an eye out for them. Mr. Xing gave Wang Yang a stern look. Come on, sir, don't hold that against me. Let me apologize properly. I respect your vigor and strength. Shall we continue touring the area? I notice your vegetable varieties resemble those famous crystal vegetables from Xiuxian recently. Is there any connection? Those vegetables gained quite a reputation, though they disappeared shortly after appearing. Such a pity. Sir, your eyesight is excellent. They are indeed the same variety. Since you're so sharp, I won't hide it from you. I was the one who supplied those Xiuxian vegetables. See those greenhouses being built over there? That's where mass production will happen. Supply volumes will still be limited at first, but there won't be shortages anymore. From now on, I'll cover all your vegetable needs. Fair enough? After all, you secured my wildlife conservation officer status. I'm not petty, haha. Wang Yang joked with a smile. Impressive. The younger generation truly commands respect. No doubt those people from the south came here for this very reason. I don't even need to guess. It's that despicable foreign puppet company again. They've bribed our so-called experts to sing their praises, and now genetically modified crops are being rolled out nationwide. We older folks have suggested to higher-ups that we proceed cautiously with pilot programs instead of full-scale implementation all at once, but our advice falls on deaf ears. Policies are all modeled after Western frameworks, so it's hard to change things quickly unless someone of the leader's stature emerges again to eliminate corruption and steer us back onto our own path. Anyway, let's not dwell on that. Let's head out now. I've seen enough. You've laid solid foundations here, but once those fellows arrive, they might try to take control. Still, don't worry. Your research results belong to you. All you'll need to do later is provide some funding and list our institute as a cooperating unit. The old man followed Wang Yang out of the experimental greenhouse, greeted Wang Dongshan briefly, then left. He had to hurry back for breakfast. Wang Yang still needed to meet these others. He couldn't allow them to operate unchecked. Are you gentlemen just visiting? Or did you come to see me? Let's sit over there and talk. With that, Wang Yang walked toward the stools by the container entrance. Excuse me, are you Mr. Wang Yang? Our company would like to cooperate with you. We want you to become our exclusive supplier. We visited some contacts in Xiuxian and heard from them that the crystal vegetables originated from you. Of course, now we've verified our suspicions. Please feel free to state any terms you have in mind. As long as they're reasonable, we'll accept them. After all, it's about mutual benefit, isn't it? Lin Zifan said with a smile. May I ask how to address each of you? We can discuss cooperation shortly. First, please have some water. Wang Yang gestured for them to drink. My apologies, I should introduce everyone properly. These gentlemen are Zhu Kai, Xiahui, and Fu Xiang. I'm Lin Zifan. Meeting you today must be fate, right? Why not deepen this connection? How about you skip the middlemen and work directly with us? If you supply the vegetables, we can deliver them straight to the dining tables of the world's wealthiest elite. Just imagine, how many billionaires are out there? Their hands will be waving stacks of cash our way. That picture is simply magnificent. Doesn't that sound deeply fulfilling? Lin Zifan's ecstatic expression made Wang Yang shudder inwardly. This guy was clearly unhinged. I'll think it over and give you an answer tonight. If nothing else, feel free to explore the village for now. That's all for now. I have other friends waiting for me. With that, Wang Yang turned to leave. One question, Zhu Kai interjected. Can we go inside the greenhouse and take a look? We saw you go in earlier with an elder. You're not still suspicious of us, are you? I'm sorry, but I only cooperate with certain people. The elder you saw is from the Chinese Academy of Sciences. What's cultivated here shouldn't be exposed to too many visitors. It affects quality. I'll consider your proposal. Give me some time. Without another word, Wang Yang strode away. Chapter 89. Arrival of several elder experts. Wang Yang, where did you go so early in the morning? I woke up and looked for you around the house, but couldn't find you. Hurry up and make something to eat. I called them. They'll be here soon. Big Fat complained as soon as he saw Wang Yang return. Big Fat, you're finally awake. You were sleeping so soundly this morning that I didn't want to wake you. Otherwise, you'd scold me again. I just had some errands to run anyway. A few elder experts are coming to our village today, and I need to prepare for their reception. I'll start breakfast right away. Bear with me. Elder experts coming too? Your place is full of secrets. After we finish eating, don't bother staying with us. I'll take them fishing. We absolutely must catch something today. Only then will it be perfect, Big Fat said, clearly determined. Wang Yang chuckled. You could also go over to the distillery and hang out a bit. Watch how Uncle Shen Kuo and the others make liquor. If you like it, take some regular grain wine back with you. I've already prepared your special batch. I'll have it packed for all of you later. I really do have things to handle and might not be able to attend to you much. Explain that to everyone. Later, I'll ask Shun Haoyu and Shun Haodong to show you around. Fine, just hurry up and cook. I'm starving. Soon, the rest arrived at Wang Yang's place, gathering inside the house playing mahjong. Where they even got the set from, no one knew. 10,000 Fei. How come your cards are always so good? Are you cheating? You've won 2 hands straight by self-draw already. Big Fat Bro, you're a food blogger. What do you know about mahjong strategy? I'm now the mahjong prince online, with over 100 followers. Winning is normal. Looks like all of you are total noobs, huh? The others exchanged glances, their faces darkening. Beat him up. Look how smug he is. He acts like god of gamblers reincarnated, ready to sweep the field. Cries of mercy came from the living room. Guys, go easy. I need this face later when we go out in public. Uncle Wang Yang, we brought people to see Hutu and the others. Oh, and can you call out that black bear too? At this moment, several children from the village arrived together at Wang Yang's doorstep. Qingyu, xiuxian, you two look after the kids. There's something I need to tell you both. Please help me watch Li Wei, Song Dan, and the others for a while. You know better than I do what fun things there are in the village. The men are going fishing, and I still need to receive several elder experts. Please pay extra attention, you two. Sure, we understand. Look, xiuxian has become a streamer now. She's actually filming us right now. With someone accompanying her, she'll definitely be happy. Qingyu gave xiuxian an exasperated look. He'd gone looking for her early in the morning, thinking something important was up, only to learn she wanted him as her camera person. Wang Yang called out Hutu and the others. The black bear walked out too. It seemed they were now living together, though no one knew exactly how they communicated. Here comes Big Black Bear, go on. Hutu, you guys come too. The kids rushed over. The bear was surprisingly cooperative. Seeing the children approach, it calmly walked forward and sat down quietly. Big Fat and the others came outside too, exchanging greetings. Wang Yang introduced them briefly. Then Qingyu and xiuxian would take Li Wei and the others sightseeing, while Big Fat and his group headed off to the fish pond. Stop playing now, come eat first, Wang Yang announced, carrying over a pot of millet porridge. He had also made a few cold dishes with fresh greens, crisp and refreshing. Boiled eggs and baked flatbreads accompanied the meal. Each guest received 2 rujiamo. Originally, he planned to eat at Old Man Wang's place, but remembering that Big Fat and his friends wouldn't cook, he decided to return and prepare himself. Uncle Wang Yang, your rujiamo smells amazing. We want some too. Give us one first, then another one for Big Black Bear, Hutu, and the others. Uncle Wang Yang is the best. Lele came running first, lured by the aroma, followed quickly by the other children crowding around Wang Yang. You rascals, you already ate, didn't you? Getting hungry again already? Don't disturb your uncles and big sisters while they're eating. Qingyu stepped in to hold the kids back. There's plenty more in the pot. I made a lot. I was afraid there wouldn't be enough if more people showed up. Everyone dig in. Here's one for little beauty. Everyone line up properly. No pushing, and try not to drip oil everywhere inside the house. Wang Yang handed each child a hot rujiamo. Judging by how eagerly they held them, none would likely leave a single bite behind. So delicious. Uncle Wang Yang is amazing. One by one, the kids showered Wang Yang with praise, making him laugh heartily. Go play over there. Qingjia, xiuxian, give it a try too. I just called Li Wei and the others. They'll be here any second. Before he even finished speaking, they stepped into the courtyard. Sudan ran over, pulling Qingyu excitedly. Qingjia, Qingjia, you're both here too. Perfect, we won't have to go looking for you. Later, take us around the village and show us what you ants do every day. Let's find out how it's different from life in the city. We'll explore together. Welcome, beautiful ladies. Here, each of you take a rujiamo, try them out. This is my first time making them so delicious. Wang Yang handed one to each of them. Big Fat watched as Wang Yang even took away the serving plate, immediately feeling dissatisfied. He hadn't finished eating yet. Wang Yang, I'm not full yet. Hurry up and finish handing them out. Then bring the plate back quickly. These are truly amazing. I wonder what kind of flour you used. It tastes completely different from the usual stuff. The flatbread is chewy, and the meat is so flavorful. Big Fat gave his full review. Wang Yang ignored his nagging, poured himself a bowl of porridge, picked up a rujiamo, and started eating. He then ran into the kitchen and brought out feeding bowls for Hutu and the others, adding one for the black bear too, filling it with some raw meat. The aroma drifted across the entire courtyard. Breakfast ended amidst laughter and joy. Seeing Big Fat head off to fish with the group, Qingyu also led her crowd away. The little kids followed closely behind Wang Yang, along with Hutu and the black bear, on their way to find Uncle Village Chief. The liveliest group was clearly Wang Yang's crew, especially with the black bear drawing all the attention. For now, he couldn't leave the bear alone with the children, but after a few more days, it would be fine. Mr. Xing, you're here too. Let's go wait at the village entrance together. They should be arriving soon. Oh, Grandpa, you came as well. I didn't get to eat at your place this morning since I had to prepare meals. I'll come next time. I understand. How did you feel about those people I saw this morning? If there's anything you need me to do, just say so, don't hesitate. The elder whispered to Wang Yang. Got it. I can handle things myself, so don't worry, Wang Yang replied with a smile. Mr. Xing glanced at the black bear trailing behind and addressed the group. In recent years, bears in our country have become increasingly rare. Unlike before when we'd often spot them, now their living space has shrunk too much. Every year, we see cases of unnatural deaths among them. Our efforts in wildlife protection are still insufficient, and fewer people are participating. Wang Yang, you must take good care of this black bear. Make sure nothing unexpected happens. Don't worry, Mr. Xing. I'm officially licensed now. I fear no one. Here, it lives much better than in any zoo. From time to time, we even release it back into the mountains so it can survive in the wild for a while. Just then, several cars pulled up at the village entrance. Everyone stepped forward to greet them. Old Man Tang, Lao Peng, Lao Li, Lao Wu, you've all arrived. This is village chief Xin Fei. That one over there is Laode Xinmin. I'm staying at his home. You can all stay there too. He has plenty of room for us. And right here is landlord Wang Yang. You'll mainly be helping him refine his research results. Chapter 90, Zhu Kai's Suggestion. After listening to the self-introductions of several people, Wang Yang learned that Mr. Tang Jianhua and Mr. Peng Lijun were mainly specialized in research on various vegetable seeds, while Mr. Lijun and Mr. Wu Cheng focused on fruit and melon seed research. They were all authorities in their fields, and many of the seed varieties they had developed were still being widely used today. Let me first arrange your luggage, gentlemen. I've followed old Master Xing's advice. Everyone will stay at his house, which makes communication more convenient. The person who knows this place best is old Master Xinmin. When you're at his home, feel free to talk with him, and if you have time, let him take you into the mountains for some relaxation. Right away, Mr. Tang spoke up. Old Xing, if it's really as good as you say, where exactly are the experimental greenhouses? Let us go see them first. Accommodations can wait. We'll take a look around. If we're not satisfied, we might have to leave again. Even though we've retired, we've been rehired and remain quite busy. Young man, don't think we're being rude, but please lead the way. We'd also like to enjoy the scenery of your village along the way. It's been a long time since we last came down here. The academic circle these days is chaotic. Too many things have gone astray. Someone has to stand up and resist that. As scientists, we must be truthful and objective. We cannot sell out our original beliefs for money. Without moral integrity, everything becomes hollow and numb. Wang Yang listened to the old man's words with newfound respect. People who stayed true to their original aspirations were becoming increasingly rare. Clearly, these individuals would be extremely helpful to him going forward. He absolutely needed to treat them well. Since Mr. Tang insists, let's head over and check the place out first. If you're not satisfied, I'll personally send someone to escort you back. But honestly, I'm confident you won't be disappointed. I firmly believe you'll choose to stay. Who are those few people lingering there? Why haven't they left yet? They've been hanging around since morning, truly relentless. Look how annoyed your father's become. Wang Yang, why don't you go take a look? Let them follow us inside later. Otherwise, they might cause trouble tonight. Hearing Mr. Xing's words, Wang Yang walked forward. Mr. Lin, you're still here, I see. Well, I have to admit, I admire your persistence. Fine, you may come with us, but under one condition, no unauthorized damage or specimen collection. Then we'll follow your arrangements, Mr. Wang. We'd also like to see how these crystal vegetables are cultivated. It'll give us useful reference points for future cooperation. Lin Ziffin tried to flatter Wang Yang, hoping to gain advantage later. In that case, follow us in. We'll discuss further matters afterward. With that, Wang Yang opened the small door to the greenhouse and let the elder professors enter first, followed shortly by the others. At first, everyone felt the temperature inside was pleasantly comfortable. Then, as they looked around at the neatly divided experimental plots, their expressions turned even more impressed. They never expected such a modest-looking facility could be so organized, each vegetable variety clearly labeled and arranged in an orderly fashion. The veteran agricultural experts held this place in high regard. Their own experimental sites weren't much better than this, though theirs were slightly more systematic and scientific. In comparison, this setup seemed rather humble. Young man, we've decided to stay here for the next few days. I see a few empty shipping containers over there. We'll camp here temporarily and skip staying at my brother's place. Just bring us some quilts and basic living supplies. Keep everything simple. Also, don't disturb our work. This area needs guarding. No one should be allowed in freely. Once we've made our findings, we'll give you a big surprise. Mr. Tang decisively announced his decision. Tang Daitu, are you serious? You want all of them to stay here with you? It's not far to our place. Just a few steps. Won't take any extra time at all. Besides, you're all getting older. Don't act stubborn like children. Mr. Xing immediately objected. Enough, old Xing. We've already made up our minds. It's fine here. Don't try to persuade us anymore. Mr. Peng, following behind, echoed Tang Jianhua's suggestion. Wang Yang glanced around at the group, finding them quite interesting. Those who truly committed themselves to scholarship were nothing like those who merely talked about it. There was indeed a huge difference between genuine experts and fake ones. He went over and discussed briefly with the village chief, eventually agreeing to their request. However, they reinforced security measures, added wood-burning stoves inside for heating, ensuring basic warmth wouldn't be an issue. Since villagers had once lived here, most necessities were already available. His father approached and spoke with Wang Yang, and after some discussion, they decided that the two of them would personally take care of the elder gentleman. Lin Ziffin, seeing several real experts had arrived, immediately gave covert signals to the others, planning to sneak some specimens out, but they were all scared off by Hu Tu and the other dogs and failed to take anything. He turned to Wang Yang and said, Mr. Wang, we've seen enough. You're truly impressive. We hope our sincerity can move you. Even if not an exclusive cooperation, at least reserve one spot for us. That's not too much to ask, right? Alright, Yuji, wait, please go back first. It'll take some time before everything here is fully set up and production begins. Once things are ready, I'll personally notify you. How does that sound? In that case, we'll wait for your good news. We won't stay any longer today. We're preparing to leave now. No need to see us off, Mr. Wang. You should attend to your other guests. Thank you for your hospitality. After saying this, Lin Zifen led the group out of the greenhouse toward the parking lot, and soon they drove away. Wang Yang had originally considered dealing with these people, but since they'd left on their own, it was fine, for now. Still, he needed to stay alert tonight. They might come back unexpectedly. Hey Z, get over here. Who to? Keep an eye on him. Don't let him destroy anything. Wang Yang noticed the black bear about to steal some vegetables. These leaves had absorbed water from his spatial spring, making them exceptionally fresh and particularly tempting to the bear. Roar, roar, roar. The bear growled anxiously, immediately drawing everyone's attention. Seeing its actions, the elders shouted at Wang Yang. Wang Yang, you'd better take the bear away. Don't let it stay here. It'll ruin everything. Otherwise, how can we carry out our research? And don't let it in here ever again. Wang Yang was completely deferential to the elder professors. He quickly said, Dear professors, please continue your work here. I'll go prepare some necessities and arrange your accommodations. Later, I'll call you out for dinner. I'm hosting tonight to welcome you all. Then, turning to the village chief, he added, Uncle Village Chief, let's step out for now and leave this place to them. Please find a few people to help clean the rooms. I'll bring over quilts and supplies from old Master Xing's house. My father can stay here. He's familiar with the place. Who to? All of you come with me. Hey Z, follow too. Stop roaring, you shameless glutton. Always eating, 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 all day long. Your stomach can't even fit more food, yet you still want to eat. He walked over, grabbed the bear, and pulled it along as they left the greenhouse. Chapter 91. He Huan and the others are leaving. Wang Yang asked the village chief to go find some people first. He wanted to give the black bear some spatial water here, quench its curiosity, and convince it to follow him when he left. Without someone keeping an eye on it, the bear was still quite intimidating. Cute as it looked, if it ever went wild, no one around could actually control it. Wang Yang took a small basin from his father's house and poured some spatial water for the black bear. Soon, it calmed down completely, no longer thinking about sneaking into the greenhouse, instead hugging the basin tightly and drinking directly from it. He also prepared some food for Hutu and the others. Mom had been busy helping out at various aunts' homes these past couple days and was often not home. Seeing no one around, she brought out more vegetables from her space, stored plenty of rabbit, chicken, and duck meat in the fridge, and placed a large number of eggs into a basket until it was full. She closed the door and headed straight to Grandpa's place. Since they weren't going to stay there anymore, everything Wang Yang had prepared needed to be moved over. It was quite a hassle. Fortunately, he ran into several villagers along the way and got them to help. After a few trips back and forth, everything was done. Back home, seeing that Peng Gu and the others hadn't returned yet, he filled his own fridge and storage room with ample supplies too. Then he began cooking. With so many people now, preparing meals had become complicated. One person doing all the cooking either didn't make enough or ended up exhausted making too much. Still, there was no choice but to get to work. After 2 hours of hard labor, he laid out 2 full tables of delicious dishes. Once everything was ready, he first called Peng Gu to come back for dinner, then messaged the group chat inviting several beautiful older sisters to join the meal. First, he made sure Hutu and the rest were fed. The black bear continued eating raw food. As long as spatial water was added, he happily ate anything. Peng Gu arrived with a few others in the yard, saw the 2 tables overflowing with delicacies, immediately tossed aside their fishing gear, washed their hands, sat down, and urged everyone else to hurry up. They started eating right away. No waiting for the beauty sisters this time. Wang Yang, tonight's meal is great. Probably the most thoughtful one you've made these past few days. The fish is outstanding. We originally planned to have you cook our catch, but clearly we don't need to now. We'll just give it to Haizi later. Peng Gu, you guys had a good haul today. Finally came back with something instead of empty-handed. You're improving. Keep eating. I'm heading over to the greenhouse to check on those elders. They're real experts who came to help me perfect the seeds. You guys can come see later. Just as Wang Yang turned to leave, Peng Gu said, Xiaoyang, we've been playing here for 4 days already. Counting travel time, it's almost a week. We're planning to head back tomorrow. There are things waiting at the company, already called to urge me today. I'm having too much fun, but I really can't stay any longer. Get everything you prepared for us ready. I'll send someone to take it back. Especially the alcohol, that's a must-have. Peng Gu, are you really leaving tomorrow? If it's urgent, I won't stop you. But if it's not pressing, why not stay a few more days? Treat this place like your own home. I may be busy, but at least I'm still in the village. Alright, I'm just letting you know. Go attend to those elders now. They're your valuable helpers. Oh, by the way, a beautiful girl came today looking pretty special. She seemed to be asking questions specifically about you. Could it be a secret admirer showing up? Don't spread rumors or make wild guesses. You know what kind of person I am. I'm always here in the village, haven't gone anywhere. Secret admirer? Nonsense. I'm off. Clean up after you finish eating. He hurried to the experimental greenhouse, only to find that Mom Xiuxian had already prepared a full table of dishes, with Auntie from the village chief's family helping out. Mom, Annie, you finished cooking already? Smells amazing. Your skills are definitely improving. Little Yang, you're here. Good. I'll go get your uncle village chief while you head to the greenhouse and tell the elders it's time to eat. They've been in there so long and still haven't come out. What could be so fascinating about a few vegetable plants? Can't understand it. With that, the Annie walked away. Didn't you hear what Annie said? Go call them to eat. Do I have to repeat myself? Yes, ma'am. Your Majesty, I obey. With that, he dashed off, leaving his mother laughing. You rascal. Elders, time for dinner. Work doesn't have to be finished in one day. Please wrap things up, we'll go eat first. Dad, go remind them too. Why isn't anyone responding? So focused. Mr. Xing, why don't you call them? Dinner's ready. Let's head over. What are you doing, Xing? Can't you see I'm busy? Don't mess up the specimens I just collected. Old Master Tang snapped anxiously at Xing Guowei. This won't do. You're being invited to eat, and still ignoring it? Need them to invite you multiple times? We're not young anymore. When it's time to eat, we eat. Can't stay like reckless youth forever. Lao Peng, Lao Li, Lao Wu, wrap it up and let's go eat. Wang Yang watched as the elders greeted each other warmly. Seeing that they had all finally left the greenhouse, they arrived at a dedicated container unit, which had been converted into a small dining area. Wang Yang's father took charge of hosting the elders, along with village chief uncle and old man Zheng. Today's meal was essentially a welcome banquet for them. After this, future meals wouldn't be so elaborate. The table was now full of authentic homemade countryside dishes. Esteemed seniors, welcome to our village. Honestly, meeting you today has truly opened my eyes. Compared to experts we've seen before, those people are complete rubbish. If academic research were conducted like you gentlemen do it, how could our nation not prosper? Wang Dongshan stood up first to speak. Village chief uncle then took over. As the village chief, I also extend my warmest welcome to all of you esteemed seniors. We're deeply grateful for your willingness to come here and help us. This is a welcome dinner in your honor. Please eat plenty. If there's anything you need later, don't hesitate to come find me. I'll toast you all first. Please drink as you please. No need for such formalities. We're just doing our duty. Everyone, sit down and relax. Let's skip the back and forth toasting. It's not something we enjoy or are used to. Just treat us like friends visiting from the city. Back in the day, all of us actually worked as educated youth in rural villages, so we're quite familiar with country life. Coming here really feels like going back in time. Wu Cheng said cheerfully. You all were sent down to the countryside back then? That's great. Only those who've experienced farm labor can truly understand rural life. I remember our village once hosted many of those educated youths. Now, in the blink of an eye, decades have passed. Time really flies. Village chief uncle mused, reminiscing about the past. This atmosphere was exactly right. Everyone started digging into the food. No one needed encouragement anymore. They couldn't stop themselves, almost as if afraid someone else would finish everything first. Worried their bodies might not handle the rich meal well, Wang Yang added generous portions of spatial water to their drinks to help regulate their digestion, an unspoken way of giving back to these kind elders. Chapter 92. The Talented Woman Xiaoya. Today, he hosted a welcome meal for the elderly gentleman. From now on, his father would be responsible for taking care of their daily needs, while he himself had other matters to attend to. After lunch, Wang Yang went to the winery. He wanted to take a look at the surroundings. Although he'd once brewed wine here with them, he hadn't returned since and didn't know how things were progressing. Uncle Shun, where did you go just now? I walked around but couldn't find you. A few friends from Yongcheng are leaving tomorrow, so I need you to help me prepare some liquor as gifts. I haven't even checked how much wine we've produced yet. Wang Yang said upon seeing Uncle Shen Kuo. You're here, Xiaoyang. I was just in the cellar. We've already stored some wine there, but it's not quite ready to drink yet. It'd be best if it could age longer. The longer it's cellared, the smoother and purer it becomes, improving steadily over time. The sorghum you provided is top-tier quality. I never expected such exceptional raw material to produce such outstanding liquor. What we're making now is among the best in China. But tell me, what's your plan for all this wine? You can't just keep it all locked away in storage forever, Uncle Shun said excitedly. Uncle Shun, the wine we made before has already been aged through special methods. I bet that's why it tasted so good when you tried it last time. This time I'll need several bottles of freshly distilled liquor to give as gifts. Of course we'll sell the wine eventually, but we must also keep building up our reserves. The value of aged liquor only increases over time. You don't have to worry about finding buyers. I'll supply the raw materials, and as long as you maintain quality control here, with our existing wine cellars, do you really think we won't have demand? Keep your mind at ease, Uncle Shun. Once tourism picks up, I might actually worry more about whether you can brew enough to meet demand. Let me first check how well these new apprentices are doing. Have any of them picked up even a fraction of your skills? If any young villagers show interest in learning brewing, please teach them properly. Don't take those precious techniques to your grave. Wang Yang joked. The entire process of pure sorghum distillation begins by rinsing the grain thoroughly with spring water, then soaking it overnight in another container. Afterward, drain off the water and steam the sorghum over high heat for about 2 or 3 hours until fully cooked. Open the pot to check for hardness. If any hard kernels remain, continue steaming. Otherwise, remove and spread out to cool. Once cooled to around 30 degrees Celsius, add yeast starter at a ratio of 1%. Mix evenly, then transfer into fermentation pits. Fermentation typically takes 15 to 20 days depending on seasonal temperatures, longer in colder weather, adjusted according to the master brewer's experience. Once fermentation completes, distill the mash. The first 200 milliliters, they 4-shot, should be discarded due to high methanol content. The middle portion collected during distillation is the drinkable liquor. The tails can be combined with the next batch's distillation to avoid waste. Freshly distilled liquor must undergo aging and purification, ideally stored for at least 90 days before consumption. Flavor peaks after 2 years, though it can be sold after 1 year. Wang Yang followed Uncle Shin down to the wine cellar and took back 150 gin of standard-strength liquor to his home. There, he prepared individual packages, adding an appropriate amount of spatial water to each. After resting for a period, these wines would become excellent, becoming healthier and smoother with time. He also evenly divided 12 portions of premium pure grain wine blended with century-old aged liquor, one portion for each departing guest. These were truly extraordinary beverages, drawn directly from his space. This particular batch would never appear on the market again. Even if people someday discovered the full potential of this wine, supplies would not increase. Only exceptionally important individuals would ever receive such gifts in the future. Ordinary friends could only enjoy mountain-cellared grain spirits. As for regular pure grain liquor, however, it was destined to gain fame across the nation. Once the wines were properly arranged, Wang Yang took a walk around the village to inspect for issues. Using his spiritual awareness, he scanned the area, quickly identifying and eliminating any potential safety hazards. Hello there, handsome. Mind if we get acquainted? My name is Xiuxian. I've been here half a day already and noticed many areas needing improvement. Due to lack of systematic integration, the whole village feels scattered and disorganized. Of course, it's precisely because of you that everyone here has cohered into a unified community. In that sense, you're truly the soul of this village. Everyone else might be replaceable, but without you, things simply wouldn't function. Not even money could fix it. You're like a fermenting agent. So many elements require your presence to achieve balance and perfection. Lose you, and the village would instantly regress to its former state, gradually declining like any other ordinary village, disappearing eventually, given enough time. Hello, I'm Wang Yang. It's a pleasure having you here. After hearing your words, I almost feel embarrassed. Don't praise me too highly. I've got flaws too. You're quite humorous. I think you probably already know who I am. I was introduced by Chen Jinhua. I just returned from overseas recently and haven't had much going on at home, so I originally came out just to relax. But then Brother Chen contacted me and told me about an interesting job with real challenges, where I could work freely based on my own ideas. He said the boss here gives full autonomy, so I'd have a lot of independence to achieve goals my way. After hearing that, I decided to come take a look. I wonder if it's really as Brother Chen described. Xiaoya, what a beautiful name. Brother Chen didn't exaggerate. It pretty much matches my expectations. I've been looking for someone to oversee all operations here, but I need you to keep your feet on the ground. I'm afraid you might spread your wings too wide and end up crashing. This village still needs stability, no scheming and backstabbing like in the city. If you turn this place into another urban jungle, then I'd have no reason to spend so much time and energy here. I could just pick any other location instead. So you need to find the right balance and stay within the limits of what this village can handle. Your request is a bit challenging, not too flashy, but not invisible either. Striking that balance won't be easy, but I'd like to give it a try. Will you give me the chance? I'm very glad to have you join us. I welcome your arrival. Let's formally introduce ourselves. Wang Yang, 32 years old, college educated, from Shandong province. Never been abroad, and completely inexperienced in management. I only handle practical tasks. From now on, you'll be coordinating everything. Any problems you run into, I'll make sure they get solved. Xiaoya, from Xi'an, 28 years old. Graduated from the business department at Tsinghua University, then admitted into Caltech in the US, majoring in finance and earned a PhD in finance. Also self-studied and obtained a PhD in economics. Previously worked at Sequoia Capital in the US, but found it unfulfilling, so I quit and returned to China for new opportunities. Currently unemployed. And now, you're technically my boss. It's a pleasure to meet you. Xiaoya finished speaking and extended her hand for a handshake. Wang Yang had been stunned throughout her entire introduction. Such an impressive person coming to me. Is she trying to mess with me? He completely missed the gesture of her reaching out. Xiaoya waved her hand in front of Wang Yang's face. Seeing no response, she realized her resume had left him speechless, and frankly, she was a little at a loss herself. Hey, wake up. Morning's here. Huh? Sorry, what did you say just now? Wang Yang stammered in disbelief. Xiaoya extended her hand again and said, Pleased to meet you, Boss Wang. Wang Yang slowly reached out and briefly shook her hand before quickly pulling back. Seeing his expression, Xiaoya smiled and said, You're in charge of my accommodation. I noticed your courtyard layout looks great. I'll choose a room there to stay in. I hope you don't mind. You want to live in the same courtyard as me? Are you serious? A man and a woman alone together? That's inappropriate. Wang Yang immediately rejected the idea. Xiaoya gave him a glance. This is my first job requirement. Are you really going to refuse? I don't see any problem with it. Why overthink things? It's settled then. Right now, I'm going to pick a room in that courtyard. Chapter 93, Xiaoya joins. Wang Yang had no choice. After thinking about it, he realized there was nowhere suitable for her to stay in the village except living with him. Although people might talk, if she didn't care, why should he? Once he made up his mind, he happily went to open the courtyard gate and led Xiaoya inside. Woof, 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 roar, roar, roar. Tutu and the others barked at Xiaoya, and even the black bear imitated them, letting out a loud roar. This genuinely startled her. Xiaoya never expected someone's home to have so many dogs, and even a black bear. She felt like she'd stepped into a zoo. Seeing that Tutu and the others, along with the bear, had indeed frightened Xiaoya, Wang Yang waved them away, worried she might scream later, making everything hard to explain. Xiaoya, are you alright? Maybe we should go check somewhere else. I've got quite a few wild beasts here. You never know when a South China tiger or a leopard might show up. Don't get scared half to death. Wang Yang joked. Trying to scare me, huh? South China tigers and leopards. Do you think I'm an idiot? South China tigers and Qinling have been extinct for ages. Say something realistic, then maybe I'll believe you. No more talk now. Xiaoya strode straight toward the house, glancing sideways at Tutu's kennel, still afraid they'd come charging out again. That would be embarrassing. Wang Yang's retro-style courtyard had 2 floors, each with 4 bedrooms. 2 of them received direct sunlight, making them especially comfortable. Wang Yang lived in the bedroom on the east side of the 2nd floor. It had excellent natural lighting. The room across from his was currently vacant and didn't get much sun. On the west side was a sunroom originally prepared for his parents, but it had remained unoccupied. After touring Wang Yang's bedroom, Xiaoyu remarked, "This one is pretty nice. Too bad you've claimed it already. But hey, how come your room is so clean and tidy? Are you obsessive-compulsive? I remember my brother's room. It's a total disaster, stuff scattered everywhere, never cleaned up. Looks like you're actually pretty disciplined." "Let's go check the west side room," she said and walked over. Before Wang Yang could mention it was meant for his parents, she'd already turned around and opened the door. The interior was warmly decorated, far better than her own room back home. This guy actually has good design sense, though his taste is kind of outdated. Still, the architectural style and decor were impressive, all done in traditional Chinese classical aesthetics. "This one's perfect. I'll take this room. I'll pack up my stuff later and officially move in tomorrow. Don't try telling me someone's already staying here. I don't buy it. From the look of things, nobody's lived here since it was furnished," Xiaoyu declared. She then checked the bathroom and shower room, finding everything ideal. The furniture and layout were great. Living here would be really nice. At least she'd be close to home now, so her parents couldn't complain about her being too far away. Just thinking about it made her grin in bed with satisfaction. Seeing Xiaoya's casual attitude, Wang Yang began doubting whether her academic credentials were real. She showed none of the poise you'd expect from someone working at a big company. She seemed more like a next-door younger sister. "Hey, Xiaoya, since you've picked your room, I'm not one to stand in your way. You can stay, but you should consider your reputation. We know nothing inappropriate is going on, but others won't see it that way. You should really think carefully before deciding." "What's wrong, Wang Yang? Are you worried about your reputation? If I'm not afraid, why should you be? People have mouths. They can say whatever they want. I've long gotten used to it." Hearing that, he could only agree, for now. Later, he'd build more houses. He'd eventually need to hire more people. They couldn't all move in with him. He took her around each room so she could familiarize herself with the place. Just then, the front door opened. Peng Gu arrived with a few others, their eyes locked directly on Wang Yang. Peng Gu immediately turned to Xiaoya and said, "Little sister-in-law, welcome. I knew it. The person who kept asking about my brother today must be someone special. Now you're showing up at his home, and you still won't admit it." The others chimed in with various playful titles. Wan Fei blurted out, "Sister-in-law, it's our first time meeting. Forgot to bring a gift, but I'll make it up next time. Save my number. When you visit Yongcheng, I'll personally host you both. Promise you'll have fun wherever we go, sleep comfortably, and eat without worries." Wang Yang's face instantly darkened. Soon after, several more women entered. Su Dan rushed straight over, exclaiming, "Wow, so this is Wang Yang's girlfriend? So beautiful. I'm Su Dan, so happy to meet you. Hey, why don't you introduce yourself first? From now on, we're besties. Too bad I have to leave tomorrow and head back to Yongcheng. But whenever you come to Yongcheng, be sure to find me. I'll take you through the entire food street, every last bite." Li Wei, Xia Shui, Song Qian, and Zhang Ling followed one by one, each greeting her warmly. The awkward misunderstanding couldn't be cleared up now. Best to just let it go. After all, they'd all be leaving tomorrow anyway. Wang Yang patted his chest, unsure how to explain, then gave up. The more he tried to clarify, the less they believe him. Better to just let things take their natural course. Xiaoya didn't mind at all. It was just a Chenghuo. What did it matter? It wasn't like she'd lose 2 ounces of flesh over it. She happily chatted with the newly arrived beauties, quickly fitting right in. The world of women was truly incomprehensible. "Bro, you said you didn't know her earlier. So how come she's showing up at your place now? If we hadn't shown up, what were you two planning to do? Should we leave you alone? We definitely don't want to be third wheels. Those things are way too bright and hurt the eyes." Li Dong teased Wang Yang. "Guys, stop already. I can't explain this right now. Let's just leave it for now. You'll understand someday. Come on, your gifts are ready. I'll show you," Wang Yang said, leading them into another room. Peng Gu and the others stepped inside and saw a large stock of alcohol already packaged and sorted. Each guest had been given a personal set. They were thrilled. This was top-shelf stuff. "Bro, you're incredibly generous. If you ever need anything from me, just say the word. I'll make it happen." Peng Gu and the rest beamed, showering Wang Yang with flattering words. Yeah, stop being so mushy. I'm getting goosebumps all over. But seriously, how are you going to take these back with you? You can't bring them on a plane." Wang Yang asked curiously. That's nothing. We've got our own ways. Guaranteed. Right after we get home, someone will deliver everything straight to Yongcheng." Peng Gu said casually, as if it were completely normal. Wang Yang knew they must have their own channels. Everyone had connections. If the job got done, why dig deeper? That'd just invite unnecessary trouble. "Peng Gu, what time's your flight tomorrow? I can arrange the same vehicle to send you off. Want to wrap things up properly? Don't hesitate to ask." Wang Yang inquired about Peng Ji's plans for the next day. "Flight's around 10 a.m. We need to get there early, so we'll leave here at 6 a.m., reach the airport by 7, and use the remaining time for check-in and boarding prep." Chapter 94, Outdoor Barbecue. Seeing that everyone had returned, Wang Yang decided to go into town to buy some bamboo skewers for grilling meat, mainly purchasing beef and lamb, as well as pork to store at home, along with drinks and beer. "Brother Peng, tonight we're going to have an outdoor barbecue. Everyone will help prepare the ingredients. There's plenty of food stored in the storage room. Brother Peng, you lead the team to bring it out. As for side dishes, you all can decide what to make. I'm driving into town now to buy beef, lamb, skewers, and smokeless charcoal." "All right, we'll do exactly as you say. It's been a long time since we've had barbecue. We keep hearing about Zibo's famous barbecue. Tonight, let's create our own xiuxian barbecue. Li Dong, go with Wang Yang into town to get the supplies. Don't worry about anything here. Just hurry back. Brother Pang happily assigned tasks to others. Tonight, we're having an outdoor barbecue. Everyone go to the storage room and bring out the food, then wash and clean it. Cook whatever you like. We've got plenty here. Wang Yang and Li Dong are heading into town to buy more supplies. The rest of us will handle things here. Come on, everybody, get moving. Wang Yang looked at Xiaoya and asked, Xiaoya, didn't you say you needed to go home to pick up your luggage? Let's go. If we make it in time, you can still join us for the gathering tonight. You go ahead, Wang Yang. I'm staying over tonight with them. I want to join the barbecue too. It's been so long since I've tasted grilled meat from my hometown. After saying this, Xiaoya joined Su Dan and the others in preparing things, completely ignoring Wang Yang. Li Dong walked over and said, Bro, let's get going. They're busy right now. They won't pay attention to you anyway. No need to rush. Haste makes waste. Let me tell you this as someone who's been through it. Real feelings develop over time. Take it slow. What nonsense are you talking about? Xiaoya was arranged to be my general manager. She's here to work, nothing romantic between us. She mentioned going back for her luggage, so I asked. You really think too much, brotherly. Wang Yang explained as he walked with Li Dong. Enough. I'm not interested in your little affairs, but I do think this girl suits you well. Hurry up a bit. You're not getting any younger. Get in the car, brotherly. Let's drop this topic. How were these few days of playing around? I didn't get to show you guys around properly. Things are just getting started, and there's still a lot missing in Xinjiazhai. We're building things piece by piece, which takes time. Next time you come, it'll be completely different. Next time I'll come on my own. It's hard to relax when coming with coworkers. There were so many places I couldn't explore. And you, kid, were always busy and nowhere to be seen. This trip wasn't very satisfying. Tomorrow someone from the company will transport alcohol back, so pack me some vegetables too. I really like your veggies. They're impossible to find in Yongcheng these days. Don't worry. Since someone's already delivering alcohol to Yongcheng, I'll prepare some vegetables too and pack them all up for you to take back. Chatting along the way, the two reached town in half an hour. First, they drove to the wholesale market, which had everything, including various kinds of meat. Brotherly, I'll rent a truck later. You ride along. Our car can't carry all this. Wang Yang said with a smile. Fine by me, as long as we get to eat grilled meat. Actually, this market is pretty big and fully stocked. Look, the bin unloading cargo. Isn't that freshly slaughtered beef? Let's go check it out. Wang Yang followed him over. Hey boss, how much per jean for the freshly slaughtered beef? 25 yuan. My own raised cattle taken to the slaughterhouse. Prices are a bit higher now. How much do you want? The butcher spoke in thick local dialect. I need quite a bit. Can you deliver? I saw your truck sitting idle. Can you use it? How much exactly? If it's a large order, I can deliver, but you'll need to cover fuel costs. What do you say? Sure thing. Give me about half. Cut it into portions for easy handling when I get home. Wang Yang bought roughly 900 jin of beef here, then purchased 3 slaughtered sheep from nearby vendors, some pork, and 1 whole young lamb, requesting they prepare it whole, so he could roast a whole lamb later. Brotherly, all the meat is loaded. I'm going over to buy drinks and beverages now. I'll have this vendor deliver everything back. Wait here a moment. After saying this, Wang Yang headed toward the storefronts. Soon, they brought over many cases of beer and a cart full of soft drinks. Wang Yang had the store staff deliver everything and load it onto the truck. He also bought numerous bamboo skewers, various pre-packaged barbecue-friendly foods, and a large amount of specialized barbecue charcoal. Before long, the truck was completely packed. The butcher stared in disbelief. Had he ever seen anyone shop like this? I'll drive ahead. Follow me directly to Xinjiazhai up front. Not far at all, Wang Yang said, then led the way in his car, returning to the village shortly after. Brother Pang, we're back. Get everyone to come help unload. This attracted many villagers who came over to assist. A group of little kids ran up and gathered excitedly around Wang Yang. Uncle Wang Yang, did you buy so much meat for us to eat? We'll help right away. We're going to eat here with you tonight. Tuanshuan quickly volunteered, and the other kids, finally catching on, began dragging things around enthusiastically. All right, you little ones just stand over there and watch. I'll treat you to barbecue tonight. But this stuff is too heavy for you to carry. Grow up a bit first, then come help me properly. Eat well, grow tall, and work hard for me in the future. Hearing they didn't have to work, the group of children immediately ran off to join Hutu and continued playing with him. Haizi, lie down lower. We can't climb up otherwise. Nowadays, no one was afraid of the black bear anymore. Xiaoya even walked over and poked it curiously. Seeing that it didn't attack her, she pulled out her phone and started taking all kinds of photos. Just then, Mother Xiuxian arrived. Seeing Wang Yang had brought back such a huge load again, and noticing everyone in the yard preparing food, she realized they were planning an outdoor barbecue. Xiaoyang, you're having a barbecue? Perfect timing. I made it just in time. I'll take some back later for your dad and those old experts to taste. Mom, you're here. Then go find a few ants to help thread the meat skewers, and call everyone over later to enjoy the barbecue. The village chief was also drawn over by all the activity and asked, Xiaoyang, you're hosting an outdoor barbecue. Why didn't you tell me? Looks like you've got plenty of food here. Let me have someone gather everyone from the whole village, call over the workers, and invite some tourists too. Let's turn this into a village-wide barbecue event. Get everyone together and have some fun. What do you say? Sure thing, Uncle Chief. You're right, my vision was too small. There's enough meat now, so please go round up everyone. I'm swamped anyway. Get anyone who knows how to grill to come over and help cook. Pang Gu and the others had originally only prepared food for themselves. Now, Faced with such a sudden surge of people and the change in setup, they could only shake their heads in disbelief. Xiaoyang, you're really going all out. Now the entire road is filled with tables and chairs. You folks from Xinjiazhai sure know how to make a grand gesture. Sorry for the extra trouble, Brother Pang. Should have let you guys rest earlier. Tomorrow I'll pack some vegetables and wild rabbit meat for you to take home. Just contact someone to pick them up tomorrow. I won't handle the transportation myself. Brother, you're truly awesome. Such generosity. Pengus said with a wide grin. By now, villagers had begun setting up lights. It would be dark soon. The event was about to begin. Chapter 95, The Impact of the Live Stream. Wang Yang took out his phone and called Chen Jinhua. Hey, Brother Chen, what are you up to? Want to come over later for some barbecue? Bring all the workers with you to join the village's outdoor grilling party. Can you make it? Wang Yang, can you give me a heads up next time? I'm in another city right now, too far away to get back in time. I'll notify the workers to go instead. By the way, did the person I referred to you show up? Brother Chen, the person you mentioned did come, but sending someone that impressive to me, isn't that a waste of talent? Waste of talent? That's Xiaoya, a friend's daughter. Her family has been wanting her to return home for a while. She comes from a good background and wasn't doing much at home anyway, so I recommended she come work with you. I checked your place out. It's beautiful, surrounded by mountains and rivers, close to home, flexible working hours, no strict rules. It's perfect. Anyway, we'll talk more next time. Gotta go now. Chen Jinhua hung up. Just then, Wang Yang noticed village chief uncle bringing several elderly gentlemen over. That was unusual. He quickly went to greet them. Ah, honored guests. Please have a seat. The chief will take good care of you. I'll have some appetizers brought over right away. There are quite a few people tonight, so please bear with us. Old Mr. Tang Jianhua said, Young man, go about your business. Don't worry about us. We just came to enjoy the atmosphere. More and more people filled the road. Villagers kept bringing various delicacies to the tables, instantly heating up the festive mood. In the center, a bonfire blazed, with a whole lamb slowly roasting on a spit. Some tourists had already pulled out their live-streaming equipment. People were singing and dancing. Villagers began performing Shanbei folk songs. Their deep, heartfelt voices sent waves of excitement through the crowd. Gradually, everyone from the village gathered. Village chief uncle stepped forward and announced, the Shun Family Village Outdoor Barbecue is officially open. Cheers echoed across Shun Family Village. Wang Yang and a few others kept flipping skewers on the grills, brushing oil onto the meat. The sizzling sound accompanied the rich aroma wafting through the air, spreading across the entire village. At that moment, Xiaoya walked over and said, Hey, didn't expect this little thing you put together would turn into such a big deal. See those live streaming devices over there? I just checked. They've got hundreds of thousands watching already, and the number's still climbing. Tomorrow, this Shin Family Village barbecue might reach unprecedented popularity. So I need to step in and take over operations right away. You'll have to cooperate with me. Now hand over your grilled meat. I want to taste your skills. Wang Yang looked at her, thinking she was here to discuss serious matters, only to watch her walk off with all the meat. Miss Xiaoya, you're really just here for the skewers, huh? Well, make sure you come earlier tomorrow to start working. Let's see what you're capable of. Don't let me down. From now on, everything's on you. You're such a lazy guy, passing all the work off with such a straight face. Thick-skinned, really. But who told me to accept Boss Wang's offer? Guess I've got no choice. Hurry up now, how come you're so slow? Grilling skewers shouldn't take this long. Big fat brother came over after seeing Xiaoya leave. Bro, treat us right. Give us some skewers. We haven't even had a few yet, and you're being way too slow. Speed it up. You can take your time feeding your own people, but first make sure we're satisfied. That's how it should be. Here, big brother, take these, all for you. Don't complain anymore. There are just too many people. We're short on hands for grilling right now, but I guarantee you'll leave full and happy. Wang Yang handed over the skewers immediately. Xiaoya glanced at big fat brother and Wang Yang, didn't think much of it, then carried the skewers over to Su Dan and her group. Xiaoxue asked curiously, Xiaoya, what were you two talking about just now? Any juicy secrets? Tell us. Everyone stared at her with eager eyes. What's with all of you? We were just discussing work. What secrets could there be? Xiaoya protested. Seeing their disbelieving expressions, Xiaoya cracked. Looks like this wasn't as simple as she thought. What seemed innocent to her clearly raised eyebrows elsewhere. Maybe she should be more careful after all. Without further explanation, she simply passed around the skewers. Eat. Tonight, I'm treating you all properly. We're leaving tomorrow. No idea when we'll get to hang out again. Time to turn sorrow into appetite. Dig in quickly. The skewers are still hot. Sudan said. If Xiaoya doesn't want to talk about it, we won't press. But honestly, your relationship is kind of confusing. One minute you're acting like a couple, the next she's coming to work. Who knows what's really going on? We'll see. But seriously, our rabbit meat skewers still taste better than any beef or lamb you can buy today. Li Wei chimed in. Sudan, you're absolutely right. Song Qian, you're always at banquets and drinking parties. Can't you tell whether our rabbit skewers taste better or not? Go grab all the rabbit meat now. Look how happily Big Fat Brother and the others are eating. Maybe they've already noticed the difference. All the delicious stuff comes from the storage room. I don't even know where Wang Yang got it all. Tell him to prepare some for us tomorrow. Anyway, someone's going to xiuxian anyway. Xiaoya stood there, completely baffled. What was the big deal? It was all just barbecue. But come to think of it, the rabbit meat actually was more delicious than other grilled meats. Wang Yang sure had his secrets. She'd have to keep a closer eye on him from now on. Zhang Ling noticed Xiaoya spacing out and nudged her with her elbow. Xiaoya, since you'll be working here from now on, can you send us some food sometimes? I've been here a few days and already realized that everything in Shun Family Village tastes amazing. and you simply can't buy this stuff outside. We haven't known each other long, but I feel like we could become best friends. Don't forget about us, okay? She finished by tickling Xiaoya playfully. Haha. Zhang Jie, stop it, I'm ticklish. I promise I'll send you goodies often, Xiaoya pleaded with a laugh. The other girls curiously watched the two, but neither revealed anything. Mom Zhengyun came over to find Wang Yang. Xiaoyang, I'm taking some grilled meat and other snacks back home for your dad to try. He couldn't make it. He's still not fully recovered, and someone has to stay at the greenhouse. If it gets vandalized when unattended, things would turn bad. Just give me a little, nothing too much. Mom, I got it. Take these skewers here. I'll wrap them up so they don't get cold later. They won't taste as good when chilled. Go grab a few side dishes over there. We've got everything else at home. I'll come over later myself. A few people who left earlier seemed quite troubled. They might come back tonight. I may do a patrol around the greenhouse later. If you hear any noises at night, don't panic. When you head back, bring San Mao and Sameo with you. I'll keep the others with me. Mom Zhengyun didn't say much more, took the grilled meat, and left. Wang Yang had already been grilling for several hours. Seeing that everyone was still in high spirits, laughing, singing, and dancing, and realizing most people had eaten their fill, he went to check on the tourists who were live streaming. Hey buddy, how's the stream going tonight? Getting many viewers? The magical brother is here. Come check. The Drubojan has hundreds of thousands watching right now. The chat is flooded with people asking where this place is. They're all saying they want to visit. Your village is blowing up. I bet even more will come tomorrow. You should prepare accordingly. Maybe host another event like this tomorrow night. If you keep holding occasional unique events, this place will never lack excitement. I've decided. I'm staying one more day before heading home. Friend, you keep streaming here. I won't disturb you. Let me go check on the others. Wang Yang saw how lively the online discussions about Shun Family Village's barbecue had become. Looks like the place really had gone viral. Chapter 96. Picked up a few foxes. Wang Yang came again to where the elderly scholars were gathered. The old master was explaining local folk songs, and these elders listened quietly, their faces filled with smiles as they watched villagers sing simple, unadorned ballads and saw many dancing joyfully. They appeared immensely satisfied. Have Yujiwei Lao Shansheng finished your meal? Everyone seems very happy. Looks like tonight's event was a success. Village chief uncle, your influence just went up again. I think tomorrow even more visitors will come. You should prepare early. Tomorrow I'll introduce someone to you. She'll be in charge of coordinating things here from now on. Please give her extra support. The village chief was first pleased upon hearing that more people would visit the village tomorrow, and then even happier when he learned someone had been found to manage village affairs. Xiaoyang, you finally found someone to take over management duties. Having this old man like me in charge all the time has been exhausting. Now I can relax a bit. How about setting up an office for her at the village committee building tomorrow? She can work there, and we'll be able to communicate better. Whatever arrangement works best is fine by me. We're doing this all for Xinjiazhai's better development. These Jiwei Lao Shansheng are also strong assets to our village. I'd like to appoint them as advisors in our cooperative so they can better guide us on agricultural cultivation matters. What do you think, uncle? Great idea. Since everyone's here anyway, let me ask my esteemed seniors for a favor. Do me a courtesy and officially register here with us. Right now what you're researching directly benefits our village. We're formally recognizing Yu Jiwei Lao Shansheng today. You mustn't refuse. The village chief invited warmly. The old master added his persuasion, and before long, he had convinced all the elderly scholars. From now on, the village's foundation would grow even stronger, greatly enhancing these men's influence. You came here just for us few old fellows, didn't you? I can tell you've had this planned out all along. Using my younger brother the village chief as your frontman while you stand behind collecting the rewards. Sly indeed. Old Master Xing joked with a laugh. Wang Yang rubbed his nose and smiled. Well, Yudiwei La Shansung are towering figures in the field of agriculture. We're doing this solely for the sake of future development. Once local officials hear you're officially involved here, they'll surely come greet you every day. Besides, isn't research better done somewhere impactful? If you make any breakthroughs here, your status will rise even further, perhaps even propel national agriculture forward by leaps and bounds. I'm not exaggerating. You've already seen how fruitful our experimental greenhouses are. I don't need to say more. Old Master Tang chuckled and said, Little Monkey really knows how to manipulate people, leaving us old folks no chance to refuse. Fine then, we'll stay here a while. But no illegal activities under our names. Consider this my advance warning. Old Master Tang, what are you saying? Could we possibly do anything unethical? Let me assure you right now, we'll strictly follow national laws and regulations no matter how much we develop. Things that violate conscience, we absolutely won't do. The village chief can supervise me, and Yujiwei Lao Shensheng can keep an eye on us too. Now I'll go check on other areas. There are many people tonight, I won't stay longer. You guys continue chatting. All of them waved him off. Go ahead, get busy. Wang Yang walked over to the worker masters and asked, How was dinner tonight, fellow workers? Did everyone eat well and have fun? Remember to rest early when you head back. The little kids were already asleep nestled in their parents' arms. Wang Yang signaled to Xiuxian and the others to follow him. He told Ponga and the rest to go home and rest early. They had to rise early tomorrow, and everyone had enjoyed themselves thoroughly. It was already past 11. He decided to send those beautiful young ladies back first. Xiaoya left together with them. When Wang Yang returned, he saw people gradually dispersing and villagers cleaning up. All trash needed to be cleared tonight, and soon Xinjiazhai grew much quieter. Xiaoyang, go home early too. I've assigned others to handle this. We need to send off several guests early tomorrow. Don't stay up too late. Shen Haoyu came over and said, Nyo, you're taking charge here? Did the village chief already leave? I sent my dad home. This is minor stuff. I can manage it by assigning tasks to others. Anyway, us young folks should gradually take over village duties. Better to start gaining experience early. Several young people have already returned to the village, and after hearing what's happening, others are requesting leave or quitting jobs to come back. We'll be working closely often from now on. Shen Hao said with a smile. Got it, Nyonyo. I'll head off then. I still need to check on the greenhouses. You guys keep at it. Wang Yang, accompanied by Hutu, Damao, Ermao, and Xiuxian, arrived at the greenhouse area. He noticed the elderly scholars had already retired for the night, so he didn't disturb them. He briefly checked on his parents, who were doing well, then left without lingering. Using his spiritual sense to scan the surroundings, he confirmed no one else was within a 500-meter radius, except for several strange creatures near the poultry shed. They appeared to be foxes. He decided to investigate. Wang Yang signaled Hutu and the others to follow his command, preparing to surround the animals. They moved swiftly and soon reached the poultry shed. Using his spiritual sense to inspect, Wang Yang confirmed they were indeed foxes, 2 adults and 2 cubs. The male was black with white markings, while the female was entirely fiery red, her eyes glowing crimson. The 2 adult foxes were positioning themselves protectively, glancing repeatedly toward Wang Yang's location, as if communicating how best to shield their young. Had they sensed him? These animals were truly intelligent. Wang Yang abandoned stealth and ordered Hutu's group to flank from both sides, while keeping Xiuxian close behind him. He couldn't risk the bear accidentally killing the foxes in a moment of instinct. The black fox suddenly darted straight in front of Hutu and the others, chattering rapidly in what sounded like a desperate plea. It seemed ready to sacrifice itself. Hutu and the group merely stared, confused by its behavior, growling uncertainly. Unable to watch any longer, Wang Yang stepped forward toward the red fox. She had positioned herself in front of her cubs, snarling fiercely at him, shielding them with her body. Witnessing this family of 4 willing to risk everything for their offspring stirred unexpected admiration within him. Rabbits, when discovered by humans, would flee far away and never return to their young. But these 2 adult foxes showed genuine devotion. Moved, Wang Yang pulled a basin from his space, filled it with spatial water, and placed it nearby. Almost instantly, the cubs caught the scent, dashed over, and began gulping down the water eagerly, ignoring their mother's calls. They even lifted their heads to gaze at Wang Yang with innocent, adorable expressions. Instinctively, he stepped closer. The red fox rushed in front of him, blocking his path. He calmly took out a bright red apple and placed it before her. Surprised that another object had suddenly appeared, she tilted her head curiously, sniffed the apple, then took a cautious bite. Sweetness filled her mouth. She let out a call toward the black fox, and shortly after, he approached too. Hutu's group tightened the circle around them, while Xiuxian stood behind, letting out a deep growl, intimidating but not attacking. All right, Hutu, you all go play over there for a bit. Let me deal with these foxes. He took out another apple and offered it to the black fox. Now convinced Wang Yang meant no harm, the adult foxes called gently to their cubs, signaling them to come. But the cubs remained fixated on drinking, oblivious to their mother's voice. The red fox finally gave up and hurried back herself. After sniffing the spatial water, recognizing its benefit, she stayed quietly beside her cubs, watching them drink. Enchanted by the family's touching behavior, Wang Yang produced another basin. At that moment, Xiuxian lumbered over and growled at him, clearly wanting some spatial water too. After a brief thought, Wang Yang transported all the animals into his space. With no one else around, he stepped in after them. Chapter 97. Caught a few petty thieves. The 4 foxes entered the space without fear, seemingly quite delighted. The 2 adult foxes walked straight to Wang Yang and laid down at his feet, playfully seeking attention. Wang Yang chuckled at their antics and gently stroked them. The 2 younger foxes also approached, rubbing their bodies against his legs, their adorable appearance utterly endearing. He picked each one up in turn for a closer look. 2 males and 2 females. He decided he'd keep them in the space from now on. They could come out occasionally for some fun. The black bear was also visibly thrilled. So this was why it had grown so close to Wang Yang. The space really was incredible. Now it didn't want to leave at all. Letting out a happy roar toward Wang Yang, it dashed back into the forest. Seeing how joyful the bear was, Wang Yang decided to let it stay and enjoy itself. It wasn't like there was any real danger. He released the 4 foxes onto the grassland to let them get accustomed to their new environment, then went over to greet the South China tiger and the leopard, silently warning them not to attack the foxes. After spending a little more time inside, he returned to the outside world. Tonight still had plans ahead. He called out the 2 big tigers, Damao and Ermao, instructing them to quietly follow him. Scanning the surroundings with his spiritual sense, he found no one around. Could he have been wrong? Were Lin Zifan and his men not coming back tonight? He hesitated, but ultimately trusted his instincts. With nothing urgent to do, he pushed open the door to the poultry shed and stepped inside. He filled the drinking troughs with plenty of spatial water before walking back out. The number of small animals here had clearly increased. The grass seeds he had sown earlier were growing vigorously. By next spring, this place would transform into a lush green meadow, likely becoming the most enjoyable spot in Shenjiazhai. He also poured spatial water into the fish pond. Soon, the surface became thickly covered with fish. Checking with his spiritual sense, he saw that the fry had grown significantly and were full of vitality. The larger fish he had introduced were thriving too, though only a small portion had been caught by anglers recently, indicating that quite a few skilled fishermen must have arrived in the village. He glanced at his phone, nearly 1 a.m. Still no one had appeared. Wang Yang found a concealed spot, took out a coat from the space and put it on, then retrieved a reclining chair from within the space and sat there, waiting. If nobody came by 3, he'd head back. Surely they wouldn't show up after that. He turned his focus inward, observing the space. The 4 foxes were having a joyous time on the grassland, showing no signs of attacking other animals. Food here was too abundant. Chickens, ducks, rabbits everywhere. Easy prey. They dug a burrow together, and the entire family crawled inside. The den wasn't small either. It already stored many eggs. There were so many scattered across the grassland that Wang Yang hadn't bothered collecting them in a while. The black bear was even craftier, sneaking near the beehives, waiting for a chance to steal honey. The space now hosted numerous hives, with bees active in many areas. The bear quickly located a large hive, rushed over, took a bite, then immediately darted off to hide. It had learned these bees were dangerous. They could sting even it, and it hurt badly. But it had figured out a strategy. Act fast, grab the honey, and run immediately. No lingering around to get stung. Wang Yang watched as, in no time, the bear collected a sizable amount of honey and began feasting happily. He didn't disturb it. There were so many bees in the space now that the bear couldn't eat much anyway, and many hives were high up on rocky cliffs, places the bear couldn't reach. He pulled out a few fruits from the space and started eating himself, then finished packaging the vegetables meant for Pang Ge and the others. Tomorrow, he'd just drive them over and let them take everything themselves. Once he captured these lurking threats, he'd return to his hometown for a visit. Better to go early and come back early. The greenhouse construction was nearly complete. In a couple of days, he could install the electrical equipment, test the power supply, and it would essentially be ready for use. He also needed to send some vegetables to Zhang Jun. He delayed for too long already. If he didn't ship something soon, Zhang would start worrying. Perfect timing. He'd deliver a full truckload today after dropping off the goods for Pang Ge, then send another batch once he got back home. Suddenly, a beam of light swept across the village outskirts. Wang Yang instantly noticed this anomaly. He quickly stashed the reclining chair back into the space and scanned the area with his spiritual sense. Outside the village, several suspicious figures were gathered, quietly discussing their plans, what each of them would do once they entered the village. Zhu Kai, you're in charge of monitoring the village. Xiahui and Xiuxian will go in to collect plant specimens. I'll sneak in and grab the detailed data logs. A few people from the Academy of Sciences showed up these past couple of days. Looks like this place has caught the attention of certain departments. We must get all the physical samples and experimental data as quickly as possible. Our boss can then secure greater benefits, and we'll get what we want too. Is everyone ready? Earlier, Xiuxian, your flashlight might have drawn some attention. Be more careful next time. Once we're inside, no sound, no lights. Understood? Move out. Lin Ziffin began assigning tasks to each person. These people clearly had a lot of experience sneaking around and stealing, snatching Chinese research achievements, and selling them off to foreign corporate giants. They never once considered how vital such research was to the nation, nor the catastrophic losses caused by such theft. But since they'd come here tonight, Wang Yang would deal with them all at once. Better to stop them now than let them go on harming others. Wang Yang stashed away his coat and melted into the shadows of a dark corner, moving first toward the 2 men approaching the greenhouse. The pair were creeping straight toward him. Too bad for you. The first to approach was Xiahui. He seemed cautious, scanning his surroundings carefully. Seeing nothing unusual, he began to speed up. If he's in such a hurry to die, fine by me. In an instant, Wang Yang moved behind him, struck a pressure point sharply at the back of his neck, and watched as the man crumpled to the ground, unconscious. He hoisted the limp body and stored it within his space. Using his spiritual sense, Wang Yang checked on the other 3, everything still normal. He repeated the same method, capturing Xiuxian and storing him away. As for Lin Ziffin, he was even more cautious. Standing in front of Wang Yang's parents' house, he pulled out a small bottle. Wang Yang saw the label, sleeping smoke. Once opened, any living creature within 50 meters would fall unconscious within 10 minutes and remain so for at least 12 hours, though otherwise harmless. Seeing that he was pulling out his trump card, Wang Yang could wait no longer. He had to move quickly, subdue him without making a sound, ideally without alerting anyone else. He closed in silently from behind and reached out, swiftly rendering Lin Ziffin unconscious. This one likely knew the true identity of their boss, definitely worth keeping alive for questioning. Only one left. Scanning with his spiritual sense, Wang Yang found Zhu Kai shockingly carefree, just lying motionless in a dark corner, doing nothing. Without his spiritual awareness, Wang Yang might have missed him entirely. He walked right up beside him, and the man didn't notice a thing. One quick strike, and down he went. This guy was clearly a coward through and through, the kind who'd become a traitor without hesitation in wartime. All 4 were captured. Wang Yang then followed their trail back, searching first for their vehicles. He couldn't leave those behind. Sure enough, not far from the village, he found 2 off-road SUVs. These guys really were loaded. Well, no need to be polite about it. He drove out his own cargo van, packed full of vegetables, fruits, and some rabbit meat, and brought it directly into the village. This vehicle would stay here from now on. Chapter 98. Interrogation in the Space. Wang Yang parked the car in the village, accidentally waking up his father, who got up to check. Seeing that Wang Yang was still awake, he came over to ask, Xiaoyang, what are you doing? Why aren't you sleeping at this hour? You're not staying up on guard duty, are you? Dad, you're up. I brought back some vegetables from outside earlier and just want to pick them up. This truck is a gift from Pang Ge before he left. It had to be delivered tonight and will be hauled away tomorrow morning. This is my other freight vehicle. I'll leave it here for now. Dad, go back to sleep. I'm heading back too. After saying that, Wang Yang left, taking Sanmao and Sameo with him. There was no one else around. and nothing dangerous would happen here. Returning to his courtyard, he first released the black bear, then let Hutu and the others retreat into their own house. The commotion didn't wake Pangu at all. How soundly he must have been sleeping. Wang Yang closed the bedroom door and entered his space. He locked the 4 people inside the stone chamber where Shi Yi and San Kong were kept. That idiot was acting clueless again, which annoyed Wang Yang. He woke up the 4 captives and then killed them right in front of each other. The sudden execution terrified them completely. Brother, I admit I was wrong. Don't kill me. I'll tell you everything I know. Zhu Kai was utterly frightened. The other 3 also wore looks of horror, scrambling backward. Xia and Fu Xiang even tried to escape the chamber. Lin Zifan actually attempted to attack Wang Yang. This man still had some courage, knowing he wouldn't survive, trying for a desperate last stand. For someone like him, there could be no mercy. Wang Yang knocked Lin Zifan unconscious again, deciding to interrogate him last. Facing the remaining 3, he said coldly, "You can't escape. Whoever speaks first might suffer less, depending on the situation. If anyone discovers that the person before them isn't being honest, interrupt and add your own information. I'll decide your fate based on what you say. I'll go first. I won't hide anything. We come from a seed company in Yongcheng, a company controlled by foreign capital. Its main purpose is to collect high-quality Chinese seed resources for them, then eventually gain ownership of these seeds through our company. All research is conducted overseas, where advanced equipment allows immediate extraction of superior genes from the seeds. They crossbreed them with other seeds to produce even better varieties, all of which are patented. Eventually, our country will have no choice but to pay to buy these high-quality seeds from abroad." Zhu Kai spilled the secrets without hesitation. "Who's in charge?" "Han Su. We mainly get money through him. We collect various seeds or specimens across different parts of the country, and in the end, Lin Zifan delivers everything to Han Su." Wang Yang turned to the other 2. "Any additions?" Xia Hui hurried forward. "I swear, only the 4 of us are here now, no one else. Everything we did was under Lin Zifan's orders. He's the mastermind. He forced us into every crime. In Shandong, we even murdered someone, a seed company owner in Shouguang. His vegetable variety was outstanding, but no matter how much we offered, he refused to cooperate. In the end, Lin Zifan ordered us to kill him. By threatening his family, we finally seized ownership of the seeds." Wang Yang fell silent for a moment, recalling words once spoken by Henry Kissinger, former U.S. Secretary of State. "If you control oil, you control nations. If you control currency, you control the world. If you control food, you control all humanity." A tiny seed concerns the destiny of a nation. One seed can change the world. One variety can bless an entire people. These people were despicable, especially the ringleader, willingly becoming a lackey for foreigners. For a bit of personal gain, you've caused such devastating losses to our country. Every year, foreign capital profits billions from farmers within China. Worse, they use sterility locks on vegetable and fruit seeds. How can our domestic seed industry ever rise again? The food we speak of includes not only grain, but all edible items. Grains as staple, vegetables as secondary, fruits after that. Although China's total grain output has remained above 3 trillion gen for 7 consecutive years, we cannot deny that the country still faces tight supply-demand balance, rigid growth in demand, and the choke point problem in seed sources. Especially considering seeds, the chips of agriculture, our reliance on long-term imports directly impacts national security. Only by making greater efforts and bolder moves with a single seed can we firmly hold China's food bowl in our own hands. This ancient agricultural superpower is now facing a seed crisis. Shouguang in Shandong province is known as the hometown of Chinese vegetables. Its agricultural exports reach 115.03 billion yuan, accounting for 22% of the national total, leading the country for 20 consecutive years. But few know that behind Shouguang's success lies a long-standing, unspoken sorrow. In 2012, China Food News visited Shouguang for an interview. A local agriculture official told them, among the current 1,000 vegetable varieties grown in Shouguang, 80% come from foreign seeds. In other words, even in China's vegetable capital, the most critical seed supply remains firmly in Western hands. And this is merely a reflection of China's broader crisis in its seed industry. Since the implementation of the seed law in 2001, China's seed market has been fully opened up. In recent years, more than 70 international agribusiness giants have entered the Chinese market on a large scale, and a vast quantity of foreign seeds have infiltrated domestic farmlands. In northeast China, a major grain-producing region, corn seeds mainly come from Germany. In the Huanghuaihai region, the dominant corn variety is Xinyu 355, developed by American company Pioneer. Keshan County in Heilongjiang, known as the hometown of China's potatoes, primarily cultivates the American potato variety, Atlantic. As for common vegetables on our dining tables, reliance on foreign sources is even more severe. Take broccoli. Although China is the world's largest producer of broccoli, it remains tightly constrained at the seed level. A Japanese company named Sakata has single-handedly captured 65% of the global broccoli seed market and established a monopoly in China. The price of its seeds often rises sharply. One seed has sold for as high as 0.2 yuan, while Chinese farmers remark, "We only earn a few tenths of a yuan per broccoli plant." What's worse, Sakata seeds are all male sterile first-generation hybrids, suitable only for production, not for breeding or saving seeds. This means they are sterile seeds, forcing farmers to repurchase every year, keeping seed costs permanently high. What does seed sterility mean? It means that if farmers stop buying new seeds, they will have no harvest the following year. and it means national security is under threat. Wang Yang didn't bother keeping any of these people alive in his space. He didn't even feel like questioning them. All were executed immediately. Now let's turn to other matters concerning seeds. Chapter 99. Introduction to Seeds. In Chinese historical records, a seed war once led to the downfall of a nation. Historically, during the Battle of Kuaiji between the states of Yu and Wu, Yu was defeated and Go Jian became a captive of Wu. Later, Wu released Go Jian back to Yu, who then presented 100,000 hu of millet as tribute, all of it steamed and rendered non-germinative, and claimed these were premium-grade seeds. Wu distributed them to farmers for planting, but none of the seeds sprouted. As a result, Wu suffered crop failure and widespread famine. Yu seized the opportunity to launch an attack, leading to Wu's ultimate collapse. Fast forward to modern times. In fact, it's not just broccoli, carrots, spinach, tomatoes, bell peppers, eggplants, onions, and other common vegetables on our dining tables are all facing a crisis in seed sovereignty. According to the Ministry of Agriculture's 2021 China Crop Seed Industry Development Report, vegetable seeds accounted for the largest import value among agricultural seeds in 2020. Total imports reached $238 million, making up 55% of the total seed import value. The biggest share came from high-end varieties. Imagine what would happen if foreign suppliers suddenly cut off seed supplies or drastically raised prices. Vast numbers of Chinese farmers and production enterprises would be thrown into crisis. Every bite of fruits and vegetables you eat may carry behind it exorbitantly priced foreign seeds. In reality, this monopoly by foreign seed companies did not happen overnight. Since the domestic seed market was liberalized in 1982, multinational corporations have surged in, scrambling to capture China's seed market. These global agrochemical and seed giants. Over the past 4 decades, these multi-billion-dollar transnational seed giants, leveraging massive operations involving capital plus mergers and acquisitions plus internationalization, have long penetrated the Chinese market. Germany's Bayer dominates global seed markets, holding numerous genetically modified corn varieties and over 2,000 vegetable seed types across more than 20 categories. US-based Corteva covers over a dozen major crops including corn, wheat, and rice. Swiss Syngenta sells seed products divided into field crop seeds, vegetable seeds, and flower seeds, with its field crop offerings including corn, soybeans, rice, oilseeds, barley, and wheat, such as wheat, rice, sorghum, corn, cotton, and forage grasses, mainly providing staples, oils, and raw materials for clothing. Germany's BASF, besides its strength in corn seeds, also holds substantial potential in vegetables and wheat. These foreign giants have deeply embedded themselves within farming communities through strategies like collaborating with research institutions, establishing breeding bases, and bundling integrated crop protection solutions. Operating under the seeds plus pesticides model, they've reaped enormous profits. Take Bayer Crop Science Vegetable Division and Simonis Company, Limited, with over 150 years of history, averaging 125 new variety releases annually. They operate more than 100 varieties across 7 major crop categories in China, with over 200 cooperative demonstration sites nationwide. Nunhems, a Dutch subsidiary under BASF, possesses about 2,600 cultivars across 24 crops. Its research, development, and breeding systems are highly mature and cover an exceptionally wide range, areas where domestic firms stand no chance of competing. In contrast, China's indigenous vegetable seed research started late and has only about 60 years of history. It suffers from inadequate research funding, insufficient personnel, weak intellectual property protection, and disconnection from market demands. In truth, while our ancestors valued agriculture in terms of labor, they never truly recognized seeds as strategic assets in technological terms. In the past, many of China's seed resources were either stolen or casually given away to foreign entities, becoming critical evidence for the appropriation of genetic resources and causing immeasurable losses to the nation. Take soybeans as an example. Initially viewed merely as ornamental plants by Americans, they later enabled the U.S. to earn over $1 trillion in foreign exchange from China. As early as 1898, Americans came to China to study and collect wild soybean specimens, treating them as rare curiosities for display and research. From 1925 to 1927, American P.H. Dorset collected over 1,500 soybean samples in northeast China. From 1929 to 1931, Dorset and W.J. Morse collected 622 soybean samples in the same region. Later, they continued collecting over 4,000 additional samples from China and the Korean Peninsula. In September 1974, the United States sent a large plant research delegation to China, including soybean researcher Bernard, who traveled extensively throughout China collecting wild soybean specimens. Through covert collection and readily accepting gifts, Americans acquired many superior soybean specimens. From these, they isolated high-yield genes and antiviral genes, eventually developing new genetically modified soybean strains, and patented every single one. China now must pay high royalties to grow these patented varieties, which often proves less economical than simply importing them directly. In recent years, the average yield of soybeans in China has been 200 to 300 gene per mu, with high-yield fields exceeding 600 gene and a record high of over 900 gene. In contrast, the average yield of soybeans in the United States ranges from 400 to 500 gene per mu, with high-output fields surpassing 1,000 gene and a peak record of more than 1,700 gene. The U.S. average yield is nearly twice that of China, leading to severe dependence on American soybean supplies. Today, about 90% of China's soybean demand relies on imports. In 2021 alone, import costs reached $53.539 billion USD, approximately 340.9 billion renminbi, equivalent to spending over 900 million renminbi daily. Wild soybean plants, what some regard as treasure, others discard like worn-out shoes, have become a source of deep national regret. During the Qing dynasty, Chinese tea gardens once brought vast amounts of silver into the world economy. But even earlier than soybeans, tea seeds suffered severe loss. This time, the thief was British. In the 17th century, tea exports surpassed silk and porcelain, with 1/5 going to tea-loving Britain. Silver flowed steadily into China, creating a trade deficit for Britain. The British realized this couldn't continue. Their entire wealth would be drained. They needed to steal tea technology back. After the First Opium War, Britain sent operatives deep into inland China. In May 1848, the East India Company hired a horticulturist named Robert Fortune to steal tea from China. He took over 13,000 tea seedlings and a large quantity of tea seeds, then illegally recruited Chinese tea farmers to grow them in India. Through these maneuvers, India soon seized the title of the world's top tea producer. Within less than 20 years, with British capital and Chinese labor, Indian growers produced Darjeeling black tea, breaking China's monopoly on tea. By the early 20th century, China's share of total tea consumption in the West had dropped to under 10%. After losing core technologies that once earned massive foreign exchange, China indirectly fell into a trade deficit with Britain. Additionally, kiwi fruit, now generating billions annually for New Zealand, originally came from China and has since become a tool for foreign companies to harvest profits from China. China is the birthplace of kiwi fruit. However, in 1904, a woman named Isabel visited China and brought kiwi fruit seeds back to New Zealand upon her return. After decades of improvement, New Zealand developed two golden kiwi fruit varieties, Gold 3 Sun Gold and Gold 9 Sweet Gold, both protected proprietary cultivars owned by New Zealand's Zespri Group. Just as American soybeans are continuously exported to China, kiwi fruit has become a favorite among young Chinese consumers. In just the 2018-19 season, Chinese consumers purchased over 2.2 billion renminbi worth of kiwi fruit from Zespri, accounting for more than 20% of Zespri's global sales. Seeing such enormous economic returns, a Chinese-American couple surnamed Gao brought 2 vines of the original Chinese kiwi fruit back from New Zealand and began planting and promoting them in China. Once suspicious activity was detected, Zespri hired private investigators to travel to China and eventually identified 5 Chinese orchards growing Sun Gold and Sweet Gold kiwi fruit. Although the Gaos and others disputed the findings, they had no legal defense. Zespri sued the couple, demanding compensation of up to 70 million New Zealand dollars, about 330 million renminbi. As a consequence, farmers who planted these kiwi fruit extensively were left with only 2 options: either cut down productive fruit trees at their peak yield stage, or be acquired by Zespri, allowed to grow under license, but required to pay royalty fees. Either way, the losses were immense. Thus, the kiwi fruit originally from China has completely turned into a tool for Zespri to exploit profitably. Dave Courtney, Zespri's chief grower and alliance officer, later stated that the court ruling held great significance for New Zealand's kiwi fruit industry. The illegal actions of the Gao couple and their associates threatened the livelihoods of 2,800 local growers in New Zealand. The verdict reassured everyone that the labor of New Zealand growers can be legally protected, encouraging continued investment in research and development, and enabling sustained value creation for the kiwi fruit industry. But aren't the fruits of Chinese farmers also worthy of protection? How has the dark history of stealing Chinese kiwi fruit seeds been so completely forgotten? Chapter 100. Introduction to Seeds. Some people might say, why be so foolish? Why not just buy the seeds, grow them, and then save some for next season? That's too naive. Leaving aside seed patents altogether, there's the evil biological lock alone that can crush your hopes. The biological lock, used by global seed giants, includes 2 technologies. One is sterility technology, which prevents farmers from saving seeds. The other is control technology, designed to make the next generation of seeds functionally inferior to their predecessors. This forces farmers to spend money year after year buying foreign seeds, which are far more expensive than domestic ones. Take Korean white radishes, for example. These seeds cost 20 times more than their Chinese equivalents. And Japanese broccoli seeds. A bag containing 100,000 seeds was priced at 3,500 yuan in 2015, rose to 6,500 yuan in 2016, and reached as high as 20,000 yuan per bag by 2020. Someone may ask further. We Chinese can build aircraft carriers and lunar spacecraft, even produce ballpoint pen tips. Why can't we allocate funds to develop good vegetable seeds for our farmers? Are all the experts and scholars in China's numerous agricultural research institutes and cultivation bases just idle? First, there's the issue of natural conditions. Although China has abundant species resources, many precious local varieties are disappearing rapidly. According to preliminary surveys from the 3rd National Census of Crop Germplasm Resources, in 375 counties across 6 provinces, including Hubei, Hunan, and Guangxi, 71.8% of local grain crop varieties have vanished. These lost varieties often possessed excellent traits such as high quality, disease resistance, and tolerance to poor soil, presenting new challenges for germplasm resource conservation. More importantly, R&D investment has indeed been limited. According to R&D expenditure ratios of A-share listed companies in 2020, Longping High-Tech stood out with a relatively high R&D investment ratio of 10%. Other listed seed companies generally invested less than 6% of revenue into R&D, with total R&D spending not exceeding 700 million yuan combined, far below the average annual R&D expenditure of over 11 billion yuan by global seed leaders such as BASF, Syngenta, and Corteva in 2020. The technological gap is also enormous. It's no longer even competition within the same dimension. Foreign seed industries have long entered the era of molecular breeding and industrialized breeding. The former applies molecular biology techniques to breeding, usually including marker-assisted selection and genetic modification. The latter adopts market and farmer-oriented, factory-style, assembly line methods for large-scale breeding, exemplified by fully automated plant factories in Chiba Prefecture, Japan. In contrast, some regions in China remain stuck at the stage of judging by eye and touching by hand, and in certain fields, the development of domestic seeds is virtually non-existent. This is the tragedy of a millennia-old agricultural civilization, and even more so, the sorrow of those simple, hard-working farmers who spend their entire lives tilling the soil. Statistics show that global wheat prices have risen by over 20.1%, and corn prices have increased month-on-month by 19.8%. Especially for low-income countries in the Middle East and Africa, after this crisis, many people could face food shortages because prices have become too high for them to afford. As one netizen put it, without food sovereignty, there can be no national security. Another expressed deeper concerns about capital speculation disrupting grain prices. Actually, a small shortage isn't problematic, but after capitalist manipulation, even a 1% deficit could drive prices up by 10% or more. After all, some pains are not distant memories. In the late 1980s, following disasters like the 1986 African drought, global grain production and reserves dropped sharply, and per capita food availability declined by 14%, contributing directly to the rapid collapse of the Soviet Union and the Warsaw Pact, leaving Eastern Europeans unable to obtain enough bread to feed themselves. Cargill has ranked first among private companies for 29 consecutive years, making it the largest privately held corporation in the United States. In 2008, when three American grain giants, ADM, Bunge, and Cargill, jointly restricted output, global food prices skyrocketed, inflation exploded in the BRICS nations, triggering a worldwide food crisis. Food determines present survival. Seeds determine future security. Both are deeply intertwined with national economy and people's livelihood. Fortunately, the nation has recognized this issue. To firmly hold on to its own rice bowl, China has placed the war to protect seeds on its agenda. Starting in 2014, the Ministry of Agriculture and Rural Affairs initiated pilot reforms focused on talent development and intellectual property rights for scientific research outcomes in the seed industry. To date, 122 pilot institutions have achieved more than 5,000 seed-related results, a growth of over 50% compared to before the pilot program. In 2022, a comprehensive plan for the seed industry was further deployed, including the deep implementation of the Seed Industry Revitalization Initiative, strengthened protection of seed resources, and accelerated advancement of breeding innovation. Emphasis was placed on the fact that seed source security is directly tied to national security, and it is imperative to make determined efforts to upgrade China's seed industry and achieve self-reliance and control over seed technology. On March 1, 2022, the newly revised seed law officially took effect, with enhanced intellectual property protection for China's seed varieties becoming a major highlight. In the future, this may unprecedentedly increase the difficulty and cost for Western countries to obtain genetic resources from China. Today, grasping and revitalizing the seed industry has become a shared consensus. From national policies to industry enterprises, continuous support for the seed sector is being strengthened. From Hainan, Sichuan to Gansu, the three national-level breeding and seed production bases, along with 52 major seed-producing counties and 100 regional high-quality seed multiplication bases across the country, form the backbone national team of seed industry infrastructure, meeting more than 70% of the nation's crop seed demand and serving as a guarantee for bountiful harvests for hundreds of millions of farmers. Yuan Longping spent over 50 years turning a single grain of rice into super rice. Meanwhile, in the long-term storage facility of the National Crop Gene Bank, located near Beijing's northwest Third Ring Road, vast amounts of precious germplasm resources, including rice, are hibernating under low temperatures. As Asia's largest and the world's second-largest gene bank, it preserves a total of 451,000 accessions. In addition, another 69,000 are conserved in germplasm nurseries nationwide, bringing the total to 520,000. As one of the nation's most critical strategic resource reserves, these germplasm resources can be preserved in the bank for over 50 years. They serve not only as strategic assets ensuring national food security, but also represent the hope for China's seed industry resurgence. Through the painstaking research of scientists, China's modern seed, chip, has recently achieved continuous breakthroughs. High-quality seeds for major crops have been basically covered entirely, with independently bred varieties accounting for over 95% of cultivated area, realizing the goal that Chinese grain primarily uses Chinese seeds. For major vegetables such as Chinese cabbage, chili peppers, and cabbage, China has already developed numerous high-quality, affordable hybrid varieties, reclaiming some previously lost ground. Even more uplifting for the Chinese people was the successful acquisition in 2017 by Ren Jianxin, then chairman of ChemChina, who outmaneuvered American giant Monsanto to acquire Syngenta, a global leader in seeds. Overnight, China leapt into the top 3 of the global seed industry. establishing a tripartite global seed market dominated by Germany, the United States, and China. This victory significantly boosted China's position in the global seed arena, finally offering a glimmer of hope in winning the battle for seed independence. 10 years of grinding sharpens a sword. Though there may still be a long way to go before Chinese seeds truly stand tall, signs of improvement appear to be gradually emerging. Yet we must not let our guard down. Ordinary people should also begin taking food security and seed security seriously. At this moment, we cannot afford to think too far ahead. The only thing we must do is survive, gather strength, and repel the invading enemy. After all, under the heavy pressure of the global food crisis, the warnings from 4 major international institutions sound increasingly piercing. We certainly do not wish such tragedies to happen to us. Existing stresses such as escalating regional conflicts, the pandemic crisis, climate change, rising vulnerability, and frequent conflicts are threatening millions around the globe. The poorest nations face the greatest risks, but vulnerability is also rapidly increasing among middle-income countries where most of the world's poor reside. Wang Yang saw countless painful lessons online. How could he possibly tolerate these individuals who come to steal specimens, plants, seeds, and even the data we painstakingly collect every day? The few experts currently in the village were retained by Wang Yang through great effort, specifically for his own seed cultivation project. In the future, through their research, better seed resources can be developed, so at the very least, he won't have to worry about seed patents anymore. Chapter 101. Seeing Fat Brother Off. Wang Yang hadn't slept all night. After dealing with those scumbags, he felt unusually energized. Exiting his space, he immediately started preparing breakfast for Fat Brother and the others. He simmered a pot of millet porridge, boiled a large batch of eggs, made some scallion oil pancakes, prepared a few cold dishes, and even took out several of his homemade salted duck eggs. This, he thought, could truly be called a breakfast filled with care and affection. He checked the time. It was already past 4 in the morning. He walked over to Fat Brother's room and called out, "Fat Brother, wake up early and start packing. You've got a flight to catch. I've already prepared breakfast. I still need to call the others to come here and eat. Hurry up." Leaving Fat Brother's room, Wang Yang took out his phone and dialed Li Dong first. "Brotherly, are you awake yet? Pack quickly and come to my place for breakfast. I'll hang up now. I still need to call the others." He had woken everyone up unusually early, even inviting Xiaoya to come over so they could all leave together by car. After half an hour or so, people began arriving at Wang Yang's house one by one. "Wang Yang, you really get up early. Cooking breakfast for us this early. Thanks, you've worked hard," Jiang Ling said gratefully. "Jiang Jia, you're here too. Everyone, eat quickly. It's getting late. You have flights to catch. We must arrive at the airport 2 hours in advance. Boarding and check-in can be quite troublesome. If we get stuck in city traffic, it'll cause problems. There are many things we need to plan carefully to ensure you all make it safely onto your planes," Wang Yang explained. Xiaoya looked at Wang Yang and complained, "Why'd you call me so early? I could have slept in. It's only 5 o'clock now. You aren't planning to make me wake up this early every day, are you? If so, I won't agree. That's slave labor. Way too harsh on employees. All right, just eat. Didn't you say you needed to go back and grab your luggage? I was trying to give you a ride, but I forgot to ask whether you drove here or came by car." Xiaoya glared at him. "Of course I drove here myself. Get lost. You're making me so mad." Wang Yang grinned at her expression. "Fat Brother, when is the vehicle arriving? How should I hand over the stuff I prepared? If no one comes to pick it up, I'm keeping it for myself," Wang Yang joked. "Bro, wait a bit. The vehicle will be here shortly. Where were you last night? I didn't even know when you came back, and now you're up super early making breakfast for us. Thanks, man. Don't be so polite. You guys eat first. I'll go signal the bus driver to drive into the village, and I'll also find a few people to help carry your luggage." Wang Yang left his house and called the bus driver. "Master Sun, head straight into the village upon reaching Shinzai's High. We'll be departing soon. Mr. Wang, I've been ready for a while now, just waiting for your call. I'm driving over now. See you in a bit." Seeing the bus enter the village and already turned around with its door open, Wang Yang hurried forward. "Have you eaten breakfast, Master Sun? If not, come and grab something from me. I've prepared plenty. Don't be shy. I've already eaten." "Thank you, Mr. Wang. You're way too considerate." At that moment, village chief uncle approached and asked Wang Yang, "Xiaoyang, have your friends finished packing? They're leaving today. Are there any ways we can help?" "Uncle Chief, perfect timing. If you're free, could you gather a few people to help us move some stuff? A truck is coming soon to take some items for Fat Brother. I prepared vegetables and some of our homemade wine yesterday. Everyone wanted some. We'll need help loading them." "No problem. I'll go round up some folks right away. Just wait a moment." With that, village chief uncle dashed off to find helpers. Wang Yang drove his cargo van over and opened the rear doors, filled with vegetables, fruits, and rabbit meat. Just then, another vehicle pulled up outside the village. Wang Yang went over to ask, "Excuse me, are you here to pick up goods? Did Fat Brother call you?" "Hello. Fat Brother asked me to come help transport some things to Yongcheng. Since this is the place, let's load up directly. I heard there's wine involved. Where is it? I need to check it. It can't be placed haphazardly. If it breaks during transit, I can't afford to pay for it," the driver asked. "It hasn't been brought out yet. Wait a second. I'll get someone to bring it over now." Just then, village chief uncle arrived with a group of villagers. Wang Yang immediately led them back to his house to fetch the wine. About a dozen people entered the courtyard and found Fat Brother and the others still eating breakfast. The village chief uncle smiled and said, "You're having breakfast? I've brought some helpers to pack your things. The truck's already outside. Let us know if there's anything else you want shipped. We'll carry it over right away." Wang Yang walked over to Fat Brother and said, The driver you arranged has arrived. I'll move the wine over first. Anything you need to tell me? If not, I'm having them load the vegetables too. You can sort out how to distribute everything when you get back. I'm not getting involved. He called out to the other villagers. Brothers, all the stuff is in this room. See the wine on the ground? Just carry it straight to the truck. After more than 20 minutes of Vong Lu, they finally finished. The small truck was packed full of vegetables, and the bottles of wine had been carefully placed in containers and secured. Fat Brother and the others came over. Seeing how much Wang Yang had prepared for them, they felt a bit awkward about taking so much while also having just eaten his breakfast. Brother, you're truly something else. No more words needed. Next time you come to Yongsheng, I'll treat you properly. Let's get on the bus and head out now. They followed the bus to the airport. After seeing Fat Brother and the others board their flight, Wang Yang breathed a sigh of relief. His first time hosting guests had finally ended successfully. Wang Yang returned to the city and found a warehouse, where he directly stored 20 tons of vegetables. He booked a large freight truck online, hired people to load it up, then called Zhang Jun to inform him to receive the goods the day after tomorrow. It wasn't until around 2 p.m. that Wang Yang made it back home. To his surprise, Xiaoya was still there. Curious, he walked up and asked, Xiaoya, why haven't you left? What are you still doing here? You finally remembered to come back. Do you even know what time it is? I've been waiting all morning. Don't tell me you drove them all the way to the destination before returning? I've already moved my luggage over from home and cleaned up the room. Wang Yang looked at Xiaoya, momentarily speechless. Seeing that she had cleaned the entire house and even washed the dishes, he couldn't help but praise her. Miss Xiao, great job today. House looks fantastic. From now on, please keep an eye on things around here. The capable must carry more responsibility, right? Get lost. Wang Yang, are you trying to make me your maid or something? Dream on. I'm living here from now on, so we need some rules. First, you're not allowed into my room without my permission. Second, household hygiene must be maintained. Dishes and chopsticks should be washed promptly after meals. Third, no acting like a hooligan at home, like walking around half naked or anything. That's all for now. I'll add more if I think of anything later. Xiaoya said, speaking as she thought it through. I'm letting you live in my house, and you're making rules? Is there any justice in this world? Wang Yang, I'm officially starting work today. Village chief uncle has already prepared an office for me, but honestly, it feels more comfortable at home. How about I set up a studio here too? I saw that room behind the guest room. It's perfect. I've already tidied it up. Come take a look and give me your feedback. Wang Yang glanced at Xiaoya. You've already done everything and only now tell me? Do I even have a chance to say no? He walked inside and took a look. It actually looked quite professional. Not bad. From now on, we can use this space as the home studio. But remember, your official workplace is still the village committee office. Your main duties and coordination should remain with them. There's a safe in the basement with all my contracts here. Here's a key. I'll give you one. Later, take out all the contracts and go through them. Chapter 102 Introducing the Business to Xiaoya. Wang Yang sat down in the studio and began. Xiaoya, let me briefly explain the situation here. I've established the Xinjia Village Agricultural Cooperative with the village. The village contributes land as equity and holds a 30% share, while the remaining 70% belongs entirely to me. If you perform well here in the future, I can also give you some shares. Don't underestimate this place. Brother Chen is such a sharp guy, and if he sent you here, it means there's great potential. You need to grasp this opportunity tightly. There's much I won't elaborate on now. You'll understand more as time goes on. We've already built a 40-acre fish pond, where we've invested over 2 million yuan in fingerlings. You've seen that. We've also set up a distillery that has begun producing grain-based liquor. In the mountains, there's a dedicated area for aging the liquor. For now, our focus is on storage rather than sales. We have a poultry house too, housing chickens, ducks, and geese. Next spring, we plan to raise pigs and some cattle and sheep. You should be mentally prepared for this. The only project not yet completed is the 10-glass greenhouse sheds I invested 15 million yuan to build. Based on Brother Chen's progress, they should be finished this month. We need to discuss with Uncle Village Chief about starting recruitment soon. Mainly villagers, but people from nearby areas can also come to work. This matter must be handled quickly. Ideally, we'll hire some permanent workers who are skilled in farming. No high educational requirements. You can also recruit someone knowledgeable in planting to specifically manage the greenhouses. You'll oversee everything. We also have a fixed partner, the law firm in Yongqing City. They handle all our legal and tax affairs. Having a law firm is essential. We'll be dealing with lawyers frequently from now on. You can manage taxation matters, but legal issues must be handled by the firm. After listening to Wang Yang's lengthy explanation, Xiaoya had taken extensive notes and now understood the general picture. She asked, Wang Yang, you've invested so heavily. Our cooperative seems quite scattered right now. What should I prioritize? Set up the cooperative structure according to corporate standards. We're essentially an agriculture-focused company. You'll be in charge of the administrative, finance, production, and warehousing departments. I'll handle marketing and R&D. R&D is our core confidential area. I've already invited several experts from the village to form a preliminary research team. Later, we may collaborate with academic research institutions. Patent development must remain under our own control. Our main products are organic. Have you heard of Yongqing crystal vegetables? That's supplied by us. That's our flagship product. Leveraging Xinjia Village's tourism resources to attract visitors, we'll integrate farmhouse tourism, the distillery, fish ponds, future livestock operations, and vegetable farming into one cohesive system, promoting coordinated development. The village cannot be left out. They must maintain their shareholding. But operationally, we keep the lead. This is my overall vision, and this is exactly how we're proceeding. Xiaoya looked at Wang Yang with a smile and said, I didn't realize you were such a shrewd strategist. After all that talking, it turns out you're putting everything on me while you just oversee the big picture. What you've outlined isn't complicated. Setting up the company structure will be quick. I'll discuss it with the village chief. I won't slow you down. Wang Yang smiled and continued. You've got a lot on your plate now. Need to recruit some staff. Finance personnel must have experience. Others can be trained internally. Young people from the village can be recruited too, since we know them well. Uncle Village Chief will help us manage the villagers properly. We're different from urban companies. We aim to prosper together with the villagers. Only when the locals truly benefit can our business develop steadily. You'll manage administration, finance, logistics, and warehousing. Uncle Village Chief will handle production. I'll take marketing and R&D. That way, we form a perfect closed loop. Our primary products are organic fruits and vegetables, wild fish, and pure grain liquor, our 3 flagship products. We'll add more later, like the current poultry and next year's planned pigs, cattle, and sheep. Basically, we're building a clean, pollution-free production facility. Also support some farmhouse goose houses and rural lodges. Those arrangements fall under you. If the village lacks anything, find ways to improve it. I'll provide funding, so no need for you to seek investment or external partners. Pay taxes properly as required. No tax evasion or illegal practices for us. Xiaoya looked at Wang Yang and said, I fully understand your vision. I'll arrange everything reasonably. Now I'm getting hungry. Go cook something for me. Consider it my welcome feast. Wang Yang's face darkened, realizing that cooking would now fall entirely on him. He glanced at Xiaoya, stood up, walked out of the studio, and entered the kitchen. There was no shortage of food at home. Chicken, fish, meat, eggs, and vegetables were all top quality. Xiaoya, what do you want to eat? Tell me. Just cook whatever you like. I'm not picky. Just use plenty of chili peppers. The rest is up to you. Hearing her leave it entirely to him, Wang Yang simplified things even more. He rinsed some rice and put it in the pot to steam, deciding against making any flour-based dishes. He prepared green peppers, scallions, ginger, garlic, and other seasonings, then took out some beef and lamb from storage, along with eggs, a cabbage, and an eggplant. That would be enough. He first made braised eggplant, stir-fried cabbage, and pan-fried 2 sunny-side-up eggs. Then he cooked a quick sautéed beef dish, and finally simmered a lamb soup. Xiaoya had already followed the aroma into the kitchen. Wang Yang, your cooking smells amazing. I'll take the dishes out. The rice has been done for a while. We're just waiting on the lamb soup now. I'll really have good food here working with you. All right, Xiaoya, just take the dishes out first. This will be ready in a moment. No need to butter me up. I already know my cooking tastes good. One compliment, and you're already floating on air. No humility at all. You're from Lu Province, right? Don't people there usually eat jianbing? Why are you steaming rice? You really don't get out much, do you? If I made jianbing, you'd probably break your teeth trying to bite it. I'm not wasting my energy making something only I can eat while you go hungry. Try it next time. I want to taste your jianbing. There are actually shops selling them in Xi'an. We have fellow Shandong natives around. Next time we go out, we can buy some ready-made ones. Or you can order online yourself. I don't feel like making it. It requires a special griddle, which isn't easy to find here. The lamb soup is ready. Bring me a big bowl so I can pour it directly in. By the time Wang Yang came out, Xiaoya couldn't wait anymore and started eating. She focused mostly on the beef. Wang Yang noticed she really liked meat, probably due to her time abroad, where Western diets typically included more meat and fewer vegetables. Xiaoya, why aren't you eating any vegetables? My vegetarian dishes are delicious too. Won't you try some? They're all good, but we can't finish everything anyway. Next time, cook less. You've already forgotten about my tiger-headed snakes, haven't you? Not to mention, we still have that black bear at home. Nothing ever gets left over. Just eat quickly. And by the way, you're doing the dishes. Chapter 103, Mom's Misunderstanding. Wang Yang and Xiaoya were halfway through their meal when his mother, Xiuxian, walked in. Seeing her son having lunch at home with a pretty girl, she curiously stepped inside. Xiaoyang, who is this young lady? Aren't you going to introduce her to your mom? Wang Yang hadn't noticed when his mother arrived. By the time he realized she had already pushed open the courtyard gate and entered the house, he wanted to give Xiaoya a heads up, but seeing how happily she was eating, he decided not to disturb her. Hearing that Wang Yang's mother had arrived, Xiaoya quickly wiped her mouth, stood up, and smiled. Auntie, you're here. I'm Xiaoya. I'm currently working for Wang Yang. You mustn't get the wrong idea. Please, have a seat and join us. Wang Yang's cooking is too delicious. I didn't even notice you come in. Sorry about that. I met Uncle Wang yesterday, but hadn't seen you in person until now. You look so young. Do you have any beauty secrets you can share with me? My skin isn't nearly as fair and hydrated as yours. Don't hold out on me, Auntie. Praised like this, Wang Yang's mother beamed with joy, almost bashfully replying, You're Xiaoya, right? Where are you living now? If you don't have a place, you can just stay here with Xiaoyang. There are 2 sunny rooms upstairs. You can pick whichever you like. I don't really do anything special for skincare. It's all thanks to the wild honey Xiaoyang gave me. Ever since I started drinking a bit every day and applying it to my face, look how good my skin has become. It's just running low now. Let me have Xiaoyang give you a jar later. But it's rare, so don't go telling everyone about it. Auntie, if it's really that magical, then I won't be shy. I'll move in right away. From now on, you should come over often. We can chat, and you can help me improve the cooperative. Wang Yang instructed me to complete the platform setup as soon as possible. Wang Yang served his mother a bowl of rice and handed her chopsticks. Mom, just eat here. You don't need to go back and eat again. I'll give Xiaoya a jar of wild honey after the meal, okay? Only then did his mother take the food and begin eating. Xiaoyang, since Xiaoya will be staying here, make sure you take good care of her. Don't let her do heavy work. Xiaoya, if you need anything, just come find me. We live near the experimental greenhouse now. Mom, what are you doing here? You could have just called me. Wang Yang asked. Oh, I almost forgot, if you hadn't mentioned it. Your father wants you to come over. Several senior experts have made some discoveries and want you to come take a look and discuss things with them. All right, got it. I'll head over after lunch. Xiaoya, you come too. See what our self-cultivated vegetables look like. The three finished their meal much faster than usual. Afterward, Wang Yang dumped the leftovers into Tiger's feeding bowl and tried to call the black bear over, only to find it sleeping soundly in its den. Unable to wake it, he simply left some food behind and told Tiger and the others to stay and guard the house. Mr. Xing, Mr. Tang, and the other seniors, what kind of findings have you made? Wang Yang asked curiously. Old Mr. Tang Jianhua spoke first. Xiaoyang, after our research, we found that the water here contains a special kind of energy capable of altering plant genetics for the better. This is extremely significant and deserves serious attention. If we achieve results, it could cause quite a sensation. Wang Yang was thrilled. Hard work was finally paying off. It looked like they could officially establish the technology R&D department. He turned to the elders and said, just now, I discussed this with Xiaoya. We're planning to set up a technology R&D division and would love for all of you to join. What do you think? As long as you're with us, we'll cover all your research expenses. And once we achieve breakthroughs, we plan to promote the technology affordably across the country, helping more farmers achieve prosperity. Xiaoyang, you've got vision. Just for those words, we agree to join your R&D team. But the equipment here is far too outdated. Many specimens still need to be taken back to a proper lab for analysis before we can produce detailed data reports and apply for patents, Mr. Tang said. Mr. Tang, can we purchase these instruments privately? How much would it cost to build a laboratory? Wang Yang asked curiously. Young man, you're thinking too big. Forget about building your own lab. It's not suitable for you. Instead, rent space at the National Seed Laboratory. Focus first on absorbing and translating our findings into practical results. Once we secure some patents, your greenhouse vegetables won't need to rely on expensive commercial seeds anymore. Then I'll follow Mr. Tang's advice and temporarily put aside those impractical ideas. As for the important energy you mentioned that can alter and improve seed genetics, it'd be best to run full tests on everything. We need solid data. Wang Yang shared his thoughts. Wu Cheng has already left. He'll handle the lab coordination. You'll need to cover the costs for this part. We also plan to invite more people to join the research, which must be completed as soon as possible. Of course, we'll maintain strict confidentiality, Mr. Tang said before returning to the greenhouse to continue their work. Wang Yang also wanted them to analyze the composition of the spatial water. It would be great if they could discover something significant. Since no one knew about the space anyway, taking a bit of the spatial water for analysis might lead to some exciting breakthroughs. With that settled, now all he had to do was wait for their research results. Turning to Xiaoya, he said, let's go see Uncle Village Chief first and discuss the hiring plans. This matter needs a thorough conversation with him to figure out a feasible solution, ensuring the cooperative runs smoothly. Let's go. The greenhouse is out of our hands for now. After informing his parents, Wang Yang left with Xiaoya. Uncle Village Chief, this is Xiaoya. You already know her, so no introduction needed. You two will be working closely from now on. She'll be handling the detailed operations. I checked. The glass greenhouses are nearly complete. My idea is to hire as many villagers as possible, including those from nearby villages. These people will be responsible for planting, harvesting, packaging, and storage. We'll need a large workforce. Could you start gathering basic information about everyone in the village? Find out who's willing to work for us. They're all used to farm work, but we'll divide responsibilities more specifically. Try especially to recruit younger folks. I want to cultivate a core team of our own. Xiaoyang, I fully support your decision. I'll fully assist Xiaoya and make sure we only bring in qualified workers. No slackers who might ruin our progress. Why don't you take Xiaoya around to see other places first? Let her get familiar with the working environment. Got it, Uncle Village Chief. I'll take her to the distillery first, then over to the glass greenhouses, so she can get a first-hand understanding of how things are in Xinjiazhai. You stay busy. See you later. Xiaoya, let's head to Uncle Shen Kuo's distillery first, so you can see how baijiu is made. Oh come on, Wang Yang. Don't act like I've never seen this before. I'm a local. I've watched my family make liquor since I was a kid. What's so special about that? Spotting Uncle Shen Kuo from afar, Wang Yang quickly walked over to avoid any awkwardness. Uncle Shen, running out of worries about brewing these days? I've brought our new manager here today, so you two can meet. From now on, she'll be your point of contact. Even when I'm not around, you can go directly to her. Chapter 104. Wild boars enter the village. Uncle Shen Kuo smiled as he teased the two. Xiaoyang, this young lady wouldn't happen to be your girlfriend, would she? Not bad at all. Xiaoya, now that you're here with us, just treat this place like your own home. If there's anything you don't understand, come find me. We've got no strict rules around here, and your Uncle Shen is a very open-minded man. Xiaoya stepped forward confidently. You must be Uncle Shen Kuo, the one Wang Yang told me about. I'm Xiaoya. Uncle Shen, Wang Yang and I really don't have any special relationship. Don't go teasing us like that, or I'll blame you later if I can't find a partner. By the way, Uncle Shen, I heard you're the most educated person in the village, the first college graduate from our area. I've always been curious. Why haven't you left the village? Wang Yang tugged at Xiaoya's sleeve. Why bring that up? He thought. I haven't even figured it out myself. He silently fretted, trying to stop her. Uncle Shen glanced at Wang Yang, then continued calmly. My judgment isn't bad. I see good potential in both of you. Xiaoyang, don't pull Xiaoya back. I've come to terms with things these days. As for why I never left the village, it's because I'm waiting for my beloved. She's watching over me from somewhere in those mountains, and as long as I stay here, I'm still with her. Now, all my focus is on brewing alcohol. That distillery will be my life's purpose. Oh no, Uncle Xian, Xiaoya said apologetically. Did I touch on something painful? I'm really sorry, I just get too curious sometimes. Just then, a distillery worker came running in panic. Shinji, it's terrible, wild boars are entering the village. What should we do? Xiuxian, what are you panicking for? Uncle Shin snapped loudly. It's just wild boars, not something you've never seen before. You're old enough to know better, yet you're still acting flustered without any sense of calm. What's wrong with you? Wang Yang had already extended his divine awareness outward and confirmed it. Just outside the village, a group of over 20 wild boars was approaching, led by one massive male. Uncle Shun, is this Master Xiuxian? Wang Yang asked. We should go take a look. The village hasn't had wild boars come this close in years. No wonder everyone's nervous. Right now, our main priority is to drive them back into the mountains before they enter the village. You're right, Xiaoyang. Let's go have a look. Uncle Shin replied. By now, several workers from the distillery had rushed out, each carrying some kind of weapon, a few iron rods, an iron pickaxe, and others holding wooden clubs. Wang Yang observed them with mild amusement. They looked eager, almost itching to charge forward and show off their bravery. But Uncle Shun immediately stopped their reckless advance, shouting, What do you think you're doing? Get back, all of you. Have you lost your minds? Can't you see there are over 20 wild boars out there? You're acting like children with no sense at all. When you encounter wild boars in the wild, the first thing you should do is avoid them and minimize harm. And you lot actually want to fight them head on. Brother Shin Qua, explained Shin Xinshuan sheepishly. We just haven't seen wild boars in so long. Everyone got carried away for a moment. We'll be more careful next time. Wang Yang didn't pay much attention to Uncle Shun and the others right then. Through his divine awareness, he focused on the largest boar among them. It was enormous, with a long, protruding tusk jutting from its snout and a thick layer of mud coating its body like armor. Clearly a powerful leader. The rest were clearly its kin, including over a dozen piglets. It seemed like a whole family unit. For now, though, there was no sign they intended to attack anyone. Unfortunately, Hutu and the others weren't around either. His only option was to keep them calm. Provoking them would be dangerous. Xiaoya, stay alert and keep your distance. Make sure you're safe. I know, she replied. I've never seen wild boars up close like this. They don't seem nearly as fearsome as they appear on TV. Honestly, they're not that different from domestic pigs raised by farmers. Just be careful yourself. Don't try to be a hero. Wang Yang nodded, then moved quietly to Uncle Shun's side and whispered, Uncle Shun, there are quite a few boars out there, but they don't seem aggressive. Probably ran out of food in the mountains and came looking for something to eat. I'll go check on them first. I have ways of dealing with animals. You all stay here and don't do anything rash. Without waiting for a reply, Wang Yang began slowly walking toward the herd, moving gently and carrying the metal basin he'd brought from the distillery. Using his divine awareness to make sure no one was watching, he secretly poured a large amount of spatial water into the basin. The largest wild boar suddenly lifted its head, staring intently at the basin in Wang Yang's hands. It was this scent that had drawn them here, guiding them all the way to Xinjiadai by their keen sense of smell. Perhaps sensing the aura of the spatial water, it slowly began advancing toward him. Wang Yang remained calm, placing the basin gently on the ground and stepping back a short distance. He'd been in similar situations many times before. With so many people around, he didn't want to make a spectacle of himself. Uncle Shun, you all go back to the distillery. I'll stay here and keep an eye on them for a while. I can sense they won't attack me, just like how black bears follow me. Please send someone to inform the villagers not to come over here for now. Wang Yang called out to Uncle Shin. At once, all the wild boars started moving toward the basin. The massive male let out a low grunt, forbidding the others from approaching too closely. The entire herd fell silent, watching as the great boar indulged in the mysterious drink. Unable to stand it any longer, Wang Yang walked straight toward the giant boar. First, he released a small amount of spatial water into his palm, to draw its attention and ease any hostility it might feel toward him. As he approached the beast, the sight of its long tusks sent a chill down his spine. Its piercing eyes locked onto him, and though he couldn't say he wasn't afraid, that would be lying. He forced himself to remain composed, meeting its gaze steadily. Perhaps sensing the aura of the 5 spirit beads on Wang Yang's person, and detecting no ill intent from him, the boar lowered its head and continued drinking from the basin. Wang Yang extended his hand, continuously refilling the basin with spatial water. After a while, the boar finished drinking and then turned to roar at the others. Obeying the command, the rest of the herd lined up and calmly marched toward the basin, lowering their heads to drink without showing the slightest concern about Wang Yang standing right beside them, as if he weren't even there. From a distance, Xiaoya watched Wang Yang's actions with fascination. Asterisk, what is he doing? How did he get those wild boars so quiet? They're even surrounding him now and not attacking. Asterisk, is this some kind of superpower? She made a mental note. Later, she'd definitely ask him to teach her. Who knows? Maybe one day she could also earn the friendship of countless animals. Nearby villagers now looked at Wang Yang with deep admiration, a respect they had never shown him before. This incident truly marked his acceptance into the village. From this moment on, they regarded him not just as an outsider, but as one of their own. Nearly an hour passed when village chief came arriving with a group of people, each carrying various tools and weapons. Old Master Xing followed behind the group. Uncle Shen stepped forward to block the chief's path, explaining that Wang Yang was in the middle of calming the boars and urging everyone not to approach or disrupt the situation. But old Master Xing didn't wait for Shun Qua to finish. He strode directly toward Wang Yang. From afar, he had observed the behavior of these wild boars, and now he was certain the animal migration was indeed happening. He needed to return immediately and warn the surrounding villages, so people could prepare and take precautions. No one should suffer injuries or worse simply out of curiosity. Chapter 105, Settling the Wild Boars. Wang Yang had fed every wild boar, and now each one trusted him deeply. They wouldn't attack him again in the future. He calmed the large boars, telling them to stay put for a moment while he went to discuss plans with Uncle Village Chief on how to settle these animals. He first stopped by to greet Mr. Xing. "You're here, Mr. Xing. Is there something you'd like to tell me? I've already calmed the wild boars, but I'm not sure how best to settle them. Let's go talk to the village chief together." Yang, I never expected you to have such a gift with animals. Bringing you into the wildlife conservation circle was clearly the right decision. This talent of yours can help us solve many problems in the future. How about joining me full-time? I'll pass on all my knowledge to you. What do you say? Mr. Xing looked at Wang Yang with eager eyes. "Mr. Xing, look at what I've got going on here. I've got this whole place to run, and the villagers are counting on me to lead them toward prosperity. Do you really think I could leave? Besides, when you retire someday, you could just come live here. We'd provide you with food and housing, and you could teach me whenever you like. Wouldn't that be perfect for both of us?" Yang, I've realized something. You've got quite a silver tongue, and your face is thick enough to stop an arrow. You're trying to pull everyone into your web now. First Tang Daitu and his crew, and now you're targeting me too. Honestly, nobody else would dare do this. But strangely, I'm actually pleased. Now I finally understand why Zhou Yu beats Huang Gai. One willing to beat, the other willing to be beaten. It's mutual satisfaction. Fine, I'll accept. I'll grow old right here. Going back to the city isn't nearly as comfortable as rural life. Here, there's no scheming or petty drama. Mr. Xing, we have a deal then, no backing out. One day, you'll look back and feel truly fortunate about your choice today. Wang Yang said excitedly, staring intently at Mr. Xing. All right, Mr. Xing interrupted, breaking Wang Yang's reverie. But for now, focus on settling these boars. From their behavior, I can confirm, the animal migration from the mountains is real. At that moment, Uncle Village Chief noticed Wang Yang approaching and happily walked over to meet him. "Xiuxian, how did it go with the wild boars? I see they're all watching us. What's your plan? Tell me quickly, we need to settle them fast. If they go berserk, things will turn ugly. You haven't seen what a rampaging wild boar looks like. It's terrifying." "Uncle, I've got an idea. Hear me out. What if we adopt them directly? Settle them nearby? This way, we solve the problem and create a new attraction for tourists. What do you think? I'll manage them personally and guarantee they won't attack anyone ever again." Wang Yang stared at the village chief eagerly, awaiting his response. Yang, if you're serious about adopting them, I'm not unreasonable. I'll gather some people right away and pick a spot nearby to build enclosures. You go back and keep calming them down. They're starting to move toward us. Don't you dare lie to me about this. Don't worry, uncle. For now, I'll lead them deeper into the mountains so they can live there temporarily. With that, Wang Yang returned to the boar group and used water from his space to lure them along as he moved. Looking at the herd, he turned to the largest boar and said, "I'll give you a name. Since we're going to work together more often now, how about xiuxian? Strong and mighty, sounds bold, rolls off the tongue, and even wakes up the spirit. Haha, come on, xiuxian, follow me." To his surprise, the boar actually responded, seemingly delighted by its new name. It appeared to fully approve of xiuxian. Leading them to a wide canyon area, Wang Yang found it spacious, rich in food sources, and abundant in fresh water, perfect for sustaining their population. Only one wall needed to be built to secure the area, saving considerable labor. "Xiuxian, you and your family will live here from now on. No more causing trouble for people. Manage your group well," Wang Yang muttered to the giant boar. The next moment utterly stunned him. The massive boar let out a loud grunt toward the herd, and instantly, the boars scattered throughout the vicinity. They seemed to love the place, clearly approving of Wang Yang's selection, each setting off to claim their own living space. Wang Yang stood frozen. These boars were astonishingly intelligent, truly understanding human speech and capable of following his judgment to choose better living grounds. Seeing the large boar leading the others to spread out, he decided to leave them be. He returned to find Uncle Village Chief and instructed him to bring workers to start building the wall, enclosing the area. In the future, visitors would be able to observe wild boars up close. "Uncle Village Chief, why did you bring so many people? We don't need this many workers. I just found a canyon inside. It only needs one stone wall built, and the rest can stay as it is. Wild boars are tough-skinned and won't complain. Come on, I'll take everyone over to see it. Let's try to finish the wall today. From now on, we'll call this place Wild Boar Gully," Wang Yang said enthusiastically, looking at Uncle Village Chief. Hearing Wang Yang and the village chief talk, Mr. Xing chimed in, "Brother Xinfei, this spot seems perfect to me. Look how satisfied these wild boars appear. As long as Wang Yang comes by a few more times and you folks occasionally scatter some food inside, nobody will object or raise any issues. It's an indirect way of protecting these animals. Since Mr. Xing agrees with Wang Yang's idea, let's start laying bricks right away. The sooner we finish building Wild Boar Gully, the sooner we can head back." Uncle Village Chief called out to the workers. Seeing there was nothing left for him to do, the boars were calm and wouldn't attack anyone, and remembering he still had other tasks waiting, Wang Yang turned to the village chief and said, "Uncle, I'm heading back first. These boars are quiet now. Just don't provoke them or interfere with what they're doing. Once you've finished building the wall and made it sturdy enough, you can all go home too. I've got things to attend to, so I'll leave first. Xiaoya, come on, let me take you over to the glass greenhouse. Even though Chungu built it, you should still take a look. If anything's wrong, tell me immediately so I can give Chungu a hard time. Got it? Wang Yang joked to Xiaoya. All right, let's go already. After we check out the glass greenhouse, we'll head back. I know my way around the rest of the place. You don't need to guide me. Maybe I even know more than you do. You spend every day in the village, yet there are plenty of spots you've never visited. Honestly, your confidence is impressive. Xiaoya teased back. You just keep floating up there. I'll be visiting my hometown in a few days, so if you run into any problems during that time, make sure to find me right away so I can help. Also, hurry up and hire enough staff to keep the greenhouse running smoothly. Yeah, stop nagging. Just tell me how big the greenhouse is. About 4,000 square meters. See those workers installing the electric equipment over there? Once it's installed and tested, construction will be basically complete. Well, Xiaoya, what do you think? Any suggestions? I took a good look and it seems excellent. Far better than your experimental greenhouse. We should dedicate one shed solely to seed cultivation. That's how we'll keep improving here. Xiaoya said with a smile to Wang Yang. Chapter 106. The entire village comes to see the wild boars. Before dark, Uncle Village Chief finally finished building the wall. It was solid and reliable. He even constructed a viewing path, officially turning the Wild Boar Gully into one of Xiuxian Village's new attractions. The next morning, before dawn broke, villagers had already begun arriving to see the wild boars. Yesterday they'd heard rumors that wild boars had entered the village, and everyone assumed it would take great effort or cost to drive them away. No one expected the boars would instead be adopted and now live right in the village. Truly, the world is vast and full of wonders. Wow, that boar is huge. Its tusks look so impressive. These wild boars are way bigger than the ones on cartoons. Seeing them up close like this is thrilling. Lele shouted excitedly. Lele, sister, don't talk so loud. What if the big boar comes over and bites you? Look, you've woken it up. It's glaring right at you. Hurry and run. Tuanshuan teased, scaring his older sister. It really is looking at me. It saw me. This is terrifying. I want to go home. Gongzi brother, let's leave quickly. This place is too dangerous. Lele's cries set the surrounding villagers into peals of laughter. These kids were simply adorable, speaking their minds freely, innocent, and carefree. Someone called out to Shun Haodong. Haodong, your two kids and your wife are all such fun. The children are sweet and spontaneous, and now your wife's a live streamer. Why isn't she broadcasting from here? This is the biggest news in Xiuxian Village right now. She could attract loads of attention. Shun Haodong laughed and replied. You're just jealous of my wife and my two kids. If you've got what it takes, why don't you start live streaming too? Have a couple of kids yourselves and enjoy them. That's a skill you just can't copy. His words sent everyone into another fit of laughter. It was true. Xiuxian had a bold spirit, unafraid to try anything, never embarrassed about putting herself out there. She wanted to help promote the village on her own. And those mischievous little ones? They'd become the heart of the village's joy. More children meant more vitality and stability for the village. By now, many local anglers had also come to the Wild Boar Gully to gawk at the animals. Unusual things always sparked people's curiosity. The less promoted, the more eager folks became. Tourist numbers had clearly increased. Some visitors even set up cameras on the wall, filming every move the boars made. This was fast becoming a trending story. Ever since the barbecue event ended, a steady stream of visitors came daily. Xiuxian Village was gradually gaining fame. Its unified classical-style architecture alone drew large crowds. Now, the fish pond attracted fishing enthusiasts, the traditional buildings lured photography lovers, and the Wild Boar Gully had officially become the third major highlight of the village. Wild animals stirred deeper fascination. Word spread that there was even a black bear living in the village, and the few dogs kept there were notably clever. Now, with an entire herd of wild boars adopted here, what did this mean? Xiuxian Village had become richer, fuller, a more vibrant place altogether. Don't go down there. You're only allowed to view from above. Entering is strictly forbidden. There's serious danger below. If someone goes in, they might disappear entirely, putting our whole village at risk. We don't charge admission, but we still expect basic rules to be followed. Safety first. I'm reminding every visitor. Absolutely no entering for filming or sneaking in for close-up views out of curiosity. Shun Haoyu stood atop the wall, shouting to the crowd. Many villagers shook their heads disapprovingly at a group of young outsiders. How reckless could you get, trying to rush into a pen with such fierce animals? Did they have any idea how much trouble they'd cause for the Shun family? Entry was free. If they didn't appreciate that, they could pay to go somewhere else. This place preserved its original ecological environment and simple, honest folk customs, something increasingly rare these days. Enjoy it while it lasts. Xiaoya, in the village committee office, heard about the incident and immediately took it seriously. After discussing with Uncle Village Chief, she had warning signs installed throughout the village. Slogans appeared everywhere, and various creative touches began transforming the community. Many tourists noticed the changes and spoke of a master hand behind the improvements, hoping this purity and sincerity would endure. Many people were genuinely happy about the village's progress. Farmhouse dining was established. The village convenience store had opened. Several family-run goose houses had been renovated and officially registered, ready for business. The village had already formed the Xiuxian Village Health Service Team and the Xiuxian Village Patrol Team. The only thing still missing was a kindergarten. Ensuring children could attend school locally became the village chief's next priority. These past few days, Wang Yang hadn't been very involved in village affairs. Instead, he'd been busy in the greenhouse with several elderly experts. Now, they'd finally reached a research breakthrough. The beneficial substance had been successfully identified. These trace elements were highly active and had significant effects on the human body, though they were extremely difficult to collect directly. However, they were found in varying small amounts within the vegetables themselves. The old professors hadn't noticed Wang Yang's little secret, his periodic use of space water at various spots. The chicks, ducklings, and goslings had now grown into sturdy juveniles, and the fish in the pond were even more lively and sharp. They were so clever they never gave anglers a chance. Now that the official paper report was ready, Professor Tang suggested selling the findings to the state, which was, of course, impossible. It would be too difficult to explain. The effect of space water was clearly stronger on plants than animals. Plants absorbed the water and retained its essence within their leaves, meaning eating these vegetables could naturally improve one's health. This was an enormous discovery. Xiaoyan, what are your thoughts? This substance has tremendous potential for cultivating superior seeds. By the time we've collected all the seeds here, I believe we'll have an impressively large quantity. Professor Tang said excitedly. I'll take your words as a good omen. To be honest, the sooner we get results, the faster I can fully dedicate myself to leading the villagers toward prosperity. Most importantly, we must hold on to the patent rights. If someone else copies it, our losses would be huge. I really appreciate all the hard work you seniors have put in during this time. Xiaoyang, there's nothing more useful for you to do here now. Go attend to other matters. We're going to start organizing the data and finalizing our research results. This process must be meticulous, no room for error. Our report must be precise and accurate. Following Professor Tang's instructions, Wang Yang headed home first to tidy up his appearance. Wang Yang, you're back. Have you eaten? Look at my progress lately. The Douglas has brought in many more villagers, and an increasing number of young people are returning. My work has become much easier. Only one position remains unfilled, a senior accountant. Since this person will manage funds, they must be thoroughly trustworthy. We can't afford any mistakes. Come with me later to meet these candidates. I need your help to evaluate them and decide who to hire. Hurry up and get ready. The interviews will be held here shortly, Xiaoya said to Wang Yang. What? Why conduct interviews at home? Send them to the village committee office. That's where they'll be working anyway. This is our private space. You should be more careful in the future. Don't let everything become public knowledge. I'd like to keep some privacy. Wang Yang complained to Xiaoya. All right, fine. I'll listen to you. I'll tell them to go to the village committee instead. I'll head over first. You come quickly. I'm leaving now. After hearing Xiaoya leave, Wang Yang finally let out a sigh of relief. He called over the black bear and gave it some space water to drink, then spent a little time playing with Tutu and the others before heading off toward the village committee. Chapter 107 Financial Staff in Place. Wang Yang walked toward the village committee alone, greeting many people warmly along the way. By now, most villagers and even some tourists had gotten familiar with Wang Yang. Chatting and laughing, he entered the courtyard of the village committee. Xiaoya's office here was one he hadn't visited yet. He used his spiritual sense to scan the area before identifying which room it was. As Wang Yang approached, he saw a sign on the door reading, Xinjiazhai Agricultural Cooperative Comprehensive Office. It seemed space was tight. Another dedicated office building would need to be constructed soon. He knocked once and walked in, first taking in the room's setup. A long desk cluttered with office supplies, and several new computers and a printer. Against the inner wall stood a large bookshelf filled with files and mostly professional books. When Xiaoya saw Wang Yang enter, she turned to the others and said, This is Mr. Wang Yang, our cooperative's director. He's come today specifically to interview financial candidates. Don't be nervous, just be yourselves. We'll choose the best fit for our team based on everyone's performance. After introducing Wang Yang, Xiaoya paused as he found a seat near the desk. Wang Yang spoke up, I'm Wang Yang. I'm glad all of you came to our little mountain village. After this, we'll have a simple homemade meal together. Whether or not you're hired, please don't feel disappointed. Think of it as a nice visit, and I'll cover your travel expenses. Just follow Manager Zhao's arrangements. I'll be observing quietly. Xiaoya then turned to a young man and said, Yao Jingyuan, why don't you start by introducing yourself? Hello everyone, I'm Yao Jingyuan, graduated from Xian University of Finance and Economics. My major was accounting, focusing on economics, management, accounting, auditing, and financial management. My studies covered both theoretical knowledge and practical skills, primarily centered around corporate accounting, while also integrating computer applications and financial management. This includes collecting, categorizing, summarizing, and analyzing corporate financial activities and cost data. For example, recording capital flows, reconciling funds, and preparing financial statements. I've worked at several enterprises and accumulated substantial financial experience. I believe I can handle responsibilities here at the cooperative, and I truly see great potential in our project. I hope both leaders will give me an opportunity to prove myself. Xiaoya asked him to sit down and proceeded to question the next few candidates. 5 had shown up today, but Wang Yang was particularly impressed by Yu. She was relatively young, which meant she could work well alongside Xiaoya in the future. Her background was quite remarkable, a Ritter from overseas with a calm, serene aura that made people instantly comfortable. Her tone was gentle, and she seemed to get along especially well with Xiaoya. From the side, Wang Yang could sense Xiaoya's clear preference for Yu, perhaps because their experiences were similar, giving them more common ground. Xiaoya then passed him a slip of paper with the 2 characters, Yu, written directly on it. Seeing her thoughts matched his own, Wang Yang decided right then to hire her. Once everyone had finished introducing themselves, he stood and said, All of you are excellent, but we only need one financial staff member here. Both Manager Xiao and I agree that Ms. Yu is the best fit. Her resume closely matches Manager Zhao's. Both graduated from top universities and have worked at large companies with rich experience. Therefore, we've decided to appoint her as our financial supervisor. Yao Jingyuan, if you're willing to work under Ms. Yu, I'm prepared to make an exception today and hire one additional person. What's your decision? To the other three, I must say sorry. But please join us for lunch afterward. Spend some time exploring the village, and we'll arrange someone to send you back safely. And you stood and said, I've decided to stay. The working environment here is very comfortable, and I really like it. Thank you both for your trust and recognition. Yao Jingyuan also chose to stay, expressing gratitude to Wang Yang for the opportunity. Seeing that Wang Yang had decided to hire 2 people, Xiaoyu felt delighted. More hands meant lighter workloads. Recruitment was still ongoing, and they needed personnel for other positions as well. She stood and addressed the group. Since we've successfully hired 2 outstanding individuals, the rest of you shouldn't feel discouraged. Let's all go to the nearby farmhouse restaurant for a brief gathering and a simple meal. With that, she led the way towards Shun Haoshuan's home. Li Dongmei, seeing Xiaoya and Wang Yang approaching with several guests, warmly greeted them at once. Xiaoya, Wang Yang, you're here. Come in quickly, take a seat. And you esteemed visitors from afar, please come inside too. Today I'll have my husband cook some of his signature dishes for you. Our farmhouse business only exists thanks to Xiaoya's support, so after the meal, please give us your valuable feedback. Smiling, Xiaoya stepped forward, playfully grabbing Li Dongmei's arm. Dongmei Jia, today I'm here to inspect your results. If you serve us anything subpar, just wait till I deal with you. You little brat, what are you planning? I'd smack you right now if not for all these guests watching. Li Dongmei bantered back with a laugh, and the 2 women exchanged friendly small talk for a while. Shun Haoshuan, hearing the commotion, came out from the kitchen and immediately stepped forward to greet everyone. Young Wang's here. Xiaoya, you're here too. Welcome, all of you. Please come in and have a seat. Dongmei, what are you doing? Go make some tea quickly. Everyone, please sit down first. I'll whip up a few of my specialty dishes. Can any of you handle spicy food? Wang Yang and Xiaoya could definitely eat spicy food, and the others all said they could as well. That made things easier. Before long, Shen Haoshuan had laid out a full table of dishes, along with several freshly baked hot flatbreads. Wang Yang gestured for everyone to start eating. These are all homegrown farm dishes. Today I'm letting you taste some local specialties. Don't think just because it's not a city restaurant that it won't be delicious. All ingredients are green and pollution-free, grown right here by them. Feel free to eat your fill. I'm hungry myself now, so dig in. Meanwhile, Xiaoya whispered to Yu. I checked your resume. You're 1 year older than me. What made you decide to return to China for development? My family's originally from around Xian. After drifting abroad for so long, I started wanting to come back. The outside world isn't as great as I imagined. It's actually quite unstable everywhere. One day, who knows, someone might just pull out a gun and shoot me point blank. Wouldn't that be terrible? Besides, our country is developing really well. National strategy is shifting toward the West, and Xian is becoming a bridgehead for Western development. There are plenty of opportunities here, and it's my hometown, so why not kill 2 birds with 1 stone? I'm from Bailin District. Xiaoya, you're local too, right? Your accent sounds just like mine. Maybe our homes aren't even that far apart. And you chatted happily with Xiaoya. I'm from Yinta District, really not far at all. From now on, let's call each other sisters. At work, we'll use formal titles, but otherwise anything goes. Wang Yang is easygoing. You'll see for yourself later. Don't feel stiff or restrained. As finance staff, just keep every income and expense clearly recorded. No need to try dodging taxes illegally. Right now we're small, but we may grow into a big company someday. Just make sure you understand your role clearly. Don't cause any trouble. Xiaoya joked within you. Wang Yang warmly entertained the others. Everyone enjoyed the meal and left with no complaints despite not being hired. After lunch, they bid farewell to the 3 unsuccessful candidates and kept Yu and Yao Jingyuan behind to hold a small meeting and assign their specific duties. Chapter 108, Mr. Xing's phone call. Yu, from now on you'll be the finance supervisor. You'll take charge of all engineering fund disbursements and every village expense. Later on, Xiaoyu will handle other matters. You just need to organize all income and expenditure records and hand them over to me. Once I review them, I'll sign off. Also, I've personally transferred 2 million yuan in cash into the cooperative account to cover our current various expenses. On top of that, Pango left behind 20,000 yuan before he left. You should calculate all their expenses during their stay in the village, consult with Uncle Village Chief about the amounts owed to villagers, and distribute the money accordingly. Handle this thoroughly, don't leave any loose ends. Once this is done well, we'll establish a standard procedure. As for the village's homestays and family-run goose houses, let them operate independently with profit and loss on their own. We'll only provide guidance and support. I won't get involved in these details anymore. You all will take care of them. Yao Jingyuan, you'll temporarily oversee the construction of the warehouse. Report any issues to Manager Xiao. For more labor-intensive tasks, you'll take the lead. Right now, no one has very specific duties. Wherever help is needed, just step in. There aren't many concrete tasks assigned yet. And you may also need to handle personnel documentation occasionally, while Xiaoya coordinates overall operations. Just as he finished speaking, the phone rang. Ring ring ring. Wang Yang took out his phone and saw it was a call from Mr. Xing. He answered immediately. Mr. Xing, do you need something? Yang, are you busy right now? I'm currently at the Hanzhong Crested Ibis National Nature Reserve. Yesterday afternoon I received a call from here and came rushing over without saying goodbye. Now I need you to come help me with a small matter. Mr. Xing, are you serious? What would you need me for at the Crested Ibis Reserve? I'm not a specialist. Just come first. We'll talk when you arrive. You know the address. Come to Yang County first. Call me when you get here. I'll hang up now. Wang Yang listened as the dial tone buzzed in his ear, momentarily unsure what to say. Xiaoya, I have to go to Yang County for some business. Please arrange accommodations for you and Yao Jingyuan. Ask Uncle Village Chief to help find a place where they can stay temporarily. Later, we'll need to build an office space, preferably with staff dormitories too. Start thinking about where to put it. Wang Yang, when will you be back? Not sure yet. We'll keep in touch by phone. I'm going home now to grab a few things, then I'm leaving right away. The Hanzhong Crested Ibis National Nature Reserve is located along the Han River in Hanzhong, Shaanxi Province, spanning Yang County and Qinggu County, with its core area within Yang County. In July 2005, the State Council approved the establishment of the Shaanxi Hanzhong Crested Ibis National Nature Reserve. The primary conservation targets of the reserve are the crested ibis and its habitat. The climate transitions from warm temperate to northern subtropical, mild and humid, with rain coinciding with warm seasons. Summers are pleasantly cool, winters mild, the annual average temperature ranging from 12 to 14 degrees Celsius, annual precipitation between 900 and 1,000 millimeters, and the frost-free period lasting 238 days. The climate here was still very comfortable. Being invited to Yang County for the first time made him quite excited. Whatever the reason, he had to go see it for himself. Who knows? Maybe he could even bring back a few crested ibises. His space would be perfect for their population to thrive. Driving his cherry car, Wang Yang set off from Lantian according to the navigation app, heading straight for Yang County. It was winter now, and the scenery along the way varied dramatically. Toward the Xian side, parts of the Qinling Mountains still held unmelted snow. From afar, the towering mountain peaks were occasionally dotted with white caps, adding a touch of mystery to the Qinling Range. As he drove further southwest, temperatures gradually rose. The Qinling Mountains blocked cold northern air from moving southward, and vegetation diversity began to shift and flourish. The wondrous characteristics of nature endowed these regions with distinct cultural atmospheres. After 3 hours of driving, he finally arrived in Yang County. Taking out his phone, he made the call. Mr. Xing, hello. I've just reached Yang County. Where should I go to find you? Yang, you got here quickly. I thought you wouldn't make it until nightfall. I didn't arrange anyone to pick you up. Let me give you an address. Follow your navigation to Xiuxian Village, Zhifang Subdistrict Office. Call me once you arrive, and I'll send someone to meet you. The first place where crested ibises were discovered was Yeojiagu, where only 7 individuals were found at the time. Since then, farming ceased in that area, and the birds gradually moved elsewhere. The area near the Crested Ibis Ecopark now hosts the largest population. Wang Yang had no idea why Mr. Xing wanted him there, but the journey itself was already worth it. Besides, this region was home to the treasures of Qinling, crested ibis, golden snub-nosed monkeys, giant pandas, and takin. Just as he arrived at the Crested Ibis Ecopark, he spotted a young man waiting there. Before Wang Yang could even speak, the youth approached and greeted him. You must be Wang Yang, right? I'm Zhou Tian. Teacher Xing sent me to pick you up. Park your car over there, and follow me straight to the meeting room. We're all waiting for you. Let's hurry. Wang Yang didn't ask too many questions. He had no idea why Mr. Xing had called him all the way to the Crested Ibis Reserve. You're here, Xiaoyang, said Mr. Xing as soon as he arrived. I brought you all this way just so you could see these crested ibises. I suspect you might have a special ability, something that allows wild animals to approach you without fear, just like those wild boars in Xinjia Village. If it works, I'd like you to help us attach tracking devices to these birds. That way, we can monitor their movement patterns, clearly define their range of activity, and better protect them. Mr. Xing, if that's all you need, I thought it was something really difficult. If you want me to get close to the crested ibises, let's go try it right now. Everyone around was filled with curiosity. What extraordinary skill did Teacher Xing's guest possess? Each person followed behind with puzzled expressions as they walked toward the crested ibis habitat. Mr. Xing turned to Wang Yang and said, Xiaoyang, let me introduce you to the crested ibis. You may have heard of it, but I'm sure you've never seen one in real life. The male is entirely white, with its feathers, wings, and tail tinged with a soft pink hue. It has long, spear-like feathers on its neck that form an elegant crest, strikingly vivid when raised. Its bill is long and curved downward, black in color, with the tip bright red, and its bare legs also shine with a brilliant red. The female resembles the male, though during breeding season her back feathers take on a vivid blue tint, and the pink on her wings is paler. Because the adult bird's face is crimson red, and the rear edges of its wings and underside of its tail turn red when flying, creating a dazzling and beautiful sight, it's named the crested ibis. The crested ibis primarily inhabits temperate mountain forests and hilly regions near water sources. It's a solitary creature, usually found alone or in small groups. Using its long beak, it probes into muddy wetlands along water's edge to search for food, small fish, loaches, shrimp, crabs, frogs, insects, and other small animals. Its breeding season runs from March to May. It builds nests high in large trees within secluded forests. A typical clutch consists of 3 eggs, which are gray-blue with brown speckles. These birds can live up to 17 years. Nowadays, they exist only around Yang County and Qinggu County, virtually extinct everywhere else. That's exactly why I've brought you here today. Through your unique connection, I hope we can attach tracking devices to these lovely creatures, making future conservation efforts much easier and research more direct and reliable. The people of Yang County have paid a great price to protect the crested ibis. We must not let their sacrifices go to waste. Chapter 109. The Crested Ibis and Harmonious Coexistence Between Humans and Nature. Xiuxian, have you seen that paddy field over there? There are many such fields in Yang County. You might not know what this region sacrificed earlier just to ensure the crested ibis could survive. This bird is extremely rare, a Class 1 nationally protected species. Its population has grown from only 7 individuals to more than 7,000 today, a result of relentless efforts across generations and the selfless dedication of Yang County's people. Pesticides and chemical fertilizers cannot be used within their habitat. All farming here relies solely on organic manure. Just imagine how difficult things were in the beginning. Many people didn't understand why we had to pay such a high price for protecting these birds. It was hard to balance gains and losses. Yet the local people still cooperated with the government, carving out a unique path toward organic agriculture. Here, the sky is brilliantly blue, the water crystal clear, and the mountains lush green. The forest coverage rate ranks among the highest nationwide. Truly a place of pristine beauty and natural brilliance, blessed with outstanding people and rich culture. I mentioned organic farming earlier, and I hope you've taken note. The entire county is committed to developing organic agriculture, not only because it's essential for protecting the crested ibis, but also because modern people care deeply about health. Developing organic farming here proves they've found the right direction. Your visit isn't just an opportunity to help us better protect the ibis. It's also a chance for you to learn something valuable that can benefit your own work back in Xinjiazhai. Mr. Xing, everything you've told me today has been incredibly helpful. I never imagined such an unassuming place like Yang County would pioneer such a unique agricultural development model. This really is a perfect place for me to seek wisdom. After we finish attaching the tracking devices to the ibises, I truly want to walk around here and learn how local farmers grow their crops. Later, Xiuxian walked over and interrupted their conversation. Professor Xing, look, there are many crested ibises circling those tall trees. Shouldn't we let Wang Yang go alone to try approaching them? We've already crossed the warning line. We can't move any closer. Too many people nearby might disturb their natural behavior. Xiaoyang, said Mr. Xing, Xiuxian is right. Even though this is a protected area, we shouldn't intervene too much. They must maintain their ability to survive in the wild and reproduce naturally. That's how they'll truly adapt to the changing world. Now, go by yourself and see if you can get the ibises to come near you. Give it a try. If you succeed, stay here for a while. If not, feel free to explore other parts of Yang County before heading back. All right, Mr. Xing and Xiuxian, please watch from a distance. I'll give it a try. With that, Wang Yang walked forward alone. The grass and wetlands here were luxuriant, the forests and streams remaining primitive and untouched, clear evidence of the exceptional quality of this environment. Since the 1990s up to today, Yang County has completely avoided using pesticides and chemical fertilizers. Every year, large-scale tree planting campaigns take place. No wonder everything here, the food, the drinking water, is green and pollution-free. And yet, crop yields remain high. Only those who live here can truly understand the profound importance of environmental protection. This is genuine harmony between humans and nature. Using his spiritual awareness, Wang Yang observed that there were quite a few crested ibises around, most appearing in pairs. These birds were known for their loyalty and love, one mate for life, which earned them the nickname lovebirds. Quietly, he took some space water from his storage dimension and sprinkled it into a nearby stream. Immediately, schools of fish gathered in the water, drawing the attention of several ibises. Bolder ones began flying close to Wang Yang, swooping down to catch fish. He released even more space water, letting it flow downstream. As the number of swimming fish increased, gradually, more and more ibises gathered near Wang Yang, feasting contentedly. Back where Mr. Xing stood, everyone was stunned. How was this guy doing it? What technique was he using? So many ibises had landed near him. People whispered, speculating wildly about Wang Yang's methods. If even 1 or 2 secrets could be learned, one would be practically invincible in fieldwork. Then Professor Xing spoke up. Everyone, stay quiet. Nothing that happens today should leave this place. Xiaoyang is part of our national wildlife conservation team. Don't envy him or feel jealous. What he does is a natural gift, something others simply can't imitate. Haven't you noticed how animals are drawn to children, but rarely approach adults? That's because adults carry scents and energies that animals dislike. Only someone pure-hearted and finely attuned can achieve harmony with animals. The fact that so many ibises have gathered near Xiaoyang shows clearly that he harbors no intention to harm them. You can't learn this. Not even I can. That's exactly why I invited him here. Wang Yang couldn't hear Professor Xing's words from where he stood. He was fully focused on approaching the crested ibises, using quite a lot of space water in the process. This also caught the attention of other nearby animals, and soon, various creatures began gathering around. His actions had escalated a bit too far. Now it would be hard to explain, but he decided to go along with it and wait for the animals to gradually disperse on their own. Not wanting to overthink it anymore, Wang Yang moved closer to several crested ibises, gently stroking them as he observed up close. Their pink feathers were truly beautiful. There was no rush to disturb them. As long as the task was completed in the end, everything would be fine. Using his spiritual awareness, Wang Yang projected friendly intentions toward all the ibises present. Some instinctively approached him and began drinking the space water right beside him. As time passed, hundreds of crested ibises gathered at the site, an awe-inspiring sight. In the distance, Professor Xing and the reserve staff could hardly believe what they were seeing. They were now completely awestruck, developing an almost mystical confidence in Wang Yang. Wang Yang called out to Professor Xing in the distance. Professor Xing, what should I do now? Should I start installing the tracking devices? It's too late today, and we didn't even bring the tracking devices with us. The main goal today was to verify my hypothesis. Now that your ability has been confirmed, starting tomorrow, we'll distribute the devices here. Stay nearby a while longer and build some rapport. Just don't fail us tomorrow. Professor Xing replied. Since there was no actual task for today, Wang Yang saw no need to push things too seriously. He began reducing the amount of space water he released. Gradually, the fish in the stream thinned out and swam away into the distance. He also quietly selected a few pairs of crested ibises and sent them into his space. The sky was beginning to darken. By now, even if someone took photos, it would be nearly impossible to notice Wang Yang's subtle movements. He ran his hands over the ibis's feathers again, smooth and soft to the touch. Seeing that it was getting late, Wang Yang stood up and prepared to leave. With a wave of his hand, he signaled the ibises to scatter, and the fish in the stream quickly dispersed as well. Once nothing particularly unusual remained, Wang Yang walked back toward Professor Xing and followed them to the reserve's accommodations to rest for the night. Chapter 110, Gaining Special Abilities. Wang Yang returned to his place, closed the door, and entered the space. Today he had brought in several pairs of crested ibises. First, he wanted to see what they were up to. Inside the space, there were vast rice paddies. Wang Yang quickly spotted the crested ibises, some foraging in the flooded fields, others catching fish near the ditches surrounding the area. The food supply here was incredibly abundant and completely unpolluted. This place could truly be called a paradise for wild animals. Using the space's rules, he summoned one of the ibises over and examined it closely. It was stunningly beautiful. Nature truly was miraculous, having evolved such a diverse array of creatures. He gently stroked its pink feathers, feeling deeply satisfied. To receive crested ibises on his very first day was incredibly lucky. He placed abundant spatial water around them to improve their health, then created several nests high up in the tall trees of the mountain to prepare for their breeding. Then, he tossed the ibis he was holding into the air, letting it fly away freely. The golden snub-nosed monkeys were currently thriving the most in the space. With no worries about food, they played and frolicked every day, utterly carefree and joyful. Wang Yang didn't disturb them, but instead headed to the South China tiger's territory. He saw that the cubs had grown considerably, their bodies stronger and larger. In another short while, they would be able to hunt on their own. He reached out, gathered them all into his arms, and petted them for a while, even snapping a few photos with his phone. They looked absolutely adorable. If only he could communicate with them. Wang Yang tried reaching out to them with his divine sense, but unfortunately, there was no response. They just gazed at him cutely, occasionally scratching his body with their paws and making soft, ah sounds. Just then, the mother tiger approached and nudged him gently with her head. It was clear she was happy to see him. Wang Yang turned his divine sense toward the mother tiger and attempted communication once more. Unexpectedly, this time there was a response. He held steady, maintaining the connection for quite some time before finally understanding what she was trying to say. Old boss, came to see us, very happy. The broken, fragmented sentence filled Wang Yang with joy. He never imagined that a sudden flash of inspiration would actually work. Now he could potentially communicate with them regularly. Excited, he asked, "Are you the one speaking?" After a moment, another reply came, definite and affirmative. "Yes, boss." Now it was confirmed. He could truly communicate with this mother tiger. He settled down, ready to have a real conversation. "I'll give you a name. From now on, you'll be called Hunyeo. Tiger Girl suits you well." "Thank you, boss, for giving me a name. From today, I am Hunyeo. Could you also name my partner? I'll call him over and try communicating with him too." He immediately summoned the male tiger. Just as he prepared to speak directly into its mind with his divine sense, the female roared at the male. They communicated with each other briefly first. Then, the male turned and stared intently at Wang Yang, clearly excited. Unable to find another way to express himself, he let out a powerful roar, deep and resonant. Wang Yang sent his words directly into the tiger's mind. "Can you hear me? Boss, hello. Excellent. From now on, your name will be Hu Wang, Tiger King. I hope you can become the true king of tigers. Thank you, boss, for naming me. Hu Wang. Likes it very much. From now on I will become king of the tiger clan. Boss, why did you decide to talk with us today? When we first met you, Hunyeo and I both wanted to follow you. Luckily, you weren't foolish. You really took us away. If we had stayed there, sooner or later, we would have been killed by those evil men. All my kind have suffered from human hunting. Back then, people had already discovered our presence. They were preparing to slaughter us. You, boss, saved our entire family. Hu Wang, make sure to mate with Hunyeo and produce more cubs. Food isn't an issue here. The grasslands are full of chickens, ducks, geese, and rabbits. More than enough to feed your whole family. I originally hoped you'd reproduce and grow your population. Later, whenever I find other tigers, I'll bring them here too so your tribe can expand. Right now, most of your kind are locked away in zoos. Wild tigers are extremely rare. Many species have already gone extinct. For now, there are still few other animals on the grassland, so don't hunt them yet. Let them multiply first. Once their numbers grow large enough, you may freely hunt them. Consider it helping me manage their population. Hunyeo, you work hard to raise more tiger cubs. Keep striving. In the future, I'll often take you all outside for walks. Now, I'm going to visit the clouded leopards. Having said that, Wang Yang made his way to the clouded leopards' territory. First, he hugged them, then communicated with them through his divine sense, instructing them on various matters as well. He still couldn't communicate with the young clouded leopard cubs. It seemed he'd have to wait until they grew older. He brought over a few more crested ibises and tried communicating with each one. Among them, a larger pair could understand him smoothly. He gave them instructions directly. Tomorrow, they were to fly out and gather their flock. That way, installing tracking devices would be much easier. He had them pass on his message to the others, reproduce as much as possible within the space from now on. It seemed he still hadn't fully grasped the inheritance passed down by Lu Zhu. There was so much he didn't yet understand. The use of his divine sense remained at its most basic stage. From now on, he'd have to dedicate more time to cultivation. He continued searching the space for animals capable of communication. This time, he arrived at the golden snub-nosed monkey's territory. He hadn't visited them earlier, but now he wanted to test his theory. He went straight to the Monkey King, first calming the mischievous little ones. A few had already climbed onto his head, rummaging through his hair. Were they looking for lice? He decided to ignore them, and instead used his divine sense to speak into the Monkey King's mind. Monkey King, can you hear me speaking to you? He waited a moment. The Monkey King stared straight at him, hard to tell if it understood. Monkeys were supposed to be intelligent. Suddenly, a reply came. Are you my master? Are you the one speaking inside my head? I'm so happy. Yes, Monkey King, it's me talking to you. I'm glad you can hear me. From now on, manage your troop well. You may eat all the fruit here freely, but don't waste any. Also, encourage everyone to breed and multiply. Understood, master. Let me bring my child to you. It's very smart. I think you'll love it. With that, the Monkey King ran back into the troop and brought forward a small, golden-furred young monkey. Master, this is my child. It was born here and is extremely clever. Let it follow you. From now on, call me boss, Wang Yang said. Let me try communicating with it first. If it works out, I'll take it outside later to stay with me. If not, it'll just continue living here. I'll call you boss then. Wang Yang again sent words into the little monkey's mind with his divine sense. Little monkey, can you hear me? Who are you? Why are you in my head? Get out quick, or I'll lose my temper and beat you up. You're quite something. I'm your boss. I'm holding you right now, talking to you. You really are smart. From now on, you'll follow me. I'll give you a name, call you Yukong. I hope you'll grow up to become the real great sage equaling heaven, huh? I'm Yukong. What a great name. Boss is awesome. All right, you'll stay here for a while longer. Later, I'll come get you and take you outside so you can play in the world beyond. Don't be naughty, or I'll show you what happens when you misbehave. Got it, boss? I'll be the best. Wang Yang turned back to the Monkey King. Monkey King, your child is very intelligent and can communicate with me. I'll be taking him with me in the future. For now, let him remain here. I'll come back for him later. Raise him well. I still need to visit other areas. Chapter 111, Leaving Behind a Legend. Wang Yang continued searching within the space for animals he could communicate with. He found that the older the animal, the smoother the communication. Newborns were nearly impossible to connect with, so he eventually gave up on further attempts. The fox family proved particularly intelligent. Surprisingly, all of them could communicate with him. They could now be taken out of the space in the future. As for the others, he decided to let them breed and live on their own. He had no interest in paying them much attention. Noticing it was getting late, Wang Yang sat down to meditate and rest inside the stone chamber of his spatial realm. The next morning, before dawn broke, old Xing arrived early. Seeing Wang Yang practicing Tai Chi outside, he walked over curiously. A Tai Chi enthusiast himself, old Xing could sense that Wang Yang's skill was profound. His movements carried the aura of a cultivator, embodying an almost transcendent understanding of the art. As Wang Yang finished his form, old Xing stepped forward enthusiastically. Little Yang, I never realized your Tai Chi was so advanced. We should exchange more often. Now come, let's have breakfast together. I've got something to tell you first. Old Xing, you're up so early. Why not rest a bit longer? I'll go change clothes first. Wait for me a moment, okay? All right, hurry up. I'm heading over there anyway. I need to wake the others too. Today's packed, so we must get things arranged ahead of time. After hearing this, Wang Yang returned to his room, changed clothes, and headed toward the canteen. The place was already bustling. He ordered a bowl of hot mienpi noodles, along with a serving of dried vegetable and tofu topped generously with chili oil, one of Hanzhong's local breakfast specialties. Little Yang, come sit here. So, old Xing, what's today's plan? Same as yesterday. You gather the birds first. Our tracking devices are quite small. They simply clip onto the bird's legs. I'll show you a sample in a moment. Work quickly. If we can do this together, we'll finish fast. I'll give it a try. Let's eat quickly then. The birds will start coming out to feed soon. Wang Yang thought about releasing the pair of crested ibises from his space and letting them help him gather the rest. That part should be easy enough. After breakfast, he followed everyone to the meeting room where they demonstrated the tracking device. He picked it up quickly. Then, returning to yesterday's location, they found several crested ibises already active. Old Xing, I'll go test it first. Just wait over there a moment. Without hesitation, Wang Yang walked straight to yesterday's spot and poured some spirit water from his space. Immediately, the ibises began gathering around him. Fish swam more actively in the stream again, and this time, the birds weren't afraid. They even allowed him to gently stroke them. He released the pair of ibises from his space, explained his intention, and asked them to relay the message to the others. Within half an hour, more and more crested ibises gathered, quiet, obedient, and calm. Wang Yang waved to the group. Old Xing, come over now. All the ibises are settled. Everyone move quickly. Everyone looked at Wang Yang with admiration. This time, the gathering took even less time than yesterday, and the number of ibises far exceeded the previous day. There was no time for wonder now. Each team member swiftly attached tracking devices to the bird's legs. What was expected to take a full day was completed in just 2 hours. Over 1,000 crested ibises now carried tracking devices. When they all took flight together, the sight was breathtaking. Staff members snapped countless photos and videos, focusing especially on Wang Yang, capturing close-ups of a single man surrounded by over 1,000 rare birds. Such a scene was profoundly moving and would likely never be seen again. Old Xing, brimming with joy, addressed the group. Today, we've achieved something historic. Everyone worked hard. Now we'll move to other nesting sites. Our goal is to tag every crested ibis we encounter. This will greatly enhance our research and conservation efforts. Little Yang, your performance today has been outstanding. Old Xing, I'm also one of the protectors of this reserve. I still have the ID card you issued me. Over the next 2 days, with the help of that special pair of ibises, they successfully installed tracking devices at all major gathering spots. Old Xing also personally took Wang Yang through Huayang ancient town, showing him takins, giant pandas, and golden snub-nosed monkeys. His visit to Yang County was now complete. Wang Yang left behind a legend of the crested ibis. Countless photos and videos were preserved by the reserve, so astonishing that they earned admiration from every wildlife conservationist who saw them. In just 3 days, he solved a long-standing problem that had troubled the team for years. Truly deserving of its title as home of the crested ibis, nearly every bird in the region had now been registered. Wang Yang had heard about the organic farming project at Zhuan Lake in Kaoba village, so he specifically drove over to check it out. On the mountains there, he collected several plants of Sephora xiuxian and sent them into his space for cultivation. He planned to experiment with biological pest control later and see how effective it would be. Sephora xiuxian contains matrine, a compound that effectively kills insects. The plant is abundant and highly useful, making it extremely beneficial for the development of organic agriculture. Kaoba village also grew a variety called golden pear, which Wang Yang took a few saplings of and brought back as well. Xiaoya called him, urging him to return home early. With that, he said goodbye to Old Xing and left Yang County. He took the same road back as before. This trip had not only brought him back crested ibises, but also revealed his newfound ability to communicate with animals. It was truly a rewarding journey. Finally arriving back at Xinjiazhai before dark, he first visited his parents to let them know he was home. But as soon as he met Master Tang and the others, he was dragged straight into the research greenhouse. You're finally back, Xiaoyang. If you hadn't returned soon, I was going to find Old Xing myself. Quickly, come see our research results. Master Tang handed Wang Yang a stack of documents filled with experimental data. Key findings were clearly marked. The vegetable specimens showed exceptionally high nutritional value. Seeds taken from his spatial realm produced vegetables far surpassing those grown from conventional seeds in vitality. Their genetic structures had already been analyzed and patented. Now, even if others tried to extract favorable genes from these seeds, they could be legally sued. These seeds were now one of a kind, truly perfect. Once this batch of vegetables produced new seeds, and those were tested against the original ones, the entire research cycle would be complete. The analysis of the spatial water was also finished. It contained a unique substance unrecorded by current scientific knowledge. This compound served as the medium behind all the crop transformations. Existing technology couldn't synthesize it. Only plants could naturally extract, break down, and absorb it. This was precisely what gave the vegetables their exceptional value. They could help regulate the human body. Henceforth, all vegetables grown here would be extraordinary, and even the cultivated seeds would carry partial effects, but further study would still be required. Master Tang, your research couldn't have come at a better time. These patents will greatly protect our achievements from being stolen. I truly appreciate everything you've done. Xiaoyang, let's not waste words. Our research has only just begun. We don't fully understand many aspects yet. This place must remain confidential. Ideally, we should assign personnel for security. What do you think? Agreed. People from Yongsheng are already paying attention to this site. Sending some personnel here is necessary. Consider this my contribution to China's seed industry, so our farmers can finally use high-quality, affordable seeds. After spending over an hour in the experimental greenhouse, night having fallen, Wang Yang said his goodbyes and headed home. Chapter 112. The current state of the cooperative. As soon as Wang Yang returned to his courtyard, Tiger and the others rushed over to greet him, circling around excitedly. It had been quite a while since he'd left, and they were clearly worried he might leave again without taking them. Even Bear gave him an annoyed shove from behind, while Blackie growled at him, clearly expressing his displeasure at the long absence. Wang Yang gently rubbed Blackie's head and soothed him for a while before the dog finally calmed down. Xiaoya opened her window upstairs and waved happily when she saw Wang Yang was back. You're finally home. If you hadn't come back soon, this place would have turned upside down. Tiger and the others nearly started a rebellion. Only thanks to Aunt Zheng coming by to calm them down could we even stay here. What do you mean? Wang Yang replied with a smile. If it wasn't for you two, who else would be living here? And you, of course, Xiaoya said. I saw you still had some empty rooms, so I brought her over to live with me. We're in the rooms across from each other. Don't tell me you don't approve. Before Wang Yang could respond, and you popped her head out from Xiaoya's room and waved cheerfully. Welcome back, boss. I moved in without asking your permission. Hope you don't mind. And you, what are you saying? Wang Yang chuckled. There's space, so how could I not let you come? That'd be too cold-hearted. Don't listen to Xiaoya exaggerating. I'm not like that. From now on, feel free to come to me for anything. Have you two eaten already? Xiaoya immediately shouted. Wang Yang, you dare badmouth me right to my face? You must want to die? Get in the kitchen and make dinner. Right now. We're starving. Yes, your highness. This humble servant will prepare the meal at once. Haha. From now on, you can address us like this every day. I think it's perfect. Little Yangzi, quickly welcome your empress. Xiaoya burst into laughter, with Yu giggling beside her. You keep laughing, Wang Yang said, shaking his head. I was just teasing you too. Now you're actually enjoying being treated like royalty. See how smug you look. Alright, I'll go cook. We can chat more later. He went to the storage room and found plenty of ingredients left over, so it seemed they hadn't cooked much on their own lately. Probably his mom had come by a few times, or they'd gone over to eat at the experimental greenhouse compound. It was getting late, so he set about preparing a simple meal. First, he put a pot of rice on to steam. Then he pulled out several potatoes, green and red chilies, scallions, ginger, garlic, and a chunk of pork belly, and made a hearty dry pot potato dish, something he hadn't eaten in a long time and really missed. Next, he grabbed a few tomatoes and eggs, whipping up a quick and classic stir-fried tomato and egg dish. After a moment's thought, he reached into his space and pulled out a few sections of lotus root. After rinsing them thoroughly, he stir-fried them simply for a refreshing side dish. Finally, he prepared a bowl of seaweed and egg drop soup. Xiaoya, and you, dinner's ready. Come down. Soon after, both girls came down from the second floor, entering the dining room and immediately showering Wang Yang with praise. Wang Yang, this meal is absolutely delicious, perfect in color, aroma, and taste, Xiaoya said with a grin. Clearly, only when you're home can we eat properly. These past few days, we've either been mooching meals elsewhere or relying on your mom to cook for us. We felt so guilty. But now, we can finally eat real food. I'm drooling just looking at it. And you nodded eagerly. Boss, your cooking is amazing. Back in the overseas, my meals were nothing like this. Being back home is so much more comfortable. The food habits are familiar. Abroad, it was always meat heavy, and fresh vegetables were hard to come by. Let me try your cooking now. You two dig in already, Wang Yang laughed. No need for all the flattery. No noodles tonight, just steamed rice in the pot. Help yourselves. We're family here, no need to stand on ceremony. This lotus root is especially good, Xiaoya remarked, chewing thoughtfully. Not a trace of muddy flavor, just a light, crisp freshness. Where did you buy it? I'll get some for my family next time. It's not something you see often in regular markets. Xiaoya, you definitely can't buy this kind, Wang Yang smiled. I got it through special channels, never sold on the market. If you want some, I can get you a batch. And you should try it too. If you like it, I'll give you some as well. Soon, the three were digging into the food with gusto. Every last bite of the dishes was devoured, leaving only a large portion of the seaweed soup and untouched rice. Oh no, we ate way too much tonight, Xiaoya groaned, collapsing onto the living room sofa. Wang Yang, are you trying to raise us like pigs? Cooking food this delicious, it'll ruin our diets from now on. You two were shoveling food and like someone was going to take it away, Wang Yang shot back. And now you're blaming me? Stop lounging around. I cooked. Now it's your turn, wash the dishes. No slacking. I'll go feed Tiger and the others. With that, he picked up the animals' feeding bowls and walked toward their shelter, placing the food on the ground. Alright, dig in. I'll try using my divine sense later to see if I can communicate with them. Then he brought out a lot of space water, and the black bear immediately plopped down beside the basin, guzzling it greedily, no longer even touching its food. Tiger and the others didn't rush over to compete. They quietly continued eating. Since there was still something to discuss with Xiaoya, Wang Yang wouldn't wait here any longer. He'd come back later to call them. Back in the living room, he saw Yu washing dishes by herself, while Xiaoya was still lounging on the sofa. He walked over and asked, Xiaoya, has anything happened in the village lately? Tell me about it. There's not much going on in the village these days, but a lot of young people have returned. Uncle Village Chief said nearly all villagers are back now, except for those who bought houses outside. We've recruited many villagers into the cooperative, with Uncle Village Chief vetting them. He's managing the production department, handling all planting matters, and finally submitting the list to me. How many have we recruited so far? Have we found someone to manage the glass greenhouse? That's the most important. I checked the list, over 40 so far, all locals. Most are older folks. Is that okay? No special requirements, right? We've also recruited many young people. Any ideas on how to assign them? Production headcount is sufficient now. They're all farmers, so we don't need to worry much. Among the younger ones, pick a few smart ones to train. We should cultivate future core members from them. They'll pick things up faster. At minimum, they have junior high school education. They could handle warehouse logistics and similar tasks. It's simple. Eventually, customers will transport goods themselves. We need to build our own brand so no one can impersonate our products. For disputes, we'll let the law firm handle it. And you're done washing? Come sit down. From now on, you and Xiaoya take turns doing this. When I'm home, I'll just cook. How's working here for you? Anything I can help with? And you glanced at Xiaoya and said, not much going on yet, just trivial matters. I'm helping Xiaoya out, basically serving as her secretary. Now that we've hired so many people, should we provide insurance for them? In principle, they should be insured. Otherwise, we'd violate the labor law. Yes, provide insurance. Starting next month, uniformly. Anyone officially hired gets full coverage. Earlier, I met Master Tang and the others. Their research has made major breakthroughs, and they've even applied for several seed patents. They tested our experimental vegetables too, all completely free of pesticides and proven to be highly nutritious organic produce. So there's no need to worry. In the future, wild fish farming, brewing, and animal husbandry will all follow green organic industry paths. We must start Zhenggui, ING operations now to minimize unnecessary troubles later. Alright, it's getting late. Let's talk tomorrow. Get some rest early. Xiaoya, you really should hire someone who understands greenhouse management. Chapter 113, Inspecting the Brewery. After seeing Xiaoya and Yu return to their rooms to rest, Wang Yang went to the room where Tiger Head and the others were staying. Finding that they had finished all their food, He cleaned the bowls and then led them toward his own room. Once he closed the door, he immediately brought all of them into his space. The moment Blackie entered, it tried to dash off toward the mountain. He was craving honey again. Wang Yang stopped it and told it to wait in place while he first tested things using his spiritual sense. Blackie, can you hear me? Who's there? Why is someone talking inside my head? Get out here. You stupid bear. Don't you recognize your boss now? Lift your head and look at me. I'm talking to you. Why are you looking elsewhere? So dumb. Boss, it's really you. Wow. Amazing. You can actually talk to me now? What would you like me to do? Can I stay here from now on? I don't want to go back outside. It's too good here. Honey's unlimited. Please, boss, can I stay? Blackie, behave yourself from now on. I'll bring you into this space often, but stop messing up the beehives every time. Those hives are important for later. I have big plans for them. You can eat some honey, sure, but don't destroy the entire nest each time. Got it? Also, never attack people randomly outside. If you do, they'll take you to a zoo, put you on display, and lock you in a cage. Then you'll lose your freedom forever. Got it, boss. I'll be super good. Can I go eat now? Fine, Scram. You're annoying just standing there. As soon as Blackie heard permission, it twisted its rear and bolted straight into the mountains. Wang Yang then called over Tiger Head and the others one by one to test communication. Tiger Head was the first to respond. Boss, it really is you speaking to us. That's great. Now we can chat with you anytime. These guys, Big Mao, Second Mao, Third Mao, Fourth Mao, are so dumb. I always have to clean up after them. Not serious at all. Tiger Head bro, that's not true. Boss, we just want to prove ourselves. Now that the village has many people, we can lead all our dog clan members to patrol the village. You can rest easy knowing we'll manage all the dogs properly, Big Mao argued. I know, you're all excellent. Whether I'm in the village or not, keep an eye out for strangers. If anyone seems suspicious, watch them closely and report to me, or find the mistress, immediately. Got it. And under no circumstances should you eat food given by others. If you get poisoned, even I won't be able to save you. Protect yourselves well. Don't act too remarkable. Drawing attention makes you targets. Bad people might try something, like last time when someone shot you with a tranquilizer dart. If I'd arrived, even a moment later, you wouldn't be here today. Alright, go play now. Wang Yang exited the space, lay down on his bed, and quickly fell asleep. His biological clock was now extremely accurate. The next morning, he woke up early and began practicing boxing in the yard. Tiger Head and Blackie had already eaten their fill inside the space, so there was no need to feed them anymore. They gathered quietly around Wang Yang, calm and well-behaved. Xiaoya heard movement in the courtyard, opened her window, and saw Wang Yang doing Tai Chi. She silently pulled out her phone and started recording, watching without making a sound. When Wang Yang finished his form, he suddenly stepped forward and punched a brick with full force. With a sharp crack, the brick shattered into pieces. Wow, so strong. Thank goodness I recorded it. Never thought he'd be this powerful, such a hidden talent. I'd better keep this video safe and make sure he never finds out. Xiaoya carefully closed the window. In truth, Wang Yang had already noticed her presence, but he hadn't expected her to record anything, so he simply ignored it and said nothing. He walked into the kitchen and began preparing breakfast, soon making a pot of congee, some side dishes, and several large flatbreads. He didn't wait for the girls to come downstairs. He didn't even know what time they'd wake. After leaving their meals ready, he started eating on his own. Today, he planned to inspect the village. First stop, Wild Boar Gully. He hadn't been there in days, and he worried they might suddenly go wild. Since most people were still asleep, Wang Yang headed straight inside. He first spoke with the lead boar, instructing it to keep its herd under control and prevent any destruction. He promised to continue delivering food regularly. He created a large reservoir within the area and filled it with water from his space, giving all the wild boars plenty to drink. He also provided a large stockpile of corn cobs. This way, he wouldn't need to visit again for several days. After communicating with the lead boar, he suggested they dig several dens nearby, so they could have proper shelter. How they executed it was up to them. Next, Wang Yang went to the wine cellar to check how much liquor had been brewed. Little Yang, you're back? You came early to see me. Is it about checking the stored wine? Perfect, I'll go with you. There's also something I wanted to discuss. Uncle Shun, why are you here so early? Have you eaten yet? What do you mean early? What time do you think it is? You still think I'm young? These days I can't even fall back asleep when I wake up before dawn. Let's walk and talk. Now, most of the village's young people have returned, and a few of them want to come learn brewing from me. What do you think about that? Uncle Shun, that's great. I've been saying this for a while. You should train more young folks. We can't let traditional skills disappear. You drink the liquor every day. Haven't you noticed any difference in taste? Little Yang, now that you mention it, there really is a difference. The first few jars we stored have aged quite well. They're smooth, soft, sweet, and mellow. Nothing like freshly brewed liquor. Did you add something special to it? That's confidential. But everything I added is good for the body. In a little while, once the vegetables start coming in, that's when we'll really take off. Keep brewing as much as possible and stock it away. If any of the youngsters are interested, go ahead and train them well. Wang Yang opened the storage cave. Inside the innermost chamber, wine jars were stacked tightly all around, each with a capacity of 300 jin, perfectly sealed, yet the rich aroma of liquor still filled the air. Uncle Shun, you've brewed quite a lot lately. The room's completely full. There's roughly 3,000 jin here. The key is that the sorghum you provided has an exceptionally high alcohol yield. I don't know why, but the liquor also carries a unique, refreshing fragrance. When you drink it, you feel a warm sensation spreading through your body, like the fat inside is burning away, leaving you feeling lighter and more relaxed. Uncle Shun, looks like you really know quality when you taste it. Let me tell you, this kind of liquor is so precious that I wouldn't sell it to just anyone. In the future, I plan to launch our own brand, something on par with Matai. Since some young people are interested, teach them well. From now on, no one gets into this place without permission. It needs dedicated supervision. All right, I'll follow your lead. Little Yang, you went to Yang County. Why didn't Teacher Xing come back with you? Let's head out first, Uncle Shun. I'll seal this place again and let the fermentation continue naturally. Teacher Xing still has duties to attend to. He needs to stay at the Crested Ibis Reserve for a while longer. Right now, only the Qinling Mountains retain a trace of untouched wilderness. Aside from that, maybe the remote ranges of southwest China, but everywhere else has already been overrun by humans. Protecting wildlife is a tough mission for Teacher Xing and his team. How about joining me to check the brewery? We've started fermenting another batch of sorghum. As beneficial microbes build up in the fermentation pits, the quality will keep improving. You'll need to bring in more sorghum soon. The raw materials are running low. If I hadn't run into you today, I was planning to come find you. I understand, Uncle Shun. I'll head out later and bring in a new shipment from outside. I'll go check on other things first. You go ahead and focus on your work. No need to follow me around. Chapter 114. Someone poisoned the pond. Wang Yang went over to check on the glass greenhouses again. They were almost finished, row after row of neatly built structures, quite impressive in sight. All sections had been sealed up, and workers were now testing the electrical system. Once power was connected to every greenhouse, the project would be complete. There wasn't much more to see here. The final inspection could be done in another week. It was already nearly 9 o'clock. As Wang Yang walked toward the fish pond, he hadn't even arrived when he saw Hutu and the others surrounding a young man, preventing him from moving. Whenever the man tried to run, one of the dogs would tackle him back down. He was shouting frantically. His mother, Xiuxian, had attempted to calm the dogs, but they wouldn't listen at all. Wang Yang sped up his pace. He couldn't let them actually bite someone. Hutu, why are you all surrounding this guy? What's wrong with him? Boss, you're finally here. This bastard has poison on him. He was going to poison the pond. Luckily we caught him early. Otherwise, all our fish would have been killed. Hutu, are you sure he really intended to poison the water? Absolutely, boss. The poison is right in his pocket. We saw him take it from someone else, who then drove off. I see. You guys stay back now. Don't do anything rash. Wang Yang first greeted his mom, Xiuxian. Mom, go wait over there. I'll handle this. Go get Uncle Village Chief. Xiaoyang, what's going on? Hutu and the others are usually so well behaved. Now I can't even control them. You'll know soon enough. Mom, just go get Uncle Village Chief. I don't have time to explain right now. Without another word, Wang Yang strode straight up to the young man. No useless talk. He grabbed him and shoved him hard onto the ground. Right in front of everyone, he pulled a small bottle of poison from the man's pocket. Without asking a single question, he started beating him mercilessly. Who sent you to poison my pond? If you don't tell me, I'll pour this down your throat. I guess you're just tired of living. Let me go. You have no right to arrest me. I haven't broken any law. I'm warning you. Back off now, or I'll make you regret it. Wang Yang didn't waste words. Let him feel some real pain first. The man screamed bloody murder, but Wang Yang didn't stop throwing punches. Talk. Don't think I won't kill you. I can see you've got a death wish. He opened the little bottle, grabbed the man by the head, and acted as if he was about to pour the poison into his mouth. That finally broke the man. He froze in terror. The onlookers gasped. Some thought Wang Yang had truly lost his mind. Was he really going to force-feed the poison? It was too much. Someone had to intervene. But Wang Yang had timed this perfectly. He knew the village chief was arriving soon. He kept pressing the man. Still not talking? Looks like you really want to drink this whole thing. Someone in the crowd shouted, damn. This dude pissed himself. Look at his pants. They're soaked. How disgusting. Completely terrified, the young man wailed. Brother, I'm sorry. I swear I'll never come near this pond again. I was forced to do it. I'll tell you who sent me. It was Zhou Hao, that rich brat. He made me do it. Please, let me go. I'll never do anything like this again. Wang Yang was speechless. Damn it, this guy just couldn't stay away. So I gave him too much face last time. Haven't even settled the previous matter, and now he's back at it. The village chief arrived and quickly stepped in to stop Wang Yang. Xiaoyang, calm down. I've already called the police. They're on their way. Let the authorities handle this. Tie this guy up first. To dare harm our village like this. If it were a few years ago, I'd have tossed him into the mountains for the wolves. Xiaoyang, let him go now. Uncle, I was just scaring him. See, I didn't pour anything. I only opened the cap to show him. The crowd burst out laughing. This guy was something else. Just open the cap to show him. My ass. From now on, anyone wandering around remote villages better respect local rules. Or people like this might actually get you killed. And what a pointless death that would be. This kid wasn't innocent either. What the hell was he doing poisoning someone's fish pond for no reason? Truly evil-minded. And that rich punk Zhou Hao, his heart is even darker. Even us locals have heard stories about his dirty deeds. Now he's hiring people to poison ponds. What's next, murder? Let's all post this online. Don't let the police take him away quietly, only for someone to later change his testimony. Let's stand for justice. Who recorded the full video? Send me a copy. Right away, the fishing enthusiasts began rallying their friends, spreading the story across the internet until it exploded into a national trending topic. The headline went viral. Rich brat orders poisoning of farmer's fish pond. Now the whole country knew. The full video was shared everywhere. Zhou Hao, the privileged punk, became infamous overnight. Public outrage surged, all aimed at the powerful forces behind him. Far away in a private club in Xian City, Zhou Hao was still loudly celebrating with a group of his shady friends, completely unaware that he had already become famous. Little Zhou, you're truly something else. Who'd have thought of such a clever trick? That Wang Yang must be crying in the toilet by now. Ha ha. Everyone, raise your glasses. Let's drink to this. Cheers. So satisfying. Suddenly, the door burst open and a disheveled man rushed in. Zhou Xiao, we're in big trouble. We've been exposed online. What should we do? Four Eyes, what the hell are you talking about? What big trouble? Speak clearly. Zhou Xiao, you'd better call your family right now. This situation is way beyond your control. If you don't believe me, check your phone. People are doxing you online as we speak. You're famous now. Damn it. Give me my phone now. The excitement in the room instantly vanished. Everyone pulled out their phones, checking Douyin, Weibo, and every short video platform. The content was all the same. A privileged rich kid named Zhou Hao ordered a thug to poison a farmer's fish pond. The suspect was caught on the spot, beaten up, and forced to confess live on camera. The entire video was unedited and crystal clear, especially the part where he said, "It was second-generation rich kid Zhou Hao who forced me to do it." One by one, people started making excuses, scrambling for ways to escape this mess. After watching the video, Zhou Hao exploded in rage. F***ck, that bastard ratted me out. Well, you're finished too, you piece of sh**t. Four Eyes, weren't you there with him? Why did you come back alone? Go fix this immediately. Use every connection you have. Bury this story no matter how much money it takes. Move now. Everyone fled the room, leaving only Zhou Hao behind, furiously smashing things around the room. Damn it. Wang Yang, you're my damn nemesis. We weren't even done with the last thing, and now I'm going to destroy you once and for all. Just then, a phone call came in. Zhou Hao saw it was from home and quickly answered. Hello, Grandpa, it's me, Zhou Hao. I know it's you, Zhou Hao. I'm not dead yet. Are you trying to kill me with shame? Look at what you've done, ordering someone to poison people. The whole city of Xian is laughing at us. Get your ass home right now. Your father is on his way back, and if I don't see you within half an hour, you'll never set foot in this house again. The line went dead. Zhou Hao stood there, stunned and speechless. He hastily packed up and ran home. The club manager pretended not to see him, simply adding the bill to his account. Chapter 115, The Second Visit to the Palace. A police car drove into Shanghai. The officers didn't know the current situation there yet. The moment they got out, they attempted to arrest everyone involved. Who called the police? I did. I'm the village's party secretary. We caught someone poisoning our village. We have both witnesses and evidence. Everyone here can testify. Then all of you come with us. Who initiated the violence? Handcuff him first. One officer moved directly toward Wang Yang, intending to take him away in cuffs. This immediately sparked outrage among the villagers. We're the ones who reported the crime. Now you're arresting our people. What are you trying to do? Resist the law. Seeing the escalating anger, the policeman began to panic, his voice slightly trembling. How exactly are you enforcing the law? We called to report a poisoning suspect we've captured, but instead of arresting the criminal, you're trying to arrest us. What is this about? Uncle Village Chief snapped, furious. At that moment, another officer hurried forward, urging calm. Everyone, please stay calm. We will enforce the law fairly. No innocent person will be wronged, and no guilty party will escape justice. Please remain quiet. He then turned to Wang Yang. Comrade, we'd like you to come with us for questioning, just to cooperate with our investigation. There's no need for handcuffs. First, let's apprehend the actual poisoner. Whatever, I'll go with you. But if this isn't handled properly, I won't let it go. Xiaoya, if I'm detained too long without coming out, contact our law firm immediately and have them come quickly. Yes, boss. The officers overheard this exchange. They realized this wasn't an ordinary civilian. They were dealing with someone far more powerful than expected, and recklessly provoking him could get them into serious trouble. Soon, the police car left the village. Using his spiritual awareness, Wang Yang detected that among those who arrived were figures connected to Zhou Hao's faction, still scheming to illegally detain him and slap on serious charges. Such people truly wouldn't rest until they brought disaster upon themselves. This time, not even the heavenly kings themselves could save them from his wrath. The police car soon returned to the county police station, not the local town precinct. Wang Yang quickly sent a message to Xiaoya informing her of his location, then withdrew the phone back into his spatial realm. He had no intention of surrendering it. Get out and come inside to record your statement, the officer said, pulling Wang Yang toward a room. Kid, things don't have to escalate. If you back off now, we'll forget the whole thing. No hard feelings. How about it? The officer laid it bare. Who exactly are you? And may I ask, how do you conduct investigations? Just how would you forget something like this? Listen, kid, I'm warning you. Those people aren't someone you want to mess with. It's better to let it go quietly. Everyone walks away happy, and nobody bothers you in the future. So according to you, I must cooperate with the settlement? I can't pursue justice? Otherwise, threats will come my way, and it'll obstruct our development too. I never said that. You're the one jumping to conclusions. Still, I advise you to consider the consequences carefully. Take some time. Sit here and think it over. With that, the officer left the room. Wang Yang swept his spiritual awareness across the entire police station. Soon, he located the officer inside the deputy chief's office, where the two were whispering in secret. Woo, what's the status? Any chance of settling this peacefully? We're already in a difficult position. The story's spreading online. Don't screw this up. You must handle it seriously. It's reached the bureau leaders already. One just called asking about it. Chief Qian, this guy's tough to deal with. I doubt we can force him to yield. He's already preparing to contact his law firm. If we handle this poorly, we'll be in deep trouble. I heard Shanghai isn't some ordinary village. Vice Governor Qin, Secretary He, and County Chief Ouyang have all been there. It's your call now. Chief Qian, multiple high-ranking officials have visited? Why haven't I heard about this? Boss, it was even reported in the news. Remember the recent coverage on new rural development? That was this exact village. And the man we've brought in, he's the main investor. Why didn't you tell me earlier? Hurry up and move him to a special room. No rough treatment. Treat him respectfully. Do everything possible to facilitate a peaceful resolution. Don't side with either party. Let them handle it themselves. Maintain balance. Beyond that, it's beyond our control. Yes, Chief Qian. I'll go now. Officer Wu closed the door and left. Wang Yang had listened to it all. So this man really was a fence-sitter, swaying with every breeze. Not worth dwelling on. Moments later, Officer Wu returned, leading Wang Yang into a comfortable room and even pouring him a glass of water. Mr. Wang, have you thought it over? If you're willing to settle this peacefully, you can count on us for help in the future, no matter what happens. Officer Wu, I assume? I think this matter is beyond your involvement. It's best you don't stick your nose in it. Let Zhou Hao handle it himself. I hope you can stand firm and not get dragged into this mess along with him. I've said my piece. Whether you listen or not is up to you. After speaking, Wang Yang closed his eyes and rested. Officer Wu walked out immediately, no longer concerning himself with what Wang Yang was doing. Wang Yang once again locked onto the poisoner with his spiritual awareness. At that moment, another person was pressuring the culprit to take full responsibility for everything, threatening that if he didn't comply, his entire family would be thrown behind bars. Truly, there was no limit to the strangeness of this world. Wang Yang tested using his spiritual sense to remotely activate a recording device, ensuring this scene would be permanently preserved. No one knew the room had already been recorded. Their conversation came through clearly. Those who created their own misfortune could blame no one else. Wang Yang waited for the outcome of this case. If the verdict wasn't fair, he would release the video and expose all their underhanded maneuvers for the whole world to see. Outside the police station, Xiaoyu arrived with Uncle Village Chief, demanding to see Wang Yang. You two please wait a moment. I'll go report this and come back shortly. The female officer appeared upright and sincere, warmly receiving Xiaoyu and Uncle Village Chief. Chief Qian, two people are here asking to see the involved party, Wang Yang. May they meet with him? Do I need to spell it out? Let them see him. It's not a big deal. Just keep things reasonable. You may go now. Yes, Chief Qian. Please follow me. I'll take you to see the involved party. Feeling Xiaoyu and Uncle Village Chief approaching, Wang Yang immediately stood up to greet them. Uncle Village Chief, thank you for coming all this way. Xiaoyu, I appreciate the trouble. I'm fine here. They just moved me to a better room. Everyone keeps urging me to accept a settlement. They think it's that simple. If this case is handled behind closed doors again, I won't let it go. Wang Yang, you look surprisingly good. Made me worry for nothing. When we get back, you owe me a feast. Xiaoyu grinned, already bargaining with him. Got it. Thanks for your hard work, Miss Xiaoyu. That's more like it. Is there anything else you need me to do? I suspect the poisoner will take the fall for everything, shielding Zhou Hao completely. That makes things complicated. Handling it too aggressively will upset many powerful people. Letting it go means we'll never have peace. This kind of thing will happen again. Help me figure this out. I want to hear your thoughts. It's that serious? Then I say we go by the facts. Whatever must be done, we do it. Even if it means we suffer some loss. We must see this through to the end. Then I'll follow your advice, Xiaoyu. I can't just swallow this insult either. Their hearts are too black. To think they'd kill all our fish just for personal gain. If that had happened, the fish pond would have been unusable for years. This matter must be thoroughly investigated to the very end. Chapter 116, Even the Dark Hand Fails. When Zhou Hao returned home, he was kicked by Zhou Rini before he could even step through the door. You actually have the nerve to come back? I've noticed you're getting more and more out of control, ordering someone to poison people, then getting caught red-handed, branded publicly as a spoiled rich brat. Do you want to drag our entire family down with you? Because of you, my chance for promotion has vanished again. Now I'll have no choice but to retire in this position. Dad, I was wrong. I shouldn't have acted so recklessly without planning everything properly. This time I made a mistake, but it won't happen again. Please, just give me one more chance. Zhou Hao immediately dropped to his knees and pleaded. Old Master Zhou finally spoke up. Enough, Rini. Let this be a lesson for Howard. You deal with the aftermath however necessary. No matter the cost, settle this matter. Howard is our only heir. Father, you don't understand. How can this possibly be smoothed over now? Instead of making this scoundrel repent, you still want to clean up after him. Don't you fear what evil he might commit next? He ordered someone to poison today. What if tomorrow he orders someone murdered? Zhou Rini whispered urgently to Zhou Dei. At that moment, Zhou Hao's mother, Fu Shui, stepped forward and shouted at Zhou Rini. Zhou Rini, so you don't want to take care of your own son anymore? So what if he tried to poison someone? It didn't even succeed. If you refuse to handle this, we're divorcing. Father-in-law, please save your grandson. He's our only bloodline. Fu Shui, are you out of your mind? You're encouraging rebellion. Look how spoiled you've made him. Will you still defend him when he murders someone next? Zhou Rini roared in anger. He's your son, and you will take responsibility. At worst, I'll send him overseas. That's my final decision. Fu Shui stubbornly refused to back down. Enough. All of you stop fighting. Old Master Zhou interrupted. Let Rini go find out what's happening. No matter the price, make sure this gets resolved. Once things calm down, arrange to send Howard abroad. He keeps causing trouble here at home. I can't keep shielding him forever. I'm old now. Influence fades when a person retires. With that, Zhou Dei walked slowly toward his room. Zhou Hao's expression brightened instantly. He thought he'd dodged the bullet once again, already imagining everything would blow over. Zhou Rini pulled out his phone and called Deputy Director Qian. Dongsheng, it's Rini. I need your help again. I'll treat you to drinks later. How about that? Big brother Rennie, don't be so formal. But this time the situation is tricky. This guy isn't some ordinary nobody we can push around easily. The Vice Provincial Governor Qin, Secretary He, and County Chief Ouyang all have close ties to this young man. I'll do my best to mediate, but honestly, I've got other matters to attend to. I'll call you later. Qian Dongxing hung up. Zhou Rennie hadn't expected so many powerful figures to be involved. This case really was turning complicated. Even Qian Dongxing might not be able to fix it. He continued calling other officials he had connections with. One by one, the calls went out, but none gave him a clear answer, only vague responses. Zhou Rennie began to sweat. He never imagined that an outsider could build such a strong network in such a short time. It seemed he'd have to visit them personally. You little bastard, don't you dare leave this house until this mess is sorted. Once it's handled, pack up and get out. Don't stay another day in this country. Zhou Rennie cursed as he stormed out of the house. On Wang Yang's side, the interrogation video of the police officer had already been compiled, ready to deliver a surprise at the right moment. Mr. Wang, you can go home now. We've finished recording your statement. We'll notify you when there's news. In the meantime, please cooperate with us and take down all related videos online. Officer Wu came over, attempting to escort Wang Yang out of the police station. How long will this case take? And what about Zhou Hao? How will he be punished? If you try to cover things up, don't blame me for taking unavoidable measures. Then none of us will look good. With that, Wang Yang left the station, hailing a taxi back to Xinjia village. Officer Wu entered Deputy Director Qian's office and reported, Director Qian, how should we handle this? Just now, Wang Yang explicitly demanded that Zhou Hao be held accountable. He warned that if we act unjustly, he'll resort to extreme actions, and then things will get messy for us. All right, Xiao Wu, I understand. You may go. After Qian Dongsheng dismissed him, he sat frowning, uncertain what to do. He summoned the officer who interrogated the thug and ordered him to pressure the captured hoodlum into confessing, to pin the entire incident solely on him. Only then could they hope to bury the matter. Back at Xinjia village, Wang Yang first walked over to check on the fish pond. This incident served as a sobering warning. If he wasn't careful, even a small incident could destroy everything he had built here. Seeing that none of the fishing buddies had left, he shouted loudly, Thank you all for standing up today. Everyone who came to fish at Xinjia village is on me, free of charge. I'll cover the costs. I hope you all enjoy yourselves. Upon hearing Wang Yang's announcement, everyone burst into enthusiastic cheers and waved in his direction. Wang Yang's gesture won him full approval from the crowd. With nothing more to handle here, he turned and headed toward the poultry shed to greet the old master first. Old master, I came to see how you're doing. Our chickens, ducks, and geese are thriving. They've grown even bigger since last time. You can't stay out of trouble for a single day, can you? The poisoning at the fish pond. Was it that same brat again? Seems like he's the vengeful type. If we don't settle this properly now, things will only get worse later. Have you figured out how to deal with it? My plan is to root him out completely, no lingering threats. How can I keep defending against thieves forever? If you've made up your mind, then act on it. Don't worry about what others think. To avoid future troubles, this needs to be handled swiftly and decisively. That's all I'll say. Think it through carefully. Wang Yang looked at the old man for a while, saying nothing. Since even the old master urged swift action, then it was settled. He'd eliminate him. No matter what powerful background you have, consider yourself unlucky. This time, there'd be no room left for you. He poured some spatial water into the trough, and then left the poultry shed. Watching Wang Yang's expression, the old master knew the boy had made his decision, and he was pleased. Only someone decisive and resolute could go far in life. One hand holding righteousness, the other stained with blood. As long as one stays true to their heart, they'll never know fear. This kid, Wang Yang, had been too deeply influenced by Confucian ideals. In Shandong province, morality and virtue had always dominated people's minds. The real-life environment subtly shapes the character of its people, and many personalities are formed gradually through parental example and teachings. I hope this boy understands my intentions. Only then can Xinjia village remain unaffected in the future. The old master let out a sigh as he watched Wang Yang walk away. Chapter 117, Night Exploration of the Zhou Residence. Wang Yang returned to the experimental greenhouse, drove the van out of the village, and upon spotting a warehouse for rent in a secluded area, parked the vehicle immediately. The warehouse was spacious and completely empty, a blank shell. After negotiating with the landlord, he rented it for 15,000 yuan per year, no deposit required. Once paid, the landlord handed over the keys and left. Wang Yang inspected the perimeter of the warehouse, then retrieved about 5 tons of sorghum from his spatial storage, loading it directly into the van. After closing the rear doors, he drove away and locked the warehouse gate behind him, returning swiftly to Xinjia village. Uncle Shun, get a few people to help unload the sorghum. I've brought around 5 tons this time. Call me when you need more. Little Yang, you got it so quickly. I'll round up some hands right away. You there, come help unload the raw materials. Move fast, I'll add an extra work credit tonight. Uncle Shun, you handle things here. Leave the van where it is. I'm off to the village committee office to find Xiaoya for something urgent. Go ahead, little Yang. If you need anything, just let me know. I'll see you later. Wang Yang glanced at Uncle Xinhua, then turned and walked toward the village committee compound. Xiaoya, I have something tonight and might return late. You and you cook something for yourselves. Also, settle the fish pond expenses with the village. Keep it professional and above board. What are you going to do? Don't go doing anything reckless, understand? There's plenty waiting for you here. Relax, I'm not thinking what you're thinking. Just handle things properly and don't leave any grievances among villagers. We're not afraid to spend money. Oh, And have you found someone to manage the greenhouses yet? I checked today, they're nearly ready for inspection. Once we pass, we'll start large-scale vegetable planting. This can't be sloppy. Every moment counts in renminbi. Got it, Mr. Big Capitalist. Always dumping work on me. You still owe me a big meal. Noted. See you later. Meanwhile, Zhou Renyi had visited numerous people and achieved his desired outcomes. Good news also came from the police station. The matter had been settled. Dad, I've lost all faith this time. From now on, I'll just stay in my current position until retirement. There's no chance of advancement left for me. Zhou Dei looked at Zhou Renyi, pondered for a moment, and said, stay put for now. Don't make further mistakes. In a while, I'll pull some strings to push you forward again. Send Howard abroad for a few years. Too many people here are watching him, and he won't achieve anything staying here. Thank you, Dad. These next couple of days, I'll process his exit procedures and send him away as soon as possible. That way, our family can finally feel at ease. By the way, should we deal with that kid too? I can't swallow this insult. You decide. Wait for now though, don't act immediately. First, gather information. When we strike, it must be fast, ruthless, and precise. I don't need to teach you that, do I? Zhou Dei said calmly, looking at Zhou Renyi. Don't worry, Dad. I'll make sure that kid learns exactly how the third-eyed marshal sees everything. Zhou Renyi replied darkly. Inside his room, Zhou Hao eavesdropped on their conversation, his face shifting from smug satisfaction to twisted fury. Wang Yang, just wait. I'll settle scores with you later. Let me see how your father handles this first. But even overseas, I'll find ways to get back at you. After thinking for a moment, he took out his phone, browsed through contacts, and made a call. Four Eyes, what are you up to? The last incident is sorted on my end. I want you to collect every bit of information you can on Wang Yang. Young Master Zhou, you're truly impressive. My respect. I'll get the files to you as soon as possible. At that moment, Wang Yang was already driving into the city. He first stopped by the police station, using his divine sense to observe how the case was handled. He quickly saw that the closure report had already been issued, and ultimately, the street thug had taken full responsibility. Smooth operation. Let me show you how this unfolds. He pulled out his phone and dialed Xiaoya. Xiaoya, tomorrow, call the police station and ask how they concluded the case. They must provide us with the official judgment document. Got it. Where are you right now? Just out for a walk. I'll be back soon. With that, he hung up and drove toward the city center. Soon, he arrived near Zhou Hao's residential community, parking his car far away. After night fell, he changed clothes inside the vehicle, used his divine sense to scan nearby surveillance cameras, and slipped in quietly, sticking strictly to blind spots. Even if caught on camera, it wouldn't matter. He had fully disguised himself, altering both his physique and appearance. Scanning the surroundings once more with his divine sense, he realized just how wealthy this family truly was. They lived in a private villa complex. Without delay, he climbed over the wall from a dark corner and landed silently inside. Who would have thought Zhou Hao actually had such refined tastes? He was watching porn, while his old man was doing even wilder things in his room. Wang Yang swept his divine sense across the entire courtyard and quickly located all the hidden rooms and secret compartments. This villa actually contained 3 secret chambers, one for each generation. The nearest one was right beneath Wang Yang's feet, but he couldn't act yet. First, he took out the sleep-inducing smoke he'd seized before, quietly lit it in every room. Within half an hour, everyone in the villa had fallen into a deep slumber. He opened that guy's secret chamber first, full of criminal evidence, collected with remarkable thoroughness. Old man Zhou Dei had a habit since entering politics. He loved to keep notes. The contents were truly eye-opening. Wang Yang finally saw the full picture. Bribes, women being offered, even noting that his own son wasn't his biological child, and yet he tolerated it all. Wang Yang packed everything up and took it away. There were countless antiques, calligraphy, paintings, and stacks of gold bars. Next, he entered Zhou Renyi's secret room. This one was mostly filled with money. RMB covered an entire wall, amounting to tens of millions, plus even larger sums in foreign currencies too numerous to count, all stashed away. How corrupt could this family get? Securities, share certificates from many companies, dozens of property deeds, several crates of gold, and a portion of ancient texts. These were unusual, Taoist scriptures, no less. Who knew where he'd gotten them? Finally, he came to Zhou Hao's private chamber. Most of the items here were USB drives, photos, luxury watches, high-end fashion accessories. Unexpectedly, there were also adult toys, still unopened. What a player. He reset the mechanisms of all 3 hidden rooms. Now completely emptied, not a single item remained. Wang Yang then searched the main house thoroughly, taking anything useful, leaving behind what was worthless. He confiscated all of Zhou Hao's passports, so the bastard was planning to flee. Shortly after, he gathered all bankbooks, cash, and valuable items, leaving nothing precious behind. In the old man's bedroom, he discovered another concealed compartment filled with gold ingots and jade artifacts. Truly a fox with 3 dens. Wang Yang left a strand of inner energy within the old man's mind. Once anger flared, it would instantly trigger a stroke and paralysis. Then he went to Zhou Renyi's bedroom, performed the same procedure, and lodged a wisp of energy near his heart to block his blood vessels. An appropriate retribution. Even his wife wasn't spared. Lastly, he entered Zhou Hao's room, giving only a light tap on the boy's head. Within days, he'd be mentally damaged. This was perhaps the greatest punishment for the entire family. Wang Yang erased every trace of his presence, scanning carefully with his divine sense for a long time. No clues were left behind. There was no need to report them anymore. All these ill-gotten gains would remain silent. Even upon waking, they wouldn't dare make a sound. Chapter 118. The Fall of the Zhou Family. The next day, Zhou Dai was the first to wake up. As soon as he got up, he found that the entire villa had been emptied. Everything in the secret room and hidden compartments was gone. He was so enraged that he suffered a stroke, staring blankly with wide eyes fixed on the empty chamber. Later, Zhou Renyi also woke up. At first, he didn't notice anything unusual at home. He wanted to take some money and go out for a good time, but after searching every corner, he couldn't find even a single cent. All the bank books were missing, unregistered ones that could never be recovered. Without passwords, anyone who possessed them could withdraw the money. He burst into loud sobs and desperation. Zhou Renyi's crying woke up everyone in the house. Fu Shui walked over and slapped him hard across the face, shouting, "Zhou Renyi, who the hell are you mourning for this early in the morning? Your father isn't even dead yet. Can't you let people sleep?" Hearing Fu Shui's words, Zhou Renyi jumped up and beat her mercilessly, holding nothing back. Fu Shui screamed in agony. The commotion attracted all the residents of this villa area, and several close neighbors even came knocking on their door. Zhou Hao walked out with a blank stare. He didn't intervene as his father beat his mother, but silently walked out of the yard and opened the front gate. A few familiar neighbors entered and immediately rushed to restrain Zhou Renyi. They saw Fu Shui covered in blood, her nose bleeding profusely. This sight terrified everyone present. Suddenly, they noticed Zhou Renyi wasn't faring much better. He was also bleeding from the nose. Now everyone grew curious. Had this family been possessed? Why were they brutally fighting each other so early in the morning without holding back? And Zhou Hao seemed off too, standing there completely dazed. Where was Zhou Dai? Everyone living here knew each other well, and such a ruckus should have drawn him out long ago. A few elderly neighbors went to check his room and found him sitting still, staring emptily into an empty hidden compartment. One old friend called his name, but received no response. What happened? Did he develop dementia? Several others tried calling him repeatedly, but failed to get any reaction. Only then did everyone realize something was seriously wrong with Zhou Dai, and they quickly called an ambulance. Soon, the ambulance arrived and took all 4 members of the family to the hospital. A few concerned neighbors followed along. After examination, the results shocked everyone. Zhou Dai had suffered a paralyzing stroke due to extreme rage, and had become mentally confused with age, unable to remember anything. Although Zhou Renyi and his wife were less severely affected, both showed signs of impending stroke, but the cause remained undetermined. Everyone turned to question Zhou Hao, but found him equally clueless, staring blankly in confusion. His mind was utterly foggy, unable to recall anything. No one present noticed anything particularly unusual about him. Word spread quickly throughout the neighborhood that 3 members of the Zhou family had suddenly suffered strokes. All those who once bore grudges against them broke into laughter. Their employers processed medical retirement paperwork for Zhou Renyi and Fu Shui immediately. Zhou Hao had no choice but to bring the 3 back home to care for them. With all his support now collapsed, he managed to look after them for 2 days using what little clarity he had left. On the 3rd day, he completely lost his mind. News of the family's condition spread across the entire community. Some speculated they might have been targeted by enemies. Others kindly reported the case to the police. Officers arrived, but found no evidence. They transported all 4 back to the hospital for further checks, looking specifically for signs of physical trauma or foul play. The test results came back quickly. All 3 adults had experienced extreme emotional distress leading to ruptured blood vessels. The symptoms of stroke were unmistakable. The injuries on Zhou Renyi and Fu Shui were consistent with mutual assault during their fight. Zhou Hao's brain scans showed no abnormalities or damage. As for his mental breakdown, doctors suggested it might be temporary psychological shock. Perhaps he'd recover in time. The police shared the hospital findings with the neighborhood. They also helped the Zhou family retrieve all accessible funds from the banks. Though Wang Yang had taken most of the money, there was still a substantial amount left. Decades of accumulated wealth yielded hundreds of thousands in cash. Combined with proceeds from the sale of their property, the entire sum was placed under special bank custody. The family was moved into a nursing home, and monthly disbursements were arranged to cover their care expenses. The police informed Wang Yang about the outcome of the Zhou family incident, including the conclusion regarding the poisoning allegations. Satisfied with the resolution, he chose not to pursue anything further. Everything ended peacefully. Good for you, good for me. An outcome deemed satisfactory by all. Still, some officers privately suspected Wang Yang might have orchestrated it. Otherwise, how could such misfortunes strike one family so rapidly and precisely within just a few days? But lacking evidence, the matter was quietly dropped, becoming one of Xian's enduring mysteries. Wang Yang returned to Xinjia village, settled all affairs, discussed plans with his parents, and decided to visit his hometown first. Time would likely be scarce afterward. His mother Xiuxian packed countless items for him to bring to relatives back home. Xiaoyang, when you go back, remember to burn some joss paper at your grandparents' graves. Then go see your 3rd granduncle and tell him to take good care of his health. When you see your 2nd uncle, tell him not to work away from home anymore. We don't know when we'll be able to return ourselves, so ask him to keep an eye on things back home. Also, help find a good school for Xiao Shi and the other kids so they can study well. Mom knows you have plenty of money. Just use some to help your older brothers and sisters live decent lives. That's all I'm asking. Handle it as you see fit. Got it, my dear mom. Don't worry, I won't let you down. I'll take good care of all your grandchildren. As for my older siblings, I'll figure something out to help them out too. Just leave that to me. You saw how Dad talks nonstop. He knows I'll get everything done perfectly. You brat Scram, stop annoying me. Mother Xiuxian pretended to be angry as she looked at Wang Yang. Dad, is there anything you want me to tell the family back home? Your mom already said everything that needed saying. I've nothing more to add. Just pass along to my third uncle that he should take care of himself, and give my regards to your second uncle. We'll definitely go back once before Lunar New Year. All right, off you go now. I'm heading to the experimental greenhouse to work. Wang Yang glanced at his father, Wang Dongshan, said goodbye to his mother, and left. Xiaoya, drive me to the town, and I'll take a taxi from there to the airport. These few days while I'm gone will be tough on you. Wang Yang, why do you always have something going on? You just came back from Yang County, then got dragged into the police station, and right after settling that mess you're rushing back to your hometown again. It seems like you don't care about this place at all, dumping everything on me. Are you trying to work me to death? Xiaoya, don't complain. When I get back home, I'll give you something. You'll stop complaining once you've used it. Come on, let's go. Consider it your reward, okay? What kind of mysterious thing is this? Don't try to fool me. Do you remember the honey my mom mentioned to you last time? How could you forget? If you don't want it, I'll just give it to someone else. Ah, you Wang Yang. You promised such a long time ago, and only now remember to give it to me. If I didn't need your help today, would you still not have given it to me? Clearly, you never cared. Fine, fine. I'm magnanimous and will forgive you. Wang Yang smiled, slung the bag his mother had prepared over his shoulder, and walked ahead. Back home, Xiaoya followed Wang Yang straight into the bedroom, still hoping to find extra bottles she could snatch. And Yu was there too. She'd been given one as well. All right, Xiaoya, stop searching. My room isn't that big. You've already turned it upside down. That's all there is, 3 bottles total. You get 2, and you gets 1. Pretty generous, huh? Only 2, and you call that generous? Why didn't you prepare more? I'll come bother you again when I run out. Don't worry, you won't miss out later. Now hurry up and drive me off. I've got a plane to catch. Wang Yang, what if I drive you all the way to the airport? It's not far. I'll be back in no time, and you won't have to take a taxi. And you can handle things here. It's not like there's much going on. Plus, I can take the chance to swing by my own place on the way. Even better. Let's go. Chapter 119 Assistance on the Plane. Wang Yang looked at the beetle in front of him and smiled. Xiaoya, I didn't expect you actually own a beetle. It looks pretty cute. What do you think? Like it? I chose it because I really like its design. Small, compact, and beautiful. The interior's a bit outdated, but this car is still quite popular. Come on, get in. Wang Yang, how many days are you staying in your hometown this time? You have to come back personally to inspect the greenhouse. And we need to prepare the vegetable seeds in advance. You don't need me to remind you about that, right? Don't worry, Xiaoya. I've already taken care of the seeds. I'll only stay for 2 or 3 days this time. Call me if anything comes up. By the way, I've never asked you. How do you feel working here? Well, honestly, it's really nice. The environment is great and the air is fresh. No need to clock in every day, and I can even sleep in whenever I want. The only thing is, rural life moves a bit slowly, completely opposite from city life. Sure, we don't have dazzling nightlife or bustling streets, but it's peaceful and quiet. Most importantly, there's a strong sense of community, and that's exactly why I chose to stay. Plus, the salary you give isn't low at all. You're not planning to assign me extra work again, are you? Xiaoya, what are you thinking? We were just chatting casually. Consider it your CEO showing concern for his employee. Got a problem with that? If you do, keep it to yourself. Just drive carefully. I'm going to catch a nap. My heart's been feeling heavy these past few days. Fine, Mr. Wang Yang. Now you're treating me like your personal driver. Really clueless about romance. The car soon arrived at Xianying Airport Terminal. Xiaoya first nudged Wang Yang, but seeing no response, she angrily grabbed his ear and said, "You actually fell asleep. Hurry up and get off. We're here. Just go in by yourself. I'm heading home. Have a safe flight." After watching Xiaoya's beetle slowly drive away, Wang Yang couldn't help but smile. He turned and walked toward the check-in hall. After half an hour of transfers, he finally boarded the plane. Finding his seat, he closed his eyes and fell asleep again. He hadn't done much recently, yet still felt strangely tired, and soon drifted off once more. He had no idea when the plane had taken off. Completely unconscious, his deep sleep sparked curiosity among nearby passengers, who began whispering to each other. "Did you see that handsome guy? He's like a sleeping god. Such a loud takeoff and he didn't wake up at all. I really envy him. I've had insomnia lately. It's been ages since I had a good night's rest. When we land, maybe you should ask him for tips. Who knows, he might actually have a secret. I didn't notice him until you mentioned it. Isn't that Shinshigo? He's super famous online now. A few days ago, he caught someone poisoning his fish pond and exposed some rich second-generation brat. That incident caused a huge uproar online. It really is Shinshigo? He started an agricultural cooperative in a small village near Xi'an, and it's doing incredibly well. We should all visit sometime. I'm sure Miracle Bro would welcome us warmly." Suddenly, an announcement came over the intercom. "Dear passengers, hello. A passenger on board has suddenly lost consciousness and needs immediate medical assistance. If you are a doctor or know how to provide emergency aid, please contact our flight attendants. The entire crew sincerely thanks you." Half-dazed, Wang Yang vaguely felt someone calling his name, gently patting him awake. "Wake up, sir. I'm a flight attendant. We need your help. Could you please get up for a moment? I have a question to ask you." The stewardess had acted on a passenger's suggestion. She wasn't sure whether Wang Yang could actually help, but she decided to try waking him. "Hello, what's up? I was so tired these past few days, I must have fallen asleep. A passenger here mentioned you might know medicine. Could you please take a look at the patient? An elderly gentleman has passed out. We need a doctor. I'm not a doctor, and I don't have a medical license, but I can go and check on him. Lead the way." Wang Yang stood up and followed the flight attendant toward first class. As soon as he arrived, he saw an old man, appearing nearly lifeless, lying on the seat. Wang Yang immediately swept his divine awareness over the man. No external injuries were apparent. Judging by the symptoms, it seemed to be a cardiac issue. His breathing was becoming labored, and he was starting to suffocate. Without immediate action, his life would be in danger. Without waiting for an explanation, Wang Yang immediately walked over, gently pressed his hand against the man's chest, and quickly scanned his body with his divine awareness. He soon found the cause, severe blockage in the cardiovascular system, with excessive buildup of lipid waste, likely due to long-term poor dietary habits. He first used internal energy to clear the man's blood vessels. Soon, the elderly man's breathing became smoother. Seeing that he was about to wake up, Wang Yang withdrew the flow of energy. Could you please recline the seat so he can lie down? Take him to the hospital for a checkup after landing. The main issue is age-related. The blood vessels have started aging, and too much lipid waste has accumulated inside, causing poor blood circulation, vessel blockages, interrupted blood flow to the heart, and insufficient oxygen supply. I've cleared things up for him temporarily. He's out of danger now. After speaking, Wang Yang wiped the sweat from his forehead and prepared to return to his seat. Just as he was about to leave, he paused and said to the flight attendant, "Could you please bring a glass of plain warm water? I'll help this elderly gentleman drink it." Taking the cup from the attendant, he secretly replaced the water with water from his space, then helped the old man drink it, giving him a boost to improve his bodily functions. This was merely a small incident, and Wang Yang didn't think much of it, assuming it was already over. It wasn't until later, when he encountered numerous difficulties that this same elderly man helped resolve, that Wang Yang realized just how highly esteemed the old gentleman was in Shanxi. "Miracle Bro is back. Did you save the passenger? We're all your fans." Wang Yang hadn't expected such enthusiasm from these passengers. Smiling, he said, "Since we're all friends now, I can't sleep anyway. Let's chat for a bit. And please, stop calling me Miracle Bro. My name is Wang Yang. Just call me by my name. The passenger has been saved, so there's no need to worry. I told you Miracle Bro might know medicine. It was even me who suggested asking him to the pretty flight attendant. I did contribute. You're right, you just got lucky. But in the end, it was Miracle Bro who stepped up. From now on, let's all visit that little village more often and support Miracle Bro's business." Hearing their conversation, Wang Yang felt deeply pleased and joined in, saying, "I really appreciate your support. If any of you ever come to Xinjiazhai, make sure to look me up. I'll treat you all to a big feast." Chapter 120, Xiuxian's enthusiasm. The sky was almost dark when Wang Yang finally returned to Dongshan village. Just as he stepped out of the taxi, before even unloading his luggage, he heard his elder brother Wang Yang calling from behind. "Xiaoyang, you're back. Why didn't you call me? I could have driven into the city to pick you up. Are we so distant now?" "Brothers, don't say that. I wasn't sure when I'd arrive exactly. Never mind all that. Help me grab the luggage quickly so the driver can go home." Wang Yang carried a large bag and walked ahead, while Wang Yang followed with a backpack of his own. Most of the items had been retrieved from his space. He asked, "How's everything at home, bro? Anything major happened?" "What would happen here? Same as always. Second uncle's family has come back. We've got quite a few people in the household now. This year it's been hard to find jobs outside. Lots of folks came back early. The village is way livelier than before. You should go see second uncle later." Yeah, the city felt really quiet this year too. So many factories shut down, unemployment keeps rising, plus online shopping crushed physical stores. Tertiary industries are basically wiped out. Many people couldn't find work and came back early. At least at home, food and lodging cost nothing, and living expenses are low. "Little Yang, why didn't Uncle and Annie come back? Are they coming this year?" "My parents are still in Xian. They'll return in a bit. They sent me back first to check things out. I'll stay 2 or 3 days then head back. Didn't I tell you last time? I quit my job. I'm doing something on my own now. Bro, wanna join me? I could really use someone reliable. You'd be helping me out big time. You haven't even told me what you're doing and already want me to join? What could I possibly help with? Bro, I've set up a cooperative outside. 10 glass greenhouse sheds are already built. We're about to start growing organic vegetables. Once you come, you'll have work waiting. Your wife and kid can come too. Think it over and give me a definite answer." Just then, Xiao Shirtu ran out of the house. The moment he saw Wang Yang, he dashed over, shouting, "Uncle Xiao, you're finally back. I missed you so much. Did you bring me any snacks?" "Let me see." Wang Yang squatted down and lifted Xiao Shirtu into his arms. He noticed the boy had grown a bit taller. "So, are you missing your little uncle, or just the snacks I brought? If your answer doesn't satisfy me, you get nothing. I'll just give it all to Ernyo instead." Xiao Shirtu panicked, squirming in Wang Yang's arms as he pleaded, "Of course I missed you, uncle. I only said that because I saw you carrying so much stuff. I wanted to help lighten the load. If you give me the snacks, there'll be less weight for dad to carry. Look, he's already sweating." Wang Yang ruffled the boy's hair and asked, "You cheeky little guy, how's school going? Have you been bullying anyone again?" No, I've been good. This semester, I even got a Red Flower award and a certificate." "Uncle, are you staying this time? I miss your cooking. Can we eat at your place tonight?" "Look at you, getting awards now. Excellent. I'll make a whole table of delicious dishes for you as a reward. Now go tell your mom to bring Ernyo over to my house. Hurry." After putting Xiao Shirtu down, Wang Yang watched him sprint back toward their home. "Bro, has third brother come back yet?" "He hasn't returned. I don't even know what he's doing now. No word since the divorce. I've been worried about him. Sigh, forget it. I'll call him later. First, I need to tidy up the house. You and sister-in-law come over later for dinner." "Forget it. You've got nothing here. What will we even eat? Better come over to my place. I'll tell your sister-in-law to cook something nice. We'll have a drink tonight. But first, go visit second uncle's family," said Wang Yang, setting down the bag and leaving. "Actually, bro, I bought everything on the way. That's why the bag you carried was so heavy. Go home and bring your wife over to help me cook." After Wang Yong left, Wang Yang pulled out plenty of ingredients from his space and placed them on the table. This way, no one would suspect anything. Then he took out all the other items from the bag. Wang Yang quickly tidied the room and swept away the dust. Soon, Xiuxian came running back. Uncle Xiao, are those fruits on the table for me? Wash them first before eating. Why didn't you bring Ernyo with you? I run faster. My mom and her are still behind. They'll be here soon. With that, Xiuxian grabbed an orange and started eating. The rest of the fruit could wait until everyone else washed it. At that moment, his sister-in-law Lilan walked in carrying Ernyo. Seeing Xiuxian eating, Ernyo immediately called out to be put down and shouted, "Brother, I want to eat too." Xiuxian promptly handed her a peeled tangerine. "Here, eat up. There's plenty. Little uncle brought back so much delicious food. Sit beside me, Ernyo. Tell brother what you want, and I'll get it for you." "Thank you, brother." Lilan turned to Wang Yang and said, "Xiaoyang, you're back. I heard from your elder brother that you wanted me to come help with the cooking. What do we need to prepare? I'll start getting everything ready now. Sister-in-law, you're here. Everything's on the table. You decide what we should make for dinner tonight. I'm leaving it up to you. I've finished tidying up my room, and now I'm heading over to second uncle's place. You stay here and cook. Wash the fruit in the basin. I'll invite second uncle's whole family over. We'll have a drink together tonight. Just leave it to me. Go ahead, and call your brother on the way. Xiuxian, do you want to come out with me? How about I take you to Grandpa's house to play? I don't want to go to Grandpa's. Second uncle always flicks me on the penis. I don't want to see him. He keeps bullying me." Wang Yang chuckled upon hearing this. His second cousin Zhou Hao was the same as ever, always teasing Xiuxian. With that, he left the house alone. Arriving at his elder brother's home, he called out, "Elder brother, go help sister-in-law with the cooking at my place. I'm off to visit second uncle's family." "Got it, I'll be right there. I'll bring over a few jars of homemade wine we've been saving. We're gonna have a proper drink tonight." Without waiting to see what his brother was doing, Wang Yang headed outside and soon reached second uncle's house. "Second uncle, are you still eating? Never mind that. Come over to my place later for drinks. My elder brother and sister-in-law are already cooking, and they've moved the alcohol over. Second brother, you're back too. Come over and have a good drink. Isn't third grandpa having dinner at home?" Second uncle's family all stood up, clearly happy to see Wang Yang. It had been a year since they'd last met, and the reunion felt warm and familiar. "Xiaoyang, you're back. Have your uncle and aunt arrived yet? Just eat here with us." Second brother Zhou Hao was even more enthusiastic, grabbing Wang Yang's arm. "You're finally back? I really missed you. Since elder brother and sister-in-law are cooking, I won't finish my meal. I'll come over for drinks. Let me take you to see my grandpa first. Second uncle, second auntie, stop eating. Come help in my kitchen first. I just got home and haven't eaten yet. Tonight, let's all have a nice drink together. I'll go check on third grandpa first." Wang Yang said with a smile. "All right then, we'll follow your lead. We'll come over for a visit and hear all about how you've been doing out in the world this past year." Chapter 121 Casual Chat at the Dinner Table. Wang Yang followed his second brother to third grandpa's room and saw him lying in bed resting. With winter here and the weather turning cold, third grandpa had grown less active. "Third grandpa, you're sleeping so early? I'm back to see you again. Get up for a bit so we can talk." Hearing someone call out to him, third grandpa opened his eyes and saw Wang Yang standing there, immediately breaking into a joyful smile. "Little Yang, you're back. Are your parents doing well?" "Third grandpa, my parents are fine. They didn't come back with me this time. They'll be returning later. Why don't you get up and come over to my place for a visit? My eldest brother and sister-in-law are cooking dinner now. Soon, second uncle and auntie will also come over for a drink. I came specially to invite you." "All right, I know I already ate. Now that I've lain down, I really don't feel like getting up again. We can talk about things tomorrow. You all go ahead and enjoy yourselves. The weather's cold these days. I'll pass on joining." Third grandpa clearly had no intention of rising from bed. "In that case, we'll take our leave then. I'll come see you again tomorrow and chat a bit more." Wang Yang followed his second brother out of the room, then walked home together with second uncle. Lilan warmly greeted second uncle and auntie upon their arrival, pulling auntie straight into the kitchen. There was no need for the men in the kitchen now. Big brother quickly stepped out too. When Little Stone saw Wang Hao arrive, he immediately ran toward him, shouting, "Second grandpa, save me. Second uncle is bullying me again. Help me beat him." Wang Yang saw second uncle scowling as he shouted at his older brother. "What do you think you're doing? Look how scared you've made Little Stone. If I ever catch you teasing him again, I'll beat you senseless. Get lost. I'm sick of even looking at you." Wang Hao rubbed his nose sheepishly, seeing his father's furious expression. He quickly dashed to the side and brought in Ernyo, urging her to go hug her second grandfather to ease the tension. Big brother Wang Yang glared at Wang Hao and said, "You're such a grown man, yet every time you come over you end up making Little Stone cry, and then you just laugh it off. How can you have such a thick skin?" Wang Yang burst out laughing at the scene, walked over, picked up Little Stone, sat down on the sofa, and brought over some wash fruit for everyone to share. "Second uncle, try this peach I brought. It's hard to find these days. I tasted one and thought it was delicious, so I bought them. Second brother, help yourself." He casually handed an apple to Little Stone, while second uncle took another for Ernyo. "Second uncle, why did you come back so early this year? And why bring second brother back too? The construction site where I worked has shut down, no work left. Your second aunt and I tried finding odd jobs, but after several days of searching we couldn't land anything good. The city feels almost empty now. After seeing how it was going, I figured forget it. We'll stop looking and wait until next year." As for your second brother, he was selling street snacks outside, but hardly anyone was buying. Sometimes he'd even lose money. Seeing how things were going, I just called him back. Might as well rest at home this year. But where has everybody gone? The streets are so quiet. Even the bustling commercial districts are deserted. Sure, the city looks clean, but what's the point of pretending to care about cleanliness when there's nobody left? Isn't that just making life harder for everyone? At this rate, people won't even have food on their tables. The city has completely lost its energy. Do they want to push us, ordinary folk, to the edge? Sigh. Listening to second uncle's complaints, Wang Yang didn't know how to comfort him. This was simply how things were nowadays. Us common people couldn't change any of it. Truthfully, the past few years had seen too much control, with authorities trying to manage everything. Now they'd lost sight of even the most basic standards. It felt like they'd gone completely off the rails. Second uncle, what if you and second aunt don't go out next year? Stay home and look after third grandpa. His health isn't great lately. Let second brother come with me instead. I'll take him to Xiuxian. I've set up a cooperative there. He can learn the ropes, help me manage things. I'd also like to bring big brother and sister-in-law along. Our parents will likely move there too. That way, you all can stay here, tend to the few acres of land, maybe pick up some casual work. What do you think? Xiaoyang, is your cooperative reliable? Farming these days yields negative returns. One wrong step and you're sunk. I may not be educated, but I know the risks here are huge. Be careful. I know you want to help your brothers by bringing them along, but think hard. Can this really work? Will there even be money to earn? Second uncle, don't worry about that. If I'm bringing big brother and second brother along, I'll make sure everything's arranged properly. I originally wanted third brother to come too, but I have no idea what he's up to out there now. This time, I've invested a significant amount over there, and since I won't always be present myself, they're currently hiring staff. There'll be work later on with transportation and warehousing. Big brother and second brother will definitely stay busy. At the rate things are going, it might be even harder for you all to find work outside next year. After saying this, Wang Yang looked at his second uncle, who fell into deep thought. At that moment, big brother chimed in. I agree with Xiaoyang's idea, but we won't go this year. The weather's turning cold now, and even if we went, there wouldn't be much work anyway. Let's wait until next year. If we really do go to your place later, I'll give you a call ahead of time. Just then, the sister-in-law's voice came from outside the living room. You menfolk come out and eat. The food's ready. Go wash your hands. Xiao sure. Ernyo, come here so I can wash your hands. Without needing any prompting from Wang Yang, everyone walked out of the living room, washed up in the yard, and made their way to the dining room. Xiaoyang, I fixed up your stove for you. Remember to replace the coal brick tonight. Don't let it go out. That way, you can heat up some water to wash your face and soak your feet. It feels great. Second auntie reminded him. No wonder second auntie cares so much about me. I'll definitely toast her with a cup tonight. Hee. Big brother, where did you get this wine? Smells pretty good. You know this one, second uncle. He was involved when we brewed it together back then. Cost us quite a bit too. We had to buy grain and hire someone to ferment it. Quite a few people in the village made it, but you two weren't home then, so we never told you. It packs quite a kick though, so take it easy tonight. I'm warning you. Everyone, have a seat. I'll pour the wine. Second uncle, just one cup for you. I won't let you drink more. Second auntie, I'll pour you a little to taste. Sister-in-law, you skip the wine. The rest is for us three brothers to finish off. Fine, I'll follow your rule, just one cup. Not like I've got anything else going on. You three go ahead and drink freely tonight. Xiao sure. Ernyo, start eating on your own. You don't need to wait for us. If something's out of reach, ask your mom to help. Got it, little uncle. I've been waiting for you to say that. We were about to protest if you didn't let us eat soon. Everyone laughed heartily. All right then, let's all eat. Zhou Hao spoke up. Sister-in-law, your cooking skills keep improving. My mom certainly can't match this. These dishes taste better than those at a restaurant. You never stop talking while eating. Most of these dishes are my doing, but honestly, it's mostly because the vegetables here are so good. Without quality ingredients, I couldn't cook this well, second Annie said proudly. I told you all, I'm planning to grow organic vegetables. That's exactly why I decided to start this venture. Now you can all feel reassured. Wang Yang added from the side. Chapter 122, Paying a Visit. Wang Yang opened his eyes and saw the sun already up outside. He grabbed his phone. It was almost 9 a.m. Last night's drinking had really knocked him out. His eldest and second brothers probably hadn't woken up yet. He got up, splashed some water on his face, skipped breakfast, and headed out to pay a few visits around the village. Yihang, you home? Who's yelling at my door so early? Only you'd be this loud. I knew it must be you. You're back too. Yihang, you never change. Still the same old dog that can't stop eating shit. I came specially to check on you, and you don't even appreciate it? What? Your temper's gotten worse since I last saw you. Want me to loosen your bones for you and take you down a notch? All right, enough bragging. Come on in, sit a while. Everyone's home today. We were just talking about you the other day. Great, let's go. I'll go inside and say hello to Uncle Wu and Auntie. Before he could finish, the whole family had come out. Uncle Wu smiled and said, Xiaoyang, you're here. When did you get back? Have your parents returned too? I've been wanting to play cards with Dongshan. Haven't seen him in ages. Uncle Wu, you're looking mighty fit. Seems like you've been doing well this year. Your energy is way better than before. If anything good's happened, you gotta tell me. My parents won't be back for a while yet. I'll tell you. Yihang's found a girlfriend. You should hurry up too. I was hoping to drink your wedding wine first, not let Yihang beat you to it. Your parents aren't back? They must be busy, huh? No wonder you look so happy. I congratulate you then, uncle. Yihang, come here. You didn't even tell me yourself about this big news. Let your dad break it to me? You hiding the new fiancée cause she's so pretty you're scared I'll steal her. Yihang walked over and shoved Wang Yang. Your mouth never stops. Get inside and sit down. Tea or plain water? Uncle Wu, once we're in, is Annie not home? Plain water's fine. Yihang can pour. No need to go all fancy. This is practically my own home. She's in the house. Xiaoyang, have you eaten? If not, I'll have her make something for you. No trouble needed, Uncle Wu. I'll just stay a bit longer, then head over to visit others. I'm leaving again the day after tomorrow. Something urgent came up where I am. Came back early just to see everyone. Might not even make it back for Chinese New Year this time. That busy, huh? Sounds like you're doing well out there. Of all your group of friends, you're the only one who's really made something of yourself. Look at Yihong here. I don't even know what to say. Alright, Uncle Wu, getting Yihong settled is the main thing now. Once you get that sorted, you can relax. With Yihong being so smart, he won't struggle out in the world either. Auntie, what are you doing in there? Guess who's come to visit? Xiaoyang's here. Let me get you some fruit. Come over here by the stove and warm yourself. Was it cold back at your place? Auntie, your room's really warm. This exhaust pipe setup is quite nice. Much cozier than burning coal briquettes at my place. Just toss in some wood, close the lid, and there's no smoke at all indoors. I'm definitely installing something like this at home later. Auntie, Uncle Wu, I won't stay much longer. Seeing that you're both doing well makes me happy. I still need to visit others. But tonight, come over to my place for a drink. I don't need to call Yihong, he'll come. But both of you come too. With that, Wang Yang left Wu Yihong's house. See you all tonight. He continued visiting several childhood friends' homes. Everyone was doing fine, and they all invited him to come over in the evening. Then Wang Yang went to see third grandpa. He'd only briefly met him yesterday and hadn't really talked, still unsure how the old man was holding up health-wise. Wang Hao saw Wang Yang arriving and happily said, "You woke up early. Hangover gone? My head's still pounding. Your brother's liquor really hits hard. Perfect timing, though. Come eat something with us." "Second uncle, second aunt. I'm here for breakfast. It's all ready. I was just about to come get you. Your older brother has food at his place, so we don't need to worry about him. Pancakes are on the table. Here's a bowl of rice porridge each. Refill when you're done. Me and your second uncle have work outside." "Thanks, second aunt. You two go ahead, don't mind us." Wang Yang went first to check on third grandpa, who had just come out. He looked quite lively and energetic. "Third grandpa, come sit for a bit. Did you eat?" "You two go ahead. We ate long ago. Hangover's better now, right? Drink less next time. Alcohol's good stuff, but too much harms the body." "Got it. Let me pour you some water. It feels awkward eating while you just watch." "Pour some water? Yes, that'd be good. I'm a little thirsty. You two eat quickly before it gets cold." Wang Yang secretly poured a cup of space water, mixed in some hot water from the kettle, and handed it straight over. "Third grandpa, drink up. It's not hot at all, just right." Wang Yang lowered his head and began eating. His second brother Wang Hao asked, "Got any plans after breakfast? If you're free, we could go to the market. Need to pick up a few things." "Sure, it's the village market day today. Might as well take a look around. I'll grab some stuff for tonight. Several childhood friends are coming over for dinner. You can come help me later. I'll cook a few dishes, and you can wash the vegetables. You're always quick to rope someone in. Why don't you ask elder brother instead? I'll just bring Zhanko along to eat. That's all I'm good for. Don't drag me into the kitchen. I run a snack stand every day. I'm sick of cooking." "Fine then, forget it." After finishing breakfast, Wang Yang noticed third grandpa looked noticeably better. His complexion was brighter, the effects of the space water already showing. Even his voice carried more strength. He'd make sure to give him more of the special water these next few days, while gently telling his body. "Third grandpa, this is some money I've prepared for you. Keep it. It's not much, just something to have on hand for emergencies. I'm rarely home since I live out there now, so if anything comes up, I might not be able to help in time. That's why I'm leaving this with you. Please don't refuse. I've made a lot of money. I haven't told anyone else, just mentioned it to you. Keep it secret, alright?" Third grandpa looked at Wang Yang for a moment, then thought it over and accepted the money without counting it, placing it directly into a hidden compartment. They were alone in the house. No one else knew. "Xiaoyang, I'm taking your money. Whether I use it or not, we'll see later. Since you're earning well, I'll hold on to it for you. If I need it later, I'll let you know. Keeping it here might actually come in handy someday. If not, I'll return it to you down the line. Third grandpa, handle it however you see fit. Honestly, I don't lack money. After the Lunar New Year, I plan to take elder brother, second brother, and third brother with me. Have them work under me. I won't treat them poorly. For now, your top priority is taking care of your health. Only when you're strong can we move forward without worries. You rest at home. I'm heading out with second brother to the market." Chapter 123, Going to the Market. "Little uncle, where did you go so early this morning? I came looking for you, but couldn't find you. I was going to invite you over for breakfast. I already ate at your great-grandpa's place, xiuxian. Now we're heading to the market. Want to come along?" "Awesome. I've wanted to see the market forever, but nobody ever takes me. You're the best, little uncle. Let's go. Just don't let my mom see us." "You rascal, not telling your family where you're off to? Don't you think they'd worry? From now on, whenever you go somewhere, make sure to tell your folks first. You can't just run off with someone like this. You might get snatched by human traffickers. Then you'll never come back. Won't see your little uncle, dad, or mom again. Everyone will be so worried about you." "Got it. I got it. From now on, I'll always report to mom and dad before leaving. I won't go anywhere with strangers either, and I'll protect Ernyo too. I'll run home and tell mom right now. Wait for me, little uncle." Wang Yang smiled as he watched xiuxian dash away anxiously. "Xiaoyang, hurry up. I'm driving over. Quick, get in. Big brother, are you coming? If so, hop in. I'll give you a ride. Brother-in-law, wait a moment. Xiuxian wants to come. Big brother will definitely tag along." Before he could finish, Big brother arrived with xiuxian, while his wife brought along Ernyo. "Second brother, you're driving? Then I won't bother starting my car. Let's take yours. It's getting late. Let's head off quickly." The car was filled with laughter all the way. Xiao Shirtu and Ernyo kept asking endless why questions, leaving everyone utterly baffled. Kids these days really have wild imaginations. Little uncle, why is Ernyo growing so slowly? So many days have passed, and she's still so tiny. Look at me. I've grown so much taller. Maybe she's not eating enough to grow. Little uncle, why does second uncle keep flicking my wee-wee? Does he not have one himself? As soon as those words left his mouth, everyone burst into laughter. Second brother turned stone-faced, focusing rigidly on driving, completely speechless. There sure are a lot of people here today. Never thought a rural market would be livelier than the city ones. Come here, Xiao Shirtu, I'll carry you. Stay close to little uncle. Want anything? Just say the word. Let's go. Wang Yang swiftly maneuvered through the bustling crowd, carrying Xiao Shirtu. Little uncle, I want that cotton candy. I had it once before, it was delicious. Get me 2 sticks, and 1 for Ernyo too. Since we're in such a good mood today, fine, 2 it is. But when you eat it, don't smear it all over me. Turning to the vendor, Wang Yang said, Boss, give me 2. This one's yours, and here's 1 for Ernyo. Now you 2 walk on your own. Hold our hands tightly, and don't wander off. The market was packed with vendors. Nearly every kind of vegetable was available. At this time of year, cabbages, celery, potatoes, radishes, and various greens dominated, all looking quite fresh. Wang Yang bought a bit of each, just for show, plus some scallions, ginger, and garlic. Soon, their hands were full. Second brother, need to buy anything? If not, just help bring these back to the car. I'll watch the kids. Sure, wait for me. I'll be right back. Seeing second brother leave, Wang Yang decided not to wait and continued deeper into the market with the 2 children. He bought several sets of clothes and shoes for the little ones at a clothing stall, which thrilled them both, sending them into fits of giggles. Kids were mischievous at this age. New clothes were exciting, even if they'd be filthy by the end of the day. Nobody in the countryside was overly fussy anyway. Little uncle, there's a ring toss game over there. Toss me a toy car. Little uncle, I want that little bear. Wang Yang glanced over. A crowd had gathered around the booth. 10 yuan for 10 rings. He immediately bought 100. Big brother, sister-in-law, here, you take some. When second brother returns, give him a few too. Everyone should have a try. Here you go, Xiao Shirtu. Ernyo, try your luck. Watch me, little uncle. I'll snag that toy car myself. And I'll win the little bear for you, Ernyo. Just wait till you see your big brother in action. Xiao Shirtu started bragging proudly. The other shoppers watching him couldn't help but laugh, cheering him on. Big brother and sister-in-law took their turns. It looked easy enough. They tossed each ring with loud calls, energizing the atmosphere. Many bystanders pulled out cash to join in. In no time, dozens of rings were gone, but not a single prize was won. His sister-in-law stomped her foot in frustration. Wang Yang picked up a ring and gave it a test toss. The feel was good. Using his spiritual sense to observe carefully, he already knew his strategy. He waited patiently until nearly all the rings were used up. Then he'd step in and grab a few prizes. Second brother soon caught up and, seeing everyone playing the ring toss game, walked over and took a few rings without even looking at the prizes, tossing them in one after another. Little uncle, I used up all my rings and didn't win a single thing. Not even for Ernyo. You have to win some for us this time. It's so embarrassing. Everyone around is staring at me. Wang Hao was just about to crouch down when Xiao Shirtu quickly ran behind Wang Yang, his eyes tightly fixed on him. Wang Yang couldn't stand it anymore and shoved second brother lightly. What are you doing? Look how scared you've made Xiao Shirtu. Don't ever do that again. Big brother moved forward as if to scold Wang Hao, who immediately fled to the side and watched others play. Seeing only a few rings left in his hand, Wang Yang said with a smile, Xiao Shirtu, watch. Your toy car is coming. Right after he spoke, he landed a ring perfectly. The vendor glanced at Wang Yang, then handed over the prize without a word. Soon after, he also won the little bear Ernyo wanted, and even snagged a plaster piggy bank for his sister-in-law. He gave the remaining rings to second brother. No need to ruin the man's business. The vendor breathed a quiet sigh of relief after watching Wang Yang's precise throws. The 2 kids happily clutched their new toys, following closely beside Wang Yang, while big brother and sister-in-law trailed behind, holding bags of snacks. Noticing how fresh the ingredients looked, they bought more mushrooms, some pork, and a bit of lamb too. Just as they were about to head back, they heard someone shouting that a kidnapper was nearby. Wang Yang also heard distant wails, someone crying out for their missing child. The entire market grew tense. Parents especially tightened their grip on their children, fearing they might be snatched away in an instant. In those days, human traffickers were growing bolder, daring to grab children in broad daylight. If an elderly person was alone with a kid, several traffickers could rush in and take the child right away. Even if you screamed for help, most people wouldn't dare step forward, afraid of getting involved. It was a world where right and wrong seemed to have flipped places. Big brother, sister-in-law, second brother. Keep a close eye on Xiao Shirtu and Ernyo. I'm going to check what's happening. If I can help, I will. Stay here, don't come along. With that, Wang Yang headed toward the old woman who was crying. Granny, please stop crying. How old is your grandson? What was he wearing? Tell us so we can help search. The trafficker must still be in the market. We might lose him if we wait too long. Someone, please call the police. Thank you, young man. My grandson is 5. He was wearing a black down jacket, a blue hat, jeans, and brand new cotton shoes. I just bought them today. Please, help me find him. Our family will be ruined if he's gone. I'll have no choice but to kill myself when I return home. Her desperate sobs stirred anger in everyone at the market. People gritted their teeth, cursing the traffickers, and began searching everywhere. After hearing the description, Wang Yang released his spiritual sense and scanned the area. The market had many exits. The traffickers likely changed the boy's clothes already. He decided to head toward the main road first. There were more vehicles there. Maybe he could intercept them. After walking about 100 meters, his spiritual awareness detected the discarded black down jacket. The direction was correct. He picked up his pace. If Tiger or the others were here, they could follow the scent, but time was running out. He rushed forward. Soon, his senses located a middle-aged woman, flustered and clutching an unconscious child, hurrying ahead. He also noticed two strong young men trailing her at a short distance. Having found the target, Wang Yang relaxed slightly. He sped up, determined to stop them first. Everything else could wait. In moments, he reached the woman. While she wasn't looking, he knocked her down and snatched the child into his arms. Immediately, the two men rushed over, surrounding Wang Yang. Without saying a word, they launched attacks. Traffickers like these deserved no mercy. Wang Yang struck hard, holding nothing back. The first attacker dropped to the ground with a brutal punch. The second youth, realizing Wang Yang wasn't someone to mess with, turned to flee. "You came. You're not leaving," Wang Yang muttered, dashing after him and slamming a fist into the back of his head. The young man collapsed, eyes rolling wildly. These scumbags earn no pity. Seeing the middle-aged woman trying to crawl away, Wang Yang went over and beat her senseless. He dragged all three traffickers together, then asked a bystander to fetch the old woman and bring her to identify the child. The crowd erupted in fury and swarmed the trio. They attacked mercilessly. Within 10 minutes, all three were nearly dead, faces swollen and covered in blood, noses shattered, limbs broken beyond repair. Even if they recovered someday, they'd be permanently crippled. They were finished. Finally, the police from the local station arrived, stopping the crowd and making sure the three kidnappers were still alive. After all, human traffickers were hated by everyone. They managed to call an ambulance to take them away. The old woman stood there, continuously thanking Wang Yang for rescuing her grandson and preventing tragedies for two families. In the end, Wang Yang went with the officers to the police station to give his statement and serve as a witness. Chapter 124, Evening Gathering. Wang Yang took out his phone and called his older brother and the others, asking them to bring back the items they had bought. He followed the police officer to the police station to give his statement, all the while comforting the elderly woman. An officer in the car greeted Wang Yang and briefly explained how cases like this were usually handled. He analyzed all the possible outcomes. There would be no death penalty, only a few years in prison. This was exactly why human traffickers remained so rampant. The three traffickers had already been beaten by the furious crowd at the market until they couldn't move on their own, their bodies covered in injuries with no idea when they'd recover. It showed just how deeply hated these criminals were by the locals. At the police station, an officer poured Wang Yang a glass of water. They quickly took his statement in the office, thanking him sincerely for stepping forward. It had truly helped them out. The traffickers' injuries were entirely from the enraged crowd at the market, not from Wang Yang. So after finishing the report, they let him go, saying they'd call if anything else was needed. Wang Yang didn't want to dwell on what would happen next. He hailed a taxi outside and returned to Dongshan Village. From his storage space, he took out some alcohol, eggs, vegetables. Tonight, he'd be drinking with his childhood friends. Little Yang's back. You did good today. We've already put your purchases at home. I've sent your sister-in-law over to help cook. The people you invited will be here soon. Brother, carry this bottle for me. This is premium liquor I shipped all the way from Xian. You can smell it first. I'll take the rest. Let's hurry. Entering the courtyard, he saw Xiao Shirtu and Ernyo playing nearby, munching on snacks bought from the market. When Xiao Shirtu spotted Wang Yang and his father walking in, he ran over excitedly. Dad, you're back. Little uncle, why didn't you come back with us? I looked for you at the market. Everyone's waiting for you, so we can start the feast. Mom's cooking in the kitchen. You're still my favorite, Xiao Shirtu. Look what I brought you. He handed the boy a pack of cherries. Wow, are these big cherries? Are they even in season right now? Xiao Shirtu asked curiously. These were specially stored. Let me wash them for you. Ernyo also came over, staying close to Wang Yang. She'd grown used to him over the past couple of days and wasn't shy anymore. After washing the fruit, he placed it on a plate for them to enjoy freely. Wang Yang entered the kitchen and saw his sister-in-law had already washed and chopped all the ingredients. Without delay, he lit the stove and started cooking. Sister-in-law, crack more eggs. I'll make a few drinking dishes: celery stir-fried with pork, braised cabbage with tofu, stewed eggplant, boiled peanuts, chili scrambled eggs, and let's simmer a big pot of mutton soup. Make generous portions. We need plenty to go with the alcohol. Just then, someone walked in, and Hang Yi's voice rang out. Wang Yang. I could smell the aroma before I even stepped into the yard. Food ready? We've all arrived. Tonight, we don't leave until we're drunk. Come in, everyone. Make yourselves at home. It's all family here, no formalities. Dinner's a bit rushed tonight, but there's plenty. Quantity over quality. Eat till you're full. And I brought that premium liquor from Xian, pure sorghum wine. Then we're really in for a treat tonight. Everyone settled around the table. Wang Yang asked his elder brothers to host the guests while he went back to the kitchen to bring out the mutton soup. The table was soon piled high with food, served on large plates. With 8 or 9 people squeezed around, it felt a bit tight. The table's a little small, kind of cramped. Next time, let's eat at a restaurant. Wang Yang, sit down already. It's fine like this. Eating at home, after we drink, we can just go straight to bed. If we're out somewhere, we'd have to call taxis to get back. That's too much hassle. Dazhuang, what have you been up to lately? Last time I came home, you weren't even around. Wei came over for drinks not long ago. Don't even talk about it. I've been working as a trucker, never staying in one place. Wherever the job takes me, I crash there. Hauling cargo these days is tough. After fuel and tolls, forget labor costs, I barely make a few hundred yuan per trip. Sometimes, after driving all day, I still don't reach my destination. 2 days of non-stop work for a few $100. From dawn to dusk, the platforms take such a huge cut, and big data algorithms calculate everything so precisely. We drivers don't earn anything anymore, Dazhuang said helplessly. Don't talk about it. Yours is still better. I've got it worse. Finding a job now is brutal. Sales means begging clients left and right, and our company's products aren't selling. Cash flow is too slow. Market conditions are terrible. Distributors across regions are struggling too. Everyone survives online through razor-thin profits. We're all undercutting each other. To squeeze out margins, people resort to shoddy materials. It's a vicious cycle. Our factory's probably doomed for Taltat. Sun Tao chimed in from the side. Wang Yang stood up to pour wine for everyone. All right, stop complaining. Let's talk about something happy. Try this sorghum liquor I brought. It's been aged in a cellar for a long time. Honestly, it's a waste giving such fine wine to you lot. I should have brought some ergo too instead. All of you here just gulp it down like cattle. No one knows how to truly appreciate good wine. Get out of the way. Hand it over, I'll pour. Weiga snatched the bottle from him. Yonggu, let me fill your cup first. Yihang, just have a little. I'm afraid you'll puke if you drink too much. Dezhuang, drink more. Hao Zi, you brat. Now that you're back you haven't even come to see your brothers. Tonight, you're drinking extra as punishment. Wang Yang says this is top-shelf stuff, so you drink less too. You're a bottomless pit with alcohol. We won't compete with you. The rest are elders here. Drink as you please. The atmosphere gradually warmed up. Wang Yang also kept serving Xiao Shirtu and Er Niu, piling their bowls high with food. They sat quietly on the side, eating while listening to the adults chat. Wang Yang, are you leaving again after this trip home? What have you been up to lately? Last time I heard, you quit your job at the company. Haven't had a clue what you've been busy with. Tell us, Sun Tao asked. Sun Ge, right now I'm running a farming cooperative with some people in Xi'an. We're building greenhouses and dug a fish pond for raising fish. Nothing's being harvested yet. How about it? Want to come work with me? Farming? Forget it. I don't want anything to do with land anymore. It's way too exhausting, waking up before dawn and working till late night without any break. If things really take off, maybe I'll join you then. Everyone burst into laughter at Sun Tao's words. This guy had always hated working the soil since childhood. Back when wheat harvesting meant using sickles, he'd find a shady spot to nap. Then his father would chase him around the village with a stick every evening. Everyone drink up, try it, and see if it lives up to what I said. This wine is incredible. You won't find anything like it again, ever. Hearing Wang Yang praise it so highly, they all raised their glasses and took a sip. As soon as the liquid touched their lips, a smooth, mellow, and sweet richness filled their mouths, lingering pleasantly. Once it went down, it felt like a warm flame spreading through their stomachs, making them sweat all over, as though the fat in their bodies were actually burning away. After several moments, they slowly opened their eyes and exchanged glances. None of them had ever experienced this during a drink before. Their entire bodies felt lighter, unusually comfortable, and old fatigue seemed to vanish. In unison, they declared, amazing wine. Truly outstanding. I've never once believed that drinking could be good for your body in my whole life. Always thought drinking was just drinking, with more downsides than benefits. But now you've given me proof. From now on, I'm going to drink. Not just any alcohol, but good wine. I feel so much lighter already. It's like my body fat is burning, and my blood feels like it's circulating faster. Seeing everyone excitedly describing their experiences, Wang Yang couldn't help but smile. With century-old aged brew, space water, and a blend of various medicinal herbs infused inside, how could this wine not be exceptional? This batch had been specially prepared to regulate and enhance bodily functions. He even planned to give some to third grandpa later, so he could sip it occasionally. Wang Yang had only made a bit over 100 jin of this liquor. The evening banquet ended in joyful contentment. Chapter 125 Return. Wang Yang stayed in his hometown for 3 days. He had a private talk with his second uncle and left some money for him, telling him and his second aunt to stay home, take care of the family house, and farm their few mu of land so it wouldn't go fallow. He also arranged someone to look after third grandpa and left some alcohol for them to drink occasionally, helping improve their health. His eldest and second brothers didn't follow Wang Yang this time. He gave each of them a sum of money so they'd have some confidence to do whatever needed doing. As for going to Xi'an, that could wait until after the new year. Little uncle, can't you just stay? I really want you here at home. You've only been back 3 days and already you're leaving. It's too short. Little Stone cried, hugging Wang Yang tightly. It's all right, little uncle will come back again. I got a call from over there. Something urgent needs handling. How about I pick you up later to come visit and play? Really? Will my mom and dad come too? If they don't, I won't be able to sleep at night. And will second Neo come? If I'm all by myself, I'll feel so lonely, so sad. Little Stone murmured to himself. Don't worry. In a while, your great-grandparents will return. They miss you so much. Just behave yourself, study hard. And once you've learned well, you can help little uncle out. Second Neo must be good too. Next time I come back, I'll bring both of you lots of fun toys and delicious treats. Wang Yang hugged each of them. A few childhood friends came to see him off. This year, everyone would just stay home working. There wasn't much point going elsewhere since nothing significant was happening outside. He handed the house key to his eldest brother, telling him to come clean the place now and then. With no one living there for long periods, the house would lose its warmth and liveliness. His big brother Wang Yong called out, Xiaoyang, get in the car quickly. I'll drive you to the airport. You've still got a flight to catch. Everyone, go back home. If anything comes up, you can always come find me in Xi'an. There are urgent matters waiting for me there. Let's hang out properly next time. Saying this, he climbed into the car with just a backpack. Big brother, when third brother comes back, ask him what he plans to do. Then give me a call to let me know. The alcohol I left with you is something special. You've already tasted it. Whenever you can, have a bit with sister-in-law. It helps regulate bodily functions and benefits your health. I specially blended that liquor. It's rare and precious, containing essences of various Chinese herbs and aged over a century in storage. No wonder that liquor tasted different. From now on, I'll store it carefully and treat it like treasure. Ring, ring, ring. Just then, his phone rang again. Wang Yang saw it was Xiaoya calling and answered immediately. Wang Yang, when will you arrive in Xi'an? The glass greenhouse has passed inspection. We've already tested it thoroughly. It fully meets all modern agricultural requirements, with extremely high automation levels. Mr. Tang has reserved one greenhouse exclusively for research purposes. Everyone here is waiting for your return to make final decisions. Brother Chen has been here for several days. Now that everything's approved, we just need you back to release the final payment. Hehe. We've also bought some small agricultural machines, all arranged through Brother Chen. We didn't wait for you to return. After Uncle Wang inspected the land, he told us to start replanting immediately. All fields have been prepared. We're just waiting for the seeds you're bringing back to sow. I've also hired a greenhouse manager named Lin Haitian, age 46. He used to be a farm owner and knows a lot about greenhouse vegetables. He seemed honest and reliable, so I hired him. But the biggest problem right now is the black bears. They're getting restless, and I can barely keep them under control. The wild boars at Yizhu Valley aren't behaving either. They barely eat the food we give them anymore. Only Tiger Head and the others have managed to suppress the chaos. Aunt Zheng is nearly driven mad feeding these beasts every day with no gratitude in return. When will you arrive? I'll come pick you up. Everyone's waiting for you. Once you're back, our Xinjia village project can officially launch. Xiaoya, you've worked hard. Since you've already completed the inspection and confirmed everything's up to standard, whether I go check in person doesn't matter much anymore. You're in charge now. As long as everything follows procedure, I'll authorize the final payment to Brother Chen immediately. We shouldn't delay his construction payment. Village development hasn't even earned us any profit yet. We shouldn't burden Brother Chen. Have you picked the office location I asked you to choose? I checked it out. The original container house area works fine. We could build several houses there or assemble modular units like the field hospital, which allows faster construction and fewer future complications. We can arrange accommodation there too. There's a fish pond nearby and poultry sheds. We need someone responsible for those. I think we can build a modular unit adjacent to the poultry shed for the supervisor to live in. What do you think? Brother Chen can handle all this. His workers are already here, and accommodations are ready. If we expand more greenhouses later, we can continue working with Brother Chen. Alright, go ahead as you suggested, but make sure to file the necessary reports. We don't want anything turning into illegal construction later. That'd be a mess. Have Uncle Village Chief report it to Town Mayor Lu first. I'll give the final approval once I'm back, so we can start building right away. That way, we'll have an office space ready for us in the future. I'm on my way to the airport now and should arrive in Xi'an by 3 p.m. You can come pick me up if you want. If not, I'll just take a taxi. Either way is fine. Got it, I know what to do. I'll come get you anyway. It's not far. I'll stop home first to grab something, then we can talk when we meet. Talk later, bye. After hearing Xiaoya hang up, Wang Yang felt relieved. Once he returned, his first priority would be calming down the black bears and wild boars. Everything else could wait. With people already in place, there was no need to overworry. Xiaoyang, is it that busy over there? You've been on the phone quite a while. Who was that calling? Your future wife? Just from her voice, she sounds very capable, sharp and efficient. Don't dawdle. Seal the deal quickly and settle down. Big brother, looks like you've got real talent as a matchmaker. Why don't you find someone for second brother and third brother too? They're both 1 year older than me and still single. That's becoming a serious issue. Enough nonsense. If they listened to me, this would have been settled long ago. Your sister-in-law has already introduced several girls to them, but they refuse every time. What am I supposed to do? Tie them up and carry them into the bridal chamber. Ha ha ha. Big brother, even you can crack a joke. Second brother will definitely lose his temper when he hears that. As for third brother, he was really hurt by what happened at home. I wonder how things are going for him now. If they can reconcile, couldn't they still be a family again? Can you reach Zhangming? Call her and ask. Maybe they're infertility. I can actually treat that. Really? Then I'll call third brother right now and ask. You listen in. I'll put it on speaker. Let me make the call instead. You focus on driving, or I won't make it safely to the airport. Wang Yang said, then started searching for third brother Wang Fei's number and dialed directly. Hey, third brother, it's Xiaoyang. Where are you? What are you doing? Haven't heard from you in ages. Xiaoyang, why were you calling me out of the blue? I'm at work right now, same place as before. Didn't you know? I thought your sister-in-law told you. Third brother, are you and sister-in-law still together? That's great news. Just don't tell the family yet. It was all their meddling that caused all that trouble in the first place. The matter of pregnancy is between two people. We both got checked. There's nothing medically wrong with either of us. It just needs the right timing. Right now, we're working together here, renting a place nearby. We're living comfortably. How about you? You better hurry up too. Third brother, congratulations. Is sister-in-law around? I'm with big brother right now. We were just talking about you, so I called to check. Are you coming back this year? We're doing well here in Wuhan, so don't worry too much. We'll come home for the new year. Actually, we've remarried, but we didn't tell anyone. Next time we meet then, let me take a look. Maybe you'll get pregnant in one try. If you don't believe me, come to Xi'an and visit. It'd be a nice trip. I'll cover all your expenses. I mean it. I've been studying traditional Chinese medicine recently. Wang Yang began boasting. All right then, I'll bring your sister-in-law to see you. Would be nice to get away for a bit. Haven't been busy lately. Send me your location. We'll call when we arrive. I've got something to do, so I'll hang up now. Say hi to Big Brother for me, and tell him not to mention any of this to the family. With that, third brother Wang Fei ended the call. Big Brother, we've arrived. You head back now. I need to go through ticket inspection. And about third brother, don't say anything to the family, not even his sister-in-law. Wait until he comes back and tells everyone himself. I'm off. Drive safely on your way home. With those words, Wang Yang turned and walked toward the terminal. Chapter 126. Returning to Xinjiazhai. At 3 in the afternoon, the plane landed on time at Xianying Airport. After stepping off, Wang Yang immediately called Xiaoya. Xiaoya, did you come pick me up? If not, I'm just going to take a taxi back. Just walk outside, you'll see my beetle. I won't get out to meet you. I'm waiting in the car. Wang Yang hung up, walked out of the terminal, and saw Xiaoya's car parked right where drop-offs were made. He couldn't help but smile. Xiaoya, thanks for coming to get me. Cool sunglasses, I should get a pair too. They look pretty awesome. Whatever, you've got no sincerity at all. What did you bring back from your hometown? Please tell me you didn't return empty-handed. Seriously, if you did, I swear, I give up. So cheap. After complaining, Xiaoya pulled her sunglasses back on and stared straight ahead, ignoring Wang Yang completely. I brought back some jianbing, try it. Back home we also have ginkgo nuts, chestnuts, garlic, ginger, and Jianghu tribute rice, which are quite famous. But they need processing, so if you want some, I'll get you some later. Tonight, I'll cook a big meal to reward you. That's more like it. Coming back from a trip empty-handed really hurts. I drive all this way to pick you up and you don't even think about showing appreciation. Honestly, what's wrong with you? Not even a little charming. Alright, I admit, it won't happen again. Was everything fine at home? I was only back in my village for 3 days before returning, and in between I even went to the police station and spent 2 days drinking. I totally forgot to buy local specialties. Exactly as you said. I already told you this morning on the phone. Nothing unusual happened otherwise. Lately, no strange people have come to the village. Everyone's been peaceful, doing their jobs. Even I haven't had much to do lately, so there's plenty of free time. Uncle Village Chief gave basic training to the people we hired, with guidance from Mr. Tang and others. The folks you found are truly experts. They understand everything from planting, seedling cultivation, transplanting, thinning, fertilizing, pest control, harvesting, to packaging. Most of those trained can now handle their tasks while here. You really hit the jackpot. The car quickly entered Xinjiazhai. Tigerhead, Da Mao, Air Mao, San Mao, and Sea Mao all ran over, barking excitedly around the vehicle. Black Bear lagged behind, being the slowest. Xiaoya had no choice but to stop the car. As soon as Wang Yang stepped out, he was surrounded by the dogs. Boss, you're finally back. We missed you so much these past few days. Blackie's been throwing tantrums nonstop. If you hadn't returned soon, we wouldn't have been able to control him anymore. Tigerhead's right. Boss, we really missed you. Next time, can you please take us with you? Or at least take Blackie away. He's too fierce. You're all great, Wang Yang said, petting Tigerhead and Da Mao. San Mao and Sea Mao also came forward to greet him. When Black Bear finally arrived, he charged straight at Wang Yang and knocked him flat onto the ground. Boss, where were you? You took so long to come back. I haven't had honey in ages, nor drunk any spiritual water. Next time you leave, you must take me with you. I can protect you. Unconcerned about Wang Yang's comfort, Black Bear pinned him down. Blackie, get off right now. Don't you know how heavy you are? I'll get you good food when we get back, okay? If you don't get up, I'm seriously going to get angry. Grumbling, Black Bear reluctantly climbed off, still tugging at Wang Yang's clothes with his paw. At that moment, Uncle Village Chief approached, watching the scene with a smile. Xiaoyan, you're back. The glass greenhouse has been completed. Do you want to go check it out now? I also have something I'd like to discuss with you. Uncle Village Chief, let's go a bit later. Since you've all seen it, I trust everything's fine. Just tell me what's on your mind. Xiaoyan, I was thinking, we should divide our new hires into 2 teams. Team 1 will focus on farming, mainly working inside the greenhouses. Team 2 will handle breeding, poultry coops, fish ponds, and whatever else we raise later will all fall under them. I'm also looking for 2 team leaders, so responsibilities will be clearer. Sure, Uncle Village Chief, you decide. As long as our cooperative runs smoothly, it's all good. You're in charge of the production department anyway. This is all within your purview. I heard from Xiaoya that you're already training them, so things will get easier from here. Once everyone knows the routines, speak up if something seems wrong. Ask questions if anything's unclear. While Mr. Tang and the others are still here, we should learn as much as we can from them. Things like greenhouse temperature control, timing of fertilization, pest prevention methods. All of these need scientific grounding. That way, when our vegetables hit the market, we'll have data to back them up. Go ahead and lead however you see fit, Uncle. I fully support you. If any problems come up, just come find us. We'll talk things through together. For now, I'll head over to the wild boar ravine and calm down that herd. We can deal with the rest later. Alright then, I'll go sort out the team assignments right away and give the list to Xiaoya. You head over to the wild boar ravine quickly. I won't come along. When Wang Yang saw his parents walking over, he asked them a few questions about their hometown matters, but didn't say much before they left to attend to their own affairs. Xiaoya, could you take my backpack home for me? I'm going to bring Tigerhead and the others to check on the wild boars. Let everyone know we'll have dinner at my place tonight. Got it. I've got something to do anyway. Heading to the village committee office first. See you at home later. On his way, Wang Yang noticed quite a few tourists in the village. Now there were proper places for dining, lodging, and shopping, all set up by villagers themselves, yet stylish and practical. When he met people he knew, everyone greeted him warmly. He hadn't even reached the wild boar ravine when he heard loud noises coming from within. Hardly anyone was around. Most villagers avoided the area, fearing that wild boars might suddenly charge out and injure someone. Xiaoyang, you're finally back. Come quick and take a look at these boars. The biggest one's getting aggressive. We're too scared to feed them now. Ernyo, you've been guarding them. Thanks for your hard work. Leave it to me now. Just hand over the food. I'll take it inside. Do you need any help? No, it's fine. You all go back. I've got this under control. Just resume normal feeding tomorrow. The wild boars seemed to sense Wang Yang's return. They instantly calmed down and turned their eyes toward him. He told Tigerhead and the others to wait outside, then climbed in himself. Xiuxian ran over and rubbed against Wang Yang. Boss, you're back. Our holy water's run out, and the food isn't as tasty without you. Give my kids some holy water first, then I'll show you our new home. You've got to stay calm from now on. I was gone only a few days, and you're already causing trouble. If I ever disappear for long, you'd be out of control. The distillery's leftover grains are already top quality. You're still picky? Your fellow boars out there are eating plain animal feed, which is far worse. All right, old pig remembers. But come see our new home first. It took huge effort. In the mountains, we used to just find any cave. We never had to dig ourselves. Digging's such a pain. Wang Yang looked around. Several caves had been dug out by the boars, big enough for all of them to shelter in. Not bad, overall. Not bad work, but it stinks inside. I've dumped the food at the entrance. Help yourselves. I'll get you some corn too. I'll refill the pool with spiritual water now, then leave. Got other things to do. I'll be off soon, but I'll come back into the mountains with you in a few days. After saying this, Wang Yang poured plenty of spatial water into the small pond. Once he confirmed everything was fine, he gave Zhu Samba a quick farewell and headed back. Chapter 127, Seeds. Tiger, Big Mao, Second Mao, Third Mao, Fourth Mao, Blackie, let's go home. Wang Yang called out to them as they headed back toward the house. Back in the courtyard, he first went to check the storage room. There wasn't much left inside. Seeing that it was still early, he decided to make a trip to the rented warehouse to retrieve the vegetable seeds. He sent Black Bear and Tiger into the space, letting them go find food on their own. Leaving the yard, he drove the van out of the village. Soon he arrived at the warehouse. He went in first to check. No one had entered since last time. After locking the warehouse door securely, Wang Yang stepped into his space. He picked large amounts of various vegetables, packed them carefully, and loaded everything into the van. Observing the surroundings within the space, he saw the animals were doing well. Black Bear was stealing honey again. The beehives had started building higher up now, probably tired of being disturbed by the bear. Tiger led Big Mao, Second Mao, Third Mao, and Fourth Mao across the grassland on a hunt. They had caught rabbits and started eating them raw. Since Wang Yang hadn't fed them for a while, they had learned to eat uncooked prey in the space. He watched for a moment, but didn't stop them. It would save him trouble later. The 4 young South China tigers had begun learning how to hunt, following closely behind their parents, looking incredibly cute and amusing. Wang Yang then carefully packaged and labeled different varieties of vegetable seeds. He didn't take too many out, about 10 gene per type. This would be more than enough for the 10 greenhouses, with some left over. Old Master Tang had also requested a portion for experimentation. It was winter now, so Wang Yang planned to mainly grow cucumbers, tomatoes, chili peppers, eggplants, bitter melons, beans, celery, creamy greens, hollow-stemmed amaranth, coriander, and bok choy in the greenhouses, planting just small amounts of other crops. Once everything was ready, he began transferring the goods into the van. He also took some rabbit meat, chicken, eggs, and salted duck eggs, enough provisions to last for quite some time. After locking the warehouse door, Wang Yang drove back to Xinjiazhai, pulling straight up to the gate of his courtyard. Seeing no one around, he didn't bother asking anyone for help. Instead, he used his space to transfer all the supplies from the van directly into the storage room. Then he returned the van to the experimental greenhouse site and walked inside to check in. Old Master Tang was surprised to see him and immediately asked, "Why are you here? We've made great progress lately. You're benefiting enormously. The few of us old men are essentially working for free. We've already filed several patents. We've analyzed your nutrient solution too. It contains every essential plant nutrient, plus one mysterious substance that cannot be synthesized or extracted. That's the latest finding. I have no idea where you got it, but this will make growing vegetables much easier for you from now on. Without asking your permission, I claimed one of the glass greenhouses for research. From now on, consider us your technical staff. You can come to us whenever you have questions. This greenhouse will yield seeds in less than a month, or we can pause operations. We've already started cultivating seedlings in the new greenhouse. By the way, have you brought the seeds yet? If they've arrived, give me some samples. We'll begin cultivating and observing them in the new greenhouse right away. Master Tang, the seeds are at my place. I just brought them back. If you need them, I'll bring them over. I've prepared about 10 gene of each variety, which should be sufficient. In the future, we'll rely on self-bred seeds, and I'll count on you elders to guide us through that process. Yang, if the seeds are here, let's go get them now. I'm eager. We should start cultivating as soon as possible so we can conduct systematic research. Don't linger here any longer. Let's leave now. No need to rush. Later I'll invite you all for dinner. I've already prepared the ingredients. I just parked the van here and came to see how you were doing before heading back to cook. Didn't expect you to be in such a hurry. Fine, then let's go quickly. Old Master Tang turned and shouted to the others. Old Peng, Old Wu, keep busy. I'm going to collect the new seeds. We're starting seedling cultivation in the new greenhouse right away. When Old Li arrives, tell him to. Great news. Go quickly, Tang Bighead. Old Master Peng replied with a chuckle. Hearing their exchange, Wang Yang smiled and said, Yujue Lao Sheng, come over to my place for dinner later. I'm treating tonight. Don't forget. Oh, Young Yang, you're back? Perfect timing. Get back and start cooking. Now that you mention it, I'm getting hungry. Old Master Li Jun walked in from behind, teasingly addressing Wang Yang. Master Li, you're back. You all have worked hard these days. I won't delay any further. I'll head back and prepare dinner right away. Tonight, I guarantee you'll be satisfied. Wang Yang walked home with old Master Tang and pulled out his phone to call Xiaoya. Xiaoya, you in and you come back and help wash the vegetables. There'll be quite a few people tonight. Nothing urgent is happening now, so come back. I'm on my way home. Wang Yang, we're really having a feast tonight, so we'll head back now. We'll be home in 10 minutes. See you soon. Old Master Tang smiled at Wang Yang and murmured, Youth is truly wonderful. Too bad we're old. Wang Yang pretended not to hear. He opened the courtyard gate and went to the storage room to take out all the seeds. Master Tang, all the seeds are here. I've labeled them properly. Take as many as you need. Just leave enough for our own planting. Old Master Tang's eyes sparkled as he looked at the seeds on the table. This was something no amount of money could buy. Without caring what Wang Yang was doing, he crouched down and began sorting them. Seeing that each package was clearly marked, he didn't take too much, only a portion of each variety. Xiaoyang, I've taken a little of each kind. The rest I'm leaving for you. These seeds must be well protected. Don't let any employees take them home. I'll go now. No need to call me for dinner tonight. Before Wang Yang could say anything, old Master Tang hurried off. Wang Yang released Black Bear, Tiger, and the others from his space. Xiaoya and you would be back soon. He couldn't let the animals go missing. Blackie glared unhappily at Wang Yang. Boss, I was enjoying my meal. Why did you pull me out again? I want to go back. I don't want to stay here. Stop whining. I'll take you back in later. Now I have to cook. Go sit over there and don't get in my way. Woof woof, Blackie whimpered, giving Wang Yang a resentful glance before running off to his den. Tiger and the others followed Blackie back as well. Wang Yang, we're back. If there's anything for us to do, tell us quickly. We're hungry now. Let's start cooking fast. Xiaoya tossed Wang Yang's backpack onto the sofa and plopped herself down. And Yu was also happy to see Wang Yang return and stepped forward, asking, You're back, Wang Yang. What do you need me to do? Perfect timing, you two. Take out the cucumbers, tomatoes, beans, and eggplants from the storage room and wash them. Also peel some scallions, ginger, and garlic for me. I'll need them soon. Wang Yang took some pork from the fridge and brought out the rabbit meat and chicken he had retrieved earlier. After washing them, he began chopping everything into small pieces and setting them aside. Over an hour later, he had prepared 2 full tables of dishes. Chapter 128, Planting Vegetables. Wang Yang began making phone calls to notify several key people. Village Chief Uncle, Shunkua Uncle, Old Man Shen Xinmin, Master Tang, as well as his parents, Chen Jinhua, Yao Jingyuan, and Lin Haitian. He invited all these main personnel over. A few of the village kids heard there was delicious food, so they ran straight to Wang Yang's courtyard, making the place even livelier. After inviting everyone to sit down, he said, Today I've invited you all for a meal. It's both a celebration dinner and an opportunity for everyone to get to know each other better. I also want to go over tomorrow's plan. We're officially starting vegetable planting. From now on, everyone needs to stay attentive and put in their best effort. First, I'd like to thank Master Tang and his team. They'll be our technical advisors from now on. If you have any questions, feel free to ask them. Everyone here is a responsible party leader. Communication among you will be crucial going forward. Also, let's welcome Mr. Lin Haitian. He'll be taking charge of the greenhouse operations, while everyone else remains in their current roles. After speaking, Wang Yang brought out a tin caddy jar of fine wine. As he peeled off the seal paper, a strong, rich aroma immediately filled the room. No need to taste it to know this was premium liquor. Shen Kuo rushed forward and snatched the jar. Now this is good wine. Some of you had it last time, some didn't. Tonight, everyone gets to try it. I guarantee it'll leave a lasting impression. Though I must say, Xiaoyang is too stingy. Didn't even tell us where he's been hiding this stuff. This batch was extremely limited. Right after fermentation started, I noticed something unusual about Xiaoyang. That day, he showed up without warning, saying he wanted to brew wine. I was curious and asked why, since surely the wine we made wasn't insufficient for him. But he didn't explain much. At first, I thought he just wanted to try brewing, so I didn't pay much attention. However, when distillation began, I realized this wine was extraordinary. That fat guy from Yongcheng who came by last time was sharp. He took some away before leaving. Probably hasn't drunk it yet, likely saved it for collection. Tonight, take your time and savor it properly. This wine isn't just rare, it's especially beneficial for health. You older folks should drink more. Only at Xiaoyang's place can you ever hope to taste something like this. Uncle Shun, please stop talking. Just knowing is enough. You don't need to advertise for me. I'll produce some more later and give each of you a share. Now, let me pour the wine myself. Shun Kuo's words instantly drew everyone's gaze toward the wine jar in his hands. Chen Jinhua's eyes sparkled with excitement. His family actually had some already, which he begged Wang Yang for last time, but still hadn't dared to open it. At the table where Mother Zhengyun sat, filled with women and children, Wang Yang also placed a small jar of wine. Upon hearing praise from the village's master winemaker, they opened the jar and poured a cup for each person. For a moment, the scene fell quiet. Everyone took a sip, then quickly resumed reaching for dishes. Xiaoyang, your cooking skills are impressive. Cook more often at home. We'll work even harder. Old Man Xing missed out big time not being here today. Give me another cup. Right now, I feel so comfortable and relaxed. Could you prepare a little for us 4 old guys to take home? I'll tell you what, Wang Yang replied. I'll send some wine over to my dad. Since he's managing your meals, he can keep it under control and distribute responsibly. Good as it is, we shouldn't overindulge. It's about looking out for your health. Father Wang Dongshan was delighted by his son's suggestion and immediately agreed. That evening, everyone ate heartily and enjoyed themselves thoroughly. Master Tang and the elders left first, followed shortly by the others. Chen Gu, Mr. Lin, village chief uncle, please stay behind. We need to talk. Wang Yang called out. He turned to Chen Jinhua first. Chen Gu, now that the greenhouses are complete, please finalize the office space project Xiao mentioned. Ideally, finish it right after the experimental greenhouse is dismantled. I'll settle the construction payment with you tomorrow. Brother, no need to remind me. I've already assigned the tasks. The structural components are already being manufactured at the factory. Once delivered, assembly will be quick and easy. You know my work, never delays your plans. I'll come see you again tomorrow. You folks handle your business now. I'm feeling a bit woozy from the wine. Gonna head back and sleep it off. With that, Chen Ge left as well. Mother Xiuxian, along with Xiaoya and Yu, finished cleaning up the dining area and headed home too. Mr. Lin, this is our first meeting, but from now on, you'll oversee everything related to the greenhouses. Starting tomorrow, we'll begin seedling cultivation. I'll bring the seeds over myself. These seeds must be kept secure. Don't let employees take them out freely. Only once Master Tang's team completes their research will we allow wider planting. Village Chief Uncle, please help supervise as well. Mr. Lin, if you have any issues in the future, feel free to come find me directly or discuss with Manager Xiao. She'll keep me informed. Our focus will be organic vegetable farming, no chemical fertilizers or pesticides. Farm manure must be prepared in advance, and biological pest control methods should be clearly explained to everyone. Director Wang, I understand. From now on, you can Fangxin entrust the vegetable greenhouses to me. I've been in this industry for over 30 years. If not for family reasons, I would still be running my own farm. Never mind all that. I'll do a good job. And I'm truly grateful to Manager Xiao for taking me in, Lin Haitian said emotionally. Just focus on doing well. From now on, we'll call you Master Lin. You can just call me Wang Yang. No need to be so formal. The next day, Wang Yang arrived first at the glass greenhouse. Everything inside was neatly organized. Temperature control systems, smart irrigation devices, automated seedling benches. These facilities could precisely regulate factors like temperature, humidity, and light, creating the optimal environment for seedling growth. These intelligent systems could also automatically monitor plant development, allowing real-time understanding of plant needs and enabling more accurate management decisions. When Lin Haitian saw Wang Yang arrive at the greenhouse, he immediately walked over. Director Wang, you're here. Did you bring the seeds? You can hand them over directly. Master Lin, these are the seeds we need to plant right now. Please arrange everything accordingly. All right, let me take a look first. Carrots, cream cabbage, long beans, bok choy, cilantro. These can be direct sown. I'll have someone sow them across several greenhouses shortly. Tomatoes, cucumbers, eggplants, bitter gourd, peppers, celery, lettuce, okra. These can be started on the automated seedling benches. Growing our own seedlings makes them grow faster, healthier, and leads to higher yields later. Master Lin, where's our irrigation water coming from? Can you show me? It's just ahead. I'll take you there. Our greenhouses use advanced modern irrigation methods like drip and spray irrigation. Drip irrigation is ideal when large amounts of water are needed, enabling precise watering and significantly improving water efficiency. Spray irrigation helps moderately increase air humidity while ensuring full coverage of the irrigation area. Director Chen also set up several large water storage tanks for centralized water supply, which serve as the main water source for the seedling benches. Let's go have a look. From now on, all our greenhouse water will come from these tanks. I've worked together with Master Tang and the others to develop a special nutrient-enhanced water solution that we'll add into the tanks. You must keep this strictly confidential. I'll be careful. I should get back to work now. You can stay and have a look around. After Master Lin left, Wang Yang secretly injected a large amount of spatial water into the storage tanks. Whether for seedling cultivation or irrigation, this would shorten plant growth time, make them grow stronger, and enhance their disease resistance. Returning to the greenhouse, Wang Yang saw village chief uncle already leading people in work. Their tasks were clearly divided. Master Lin oversaw the seedling benches, while village chief uncle led the team sowing seeds that didn't require pre-germination. Everyone worked enthusiastically, each person wearing a smile. Wang Yang walked over and greeted each of them. Chapter 129. Someone has come seeking cooperation. After returning from the greenhouse, Wang Yang went to the village committee office. Today he was scheduled to settle the construction payment for Chun Ji's company, and he stopped by first to greet Yu. And Yu, has Chun Ge sent over the detailed breakdown of the project funds? If so, pass it to me for a look. Boss Wang, you're here. Give me a moment. I'll organize it and give it to you right away. Wang Yang noticed Xiaoya frowning while working intently and asked, Xiaoya, what are you doing there with such a furrowed brow? Did something difficult come up? Wang Yang, there's something I wanted to mention. I just received a cooperation request from a newly established local company in Xi'an, but they haven't provided any details about what they do or even their company address. I'm completely confused right now. We hardly have any products on sale yet. Why would someone want to cooperate with us at this point? Did they leave a phone number? Call them and find out. It might be someone introduced by a friend who's visited us before, or perhaps it's just an opportunist, or even a scammer. These days there are too many fraud schemes. It's hard to guard against them all. Boss Wang, here's the itemized list you asked for. I've organized everything. Take a look. This time we need to make payments exceeding 10 million yuan, including construction costs for the greenhouses and some expenses related to building the winemaking workshop. Also, there's a contract regarding office space construction that needs your signature. Manager Chen will be arriving shortly. I understand. You go ahead and focus on your work. As for that cooperation inquiry, Xiaoya, let's wait and see when they actually show up. Right now, our main priority should stay on vegetable cultivation. I just checked on the glass greenhouse area. The village chief and Master Lin have already started organizing people for sowing. Keep a close eye on things there over the next few days. I'll head out now to prepare the funds and come back later. Back at his courtyard home, Wang Yang closed the door and entered his spatial realm. He wasn't quite sure exactly how much money he had anymore. Walking into the stone chamber where he stored his valuables, he saw RMB piled up like a wall, easily surpassing 100 million yuan. The variety of foreign currencies outnumbered his own country's money, with several types he didn't even recognize, having no idea which countries they came from. Then there were the few anonymous passbooks he'd obtained from the Zhou family, security certificates, shareholding documents for various companies, dozens of property deeds, and gold, by rough estimation, more than a ton. He hadn't realized he'd accumulated so much wealth in such a short time, not even counting the antiques and calligraphy paintings. The cabinets in the stone room were filled to capacity with ancient artifacts. His regular bank account likely still held over 3 million yuan as well. Apparently, making money through underhanded means really paid off quickly. Now, whatever Wang Yang did carried immense confidence. He had cash, weapons, and fearlessness. A true nouveau riche mentality, rich enough to defy anyone. Using his spiritual awareness, he counted out 10 million yuan in cash, stuffed it into a large bag, exited the space, and drove off from the village. Midway, Xiaoya called. Wang Yang answered. Wang Yang, Chen Ge has arrived. Where are you? I'm outside right now. Xiaoya, having you take the contract and the payment details and ride with Chen Ge to the industrial and commercial bank in town. We'll meet there. After hanging up, Wang Yang quickly arrived at the ICBC branch, parked his car, and waited for Chen Ge's arrival. Chen Ge, over here. Wang Yang stepped out, waved, and walked toward the bank carrying the big bag. Little Yang, where did you get so much cash? Do you actually enjoy the feeling of carrying stacks of money around? All right, Chen Ge, no more jokes. And you, are we transferring via the cooperative's account, or giving Chen Ge the money directly? Forget asking her, Xiaoyang. Since you're running this co-op, we should use the official corporate account. Last time wasn't exactly compliant. Then I'll follow your lead, Chen Ge. At that moment, a bank manager approached from the lobby upon hearing about the large deposit. He personally escorted Wang Yang and the others into the manager's office. Director Chen, Boss Wang, and this lovely lady, hello again. Thank you for your continued support of our bank. Please have a seat. President Qi, no need for formalities. I've brought 10 million yuan in cash today. First, deposit it into our cooperative's account, then transfer the funds to Manager Chen's company. Check the cash in this bag. We've brought the cooperative's account credentials. Please enjoy some tea here while you wait. I'll arrange everything immediately. With that, President Qi took the bag and went off to verify the funds and process the transaction. Chen Ge, business must be good lately. I've invited you for dinner a few times, but you were never around in Xi'an. Work's been tough this year. Most projects I got were signed before the Lunar New Year, but clients are taking forever to settle payments. Without your support, brother, I wouldn't have had an easy year at all. If everyone were like you, life for contractors would be much simpler. Never mind profit, just being able to pay my crew on time makes this year worth it. I really respect that. The workers have it tough. They do all the dirty and hard labor. As long as they get paid on time, this group won't complain at all. It's only those heartless, greedy bosses who cause problems. When workers finish their jobs but can't get their wages, that's when things go wrong. Chen Ge, I fully support you. Once the work is done, I'll never hold back your payment. This means a lot. Are you still planning to build more greenhouses? I'm just waiting for you to hand me the next contract. Chen Ge, that'll have to wait until next year. I don't plan to construct anything further this year. The winter weather now is too cold for outdoor work. Just focus on finishing my office space first. When the time comes, I'll definitely come to you. I won't give the job to anyone else. You can rest assured on that. Manager Chen, General Manager Wang, the deposit and transfer are complete. Here are the transaction records for your reference. We truly appreciate your continued support. How about I treat you three to a simple lunch? Director Qi, we appreciate the offer, but we've got other matters to attend to. Next time, we'll treat you. It's really unfortunate we can't stay. Chen Ge immediately stood up and explained to Director Qi. We still have contracts to sign back at the village. We shouldn't keep you any longer. Next time, I'll buy you a drink, Wang Yang added, also standing up. Since you're busy, let me treat you next time then. I won't insist. You both have my number. Feel free to call anytime if anything comes up. Wang Yang drove back to Xinjiazhai behind Chen Ge. They returned to the village committee cooperative office, signed the final contract, and then everyone went their separate ways. Xiaoya stopped Wang Yang again to bring up the cooperation matter. Wang Yang, they called again just now. They want to cooperate with us on winemaking. The person in charge is named Li Yunpeng. He says he's been here before. Do you remember him? Now that you mention it, yes. That time Zhou Hao came, he was with them. This Li Yunpeng has a brother named Li Yunfei. I'm not sure what they're thinking either. But I did like his brother. He seemed like a good guy. They stayed for a day, even left 500 yuan, and before leaving, invited me to visit them in downtown Xi'an. Oh, and there was someone there named Xiao Xiao, one character different from your name. Are you two related? Wang Yang asked curiously, looking at Xiaoya. Xiao Xiao? You know her? No way. Isn't she always living abroad? When did she come back? So you do know her. Then call her and ask about this Li Yunpeng guy. From what I saw, they seemed pretty close. Xiao is my cousin, my second uncle's daughter. Since I came back from overseas, I've only met her a few times. I have no idea what she's been up to lately. I'll call her right now to find out. Wang Yang watched Xiaoya as she pulled out her phone, suddenly reminded of Su Ran and her sister. It was unbelievable. Over different periods, he had met 4 girls, and now 2 pairs turned out to be sisters. What were the odds? Chapter 130, Li Yunpeng's plan. Xiao, it's me, Xiaoya. What have you been up to lately? You haven't contacted me at all. We haven't gotten together in such a long time. Big sister, I'm not doing much these days. Just going out for walks or traveling around different places. Is something up? Do you need something from me? You know there's nothing we can't talk about. If you miss me, come visit me, or I could come see you tonight. Xiao, don't come to my place. I've moved out for work and I'm not home anymore. I just wanted to ask you something. Do you know Li Yunpeng? What does he do? Tell me a bit about him. After Xiaoya finished speaking, Xiao fell silent on the other end, deep in thought. Why is my sister asking about Li Yunpeng? Could she possibly be dating him? That would be so weird. After a moment, she asked. Sister, why are you asking about Li Yunpeng? Are you two seeing each other? Not that I mind. You're not getting any younger. After all, it's about time. But if that's the case, then I'll have to vet him properly. What are you talking about? Dating? Don't be ridiculous. I'm working at Xinjiazhai now. You've visited there before, right? This Li Yunpeng wants to cooperate with us, so I'm checking what kind of person he is. Oh, is that all? I thought it was something serious. Yeah, I know about this cooperation deal. I even invested a share myself. Since you're working there now, that makes things easier. You've seen the collaboration proposal we sent out. Do your little sister a favor. Help push this through. Name your conditions. I'll agree to anything reasonable. Pretty good, right, big sister? But Xiao, why do you want to partner with us on this distilling project? It's completely unrelated to you. You don't even drink. Why are you involved at all? And you still haven't told me about Li Yunpeng. My dear sister, you studied finance abroad. How come you're so clueless about business? Honestly, you know less than I do, and I'm only halfway knowledgeable. Haha, next time we meet, I'm going to scold you like an old auntie. This time, I finally get to turn the tables. Whenever mom criticizes me again, I'll bring this up and point at you. Then they'll stop comparing us. You've been my role model since childhood. It's been so much pressure. All right. I'm working here now, and you want to collaborate. What's there to brag about? Just explain the reason quickly, or I'm hanging up. Fine, I'll tell you. When we last visited Xinjiazhai, Wang Yang and your village chief hosted us and served their homemade sorghum liquor. The alcohol was strong, but it didn't give anyone a headache. I don't know exactly why, but after returning, several of us felt unusually refreshed and physically better. We figured it must be because your liquor is really high quality. That's one reason we want to partner with you. You probably don't know this, but there's a food blogger on Douyin who's famous in Yanqing. Everyone calls him Fat Brother. He reviews food and drinks with great taste, and many people trust his recommendations. Recently, he introduced your liquor online and praised it non-stop, saying amazing things about it. Now your liquor has become widely known. Li Yunpeng saw his review, combined with how good he himself felt after drinking your liquor, and decided to cooperate with you guys to develop the market further. Talk to Wang Yang and let us join in. Little sister is begging you. My future pocket money depends entirely on you. Big sis. Xiao, I understand now, but I can't give you an answer yet. I'll hang up first and discuss it with the boss, then get back to you. Talk later. Hello. Xiao listened to the busy tone on her phone, silently fuming. After hanging up, Xiaoya immediately went to find Wang Yang. Cooperation could be a good thing, but needed prompt handling. She remembered that Fat Brother hadn't seemed particularly special during his last visit. He just loved eating. Never imagined he'd be this influential. Wang Yang, I found out why. Li Yunpeng simply wants to partner with us to expand the market, promote our liquor, and make some profit. My sister has also invested a share. Recently, Fat Brother from Yanqing tried our liquor and promoted it online after returning. Now lots of people know about our high-quality liquor. That's why they're so eager to cooperate with us. Xiaoya, you know our distillery's production capacity. Right now, we simply don't have enough liquor available for sale. Also, newly brewed liquor needs aging. Must be stored for at least 3 months to develop its smooth, mellow flavor. Selling raw, unaged liquor directly onto the market goes against our long-term interests. Just like vegetables, quality takes time and requires patience. Let me think it over. Why don't we go check out the distillery right now? You can show me around. I've never been to the storage cave. Perfect chance for you to take me there. Wang Yang saw how enthusiastic Xiaoya was and realized she must be in a great mood today. He didn't want to dampen her spirits, so he decided to take her along. All right, since you're so eager to see it, I'll take you over there. I haven't been to Shu's place since I came back. Might as well check how much liquor they've produced lately. I'll show you around and let you witness the heritage of our century-old cave storage. Wang Yang said goodbye to Yu, telling her to stay behind and call him if anything came up. As they walked, Hutu and the others came running from the village. Seeing Wang Yang pass by, they joyfully circled around him. Behind them, Black Bear puffed heavily as it approached, clearly wanting to jump on Wang Yang too. Blackie, stop right there. I know you're excited and happy to see your big boss, but you're just too heavy. I can't handle your weight. I'll reward you tonight, but for now, just follow us. No more patrolling today. Hutu and the others immediately perked up. That's great. Boss, where are we going? Into the mountains? It's been ages since we went in. Take us with you. Let's get some exercise. Yeah, Blackie hasn't been into the mountains either for a long time. Haven't seen his buddies recently. Wonder how they've been. Wang Yang listened for a while and realized they all wanted to go play in the mountains. Probably getting bored staying in the village. Don't rush it. In a few days, I'll take you all into the mountains. These next few days are busy. We need to plant vegetables, and I have to check the germination rates here first. Once everything looks good, I'll bring you into the mountains to play, and you can spend a night in the space. Deal, boss. We'll just follow behind you now. You don't need to worry about us. After getting their agreement, Wang Yang continued leading Xiaoya toward the distillery. Xiaoyang, Xiaoya, you're here? Anything going on? Brewing has been steady lately. The liquor keeps getting better with each batch. The fermentation pools now have more beneficial bacteria, making the grain fermentation much more efficient. Come, let me show you around. Xinshu, you're in high spirits today. Sounds like the distillery's been producing some excellent batches recently. Have you tasted them? How are they? Yeah, Xinshu, tell me all about it. This is my first time seeing our distillery up close. You've got to give me a proper introduction today. I want to experience our liquor culture firsthand. Xiaoya chimed in excitedly. You two really act like a married couple. Such perfect harmony. Huh? Xinshu walked ahead, chuckling teasingly. Xiaoya blushed deeply, lowered her head, and quietly followed behind without saying another word. Chapter 131, The Brewing Workshop's Heritage. Mr. Shun led the way, gradually introducing the history of the brewing workshop. This brewery had been making liquor since the Qing dynasty, and the tradition had become an indispensable part of local people's lives. Nowadays everyone knows firewood, rice, oil, salt, soy sauce, vinegar, tea, but back then it wasn't called that. It was firewood, rice, oil, salt, soy sauce, vinegar, tea, and wine. Alcohol had once been essential in daily life. Later on, people got used to saying it without wine, possibly because food was scarce and making alcohol required grain. So wine was dropped from the list and its status in life declined. The current phrase reflects our real-life conditions. Now that grain production has increased, people have begun reviving this aspect of drinking culture again. Customs vary by region. One famous example is Xiuxian's Newer Hong, which is closely tied to people's lives and widely known. Legend has it that when a family had a daughter, they would brew a batch of wine upon her birth, store it away in a cellar, and bring it out during her wedding banquet. That's how Daughter Red became renowned. It symbolizes the love parents preserve for their daughter over the years. Mr. Shun turned to Xiaoya and said, You've seen the place already. Inside are just some very simple, basic tools. But our fermentation pits work extremely well. They're key to producing high-quality liquor. The longer we use them, the better the wine becomes. Now let me show you the aging cave. You've never been there before. Take a good look today. As manager, you need to understand every project we run. Regarding this cave, Wang Yang bought off that batch of vintage wine we stored during the Republican era. That was authentic 100-year aged liquor. This cave truly has housed century-old wines. Xiaoya, I'll now take you back to stories from 100 years ago, so you can develop deeper respect and appreciation for our liquor culture. So a single grain in spring, reap 10,000 bushels in autumn. Only with a bountiful harvest can our brewing industry flourish even more. Uncle Shun, after hearing you say that, I'm even more confident about our liquor. This place will keep improving, and our wine will become famous throughout the land. Keep up the great work, Uncle. After hearing Xiaoya's words, Old Man Shun paused momentarily, stopped his explanation, and fell into deep thought. Wang Yang, where did you take that 100-year-old vintage you bought? Why didn't you let us taste it? Have you started hoarding all the good stuff to yourself? How selfish. You complain about being poor every day, yet you won't share your fine liquor. Tonight, you absolutely must bring some so we can taste what true 100-year-old wine tastes like. My imagination is already running wild. I just hope you don't disappoint. Xiaoya finished speaking and stared at Wang Yang with bright, expectant eyes. What kind of look is that? It's like you're trying to eat me alive. Just looking at your expression gives me goosebumps. Wang Yang, go die. Ha. Soon, they arrived at the aging cave. The entrance had been upgraded with anti-theft measures, including hidden surveillance cameras. After pushing open the thick iron door, another sealed stone gate lay behind. It helped maintain constant temperature and stable air composition inside the cave. All right, let me turn on the lights. Watch your step. There are over 100 stone chambers here. In the future, we'll store wine in every one of them. Every year, we'll only retrieve a small portion. Then we must replenish it promptly. For every jar of old wine taken out, a new jar must be placed back in. Only by maintaining balance like this can the cellar carry on through generations. Wang Yang explained as they walked. Wow, this place is huge. Your ancestors were amazing, Uncle Shun, carving out such a massive space just for storing wine. Absolutely incredible. The innermost chamber is already full, and the second one is nearly packed too. You guys are awesome. How much wine is stored here? We're just shy of 5,000 jin. Each large vat holds 300 jin. Count them if you want to check. Our output is limited, restricted by space and raw materials. Only high-quality sorghum can produce top-grade liquor. Xiaoya, do you want to try some of the wine here? Better not. I'll drink it home next time. I'm still on duty right now. Don't you see the boss standing beside me? Are you trying to get me in trouble? After hearing Xiaoya's comment, Wang Yang immediately rolled his eyes at her. Me getting you in trouble? How could I survive tomorrow if I did that? With spiritual awareness, he scanned the oldest stored liquor. It was finally ready to drink. It seemed this cave played quite an important role. He hadn't realized it earlier. After finishing the tour, Mr. Shen carefully sealed the stone gate again and locked the security door tightly. This place held everything the brewing workshop had accomplished. It couldn't afford any damage. Uncle Shun, how much sorghum do we have left? If it's not enough, I can haul another batch over. We can't stop brewing. Now that someone's promoting us, our wine will quickly gain fame. You should mentally prepare yourselves. Xiaoyang, really? Someone's already noticed our liquor this soon? Looks like the old saying, good wine needs no bush, still holds some truth. Don't worry, I'll take care of everything. We still have sorghum in reserve, but you can bring another truckload if you want. I won't have to stress over raw materials then. Hearing that Wang Yang had been supplying all the sorghum, Xiaoyu became even more curious. How come this guy was involved in everything? She didn't dwell on it, though, and instead urged him, Wang Yang, didn't you hear what Uncle Shin said? Get us another batch of sorghum. You're not busy right now, so hurry up and figure out how to bring a full truckload. The brewery must level up. It's just as important now as vegetable farming. These two ventures are equal in status now. Uncle Shun, hearing Xiaoya's words, smiled quietly to himself. It felt good being taken seriously. He couldn't help but feel a little pleased. Joining in the teasing, he added, that's right, Xiaoyang. Since you've got nothing else going on, go fetch us another truckload of sorghum. This is important. Needs to be done immediately. I've got things to do, so I'm heading back now. No more hanging around with you two. Wang Yang watched Uncle Shin walk away, then turned to look at Xiaoya. What are you staring at? Didn't you hear what we said? Get moving already. I'm leaving too. You don't need to follow me around. With that, Xiaoya turned and left. Wang Yang stood there for a moment until Hu Tu spoke up. Boss, what's wrong with you? Why are you spacing out? Come on, let's go. There's nothing interesting here anyway. Let's head home. Da Mao, Air Mao, San Mao, Si Mao, and Hei Zi were all urging Wang Yang to go back and get them something delicious. Alright, let's go home first. I'll send you guys into the space to play for a bit. Then I've got to head out again to pick up the sorghum. From now on, I should keep a stockpile of sorghum stored in the warehouse. That way, even if I'm not around, they can just take it from there. Back at the courtyard, he brought Hu Tu and the others into his space, locked the gate, and went over to the experimental greenhouse to drive away the box truck. Soon, he arrived at the warehouse. Just like before, he first checked the warehouse to make sure no one had been there. Satisfied, he teleported a batch of sorghum from his space and filled the truck to the brim. Then he drove back to the brewery. Unloading? That wasn't his responsibility. He simply left the truck parked there and let Uncle Shun handle the rest. Afterward, he headed over to check on the glass greenhouses. Chapter 132, Flourishing with Promise. Arriving at the glass greenhouse, Wang Yang saw that village chief uncle had already finished sowing 3 daven with his team. One greenhouse was dedicated to growing cream spinach, another to bok choy, while carrots, long beans, and cilantro were planted together in a third. The direct seeding vegetables were now completely planted. With many hands working together, tasks moved quickly, and the small agricultural machinery here proved quite effective. Wang Yang walked over and said with a smile, Uncle, you all worked fast. I thought it would take 2 days to finish planting. Everyone must be tired. Xiaoyang, replied the village chief. Today I truly saw the power of technology. Things are completely different now compared to the past. Back in our day, we used simple tools like iron picks, hoes, and rakes. We pulled water carts with tricycles to irrigate the fields. But look at our new farming equipment now. Whether it's tilling, loosening soil, leveling land, or sowing seeds, efficiency is much higher. Now many villagers know how to operate them, and they're very easy to use. We don't have to endure such hard labor anymore. That old way of facing the soil and turning our backs to the sky has truly changed. And the automatic sprinkler systems inside these greenhouses can be adjusted anytime based on real-time conditions. It's so convenient. Uncle, don't get too excited, Wang Yang laughed. This is just the beginning. It'll only get better from here. As long as everyone keeps working hard, I'll lead us all toward shared prosperity. Now you're all part of the cooperative. I see the greenhouse is undergoing misting treatment, probably to increase humidity. The temperature here is also suitable. Everyone clean up and return the farming tools to storage. Be sure to maintain them properly. Let's go check on the seedling trays together. Wang Yang first walked toward Master Lin Haitian alongside village chief uncle. The workers would join them later after putting away their tools. Master Lin, how's everything going here? Is there anything that needs improvement? Manager Wang, Uncle Village Chief, you're here. Perfect timing, come take a look. These trays are all pre-sown with seedlings. Each cell contains 1 vegetable seedling. They'll sprout in a few days. After germination, they'll need a few more days before transplanting. So far, we've completed seeding for tomatoes, cucumbers, eggplants, and bitter melons. This afternoon, we'll finish seeding peppers, celery, lettuce, and okra. We should complete everything today. Manager Wang, your greenhouse construction and facilities are quite advanced. This will save us lots of trouble down the line. These monitoring instruments provide data whenever we need it. In the future, we could establish a dedicated team solely for seedling production. Later on, we can even sell seedlings on the market. That's another way to increase income. Wang Yang looked at Lin Haitian thoughtfully. A true professional always sees further ahead. He was already thinking about a new direction for expansion. The seedling market offered tremendous growth potential. Ever since the pandemic ended, many city dwellers started growing vegetables on their balconies, just in case. Master Lin, your idea is excellent, but we'll need to wait a bit. For now, our priority is producing seedlings for ourselves. Once old Master Tang achieves a breakthrough, I'll lift this restriction. You'll just need to be patient. For now, everything you're doing looks great. I won't interfere much. Just remember to remind me promptly when the water tank runs low. I'll head back now. I'm leaving this place in your capable hands. Uncle Village Chief, are you leaving too? You go ahead, Xiaoyang. I'll stay a bit longer and learn from Master Lin. There are many automated devices here. They'll take some time to fully understand. You go handle your things. If anything comes up, I'll let you know. Wang Yang glanced at the village chief and then left, heading first toward the fish pond and planning to visit the old man afterward. Fishing enthusiasts these days really deserved respect. No matter how cold it got, even in wind or rain, someone would always show up to fish. Their persistence was admirable. Though these anglers rarely caught big fish, once their stubbornness kicked in, the results were surprising. Several regulars came every single day. Although Wang Yang didn't visit often, he knew these people were quite interesting. Yin Ge here again? How's your catch today? Oh, boss is here. Haven't seen you in days. Heard you went back home. How's everything there? Same as always, all good. Come by my place later for dinner. I'll treat you guys. Better not. Looks like another wasted trip today. Your fish are so smart. Big ones appear right after baiting, but never bite the hook. Honestly, I think we come here daily just to feed your fish, huh? Alright then, keep at it. Send someone to find me if anything happens. Wang Yang then chatted briefly with Pao Ge. His catch today wasn't bad, small fish, none large, but each about a finger in length. Pao Ge, you're way better than Yin Ge. He didn't catch a single thing, but you've got quite a few. Congrats today. I'm serious. Boss Wang, don't laugh at me. Where do you get those big fish you stock here? Tell me, so I can buy some too. I'll set up my own pond and host fishing events. My daily income wouldn't be bad at all then. Can you supply me with some breeding stock? I won't order from others. I'd rather get them from you. If that doesn't work, how about you take a share in my business? What do you say, Boss Wang? Pao Ge, are you serious? I can definitely supply you with some big fish, but forget the partnership. I'll pass on that. Though keep in mind, the price won't be cheap. You might not know why so many restaurants come here every day to buy fish. Even when they can't get any, they still send people to wait. The reason is simple. The fish here aren't just wild. They're extremely nutritious. Completely unpolluted, excellent for nourishing the body. Hospital staff come daily to reserve them in advance. Really? I never thought of that. But then again, do people ever come here to steal your fish? Pao Ge, I'll only tell you this. Most people don't know, and the restaurants keep it quiet too. After all, if too many find out, the business wouldn't last. Just keep it to yourself. If you still want fish, I'll give you a batch. Consider it goodwill for your constant support. I'll think it over when I get home. That was just a joke earlier. You go ahead and stay busy, boss. I'm going back to fishing. I'm determined to catch a big one today and take it home for dinner. Seeing how focused Pao Ge was, Wang Yang didn't disturb him further. He used his spiritual sense to check on the fry in the pond and found them all healthy. Then, finding a secluded spot, he poured in some space water. Soon, all the fish swam toward it. Wang Yang didn't linger long before leaving and heading toward the poultry house. Old master, are you there? I've come to see you. You're here, boy. Why shout so loud? I can hear just fine. Come in. Old master, I reckon you're the most relaxed person in the village. Lying in your recliner, pipe in hand, a pot of tea beside you. Anyone seeing this would envy your life. Still teasing me, huh? Have you even looked around to see how many chickens, ducks, and geese I have? Feeding them takes up most of my day. In winter, food outside is scarce, so I've got to feed them regularly, 3 or 4 times a day. Plus cleaning up after them now and then. Hardly a moment's rest. And here you are, acting like I'm idle. Did you bring wine at least? Wine? What wine? If you want some, go ask Master Shen. He produces a new batch every few days. If that fails, head to the storage cave and grab a few jars. My own liquor hasn't steeped yet. Once it's ready, I'll bring some over. I just came to check things today. You sit tight. I'll take a look inside. Sly you are. Not even you believe what you just said. Fine, I'll just wait. A few days sooner or later. It makes little difference anyway. Chapter 133. Recruited 5 more golden leopards. Wang Yang entered the poultry shed and saw many chicks, ducklings, and goslings pecking at food, some chasing and playing, utterly carefree. He went straight to the water source, poured out some spatial water, and filled the troughs. All the chickens, ducks, and geese crowded around Wang Yang, chirping and quacking. Then they rushed toward the troughs, scrambling for the fresh water, creating a chaotic scene filled with overlapping calls. Wang Yang increased the flow of spatial water. Outside, the old man lay on his reclining chair, indifferent to the commotion inside. He knew Wang Yang had secrets and chose not to pry. After more than half an hour, all the birds were finally full and gradually calmed down. Some found spots to lie down and sleep. The more energetic ones started playing again. The old man had kept everything in perfect order, cleaning the hygiene meticulously. With nothing left to do, he simply walked out. Old man, when does your grandson get off school? He's been back quite a while now, yet I haven't seen him once. I've been busy lately and haven't had time to go into the mountains. I've read through the notes you gave me. I've memorized the location. I'll head in soon and help you find that person. All right, I know. My grandson will be back soon too. If there's nothing else, go back now. I'm resting here for a bit. Don't disturb me. Next time, bring me some good wine. As for Shun Qua's brew, forget it. Unless aged for a year, it kills your appetite. Got it, old man. You rest well. I won't disturb you anymore. After speaking, Wang Yang stepped out of the poultry shed. He released his divine sense, scanning the entire wasteland. No large predatory animals had appeared. Only a few weasels were digging holes on a distant hill, and some field mice scurrying about. Walking around the perimeter, he also noticed several snakes hibernating underground, completely motionless. After a moment's thought, he decided not to disturb them. Then he walked over to the wooded area behind, checking for any signs of large animal activity. It had been a long time since villagers mentioned encountering wildlife. Wang Yang wasn't at ease unless he checked himself, so he walked through personally, to be certain, and ready to deal with anything on the spot. Winter was bleak. All deciduous trees had shed their leaves, covering the ground in a layer of dead foliage, turning everything into shades of dry yellow. The snow had melted away completely, leaving the soil damp. There indeed were traces of animal activity, but none had approached the village. They turned back, likely because they hadn't found what they sought. Wang Yang released tiger head, big fur, second fur, third fur, fourth fur, and fifth fur from his space, but let Heisey stay inside. Tiger Head, you guys check these tracks, sniff the scent. We'll follow them and see what kind of animal's been active nearby. I'll come after you, just don't run too fast. Got it, boss. We'll definitely find them. Big Fur, Second Fur, Third Fur, Fourth Fur, and Fifth Fur barked excitedly as Wang Yang followed behind, dashing deeper into the woods. He used his divine sense to scan the surroundings, investigating every odd or suspicious place. Boss, seems like a leopard passed through here. Why don't you release those 2 golden leopards from your space? Let them take a look. Maybe they can track their kin. True. Wait a sec. I'll summon them. After checking that no one was nearby, he brought out the 2 golden leopards. Boss, why did you call us out? Do you need something? I'll give you both names first. It'll make communication easier. One of you will be Jin Bao, the other Yun Bao. Sounds good, right? We love it, boss. I'll be Jin Bao, and my mate will be Yun Bao. Jin Bao, examine these tracks. Could they be from your own kind? Jin Bao and Yun Bao circled the area. Soon, they actually detected the trail of another golden leopard. After signaling to Wang Yang, they charged off in one direction. They quickly dashed into the mountains. The forest here was thick. Though many leaves had fallen, the terrain remained difficult to traverse. They advanced with frequent stops, eventually arriving near the entrance of a valley. Wang Yang observed it carefully. Clearly, few people had ever come here. It was wild and tangled. Vines, short trees, knee-high dead grass, and twisted ancient trunks intertwined to form an isolated ecosystem. Jin Bao and Yun Bao had already raced inside. Big Fur, Second Fur, Third Fur, Fourth Fur, and Fifth Fur spread around the perimeter on guard. Tiger Head stayed close to Wang Yang, vigilant. Occasionally, small animals darted out, but Wang Yang didn't allow Big Fur and the others to chase them. They waited silently at the edge, watching closely, expecting news from Jin Bao and Yun Bao as they led the way. About 15 minutes passed, and still there was no movement. Wang Yang began to worry that Jin Bao and Yun Bao might be in trouble, so he slowly moved forward with Tiger Head and the others, a collapsible baton already in hand. He carefully pushed aside obstructing branches along the way. It took him quite some time to advance. Without Tiger Head and the rest leading the way, it would have been nearly impossible to track Jin Bao and Yun Bao's direction. The forest here was simply too dense. After half an hour of walking, he finally heard the roar of a leopard ahead. Wang Yang quickened his pace and soon found them. 3 leopards stood facing each other in confrontation. Behind them were several cubs. A female leopard, clearly terrified that Jin Bao might harm her young. Wang Yang suddenly appeared within the mother leopard's line of sight, and she immediately grew agitated. Seeing that Jin Bao and Yun Bao weren't injured, he signaled them to fall back. Wang Yang then walked toward the female leopard, sending calming messages through his divine sense. Soon, he received a response from her. Human, why have you come into my territory? This place belongs to me. Can you please take them away and leave without harming my cubs? We followed the traces you left to get here. Why did you go to our village? Could you tell me? We won't hurt you. We only came to check. I went there on instinct, nothing more. I've never harmed humans. I just inspected the area nearby and returned. I found nothing beneficial for us. Now that I've told you everything, will you please leave with them? Wang Yang looked silently at the golden leopard, then glanced at the 4 small cubs behind her. This mother was quite fertile, managing to raise 4 offspring all by herself. After a moment's thought, he pulled out a basin from his space and placed it on the ground, filling it with spatial water. Then, he stepped back with Tiger Head, Jin Bao, and the others. The mother leopard watched his actions, but didn't move. Human, what is that thing you've placed? Is it for us? Go smell it and find out. We mean you no harm. I simply wish to take you all away from here. Your 4 cubs aren't capable of protecting themselves yet. With me, they'll always have enough to eat and grow stronger. Before the mother even approached, all 4 cubs dashed over, surrounding the basin and gulping down the spatial water noisily. They seemed delighted, letting out joyful little cries as they drank. Seeing that Wang Yang made no further moves, the mother leopard cautiously approached her cubs. She nudged them gently, then sniffed at the water herself. After a tentative sip, she began drinking unconsciously, and the cubs quickly scrambled back to fight over the remaining water. This is exactly what I was searching for. I never expected it to come from you. Were my kind drawn to you because of this? You guessed correctly. They now live in another world. I can bring you there too. With that, he summoned the 2 other leopards from his space. They circled around Wang Yang affectionately, rubbing against him before rushing to join Jin Bao and Yun Bao. The mother leopard froze in shock, completely unprepared for this human suddenly producing 2 fully grown leopards from nowhere. Still, she exhaled deeply, visibly relaxing. Wang Yang stepped forward again, and this time, she made no aggressive move, only stared intently at him. Wang Yang crouched down and picked up the 4 cubs. They growled cutely, their threats weak and playful. When they realized it had no effect, they simply returned to the basin, continuing to drink without caring about the annoying human anymore. Have you decided? I can bring you inside to see for yourself. He summoned Tiger Head and the others, called over Jin Bao's family, and brought them all into his space. Now, Wang Yang stood alone facing the mother leopard. Human, where did you put them? How did you do that? Wang Yang remained silent for a moment. First, he drew the 4 small golden leopards into his space. The mother instantly panicked upon seeing her cubs vanish, roaring fiercely at Wang Yang. Calm down. I'll bring you in too, and you'll find your children. With those words, he reached out toward the mother. At first, she resisted instinctively, but then gradually relaxed. In an instant, she was drawn into the space. Wang Yang followed right after. Chapter 134, The Arrival of Migratory Birds. How does it feel? Do you want to live here? I'll take you to see the grasslands, said Wang Yang, leading all the animals onto the open plains. This place is so fertile, so much food. We could live much better here without worrying about hunger. Can we stay? The female leopard pleaded with Wang Yang. Of course you can. Otherwise, I wouldn't have brought you in. There are many animals I've taken in already, and they're living very well here. I've carved out a cave for you on a nearby hillside. Make that your home. For now, you can only hunt chickens, ducks, geese, and rabbits on the grassland. Other animal populations are still too small, so you mustn't hunt them, understand? There are also a few South China tigers here, but don't attack each other. I'll inform them as well not to harm you. I'm leaving now, you may move freely. Wang Yang notified the Tiger King not to attack the 5 clouded leopards, then exited the space with Tiger Head, Da Mao, Air Mao, San Mao, and Sea Mao. He wandered around the valley, eventually finding some wild yam roots. It took great effort to dig them out. With winter approaching, plant tubers stored vast amounts of energy. These wild yams were especially nutritious at this time, capable of replenishing abundant yang energy into the body. Realizing the hour was growing late, although there were still many plants and animals left unexplored, he didn't linger any longer. Instead, he scattered grains across the area, serving as winter provisions for the local wildlife. The winter sky was crystal clear. Sunlight pierced through thin clouds, casting a gentle warmth that slightly eased the cold. Golden rays bathed the valley, making everything appear beautiful and harmonious. Walking back, he couldn't help but recall a poem. Through misty clouds I seek an ancient path. In foggy silence I hear flowing streams. Climbing mountains unaware of the way. Quiet trails accompany life's journey. This trip had truly been rewarding. He'd taken in 5 new clouded leopards. Today hadn't been in vain. Ring ring ring. His phone rang from his pocket. It was Xiaoya calling. Could she be bringing up Li Yunpeng's collaboration again? Xiaoya, what's up? Wang Yang, I've got good news. We've got a huge flock of migratory birds arriving. The fish pond is filled with egrets, ducks, and countless other birds whose names I don't even know. So many species. You need to come quickly. We must discuss how to protect them. Their arrival proves our environment is excellent and highly suitable for wildlife. Our fish pond will become famous because of this. By the way, where are you? Why haven't I seen you in the village? With something this big happening, you're missing it. Don't tell me you've gone off having fun again. What are you talking about? I was just checking the mountains, and I'm heading back now. Be right there. Just get someone to maintain order first. No tourists or villagers should harm these migratory birds. This is a precious gift from nature itself. In the future, people will more readily accept our vegetables, fish, livestock, and homemade wine. This incident silently elevates our entire village's image. Don't mess it up. I'll be back soon. Got it. Always bossing me around. Wang Yang quickened his pace. The arrival of migratory birds was unexpected, yet clearly, more would likely follow. In recent years, Xian's overall environment had dramatically improved. Whether in urban districts or surrounding suburbs, lake areas had expanded significantly. More lakes, more afforestation. Massive tree planting campaigns, ecological restoration efforts, river pollution controls, and increased wetland parks, especially along the Chamba River, had boosted aquatic biodiversity. Fish populations and species variety had visibly risen, offering abundant food sources for migratory birds, which explained their arrival. Xinjiazhai benefited from this broader environmental transformation. On top of that, Wang Yang occasionally infused spatial water into the fish pond, giving its water quality an edge in attracting birds. They could sense which locations were better for resting and feeding. Now, many streamers lived in Xinjiazhai. Armed with live streaming equipment, they stood by the pond capturing footage while narrating live. Their broadcasts piqued curiosity among city dwellers. How could such a small village attract so many migratory birds? Crowds began rushing toward the site. Fishing enthusiasts had no choice but to pack up their rods. The birds covered the entire surface of the pond, packed tightly together. Like everyone else, they pulled out their phones to film, some excitedly calling friends and family. That's the Chinese merganser. And over there, mallards. Look, more than 10 gray herons over there. So beautiful. Mom, are those great egrets? Can we keep a few at home? White-eared pheasant, Chinese pendulum tit, green-winged teal, mallard, spot-billed duck, white-tailed snipe, black-headed gull, water pipit, Dorian redstart, white-tailed eagle, long-eared owl, oriental white stork, black-tailed godwit, common sandpiper, herring gull, chestnut thrush, red-tailed shrike. How come there are so many species? At that moment, a seasoned birdwatcher named xiuxian arrived and began counting the different types of migratory birds. The tourists and villagers behind him, hearing him call out various bird names, gathered around curiously, urging him to explain everything to everyone, as most people couldn't recognize these migratory birds. xiuxian could only briefly explain the reasons while introducing the names of the birds. Xi'an lies on the edge of the central route of China's migratory bird flyway. Improvements in the natural environment have continuously increased the variety of overwintering migratory birds. With the recent restoration of the Wei River, Chan River, and Ba River, water quality has greatly improved. At the same time, the expansion of green spaces provides ample food for these birds during winter. Look, this is the wild goose-bearing letters, the swan goose. The black bird with a small white patch on its head is the common coot. Those tiny black dots on distant branches are cormorants. Over there is the relatively rare Chinese pendulum tit. We seldom get to see them. The larger white ones over there are oriental white storks. Aren't they beautiful? There are quite a few bird species here, many of which are Class 1 or Class 2 nationally protected species. You can observe them from a distance, but please don't approach too closely. How good an ecological environment is, birds know best. Wild birds, especially gray herons and great egrets, are quite sensitive to environmental and climatic changes. They're like a barometer for ecological conditions. We've got more than a dozen gray herons and some great egrets here, which clearly shows the local environment is excellent. But I'm puzzled as to why they aren't heading to the Chamba National Wetland Park for winter. Why did they fly here instead? That part one can't figure out right now. I just hope everyone can care for these birds and avoid harming them. After xiuxian finished explaining, everyone clapped and cheered for him. At that moment, village chief uncle arrived with other villagers to help maintain order in the area, without disturbing the tourists' enjoyment of watching the flocks. More and more people kept arriving, temporarily making the village feel crowded. Yet everyone was happy. During winter, it was none of a rare chance to take their families out for a pleasant outing. Chapter 135, Contacting the Flock. Wang Yang returned to the village very late, almost dark already. There were still many people lingering around, reluctant to part with the migratory birds. Some children were feeding them and occasionally petting the birds, each child beaming with innocent joy. The story continued spreading rapidly online. Friends from other provinces expressed envy toward those living nearby. In time, Xinjiazhai might become a popular cod destination. Xiaoyang, you're finally back. Why didn't you say anything before going into the mountains? Everyone was really worried about you. Village chief uncle, you've been managing things just fine. Besides, as the village chief, don't you call the shots on everything anyway? This time I went up the mountain because I found traces of large animal activity near the village. Since nothing urgent needed doing, I took Hutu and the others along to check it out. There are so many visitors coming in now, we need to strengthen our security. Plus, some of the kids here are particularly mischievous. If they sneak into the mountains again and run into one of these animals, the consequences would be unimaginable. I tamed 2 leopards this time. I didn't bring them into the village yet, left them to settle somewhere nearby instead. Please don't mention this to anyone for now. We don't want to cause unnecessary tension among the villagers. You've got 2 more leopards now? And there's still that black bear at your place. Are you turning your home into a zoo? Leopards are dangerous predators, you know. This would scare people, Wang Yang. You deal with it yourself. Don't even tell me anymore. I don't know what to say to you. Just go take a look at these migratory birds first. None of us ever had direct contact with them before. How we should handle this, you young folks figure it out. Don't worry, village chief uncle. The arrival of these migratory birds is great news. Tomorrow I'll ask Qinjinhua to help set up a buffer zone to minimize human disturbance. There are plenty of fish fry in the pond. It won't hurt letting the birds eat freely. I'll also install some artificial nests around the area, so we can convince a portion of them to stay here over winter. I'll head over now. Go ahead and tend to your matters. Wang Yang made his way through the crowd to the fish pond. The lake's surface was packed with various flocks of birds. They swam freely, groups of 3 or 5 playing and chasing each other in the water. From time to time, a bird would dive beneath the surface, emerging with a small fish clamped in its beak. The cormorants were feasting the most enthusiastically. He had always assumed they were mainly domesticated, but the wild population appeared just as robust, each one bloated with full bellies. Twilight was settling in, and some of the tourists had already left. Wang Yang noticed several birds perching on trees near the pond, while others flew toward the woods behind the village. Clearly, they had their own destinations in mind. There were still countless migratory birds on the water, some traveling with their families. It seemed they intended to spend the night right along the shore. He wondered how Old Master was doing. The poultry shed would surely attract lingering birds too, possibly even flying inside and mingling with the chickens, ducks, and geese. Wang Yang first went to his parents' residence, fetched a basin, filled it with food, then headed quietly to an unoccupied section of the fish pond. He scattered some grain onto the water surface. Immediately, some birds began flocking over, those clearly more trusting of humans, while others stayed at a distance, watching his every move warily. Among the approaching birds were swan geese, egrets, and even seagulls. He couldn't imagine how the latter had flown this far inland, but none seemed afraid. They chirped and chattered noisily at him. Green-headed ducks, gray-legged geese, and Chinese mergansers paddled over as well, eating the grains floating on the surface. Some food sank down and was snatched by larger fish below. Seeing no one approaching, Wang Yang quietly drew spatial water from his space and sprinkled it onto the water. Instantly, the entire flock surged toward him. Some even took flight overhead, circling around him and quacking excitedly. Numerous fish floated up to the surface, and all the birds dove in, snatching prey with agile precision, each dip and swoop yielding a fish. Bolder individuals landed directly on Wang Yang's body, affectionately pecking at him. Others flew straight into the basin, gorging themselves without hesitation. Faced with this chaos, he simply emptied the remaining grain onto the ground, letting the birds come pick at it naturally. With no one else coming near, Wang Yang released even more spatial water into the pond. The scene erupted into greater frenzy. As the spatial water spread and expanded, more fish surfaced, some even leaping clear of the water, pursued closely by birds midair. Looks like he'd need to get a small boat for the pond soon. Would make feeding much easier later on. As the commotion grew, someone noticed the unusual activity and began running toward Wang Yang, though there was nothing he could do to stop it. Erniu, leading Gongzi and followed closely by Tuanshuan, Lele, Kiki, Gui'er, and Xiaobuting, arrived with a full entourage. Several villagers and tourists trailed behind as well. Uncle Wang Yang, why didn't you bring us along to feed these beautiful birds? You came all the way to this quiet spot, just to get cozy with them on your own. We haven't played with you in such a long time. Next time you can't do this. You have to include us. Gui'er tugged at Wang Yang's shirt, scolding him. The other children quickly joined in, piling on their complaints. Alright, I'll bring you next time. But too many people might scare the birds away. Since you're here now, I'll let you take a close look, but no loud talking. With that, Wang Yang stepped onto the water's edge, gently picked up a white egret, and brought it over so the children could examine it up close. Brother Ernie, you came too. Are you in charge of watching the kids today? My wife got dragged off by xiuxian, so these little ones are stuck with me. I've got no choice but to tag along. Not one of them listens. Every time they see something interesting, they rush over to crowd around it. There are too many people in the village now. We need someone keeping an eye on them. I'm really afraid one of them might get lost. Shinshigu, we're your fans. Can we also get a closer look at these migratory birds? Maybe even take some photos? Could you help us out? Everyone's so enthusiastic. Wait a moment. I'll bring over the basin. There's still some food left inside. I'll divide it up for you. Go ahead and try feeding them yourselves. If any birds come near, snap some pictures together, then share them with each other later, okay? Wang Yang handed over the basin directly, letting them distribute the food among themselves. Each took a portion and started scattering grain around. To their delight, several birds actually flew over. Everyone was thrilled. Many managed to capture close-up shots of the birds, while those who missed out could only sigh and blame their bad luck. Night had fully fallen now, and people gradually began to disperse. Some chose to stay overnight in Xinjiazhai. There were homestays available, and meals were convenient. Most others drove back home. Chapter 136. Li Yunpeng and his team come to discuss cooperation. After everyone had left, Wang Yang observed through his spiritual sense that some migratory birds had simply settled down by the pond to sleep. Most of them had flown into trees within the village for the night. Today's arrivals numbered in the hundreds, still not yet at peak volume. After a moment of thought, he took out his phone and called Chun Jinhua. Brother Chun, I need to install some guardrails around the fish pond and set up artificial bird nests. Can you handle that? This is simple. I can do it. One day and it'll be done. Should we enclose your entire fish pond? I've heard you've got some migratory birds showing up. We'll need to protect them. I'll send people tomorrow specifically for this job. I guarantee it'll look good and elegant. Appreciate it, Brother Chun. Just send me the itemized list later, and I'll have finance transfer the payment. You go ahead and take care of things. Wang Yang walked alone along the edge of the pond, observing different species of migratory birds with his spiritual awareness. He also managed to bring several into his space, encouraging them to reproduce and grow the flock. He kept scanning the surroundings to prevent any predators from approaching the resting birds. Before dawn the next day, Wang Yang arrived early at the pond's edge. He saw many birds already feeding but did not disturb them. Instead, he headed straight toward the poultry sheds. The old man was already awake, cleaning the shed. Old master, got a task for you. With all these flocks arriving, there might be times when food runs short. Could you spare some time to feed them occasionally? I'll bring over the grain shortly. Mr. Chun from the construction company will come today to install guardrails around the pond, part of protecting these birds. Got it. Some wild ducks have already sneaked in. See those over there? Little rascals. They spotted plenty of food here and just flew right in, treating the place like their own home. That's true. Appreciate your effort, old master. I'll go wait for the workers now. You go on. Nothing urgent here. Maybe you should fence off that patch of wasteland too. Pick a section and build some shelters, just something to shield against wind and rain. Come next spring, release some cattle and sheep inside. No need for constant supervision. Think about it. Better get it all done at once so we don't have to bother later. Alright, I understand. I'll contact Brother Chun right away to measure the area. I'm heading off now, old master. He returned to the fish pond and transferred numerous freshwater fish directly from his space into the pond, ensuring the migratory birds would eat their fill and that the population of fish wouldn't diminish. As he paced around the pond, he occasionally poured water from his space into it, doing his best to improve the birds' health, and scattered large amounts of grain nearby. Xiaoyang, you're up early. Take a look at the renderings. I had someone work overnight on them. What do you think of this installation design? Looks great. Proceed exactly like this. But don't enclose the willow trees within the fence. Add some benches nearby instead. Earlier I spoke with the old man. He suggested fencing off that wasteland. We plan to introduce cattle and sheep there next spring. Could you make arrangements for that too? Build a row of simple sheds, enough to shelter the animals from wind and rain. I'm assigning this job to you as well. Finish it as soon as possible. Let me show you around first. No problem. Let's go measure the area now. Leave the rest to me. You can relax. I'll start work immediately, making sure not to scare the birds. Wang Yang led Chen around the site, then let him proceed independently without further following. Tourists in the village were noticeably increasing. Many had traveled long distances to come. Numerous bird enthusiasts also arrived, equipped with highly professional photography gear. They were incredibly patient, often taking the same shot dozens of times, clear proof of their dedication. The visitors from yesterday had already begun touring the village, snapping photos in various styles. They focused on the retro-style buildings, local residents, snacks, and handicrafts. After visiting the glass greenhouses, their curiosity about Xinjiazhai deepened. Everything here brimmed with vitality, far removed from the image of a small rural village, more resembling a beautiful urban park. Every street was spotlessly clean, with trash bins placed at regular intervals and villagers patrolling routinely. The people looked energetic and cheerful, each wearing a smile of genuine happiness. Inside the glass greenhouses, seedling cultivation continued, and tourists were invited in to observe. They gained first-hand experience of modern agricultural development models, an impression they would carry back and share, indirectly promoting Xinjiazhai far and wide. At that moment, Xiaoya arrived leading a group looking for Wang Yang. He recognized them all. It seemed they hadn't wasted any time. Welcome all of you again for a visit. Xiao, you're here too. Let your sister take good care of everyone. Since you've all come, please come over to my place and have a seat. The office space isn't ready yet. Brother Wang, we're disturbing you again. This time, we hope for cooperative success. Don't worry, we have strong connections in Xian, and this will be an equal partnership. We won't let you down, Li Yunpeng said as he stepped forward and shook hands with Wang Yang. Let's talk at home first. This isn't the right place for business discussions. Actually, I also want to share my thoughts. Listen to them carefully. Please. After saying this, Wang Yang led them toward his house. As soon as he opened the courtyard gate, Tiger, Big Mao, Second Mao, Third Mao, Fourth Mao, and Blackie rushed over, startling the group, who instinctively backed away. Everyone, don't be afraid. Blackie won't hurt anyone, and you've already met Tiger and the others. Come on in and sit down. Brother Wang, you're truly amazing. Keeping a black bear as a pet. And these 5 dogs you've raised are extraordinary. We really envy you, Li Yunfei said. Then Zhao Jiaming added. Brother Wang, I can clearly see it now. You're no ordinary person. Us common folks must seem laughable to you. Come on now, Xiaoya, show our guests in. I'll go make tea. This is Longjing tea I brought back from Lion Peak Mountain. Try some. Wang Yang poured each person a cup, including one for himself, then picked up his teacup and took a sip. Excellent tea, though we don't know how to properly appreciate it. To us, it just tastes good. Brother Wang, the reason we came today is to discuss partnering with you on the liquor business. Give us a straight answer. Can we work together? You brothers are really in a hurry, huh? Let me first explain our current situation, and you listen carefully. The distillery was only recently built. We haven't produced much sorghum liquor yet, only a few thousand genes so far, and all of it needs aging and storage. So forget about launching immediately. That doesn't match our positioning. We're aiming for premium quality ingredients, and our liquor will follow a high-end route. It's simply not suitable for mass market distribution. I'm open to cooperation, but you'll need to restudy the market yourselves and develop the high-end segment independently. Brother Wang, we agree with what you said. We do have access to high-end venues. Now tell us, how should profits be split? I'll provide the base price and quantity. After that, you decide your own pricing, figure it out among yourselves. So you mean you'll only take the factory price, and we set our own retail prices? You're even giving up part of the profit margin. Is that how I should understand it? Yes. I don't want to get too involved. I'll sell to you at factory price, and whatever you sell it for afterward is up to you, but never below my set price. Also, we operate on cash-on delivery, no credit. If you agree, we can sign a contract. Going forward, you'll be the exclusive agent for Shaanxi. In other regions, I'll work with different partners. I hope you understand. Fair enough. We accept these terms. Great. Then we have a deal. Xiaoya, draft the contract. Once our lawyers review it, we'll sign the formal agreement. Now that business is settled, everyone relax. From now on, we're not just partners, we're friends. I hope none of us ever betray one another. Anyone who does will bear the consequences on their own. Chapter 137. The vegetables have sprouted. As time passed, more and more tourists began visiting Xinjiazhai every day. The number of migratory birds also increased significantly, with several new flocks arriving one after another. Both the quantity and variety of birds had grown substantially. Chenggu had finished building the railings around the pond. The fish pond now looked much more attractive and elegant. The surrounding area had been tidied up as well, and inside the railings, numerous beautifully designed artificial nests were added, each in a different style, becoming a unique attraction of Xinjiazhai. Every day, large crowds of visitors came specifically to see the birds, drawing in many online streamers. Xinjiazhai had quickly become an internet-famous check-in spot. Chenggu had also fenced off that patch of wasteland with sturdy barriers since livestock such as cattle and sheep would be raised there later. A row of simple shelters was built inside, capable of withstanding wind, rain, and even heavy snow. Wang Yang discussed with village chief uncle about purchasing a batch of cattle and sheep early from the livestock market. They also hired people specifically to take care of the animals, which further attracted tourists for sightseeing. Wang Yang, I've drafted the contract and had it reviewed by the law firm. Take a look, and just sign below if everything looks good. Once both parties sign this agreement, we'll need to deliver a batch of liquor by year-end, so make sure you're prepared. Let them know the exact quantity in advance. By the way, the vegetables in the greenhouse have started sprouting. Village chief uncle wants you to go take a look. Master Lin's seedling cultivation has been very successful too. He's currently organizing people for transplanting. We might have our first harvest by the end of this month. Make sure to contact your partners. Got it, thanks. When will our office space be ready? Has Chun Gu given a specific timeline? Shouldn't be long now. I noticed he's been transporting a lot of prefabricated components from outside lately. Assembly has already started. It should be completed within a week. Another week for interior decoration, so we'll be done by month end. That timing works perfectly for dismantling the experimental greenhouses. Mr. Tang and his team have already moved most of their things to the glass greenhouses, which are now staffed around the clock. I forgot to mention something earlier, Wang Shu. Anjing also needs to relocate. Should they move in with us? Or do you want to pick a separate house for them once the new ones are ready? I'll ask them later. Anyway, I'm heading over to the greenhouse now. Want to come along? You go ahead. I've still got plenty to do. Wang Yang went alone to the glass greenhouse. He saw that the bok choy, baby cabbage, long beans, cilantro, and carrots were all growing vigorously. All 3 greenhouses were filled with lush greenery, the crops thriving beautifully. Everyone was busy with transplanting work. The specially cultivated seedlings looked even better, stronger root systems, clearly benefiting from the spatial water. Master Lin, your seedling cultivation is excellent. Do you have enough manpower? If not, I can hire some temporary workers to help get all the seedlings transplanted quickly. Boss Wang, we should finish by tomorrow. The machines handle most of the front-end work. We just place the seedlings. It'll be done quickly without delay. At this rate, we'll harvest our first batch by month end. We need to prepare packaging materials early, and you should contact the market soon. From what I've seen, our vegetables will surpass all similar produce currently on the market. We must complete data collection quickly, and the testing reports should be fast-tracked, ideally released at the same time as the market launch. Thanks for your hard work, Master Lin. You keep at it. I won't disturb you any longer. After speaking, Wang Yang walked over to the water storage tank. Noticing the low water level, he added half a dose of spatial water, then turned on the pump to refill the tank. With everything done, he headed toward his mother's place. Dad, you're not busy right now? Is your injury fully healed? All healed, better than expected. What brings you here? Dad, we'll be relocating by the end of this month. Will you and Mom move over to live with me? Or would you like a separate home arranged for you? Xiaoyang, you're old enough now. Your mom and I would like a peaceful life. We don't need to come bother you. Just arrange a separate place for us. I saw there are quite a few new houses built. Just pick one for us. Understood. Then start preparing in advance. The experimental greenhouses will be dismantled at month end. I checked. The seeds of most vegetables will be ready for harvest by then. Even if a few aren't, it doesn't matter. This trial counts as a success. Thanks for your effort, Dad. Brat, do we really need to be this formal? Go take care of your business. I still need to visit Mr. Tang later. After some thought, Wang Yang returned to his courtyard and took out his phone to call Zhang Jun. Zhang Ge, how have you been? Xiaoyang, do you have good news for me? Are your vegetables ready for harvest? Zhang Ge, you guessed it right. We'll have a batch of vegetables hitting the market by the end of this month. If you have time, come to Xian and we can talk things over. Alright then. The last shipment you sent was snapped up immediately, and I've been under enormous pressure ever since. People come to me every day asking for ingredients. I'll arrive at your place the day after tomorrow, stay for a few days, and then head back. Prepare a place for us to stay. I'm bringing your sister-in-law and Duo along. We'll discuss the rest when I get there. Got it, Zhang Ge. Just give me a heads up before you leave so I can pick you up. See you the day after tomorrow. After hanging up, Wang Yang noticed Haizi wrestling with Hutu and the others in the courtyard. Quite an unusual sight. Haizi, what are you guys up to? Do things fall apart the moment I look away? Look at this mess you've made. Should I teach you all a lesson? Boss, you finally remembered us. You've been so busy lately, we only see you after dark. Haizi hasn't been getting good food, so he's taking it out on us. You should do something. He's the one who made this mess, and we're being blamed for it. Hutu, you're using idioms now. Good job, keep it up. The rest of you should learn from him instead of just eating all day. Any suspicious people in the village recently? Boss, nothing out of the ordinary. I've organized all the dogs, and they're guarding different spots around the village. They report their findings every day. Good work. I'll treat you all to extra food tonight. How about the migratory birds? Are they behaving? They're living like kings, fed every day, and you stock the pond with plenty of fish, so they never go hungry. Some of them are actually getting fat. If they gain too much weight, they might not be able to fly away. That'd be a real problem, boss. You should remind them soon. Hutu, well done. I hadn't thought of that issue. I should go check on them now. Are you coming with me, or staying behind? We're coming with you, boss. Just put Haizi in your space for a bite to eat. Seeing the pleading look in Haizi's eyes, Wang Yang could only bring him into his spatial pocket, leaving him be for now. Chapter 138, The Arrival of Zhang Jun's Family. Wang Yang brought Hutu, Da Mao, Air Mao, San Mao, Sea Mao to the fish pond, where he saw many tourists feeding migratory birds. A large number of birds had gathered here, no longer going elsewhere to search for food. They simply waited around for tourists to feed them. This was not a good sign. He found Uncle Village Chief and asked him to make a sign stating that tourists were not allowed to feed the migratory birds randomly. Feeding would only be permitted during 2 designated time periods each day, morning and afternoon, and prohibited at all other times. Tourist behavior had already begun negatively affecting the birds. When these migratory birds left next spring with rising temperatures, serious consequences might occur. Some birds could lose their ability to forage on their own, become overly dependent on humans, and end up dying due to proximity to crowds. When the rule was first implemented, many people objected. Wang Yang arranged for detailed information about migratory bird habits to be printed and placed beside the birdwatching platform. This helped visitors understand that irregular feeding might indirectly harm the birds. Gradually, tourists began to follow the rules. Wang Yang also consulted several bird leaders, setting 3 clear agreements with them. Once they understood the reasons, the birds slowly started finding food on their own again. Income in Xinjiao village had risen sharply. Nearly all homestays were fully booked, and the farm restaurants were even more bustling and lively, with long lines of people waiting daily for meals. A small market gradually formed outside the village, where many tourists strolled around. There were not only various local snacks, but also beautifully displayed handicrafts on sale. These vendors followed Xinjiao village's rules. No stall fees were charged as long as they cleaned up after themselves when leaving. The vendors even spontaneously organized teams to regularly clean the surrounding area. Only by maintaining cleanliness could they operate their businesses here more securely. Early in the morning, Wang Yang drove to Xianying Airport to wait. Today, Zhang Jun's family was arriving, and he wanted to greet them promptly. Uncle Wang Yang, have you missed Duo? I've really missed you. It's been so long, we haven't seen each other. Did you prepare a gift for me? Duo spotted Wang Yang from afar and ran over, hugging his leg and smiling as she asked. Our Duo has grown taller again, still just as adorable. Whose little angel is this? So sweet and lovable. Here's your gift, do you like it? Wow, such a beautiful little rabbit. Is this really for me, Uncle Wang Yang? Yes, it's yours. Take good care of it. You can hold it yourself. Sister-in-law, Brother Zhang, you're here. Let me help you with the luggage. My car is right over there. Let's go. Xiaoyang, long time no see. You look even younger now. Second brother is even handsomer than before. Have you found a girlfriend yet? Should I introduce someone to you? Sister-in-law, stop teasing me. Let's get in the car quickly. I'll put these things in the trunk. Duo, come inside the car and check out your rabbit later. Okay, Uncle Wang Yang. They soon arrived back at Xinjia village. After parking the car in the lot, Wang Yang led Zhang Jun's family toward his courtyard. Along the way, Duo was curious about everything, constantly asking strange and unusual questions that sometimes left him unsure how to answer. Xiaoyang, your village is built up really well. Facilities are complete. But why are there so many tourists? Are you farming vegetables inside a scenic attraction or something? You guessed wrong, sister-in-law. Everything here was built after I came. These tourists come to see the migratory birds. Recently, many migratory birds have arrived here for winter. Once you've settled in, I'll take you to see them. I'll show you exactly why so many visitors come. That house ahead is my courtyard. Come on in. This place is very comfortable, clean and tidy. Clearly you're not living alone. Someone else must be staying here too. What? So many dogs. And a giant black bear. Is this bear big and bare too? Duo immediately ran toward Hu and the others, then walked straight up to pet the black bear. This kid really had nerves of steel. Duo, danger. Come back quickly. Don't go near the black bear. Sister-in-law Zhang Xiaolan shouted loudly. Don't worry, it's okay, Wang Yang reassured her. This black bear is one I rescued. You remember Hu and the others. They're familiar too. They stayed together in Yongsheng when they were young. You both held them back then. They recognize you, and they remember Duo. They won't hurt her. By now, Duo was already hugging the bear's leg and trying to climb onto its back. No idea how this child could be so fearless. Duo, aren't you scared? This is a real black bear. What if it hurts you? Your parents would be devastated. Don't act so recklessly again. If you ever meet wild animals outdoors, never run toward them alone. Animals might think you're attacking them, get frightened, and bite you. Understand? Wang Yang walked over and said gently. I remember now, I won't do it again. I'll only go play with them if the adults say it's okay. Uncle Wang Yang, can I play with them now? Go ahead. Do you still recognize Hu, De Mao, Air Mao, San Mao, and Si Mao? They're the little puppies I raised in Yongsheng. They've all grown up now. Wow. How did Hu and Mao grow so fast? Why am I growing so slowly? I've barely gotten taller at all in such a long time. Uncle Wang Yang, do you have some special trick? Will you teach it to Duo? Then I can grow up faster. Well then, eat more meals. Don't be picky about food, and you'll grow quickly. Go play with them now. Brother Zhang, shall we eat at home, or go to one of the farm restaurants? You decide. Sister-in-law spoke first. Let's try one of the farm restaurants here. Afterwards, I want to take Duo to see the migratory birds. Let's eat quickly and go. Other things can wait till tomorrow. She immediately set the agenda. All right, I'll follow your lead, sister-in-law. Soon, Wang Yang led the family of 3 toward Shun Haoshuan's farm restaurant. Birds of various kinds occasionally flew across the village sky, creating a particularly delightful sight. Xiaoyang, how many migratory birds have arrived here? There are so many flocks flying around. Let's finish our meal quickly so we can go bird watching. We'll deal with everything else tomorrow. Sister-in-law declared firmly. Sure thing, whatever you say, sister-in-law. A short while later, they arrived at Shun Haoshuan's place. De Zhuang, I'm here for a meal. Make us a few signature dishes. I've brought friends from Yongqing to support your business. Xiaoyang, you're here? Come in, take a seat. I'll have my wife prepare a few specialty dishes right away. Welcome, dear guests from afar, to Xinjia village. Please sit down. What a lovely little girl. Let me call my daughter out to keep her company. Guer, come quick. Friends are here. Come out and greet them. Mama, who's here? Is it Uncle Wang Yang? Did he come to visit me? I'm so happy. Guer, I brought new friends to meet you. Look, this is Duo. Won't you go welcome her? So Duo came to my house. Welcome, I'm Guer. I'm 4 years old. Hello, Guer. I'm Duo, 5 years old. I'm 1 year older than you, so you have to call me Big Sister. Big Sister Duo. Now I have another sister. Later, I'll introduce you to my other friends too. They'll like you as well. Wang Yang watched the 2 girls holding hands, looking incredibly close, and decided not to interfere. Brother Zhang, this is Li Dongmei, the owner of the farm restaurant. Since you're older, feel free to address her however you like. And this is Zhang Jun, Brother Zhang, and his wife Zhang Xiaolan. Please get to know each other. Chapter 139 Industrial Introduction. Wang Yang led Zhang Jun's family toward the fish pond and casually asked, Brother Zhang, what do you think of the farmhouse tourism here? If you have any thoughts, feel free to share. Why didn't you ask at that young man's place? We've already finished eating. Isn't asking now a bit redundant? But since you brought it up, I'll just say it. I don't think there's anything special about it. It was basically just an ordinary meal at a rural household. Whether it tasted good or not, I won't comment. Maybe your vegetables haven't hit the market yet. If you start supplying them with ingredients later, you'll open up the Xian market. But for me, that wouldn't necessarily be a good thing. Our relationship is clear, and I can't only think about myself. Are you planning to develop customers in Xian too? You don't need to hold back because of me. The fact that you invited me here to discuss this first already makes me very satisfied. Brother, doing business is about doing business. You can consider personal relationships, but you shouldn't let them control your decisions. I've already made a lot of money through you, and I never expected you'd have only me as a partner. As long as you reserve a certain share for me down the line, that's all I ask. Brother Zhang, you're really thinking deeply, but I truly need to develop this market. It's necessary. I'm glad you understand. Given my current growth rate, I'll likely run into many problems I can't solve alone. Just like how things were for you in Yongcheng, pressure will come from every direction. It's unavoidable. Some profits will naturally be shared in the future, and I'm okay with that, as long as my core foundation remains stable. Then I'll stay solid and secure. I'm glad you see it that way. In China, doing business always involves human connections. If you try to take every benefit for yourself, things won't end well. Letting go of some profit allows you to make friends. These friends might not be especially close, but when trouble comes, they'll still lend a hand. Back in Yongcheng, I wanted to remind you of this. Now that you've figured it out on your own, even better, then I won't have to worry so much in the future. Let's not talk more about this now. Let's go take a look at those migratory birds. Guer had already been playing over there with Duo for quite some time. Seeing their happy faces, he couldn't help but smile. Duo, do you recognize these birds? Has Guer introduced them to you? Uncle Wang Yang, I know that one is a wild duck, the ones flying in the sky are seagulls, and that one should be a swan. Duo, you're wrong. Let me point them out for you. See the one with the green head? That's a mallard. The one with green wings is a teal. The one with fluffy feathers on its head is a scaly-sided merganser. And that tall white bird with a long beak is an oriental white stork, not a swan. It's a Class I nationally protected species, just like the scaly-sided merganser. Wow, Guer, you're amazing. I should learn from you. When I go back, I'll tell my classmates all about this. Keep teaching me to recognize them, and I'll ask Mom to take pictures of all of them as keepsakes. Duo is amazing too, much smarter than Kiki. I'll take you to meet them soon. Look, those birds fishing over there are cormorants. They eat the most. Seeing his sister-in-law continuously taking photos, Wang Yang turned to Zhang Ge and said, Brother Zhang, let your wife stay here with the kids. I'll take you over to check out the glass greenhouse tunnels. The children will be fine here. All right, let's go take a look first. You've got quite a variety of migratory birds here, about 1,000 or 2,000, right? I'll be staying a few more days anyway, so I'll have plenty of time to enjoy them. Let me just tell Xiaolan. Zhang Ge then called out to Zhang Xiaolan in the distance. Xiaolan, you stay here with Duo and little Guar. Wang Yang and I are going to check out the greenhouses. We'll come back later. You two go ahead. This is under control here. I'll handle everything. Don't come looking for us. When we get tired, we'll just head back. Wang Yang led Zhang Ge toward the glass greenhouses. Along the way, they greeted villagers, and tourists who recognized Wang Yang stopped to take photos with him, causing frequent pauses during their walk. Little Yang, you've got great rapport. Whether it's locals or visitors, everyone seems to get along well with you. Looks like life here suits you pretty well. It's definitely more comfortable than in Yongcheng. Here, most things are taken care of by others. I'm basically just delegating tasks. Once I assign something, someone else takes care of it, and they do it conscientiously, as if it were their own work. Stay here a bit longer, treat it like a vacation. There's accommodation, and you won't need to worry about food. Think it over. Sure, we'll stay a few more days. Nothing urgent waiting back home anyway. I want to see what kind of results you've achieved after being here so long. All these glass greenhouses in front, were they all built after you arrived? There seem to be more than 10 structures. How large is this area? Brother Zhang, I didn't come here just to relax. After all this time, I had to make something happen. See this area? It's about 300 mu in size. I've already built 10 glass greenhouses here, and another 30 or so can be added behind them. Once completed, they'll form a continuous stretch, turning this place into a vegetable cultivation base. Look over there toward the mountain. I've set up a winery. We're already producing wine, and a few days ago someone came and signed a contract with me. These wines will soon hit the market. We just came from the fish pond. You saw it too. Quite impressive, right? I opened that as well. It covers 40 mu of water surface, and we only raise wild fish. No artificial feed is used. Tomorrow I'll take you to see the poultry sheds. We're currently raising some chickens, ducks, and geese. Right next to the sheds, I've fenced off a piece of wasteland where I'm raising cattle and sheep. I'm not just sitting around doing nothing. I've partnered with the village to establish an agricultural cooperative, not only to help them get rich, but also to protect my own hard work. We've formed a community of shared interests, and that's precisely why I'm able to firmly stand my ground here. From what you're saying, you're planning to develop comprehensively in agriculture. You've really expanded on a large scale. No more talk needed. Just reserve a share of your output for me. Wine, fish, meat, eggs, whatever you've got. I'll come pick them up myself. Won't trouble you much. It's settled then. Now let's go inside and check out the greenhouses. Without waiting for Wang Yang's reply, Zhang Jun walked into the greenhouse ahead. Villagers working inside greeted Wang Yang as he arrived. Little Yang's back checking on us again. We haven't been slacking, haha. A few older uncles joked with him. Uncle, don't give me a chance to catch you. Next time I really will dock your pay. The rest of you, work hard and don't follow his example. Wang Yang's words sparked laughter among the workers. Zhang Jun's attention was fully on the vegetables. Before him stretched a sea of lush green, vibrant and flourishing. The vegetable leaves had grown noticeably larger in recent days. He even plucked a leaf and tasted it. The flavor was excellent, in no way inferior to the batches of vegetables Wang Yang had previously provided. Chapter 140. Entering the village with a leopard. Wang Yang didn't disturb Zhang Jun. He was already extremely familiar with these vegetables and didn't need any explanations from Wang Yang. Walking slowly through the greenhouse, he occasionally squatted down to inspect the plants or plucked a leaf to taste it, nodding now and then with evident satisfaction. Inside this shed were all cream bok choy plants, thick, large leaves full of vitality. There wasn't a single sign of insect activity on the foliage, and every weed in the soil had been meticulously removed. The village chief really took his responsibilities seriously, so Wang Yang didn't have to worry about this place at all. Brother Zhang, you keep walking around here. I'll go check on the other sheds, and we can talk later. If you have any questions, just ask the villagers. They're the ones who actually grew these vegetables. Got it. You go ahead. I'll look around by myself. Don't worry about me. Hearing Zhang Jun's reply, Wang Yang left without waiting. All 10 greenhouses needed checking, and each vegetable variety was growing exceptionally well, healthy and free of any pests or diseases. Along the way, he even ran into Professor Tang and the elderly team. They had also come to inspect the crops. Wang Yang found their presence quite interesting. Professor Tang, what are you all doing here? Why are you checking on the vegetables too? Yang, we came to see how well your vegetables are growing. They're remarkably healthy, completely pest-free, which puzzles us. We can't quite figure out why. It seems like their resistance to pests is extraordinary. We'll need to study further. Then let me walk with you. I'd love to hear your thoughts. Trying to fish for information? Fine, come along. We might as well talk. In our glass greenhouse, we're cultivating even more varieties. We've finished testing all the seeds you sent over. None of them are genetically modified. Their biological activity is far stronger, and their genetic chains much more stable, far superior to the seeds we've developed ourselves. They adapt better to different environments, possess vigorous life force, and can be saved for future planting. Though they may degrade slightly over time, it won't be obvious and certainly won't prevent seed preservation. Unlike foreign GMO seeds that use male sterility techniques, done purely for profit, with no regard for consequences. Every year now, numerous crop species are going extinct because of this, which is truly infuriating. Certain things shouldn't even be subject to patents anymore. Seeds, medicine. These should be open to all humankind. Now they've become tools for profiteering. Professor Tang, if I were in charge, I'd never recognize those kinds of patents. We must have our own principles. Always following foreign standards. That's the real problem. Constantly talking about friendly relations, treating them like friends, while they plot our downfall and leave us no room to survive. They want us helpless, just like over 100 years ago, letting them bully us at will, forcing us into submission, acting like masters while we remain their slaves. It's simply outrageous. What's even more despicable are those fake westernized traitors within our country, people who acknowledge thieves as their fathers, relying on foreign power to bully their own people at home. I don't know where they get the audacity, but one day they'll get what's coming to them. Yang, I didn't realize you were such a firebrand too, huh? But frankly, we've made tremendous progress. Once we fully decode the genes of these seeds and complete patent applications, we can use them freely. Justice will eventually prevail over evil. Professor Tang smiled after speaking. Wang Yang accompanied them through each greenhouse. Seeing the thriving vegetables, he felt deeply pleased. After exchanging greetings, he took his leave. Master Lin, you've all worked hard these days. The transplanted vegetables are growing great. Have you noticed any issues? Let me know if anything comes up. Boss Wang, you're here. Everything's normal, except there are too many tourists passing by. We can't allow them to visit freely. The risk is that someone might bring in viruses, making control difficult. Maybe think of a solution. Alright, I understand. I'll have a large screen installed outside to display the inside conditions in real time. That way, tourists won't need to enter. Also, train your staff more on biological pest control methods, and address any issues immediately when they arise. The wolfthorn plant I brought from Yang County, you can cultivate some. It helps repel insects effectively. Also, take garlic, crush it, soak it briefly, extract the juice, dilute with water at a ratio of 20 to 25 times, stir, filter, and spray. This works against aphids, red spiders, and other pests, with over 90% effectiveness. 0.1 kilograms of prickly ash, 0.3 kilograms of water, boiled for 20 to 30 minutes, then strained and diluted tenfold with water for spraying. Effective against aphids, leafhoppers, whiteflies, armyworms, scale insects, and other pests, with good control results. Castor leaf method. Add 1 kilogram of ground castor leaves into 20 kilograms of water, soak for a period, then apply using a watering can. This effectively controls root maggots, cabbage worms, leaf beetles, and other pests in leek, garlic, radish, and cabbage fields. There are many methods we can use. You should prepare in advance. I won't say more about this. Wang Yang realized it was getting late and time to head back. After informing Master Lin, he went to find Zhang Jun. Brother Zhang, how's your inspection going? It's getting late. We should head back now. Alright, let's go. I've seen enough. You're doing a great job here. The produce will be ready by the end of the month, though the quantity is still limited. You need to build more greenhouses as soon as possible. Back at the courtyard, Xiaoya was chatting happily with his sister-in-law, while Duo played in the living room with the tiger cub and the others. Xiaoya, what are you two talking about so joyfully? Never mind introductions. I'll just say this is my partner from Yongcheng, Brother Zhang Jun. Xiaoya stood up and smiled. Hello, Brother Zhang. I'm the cooperative manager. Welcome to our place. Wang Yang added. We're all family here. No need to stand on ceremony. Xiaoya, is Anyua not back yet? I don't see her. She's washing vegetables in the kitchen. Perfect timing. You're back, so go help cook. Everyone's starving. Wang Yang prepared dinner. His mother, Zhongyun, heard that friends had arrived and came over to meet them. They planned to take Zhang Xiaolan around the village tomorrow. Everyone enjoyed the meal thoroughly. The next day, Zhang Jun wanted to explore the village on his own. His family wandered around like ordinary tourists. Wang Yang didn't follow them, but instead headed to the wild boar gully, bringing food and spatial water for Zhu Samba and his family. Today, Mr. Xing arrived again. Tang Lao and the others had informed him about the migratory birds arriving at Shenjiazhai for wintering. Once the wildlife expert arrived, he immediately began surveying the fish pond, recording bird species and counts, and moving around with his camera equipment. Finally, he had found his research subject here in Xinjiazhai. Chapter 141, The Shock Brought by Golden Leopard. After leaving the wild boar ravine, Wang Yang walked deeper into the mountains. Along the way, he released Jinbao and Yunbao from his space. Jinbao, Yunbao, I'll take you back to the village soon. Remember, don't attack people. If you encounter someone with ill intentions, you can act fierce, but you must wait for me to handle it. Understood. Boss, are you planning to let us live outside? This place is close to the forest. We can play in the mountains often. That'd be nice. Wang Yang hugged both Jinbao and Yunbao. Instead of returning to the village immediately, he started running toward the mountains. It had been a long time since he last enjoyed such leisurely exercise. Ever since arriving at Xinjia village, he'd been busy with basic construction and felt quite exhausted. After seeing Zhang Ji's family off, he decided it was time to visit that place the old man had mentioned. Ever since obtaining the notebook, Wang Yang had been deeply curious. However, one thing after another kept delaying him. Now that everything was settled, he finally felt liberated. Boss, are we entering the mountain now? You can run faster. We'll wait for you ahead. After speaking, Jinbao took Yunbao and disappeared from Wang Yang's sight. He ran for a long time without spotting Jinbao or Yunbao, unsure where they'd gone. After continuing forward a while longer, he expanded his spiritual awareness around him and noticed a strange group of people resting and chatting in a valley. Senior brother, what exactly are we doing here? We've been wandering around these mountains for days now. Can you tell us what we're supposed to find? The hills are all withered, cold winds blowing. It's impossible to locate anything without direction. Junior brother, this mission is very important. Our master specifically instructed us to find the entrance to that underground world. We came here to figure out how to enter and search for certain medicinal herbs that have long vanished. Hundreds of years have passed. No one knows if they still exist. Right now, we only have a rough map. We can do nothing but rely on luck within these mountains. Our master, too, never even came here himself. How can he be sure it's located here? Hundreds of years have changed everything. All reference points are gone. In my opinion, we should stop searching and just return. We've found nothing after all these days. Seems we simply lack the destined opportunity. Overhearing their conversation, Wang Yang grew increasingly curious. Were they looking for lost herbs to make pills? In the 21st century, could there still be such sects? Perhaps he should find a hidden spot to observe their movements further. Senior brother, why don't you take out the map so we can all study it together? Maybe something will catch our eye. Since we're stuck anyway, we might as well discuss our next steps here. Jiming, junior brother, your heart is unsettled. Ever since leaving, worldly distractions have tainted your mind. When we return, you must sit before the ancestor's statue in meditation and reflect upon your faults. Senior brother, please spare me this time. I promise not to repeat my mistakes. Several younger brothers joined in pleading on his behalf. Through his spiritual sense, Wang Yang realized this senior brother was no ordinary man. His aura was extraordinary. Though their clothing resembled modern attire, their bearing was genuine and could not be faked. All of them wore their hair coiled up, clearly dressed as Taoist priests. The senior brother pulled out a map from his pack. The paper wasn't contemporary. It looked more like animal hide, similar to the notebook the old man had given Wang Yang. Using his spiritual awareness, Wang Yang memorized the markings on the map. After analysis, he confirmed it pointed to the same location recorded by the old man. However, their version of the map was simpler, lacking updated reference points which had long disappeared. If they continued relying solely on this map, they wouldn't succeed even after years of searching. The actual site wasn't here. They needed to push farther into the mountains, crossing several ridges before reaching the destination. There was no need for Wang Yang to approach and speak with them. He scanned them again and noticed each carried peculiar items and unique concealed weapons. He found those weapons quite fascinating, though he knew better than to get involved. No point stirring up trouble. He decided not to linger anymore. Find Jinbao and Yunbao, then hurry back. That place needed to be visited as soon as possible, or someone else might beat him to it. Choosing a different route, he pressed onward. After quite some time, he finally located Jinbao and Yunbao. They were eating prey they had caught themselves. Wang Yang quickened his pace and rushed over. Why did you two come all the way here? I've been looking for you forever. Thought you'd taken a wrong turn. Eat quickly. There are several people nearby. We must leave fast. I don't want to interact with them right now. Boss, we noticed them earlier too. Those guys are dangerous. That's why we veered off course to avoid them. We were just about to head back and find you. We're full now. Help us store the leftover food and send it directly to our cubs. Wang Yang didn't linger. He sent the roe deer into his space. This creature was quite rare now, hard to find and nearly extinct with its silly, docile nature. Let's go. We're heading back to the village now. Following a small path, he soon arrived at the winery. He decided to let Uncle Shinqua and the others see Jinbao and Yunbao first. This way, no one in the village would be too shocked later. Xiaoyang, off to the mountains again? Catch anything good? Send over some game. I haven't taken little gray hunting lately. It's gotten a bit fat. Before he could finish, Jinbao and Yunbao came into view. Shinqua froze in shock and immediately turned to Wang Yang. Small Yang, why are there two leopards behind you? Quickly step aside. Uncle Shun, don't be afraid. I just brought them back from the mountains. I've already tamed them. They won't hurt anyone. Come take a look, touch them if you'd like. These animals are hardly ever seen in the wild anymore. With that, Wang Yang gently held on to Jinbao and Yunbao, stroking their fur back and forth. You really tamed them? You're amazing. You still have that black bear at home. Now you've got two leopards, and there's that herd of wild boars in the ravine. Pretty soon, Our Xinjia village will need to open a zoo. Since you've trained them so well, I definitely want to give them a touch. Spotted leopards are so rare. Getting this close is truly special. Uncle Shin stepped forward and patted Jinbao on the head, then ran his hand through Yunbao's coat. So smooth, and the fur is actually very soft. Must be comfortable to hold while sleeping at night. By now, all the workers from the winery had come out. They stared wide-eyed at the two golden leopards, their intense gazes making Jinbao and Yunbao visibly uncomfortable. Suddenly, the two growled loudly. Good lord, get away, so scary. Xiuxian screamed and bolted backward. Ha! Everyone burst into laughter. Wang Yang found Uncle Xintian's reaction quite amusing. He hadn't expected him to be so timid. Uncle Xintian, don't be afraid. These are my new companions. If everyone in the village reacts like you, I might just return them to the Qinling Mountains. No, please keep them here in the village. It'll bring great benefits for our development. Uncle Xintian quickly said as he cautiously returned, still eyeing the leopards nervously. Uncle Shen also urged Wang Yang to keep them. Seeing that everyone had calmed down and accepted Jinbao and Yunbao, Wang Yang stayed a while longer, but didn't linger. Soon, he headed back to his own courtyard. Chapter 142, Master Xing comes again to endorse. Wang Yang brought the two leopards back to the courtyard. Zhang Jun's family happened to all be home, and both Xiaoya and Yu had returned as well. When Duo saw two leopards entering the yard, she immediately tried to run over and hug one, which startled everyone inside the house. Duo, those are leopards. You can't go near them. Quick, come inside and hide. Wang Yang walked over to calm everyone down, then led the leopards into the living room. Hu Tu, Da Mao, Air Mao, San Mao, Si Mao, and Hei Zi all followed in behind him. Having known each other inside the space, they didn't attack one another. Instead, they acted quite friendly, which amazed everyone once again. Let me explain, Wang Yang said. These two golden leopards I tamed during my trip into the mountains. The same day the migratory birds arrived. I noticed traces of large animals near the village and went searching in the mountains. That's when I tamed them. I just didn't bring them back at the time. Today I had nothing special going on, so I went up to check on them. When I headed back, they followed me home. They'll live in the courtyard from now on. Don't be afraid of them. I've already instructed them not to hurt anyone. Duo, come here. Want your uncle to let you hold them? That'd be great. They're such beautiful big cats, way prettier than your tabby cat. But where did that little kitty go? I haven't seen it around, Duo said, rushing over and hugging Wang Yang's leg, her eyes fixed intently on the golden leopard and clouded leopard. Come, touch them. They won't hurt you. They're my good friends, and now they'll be your friends too. Just remember, you can only approach small animals introduced by me, your dad, or mom. Didn't I tell you this last time? Have you forgotten again? Duo's attention was already elsewhere. Hearing she could touch them, she immediately began gently stroking their fur with both hands, smiling broadly. The golden and clouded leopards even licked her little fingers. Hee. Duo laughed uncontrollably, then turned and called out. Dad, Mom, come feel these big cats too. It feels amazing, smoother than Hu Tu, Da Mao, Air Mao, San Mao, Si Mao, and even Hei Zi. They're so cute. I love them so much. Xiaoya and Yu approached as well. None of them had ever been this close to a golden leopard before, and all wanted to pet them. They looked at Wang Yang for reassurance, silently asking him to help them get closer. Don't worry, Wang Yang said. They're just like Hei Zi, won't harm you at all. Now that they'll live in our yard, treat them just like Hu Tu. You can even hug them if you want. After Wang Yang spoke, Xiaoya ran right over and gave the clouded leopard a tight hug, giggling. This is awesome. And you, take a few photos for me. I'm posting these online so my family can see. Xiaoya struck various poses and even recorded a short video. Seeing how Xiaoya reacted, and Yu also stepped forward tentatively. Both leopards remained calm, easing her worries. She then asked Xiaoya to take some photos and videos of her too. As for Zhang Ji's family, no reminder was needed. Duo simply flopped right onto the golden leopard, playfully nuzzling against it. Seeing that everyone had accepted the golden and clouded leopards, Wang Yang hugged Hei Zi while standing nearby. This fellow had gotten way too fat, always eating and extremely lazy. Hei Zi, you've gained more weight again. Eating so much every day. It's time you started dieting. Boss, the fatter we are, the better. It means we're strong and skilled at finding food. Plus, being fat helps us find mates easier. Female bears prefer big, strong males. Hei Zi stared earnestly at Wang Yang with his small eyes. Alright, got it. Next time I go into the mountains, I'll find you a mate. Now go play over there. Wang Yang headed into the kitchen and began cooking. Over an hour later, he prepared a full table of dishes and called everyone to eat. Wang Yang, now that these two leopards are staying with us, will someone come again trying to take them away? Xiaoya asked, looking worried. Don't worry. Isn't Master Xing here nearby? I'll have him come over to take a look and register them officially. Besides, I actually have credentials. As a staff member of the Qinling Nature Reserve, I'm allowed to shelter protected wildlife. Just don't say I captured them myself. For now, let's eat. I'll call Master Xing afterward. That works. Mr. Xing really is reliable. Soon, everyone finished eating. Xiaoya and Yu had things to attend to, so they left first. Wang Yang called Master Xing. Master Xing, what are you up to? I've got two golden leopards here at home. Could you come over and register them? They're going to stay here from now on. What did you say? Golden leopards? They're at your house now? I'll be right over. Wait for me. Master Xing hung up in a hurry. Wang Yang was already used to his reactions. Meanwhile, Duo had found her new toys and was busy playing with the golden and clouded leopards. Brother Zhang, how was your morning? Xiaoyang, there are quite a few interesting places here. We first want to see the migratory birds. That elder you mentioned has been at the fish pond giving tourists nature talks, explaining each bird species so clearly. Today we've learned a lot. We can now recognize many birds and even remember their names. Here are some photos we took. Take a look. Your mother also took us to Yezigu to see wild boars. Truly, today has been well worth it. Zhang Gu said happily, while Wang Yang just listened quietly. Zhang Gu, do you have any plans for this afternoon? We're heading out again later. Someone invited us to visit a small local market nearby to buy some handicrafts or try some xiuxian specialties. Just then, Master Xing rushed in, his eyes fixed immediately on the golden leopard and clouded leopard, completely ignoring everyone else in the room. Master Xing, no need to be so hasty. Come over, have a cup of tea and rest a bit. Why did you run so fast? They're not going anywhere. From now on, they'll be living at my place. You can come see them anytime. What do you know? These two are South China leopards, not our local subspecies. How did they even get here? Where exactly did you bring them from? I want to go see the place myself. Master Xing stared intently at Wang Yang. I don't know where they lived before. They just followed me back after seeing me. Anyway, why are you in such a hurry? You're such a bright kid. I wanted to take you as my student, but you refused. I don't know what to say about you. Fine, if you don't want to take me, that's fine. But these two South China leopards are staying right here. As you said, they won't run off. We'll study them slowly over time. Remember, they're Class 1 nationally protected animals. Don't you dare do anything reckless. I'm reporting this. I must. Wild leopard populations in our country are already extremely low. Leopards are large carnivores with a wide distribution range. But due to the Exterminate Tigers and Eliminate Pests campaigns during the 1950s, 60s, which included eliminating leopard pests, along with habitat destruction, leopard numbers plummeted or vanished entirely in many areas. In the early 1950s, South China leopards were still abundant across southern provinces. But due to excessive human hunting, their population declined sharply. For example, in Shaanxi province, which covers over 150,000 square kilometers, the average leopard density was 1 per 86 square kilometers based on 1,750 individuals captured during the 1960s. By the 1970s, with 1,224 leopards captured, the average density had dropped to 1 per 122.5 square kilometers, a 60% decline. The reduced killing in the 1980s certainly related to wildlife protection education and publicity, but the dramatic decrease in natural leopard populations remains an objective fact. It's estimated there are only about 100 leopards left in Shaanxi today. How do you feel after hearing this? Doesn't it break your heart? But this is reality. Leopard numbers today must be even lower. Wild sightings are incredibly rare. We must protect these two South China leopards carefully and prepare for future breeding efforts. You need to cooperate with our research. After hearing this, Wang Yang could only fall silent. He had originally thought of bringing them out just for some fresh air, but now they were practically confiscated. Apparently, golden leopards and clouded leopards were indeed extremely rare. Then how much more precious were the 6 South China tigers in his space? If animal numbers in his space didn't meet certain thresholds, he wouldn't let any of them out for now. Chapter 143, Preparing to Enter the Mountains. Xiaoyang, follow me these few days and help me organize the research reports, record all kinds of data, and compile the photos and videos I've taken. I'll need to bring everything back to the lab. Master Xing, won't your students come? They're far more professional than I am. These tasks should really be left to them. I noticed you've been idle lately. You have that protected area permit, right? You've already enjoyed the benefits. Now it's time to do your part. After all, keeping so many animals isn't even technically allowed. Any objections? Don't push it, old man. Fine, I'll help you. For the next few days, Wang Yang stayed by Master Xing's side, doing as told. Brother Zhang, this time I'm paying you 15 yuan per gene. What you sell it for later is up to you. I won't interfere. But try to come in person at the end of the month. Figure out transportation for the vegetables yourself. From now on, I'm no longer responsible for shipping. Alright, we were planning to head back anyway. We've been here 5 days, and there's business waiting at the shop. I'll come again at month end to settle the rest. Once your liquor hits the market, I'll be your distributor in Xiuxian. Fine by me. The supply will be small at first, but it'll grow gradually. If you're heading back, I'll drive you to the airport. After seeing off Zhang Jun's family, Wang Yang was finally free. Master Xing, those 2 leopards seem lethargic lately. Can't we let them move around a bit? No excuses. I know you've helped me with a lot these past few days, and now the work has wrapped up. Go take care of your own affairs. I'll call you if I need anything. I'm leaving too. I have to take all this data and material back to the lab. Many of the migratory birds in the village are nationally protected Class 1 species, extremely rare and few in number. Make sure you keep a close eye on them. With that, Master Xing left Wang Yang's courtyard. Finally gone, Wang Yang first went to the greenhouse to refill it with space water. That evening, he released numerous fish fry into the pond and poured in large amounts of space water. Migratory birds now had more than enough food, and he casually brought several different species of birds into his space. Next, he visited the poultry house, the farm, and wild boar gully, pouring abundant space water into each location. Then, he hauled 2 truckloads of sorghum from the rented warehouse to the distillery. With that, his personal tasks were complete. That night, he said to Xiaoya, tomorrow I'm going into the mountains. Manage things at home. This trip, I'm taking Hu Tu, De Mao, Air Mao, the 2 leopards, and Hei Zi with me. San Mao and Si Mao will stay behind to guard the house. I don't know when I'll be back. Call me if anything comes up. If you can reach me, I'll answer. If not, handle what you can. If it's beyond you, wait until I return. And you, help out too. We still have money in the account. Once Gu sends over the payment details, Xiaoya reviews and signs, then you release the funds directly. When I get back, just show me the financial reports. Wang Yang, why do you always run off into the mountains? It's so cold now, hardly anyone's up there. Wait until spring before going. Xiaoya, I'll be careful. This time I have something important. I must go check it out. Before dawn the next day, Wang Yang set off early with his companions. San Mao and Si Mao whined complaints toward Wang Yang, but he only promised to bring them next time. He didn't take Xiuxian by either, leaving him to manage the wild boar herd in Wild Boar Gully. Seeing that Zi was lagging behind too slowly, Wang Yang sent it into his space. Hu Tu, De Mao, and Air Mao led the way ahead, while the golden leopard and clouded leopard stayed close beside Wang Yang. The group moved swiftly. This time, the goal was clear, the underground world mentioned by the old man. In winter, the Qinling Mountains saw little human activity. Many areas had become uninhabited as all tourists had long since departed. Deep within the Qinling Range, silence reigned undisturbed by humans, allowing animals to roam freely across expanded territories. They soon crossed the first mountain ridge, after which no more villages appeared. Wang Yang now removed his usual speed restraint and sprinted rapidly into the forest. The group looked especially strange, 3 dogs and 2 leopards moving tightly alongside Wang Yang. When they encountered obstacles in the trees, they either jumped over them or found gaps to slip through. High mountain peaks were frozen solid, ice slow to melt. Many streams ran barely above a trickle. Exposed rocks lay everywhere, bizarrely shaped trees stood twisted by wind, and small wildlife occasionally crossed their path. Wang Yang moved swiftly, his spiritual awareness fully extended, clearly observing everything around him. The destination was still some distance away. Unbeknownst to him, on a nearby hilltop, a group of people spotted a few days earlier hadn't given up. They'd already crossed multiple mountain ridges. Senior brother, are we going in the right direction this time? We've nearly scoured every nearby peak. Using the map's description, we estimated this general area. Junior brother Jiming even found the ruins marked as a reference point on the map. We finally have a lead. Second senior brother, let everyone rest for a bit and eat something. Ah, finally stopped. Here's your dry ration, senior brother. I'll go catch a few rabbits later to spice things up. We'll have roasted rabbit tonight. Third senior brother, you've worked hard. I'll take care of gathering firewood tonight. Junior brother Jiming, it's not that you're greedy, it's just tough on you. We've only been out for a month, and most of that time has been spent deep in these mountains. I admire your endurance. But don't worry about reciting scriptures anymore. At least that burden's lifted now. Third senior brother, it's not that I dislike reading the scriptures. It's that our current environment simply isn't suitable for cultivation anymore. Our master insists on clinging to old ways, but so far, not a single person in our entire temple has ever awakened chi sensation. It's not because we aren't trying. It's because there's no spiritual energy in this world at all. The old master has made some concessions for our sake. If we can't find the legendary spiritual artifact, we'll have no choice but to sink into the mortal world. After saying this, Jiming sighed deeply and sat down, chewing on his hard, dry biscuit. All right, everyone, don't lose heart. Didn't the previous abbot, Elder Xiuxian, achieve successful cultivation? You've all seen him with your own eyes, though no one knows where he vanished to afterward. When we set off, Master told me that the underground world we're heading to is actually a secret realm, a sacred land once revered by all cultivators. What exactly lies within, nobody knows anymore. Even the ancient sect lineages have long since vanished into the river of history. But Master said those ancients somehow managed to leave this planet entirely and journey to distant realms. I don't know if that's true or not. Senior brother, are you serious? If they truly left, then they must have left something behind, perhaps somewhere like Kunlun Mountain. So many legends surround it, and it's considered the ancestral home of our Taoist sect. It's just that no one has ever found it. The senior brothers looked at their junior brother in surprise. In the entire temple, only this one junior brother had such a keen interest in these matters. Chapter 144, Entering the Underground World. Wang Yang and his group arrived at the valley first, having gone through great lengths to find the entrance. Without spiritual awareness, even if they had a map and reached the right location, they still wouldn't have been able to enter. Tigerhead, take De Mao and Air Mao to patrol this valley thoroughly. Golden Leopard and Cloud Leopard will come with me to clear the entrance first. We can't go in just yet. We'll need to gradually remove the stones around it. Got it, boss. We'll check around first. The forest here is dense and overgrown. There might be some creatures living here. Wang Yang took out a multifunctional shovel from his spatial ring and quickly moved to the deepest part of the valley. There was a narrow cave opening deep inside. This was where the entrance lay. But after hundreds of years, the passage had been blocked by collapsed rocks. How did the old man discover this place? And how did his son and daughter-in-law manage to enter without anyone guiding them? It didn't make sense. It was truly strange. Wang Yang carefully cleared away fine sand bit by bit, storing larger boulders directly into his space. Even so, it took a long time before he finally cleared the entrance. Stepping outside, he saw that Tigerhead, De Mao, and Air Mao had already returned. They brought back several rabbits and wild chickens. Boss, there aren't any large animals living here. We only found traces of snakes crawling nearby. Since too much time has passed, we couldn't detect their scent anymore, so we came back. Here's the food we caught. Help roast it for us later. I'll put it away first. The entrance is cleared now. Follow me inside. I'll conceal the entrance behind us. Let's go. Tigerhead led the way with De Mao and Air Mao ahead. Wang Yang walked in the middle, while Golden Leopard and Cloud Leopard guarded the rear. The cave initially extended deep into the mountain's core. Wang Yang wore a headlamp, one hand gripping a weapon, the other holding a flashlight. The beam shone against the rocky walls, revealing uneven, pitted surfaces, clear signs of human craftsmanship. So this really was an ancient ruin. Finding nothing on the walls, Tiger Head, Damao, and Air Mao ran swiftly ahead, forcing Wang Yang to quicken his pace to keep up. He wasn't sure how long they'd been walking, only that they seemed to be circling endlessly within the cave. At first, Wang Yang didn't notice anything unusual, but as time passed, he began to sense something off. Then he recalled the old man's words. He'd visited many times, but never entered, always ending up circling near the entrance. It seemed Wang Yang was experiencing the same phenomenon. He called Tiger Head, Damao, and Air Mao back, then pulled out a rope from his spatial ring and tied one end around Tiger Head. Go forward slowly, he instructed. Using his spiritual sense to observe closely, he watched for anything abnormal. When nearly all the rope had unwound, Wang Yang finally detected a peculiar spot. He signaled Tiger Head to stop and remain in place. Then, leading Damao, Air Mao, Golden Leopard, and Cloud Leopard cautiously forward, he advanced slowly. The cave might have been rigged with illusions. Those unaware might think they were trapped in a ghost-walled maze. It would be terrifying if someone entered alone. Deep within the mountain, the passage led downward into the earth. Ordinary people could never imagine how deep it went. Soon, they reached Tiger Head's position. Wang Yang tapped on the rock wall and heard a hollow echo, shining the flashlight across its surface. He also swept his spiritual sense over it until he found a tiny crack. Gently pressing it, a hidden mechanism emerged. He tested it with his hand. It could rotate. First, he retrieved the rope from Tiger Head, then ordered all companions to move further back. If traps or hidden blades were triggered, he could retreat into his space instantly, but protecting them would be difficult. After turning the switch, another section of the stone wall slid open, revealing a pitch-black tunnel. Wang Yang waited briefly before calling everyone in. Once they passed through, the stone wall automatically sealed shut behind them. With spiritual sense, he checked the interior and found another hidden mechanism. This must be the doorway system for entry and exit. No wonder the old man couldn't get in. But then again, had his son and daughter-in-law really vanished here? Or perhaps they'd never even come. If so, how could he explain this when returning to the old man? No use pondering now. Onward. The path continued descending underground, no telling where it might lead. They walked for another half hour before stopping. Wang Yang brought Tiger Head and the others into his space for safety. Time to eat. Everyone was hungry. First, he filled a basin with water from his space and gave it to Tiger Head and the others to quench their thirst. He drank plenty himself, felt wonderful. Then he prepared a few simple dishes, made some flatbreads, and picked fresh fruits. After keeping enough for himself, he gave the rest to Tiger Head and the rest. Golden Leopard and Cloud Leopard ran out onto the grassland within the space to hunt. They preferred fresh prey over cooked meals. Wild game simply tasted better. After the meal, they didn't head out immediately. Wang Yangshinshu ed the space for a round. The space now had many more birds. The migratory birds Wang Yang had brought in had begun hatching eggs, and the environment here was particularly suitable for animal survival. With no real dangers around, it wouldn't take long before each species multiplied significantly. The crested ibises had already raised several clutches of young. Some of the chicks could even fly now. The 4 young South China tigers had started hunting separately, and each had established their own territory. The monkey troop had grown much larger too. He went over to see Wukong. It had grown considerably, its entire body covered in gorgeous golden fur. Squirrels were especially numerous among the trees. As soon as Wang Yang entered the forest, they joyfully ran over and climbed all over him. He hugged each one briefly before letting them scatter again. The fox family still lived together. They had all grown noticeably bigger and plump, with abundant food stores, chickens, ducks, geese, piles upon piles of various eggs, and surprisingly, even many rabbits. It was unclear why they had stockpiled so much food. When he returned this time, he'd bring out the 2 little foxes, but let the adults continue living inside. After walking through the space, Wang Yang didn't linger any longer. He led Tiger Head and the others back into the cave. They continued forward, and gradually, the interior began expanding in size, revealing more signs of artificial modification. Not quite like ordinary human workmanship, but rather resembling how someone like Master Lu might have shaped it using immense magical power. After walking further, stone chambers began to appear. Inside, everything looked as though people had once lived there, kept clean and orderly. There were stone beds, stone benches, and storage niches carved into the walls, an elementary bedroom setup. The deeper they went, the more chambers appeared. Clearly, many people had once resided here, though for unknown reasons, all had vanished. Nothing particularly remarkable was found except for some murals, vividly painted. Some figures held swords, others held Buddhist whisk brooms, some faced off in duels in open courtyards, while others stood guard beside cauldrons as if refining elixirs. This was exactly what daily life in a cultivation sect would look like. Time flows on relentlessly. So many things have been lost to the river of history. Chapter 145, A Sudden Revelation. Wang Yang didn't stay long in that space and found nothing unusual, so he continued deeper inside. Gradually, the sound of flowing water grew louder, a steady rushing noise audible from far away. Life existed here. It felt as though he had entered some mystical, otherworldly place. He first had Hutu and the others mark the spot, worried they might not find their way back later. Getting lost would be a serious problem. Soon, he reached the source of the water, an underground dark river teeming with fish swimming freely. Boss, this water's so sweet. It feels amazing going down, cool and refreshing. Jin Bao darted ahead and took a sip. Damao and Ermao also went over and drank a few mouthfuls. Using his flashlight, Wang Yang noticed many yin-yang fish in the subterranean river, each body half black, half white. They were probably descendants left behind by that group of people from ancient times. Since time immemorial, mysterious legends had circulated. The Bagua diagram itself was said to originate from these yin-yang fish, depicted in black and white. So discovering so many here wasn't too surprising. He pulled out a handheld net, caught a batch of them, and released them into his spatial realm. Then, beneath the waterfall pool inside the space, he created a narrow underground channel for them to live in. After leaving the space, out of curiosity, he poured some of his stored spatial water into the underground river, wondering if it could attract other species. As time passed, numerous different kinds of fish were drawn in, many never before seen by humans. They were bizarre in shape. Some had long snouts and bloated bellies, with long whiskers and no scales at all, their names unknown. Others resembled swordfish, their backs arched like sheathed blades. There were giant salamanders too, and newts whose appearance matched exactly the image of their tribal totem, an incredibly rare species, it was said. This underground cave had never been disturbed by humans. The creatures lived freely and undisturbed. Wang Yang captured a few specimens of each kind and transferred them into his space, quite pleased. He'd already made valuable discoveries upon arrival. Suddenly, all the fish vanished. Something powerful must have arrived. Was it a large predator? Or something else? Moments later, a dark shadow appeared within sight. Scanning it with his spiritual sense, Wang Yang realized it was a massive snake over 10 meters long, and it startled him badly. Before he could react, a terrifying snake head emerged from the water, two enormous eyes locking directly onto him. Damn it. No matter where I go, I always run into these damn things. So damn creepy. Hutu, Damao, and Ermao barked furiously, while Jin Bao and Yun Bao crouched low, ready to attack. The serpent slowly lifted more of its body out of the water, a trunk-like thickness, 8 or 9 meters rising above the surface. Its jet-black scales were each palm-sized, clearly making it nearly invulnerable. Yet it made no aggressive move. Wang Yang pulled out his Chongfeng Chang from the space. Having it gave him some reassurance. If push came to shove, he could ambush the creature. Hutu, Damao, Ermao, Jin Bao, Yun Bao, fall back. Don't let its tail hit you, or even I won't be able to save you. He tried communicating via spiritual sense, but got no response. The snake still didn't attack, it simply began gliding toward him. Soon, its entire colossal form emerged. It drew dangerously close, near enough that it could lunge and bite him with a single strike. Hutu and the others growled low in their throats, hackles raised, never blinking as they stared down the beast. Brother Snake, can we talk? If you have any demands, just say them. We can negotiate. Still no reply. The palm-sized black scales shimmered under the flashlight beam, giving the creature an eerie, mystical aura. Wang Yang continued. Brother Snake, if we've disturbed your peaceful life here, we'll leave immediately. I know you understand me. Just give me a sign, anything. Clutching the assault rifle tightly, seeing the snake remain silent, Wang Yang made a decision. He sent Hutu and the others into his space, leaving himself alone to face the serpent. If necessary, he'd have to rely on gunfire to survive. The giant snake saw all its surrounding prey seemingly vanish instantly. This was unacceptable. A furious, guttural hiss echoed through the cavern. Brother Snake, state your demands. I don't want violence. What I hold can hurt you. I really don't want to damage relations between us. Can you just back off a little? Wang Yang had done everything he could. If this failed, he'd have no choice but to open fire. Just then, another tremendous disturbance rippled through the underground river. Something else was emerging. He scanned the area with his spiritual sense. To his astonishment, another unknown species appeared. This one a monstrously large dark turtle. Its shell bristled with sharp, dangerous spines. Upon seeing the xiuxian appear, the giant snake instantly ignored Wang Yang. It coiled its body tightly, now facing off against the turtle. Clearly, these two were old rivals. Wang Yang quietly retreated backward. This place was truly mysterious. No sooner had he entered than he encountered two massive creatures, and now things were getting complicated. Once again, he tried reaching out with his spiritual sense, attempting to establish a connection with the xiuxian. Brother Turtle, can you hear me? Could you please stop fighting here? Before he could finish speaking, the giant snake launched its attack first, colliding head-on with the turtle. Boom! The black serpent's tail nearly swept Wang Yang off his feet. Both beasts roared furiously at each other. Soon, blood poured from their wounds, staining the ground red. Their blood flowed into the underground dark river, attracting numerous fish that swam over eagerly, competing joyfully for the feast. This place really was a secret realm. If there were already a giant snake and a xiuxian, surely other creatures must exist too. Seeing the battle spreading wider, Wang Yang had no choice but to retreat further back. He didn't want to get involved anymore. Turning around, he walked straight toward the deeper parts of the cavern. The interior gradually expanded, and strange light began to appear. Could this secret realm actually be a small world? It seemed somewhat similar to his 5 elemental pearls. The vitality here was exceptionally strong. Countless unknown plants grew unusually thick and robust. Seeing these bizarre plants, Wang Yang thought about collecting some seeds or cuttings. Who knew? Perhaps they might even contain spiritual properties. He hadn't gone far when the snake and the xiuxian suddenly stopped fighting. Both were covered in wounds, blood continuously dripping down their bodies. Wang Yang returned to the scene. Brother Snake, Brother Turtle, how about I help treat your wounds? In your current state, you really shouldn't keep fighting. Human, how did you come here? This is our home. The last of the people have long left. It's been entrusted entirely to us. Fine, it's yours. Wang Yang wasn't here to claim territory. He had only come to investigate, hoping to find something that might aid the evolution of his 5 elemental pearls. Never did he expect to stumble into such a secret realm. He pulled out a large amount of spatial water and splashed it over their bodies. The effect was immediate. Their bleeding stopped instantly. Excellent stuff. Give us more, and I'll remember your kindness. I'm familiar with this place. I'll show you around later. But I advise you not to wander carelessly. Every area has its master. Disturb them, and you'll face their wrath, said the Xian Gui to Wang Yang. Thank you for telling me this. Here's more spatial water. Drink it directly. Your wounds will heal much faster. After recovering slightly, the Xian Gui still intended to resume its attack on the giant snake. The two remained extremely close, yet every time they saw each other, they wanted to fight, though no one knew why. Chapter 146, Making Friends with the Mystical Turtle. The giant serpent watched from the side as Wang Yang continuously helped treat the mystical turtle's wounds, and a flicker of displeasure had already surfaced in its heart. Still needing spatial water to heal itself, it coiled its massive body tightly, glaring angrily at its archenemy and this annoying human who kept chatting away. Wang Yang didn't immediately notice the serpent's sour mood and continued his efforts to appease the mystical turtle. Brother Turtle, you've only stopped the bleeding for now. No more blood is flowing. But I suggest you two pause your fight. As you yourself mentioned, there are other powerful creatures around here. If both of you end up severely injured and someone suddenly attacks, the consequences could be dire. You're right. I'll let this despicable creature live, for now. Once I've recovered, I'll deal with it properly. After saying this, the mystical turtle shot a cold glance toward the serpent. The giant serpent wasn't one to back down easily and instantly readied itself to attack. Wang Yang quickly intervened. Brother Snake, your injuries are even worse. Just rest for a while. Let me help stop your bleeding first. If you still want to fight to the death afterward, that's fine. I won't interfere. You two can do as you please. You vile creature, are you plotting something behind my back? I saw how you were exchanging glances with it. Don't even think about tricking me. Brother Snake, it's not as complicated as you think. I'm just trying to prevent either of you from getting ambushed by other beasts here. It'd be such a waste if you both got badly hurt. Actually, I was hoping that once you're fully recovered, you could guide me deeper inside and help protect me from any potential threats. That sounds reasonable enough. I won't let your efforts go unrewarded. Later, I'll give you a few good things. Upon hearing the serpent's words, Wang Yang didn't think much of them. He truly had no idea what valuable treasures might exist here that the serpent would consider precious. He directly retrieved large quantities of spatial water from his storage space and poured it into the serpent's mouth. Seeing that both beasts had finally calmed down, Wang Yang breathed a sigh of relief. He never expected so many enormous creatures could survive here. How on earth did they manage to live? These were like prehistoric titans straight out of the Shanghai Jing. His stomach had been growling for some time, so Wang Yang found a corner, pulled out a feast of food from his space, and sat down to eat, completely ignoring the mystical turtle and the serpent. You human, so stingy. Not nearly as generous as those before you. They used to bring us food, but look at you, running off to eat alone. Why don't you send some over? I know you have a storage space, so don't hide it. Share some supplies, and I'll give you a little trinket in return, the mystical turtle called out. The serpent, being more prideful, simply slithered back into the underground dark river, where food was abundant. No need to lower itself before this irritating human. Finally, that fool is gone. Hurry up and give me some of your good stuff. Here, I'll give you a few stones. They were quite popular among the humans before. With that, the mystical turtle pulled several beautiful transparent crystals from its shell and pushed them toward Wang Yang. Take them, kid. I dug these up from deep underground. Carrying them makes you feel really comfortable. Try them. You're getting an amazing deal today. Hearing this, Wang Yang picked up the glowing stones from the ground. So beautiful. Could these be spirit stones? The moment he held them, a surge of spiritual energy entered his body, triggering the automatic circulation of the 5 spirits manual, which absorbed the energy seamlessly. Amazing. These items were beneficial to him. Perhaps the mystical turtle had even more. Looks like he needed to push harder and try to get his hands on a few more. Brother Turtle, got any more? Give me a few more, and I'll feed you until you can't eat another bite. How about that? The mystical turtle glanced at Wang Yang, then pulled out several more. There were plenty of these stones underwater, nothing particularly rare. Maybe that stinking snake would give him even more later. He didn't want to seem petty. Here, kid, take all of these. Now hurry up and prepare some food. It's been ages since I've tasted anything delicious. I wonder if your food is as miraculous as that sacred water. Seeing the turtle hand over more than a dozen spirit stones made Wang Yang even happier. He immediately pulled out a huge variety of fish, rabbit meat, and eggs from his spatial storage and delivered them all beside the turtle. Brother Turtle, I'm not stingy either. Eat as much as you like. More where that came from if you need it. Seeing how much food Wang Yang offered, the mystical turtle's impression of him soared. In no time, it devoured everything and even let out a loud burp. The food you gave me was delicious. Here, I also have one thing previously used by humans. I'll give it to you. I secretly stashed it away in the river long ago. Wang Yang watched as the mystical turtle reluctantly handed over a medicinal cauldron. He paused. What use did he have for this? Just an old broken furnace. He didn't know alchemy anyway, but he didn't refuse it. Since it was given to him, he might as well keep it. Free stuff was free stuff. Kid, don't be ungrateful. This is a genuine treasure. Back in the day, people fought to the death over it. Several died one after another. The last fellow, realizing he had no chance of survival, hurled it straight into the underground dark river. The current here is swift, and it's so far below the surface that all anyone could do was watch as it vanished into the depths, eventually ending up in my possession. I've kept it all this time with no real use for it, so now I'm giving it to you. Just drip a drop of your blood onto it, and you'll understand why I say it's a precious treasure." After hearing this, Wang Yang immediately bit his fingertip and let a drop of fresh blood fall onto the medicinal cauldron. To his surprise, the blood was quickly absorbed. At that moment, the cauldron slipped from his hand and dropped to the ground, but now it appeared even more ancient, simple, and elegant, an unmistakable sign of its value. Unexpectedly, it could even change size. Clearly, this was truly a remarkable artifact. Just as he was about to put it away, sudden fragments of knowledge flooded his mind. The cauldron had once belonged to Xiuxian, the divine farmer emperor. He had used it to refine countless elixirs, saving multitudes of his people, and now, some of his wisdom had been passed directly to Wang Yang. "Thank you so much, Brother Turtle. This item means a great deal to me. From now on, if there's anything you need from me, I'll do my best to help you. You got yourself quite the bargain, kid. When that stinking snake comes back, make sure you get something out of him too. He's hoarded plenty of things. He might have something useful for you." Before they could finish talking, the giant serpent's head emerged once again from the underground dark river. Wang Yang glanced at it, utterly unimpressed. "Even now, you still want to act all imposing? Brother Snake, just now Brother Turtle gave me a few little trinkets. Aren't you going to show some generosity? What could that damned turtle possibly have of value? Wait, I'll go fetch some things for you myself. You can pick whatever you like. Take anything you want. I'm far more generous than that shellback." Seeing you so thrilled over a few broken stones. "Really? Have you never seen anything valuable before? How strange. Didn't those earlier humans pass down anything worth mentioning?" With that, the giant serpent retreated back into the water and disappeared once more. Chapter 147. Acquiring Another Treasure. Not long after, the giant serpent emerged once again from the underground dark river, heading straight to Wang Yang's side. It opened its mouth and spat out many objects. Spirit stones similar to those gifted by Xiangui were particularly abundant, totaling dozens of them. He was rich now. There were also various strange items, apparently things used by people who had once lived here. How the serpent had obtained them, he couldn't say. "Brother Snake, how did you get all this? These things are very useful to me. You have no use for them anyway. Just give them all to me. Look, I even have a medicine cauldron, a gift from Xiangui. Don't be stingier than he is. All of it is yours. Don't flatter me, kid. I brought these out specifically for you to choose from. Take whatever you like. But in return, you must give me more holy water. It's extremely beneficial to me." "Brother Snake, that's easy. I'll give it to you right now. Open your mouth. I'll fill you up until you're completely satisfied." Wang Yang immediately poured spatial water directly into the serpent's gaping maw. After a short while, the serpent had drunk its fill, its body visibly swelling larger. Truly an astonishing capacity. Xiangui, seeing that the serpent had been well sated, didn't want to miss out either. It crawled over to Wang Yang's side and opened its wide mouth expectantly. All right, you're the boss." Wang Yang then filled Xiangui's stomach with spatial water as well. Once both creatures had drunk their fill, he let them rest nearby. He picked up all the items the serpent had given him and began sorting through them one by one, examining whether any of them held special value. There was a brush, ink, inkstone, seals, a jade hairpin, a jade flute, and a small pagoda whose function remained unknown. Following the method taught by Xiangui, Wang Yang dripped blood onto each item. Only the small pagoda absorbed his blood. The others turned out to be ordinary daily use artifacts with no real practical purpose, suitable only as collector's items to be kept for sentiment. But the pagoda was different, offensive and defensive capabilities combined, perfectly suited for Wang Yang's own use. "Thank you so much, Brother Snake. Rest well now. Everyone's tired. We'll meet again tomorrow." Upon hearing Wang Yang's words, both the serpent and Xiangui departed. Wang Yang didn't stay outside either, returning directly to his space to rest. Entering the stone chamber, he first lit an incense stick and paid homage to the three pure ones, then sat cross-legged on the meditation cushion, closing his eyes to enter deep cultivation. First, he organized the inherited memories within his mind. Through this, he directly mastered medical arts, now possessing profound knowledge of various herbs. Combined with insights into alchemy, he might actually be able to concoct pills himself someday. This came at just the right time. His space could grow numerous medicinal herbs, which would now finally serve their true purpose. Spending half a day absorbing and internalizing the inheritance, he also realized that this medicine cauldron before him was none other than the legendary Xiuxian Ding, the divine farmer's cauldron, never expecting it would end up lost within this secret realm. Xiuxian, the divine farmer, was one of our ancestral forefathers, Emperor Yin, the Flame Emperor. So the ancient legends were true after all. Long ago, the Yellow Emperor admired Emperor Yan's mastery of medicine and agriculture. Though war broke out between them, this occurred during the later years of the Xiuxian clan. As tribes scattered across the land varied in strength, many fought or allied with each other for survival, eventually forming two major coalitions. The Yellow Emperor led 6 tribal armies, bears, panthers, wolves, leopards, jackals, tigers, onto the battlefield at the wildlands of Banquan, each unit bearing banners adorned with their totemic animals. The Yellow Emperor, serving as supreme commander, carried a large ceremonial banner resembling a daidu, arranging his forces in formation. Emperor Yan, seizing the initiative while the enemy was unprepared, launched a fiery assault, causing thick smoke to constantly billow beyond Xuanyuan's city walls, darkening the skies. Ying Long extinguished the flames with water, and the Yellow Emperor drove Emperor Yin back into the valley of Banquan, ordering his soldiers only to challenge him in wisdom and courage, not to harm his life. Within the valley of Banquan, 7 great banners were erected, forming the star cluster 7 flags battle formation. While using this formation as cover for training troops, the Yellow Emperor secretly dispatched workers to dig tunnels day and night, reaching right behind Emperor Yan's camp. Then one day, his forces suddenly burst forth, launching a surprise attack and capturing Emperor Yin alive. While using this formation as cover for training troops, the Yellow Emperor secretly dispatched workers to dig tunnels day and night, reaching right behind Emperor Yan's camp. Then one day, his forces suddenly burst forth, launching a surprise attack and capturing Emperor Yin alive. Thus originated the term descendants of Yin and Huang, from the clash between the 2 cultural progenitors of the Chinese nation, the Yellow Emperor and Emperor Yin, at Banquan. In the end, Emperor Yin was defeated, yet neither side fought to annihilation. Instead, they formed an alliance after the conflict, jointly establishing a new tribal governance and promoting the first great ethnic integration. Since Emperor Yan's lineage excelled not in warfare, leadership naturally passed to the Yellow Emperor, who became the paramount ruler of the era. Wang Yang took out the medicine cauldron, studying it carefully in his hands. It could change size and shape according to his will, and contained vast internal space. However, this space served only for storage, and unfortunately, nothing inside remained intact. For now, it would simply serve as his alchemical furnace. Then he retrieved the small pagoda. Among all the items collected by the serpent, this was the only artifact, a treasure cultivated long ago by someone who once dwelled here. Now that it had already acknowledged Wang Yang as its master, it left the stone chamber and came out onto the open ground. With a wave of his hand, the pagoda began to grow larger, floating in midair, 9 stories tall from top to bottom. Its appearance was ancient, solid, and imbued with a sense of Tongsong. Several inscribed characters adorned it. Linglong Baoda. Each level of the Linglong pagoda contained a vast space inside, capable of holding numerous items. All the grain, vegetables, meat, eggs, and personal collections currently growing or stored in his space could now be placed within. It could also serve as a weapon. If he had obtained it earlier, he wouldn't have needed to fear the giant serpent at all. He could simply trap it inside the pagoda, forcing it to obey his commands, or imprison it within the tower's internal space, unable to escape without his permission. Having fully grasped the pagoda's functions, Wang Yang couldn't help but laugh aloud. Truly, what one seeks tirelessly might come effortlessly when fate wills it. Now he was practically armed to the teeth. Within this secret realm, he could move freely without ever fearing attacks from strange beasts again. First, he gathered all the previously cultivated grain, vegetables, chicken, duck, and goose eggs, as well as the stored rabbit meat, and stored everything inside the Linglong pagoda. Then he re-entered the stone chamber and collected all the wealth and antiques. Now, apart from the stone chamber housing the 3 Pure One statues, every other area stood completely empty. Using his spiritual sense, Wang Yang neatly organized all items within the pagoda, then retracted both the pagoda and the medicine cauldron into his body for cultivation. They orbited continuously around the 5-spirit pearl. With everything settled, he returned once more to the 3 Pure One stone chamber, sat cross-legged on the meditation cushion, and took out the spirit stones he had received from Xian Gui and the giant serpent, beginning to attempt refining them. Activating the 5-spirit technique, the spiritual energy within the stones was rapidly absorbed by Wang Yang. He didn't know how much time had passed before the spirit stones turned entirely to dust, falling onto the ground. Finally, the 5-spirit technique had advanced. Now Wang Yang could control spiritual energy at will, all meridians throughout his body fully unblocked, with a stream of qi automatically circulating through them. Wang Yang opened his eyes. His entire body felt reborn, exuding overwhelming spiritual energy, and an ethereal aura clung to him. Even an ordinary person would now immediately recognize his extraordinary nature. He went outside to wash off the grime from his body. The stench inside the stone chamber had become unbearable, so Wang Yang instantly vanished from the spot and arrived at a small riverside. Drawing several basins of water, he began cleansing himself thoroughly. Chapter 148. Subduing the Great Snake and Dark Tortoise. Wang Yang cleaned his entire body thoroughly, changed into fresh clothes, and began practicing Tai Chi inside his space to test just how powerful he had become. Calmly centering his mind, he circulated the 5 elements technique. As his Tai Chi movements unfolded slowly, a large energy field formed around his body. An invisible Taiji diagram enveloped Wang Yang at its center. Though it appeared harmless from the outside, when nearby plants were drawn in, they instantly turned to powder and merged into the Taiji formation, revealing the technique's true destructive power. After about half an hour, Wang Yang came to a stop. He now had a clear understanding of his current strength. His body had essentially reversed its postnatal state and returned to a prenatal purity, making him a terrestrial immortal in all but name. After tidying up briefly, he stepped out of his space. His goal this time was clear: subdue the Great Snake and the Dark Tortoise, then begin exploring the entire secret realm. Kid, you're finally out. Where did you run off to earlier? We thought you'd already left. Hurry up and give me some of that holy water. I can't believe after just one night, we've fully recovered and grown even stronger. There aren't many in this secret realm who could beat us now. The Great Snake quickly slithered over, shouting at Wang Yang. Seeing the snake's excitement, the Dark Tortoise also approached Wang Yang. It was far more intelligent than the snake, but its intentions were obvious. It wanted holy water too. I have a proposition for you two. How about joining me from now on? Life here is pretty dull anyway. Don't you want to see the world outside? Stick with me, and I guarantee you'll get holy water every day. I can even take you to another secret realm. Interested? Wang Yang looked at them with hopeful eyes. Kid, what's with that look? You act like you've already won us over. Maybe we should fight first. I'm curious to test just how strong I've become. I'm definitely stronger than this lame turtle now. The snake practically vibrated with eagerness, earning an exasperated eye roll from the dark tortoise. Foolish snake, care for another round? I'd like to see how much you've improved overnight. This time, I'll show you once and for all who truly rules the underground river. With that, the dark tortoise lunged toward the snake. Wang Yang quickly stepped between them, preventing what would have been a pointless brawl. You both heard my offer. What do you say? I've given you a chance. Once missed, it might never come again. Join me, and you'll live in comfort, feasting and drinking as never before. I guarantee life will be better than staying here. The dark tortoise paused in thought before replying. We don't know what your true motives are, but let me tell you one thing. This place has a suppression seal. We can't leave no matter what. We're trapped within this space. There are many such realms outside, though you haven't discovered them yet. Or if you have, you couldn't enter, or entered but couldn't escape. Right now, you yourself don't even know whether you can leave. And you dare ask us to follow you? Don't take offense, but if you can actually lead us out of here, nothing would make us happier. Why don't you go back and try? Return and tell us. If you can get out on your own, then we'll follow you. Deal. Agreed. Without hesitation, Wang Yang turned and strode back the way he came. It didn't take long to reach the entrance he had used earlier, but the area had completely transformed. Everything had shifted, and the mechanism that had brought him in was gone. This complicated things. If he couldn't get out, who knew what chaos might be unfolding outside? Frantically, he swept his spiritual sense across the surroundings, but found nothing. The space was sealed as one solid unit, without a single exit. Dejected, Wang Yang trudged back. Seeing his defeated expression, the dark tortoise burst into laughter. That was the final straw. Enraged, Wang Yang summoned the Linglong pagoda from within his body, flung it open, and covered the tortoise in its light. In an instant, the tortoise vanished. Only the spinning pagoda remained. The great snake, witnessing Wang Yang's overwhelming power, realized this was the very treasure it had foolishly gifted away. Now it regretted everything. It didn't even dare ask for holy water anymore. Turning swiftly, it tried to flee into the depths of the underground river. But Wang Yang wasn't about to let it escape. Instantly redirecting the pagoda above the snake's head, he captured it as well. Peace at last. Soon, pleading voices echoed inside his ears. Kid, we surrender. Let us out. Since you can't leave either, isn't it better to have us by your side? Besides, I know a legend about a way out of here. Let us go, and I'll tell you all about it. No tricks, I swear. Hearing this, Wang Yang perked up. After a moment's thought, he released them both. Since he couldn't leave right now anyway, keeping them imprisoned served no purpose. Better to let them be useful. Perhaps soon, he really would find a way out. Xiangui, Dashi, I've released you, and there's no need to hide from me. I can't leave this place for now either, so I'll just explore inside. Tell me everything you know. If I find it useful, I'll keep providing you with holy water. And if you try to deceive me, no matter how deep into the underground dark river you run, I'll still find you. Don't doubt my power. After speaking, Wang Yang walked directly to the entrance of the underground dark river and jumped in. An invisible aura immediately enveloped him, preventing any water from coming near his body. Around him, a controllable space formed naturally. Xiangui and Dashi were utterly stunned. So this kid was actually a cultivator, and not an ordinary one at that. Though he still wasn't strong enough to defeat them in direct combat, he possessed magical treasures capable of imprisoning them. After a moment of thought, they simply crouched down and waited for Wang Yang's next move. It seemed they really would have to obey this youngster from now on. Besides, judging by what he displayed, he had received very limited in. Otherwise he'd have known how cheap beasts form bonds with masters. Following him might not be such a bad choice after all. Kid, come here. We won't run anymore. From now on, we'll follow you. Since you're stuck here anyway, we'll recognize you as our boss. How does that sound? Xiangui's large eyes darted around craftily, clearly the schemer. The great snake, on the other hand, was straightforward without much calculation. I accept your allegiance. Here, have some holy water first, so you won't think I'm mistreating you. After Xiangui and Dashi drank until half satisfied, Wang Yang stopped them. He still needed them to guide him around the realm. Better not let them get too full. Boss, what's your name? You can tell us. Brother Snake, I'm Wang Yang. Remember that. From now on, just call me boss. You'll be Xianxi, and he'll be Xiangui. Together, aren't you two the legendary Xuanwu divine beast? I think that sounds perfect. From this day forward, you are my two guardian divine beasts. Xiangui and Dashi looked at each other, then back at Wang Yang. They didn't object. Actually, the idea pleased them. Xianxi, Xiangui, the combined form of the Xuanwu divine beast. Their boss had a good sense for symbolism. Thank you, boss. We're quite satisfied with these names. Chapter 149, The Origin of the Secret Realm. Boss, I'll just tell you everything I know. It is said that the origin of the secret realm can be traced back to ancient myths and legends. In those times, humans didn't understand much about the world. They only knew their own living areas as part of the world. But what they didn't realize was that there were far more regions beyond, mysterious and hidden places unknown to anyone. These secret realms might lie within mystical caves deep in mountains, or on tiny islands by the sea, or perhaps buried deep underground. Each has its own legends and stories, sparking endless curiosity and a strong desire for exploration in whoever hears of them. Xiangui, you don't need to go into such detail. Just tell me about this place. Wang Yang snapped. Boss, please hear me out, don't rush. You're not busy right now anyway. Xiangui said with an amused look at Wang Yang. Do you want me to teach him a lesson, boss? All I ask is to become his boss afterward. How's that? She chimed in eagerly, making Wang Yang even angrier. Get lost. Sort your own damn problems out. If you two are useless on your own, helping you won't make any difference. Hearing this, Xiangui grinned proudly. But catching sight of Wang Yang's dark glare, he quickly continued. Boss, the secret realm we're in is by Tian Cave on Zhongnan Mountain, one of the most famous blessed lands in Taoism. According to Taoist belief, the cave heavens and blessed lands resemble the great world you live in. They each have their own sky and earth, sun and moon, mountains and rivers, plants and trees. Since these cave heaven realms exist spatially within the greater world, there are various connections between them and your human world. For instance, people occasionally stumble into a cave heaven, and residents of these realms sometimes visit the mortal world. Yet due to their relative isolation from the outside world, cave heaven realms also possess unique structures of time and space. Generally speaking, these worlds remain hidden and inaccessible to ordinary people. Their existence is highly secretive. Functionally, aside from a few reclusive types, most cave heavens serve as cultivation sites where Taoists refine themselves before achieving ultimate liberation. From a historical perspective, the concept of cave heavens and blessed lands likely originated from early prehistoric and primitive mountain-dwelling customs. This place is essentially a complete minor world within a cave heaven. That's why I said it'd be hard for you to leave. Still, the fact that you managed to enter means you have extraordinary fortune. Wang Yang listened in stunned disbelief. He never thought such cave heavens and blessed lands truly existed. Then again, if so, the legendary 36 caves and 72 blessed lands might still be out there too. He had once visited Dan Mountain Redwater Cave Heaven in Siming Mountains, but at the time, he hadn't noticed any entrance. Coming here now felt like some kind of consolation. If Taoism recognized such places, then surely there must be a way out. Xiangui, go on. Tell me how I can leave. Boss, don't be impatient. Every cave heaven and blessed land has a wondrous location containing the control nexus. Once you find it and refine it, the entire cave heaven will belong to you. I believe in you, boss. Xianxi crept closer again, annoyed. He turned to Wang Yang with flattery. Boss, did you see how Xiangui mocked you? We can't tolerate that. Let me beat him up for you. Wang Yang glanced at both of them. Now that Xiangui had finished explaining, he understood. Finding the control nexus would allow him to escape. It wasn't impossible. With his 5 spirit pearls, which could attract each other, he should be able to locate it. Judging by signs of past habitation, someone had probably refined it before. After thinking it through, he decided not to delay. Xiangui, Xianxi, go pack your things. You'll both move into my inner world from now on. I'll take you inside to have a look. Don't resist. With that, Wang Yang drew Xianxi and Xiangui into his space and entered after them. Boss, never expected you actually had your own spatial domain. It's not fully formed yet, though. If you brought that external cave realm space into this one, it could evolve directly into a complete minor world. That outer secret realm is actually mobile. In ancient times, mighty cultivators captured such realms and refined them into personal spiritual treasures, portable cave heavens. Boss, I really believe in you. Sticking with you was the right choice. Maybe I'll even attain enlightenment one day. Tao may yet be within reach. Xiangui came forward, fawning over Wang Yang. I don't get it. Why are you copying me all of a sudden? I was the first to realize how brilliant and mighty our boss is. You should be standing behind me. Don't start flattering him just because you've seen his extraordinary qualities. It makes me want to puke. Tao may yet be within reach. Go back to bed instead. No idea who's been sleepwalking all this time. Xianxi mocked Xiangui. All right, enough. You're both the same. Neither of you should talk. Both of you are slippery characters. I'll introduce you to the other companions here. From now on, don't bully them. These little ones were the first to follow me, so I have much deeper feelings for them than I do for you two. Wang Yang led Xianxi and Xiangui through his inner world, first calling over Big Mao and Second Mao, the tiger-headed pair. Get to know each other properly. These are Tiger Head, Big Mao, and Second Mao. That's Xiangui and Xianxi. Later I'll show you Golden Leopard and Cloud Leopard. Then we'll go see South China Tiger. Today I'm taking you both on a proper tour of this space. From now on, don't randomly harm any of the creatures here. Their numbers are too few. They won't survive being hunted by you. I need them to reproduce quickly. Xiangui, Xianxi, did you hear that? You two are the main troublemakers. Boss, don't worry. We won't recklessly harm these creatures. We understand your space is still in its early stages of evolution. It needs a great number of living beings to become a more complete minor world. Xiangui and Xianxi nodded earnestly. They knew where to draw the line. Wang Yang began leading them from the grasslands, and gradually their group grew larger. Foxes, leopards, South China tigers, golden snub-nosed monkeys, antelopes, deer, musk deer, wild boars, badgers, pangolins, and countless birds. They met them all. Eventually, the two chose to settle down near the waterfall pool inside the space. Wang Yang only asked them not to eat the yin-yang fish and salamanders he collected from the underground dark river. Then he brought them outside, telling them to go pack up their belongings and move everything into Wang Yang's inner space, where they would now live. Boss, come with me first. I've got a lot of stuff. Help me gather it and bring it to my new place. Xianxi used his body to carry Wang Yang as they swam toward the underground dark river. From now on, he could freely move underwater. The external pressure no longer affected him at all. Chapter 150, News. Xiuxian, your nest is quite well hidden. This cave serves as a natural protective barrier, and there are so many different large fish nearby. You've been living quite comfortably here. Would you really regret leaving? Boss, once I've decided to follow you, what's there to hesitate about? To be honest, I've grown tired of this place anyway. I've long wanted to move somewhere new. That space of yours is perfect for us. The nest I chose has an abundance of holy water. Though diluted, it's available in huge quantities, and the space is rich in food. Perhaps you could even take this entire secret realm with you. If so, I'd truly strike it rich. Wang Yang smiled slightly at Xiuxian, then turned and began inspecting the cave. All the stone walls were polished incredibly smooth, cool to the touch when he ran his hand over them. At that moment, Xiuxian called out again. Boss, here's my entire collection. Want anything? I'm giving it all to you. I don't have much use for these things anyway. In that case, I won't hold back. I'll take all the spirit stones, and this pile of items, all of which are useful to me. You just leave them lying around as decorations. By the way, Xiuxian, where did you find these spirit stones? Are there more? Boss, aren't they just pretty rocks? There are tons of them in the underground river. If you want them, I can help collect more. They're useless sitting there anyway. Boss, you seem to really like the things those people used back then. Later, I'll show you a place. I got all these things from there. After gathering everything Xiuxian owned, the cave suddenly looked extremely spacious. There were numerous stalactites inside, many of which had become jade-like, crystalline, and beautiful. Since they were leaving anyway, Wang Yang carefully gathered a few into his space using precise techniques. Boss, let me carry you through the underground river to collect more spirit stones. There might be a vein somewhere here. Otherwise, why would the riverbed be scattered with so many spirit stones? We've already collected plenty, Xiuxian. Let's go find Xiangui first. He should be waiting for us by now. Upon hearing this, Xiuxian carried Wang Yang toward Xiangui's den, snatching up unfamiliar fish along the way and sending them into the space. Boss, see ahead. That's Old Turtle's lair. This old fellow is especially crafty. His lineage once served as prime ministers among aquatic tribes. You must have heard of Prime Minister Tortoise, right? He was one of their finest, though many of his ancestral abilities have since regressed. I didn't expect Xiangui to have such a mysterious origin. I'll have to question him thoroughly later. For now, the priority is settling both of you in properly. Then I need to locate the secret realm's central snow. Xiangui had already been waiting near his den. Seeing Xiuxian carrying Wang Yang approach, he immediately came forward to greet them. Boss, you're finally here. Quick, follow me inside. Old Turtle, I've never been to your hideout before. What treasures make you guard this place so fiercely? You stinking snake, get lost. Always sticking your nose in everything. If you like it so much, I'll give it to you. Wang Yang glanced at the two, then walked straight into Xiangui's lair. It was completely like an underwater crystal palace. Ornate coral decorations, exotic stones piled artfully into ornamental displays. No wonder they called him Prime Minister Tortoise. His reputation was well earned. Xiangui, can we take everything here with us? Leaving it behind would be such a waste. This is a full-fledged underwater palace, possibly built by your ancestors. We should take the entire crystal palace. Think of a way quickly. Seeing how gorgeous Xiangui's domain was, Xiuxian immediately started dreaming of taking it over. Old Turtle, how about you just hand this place over to me? I'll carry every last bit into boss's space. I promise I won't complain about being tired. How about that? Go cool off somewhere else. This is our ancestral land, the only such site in the entire secret realm. Of course I'm taking it. Boss, come here. This is the control center. Try seeing if you can claim it. Following Xiangui's instructions, Wang Yang attempted to activate it, but nothing happened. What now? Boss, try dripping your blood on it. So even this can recognize a master through blood? Why didn't you try it yourself, Xiangui? I can't. I've already tried many times. My ancestor left with that group of people long ago. No idea where they went. Boss, it's up to you now. Without further hesitation, Wang Yang sliced open his finger and let fresh blood drip steadily onto the surface. To his surprise, it was actually absorbed. Xiangui, this crystal palace is mine now. But of course, you're still welcome to live in it. Now control it to shrink down. Soon, the entire structure slowly contracted until it floated right before them. Wang Yang brought both of them into his space. Xiangui, can you live in the open sea? Placing this crystal palace in the ocean would make it even more magnificent. What do you think? Absolutely, boss. Put it in the ocean. There might just be some surprises. After hearing Xiangui's words, Wang Yang brought the two of them to the vast sea within his space. Xiangui dove in and swam around for a bit, finding it extremely comfortable. This place was truly suitable for his survival. Xianxi also took a lap through the water, experiencing no discomfort at all. In fact, he felt even more at ease here, as if a dragon had finally returned to the ocean. He decided then and there to settle down alongside Xiangui. Wang Yang slowly guided the crystal palace into the sea. With a thunderous boom, the area of the sea expanded significantly, and every marine creature within benefited from the change. The palace seamlessly merged with the aquatic expanse, forming a magnificent cluster of structures that now stood before them, an awe-inspiring sight. Xiangui, this shall be your home from now on. You've truly become the Prime Minister Tortoise at last. Ha ha. Wang Yang had no idea that back at Xinjia village, everyone was already in an uproar searching for him. Xiaoya, still no news about Xiaoyang? It's been 4 days already. Why did he have to enter the mountains now, of all times? A massive blizzard is coming soon. We'll be snowed in any moment. How is he supposed to make it back? Aunt Zheng, please don't worry. Wang Yang will return soon. I'm sure of it. Before he left, he told me everything would be fine. There aren't any major issues in the village right now, just small matters we can solve one by one. Don't stress yourself. Ansheng, I still have things to attend to. Why don't you head back and wait there? Xiaoya approached Wang Yang's mother, gently holding her hands as she spoke. You've been such a help, Xiaoya. It's what I should do. Take care now, Ansheng. After seeing her out of the cooperative office, Xiaoya let out a deep breath. That damn Wang Yang. The cooperative's already starting to fall apart. If you don't come back soon, all our hard work here might go completely to ruin. And you stood nearby and said, Xiaoya, don't panic. Right now, our top priority is keeping people calm and making sure they continue working with us. You're right, and you. I'll go find Uncle Village Chief first and see what he plans to do. With that, Xiaoya turned and walked toward the glass greenhouses. Chapter 151, External Forces. Inside the glass greenhouses, everything was thriving. The people here hadn't yet been affected by the troublemakers Shinzue had brought. Xiaoya walked through each greenhouse, noticing that everyone seemed in good spirits and fairly at ease. That eased her worries somewhat. Xiaoya, what brings you here? Are you looking for me? Uncle Village Chief, I wanted to ask, just who is this Shinzue? The thugs he's brought are loitering outside the village every day, extorting money and claiming they're reclaiming their own land. Our entire project has been severely disrupted. Can you tell me more about him? The village chief fell silent for a moment, then sighed deeply. Xiaoya, this is something I never wanted to talk about. But now, his actions are threatening the interests of every person in Xinjia village. So I'll tell you the truth. You might wonder why no one stepped forward to stop this. It's because everyone here once benefited from the kindness of his father's generation. Your generation might not know this, but between 1959 and 1961, or really, until 1962, our country faced several years of widespread natural disasters that led to a nationwide crisis of food and supplementary supply shortages. It was the most serious economic hardship New China had experienced since its founding. People called it the 3 years of natural disasters, but actually, it was 4 consecutive years of drought. Official records show that from 1959 to 1961 alone, over 57.28 million hectares of farmland were affected, nearly a third of the nation's total territory. Just imagine how devastating that was. That's also why our country today so firmly protects the red line of 1.8 billion mu of arable land, to secure the basic food supply and ensure no one ever starves again. Back then, countless people died of starvation. Everyone was swollen with hunger, too weak to move. Tree bark, grass roots, anything edible was dug up and eaten. Our commune faced the same dire situation. It was Shun Zue's father who secretly hoarded a portion of grain, hiding it from higher authorities, and that's what saved us all during those dark years. He was a generous, compassionate man. Out of respect for his legacy, the villagers have tolerated Shun Zue's behavior and turned a blind eye. That's the real reason why everyone's been putting up with him for so long. But don't worry too much, Xiaoya. His household registration was transferred out years ago. He doesn't even have a plot of ration land here anymore. His claim about reclaiming his land is just an excuse to pressure you into backing down. His true aim is to help outside forces seize the fruits of our labor. Now that the cooperative's profitability is becoming clear, some people are starting to stir. Yang isn't in the village right now, so you need to hold things together and keep morale steady. Don't let anyone lose heart. We'll deal with everything once Yang returns. I can keep the villagers calm. When you face problems, don't panic. Stay composed. Haste makes waste. You should learn from Yang in this. He may seem slow and laid back, but his goals are always clear. He unites the majority, works leisurely without seeming urgent, yet whenever he's here, nothing goes wrong. And now, just days after he's left, these troublemakers show up. This is your test. Go home and think it over. I've got work to do. Uncle Village Chief, indeed, old ginger is spicier. Looks like I still have much to learn from you. Without grassroots experience, you really can't manage life in the countryside. Thank you for your wise advice. Xiaoya returned happily. Meanwhile, the number of tourists in the village visibly dwindled. Those who came to see the migratory birds were scared off by the rowdy thugs, and the village grew quiet again. Mr. Tang and his team remained extremely busy. As seeds continued to be harvested from the experimental greenhouses, their research findings improved steadily. Everything was progressing in a positive direction. Wang Yang handled all coordination with them, and they hadn't mentioned their research results to anyone else. Life there remained rich and fulfilling. Unaffected as well was the elderly caretaker at the poultry shed. Every day, he'd sip tea, smoke a little, and only occasionally clean the sheds when needed. He lived comfortably, a cup of tea in hand, calmly watching the winds of change swirl around him. Xiaoya, you're back. How did it go? And you asked anxiously. And you, we just need to wait. As long as we keep things organized and avoid any major issues, we'll handle everything when Wang Yang returns. Don't worry too much. They're just a bunch of petty hooligans. Ignore them for now and let them keep causing chaos. You went out and came back with such insights. Clearly someone's given you good guidance. Well, I'm off to work. By the way, construction on the office space has started. A few more buildings will be finished soon. Should we transfer the payment to Director Chen soon? How much do we have left in the account? Is it enough? There's still over 4 million left. Part of it is the advance payment from Li Yunping's group, so we can manage the cooperative's initial operations for now. If Wang Yang can't return soon, we could try applying for a loan. Actually, the government has some policies supporting new generation farmers. We clearly meet the criteria. Maybe you could prepare some documents and apply for financial support or favorable policies. I'll think about it. Wang Yang has always insisted on self-financing, trying to avoid relying on outside help. If Director Chen isn't in a hurry, we can delay his payment until Wang Yang comes back and settles it all at once. I'm just curious, where did Wang Yang get all this money? We've invested nearly 30 million here already. That's a huge amount, even bigger than some government-backed investment projects. And yet, he just strolls around every day with his dog, plays with birds, seems completely idle, but everything still runs so smoothly. Don't you find that strange? Xiaoya, are you falling for Wang Yang? You two would be perfect together. Your personalities complement each other well. He's laid back and easygoing. You're outgoing and energetic. Have you ever thought about it? And you, now you're teasing me. Aren't you single too? Fine, just think it over. Wang Yang's a slow mover. If you don't take the initiative, he might never consider anything romantic. I think he pays more attention to Tiger Head and the animals than to finding a girlfriend. You'd better act fast. I heard there's a girl from xiuxian chasing after him. She hasn't come here because it's too cold now, but she'll definitely show up next year. Think carefully. With that, and you walked off to attend to her work. Chapter 152, The Ruins of the Five Elements Sect. Wang Yang set off into the secret realm with Xian Gui and Xian Shi, beginning their search for strange locations. None of them had any good suggestions, so all they could do was wander slowly. Boss, let me take you somewhere. It's a place I visit often. Most of the things I've given you were obtained from that ruin. Xian Shi, then lead the way. We don't have any particular destination anyway, and this secret realm isn't small. Might as well roam around randomly. Xian Gui, do you have anything to say? You probably know more about this place than anyone. Boss, I don't really know how to explain it. As you know, my biggest hobby is sleeping. I sometimes sleep for several years at a stretch before waking up. So honestly, I don't know much about what's going on outside either. Let's just go check out the place Xian Shi mentioned. Maybe the previous cultivators really did leave behind some clues. If not, we can always start hunting down the other strange beasts here. Perhaps one of them knows something. After hearing Xian Gui's suggestion, Wang Yang didn't have a better idea. They couldn't return now anyway. First, they'd explore the place where ancient cultivators once lived. It might actually yield some useful clues. They followed a narrow path forward. Whenever they came across rare medicinal herbs, Wang Yang transplanted them into his spatial garden. He also collected seeds of various exotic flowers and plants, so the journey wasn't dull at all. The secret realm still brimmed with spiritual energy, unlike the outside world polluted by industry and car exhaust. Definitely not the fault of rural areas. Boss, another half hour and we'll be there. There's a cluster of buildings ahead, very well preserved. Nothing like those chambers you saw when you first entered. Those were servant quarters. The place I'm taking you to is the actual residence built by the ancient cultivators. They all used to live there. Just don't get too shocked when you see it. As Xian Shi kept boasting, Xian Gui remained indifferent. He was used to it. This smelly snake loved to show off. Whenever he had something valuable, he'd proudly display it and brag about his abilities. It was just routine by now. Soon, they arrived at the foot of the mountain gate. A stone stele stood before them. Five Elements Sect. Could this place really be so connected to him? He practiced the Five Elements art, and now they'd found the ruins of the Five Elements Sect. It seemed this truly was his blessed land. Passing through a series of archways, numerous buildings stretched upward along the mountainside. First came a large plaza, clearly meant for training new disciples. Around it lay ordinary weapons, which would count as antiques in the outside world. Many rooms were completely dust-free, an oddity indeed. No one had cleaned here for ages, yet not a speck of dust remained. Clearly, formation arrays had been inscribed here to maintain cleanliness. The architecture was extremely ancient, styles rarely seen in the modern world. Exquisitely carved beams and painted rafters exuded grandeur and magnificence, all constructed from wood reinforced with mystical inscriptions. Wang Yang saw statues of the azure dragon, white tiger, black tortoise, vermilion bird, and xiuxian, all lifelike, as if each possessed its own spirit. He never imagined these divine beasts looked like this. The azure dragon stretched hundreds of zhang long, its body covered in emerald green scales that shimmered with golden light under the sun. Its powerful, thick frame resembled a towering mountain peak. Its face bore an imposing dignity, fish-like in features, adorned with long whiskers. Its four limbs were immensely strong, claws sharp as blades, capable of tearing through even the hardest objects. Its tail was long and muscular, tapering to a sharp tip like a blade. Since the pre-Qin era, the azure dragon had symbolized the 7 eastern mansions and the eastern deity Taihao. In the 5 elements, it belonged to wood. In the 8 trigrams, it corresponded to Zhen and Sun, representing lesser yang among the 4 symbols and spring among the 4 seasons. It also marked the celestial east. The ancients imagined the 7 eastern constellations in the shape of a dragon. Following the yin-yang and 5 elements system assigning colors to the 5 directions, the east governed wood, whose representative color was qing, hence the name azure dragon. The white tiger's entire body was covered in pure white fur, tiger-shaped but colossal in size, standing several zhang tall. On its back sprouted a pair of pure white wings, crystal clear and majestic. One of the 4 divine beasts, the white tiger originated from ancient star worship, composed of the 7 western lunar mansions, Kuei, Lu, Wei, Mao, Bai, Zi, and Shun. Thus it became the symbol of the west. Its whiteness derived from the 5 elements. West belonged to metal, whose color was white, symbolizing autumn. The black tortoise possessed a dragon's head, a turtle's body, and a snake's tail. Its shell displayed alternating black and blue hues. A dark serpent coiled around its form. 9 patterns adorned its back, representing the 9 heavenly stems, carrying deep meaning within the 5 elements. The black tortoise was a sacred creature formed by the union of a turtle and a snake. In the 8 trigrams, it aligned with Can. In the 5 elements, it ruled water. It represented life and vitality, symbolized old Een among the four symbols, winter among the four seasons, and marked the northern sky. The vermilion bird danced gracefully, its wings shimmering with the glow of flames. It soared proudly through the sky, displaying its majesty and power. Its feathers were like fire and rosy clouds, emitting a mesmerizing radiance. Its beak was sharp and pointed, seemingly capable of effortlessly tearing through any foe. The vermilion bird's eyes were bright and piercing, exuding an unparalleled wisdom and insight. As it spread its wings in flight, one felt a sense of freedom and unrestraint. The vermilion bird originated from ancient star worship, serving as the divine guardian of the southern constellations and representative of Emperor Yin. In the 8 trigrams, it corresponds to Li. In the 5 elements, it governs fire, symbolizing old Yang among the 4 symbols and summer among the 4 seasons, marking the southern heavens. The xiuxian had a large ear on its head, 2 bright eyes, and a wide mouth. Its body was strong and muscular, with well-developed limbs. 9 tail feathers fanned out at the end of its tail like a xiuxian-shaped plume. A pair of wings rested on its back, enabling it to fly. On its head stood a pair of horns, symbolizing auspiciousness and happiness. The xiuxian's scales were extremely dense, covering its entire body. Azure dragon, white tiger, vermilion bird, and black tortoise, the 4 divine beasts, each ruled one of the 4 directions, collectively occupying about 3/4 of the celestial dome. The central star mansion corresponds to Xiuxian, also known as Xiuxian the Great Emperor, whose guardian beast is the xiuxian. Boss, these are the 5 elements divine beasts. Aren't they awe-inspiring? When I first saw them, I was so scared I didn't dare go inside. They're just too lifelike. You have no darkness in your heart, so everything you see appears bright. Come on, let's keep moving forward and explore further. Soon they arrived at the scripture pavilion. The pavilion appeared extremely ancient, resembling an elder calmly awaiting every visitor's reverence. Wang Yang pushed open a heavy door with force. A creaking sound echoed into everyone's ears. Before them stood row after row of bookshelves, but unfortunately, nearly all were empty. After a quick inspection, he felt disheartened and sent Xianxi and Xiangui inside to search thoroughly for anything left behind. Seeing no further use for the abandoned shelves, he stored them all within the Linglong Pagoda. He decided he would build his own scripture pavilion someday. In no time, he removed every single shelf. Wang Yang swept the area once more with his spiritual sense, but still found nothing. He was about to give up when, "Boss, I found a hidden compartment. There's something here. Come take a look." Hearing Xianxi's call, Wang Yang immediately rushed over. Indeed, in a concealed spot, there was a secret drawer. He scanned the surrounding area with his spiritual sense, only to discover it completely blocked his perception, either due to a formation or some special material. It took great effort before he finally managed to retrieve the object inside. A scripture manual, compendium of the 5 elements art. Chapter 153, Meeting Immortals. Wang Yang held the compendium of the 5 elements manual, flipping through it. It wasn't as comprehensive as what he had obtained from the 5 spirit pearls. This was merely a simplified version, likely edited or abridged by someone after cultivation. Still, it contained many practical techniques that suited him well. "Xianxi, I'm quite satisfied with these. Let's search around once more. If we find nothing, we'll head to the next place." He carefully inspected every corner of the upper and lower floors, but found the building completely empty. After signaling Xianxi and Xiangui, they left the scripture pavilion. "Boss, let's check in that direction. The little tower I gave you, I found it on the opposite mountain peak. So there are still some good things here after all. Let's move quickly," Wang Yang urged, prompting them to pick up their pace. Ahead there's a stone bridge spanning between 2 peaks. When walking across it, you can hear strange sounds, as if someone is muttering to themselves. "Every time I pass by, I feel as though I'm being watched. You should listen carefully when we get there." "I know, Xianxi. Actually, I'd be glad if real people showed up here. That way, I could leave sooner. I wonder how things are back home." Xiangui followed silently at the rear, occasionally scanning the surroundings, as if noticing something, but never saying a word. Wang Yang didn't ask either. Soon, they reached the stone bridge Xianxi had mentioned. At the bridgehead stood a stele engraved with 3 words. Meeting Immortals Bridge. The name itself exuded an aura of immortality. Could there be a trial of the Heartstone ahead? Standing on the bridge, Wang Yang gazed into the valley below. Wisps of mist curled upward, rising from both sides, creating an ethereal atmosphere as if truly meant for encountering celestial beings. As he walked across, however, no strange sounds reached his ears, only the flowing water from deep in the gorge. Without questioning Xianxi further, he continued forward toward the opposite peak. "Boss, did you hear anything just now?" "Not at all." "Xiangui, did you hear something?" Xiangui glanced at Xianxi and said, "If your heart isn't calm, your spirit becomes disturbed." "Xianxi, were you talking to yourself again?" Since neither Wang Yang nor Xiangui had heard anything, they ignored Xianxi and pressed onward. Soon, they arrived beside a peculiar rock formation, beside which were inscribed 3 large characters, Trial of the Heartstone. According to the explanatory inscription, the Trial of the Heartstone tested one's inner senses. One simply needed to sit upon it, close the eyes, and enter a meditative state to be drawn into an illusion. After reading the description, Wang Yang didn't call out to Xiangui. He calmly stepped forward, sat cross-legged, and soon felt himself transported to a strange place. The illusion was incredibly lifelike. Ahead lay a Taoist temple, and standing at the entrance was a young Taoist acolyte staring directly at him. Curious, Wang Yang walked over and asked, "Excuse me, immortal master. May I ask where this place is?" "Venerable guest, my master has been expecting you in the hall. He sent me to escort you. Please follow me inside." What kind of situation was this? Well, since he was already here, best to go along with it. Wang Yang followed the acolyte into the temple. Everyone here wore ancient-style clothing, long hair flowing whether male or female. Some carried swords, others held dusters. Seated at the central position was a man with a jade flute hanging at his waist, handsome, graceful, and strikingly youthful in appearance. "Young friend, staring like that is rather impolite. Come, take a seat. I never expected you to reach my former sanctuary. We must share quite a karmic bond. Strange indeed that the trial of the Heartstone brought you directly to me." "My apologies, senior. I meant no disrespect. But I must ask, is this place real or illusory? I merely sat on the trial of the Heartstone for a moment, and suddenly found myself in your temple. Will I be able to return to where I came from?" "Stop dwelling on such irrelevant questions. Since you've arrived here, surely you've already guessed who I am. Senior, judging by your appearance, you resemble the description of Han Xiangzi, one of the 8 immortals, with your jade flute and elegant bearing." "You're correct. Bai Tian Cave was once my sanctuary, and the Meeting Immortals bridge you crossed was built by my own hands. You've seen my master's portrait before, and now you've come to my sanctuary. Hence, I say our fates are intertwined. Here, try this wine I brewed from 100 flowers." Wang Yang didn't think much of it. Since he was here, he would play the part of a respectful guest. He picked up the cup and drank. Afterwards, he planned to ask the elder how to leave this secret realm. Excellent wine. A refined brew of 100 blossoms, truly lives up to its reputation. The moment he finished drinking, a surge of energy erupted within his body. The 5 elements manual instantly activated, and it took half a quarter hour for Wang Yang to fully absorb and neutralize the turbulent force coursing through him. Not bad at all. It seems you haven't let your cultivation slip. In the future, keep striving and try to let go of unimportant matters, or entrust them to others, so you can devote more time to your practice. Though we've left our homeworld behind, we still hold a deep connection to this place. I hope one day you too will venture beyond. The spiritual energy in this world has already withered. I doubt anyone will achieve greatness here anymore. Senior, could you tell me how to leave this secret realm? I've been trapped here for a very long time. Young friend, are you perhaps searching for the heart of the Dongtian? Since you've come this far, I shall give it to you. Drip a drop of your blood upon it, then sit here and refine it. I'll lend you assistance from the side. Wang Yang gazed at the heart of the Dongtian in his hand, shimmering with radiant multicolored light. He dripped a single drop of blood onto it, and swiftly, the heart absorbed it. Sit cross-legged, calm your mind, circulate your technique, and slowly refine it. Right now, you've only just established an initial bond. You haven't fully mastered it yet. The heart of the Dongtian is the core essence of this place. If you ever enter other blessed lands or immortal realms in the future, don't fail to recognize its significance. It took Wang Yang half a day to complete the refinement process. Now he sensed the entire Dongtian as if it were an egg clinging to the surface of Earth, an independent three-dimensional space existing across different dimensions. The connection points shifted over time, which finally explained why the original entrance had vanished. Young friend, I entrust this Dongtian to you. I'm also leaving behind some of my personal treasures for you to have. Treat the living beings here with care, continue cultivating diligently yourself, and I look forward to our next meeting. After Elder Han Xiangzi finished speaking, everything around him faded away. Wang Yang soon woke up, feeling as though he had experienced nothing more than a dream within a dream. He rose to his feet and bowed deeply toward an empty patch of air. Xian, I've obtained the heart of the Dongtian and completely refined it. I want to merge this realm with my 5 spirit pearls. The boss is truly the boss. Following the boss, I feel like I'm about to soar. Xian immediately flattered. This time, even Xian was exceptionally joyful. They would finally be able to leave this place. Wang Yang swept his divine sense throughout the entire Dongtian, intending to gather all the living beings together so they wouldn't panic when he initiated the fusion. Chapter 154, Space Fusion. There were many animals here that had already vanished from the outside world, such as the great one-horned rhinoceros, the white-crested ibis crane, the saiga antelope, clouded leopards, elephants, civets, and others. They were all living in excellent condition, with stable populations, and seeing them thriving brought great comfort. Wang Yang brought Xian and Xian to a vast open area. Using his control over the secret realm, he began gathering these animals toward him. At first, there was some chaos, but with the help of the realm's power, they were quickly calmed. The creatures within the secret realm were highly sentient. They gazed curiously at Wang Yang, Xian and Xian, now recognizing this person as the master of this place. Through spiritual consciousness, Wang Yang informed them that he would soon take them to another world to live. The animals felt no distress. They likely hadn't encountered humans in a long time and had no idea that their counterparts outside had already gone extinct. He led them directly into the 5 elemental pearl space. Upon entering, there was initial unrest, but after some calming, they gradually settled down. After instructing them about rules and precautions within the space, he allowed them to disperse freely. Returning outside, he secured the cultivation base of the 5 elements sect. Once fusion was complete, he would finally have a proper place to reside. The plants within the secret realm and aquatic life would not vanish upon integration. The 5 elemental pearls would automatically redistribute them to suitable locations. Wang Yang sent Xian and Xian into the Crystal Palace, then began absorbing the secret realm. With the aid of the heart of the Tao cave, the realm slowly detached from its original position, transforming into a chaotic disk that floated in midair. The 5 elemental pearls spontaneously separated from Wang Yang's body, swiftly engulfing the secret realm before it, and simultaneously pulling Wang Yang himself into the pearl space. At that moment, the entire space began to shift. The secret realm restored itself to its original form within the greater space. All living beings from both realms floated into the air, every animal and plant detaching from their former positions. The two spaces started merging, colliding. A tremendous sound rang in Wang Yang's ears as the entire space began to break apart and reorganize. In an instant, the scene transformed. The space expanded, becoming far more vast, the mountains more majestic and imposing. The concentration of spiritual energy increased rapidly. The 5 elemental pearls rearranged every flower, plant, and tree, redistributing them across various new positions. Animals were likewise scattered into different regions. The two spaces had now perfectly fused. Not a single trace of discord remained. All of Wang Yang's previous belongings were transported to the cultivation base of the 5 Elements sect. The 5 elemental pearls placed the ruins of the 5 Elements sect among several mountain ranges, fitting them seamlessly into the landscape. Flora was arranged naturally and harmoniously, creating an appearance akin to a genuine immortal sect. The 3 Pure One statues were enshrined in a grand hall, a site originally a temple. Now, with divine statues reinstated, the atmosphere instantly became solemn and awe-inspiring. A soft glow began emanating around the statues of the 3 Pure Ones, and ethereal mist drifted in the air, adding a layer of profound mystery. Wang Yang approached, lit an incense stick, knelt on the prayer mat, and paid his respects, then quietly left the temple. He reorganized his bedroom and carefully placed each of his treasured items collected from the Linglong Pagoda into various rooms. The scripture pavilion was reopened. Wang Yang restocked the shelves with all his treasured ancient texts, placing antiques, calligraphy, and paintings there as well. Rows of bookshelves and display cabinets stood neatly arranged in designated areas. All his wealth, coins, gold, was stored separately in a dedicated room. The entire compound was protected by formation arrays, ensuring not a speck of dust could enter. Living here henceforth would be exceedingly comfortable. After arranging all his affairs, he began patrolling the space. Now, all animals had been assigned to different territories, each species granted its own distinct domain, allowing for more comfortable survival going forward. The grasslands had become even more expansive, with animal density reduced compared to before. Herds of deer, antelope, musk deer, rhinos, chickens, ducks, geese, rabbits, and others were now scattered across different sections of the prairie. Rivers and streams crisscrossed the land in dense networks, completely different from the outside world, with lush and abundant grazing vegetation. South China tigers, leopards, wild boars, golden monkeys, foxes, civets, pangolins, and various snake species were dispersed throughout the forested mountains. Elephants lived in the transitional zone between grassland and mountains. Various bird species found their own preferred spots, building nests accordingly. Most remarkably were the bees. They had constructed numerous hives among the mountains, their colonies spread across multiple locations. Honey production in the future would undoubtedly be abundant. The rare trees Wang Yang had previously cultivated were now planted in clusters across various areas. A few specimens of each fruit tree were left scattered around the 5 Elements sect's base, while the rest were replanted by the 5 elemental pearls in other suitable locations, allowing animals to freely enjoy the fruits. The medicinal herbs had formed a separate herb garden, which was extremely large in area. The space arranged each type of herb in different locations according to its specific growing habits. Some were also scattered across other regions, allowing the animals within the space to freely access them for healing, guided by their senses or inherited instincts. An underground dark river system had also formed, creating a unique ecosystem beneath the surface. Various sized caves were dispersed throughout the subterranean network, and the underground rivers complemented the surface waterways perfectly. Every area was traversed by flowing rivers, though strangely, a desolate desert still existed in one region. Wang Yang couldn't quite understand why the 5 elemental pearls had arranged it this way. Wherever rivers flowed, lakes were connected. All the various lotus species he had previously planted were now scattered across these lakes, while different fish species dispersed throughout the rivers and lakes alike. The spiritual spring remained atop the central mountain, where several grand waterfalls cascaded down like silken ribbons winding through the peaks. Wang Yang instantly teleported over to inspect. The gourd vine had finally undergone a major transformation. 2 of the 7 colored gourds had fully matured, now floating above the spring. The lotuses planted here bloomed with exceptional vitality. Their roots were as pure as jade, and many of the seeds had already ripened. He first picked up the 2 matured gourds, one blue, one red, and tested each with a drop of his blood. The blue water gourd contained an independent spatial compartment capable of storing liquids. When alcohol or beverages were stored inside, they became richer and smoother. The effect was even stronger on spirit wine. Any liquid could be stored within, and the internal space was vast, also allowing for controlled release of water outward. The red one was the fire gourd, capable of both absorbing and releasing flames without issue. He absorbed both gourds into his body to nurture them further. He then harvested all the ripe lotus seeds, sending them into the pagoda space for safekeeping. These were valuable treasures. Finally, he arrived at the Crystal Palace and saw Xian Gui and Xian Shi leisurely playing in the vast ocean. The sea had expanded significantly, and several islands now emerged across the water's surface. This transformation amounted to a complete overhaul. The space was now virtually indistinguishable from the outside world, except that it did not match Earth's scale. The space now experienced day and night cycles. At night, stars and a moon appeared in the sky. During the day, a sun hung high above. He wasn't sure how this phenomenon arose, but it was likely due to some fundamental metamorphosis within the secret realm substance. Currently, the space lacked seasonal changes, but gentle breezes brushed the skin, rain fell naturally, and the 5 elemental pearls had established a unique, self-sustaining ecological cycle. From now on, Wang Yang no longer needed to manually summon rainfall. When Xian Gui and Xian Shi spotted Wang Yang arriving at the Crystal Palace, they happily swam over to greet him. Boss, the environment here is incredible, more vibrant than the original secret realm. We might even break through further in cultivation. This place has truly become a complete Dongtan micro-world. He glanced at the two and said, from now on, I'm entrusting the ocean to you two. I won't bother you unless necessary, just manage the sea well. After speaking, Wang Yang returned to the 5 elements sect base and summoned Tiger Head, Da Mao, and Air Mao. From this point forward, they would all settle here permanently. Chapter 155, Changes Beyond the Qinling Mountains. Wang Yang didn't stay in the space for too long. This time, his gains had been enormous. The fusion and transformation of the space had indirectly remodeled Wang Yang's body as well, making the circulation of the 5 elements technique smoother than ever. After exiting the space, he reappeared at the original location of the secret realm. A spatial rift remained here, and Earth was beginning to repair itself. Meanwhile, noticeable changes had emerged in the outside world. The secret realm had been deep within the Qinling Mountains, where strange minor earthquakes had suddenly occurred. These unexpected quakes quickly drew the government's attention, and inspection teams would soon be dispatched. Finally back in the real world, Wang Yang returned to the cave where he'd entered. It had already been buried. Using his space to collect stones and soil, he quickly cleared a path out from the mountain's depths. Since people might arrive soon, he immediately sealed the cave entrance again with rocks and dirt. Outside the valley, snowflakes were drifting down. Wang Yang let out a loud roar. "Ah!" The shout released all the pent-up negative emotions within him, leaving him feeling incredibly comfortable and light. Without lingering, Wang Yang turned and sprinted toward Xinjia village, not yet releasing Hotu and the others. Unrestrained now, a blur shot forward, barely leaving a shallow trace on the snow. With almost no one around in the vast Qinling range, no one would notice this at all. After running for an hour, he slowed his pace and summoned Hotu, Da Mao, Mao, Jinbao, and Yunbao, leading them all leaping across the snowy terrain. "Boss, finally we can go home. We didn't really help you much this time. Once we're back, we'll train harder. Gotta keep up with you. Hotu, don't pressure yourself. You're all my best companions. Whenever I head somewhere else, I'll bring you along. As long as you don't lose heart, you'll always stay by my side. And stop worrying so much about how to help me. Just being around me is the greatest comfort you could give," Wang Yang said, stopping to pat each of their heads one by one. Then turning around, he shouted, "Let's go home." He pulled out his phone from the space. One message alert after another rang out. Missed calls from Xiaoya, and Yu, his mother, his father, Brother Chun, and even Master Xing. He glanced through them without replying and continued rushing forward. It was getting late, and darkness slowly crept across the sky. There was no time to waste. Finding a proper mountain trail would speed things up. Hotu, Jinbao, push faster. Let's try to cross that peak ahead before it gets completely dark. Speed up. Don't worry, boss. We'll definitely get over that mountain ahead of time. Without another word, Wang Yang increased his pace. Meanwhile, Xiaoya had returned to the courtyard and was chatting with Yu. "And you, when do you think Wang Yang will come back? We've called so many times, but none went through. All we hear is out of service. What's going on? Did he go abroad or something? How could that be? Why overthink it? He'll return when he's meant to. Besides, with those people Shinzue brought, they couldn't accomplish anything anyway. They've already drawn a lot of attention. Robbing openly on public roads isn't something anyone can just do. Now the more I think about them, the more I laugh. They're truly incompetent, more trouble than help. And this time, we don't even need to lift a finger. Lots of people online are already calling them out. The local government must have noticed too. Crackdowns on organized crime have always been a national security bottom line. Now someone dares blatantly act like a criminal gang. Do you think they'll end well? Anyway, forget about them. It's snowing outside. I'll bring out the electric pot from the kitchen. Let's dig up some of Wang Yang's good liquor and sort through the stored ingredients. How about a hot pot dinner? Perfect. It's so cold outside, nothing better to do. I'll wash the pot and prepare the seasonings. You handle the ingredients. Pull out more of that lamb. If it stays frozen too long, it won't taste as good. Let's do this." Xiaoya happily headed into the kitchen while Yu went to the storage room to fetch ingredients. Both of them bustled about cheerfully. "Husband, where do you think Xiaoyang has gone? Not a single call in all these days. Worries me to death. When he gets back, just wait till I get my hands on him. Just like you. He goes out and forgets his way home. Never gives us peace. Drives me crazy. You're still the same. How old is that kid now? Yet you fuss over him every day. I say you're just idle. There's so much work around here. Get busy doing something useful instead of worrying. If you've got energy to waste, spend it thinking about finding him a girlfriend. That's what really matters. What do you think about those two girls here?" "Husband, you mean Xiaoya and Yu? I think both are great, very suitable. But of course, this isn't something I can decide. I'll find time to ask around. Maybe it really could work out." You mentioning it made me realize I hadn't noticed before. Seems like you're not completely clueless after all. That actually makes me happy. After all, Our child's marriage is a serious matter. We really need to take the lead on this. Finally quiet, huh? Now hurry up and cook. I'm starving. Ever since I came back from the greenhouse, my stomach's been growling nonstop, waiting for you to serve dinner. Eat, eat, eat. That's all you ever think about. At the village chief's house, things were also lively. The whole family was gathered around the dinner table. Dad, what are we going to do about Uncle Xiuzui? Can we really just let them keep causing trouble outside the village? Asked xiuxian. Yeah, Dad. What's your take on this? If Wang Yang comes back and sees this mess, it'll be so awkward. He's done so much good for us, fixed our homes, solved people's livelihood issues. Now the young folks in the village have jobs with salaries even higher than what they'd earn outside, plus the convenience of staying home. You can't just ignore this situation anymore. Qin Yu also shared her thoughts. That's right, husband. You have to handle this tomorrow. Look at how things have turned out. How could a decent person become like this? If the old village secretary were still alive and saw what his son has become, I swear he'd die of anger all over again. I know what you're all saying, and I've been thinking about it too. This really can't wait any longer. The villagers are already complaining. Tourists have stopped coming, and business at the homestays, farm restaurants, and convenience stores has plummeted. If this keeps up, it'll ruin our village's reputation. I'm heading out to the village entrance after dinner to see if that guy's still there. It's snowing hard outside, yet he still has the nerve to cause chaos. Unbelievable. Really, some people make others want to die from comparison. With that, the village chief pushed his bowl and chopsticks aside, put on his coat, and strode out of the courtyard. Dad, wait up. I'll go with you. Uncle Shun can be rough. He might even hit you. Let me call a few people to come along. Lots of villagers are already furious. Fine then. Ernyo, go gather a few folks from the village. We'll all go together. We can't keep letting this slide. Tonight, we'll settle this once and for all and give everyone a proper answer. Soon, many villagers arrived. Once they heard the village chief plan to resolve the issue with Xiuzui tonight, they followed him toward the edge of the village. Chapter 156, The Brawl. Xiuzui and the others were in the minivan, gorging themselves on food and drinks. Brother Shun, I've been thinking, how long can we keep doing this? It's been days, and nothing's changed. We're just blocking tourists from entering. It doesn't affect the village at all. What if we sneak in some pesticide, kill all the fish in the pond first, then destroy the greenhouses? What do you think? Damn it. Erguzi, what kind of stupid idea is that? If we could do something like that, don't you think someone would have done it already? If it were possible, I'd have finished the job long ago. Now we're stuck out here every day, freezing cold, starving, barely surviving on stale bread and wind. This is pure torture. All because a few rich brats in the city want full control of this place without spending a dime. They want to seize it by trickery and force. So for now, we're deadlocked. I heard there are people from outside trying to uncover the village's secrets. There's a businessman who came from Ningbo in the south. He's selling crystal vegetables back home at crazy prices. Every high-end hotel is scrambling to find his source. Foreign companies even want to get their hands on the seeds for research, offering huge sums. But we've got no connections. We can't even reach those people. Right now, we're stuck relying on those useless second-generation thugs from the city. They're good for nothing but causing trouble. Without their family's power, who'd give a damn about them? Stop drinking. Scarface, you'll take night watch. The rest of us are going to sleep for a bit. If anything happens, wake everyone up. Got it, Brother Shun. You can count on me. Scarface replied, then leaned over the driver's seat, scanning the outside. Meanwhile, a group of villagers had gathered and were now walking toward the edge of the village. Uncle, what should we do? Should we just beat the crap out of those hooligans? You kids need to stay calm, said village chief Xin Fei. We don't use violence unless absolutely necessary. Do you all understand? He didn't have a perfect plan yet. He just wanted to go over and persuade Xiuzui and his gang to leave. Scarface saw the large group approaching from the village. It was obvious they were coming for them. Things were looking serious tonight. Might even come to weapons. Brother Shun, Erguzi, Haigi, Talkative, wake up. A whole crowd's coming. What do we do? Damn it. Just fell asleep and they show up. Must be suicidal. Xiuzui cursed as he jumped out of the van first. Village Chief Xin Fei and the villagers arrived near the vehicle. Before anyone could speak, they heard Xiuzui shouting furiously. You damn bumpkins are so annoying. Can't you wait till daytime? You woke me up just now. Unless you've got a damn good reason, this won't end well. The villagers, hearing such offensive words, became furious, glaring hatefully at the group. Xin Fei stepped forward and said to Xiuzui, we've ignored you so far out of respect for the old secretary. But now you're getting bolder every day. What exactly are you trying to do? Don't you know your names are already on the government's watch list? I'm warning you, go back now. Don't wait until things spiral beyond repair, or it'll be too late to regret. You old bastard, just because you're village chief, you think you're somebody? Mind your own damn business. Want me to loosen your bones a little? Looks like you all need a nice dose of painkillers. And what are you staring at? Think you can take us? Come on, try. Beat us fair and square, and we'll leave. If not, get lost and cool off somewhere else. Xiuzui's arrogance finally pushed the villagers over the edge. Everyone raised their tools and rushed forward to attack. Goddamn hooligans, do they think they rule the world now? Still playing big shots and throwing around pills as threats? Tonight, we'll show you what real punishment feels like. Let's see how tough you really are. Everyone attack. Beat them down. The entire group of villagers charged with their makeshift weapons. These 5 degenerates, weakened by years of indulgence in alcohol and women, stood no chance against a mob of hardened rural laborers. Within moments, 3 of them were already knocked down and being beaten by the crowd. Seeing the villagers fully enraged, Xiuzui gritted his teeth, pulled out a knife, lunged at the closest person, xiuxian, and stabbed him straight in the arm. Blood poured down instantly. When others noticed Shinzue had stabbed Uncle xiuxian, panic broke out. No one knew how serious the injury was, but they quickly gathered around, determined to protect his life at all costs. Shinzue, looks like you're begging for trouble. Ernyo, call the police right now. Everyone else, keep your distance. Use longer weapons to beat them down, but don't get too close. Knock them out first. When the villagers heard village chief Shin Fei's words, they all stepped back. Everyone wielding shovels, long sticks, and other lengthy tools began striking Shinzue. The other 4 hooligans, seeing blood drawn, panicked. What if someone died? Even if they got paid, would they live to spend it? Some started thinking about fleeing, but it was too late to run. The villagers had already surrounded them. In no time, all 5 were beaten to the ground, curling up and screaming, each one bruised and battered. Shinzue was also knocked down, his knife knocked from his hand and lying on the ground. Nobody touched that knife. Wait for the police to arrive. Now, tie them up first. Someone go into the village and find a vehicle. Get xiuxian to the hospital right away. We can't delay this. Village Chief Shin Fei began assigning tasks for what came next. He then took out his phone and dialed Town Mayor Lu Haodong's number. This was now a case of mass brawling, with serious injury involved. Someone had been stabbed. It had to be reported immediately. The call connected quickly. Mayor Lu, we've had a mass brawl here. Another villager has been injured. We've detained those few hooligans. How should we proceed? Chief Shin Fei, why didn't you report this earlier? Get the injured person to the hospital immediately. Make sure no one dies. Have you called the police? I'll head over there soon. You keep things under control. I'll wait for you then. The injured man will be sent to hospital shortly. So far, it's just an arm wound. No risk of death. I'll handle everything properly. Everyone in the village soon learned about the incident and rushed toward the village entrance. Shenhauern brought over clean gauze and did a quick wrap on his father's bleeding arm, waiting for the car to arrive and take him to hospital. Xiaoya and Inyu arrived with the crowd. Xiaoya handed over Wang Yang's car keys, and Shun Haoshuan drove off with Shenhauern's family toward the hospital. All villagers who owned cars followed behind. Xiaoya and Inyu didn't go. They both had a bit to drink and couldn't drive. They arranged for someone else to pay the medical fees up front, with reimbursement later through the cooperative. Not long after, the police arrived. Officers collected the weapon in a plastic bag, handcuffed the 5 hooligans, and proceeded to question each villager one by one, recording statements. By the time Mayor Lu Haodong arrived, most of the situation had already been handled. Village Chief Shin Fei approached him and recounted the entire incident, including details about the injured villager. Chief Shin Fei, we're currently gathering evidence here and preparing to formally arrest these individuals. However, you're taking matters into your own hands through violence is unacceptable. From now on, if something like this happens, report it first. Call the police. Don't just rally people and start fighting. If problems arise, even if you were in the right, you'll end up looking wrong. Let this be a warning. Don't let it happen again. And just like that, the matter was hastily concluded. Everything else would now be left to the police. Chapter 157, Wang Yang returns. Shen Haoshuan rushed the injured man to the hospital. After examining Shun Xinshuan's wounds, the doctor immediately wheeled him into the operating room. The wound was disinfected first. Luckily, it wasn't large and hadn't damaged any major arteries. It was only a severe external injury, requiring over a dozen stitches. He would need to stay hospitalized for observation. The villagers who had followed along saw there was nothing serious and gradually headed back home. Shen Haoshuan paid the hospitalization fees, then found Shenhauern. Xiaolei, you stay here to take care of your dad. Someone will come tomorrow to relieve you. I've already settled all the medical expenses. If nothing else comes up, I'll head back now. Big Zhuang, thanks so much for your help. Don't mention it. We're brothers. You go ahead and rest. Once someone returned to the village with news, people heard that Shin Xinshuan only had minor external injuries and needed just a few days of hospital rest. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief and went back to bed. By this time, Wang Yang had already crossed several mountain peaks, but was still far from the village. There was no way he could make it back tonight, so he brought Hutu and the others into his spatial realm to rest. Wang Yang prepared a simple meal, ate quickly, then sat cross-legged in the bedroom cultivating. Soon, he entered a state of complete self-forgetfulness. Inside the space, the plants were growing even lusher, and the air pulsed with thick spiritual energy. Time within remained unchanged as before, though now there were clear distinctions between day and night. The animals had gradually adapted to these changes, their hunting instincts reignited. The 5-spirit bead space was slowly reconstructing an ecological closed-loop system, something Wang Yang hadn't yet noticed. Meanwhile, another group of people had discovered the sealed cave that Wang Yang had hidden away. Comparing the terrain to the animal skin map they carried, they quickly confirmed this was the exact location. The group erupted in excitement. The brothers hugged each other joyfully. Senior brother, we've finally found the entrance. Should we start digging now? Jiming Junior brother, hold on. All of you, scout around first. Check if anything seems unusual. Senior brother, this must be the Dragonshire site. Here, dragon and phoenix converge, sometimes soaring into the sky, sometimes coiled upon the earth. Birds and beasts live in peace, harmoniously coexisting. Look at how lush the vegetation is on both sides. The terrain here is relatively flat. But one thing puzzles me. I don't understand why the dragon aura is dissipating. You're bringing up your theories again, second brother. Now that we've found the place, why speculate further? Let's dig open the entrance first. Only after entering can we find what we seek. Jiming speaks wisely. Brothers, let's begin excavating. They didn't need much effort. Within half an hour, they dug dozens of meters deep. The soil was extremely loose, as though someone had recently filled it in. Seeing this, second brother Xiuxian spoke up again. Everyone, stop for a moment. Don't you find this highly suspicious? We've dug dozens of meters in just half an hour. This doesn't match what Master told us, that no one had come here for centuries. Look, the soil is too soft, clearly disturbed by human hands. This also explains why the dragon chi of this dragon chi is vanishing. This is the entrance-exit point of the dragon vein. I conclude someone has beaten us here, and possibly, the secret realm itself may have already disappeared. Senior brother, I fear our journey will be in vain. At this point, I see no reason to continue digging. Xiuxian junior brother, said senior brother Xiuxiu calmly. Since we've come this far, everything inside remains speculation. None of us have seen it firsthand. We cannot abandon hope based solely on your intuition. Continue digging. But as soon as he finished speaking, everyone noticed senior brother Xiuxiu turned deathly pale, clearly overwhelmed by anxiety. All work stopped instantly. Jiming rushed forward and grabbed him tightly. Senior brother, please calm down. Maybe things aren't as dire as second brother says. Rest here for a while. Just watch us dig. Listen to your junior brother. Sit down and take a breather. The other juniors quickly gathered around Xiuxiu in concern. Cough, cough, cough. Suddenly, Xiuxiu spat out a mouthful of dark purple blood, but seeing him release it actually eased their worries slightly. Brothers, I feel better now. Just now, I panicked and lost control for a moment. I'll be fine after some rest. Sorry to trouble you all. Wiping the blood from his lips, Xiuxiu forced a faint smile. Senior brother, don't put so much pressure on yourself. Even if we don't find the secret realm, we can always return. In the future, we can focus on cultivating our hearts in the Taoist temple. Master won't blame us, said second brother Xiuxian gently. All right then, keep digging. I'll stay here and supervise. As dawn barely lightened the sky the next day, Wang Yang emerged early from his space, slowly making his way back with Hutu and the others. Boss, we're almost home. Why rush so much? No need to hurry today. We can take it slow. As long as we get back by morning, we're good. Now's a perfect chance to enjoy the snow scenery of Qinling. Whoa! Suddenly, a loud cry echoed from the sky, the call of a golden eagle. Instantly, Hutu and the others braced themselves in defense. Wang Yang, thrilled by the sound, looked up and saw a brilliant golden figure circling high above. He never expected to see a golden eagle here. It was such a rare sight, and it didn't seem to be leaving in a hurry, as if hunting somewhere nearby. Hutu, Damao, Ermao, Jinbao, Yunbao, you all spread out around. See if the eagle dives down. I'll call you back later. Let's first observe which direction it flies after this. We might find its nest. Wang Yang thought for a moment. You're hunting, right? Then let me release some rabbits and see how you react. With that, he moved to an open area and released several rabbits. The frightened rabbits darted away into the distance. Their sudden movement immediately caught the eagle's attention. In a flash, the powerful silhouette in the sky swooped down swiftly toward the fleeing rabbits. Only now did Wang Yang clearly see the golden eagle's true form. Its feathers were golden brown, its wingspan over 2 meters, truly majestic. Its sharp eyes gleamed with intensity. Within mere seconds, it snatched one of the running rabbits. Whoa! With another powerful cry, it soared away into the distant mountains, prey and claw. Seeing this, Wang Yang chased only briefly before the target vanished completely. Sai, no luck today? Hutu, you all come back. We won't keep chasing. The terrain is tough this season. It's impossible to locate its nest. Let's just head home. This golden eagle had flown in from far away. Its hunting range was vast. It was sheer coincidence that Wang Yang had spotted it today. Perhaps it was fate. Boss, we're nearly home. Aren't you going to let Haizi out? That guy's been having so much fun in your space, he doesn't want to leave. Hutu, if you hadn't reminded me, I'd have forgotten. I brought him along for a trip, but kept him inside the space the whole time without letting him out. Looks like he's definitely put on even more weight this time. With that, Wang Yang released Haizi. Haizi, been comfortable in there lately? Yeah, boss, let's just go home first. No need to worry about little ol' me. Wang Yang gave him a quick glance and a smile, then walked straight into the village. Chapter 158, Stabilizing Morale. Xiaoyang, you're back. I didn't expect you'd come see me first. Want a drink? I'll give you a jar to take home. Uncle Shun, now that you mention it, I really do want to take some wine back with me. We must have quite a bit of new liquor stored in the cellar by now, right? Uncle Shun looked at Wang Yang and couldn't help but smile wryly. You know better than anyone how little we've got left. Brewing takes time, and freshly made wine isn't even good yet. You planning to haul it all away? I understand, Uncle Shun. Don't keep pretending you're poor. Tomorrow I'll check the cellar myself. How much sorghum do we have left? If supplies are low, I'll transfer a batch from somewhere else. We're running pretty low on sorghum, actually. Handle it as you see fit. The village has had quite a few incidents these past couple days. Things that need your attention. I won't hold you up any longer. Then I'll head off now, Uncle Shun. Wang Yang swept his spiritual sense across the village and found nothing unusual. It was quiet overall, except near Wild Boar Gully, where Pig Samba and his herd were ramming against the enclosure wall, clearly trying to break out and cause trouble. Tigerhead, you two go home first. I'm going over to Wild Boar Gully. Blackie, behave yourself and go straight home. Don't run around anywhere. After giving those instructions, Wang Yang rushed toward Wild Boar Gully. Pig Samba, what are you doing? Trying to return to the mountains. Boss, you're back. I've missed you so much. All right, enough flattery. I'm giving you all food and spirit water now. Settle down and don't make trouble for me. Take your favorite companions and follow me. Leave the rest here to live normally. Even if I'm gone someday, they won't be problematic. Only you, Pig Samba, are a constant headache. Boss, you finally accept me. Wait a second, I'll explain things to them first. Seeing Pig Samba's expression, Wang Yang couldn't help but chuckle. What a shameless fellow. He went into their den, took out large quantities of food from his space, and filled the pond here with spirit water. Everything was settled now. Later he'd inform the villagers. The remaining boars were gentle, undemanding about food, and just needed to eat their fill. He transported Pig Samba's entire family into his space, letting them live and breed together with the other wild boars there. They wouldn't come out again unless something urgent came up. Before Wang Yang could even reach home, Xiaoya came hurrying over. Wang Yang, why didn't you go home first when you returned? I see clearly. You're just a hands-off manager. A group of ruffians showed up outside the village. Don't know which faction they belong to, but their intention is obvious. They want to swallow us up. This matter needs your handling. Last night village chief Uncle fought them with some men. Xiuxian Uncle got badly injured in the arm with a knife and is still hospitalized. You need to take a firm stand on this. Wang Yang looked at Xiaoya and said, let's talk when we get home. It's freezing out here. Why aren't you dressed warmer? Wait any longer, and tomorrow I'll be taking you to the hospital too. Let's go. San Mao and Sameo followed closely beside Wang Yang, their tails wagging like little windmills. Boss, we missed you. You two did well. Extra treats tonight. Tiger Head, Damao, Ermao, Blackie, Jinbao, Yunbao, they're all waiting at home. Go back now. Wang Yang patted their heads. Xiaoya watched Wang Yang's affectionate interaction with San Mao and Sameo, feeling rather puzzled. Wang Yang, I've got to ask, how exactly did you train those dogs at home? Can you teach me? Maybe I'll raise a few dogs later for fun. Are you somehow able to communicate with them? I didn't see you make any signals. How come they turned around so happily and ran off? Xiaoya, curiosity killed the cat, you know. If I told you I can actually communicate with them, would you believe me? That's my biggest secret. I find you incredibly shameless. Stop boasting here. I'm freezing to death. I'm heading back first. Now you feel cold, yet you wear so little. I just don't get people like you. Some still wear skirts in winter. Is style more important than health? When you grow old, you'll learn what suffering really means. After hearing Wang Yang's words, Xiaoya rolled her eyes and dashed back home. Wang Yang, you're finally back. I've got some financial reports needing your signature, and we need to transfer funds into the cooperative account quickly. Mr. Chun needs payment for the construction project. And you've worked hard. Put that aside for now. Let's cook dinner first. What do you want to eat? I'll make something extra later. Great. Let's have hot pot then. It's faster and more convenient. Xiaoya and I have had it several times these past few days, and we still haven't had enough. You go ahead and cook. I've got some things to deal with. Xiaoya, and you has something to attend to. Come help me wash the vegetables. I'll go cut up some lamb and beef and prepare the broth base. We're having spicy hot pot tonight. Add plenty of chili peppers. It feels so good eating this in winter. Entering the storage room, he saw that the ingredients weren't very fresh anymore. They'd make do for now. He'd go out later and get more. Wang Yang, why does your broth taste so amazing? No matter how hard we try, we can never replicate your flavor. If you opened a farmhouse restaurant here in the village, it would definitely become famous. This is just too delicious. Yeah, from now on, cook it at home more often. Invite Aunt Zheng and Uncle Wang over too. Let's all gather and have a good time together. Xiaoya, has my mom come looking for either of you? When Xiaoya and Yu heard Wang Yang's words, both flushed red in the face. Earlier today, Aunt Zheng had come by and asked them whether either of them would be willing to date Wang Yang. Both girls had misunderstood her intention at the time and remained silent. Hey, I'm asking you something. Why are you two blushing like that? Do you have a fever? That came on quickly. Just now you were fine. Never mind. I'll call her myself later. Otherwise, Mom will start nagging again. You two hurry up and eat. Tell me about what's been going on in the village afterward. Hearing this, Xiaoya and Yu realized they had misinterpreted Aunt Zheng's words earlier. A faint sense of disappointment welled up inside them, and they couldn't help but glare at Wang Yang angrily. What's wrong with you two? Do you need to set the mood before eating? Here, each of you gets a spoonful of lamb. Hurry up and eat while it's hot. Tastes better that way. You're so clueless. What's gotten into you two all of a sudden? If you don't want to eat, I'll just scoop it all into my own bowl. Wang Yang laughed. So satisfying. Next time I go out, I'll bring some portable hot pot gear. Then we can enjoy hot pot wherever we go. Still thinking about going out again? You've barely returned. What about the issue I mentioned earlier? We can't keep letting others scheme against us. Tomorrow you must visit Xiuxian Uncle in the hospital. I'll handle the outside matters. You two just focus on keeping things in order within the village. I'll head out soon to deliver some sorghum to the distillery and bring back more food. In the meantime, clean up the storage room. Take out all the vegetables that have been sitting too long. I'll take them over to feed the wild boars. They're not fresh anymore anyway. You're really going to feed such good stuff to pigs? You're such a spendthrift. Chapter 159, Dealing with Trivial Matters. After dinner, Wang Yang drove off in his box truck, first delivering 2 loads of sorghum to the distillery, then returning with a large quantity of food. He went straight to his mother's place and unloaded a lot of vegetables, as well as generous amounts of chicken, fish, meat, and eggs. Xiaoyang, why didn't you tell me you were back? I was just about to come find you. Now go ahead and get to work. Mom, dearest, didn't I report to you the moment I got back? Look, this is all for you. It should last you a while. Mom, haven't Tang Lao and the others returned yet? It's still early. They always come back after dark. Help me cook later. The last few days, those old masters haven't been feeling too well. Their research, well, from what I see, they're getting a bit obsessed. And your father's never around either. I'll talk with them tonight. We need to balance work and rest. We can't let them collapse from exhaustion. Mom, I'll take the rest of this stuff back first, then come help you cook. After saying that, Wang Yang drove off again. He stored everything in the storage room, then loaded some stale vegetables into the truck and drove away. Instead of heading back to Yezigu, he directly moved the old vegetables into his space and fed them to the animals. After a moment's thought, he decided to go check on the fish pond. There wasn't much activity here now. Visitors to the village were almost non-existent. Wang Yang summoned some migratory birds and asked if they needed any help. Then, he scattered grain around the pond's perimeter, released a large number of freshwater fingerlings into the water, and poured in plenty of space water as well. He hadn't visited the enclosed livestock area yet, so he went in to have a look. The cattle and sheep here were fat and healthy, clearly enjoying excellent feed. He gave every animal there some space water to improve their constitution, boost immunity, and help them get through winter more comfortably. Finally, he arrived at the poultry shed. Old master, eaten yet? Come over to my dad's place later for a drink. I'm treating. You're back, young man. That settles my mind. How did things go? Did you find my son and daughter-in-law? Wang Yang paused, carefully choosing his words. Old master, I'm sorry to disappoint you. I went to the place you mentioned. There was no sign anyone had entered. It was a sealed space. Ordinary people couldn't have gotten in. I searched every corner inside and found no clues at all. After I came out, the entire place collapsed. There seemed to be an earthquake outside too. Was everything okay here? I forgot to ask Xiaoyu about it. Never mind. If they can't be found, then stop searching. They must have been destined for this calamity. No escaping fate. You said it collapsed. Did you at least get something valuable out of it? Show me what you've got. Nothing. Absolutely nothing. Just some herbs. I'll steep them into wine and bring it to you later. Old master, go get ready. Head over to my parents' place. I'll go ahead and start cooking. The ingredients are already prepared. All right, keeping secrets now, eh? Seems you found quite a few good things this time. I won't pry. Do as you like. But listen, what we just talked about stays between you and me. No third person should ever know. The government will send investigators there soon. Stay completely out of it. From now on, if anyone asks, say nothing. The old master instructed Wang Yang in a serious tone. Understood, old master. I'll go on ahead. Take your time walking over. I still need to help with dinner. It was already dark when Master Tang and the others finally returned, with Master Xing coming along too. You esteemed gentlemen have been working hard, but I have to scold you a little on this point. You can study however you want, but pay attention to methods. We must combine work with rest. If your health fails, it will be my fault. From now on, follow my arrangements. No more obsession. Dad, keep an eye on Master Tang and the others' working hours. The old master puffed on his cigarette, watching everyone's expressions, and couldn't help but smile. Brothers, what Xiaoyang says makes sense. Without good health, you can't sustain future research. Everything we do must have its priorities, its proper order. Everyone, please sit down. Tonight's meal was all prepared by Xiaoyang. I haven't tasted his cooking in ages. Xiaoyang, pour the wine. Wang Yang stood up and poured a cup for each guest. Wine drawn directly from the calabash gourd. No one expected it to taste so good. A warm current flowed through their bodies, and everyone could immediately sense how extraordinary this wine was. Excellent wine. Truly exceptional. Never thought I'd get to drink such a fine brew in my old age. This wine is definitely not ordinary. Xiaoyang, something like this must be extremely rare, right? Seeing their reactions, Wang Yang smiled and said, I noticed the elders weren't feeling well today, so I specially prepared this fine wine to help restore your health. I just took a look at the elders' complexions earlier and could tell they all have some minor health issues. From now on, they really need to pay more attention to their diet and rest. This wine was specially blended by me. It contains not only the essence of century-old aged liquor, but also various kinds of medicinal herbs steeped inside. Some of these herbs I personally collected deep in the mountains, rare plants that grow only in remote, uninhabited areas. They're extremely precious. We won't be shy about the remaining wine. Let's divide it up evenly. Everyone should have some. It'll do your bodies good. The atmosphere around the dinner table grew even warmer and more harmonious. Xiaoyang, if you have time tomorrow, come by our lab. There are some things I'd like to discuss with you. We've had quite a bit to drink tonight, so we'll head back and get some rest now. After seeing everyone off, Wang Yang returned to his mother's place. Dad, everything's been okay recently, right? Has anything big happened? Xiaoyu gave me a brief update, but I felt she didn't really get to the heart of it. Father Wang Dongshan pondered for a moment before replying. Xiaoyang, this matter isn't simple at all. A few idle troublemakers have been blocking the village road, preventing tourists from entering or leaving. Sometimes they even threaten visitors from outside. They showed up the day you left, and have been blockading the road continuously for a whole week now. I've heard there are already many complaints online, yet nothing has been done. The fact that the issue is being suppressed shows clearly that whoever's behind it has significant influence. Sometimes I don't know what to think. You're isolated here, strangers in a strange place, and we've become like a piece of fatty meat everyone wants a bite of. More people might show up later, or other unpleasant incidents could occur. For now, it's best that you stay within the village and don't go anywhere. I understand. I'll keep an eye on things, but there's one thing you both must remember. I can protect myself, but you have to ensure your own safety. You can give up everything here. I can rebuild Xinjiazhai somewhere else if needed, but the most important thing is that none of you get hurt. After a moment of thought, Wang Yang decided to show his parents a demonstration of his abilities. He picked up a stone, held it in his hand without exerting much force, and reduced it to a handful of powder in seconds. His parents stared, utterly stunned. Only then did they truly grasp how terrifyingly strong their son had become. Thinking further, he pulled out a handgun. This time, their eyes widened even more in shock. How could this child have everything? Xiaoyang, how do you have something like this? Don't do anything reckless. His mother was deeply frightened by his actions. Sit down. The boy knows what he's doing. Don't interfere, Father Wang Dongshan said firmly, calming her instantly. Wang Yang stayed a little longer before heading home. That was the end of it. The matter passed, and no one in the family brought it up again. Chapter 160, Visitors Arrive. Since Wang Yang had returned, nothing particularly unusual had happened, and the village once again settled into its usual tranquility. Hey, Wang Yang, are you asleep or what? Why aren't you going out to have some fun during the day? I've noticed ever since you came back, you've been unusually quiet, hardly stepping out of the yard. What's going on? Wang Yang slowly opened his eyes, glanced at Xiaoya, and couldn't help but frown. Sai, why are you back again? And can you please stop slapping my head every time you come around? I was just contemplating the philosophy of life, and you went and knocked all my thoughts right out of me. I don't even know what to say about you anymore. You must really think I respect you. Sleeping is sleeping. Who meditates on life's meaning in broad daylight? Why don't you just say you're cultivating immortality? You've been living like an old man, never leaving home. Anything bothering you? Tell me. Maybe I can help figure it out. Give me a break. Are you hungry? There's food ready in the kitchen. Go eat. If Inu doesn't come back, take some over for her. Anyway, Xiaoya, did you come back because you actually want to tell me something? Oh right, I almost forgot. A few strange people came to our village today. They wear clothes like us, but each has long hair tied up with hairpins. They look very young, yet they carry themselves with an aura that reminds me so much of you. As she spoke, Xiaoya propped her chin on one hand, staring intently at Wang Yang from head to toe, nodding occasionally without saying a word. Hey, why are you looking at me like that? Spit it out already. So a few people came to the village. What's so strange about that? Did you come all the way back just to tell me this? If there's nothing important, hurry up, eat, then go back to work. Don't keep interrupting my meditation. After speaking, Wang Yang started to lie back down and close his eyes, but Xiaoya stepped forward again and shook him. Wait, I'm not done yet. I paused earlier because I just realized, you've changed since coming back. You now radiate a unique presence. How should I put it? You resemble those reclusive hermits from TV dramas, as if floating with immortal energy. The visitors today carried a faint trace of that same aura. Want to go check them out? Right now, Uncle Village Chief is entertaining them. One of them looks terribly unwell. If you can do anything to help, would you? Wang Yang fell silent in thought. These people sounded exactly like the fellow disciples he'd met deep in the Qinling Mountains. Their descent from the mountain likely meant they were searching for something within the secret realm, that one appearing weak and ill. Clearly, they hadn't found it. Their urgency had triggered internal fire, damaging their vital energy. Since this involved him directly, he couldn't ignore it. He stood up and straightened his clothes. Xiaoya, eat at home by yourself. I'll go see what's going on. Don't forget to bring a portion for Inu later. Leave the bowls and chopsticks where they are. I'll clean up when I return. With that, Wang Yang walked out of the yard, accompanied by 5 dogs, 2 leopards, and a black bear. As soon as this entourage appeared in the village, most villagers kept their distance while waving greetings. Some bold tourists even approached, begging Wang Yang to take photos with them. Reluctantly, Wang Yang instructed Tiger Head, Da Mao, Air Mao, San Mao, Si Mao, Jin Bao, Yun Bao, and He Zi to obediently pose for a short while until everyone finally dispersed. Boss, next time don't take us out with you. We're completely uncomfortable. Too many people crowding around. It feels so awkward. From now on, unless necessary, Yun Bao and I won't come out with the others, Jin Bao said to Wang Yang. Fine. Jin Bao, Yun Bao, feel free to stay however you like. If you don't want to go outside, just remain in the courtyard. And if you ever wish to enter the space, I'll send you in. Thank you, boss, for understanding. Soon, Wang Yang and his group arrived at the village committee courtyard, already surrounded by curious onlookers watching the visiting disciples. Uncle Village Chief, you've got guests. Later, bring them over to my place for a meal. I'll treat. Greetings to you honorable Taoists. Our villagers may lack proper etiquette. Please don't take offense. Wang Yang stepped forward and gave a respectful Taoist bow. Esteemed layperson, we apologize for disturbing your peace. My brothers and I descended from the mountain under our master's orders, seeking medicinal herbs in the nearby mountains, but unfortunately found nothing. In frustration, I suffered internal imbalance which damaged my vitality. Passing through your kind village, might we trouble you for temporary lodging for a few days? We carry little money, so we must humbly request alms at your door. After speaking, Xiuxian returned a formal Taoist salute. What shall we call you, fine sirs? Please, all of you stay at my home. The rooms aren't large, but I hope you can make do. Wang Yang invited them to stay at his house, intending to also tend to the injured Taoist's health. Yes, anywhere we can stay is fine. Thank you, xiuxian. We won't disturb your work here any longer. Xiuxian and the others gave a Taoist bow to the village chief, then followed Wang Yang away. My name is Wang Yang. Don't be so formal. Those rituals from the temple don't matter out here. We're all ordinary folks. Why not just blend in with local customs? It'll be easier for everyone. I'll help adjust your body condition later. You look really bad. It's not just an injury, it's serious. Your foundation is strong. That's the only reason you're still standing. This isn't merely physical damage. On top of that, you've caught a chill. Cold poison has seeped into your meridians. If left too long, it will turn into a permanent toxin that could torment you for life. At once, the youngest disciple rushed forward, grabbing Wang Yang's arm with an anxious expression. Mr. Wang Yang, is my senior brother really going to be alright? Can you heal him? Thank you so much. If you ever need help, please come find us at Chaoyang Temple deep in the 10,000 mountains. You flatter me, sir. It's just a small favor. At this point, Xiuxian, the eldest senior brother, stepped in and introduced his juniors one by one to Wang Yang. This is my second junior brother, Xiuxian. Next is third junior brother Xiong, fourth junior brother Zhikong. The one who just spoke is our youngest brother, Jiming. I am their senior brother, Xiuxian. Soon, everyone arrived at Wang Yang's small courtyard. Daoist Xiuxian, there are 2 rooms downstairs. Arrange them among yourselves. Blankets and everything else are provided. Over here is the bathroom. Take some time to clean up and change clothes. I'll go prepare lunch now. You haven't eaten yet, have you? After speaking, Wang Yang left the room and went to the storage shed to gather ingredients, beginning to cook lunch for them. The several Taoists took about an hour to freshen up. Come, sit down. Don't hold back. I made a few dishes, though I'm not sure if they suit your taste. You're too kind, Mr. Wang. Our observance at the temple differs somewhat from other monks. We simply avoid eating beef, black fish, wild geese, and dog meat. Otherwise, we have no major dietary restrictions. Chapter 161, Discourse on the Tao. Wang Yang curiously asked them, is there some special meaning behind this? Could you explain it to me? At this moment, Xiuxian spoke up. Let me tell you. We don't eat beef, because of the ox's kindness. The ox has always been a symbol of hard work and selfless dedication. The Taoist scripture, the Sutra of the Ox, which encourages goodness, praises the ox like this. Listen, I implore you, to my words. The most pitiful creature in the world is the gung tho. From spring through winter, it labors without rest, exerting all its strength, never pausing even once. I urge you to abstain from eating the ox. Even without it, fine delicacies still abound. When one acts with compassion at such moments, invisible merits flow endlessly through eternity. We do not eat black fish because of their filial piety. In our Taoism, the black fish possesses profound filial devotion. After giving birth, a black fish becomes extremely weak, its eyes dimming until it can see nothing, left only to await death. Yet the young fish willingly swim into their mother's mouth, choosing to sacrifice themselves rather than let their mother starve. It is precisely this spirit of filial loyalty that deeply moved the ancients. Therefore, we never lightly hunt or consume black fish. We do not eat dog meat because of the dog's loyalty. To us, dogs differ from other animals. They understand human nature and are faithful companions to mankind. They guard homes and properties with unwavering faithfulness. After being raised for a long time, a dog naturally becomes a family member, developing deep emotional bonds. How could one ever bring themselves to eat them? We do not eat wild geese because of their fidelity. What is love in this world? That it commands life and death devotion. This famous verse speaks exactly of the wild goose. For once a goose loses its mate, it will never seek another partner again, living out its days alone, some even starving themselves to death. Given such steadfast loyalty, few people would ever consider eating them. Abstaining from these 4 kinds of meat serves as a reminder for us to inherit these 4 virtues. Xiuxian Daoshi, your words are truly admirable. Everyone, please continue eating. Don't hold back. I'm relieved to see this. After the meal, Wang Yang specially invited Daoist Xiuxian over. He first took his pulse, then observed his condition with spiritual awareness. There was merely some damage to the heart meridian and residual blood stasis that hadn't been completely cleared. The rest involved cold toxins having gradually infiltrated the meridians unnoticed. If he hadn't encountered Wang Yang, Xiuxian would have never regained the ability to cultivate further in his lifetime. Daoist Xiuxian, sit upright, cross your legs in meditation, empty your mind and body. No matter what happens next, don't be alarmed, and I hope you'll keep this strictly confidential. After speaking, Wang Yang placed his hand on Xiuxian's back and sent a steady stream of inner energy flowing through him. Gradually, he unblocked many obstructed meridians while also cleansing toxins and hidden injuries within the body. After about an hour, he finally succeeded in opening the 8 extraordinary meridians and 12 regular meridians, a true act of preserving vital essence for the Taoist tradition. Suddenly, a foul stench filled the entire room. Xiuxian Daoist, go wash yourself. I'll step out first. Without waiting for a reply, Wang Yang turned and quickly left. What's that smell? So disgusting. Young Daoist Jiming was the first to rush out of the house. Seeing him, Wang Yang smiled and said, better left unsaid. Jiming Daoshi, your temple lies deep within the 10,000 Great Mountains. Is there much population around? Not really. Our place is part of a primeval forest. Usually, no outsiders come to our temple. Occasionally hunters passing through stay overnight for rest, but we rarely interact with outsiders. Most of the time, we focus on quiet cultivation. So you're not bored staying at the temple? Have you never wanted to go out and see the world? How could I not? I'm actually an abandoned baby. My master found me when he was out on errands. Ever since, I've grown up in the temple, cultivating alongside my senior brothers. Of course, I want to see the colorful outside world. That's why I begged master to let me come out this time. By the way, how's my eldest senior brother doing? Have you healed him? You seem quite concerned about your seniors. Not bad at all. I appreciate sincerity like yours. Genuine, unpretentious, kind-hearted and honest. That's something worth carrying forward. Your eldest senior brother has actually turned misfortune into fortune this time. When you leave, I'll give you a little help too. From now on, cultivate diligently, understand? After saying this, Wang Yang returned to his bedroom, took a shower first. His body still carried a very unpleasant odor. After cleaning up and changing clothes, he walked out. By now, Xiuxian had already dressed properly and respectfully bowed deeply to Wang Yang. Thank you, esteemed elder, for your boundless kindness. Xiuxian shall forever remember this favor. Don't be so formal. I'm no elder. Just call me as you normally would from now on. That would make me more comfortable. How about that? As you command. Learning knows no seniority. The skilled become teachers. All right then. Now that you're recovered, stay here a few more days before returning. This mundane, dusty world isn't suitable for you to remain in for long. Oh, by the way, what exactly are you searching for? Perhaps I can assist you if you tell me. Upon hearing Wang Yang's words, Xiuxian became visibly excited, his face flushing with emotion. Hey, calm down, you're getting too excited. This just shows your mental discipline isn't solid yet. Xiuxian, you still need to work on cultivating your mind. No wonder your master gave you the Taoist name Xiuxian. He must have seen this shortcoming in you. Thank you, senior, for your guidance. The reason we've come out this time is truly out of necessity. Ever since the previous abbot stepped down and vanished without a trace, the transmission of our temple's lineage has gradually been severed. If no one among us achieves cultivation success soon, our branch will effectively be lost. Lost? What do you mean exactly? Can you tell me more? I know you're a cultivated immortal dwelling among the mundane, playing freely in this world. You surely understand the ways of cultivation. Now that you've opened all my meridians, we finally stand a chance at real practice again. The reason we came out was to search for medicinal herbs. My master wishes to ignite the alchemical furnace and refine xiuxian pills to improve our aptitude so we can properly inherit our sect's supreme techniques. Senior, you've already done me an enormous favor. I don't even know how I could ever repay you. Stop right there. Don't mention it again. I only ask that you keep my involvement secret. As for anything else, forget it. Now, which herbs are you looking for? Could you list them for me? There aren't many really, but they must be extremely old, like 1000-year ginseng, 1000-year He Wu, or xiuxian grass. They're nearly impossible to find in the modern world. Perhaps only some hidden realms might still hold them. But now even those secret realms have disappeared, so we had resigned ourselves to giving up. I see. Then leave it to me. I'll give you some. I actually do have these things, gathered long ago from my wanderings outside. I never got around to collecting them properly. In a couple of days, I'll go out and bring them back. Consider it my way of helping preserve your lineage, ensuring it doesn't vanish into oblivion. Upon hearing Wang Yang's words, Xiuxian trembled uncontrollably, tears welling up in his eyes. His reaction left Wang Yang completely baffled. What's wrong with you? It's just a small thing. Do you really need to react like this? Just remember not to tell anyone about me. Keep it to yourself. I'm busy these few days, so feel free to do as you please. Oh, and 2 beautiful women will be returning soon. Don't freak out when they show up. Wang Yang hadn't even finished speaking when voices appeared at the doorway. Wang Yang, we heard you have guests. Why haven't you cooked anything? We were hoping to sneak a meal. Xiaoya ran in, asking excitedly, while Yu followed close behind, equally curious. Yeah, there's food left for you, keeping warm in the pot. Help yourselves. There's rice in the rice cooker too. At that moment, Xiuxian emerged with his junior brothers. Seeing them, Wang Yang immediately beckoned Xiaoya and Yu over and introduced everyone to each other. Chapter 162, Taoist Affinity. Taoist Masters, the fact that we can gather and talk here in this courtyard must be a kind of fate. I've always had a question I'd like to ask you. Would you be so kind as to answer it? Xiaoya began asking as soon as she entered the living room after dinner. Wang Yang noticed Yu behind her, clearly eager to learn, and didn't feel right interrupting Xiaoya, so he left it up to the Taoist priest to respond. Xiuxian smiled and said, Miss Xiao, in truth, we're not as mysterious as you might think. You simply haven't had close contact with people like us who cultivate the Tao. To put it another way, perhaps you're merely interested in Taoist culture itself, but not necessarily deeply curious about how one actually cultivates the Tao. Am I correct, Miss Xiao? Hearing Xiuxian's words, Xiaoya couldn't help but smile. Master Xiuxian is quite right. I'm certainly intrigued by you all, and even more so by the mysteries of the esoteric traditions. We ordinary folks just want to understand a little. Surely there's no hidden taboo, or have I asked something inappropriate? There's no taboo at all, Miss Xiao. Let me explain for you. Taoist culture has a long and profound history. In reality, many things around us are extensions of Taoist scholarship, which you've all encountered before. For example, Taoist priests in ancient times sought immortality by refining elixirs and furnaces, a practice requiring immense knowledge and cultivation. One needed deep understanding of herbal properties, thorough study of the human body's mysteries, and complete mastery over the transformations of yin-yang and the 5 elements. Later, some among us who weren't solely focused on personal cultivation chose instead to embrace a belief in healing and saving the world, leading to the emergence of numerous branches from the Taoist tradition. Take, for instance, traditional Chinese medicine and herbal medicine. They originated as fundamental knowledge required of every Taoist cultivator. Similarly, divination, fortune-telling, feng shui schools, all are part of Taoist cultural heritage. In modern times, very few truly understand these subjects. Ordinary people find it extremely difficult to learn such knowledge, mainly because the disciplines involved are highly complex and filled with vast depth. Most lack the patience and perseverance required. This is precisely why you perceive those who cultivate the Tao as so mysterious. After finishing, Xiuxian glanced at Xiaoya and Yu, whose faces still showed confusion, leaving him momentarily unsure how else to explain. Seeing that Xiaoya was still eager to delve deeper, Taoist Master Xiuxian smiled and said, Each person has their own karmic path. It all depends on whether you possess a Taoist affinity. Long ago, the founding patriarch of the xiuxian school, Lu Dongbin, while idling away his days drinking in a tavern in Chang'an, met the immortal Zhongli Quan who was traveling through the mortal world. After passing 10 trials set by Zhongli, he was enlightened and ascended to immortality. Master Sa Shoujian once encountered Wang Wenqing of the Shenzhou sect, the realizers Lin Lingxiu and the Void Purity Heavenly Master of Longhu Mountain. Receiving profound teachings from these 3 sages, he ultimately attained Tao and became a true immortal. When Patriarch Zhongli Quan was cultivating in seclusion in Zhongnan Mountains, he met the Eastern Splendor Emperor, who bestowed upon him the primordial Tao teachings. Throughout Taoism's history, every patriarch achieved enlightenment and ascension not only through relentless personal cultivation, but also because they possessed an innate Taoist affinity. With this explanation, do you now begin to understand? Those who cultivate the Tao withdraw from the mundane world, uninvolved in worldly affairs, seeking ultimate freedom and liberation. We avoid entanglement with through life. That's why Taoist sects seem so mysterious. And you spoke up again. Master, do you think I have any Taoist affinity? As for Taoist affinity, how should one define it? Mostly, it comes down to whether you exhibit two characteristics, reverence for the three lights, and accumulation of virtue through good deeds. The Taoist scriptures teach, do not casually point at the three lights, nor gaze long at the sun or moon. Do not expose yourself naked under the three lights, nor curse or scold the sun and moon. Actions such as spitting at shooting stars, pointing at rainbows, gesturing toward celestial bodies, or staring continuously at the sun or moon are seen as acts of desecration toward the divine. Why does Taoism emphasize reverence for the three lights? Because within them dwell countless deities, including the 5 dippers, the 28 mansions, the sun sovereign, and the moon sovereign. These stellar lords oversee and record humanity's good and evil deeds. The Eastern Dipper governs lifespan. The Western Dipper records names. The Northern Dipper decrees death. The Southern Dipper grants life. And the Central Dipper, Great Commander, oversees all spirits. Therefore, one who holds reverence for the three lights also reveres the celestial star gods, a sign of having affinity with the Tao. At its core, Taoism is a religion that encourages goodness. It teaches that accumulating virtue and performing good deeds is a vital path for mortals to become immortals. The scripture of xiuxian says, those who wish to become heavenly immortals must perform 1,300 virtuous acts. Those who seek earthly immortality must perform 300 good deeds. According to their level of cultivation, Taoism classifies immortals into 5 ranks: heavenly, earthly, human, spirit, and ghost immortals. To become a heavenly immortal, one must accomplish 1,300 good deeds. For an earthly immortal, 300. And what exactly is accumulating virtue? It means gathering hidden merit, good deeds done without recognition, known as virtue. Ancient practices such as refraining from lighting lamps out of compassion for moths or leaving food for mice, as well as building bridges, paving roads, digging wells, and channeling water. All these are considered ways of widely accumulating virtue. The Taishang Guinean Pian states, a good person is respected by all, protected by the heavenly way, followed by fortune and blessings, kept safe from evil influences, and guarded by divine spirits. As long as you have a heart inclined toward virtuous deeds, heaven will surely reward you. The Wenchang Dijuan Yin also says, commit no evil, practice all good. Evil stars will never trouble you. Auspicious deities will always protect you. The immediate reward comes to yourself. The distant reward reaches your children and grandchildren. Accumulating virtue and performing good deeds may not bring immediate returns, but it is like a seed buried in the earth. It will surely sprout and bear fruit in due time. The merits one accumulates will benefit future generations. Those who cultivate virtue embody Taoism's ideal of saving and guiding the world. This is another sign of having a connection with the Tao. If Mizan possesses these two qualities, then she is indeed someone with Taoist affinity. I hope this makes things clearer now. Cultivating the Tao requires perseverance and a sincere heart devoted to the Tao. Many sacred cultivation sites would wholeheartedly welcome you. After listening, and you stood up and bowed deeply to Master Xiuxian. There's no need for such formalities, Mizan. Our journey this time has been part of our own cultivation trial. Meeting all of you is already a form of karmic connection. In fact, there is already a great master among you. If only you can recognize the chance to connect. But I've said enough. It's getting late, fellow lay practitioners. My brothers and I won't accompany you any further, said Xiuxian. With that, the group of Taoist masters rose and walked toward their respective rooms. Seeing them leave, Wang Yang turned to Xiaoya and said, stop overthinking things. Aren't you moving into the new office space in a couple of days? Focus your attention on that instead of dwelling on matters unrelated to you. Xiaoya, and you, our employee dormitories are also ready now. Do you want to keep staying here, or should I arrange separate accommodations for you? Let me know soon so I can secure a good place. Wang Yang, are you trying to kick us out? Let me tell you clearly, no way. We're doing just fine staying here, plus we've got a free personal chef. There's nothing wrong with my head. I'm not about to move. After Xiaoya finished speaking, and you nodded in agreement. Then both of you just stay where you are. When did I ever say I wanted to kick you out? I was just asking for your opinions. Tomorrow, notify Yao Jingyuan and Master Lin Haitian and arrange private residences for them. I still have to help other people move. I'll take care of everything else. Anyway, it's late. I'm heading back to my room now. Good night. As they watched Wang Yang's retreating figure, Xiaoya and Yu whispered softly in unison. Blockhead. Chapter 163, The New Office Location. The next morning, before dawn, Wang Yang was practicing Tai Chi alone in the courtyard. Taoist Xiuxian and his fellow disciples stood nearby, watching intently and occasionally whispering to each other in quiet discussion. By now, except for Xiuxian himself, the others all knew that Wang Yang's cultivation level was unfathomably deep, far surpassing even their master. You all are up already? I've finished my practice, so I won't disturb your morning routines. I have some things to do today and might be busy. There's food in the kitchen. Feel free to prepare something for yourselves. Don't wait for us to return. Xiuxian Daoist, come with me to the kitchen. I'll show you how to use the cooking tools. Xiuxian followed Wang Yang into the kitchen and spoke first. Senior, we can manage these matters ourselves. We'll just make something simple later. My health has recovered, and we don't wish to stay outside too long. We hope you can obtain the spirit medicine soon, so we may return home as early as possible. Daoist Xiuxian, don't rush. Once I finish my tasks over the next 2 days, I'll head into the mountains. You stay here a while longer to recuperate. If you have any questions, feel free to come find me. I'll answer anything I can. How does that sound? After speaking, Wang Yang saw Xiuxian's face light up with emotion once again and could only sigh inwardly. Thank you, senior. I've lost composure again. All right, now come here and watch carefully. This is the gas valve. Turn it once and the flame appears. Turn it again and it shuts off. These are all the seasonings. That one is rapeseed oil. This is salt, and the rest you can figure out as needed. Let me take you to the storage room. It's stocked with vegetables, meat, eggs, and more. Cook whatever you like. Don't hold back or feel restrained here, understand? Wang Yang explained many things in a short time, and even had Xiuxian try using the stove himself. After confirming he could operate everything properly, Wang Yang returned to his own room. That morning, it was still Wang Yang who prepared breakfast, with Xiuxian assisting. After finishing the meal, Wang Yang left the courtyard with Xiaoya and Yu. Wang Yang, come help us move some stuff when you get there. The new office location is a bit far. Bring your van. We'll need it to transport tables, chairs, and most importantly, ensure no office documents get lost. I know, Xiaoya, but first I need to go see my parents to assign them their new house. I also have to arrange accommodations for a few professors, so I might arrive a bit late. You two start organizing, and village chief uncle should send people to help. You won't need to lift a finger, just keep an eye on the files. And don't forget what I told you last night. I'm heading off now. As he walked away, Wang Yang took out his phone and called Chun Jinhua, his elder brother figure. Brother Chun, the job's done, and I checked. It all looks great. Come by sometime for a meal. I'll have you transfer the payment shortly, so please keep an eye out for it. We're moving offices today, so it might run late. As for building the other greenhouses, let's postpone that until next year. Recently, it seems someone's taken interest in my place. For safety, I need to delay further greenhouse construction. I hope you understand. Got it, I understand. I've heard about the situation too. Call me if anything comes up. You go ahead and focus on what you're doing. I won't bother you. Wang Yang hung up and saw his father, Wang Dongshan, already waiting there. Xiaoyang, are our new accommodations set? Make sure those older professors are well taken care of. If there aren't enough rooms, your mother and I can wait. We should prioritize the others, got it? Dad, you've seen it yourself. There are still plenty of rooms. Just relax and start packing. I've picked the places for you all. Come with me, and I'll show you. All right then, I'll have your mother start packing first. Wang Yang spent the entire morning helping his parents and arranging new homes for the professors, moving all daily necessities over as well. Mom, Dad, I've handled everything here, so I'm heading out. The cooperative is also relocating. I'll go check on things over there. Go ahead, we're fine here. Don't worry about us. When Wang Yang arrived at the village committee compound, he found the workers sent by village chief uncle had nearly finished moving everything. He couldn't help but smile. Hey, Wang Yang, you finally made it. We're almost done moving. Come with us and check out the new office space. I saved an office for you and already set it up. Go take a look. Xiaoya, did you inform Master Yao Jinyuan and Lin Haitian? Why haven't I seen them moving yet? I already told them. They're moving this afternoon. Right now they're both at the new office helping sort things out. Perfect timing, you're here. And you has a payment that needs your signature. Go check on that later. Wang Yang followed them to the new office space, which had already been arranged in perfect order. Every office was spacious and had undergone simple yet tasteful renovations. Clearly Chingu had put in serious effort. Village chief uncle, thank you for all the hard work. You're here, Xiaoyang. Let me show you your office. Xiaoya and then you really went all out. Everything inside was prepared by them. It looks impressive. Village chief uncle, let's go together and have a seat. There's something I'd like to ask you. We can talk about it once we get to the office. Wang Yang walked into his own office and found everything brand new. The desk was especially large, with a computer and telephone neatly placed on top. Behind it stood a bookshelf already filled with books. On one side sat a row of sofas and a tea table. Simple, stylish, and quite impressive. Village chief uncle, please have a seat. This place turned out really well. Xiaoya and then you really put their hearts into it. Well, Xiaoyang, what's on your mind? Tell me now. I want to ask about Shinzue. Can you tell me how the police handled the situation? Now that you mention it, I completely forgot to update you. They've already been released and returned to the city. Seems someone bailed them out. I don't know the exact details. The police just notified us of the outcome and told us to come pick up the compensation money. Is something wrong? Got it, village chief uncle. I understand. Please keep an eye on the vegetable greenhouses. I think in a few more days, part of the crops will be ready for harvest. Arrange people for picking, and I'll coordinate transportation to take them away. This will be our first official income. We need to handle it properly. No cheating or cutting corners. Don't worry. Everything's already arranged. Lin Haitian prepared everything in advance, just waiting for the vegetables to be ready. If there's nothing else, I'll head off now. I need to check on the greenhouses. After seeing the village chief off, Wang Yang went straight to the finance office. Director Wang, here are the payment details from Director Chun. Please review and sign, then I'll transfer the funds. And you, go ahead and process the transfer. I've reviewed everything. Xiaoya asked me to come check things over. Since it's done, I'm heading out. You stay busy. Wang Yang then visited Xiaoya's office, checked in on several other rooms, and by the end of a busy day, had everything properly settled. All signs pointed toward a promising future. Chapter 164. It's snowing again. The night sky was filled with stars, and the temperature began to drop. Judging by the look of things, it might snow again tonight. This year could be the coldest in memory. At this moment, Xiaoya saw Wang Yang standing in the courtyard gazing up at the starry sky. Curious, she walked over and asked, Wang Yang, it's so cold out here. What are you doing standing in the yard? Why don't you go inside and warm yourself? You're experiencing your first winter here in Xian. Are you adjusting well? What's there to adjust to? I'm from the north too. Not like I've never dealt with cold weather before. When I was little, we get snow taller than a person during winter, and temperatures were just as low. It's just that here, the cold feels more damp somehow. You'll get used to it eventually. Wang Yang, I've noticed you practice Tai Chi really well. Would you mind teaching me, and in you? Honestly, there's no entertainment at all in the village. It gets pretty boring. Xiaoya, are you serious? Let me make one thing clear. If you want to train martial arts, you must be ready to endure hardship. But if you're truly willing to put in the effort, I guarantee you'll have results within a month. Then it's settled. I'll go back and discuss it within you. See you tomorrow morning. Xiaoya entered the living room, greeted Xiuxian and the other apprentices, then happily headed upstairs. Wang Yang paused for a moment, then decided to check on Hutu and the others. He pushed open a small door and stepped into their room. Hutu, do you guys feel cold? The temperature's dropping again tonight. Can you handle it? Or should I move all of you into my space? Boss, don't worry about us. At night, we huddle together for warmth and don't feel cold at all. There are quite a few of us now. Better not take up space there. You should head back and rest early too. That's good to hear. Just remember to keep things clean. Wang Yang closed the door and stepped out, then looked up at the sky again. It seemed a heavy snowfall was coming tonight. The sky had grown dark, and the biting wind had noticeably intensified. He couldn't rest yet. He had to go check on the migratory birds. Daoist Xiuxian noticed Wang Yang preparing to leave alone and immediately approached. Senior, are you heading out? The weather looks like it's about to snow heavily. You should wear more before going out. Xiuxian Daoist, you all go back and rest. I'm just taking a walk around the village to check things. Don't worry about me. After leaving home, Wang Yang expanded his spiritual awareness. The recent fusion of his inner space had greatly strengthened his senses, allowing him now to cover nearly the entire village. He headed first toward the woods behind the village, where many migratory birds resided, most nesting in trees. He needed to check whether they could endure the extreme cold. If not, he'd bring them all into his inner space. After scanning numerous nests, he found most of the birds were faring well, but a small number with weaker constitutions might not survive the winter. Wang Yang began collecting these individuals one by one. It took nearly 2 hours to transfer them all into his space. He also discovered a few squirrels and wild rabbits in the forest, but didn't linger. Soon he arrived at the winery, which now had someone on duty. Uncle Xiuxian, you're on night watch tonight? There might be a sharp drop in temperature. Stay warm. Young Master Yang, what brings you here? I've got everything under control. My phone already gave a warning, snow's likely tonight. My son just brought me an extra quilt. As you can see, it's quite warm in here. There's even a heated Kong under the bed. Why don't you come in and sit a while? I still have things to do. I just came from checking on the birds in the woods behind the village. I happened to pass by. You rest early, Uncle Xiuxian. I'm off. After leaving the winery, Wang Yang quickened his pace. It was already very late. The northwest wind pierced through gaps in his clothes, sending chills deep into his body. It was freezing. He started running and quickly reached the fish pond. This time, he inspected meticulously. There were many Class 1 protected bird species here. For smaller migratory birds, he moved entire families into his inner space. After repeated sweeps, he rescued dozens more. The pond contained a wide variety of fish, all resting near the bottom, clearly sensing the dropping temperatures. The surface of the lake had begun to freeze. Tomorrow morning, he'd need to break the ice early and feed the birds. Wang Yang swept his spiritual sense over the poultry sheds and farming areas. The chickens, ducks, geese, cattle, and sheep were all in good condition, with plenty of food available, so he didn't bother going over. He also checked the glass greenhouses with his awareness. Everything was normal. With his tasks complete, he turned and made his way back to his small courtyard. The next morning, when he woke up early, the outside world was blanketed in white. The snowfall had been heavy, covering almost everything in sight. Seeing this situation, Wang Yang didn't bother exercising or making breakfast. He immediately headed toward the woods behind the village, first sweeping the area with his spiritual awareness. The migratory birds had already woken up and started foraging. The snow inside their nests had been cleared out, and not a single bird had frozen to death. This brought him some relief. He scattered some wheat in several spots around the nearby forest, then hurried off toward the fish pond. Most villagers were still asleep. When Wang Yang arrived at the pond, he saw the migratory birds were in good condition and didn't need any help. He walked directly to the edge of the pond, sank his inner chi, and gently stomped 1 foot down. Thin white lines rapidly spread outward across the ice. Wang Yang quickly dashed back to shore. A crisp cracking sound followed. Snap, 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 as the ice began to break apart. By now, many cormorants had gathered near Wang Yang, eagerly waiting for the ice to clear so they could dive in and catch fish. Through continuous stomping, Wang Yang soon opened up a large expanse of water. Many migratory birds landed close to him. Fish rose to the surface to breathe, providing perfect meals for the waiting birds. As bird calls echoed continuously, some villagers gradually noticed Wang Yang's figure. But they were all captivated by the flocks of birds flying up and down in the sky. Nobody paid much attention to how he had broken the ice. Xiaoyang, you came so early. I was just about to go find you. Now that you've cracked the ice, the birds won't go hungry. Thank you. These old birds are spending winter in our village. We should make sure their winter needs are taken care of. I'll handle it. You stay here and keep things orderly. I'll go across and open another section of water. That way, the birds won't all crowd together. Better to spread them out a bit. All right, leave it to me. Go ahead. Wang Yang went to a secluded spot and repeatedly stomped with one foot. Each step revealed a wide patch of open water. Fish surfaced first to breathe, then the migratory birds swooped in. This scene was truly spectacular. By now, several children from the village had run out. At first, they looked for spots to build snowmen, but then noticed the constant stream of birds overhead. Instantly drawn, they all started running toward the fish pond. From afar, they spotted Wang Yang's figure, and Gongzi led the charge straight toward him. Uncle Wang Yang, what are you doing here? Are you ice skating? Let us play with you for a while. You have to teach us your tricks. You kids again, play by yourselves on the side, but don't go onto the ice. If any of you fall into a hole, we won't be able to pull you out, and you'll freeze solid. Chapter 165 Ice Sculptures. When Wang Yang saw that the ice had cracked enough, he stopped breaking it, and instead led Gongzi and a few others toward the shore. At that moment, several young villagers began playing a snowball fight. It started with Erniu and a few others just fooling around, but as more people got accidentally hit, everyone gradually joined in. Suddenly, a snowball flew toward Wang Yang. He glanced behind him and saw Gongzi and the others rolling up snowballs, preparing to throw again. Lei gently tossed a small snowball at Wang Yang, then jumped with joy when it landed. Uncle Wang Yang, take that. Haha, got you. Then Coco and Guer, too weak to throw far, simply ran up close to Wang Yang and hurled snowballs while giggling nonstop. You little rascals are all ganging up on me. Just wait, take this. Got you. Wang Yang hurled a few snowballs back at each of them, instantly scaring them off. But they didn't run far. Instead, they dashed straight to their dads. The fathers hadn't expected things to escalate so quickly with the kids joining in. Now no one could escape. They had to step in to protect their children. They played the snowball fight for over an hour. Everyone worked up a sweat, and the kids were ecstatic, shouting wildly with laughter echoing through the air. Charge! Quick throw! Hit! After some thought, Wang Yang realized he didn't have anything urgent to do, so he decided to start building snowmen. Rolling several large and small snowballs, he quickly assembled them together. Soon, a massive snowman appeared near the fish pond. Its facial features were modeled after his own likeness. Then he added snow sculptures of Tiger Head, Mao Air, Mao San, Mao Si, Jin Bao, Yun Bao, and Haizi. Each figure was vividly sculpted by Wang Yang and arranged around him, creating a truly spectacular scene. Tiger Head and the others even ran over to threaten their own snow statues, occasionally barking at them. Tiger Head, stop barking. These are carved based on how you all look. The one in the middle is me. Does it look like me? Boss, it really does. Why don't you carve some other animals, and maybe some other villagers too? That would make it even better. After seeing the statues, Lei ran to Wang Yang excitedly saying, Uncle Wang Yang, can you please carve a Lei too? Uncle Wang Yang, we want one too. Hurry up and carve all of us. Gongzi shouted from the side. All right, go get those folks over there and have them roll snowballs for me. It'll speed things up. How about that? Great. We'll gather everyone right away, but you have to make us look handsome and pretty, Gongzi said, then ran off with the group. Wang Yang gathered more snowballs nearby and began carving different figures in various spots. In no time, a lifelike sculpture of little Lei emerged. Wow, so beautiful. Keep going. Just then, Erniu arrived with a crowd and asked, Wang Yang, tell us what you need us to do. Erniu, organize a team to bring me snowballs. I'll handle the carving. And so, for the entire morning, Wang Yang carved numerous human figures and other animal sculptures. xiuxian pulled out her phone and started live streaming. Hey folks, dear viewers, time to wake up and check in. Right now I'm bringing you live coverage of the birth of a master sculptor. Look at this artist, surrounded by 5 dogs, 2 leopards, and a black bear standing guard. And he's improvising right before your eyes. This here is my daughter Lei, and this one is my son Tuanshuan. What do you think? Do they look alike? Isn't that Xinqi Ge? That's Taiji Ge. So talented. I'm hooked, officially a fan. The temperature continued dropping, so the sculptures wouldn't melt anytime soon. Wang Yang created cartoon-like figures in various spots across the village, significantly boosting Xinqi's visibility overnight. Xiaoyang, never thought you had such a skill. We had no idea. Is there anything you can't do? This is seriously demoralizing. Erniu, come on. It's just a hobby. You guys can try too. Nah, forget it. We can't pull this off. You keep going. We'll supply the snowballs. People nearby must be rushing over already. Looks like you've become our image ambassador again. Go for it. We're all rooting for you. What the heck? Ambassador? Are you serious? By now, many people had seen xiuxian's livestream. Wang Yang's handsome appearance once again attracted a wave of new fans. His personal Douyin account began gaining followers rapidly. Talented, good-looking, and wealthy, he instantly became the top choice for countless single women. By then, village chief uncle had also arrived and was amazed to see so many clusters of sculptures around the fish pond. Unbelievable. Although the place hadn't changed much in structure, with several groups of statues neatly arranged, the entire village's image had instantly been elevated. He couldn't figure out how Wang Yang had thought of this. How had all these ice sculptures suddenly turned transparent? Just moments ago they were snowmen. How could their appearance change so drastically? It was truly strange. Xiaoyang, keep it up. Make a few more. I'll have someone prepare a meal and send it over later. This can't stop. So many villagers are counting on you to attract tourists. Come on, uncle. You really know how to dream big. I'll carve a few more, but later I'm heading back. Please assign someone to regularly feed the migratory birds. I've already prepared everything. It's all stored in the poultry shed. Find a dedicated person to take care of it. We can't let these birds go hungry. I know, don't worry about that. You just focus on making more sculptures for me now. And do one of me. Put it right at the entrance of the village committee yard. That'll give it more leadership presence. Haha. Leave it to me. I'll make sure you're satisfied. Wang Yang spent the entire morning improvising creations. Meanwhile, Master Xing was busy counting the migratory birds, having noticed a clear drop in numbers. There were 100 or 200 fewer than in previous counts. This wouldn't do at all. He began searching for the cause. Could some animal be preying on them? If so, this would be a serious problem. Xiaoya and Yu especially ran over as well. When they saw Wang Yang's movements and demeanor, he seemed like a completely different person. They felt as if they'd never known him before. How had this guy become so incredible? Knowing everything, skilled at everything. How could anyone compare? He was truly a remarkable man. In the afternoon, Wang Yang returned to his courtyard, rested for a while, then took Jin Bao and Yun Bao out of the village. This time, he planned to head up the nearby mountain, to put on a show and bring back some ginseng, polygonum, and xiuxian herbs. Taoist priest Xiuxian and the others clearly couldn't wait any longer. They wanted to return early. Wang Yang understood perfectly. Having been away for so long, it was indeed time to go back. Their master was probably getting anxious by now. If they didn't return soon, he might even come looking for them himself. Chapter 166. His martial arts skills are exposed. Zheng Yun finished tidying up her house, turned around, and said to Wang Dongshan, "Boss, I'm going over to Xiao Yang's place. After you finish eating, clean up the table. Remember to heat some hot water later. I'll come back tonight and soak my feet." "Got it, go ahead." Hearing Wang Dongshan's reply, Zheng Yun put on her thick coat and walked toward Wang Yang's courtyard. "Auntie Zheng, have you eaten?" "Oh, you two are back from work. Perfect, I was just about to go see Xiao Yang. It makes me so happy to see you girls. Come on, let's go back together. Auntie Zheng, we'll trouble you again to cook for us." "That's no trouble at all. It's just something I do anyway. And you, Xiaoya, do you remember what I mentioned last time? I really like both of you girls. Whichever one becomes my daughter-in-law would make me happy. Think it over carefully. What would you like to eat tonight?" "Auntie Zheng, we'll think about that matter properly ourselves. If you keep pushing like this, next time we see you we'll run away." "Yeah, Auntie Zheng, you're making us so embarrassed." Zheng Yun looked at Xiaoya and Yu with a smile, then continued walking forward. Soon they reached the courtyard gate. She pushed the door, but it didn't open. Could it be that no one's home? Didn't they say several Taoist masters are staying here? "Xiaoya, did Xiao Yang tell you where he went?" "Auntie Zheng, I actually don't know. I haven't seen him since he left the office this afternoon. Someone should be home though, I'll knock and check." After speaking, Xiaoya walked up and started knocking on the door ring. Bang, bang, bang. "Is Wang Yang home? Could someone open the door?" After a moment, Taoist Xiuxian came over and opened the gate. "Miss Xiao, miss and you're back. We were just doing our evening prayers, and to avoid being disturbed, we temporarily bolted the main door. Please forgive us." "Esteemed lady, hello. Please come in quickly." "Taoist Xiuxian, it's fine. I just came to see Xiao Yang. If you're still busy, please continue." "Is Xiao Yang not home?" The senior master Wang returned this afternoon and then went into the mountains again, accompanied by 2 leopards. "What? He went into the mountains again? I really don't know what to say about him." "Xiaoya, and you haven't eaten yet. I'll go prepare something for you." Zheng Yun greeted Taoist Xiuxian, then headed straight toward the kitchen. "Auntie Zheng, thank you so much for your hard work. And you, go help Auntie. I'll go back to my room and tidy up first." "All right, Xiaoya, I can see right through you. You're just being lazy. The capable must take on more," Xiaoya remarked, watching Yu's retreating figure. "By the way, Taoist Xiuxian, earlier you called him Senior Master Wang. What exactly did you mean by that?" Xiaoya turned back, studying the Taoist curiously. "Miss Xiao, I misspoke. Please don't take it seriously." Taoist Xiuxian, as a cultivator outside worldly affairs, you shouldn't speak falsehoods. "Sigh, judging by your expression, if I don't explain, you'll probably follow me around forever, won't you?" "Of course, this matters to me. Just tell me already." "Very well, Miss Xiao, I'll tell you. But you must promise not to tell anyone else. This time I failed to keep the secret. Tonight, I must return to my room for self-reflection. When I said Senior Master Wang, it's because Wang Yang is truly extraordinary. His martial arts skill is likely beyond your imagination. He's the one who healed my injuries. Look at me now, don't I seem perfectly healthy?" "Really? I remember when you first arrived, you had to be supported by your junior brothers. Now you show no sign of illness at all. Was it really Wang Yang who healed you?" "How could I lie to you? I haven't even told my own junior brothers this. But now that you know, keep it secret. I think Senior Master Wang doesn't want fame. Perhaps he came here seeking peace and quiet. This area belongs to the foothills of Zhongnan Mountain. Many recluses cultivate here. You could ask him to teach you a few techniques. I guarantee you'd benefit greatly. Is he really as amazing as you say? Can he walk on walls or strike bulls from afar?" "Miss Xiao, that's a difficult question for me to answer directly. But let me tell you this. He might be even more powerful than you imagine. Now, excuse me. I have other matters to attend to." With that, Taoist Xiuxian hurried back into his room. "Hey, Taoist Xiuxian, don't rush off like that. You've only told me half the story. Keep talking." Xiaoya, frustrated, stomped her foot in the courtyard as she watched the Taoist disappear quickly into his room. "Never thought Wang Yang was this impressive. I knew there was something special about him. He's a cultivator after all. Tonight when he comes back, I must grill him properly. For now, I'll go change clothes." And you, hearing Xiaoya shouting, curiously stepped out of the kitchen and just caught sight of Xiaoya climbing upstairs. That naughty girl is up to her tricks again, she muttered, shaking her head before returning to the kitchen to keep helping Xiuxian prepare dinner. Meanwhile, Wang Yang had already returned to the village and passed by Wild Boar Gully, stopping again to check on the group of wild boars. Now that Zhu Samba had been sent into his space by himself, he still needed to pay more attention to these family members of his. Seeing them all hiding in the burrows they'd dug and sleeping soundly, Wang Yang felt relieved. People came from the distillery every day bringing food. The leftover mash from brewing alcohol made excellent feed, more than enough to keep them well fed. Wang Yang approached their den, took out many corn cobs, vegetables, and other food from his space, and placed them inside their shelter. Using his spiritual awareness, he confirmed no one was around, then took out several basins from his space. He filled them with plenty of water from his space, giving them extra compensation since he hadn't visited them for quite some time. After the group of wild boars had drunk their fill, Wang Yang retrieved the basins and began walking back home. Xiaoyang, why did you go into the mountains again? Can't you at least let us know next time? You're always so mysterious. No one knows what you're up to. What's stuffed in your backpack? It looks so bulging. Xiuxian immediately walked over as soon as she saw Wang Yang return. Mom, why did you come over? If you need anything, just give me a call. I'll come right away. I haven't visited you in such a long time. This afternoon, after your father and I finished tidying the house, I thought I might as well come see how you are. It's getting cold, and I'm worried you won't take good care of yourself. You're an adult now? Only when you bring home a daughter-in-law will I stop worrying about you. Got it, Mom dear. I'll keep that in mind. Please don't worry so much. How can I not worry? You and Wang Hao are the only ones among the siblings who still give us gray hairs. We raised you, yet you never think about how hard your parents work. Son, come here, I want to talk to you privately. Mom, what's so special that we can't discuss it inside? Why pull me out here? You little rascal, this matter can only be between us. I'm asking, are Xiaoya and Inyu suitable? Both girls seem perfect to me as daughters-in-law. Pick one, and later I'll help you figure things out. Wang Yang looked at his mother Xiuxian with an helpless expression and sighed. Mom dear, if there's nothing else, you should head back and rest early. It's already so late, and the temperature is freezing. If you don't go back soon, Dad will start worrying. Fine, fine. Children grow beyond their mother's control. I'll leave first. You just think it over carefully. Watching his mother walk away, Wang Yang couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. Chapter 167, Taoist Jixio's Return Gift. Xiaoya saw Aunt Zheng pulling Wang Yang outside, and after waiting a long time without seeing Wang Yang return, she stood up and walked toward the courtyard. Xiaoya, where are you going? I could tell something was off about you during dinner. Spill it. If not, just wait and see what I'll do to you later. And you, I just want to see what Wang Yang and Aunt Zheng are doing outside. It's been so long they haven't come back. Aren't you curious? Huh, is that all? You little rascal, are you getting love-struck or something? And you, what nonsense are you talking about? Never mind, I'm not arguing with you. I'm going out to take a look. Still hiding things from me? Just look at yourself right now. Ugh, after saying that, and you got up to clear the dishes. Xiaoya reached the doorway and saw Wang Yang standing alone, lost in thought. Aunt Zheng had already left. There was no need to hide anymore. She walked straight up to him and gave his shoulder a sharp pat. Hey, Wang Yang, what are you doing spacing out like this? Meditating on life's philosophies again? Heh, whoa, Xiaoya, you always startle me like this. What do you want? What's in your backpack? It looks pretty bulging. You're right, I almost forgot. These are medicinal herbs I specially collected from the mountains. This is a gift from Master Xixio. They came here specifically looking for these herbs. Since I often walk around in the mountains, I'm familiar with them, so I went ahead and gathered some for them. The day I healed Taoist Jixio, he mentioned their purpose. I figured it'd be easy, so I went and collected these to give to him. Wang Yang, I already know you're hiding something big. Your martial arts skills are extraordinary, I'm certain of it now. Starting tomorrow, you must train us properly, understand? Didn't I promise you yesterday? I won't go back on my word, don't worry. Worry? I mean you have to teach me advanced techniques. Last time, I saw you smash a brick into dust with one slap through the window. I want to learn skills like that. Huh, why are you giving me that look? Can't you teach me? Xiaoya pouted slightly as she spoke. Do you really want to learn? Well, honestly, this isn't something just anyone can master. Even Jixio and his senior brothers couldn't learn it. I'm worried you might not be able to either. Wang Yang explained, seeing her determined expression. It's that hard? Then how did you learn it? Are you gifted beyond belief? I don't see anything special about you. Forget it. It's too complicated to explain now. Tomorrow, I'll check your physical condition first. If you're suitable, I'll start you on some basic techniques. If you can handle those, then I'll pass on deeper knowledge. How about that? Let's go back inside now. It's cold out here, and I still need to deliver this package to Taoist Jixio. After speaking, Wang Yang entered the courtyard and headed directly toward Jixio's room, knocking lightly on the door. Taoist Jixio, it's me, Wang Yang. I've got something for you, can I come in? Jiming, the young Taoist, immediately jumped up upon hearing Wang Yang's voice and opened the door. Big brother Wang, you're back. Did you bring us something? So smart. Stay over there for now. I need to talk to your eldest senior brother. Fine, I'll go to bed then. You two talk. Senior, Jixio said excitedly. You've returned so late. Did you manage to gather the spiritual herbs? Why so excited? Here, take them. They're all in this bag. Keep them safe. Don't show them to outsiders, and don't tell your junior brothers either. Pack up tomorrow and head back. You've been away quite long enough. Your master must be worried. I'll also give you some travel money. Leave early by bus. Thank you, Senior, for your kindness these past few days. Jixio is deeply grateful. If ever you need anything, please come find me at Xiuxian Temple in the 10,000 Great Mountains. Alright, I know. I'll send some money shortly. Go inform your brothers. We'll leave for the station tomorrow. Wang Yang handed over the bag and exited the room. Xiaoya, why are you still hanging around here? Why don't you go to sleep? Wang Yang, I've been thinking, since you're free now, why not test me right away? See if I have spiritual roots. Seeing Xiaoya so eager and impatient, Wang Yang's expression darkened slightly. Spiritual roots? What nonsense are you babbling about? Go wash up and change clothes first. Come to my room later, and I'll run a quick assessment for you. Wang Yang turned and began walking upstairs. Xiaoya quickly followed right behind him. Wait for me. If you don't test me tonight, I won't be able to sleep. I give up. Fine. Go take a shower and change. Then come to my room. I'll test you. Wang Yang, are you trying something funny? You want me to take a shower, change clothes, and then go to your room? What are you planning to do? I'm telling you, that's illegal. Whatever. Do as I said, or just go back to sleep. I don't have time to play around with you. Xiaoya watched Wang Yang walk into his room and shut the door firmly behind him. Standing there alone, her heart churned in confusion. Xiaoya, should you agree or not? Well, Wang Yang isn't bad looking, actually. Maybe I can just go along with it for now. Test my aptitude first. It's not like I'll lose anything. Think of it as getting bitten by a little dog. Once I learn real skills, I'll teach him a lesson later. That's settled. I'll go take a shower and change right away. Wang Yang took 20,000 yuan from his storage space, packed it into a small bag, and walked out of his room toward the downstairs area. Taoist Xiuxian, here's some travel money for you. Keep it. Tomorrow, give a little to each of your brothers to carry on their person. It'll look less conspicuous. I'm heading back now. I'll see you off after breakfast tomorrow. Senior, wait a moment. Let me give you something in return. Xiuxian walked over to his bed and pulled an object from his luggage. Senior, this is for you. It's a relic passed down in our temple, though we're not even sure of its use anymore. My master gave it to me and told me to handle it as I saw fit. Now, I wish to pass it to you. Taoist Xiuxian, this is your temple's sacred heirloom. You should keep it yourself. I wouldn't know what to do with it anyway. With that, Wang Yang turned to leave. Senior, consider this my return gift. If you refuse it, then I cannot accept your kindness either. We will leave on our own tomorrow, without your escort. Xiuxian stood firm, his expression resolute. Wang Yang looked at him for a moment and realized he had no choice. He had to accept it, to set the young Taoist's heart at ease. Fine, I'll take it. If someday you change your mind and want it back, just come find me. Wang Yang accepted the small box without opening it, and then left. Back in his room, he couldn't help his curiosity and opened the box. Inside was a jade pendant. He touched it gently. It was warm, made of rare, warming jade. This item was undoubtedly valuable. Just then, the 5 spirit dew stirred slightly, and Wang Yang sensed it immediately. So there really was a secret hidden here. As he leaned in to examine it further, a knock came at the door. He swept the area with his spiritual awareness and saw Xiaoya standing there in a nightgown. What did she have in mind? He quickly placed the jade back into the box, stored it inside the pagoda treasure, but didn't put it into the 5 spirit dew just yet, for fear something might go wrong. Chapter 168 Teasing Xiaoya. Wang Yang opened the door, glanced at Xiaoya, then turned and walked toward the bed. Come in. What are you standing there for? Don't you want to test your spiritual roots? Xiaoya looked at Wang Yang, biting her lip. She was torn, whether to go in or not, and stood there conflicted. You pervert, fine. Just this once I'll let you take advantage. Seeing Xiaoya's expression, Wang Yang couldn't help but burst out laughing. Xiaoya stomped her foot and snapped. What's so funny? If you don't test me properly later, just wait till I deal with you. Then come over here, Wang Yang said, patting the bed. Sit down and I'll test you. Are you really that eager? Can't we build up the mood first? How embarrassed do you think I am right now? Hearing this, Wang Yang paused, realizing she had completely misunderstood him. Instead of clarifying, he decided to tease her further. How can you still be embarrassed? Why don't you go back and think it over? I'll test you next time. No way. We have to do it tonight. Otherwise I won't be able to sleep. Fine. Go ahead and take your little advantage, but be gentle. It's my first time. With that, Xiaoya quickly dove under the covers, leaving only her head exposed. Now Wang Yang realized he'd gone too far. He raised his voice and shouted, Xiaoya, get up right now. I told you to come over for a body test, not for anything else. What are you doing hiding under my blanket? You didn't seriously think I was going to do something to you, did you? Ha ha. Realizing her mistake as she saw Wang Yang laughing hysterically, Xiaoya became furious. She grabbed her pillow and hurled it at him, shouting angrily. Wang Yang, you bastard. You're driving me insane. I'm not letting this go. Her loud shout attracted Yu, who was on her way to the bathroom. Hearing Xiaoya's voice coming from Wang Yang's bedroom, she became curious and tiptoed over to eavesdrop by the door crack. Wang Yang, however, had already heard her movements outside. He ignored Xiaoya for a moment, went straight to the door, and yanked it open. And you lost her balance and tumbled into the room. Instinctively, Wang Yang reached out and caught her, almost pulling her nightgown off in the process. Another scream escaped Yu's lips. Seeing her reaction, Wang Yang's face darkened. Am I really that scary? Hey, why are you screaming so loudly? Someone might think I'm assaulting you. Stand up properly. Furious, Xiaoya yelled at Wang Yang. What are you two doing? I don't care what you're up to, but get over here right now and test me. Hearing this, Wang Yang retorted. Both of you shut up. It's just a simple test. Why all the drama? Xiaoya, get up this instant. Why are you still wrapped in the blanket? Wang Yang dropped dead. You're making me so mad. And Yu, still confused about what was going on, had initially thought Xiaoya had come willingly. Now she burst into laughter. Ha ha, I'm dying. I can't hold it in anymore. Xiaoya immediately jumped out of bed, dragged Yu onto the mattress, and slapped her butt hard. Nice, Stugan. Ha ha. Xiaoya, I'm done with you. And Yu shrieked, and the two began wrestling playfully on Wang Yang's bed. Wang Yang watched for a moment, utterly speechless. Have you two had enough? Get up already. Are you getting tested or not? If so, do it now. I need to sleep. Upon hearing this, both girls sprang up angrily, approached Wang Yang from either side, each grabbing one of his arms, and started biting him. Ow, damn it. Are you dogs? Biting me. Let go, or I'll unleash my cultivation. Sensing the moment was ripe, Xiaoya and Yu stopped their antics, stepping back and sitting down on the edge of the bed, waiting to see what Wang Yang would do next. All right, start the test. I'm watching. You better show us how it's done. I want to be tested too. And Yu added. Wang Yang looked at them and said dryly, can you two at least tidy up your nightwear and pay attention to your appearance? Once you're ready, sit cross-legged on the bed. Pervert. Wang Yang, you're really cashing in today. If the results aren't good, just wait till we get our hands on you. Xiaoya, what exactly are we testing? And Yu, stop asking questions. Just follow along. I won't screw you over. Wang Yang paid no mind to their chatter. He moved behind Xiaoya, placed a hand on her back, closed his eyes, and began scanning her body with his spiritual sense, sending a stream of energy flowing through her meridians. In no time, he had a complete understanding of her condition. Xiaoya, have you been exposed to cold before? You're showing mild symptoms of dysmenorrhea. Also, due to long-term irregular eating habits, you're slightly malnourished. Other than that, nothing serious. I'll need to Dao Li your body first, teach you some basics of cultivation, and then you'll follow my arrangements. Can you do that? Xiaoya's cheeks were flushed, still a bit shy, as she asked. Wang Yang, just now you send a warm flow of energy into my body. Can you actually use inner qigong? Can I just learn that instead? Stop talking and stay over there quietly. And you, come sit here. I'll test you too. Okay. Relax your body. Don't be tense. Wang Yang repeated the same process on Yu. To his surprise, Yu's physique was much better than Xiaoya's. She was particularly healthy, with strong qi and blood, her meridians less blocked, and fewer deposits in her blood vessels. And you, your body is in much better shape than Xiaoya's. No major issues at all. You can start learning some martial arts from me. Do you want to? Can you stick with it? Xiaoya came tonight for a bone and physique test to see if she's suitable for cultivation. Now it's your decision. Wang Yang, do you mean you're going to teach us martial arts? Are we going to learn Tai Chi? I've made up my mind. I'll follow you. Master Wang, please accept this humble disciple's bow. All right, stop clowning around. Hearing that her minor health issues, including painful periods, could be resolved by Wang Yang left Xiaoya astonished. She'd suffered excruciating pain every month, and now finally, someone could actually help her. Wang Yang, I had no idea you also knew medicine. Why didn't you say so earlier? My body could have been fixed ages ago. What else can you do? Care to share with us? Another time. It's getting late. You two should go back and sleep. Tomorrow I have to send Elder Xiuxian and his fellow Taoists to the station. By the way, Xiaoya, help me pick up 2 more people tomorrow. There are 5 of them, and my car can't fit everyone. As for your martial arts training, we'll start after the Taoists leave. It's a bit inconvenient right now. Fine, then you get some rest. Wang Yang, honestly, we don't even know what to say about you. 2 beautiful girls practically throwing themselves at you, and you're pushing us away. We salute you. Come on, and you, let's go. Wang Yang let out a sigh of relief as he finally saw the 2 leave. Chapter 169, The Inherited Artifact. After closing the bedroom door, Wang Yang took out the inherited artifact given by Master Xiuxian. The 5 Elements Pearl had shown an unusual reaction to this jade pendant, and now verification was urgently needed. Carrying the pendant into the space, as soon as Wang Yang opened the box, the 5 Elements Pearl automatically controlled the pendant, causing it to float into the air. At that moment, the pendant emitted a rainbow-colored glow. Initially, the light was faint, but as time passed, the brightness grew stronger and stronger. Wang Yang vaguely saw that inside the pendant there seemed to be a vast space. Within that space appeared an ancient house, personal belongings collected by its previous owner, and on open ground, numerous plants appeared to be growing. This jade pendant must be extremely valuable. It was the inheritance of Master Xiuxian's sect. Wang Yang really couldn't keep it. Having made up his mind, he intended to pack the pendant away and return it to Master Xiuxian the next day. He began directing the 5 Elements Pearl, attempting to put the pendant back into its box, when suddenly something strange happened. The pendant started disintegrating, and all the items within its hidden space emerged directly into the space governed by the 5 Elements Pearl. The ancient house was placed by the 5 Elements Pearl onto an empty area within the 5 Elements sect's territory. Numerous ancient books scattered at Wang Yang's feet, along with old-style silver ingots and coins. There were also countless bottles and jars, many of them jade containers for pills, each clearly labeled with the name and function of the elixir inside. Taoist robes and magical artifacts also appeared. All medicinal herbs from within the pendant space were replanted by the 5 Elements Pearl into the herb garden, their living conditions carefully restored. As soon as their roots touched the soil, the plants visibly grew before his eyes. Wang Yang also noticed a zhu fruit tree newly appeared in the herb garden, bearing several fruits that ripened rapidly, emitting a tempting fragrance throughout the entire garden. The strangest occurrence was an extremely ancient tree that landed near the spring in the space. Its transformation was the most dramatic. As soon as its roots touched the land of the mountain, the tree began changing, growing abnormally tall and majestic, so much so that even an ordinary person would immediately sense this tree was extraordinary. The transformations continued. The 5 Elements Pearl absorbed all the soil from within the pendant space. Now the entire space fell silent. Wang Yang could feel it gathering energy. Another evolution was about to begin. He didn't know what changes to expect this time. The area of the pendant space wasn't small, and now the concentration of spiritual energy within the 5 elements pearl space began rising again. The most noticeable effect was that his 5 phases cultivation technique ran more perfectly than ever. Wang Yang faintly sensed that this evolution would help him break through physical limitations, advancing from refining essence into qi to transforming qi into spirit. With a sudden deafening boom, the vision of the 5 elements pearl instantly changed. Wang Yang saw the real world freeze momentarily before the space turned completely black, then just as quickly brightened again. Externally, the space seemed largely unchanged, yet it now felt vastly more expansive. Every mountain formation carried a subtle aura of vitality. All flowers, grasses, and trees appeared greener and more vibrant. The animals stirred as if just awakened from sleep, opening their eyes and roaring toward the sky. Roars echoed from various corners of the space at once. Wang Yang sensed that all the creatures within the space had grown stronger, though nothing stood out too dramatically at first. Then the 5 elements pearl sent a message directly into his consciousness. Half of its power had now been restored. It could now repair itself autonomously, meaning Wang Yang no longer needed to search for specific items to aid it. Of course, if he happened to find rare or special materials, they could accelerate its recovery further. From now on, the space would have distinct seasons and diverse geographical environments. Ice-capped mountains, snowy wildernesses, vast deserts with solitary smoke rising. All kinds of landscapes now manifested within the space. The ancient tree beside the spring was actually a world tree, previously constrained by the limited space of the jade pendant and unable to display its true nature. Now, with the 5 elements pearl providing it ample room to grow and meeting all its needs, the world tree had flourished. This was precisely why the 5 elements pearl had reacted so strongly. With the world tree present, the space became far more stable, capable of infinite evolution, even potentially reaching the level of a great 1,000 world. Amazing. But now I owe a huge favor. Looks like I'll need to find time to visit Xiuxian Temple deep in the 10,000 Great Mountains and do my best to help improve their cultivation standards. Wang Yang felt tremendous changes in his own body, his spirit refreshed, his appearance rejuvenated. His body was strong, radiant, and full of energy. Both inner cultivation and physical condition had reached their peak state. Moreover, the 5 elements pearl helped repair minute cellular damage, greatly enhancing his immunity. The aging process had become almost negligible. From now on, he would maintain perpetual youth and robust health. This breakthrough into transforming qi into spirit had already reached a realm beyond the mundane. In the future, refining true energy and cultivating both body and mind would allow fusion with the natural world. He could even perceive the invisible energies of heaven and earth, sense the power of nature, dongcha shru to bunjur, and understand the true meaning of life. Wang Yang's external changes were now more pronounced. His skin was as fair and smooth as jade, without a single wrinkle, delicate and tender like a baby's. His weight had slightly decreased. He could now wear light clothing through winter, unaffected by cold or heat. Even wearing cotton in summer wouldn't make him sweat. Inside his dantian, there was a faint sign of an embryonic inner pill beginning to form. All the internal energy throughout his body had already turned liquid, swirling and shifting within the dantian. Once it reached a certain level, it would coalesce into a golden pill. The changes were too great. He wouldn't be able to explain them tomorrow. People who spent the most time with him would surely notice something different. If only he could alter his appearance a bit. No sooner had the thought arisen than the 5 elements pearl sent a prompt. He could now change his physical state, as if gaining a shape-shifting ability. Through subtle control over his body, he could alter his appearance and physique. This mystical ability came at the perfect time. It seemed that when cultivation reached such profound depths, one truly could obtain all kinds of miraculous powers. Following the 5 elements pearl's guidance, Wang Yang sat down cross-legged on the ground and began practicing this newfound transformation ability. After spending half a day, he finally achieved complete mastery. His skin returned to its original state, though the sensation of bodily pressure still couldn't be freely controlled or suppressed. For now, he'd have to let that go. First, he gathered all the scattered ancient books and carried them to the scripture pavilion, placing them neatly on the shelves. Most of these texts were about alchemy, along with some miscellaneous writings and travel journals. He also collected up the ordinary jars and bottles, taking them all into a separate room. All the jade containers were gathered together. Using spiritual awareness to inspect them, he discovered that some pills still remained inside, though whether they were still effective was uncertain. For instance, there were several meridian opening pills, a few golden wound remedies, but everything else appeared to have degraded. What a pity. Wang Yang glanced over them without much concern and moved everything to the alchemy chamber. Then, after a moment's thought, he walked toward that room, wondering what else the previous owner might have left behind. Chapter 170. The Miracle of the World Tree. Wang Yang stepped into the courtyard and noticed that every object had been slightly rearranged. Under the control of the 5 elemental pearls, the entire yard had seamlessly integrated with the sect of 5 elements base, forming a perfect whole. Inside the main hall stood a shrine filled with spirit tablets honoring the revered ancestors of Xiuxian Temple. These tablets spanned an incredibly long period of time. Wang Yang noticed one tablet at the very top that was different from the others. It bore only the name, xiuxian, without any record of his life or achievements, which struck him as strange. The second row enshrined cultivators who had achieved enlightenment from the Xia dynasty through to the late Shang dynasty. Their tablets recorded that they had all left their home planet for a broader world beyond, though no further details were provided. The third row was even more peculiar, inscribing legends of Jiang Ziya's investiture of the gods. Starting from the Zhou dynasty onward, these tablets bore not only names, but also divine titles and ranks. The lowest level contained many tablets, chronicling figures from the spring and autumn period all the way to the Song dynasty, nothing beyond that. Wang Yang surmised that the jade pendant space must have ceased being passed down after the Song dynasty. Something major must have occurred then. Perhaps the last guardian hadn't had time to make proper arrangements, hastily passing the jade pendant on as a token of succession. The room also held personal belongings, including numerous famous calligraphies and paintings. Most of these works had never appeared in the mortal world and were exceptionally well preserved. Wang Yang also discovered a box made of precious wood containing preaching bamboo slips. Clearly, the former owner had treasured these highly. Most were lost writings of ancient sages, including surviving texts from the 100 schools of thought. They were extremely valuable. After some thought, he decided to send them all to the scripture pavilion, placing the bamboo slips together in one section. It would at least serve as a small comfort to the previous master. In the bedroom, Wang Yang found a biography recording that the first owner of the jade pendant was indeed Xiuxian himself. This man was deeply mysterious, perhaps even akin to a celestial immortal. In the end, he passed the pendant to his disciple as a sacred heirloom of their sect. As for Xiuxi, his final fate remained unknown. He might have also departed for that mysterious realm. With a sigh, Wang Yang murmured in the room, "Where has the face I once knew gone? Only peach blossoms remain, laughing in the spring breeze." He tidied up all the items before leaving without lingering too long. He could come back another time when he had leisure. He then headed straight to the undersea dragon palace. No sooner had he arrived than Xianxi spotted him. "Boss, have you come to visit us? Please, take your seat." Xianxi joyfully rushed over. "Hey, Xianxi, take it easy. With your size, I still can't quite get used to this." Wang Yang chuckled. "Are you comfortable living here? Found anything useful? Where's Xiangui?" "Boss, did you just acquire some new fortune recently? I noticed the space has changed dramatically again. The ocean is now even larger and the spiritual energy far richer. Though there aren't many fish yet, their populations are growing rapidly. Most importantly, I feel my bloodline has been purified. I now have greater control over my body than ever before. I've even discovered my future evolutionary path. I need to gradually shrink my form until I evolve into a divine dragon. Of course, I'll need your help to accomplish that." Xiangui is still sleeping. He awakens only occasionally. I've been managing the dragon palace alone. Should I wake him for you? If needed, I'll bring him right away. Forget it. I just came to check on how you're doing. This latest evolution of the 5-pearl realm caught me by surprise. No preparation at all. By the way, it seems all the animals in the space show signs of ancestral regression. Keep an eye on that for me. Report anything unusual immediately. I won't stay long. I still need to check other areas. I'm off now, Xianxi. Train hard and make progress." After saying this, Wang Yang went directly to the spring within the space. But the greatest change had occurred in the world tree. Standing before it, Wang Yang finally realized how insignificant he truly was. Towering, majestic, and grand, the trunk of the world tree rose high into the air. Its leaves were hazy, shrouded in deep mystery. When he gently touched its bark, a faint voice echoed in his mind, recounting the tree's long history. Since it had been accidentally discovered by Xiuxian and eventually placed inside the jade pendant space, the world tree had remained unchanged, frozen in its original state. For thousands of years, it showed almost no growth, though the jade space had indirectly preserved its life. Now, within the 5 elemental pearls domain, the world tree could finally resume growing. It served as the foundation stabilizing the entire space. Once restored to its prime, no force in existence would ever be able to shatter this inner world again. The world tree had many other functions. It was a treasure in every sense, and Wang Yang could use it to accomplish numerous things. Perhaps all his future achievements would depend on its help. Thinking this, he gently caressed the world tree once again, and this time, he felt as though he had truly gained its recognition. Wang Yang noticed that another 7-colored gourd had ripened. This one was green. After performing a blood-binding ritual, he learned it could produce water of life. Each month, it would automatically generate a small cup's worth of the liquid. This water could heal the wounded, revive the dying, and strongly catalyze the growth of all kinds of plants. The gourd could also store pills and purify their toxic residues, a highly practical ability. Delighted, Wang Yang kissed the green gourd and poured a bit of the water of life into his mouth. Instantly, he felt as if his body were wrapped in an oasis. Every cell rejuvenated, re-energized, and his life source replenished once more. Even if Tang Monk himself appeared now, Wang Yang could rival him. He made a mental note to find time to give some of this water to his parents. Seeing the world tree beside him, he poured some of the water of life onto its roots. The tree quickly absorbed it all, its trunk swelling slightly and radiating even greater vitality. This effectively cured thousands of years of accumulated weakness in one go, making the 5 elemental pearls domain even more stable. After observing no further changes, Wang Yang retracted the green gourd into his dantian to nurture it. He took a sip of space water and sat down beneath the world tree to meditate. He needed to realign and reorganize his body. At some unknown moment, the world tree began transmitting mysterious energy it had gathered from the heavens directly into Wang Yang's body. The five elements scripture circulated faster and faster within him. All the liquid-like true energy inside his body swirled rapidly toward the nascent pill in his dantian. Guided by this mysterious energy and carried by the true energy, wave after wave of power polished his nascent pill, accelerating its formation. He didn't know how much time passed. It felt like centuries of silent sitting, but then suddenly, in an instant, he regained full awareness. For a moment, he struggled to adapt to this new state. His dantian held a nascent pill nearly complete, lacking only a single thread to reach full form. He needed a moment of enlightenment, a flash of insight. Perhaps then, he could truly become a pure yang cultivator. After tidying himself up simply, he didn't linger any longer in the space and returned to his bedroom. He wasn't sure how much time had passed. First, he should go outside and check whether Taoist Xiuxian and the others had left yet. Chapter 171. A gift for Taoist Xiuxian. Wang Yang stepped out of the bedroom and saw that dawn had just broken. He swept the courtyard with his divine sense and noticed Taoist Xiuxian and his fellow disciples packing their luggage. He couldn't help but sigh in relief. The jade pendant had disintegrated. What gift should he give to Taoist Xiuxian? That's right, didn't he have some Tongmai pills? He should take them out first and check. If they were still usable, he might as well give all of them away. With that thought, he returned to his bedroom, retrieved the jade vial containing the pills, and poured one into his palm. Using his divine sense to inspect it carefully, he found that the pills still retained considerable energy. It was still effective. Wang Yang then summoned the green gourd and stored all the pills inside. After breakfast, he would transfer them back into the jade vial and infuse them with some life water. This would perfect the potency of the Tongmai pills. Once everything was ready, Wang Yang returned to the living room. Senior, you're up already. It's been only a night apart, yet your cultivation has advanced again. Truly commendable. I hope you'll have time to visit our Taoist temple someday for an exchange. This is my humble request, and I hope you'll agree, said Xiuxian upon seeing Wang Yang. Taoist Xiuxian, please stop calling me senior. I'm really not comfortable with that title. It even brings me trouble. How about we address each other as equals from now on? After breakfast, I'll give you a bottle of pills. Take them back and hand them over to your master for distribution. Remember, this must remain secret. I'll try to visit your place next year if I have time. We'll await your gracious arrival. Hearing Xiuxian's words, Wang Yang shook his head slightly, said nothing further, and walked toward the kitchen. He scooped some rice and began preparing porridge. Everyone could have a warm drink to combat the chill. Though he himself no longer felt the cold, others here still did. Then he took some flour from a bag and poured it into a basin, added some warm water, and started kneading the dough. He'd make plenty of scallion oil pancakes for Xiuxian and the others to eat on their journey. He also prepared salted duck eggs and stir-fried a few side dishes. After more than an hour, all the food was ready. The scallion oil pancakes filled an entire large basin, enough to last the 5 of them for 2 days. Breakfast was set. Wang Yang carried all the food into the dining room. Xiuxian, come out and have breakfast. I'll go upstairs and wake Xiaoya and you. Upon hearing his call, Xiuxian came over. Senior, you go ahead. I'll serve everyone their food. It's getting late. Everyone hurry up. After saying this, Wang Yang went to the door of Xiaoya and in Yu's bedroom and started knocking. Knock, knock, knock. Xiaoya, and you, wake up and have breakfast quickly. We still need to see off Taoist Xiuxian and the others. Get up now. Got it, coming down right away. Hearing their response, Wang Yang didn't wait. He returned to his own bedroom and transferred the pills back into the jade vial. The changes in the Tongmai pills were quite noticeable. If stored a bit longer, their effects might improve even further, but unfortunately, time wouldn't allow it. He retrieved his backpack and brought it downstairs to leave for them. When young Taoist Jiming saw Wang Yang approaching, he stood up immediately. Brother Wang, you take my seat. Jiming, eat well. Next year, I'll find time to visit you. Then I'll see how well you've cultivated your martial skills. Don't embarrass yourself. Don't worry, Brother Wang. After returning, I'll definitely work hard and train seriously. Wang Yang didn't eat first. Instead, he packed the scallion oil pancakes into bags, placed the salted eggs and cooked side dishes into meal boxes, and neatly arranged everything into the backpack. Taoist Xiuxian, this is some food I've prepared for you to eat on the road. You have money on you too, so feel free to grab a simple meal at restaurants along the way. I won't worry about that. Just carry this backpack when you leave. Thank you so much, senior. Just sit and eat now. Wang Yang sat down beside Jiming, sipped his porridge, and ate a little. Not feeling hungry, he soon put down his chopsticks. Wang Yang, aren't you waiting for us? Why are you eating so fast? Did we get up too late? Xiaoya, you two eat quickly. I'm not very hungry this morning. Soon after, Xiuxian finished eating, picked up the backpack, and returned to his room. Wang Yang followed him. Taoist Xiuxian, there are some Tongmai pills in here. Keep them safe. Also, store the medicinal herbs I gave you and hand everything over to your master upon return. I've already cleared your meridians, so you don't need to take these pills anymore. From now on, cultivate diligently. Although spiritual energy outside is thin, I believe there are still traces lingering in the 10,000 great mountains. Work hard and don't slack off. Senior, I'll take these with gratitude. No more words of thanks are needed. We'll be waiting for your visit at the temple anytime. After saying this, Xiuxian bowed deeply in a Taoist gesture. Wang Yang and Xiaoya drove Xiuxian and the other 4 Taoists to the train station, having already arranged their tickets in advance. Taoist Xiuxian, Taoist Jishan, Taoist Jiong, Taoist Jikong, and Taoist Jiming. Though one may see someone off 1,000 li, all farewells must come. We'll leave you here. Until we meet again. Wang Yang said to them. Until we meet again. Xiaoya added. Honorable Taoists, you're always welcome to visit us again. May your journey be safe and smooth. After watching the 5 Taoists board the train, Wang Yang and Xiaoya didn't linger. They were just about to head back to xiuxian when Xiaoya suddenly said, Wang Yang, come home with me for a bit and help me carry some things. To your house. First tell me who's at home. I need to know before I go anywhere. Why so nervous? This time you have to come with me. My mother just called. She heard I was at the train station and asked me to stop by. You might as well come along and help me carry some stuff. She prepared everything for me. Besides, my parents aren't too happy about me working at your cooperative. You need to explain it to them, that I'm technically working for you. You can't back out now. Fine, I agree. Lead the way. But let's stop by a store first. I'll get a few things. Does your father smoke and drink? No need to bring gifts. It's not like we're doing something formal. Just follow my car. Wang Yang watched Xiaoya return to her beetle, shook his head slightly, and started his own car to follow. Soon they arrived at a high-end residential complex in Yinta district. Wang Yang didn't follow her directly. Spotting an upscale boutique nearby, he pulled over, went inside, and bought several cosmetic sets, 2 bottles of Matai liquor, and 2 cartons of xiuxian Yan Didu cigarettes. Xiaoya, why didn't you wait for me? I told you not to buy anything, she protested as he returned. Never mind, let's just go quickly. Xiaoya, it's my first time visiting your home. Showing up empty-handed. What kind of impression would that make? Let's go. And listen, I hope nothing weird happens in there. You better shield me a little. Oh please, what's wrong with that look on your face? Is my family really that scary? Carrying the items, Wang Yang got back into his car and resumed following Xiaoya's beetle. Chapter 172. First visit to Xiaoya's home. Xiaoya parked her beetle in front of a villa, and Wang Yang followed, parking his car in a designated spot. Just then, an aunt stepped out of the villa. Mom, what did you call me back for? What's so urgent? You disobedient girl. After returning from abroad, can't you stay home a little longer to keep me company? I found you a job nearby, but you went off to some small mountain village to do farming instead. What am I supposed to say about that? Your father is upset too. Go talk to him later, understand? Hearing this was Xiaoya's mother. Wang Yang quickly got out of the car, picked up the gifts, and walked over, greeting first. Auntie, hello? Sorry to intrude. Xiaoya's mother gave Wang Yang a thorough look and nodded in satisfaction. Young man, why did you bring gifts when coming to my home? Come on in and have a seat. Without paying much attention to Xiaoya anymore, she grabbed Wang Yang's arm and led him into the villa. Qingyun, we have guests. Come out and entertain them. I'll go start cooking. Let's all have a meal together later. Xiun, is our beloved daughter back? Xiao Qingyun, Xiaoya's father, came out from his study. Seeing a handsome young man sitting on the sofa, with alcohol, cigarettes, and cosmetics placed on the tea table, he smiled broadly. Young man, welcome to our home. I'm Xiao Qingyun, Xiaoya's father. May I ask your name? Wang Yang stood up and said, Uncle Xiao, my name is Wang Yang. It's bold of me to visit uninvited. I hope you don't mind. Xiaoya is currently working with me. Perhaps it's awkward sending her to a remote village, but I assure you she's comfortable and happy there. I'd like to invite both of you to come visit sometime. I'll arrange accommodations and meals. How does that sound? I'll call you Xiaoyang then. Since you put it that way, we really should come see for ourselves. Our daughter returned from overseas, took a quick trip somewhere, and then Chun Jinhua sent her off to you. We've actually wanted to visit for a while. Now that you're here in person, later sit with me for a drink. You brought alcohol. Let's open that, shall we? Uncle Xiao, I'm your guest, so I'll follow your lead. From the kitchen, Xiaoya's mother called out. Xiaoya, come help me in the kitchen. Wash these vegetables. Xiaoya was speechless. She had never set foot in the kitchen at home before. Clearly, her mother had something on her mind and wanted to grill her. She could only sigh inwardly in resignation. Coming. Zhao Xiyun watched her daughter enter the kitchen and pulled her aside. My dear daughter, is that handsome young man outside your boyfriend? I knew it. I introduced so many people to you before, none of whom you liked. But turns out you've already chosen someone yourself. That settles it for me. I like this young man very much. He has excellent bearing, his eyes shine brightly, and he carries himself like someone born to lead. You've got good taste, dear. I approve. He's the son-in-law I've been waiting for. When your younger brother comes back, I'll send him with you too to check things out first. Then I'll discuss wedding plans with your father. Mom, he's my boss, not my boyfriend. You're totally misunderstanding. Honey, just look at your expression. Never mind, I'll ask the young man myself later. For now, come help me wash these vegetables. Mom, stop nosing around. Zhao Xiyun gave Xiaoya a sidelong glance and continued cooking. Meanwhile, in the living room, Wang Yang was chatting with Xiao Qingyun. Xiaoyang, I heard from Chun Jinhua that you're involved in agriculture. Care to tell me more? Uncle Xiao, since you asked, I'll give you a brief overview. Of course, seeing it in person later will be much clearer. Shinshaizhai isn't far from here. Only about 2 hours round trip by car. I'm originally from Shandong province. My first time in Xi'an was because my parents were working here. Recently, they were injured and hospitalized due to an assault. I rushed over from Ningbo to take care of my father. While I was here, I met one of my dad's co-workers, Uncle Xinyun. When he learned I wanted to grow organic vegetables, he recommended I go to their village, which is now where I operate, Shinshaizhai. I established an agricultural cooperative there. Currently, we've built 10 glass greenhouses and have a 40-moo fish pond, plus several other operations. There's plenty going on. I've been too busy to handle everything myself. One time when I was drinking with Brother Chen, he recommended Xiaoya. She graduated from a prestigious university overseas. At first, I wasn't sure it would work out, but surprisingly, after she visited once, she decided to stay. I was quite astonished. Now, almost all operations at the cooperative are managed by Xiaoya. She's taken a huge load off my shoulders. Uncle Xiao, please rest assured. Xiaoya has a bright future working with me. There's no office politics or scheming in our place. If you'd like, come visit Xinshai's hive first. If you still feel she's wasting her talent there, I'll let her leave immediately. How about that? Xiaoyang, we're just having a casual chat. We support our daughter in whatever she likes to do. As long as she's happy with her work, I'll never interfere. The younger generation should handle their own affairs. We're quite open-minded in our family. Uncle Xiao, our organic vegetables will be ready soon. If you're free, why not come over at the end of the month? Now that many migratory birds have arrived in our little village, it'd be great for you to come see them. All right, Xiaoyang. At the end of the month, your Aunt Zhao and I will come take a look. Just then, xiuxian had finished cooking, and all the dishes were placed on the dining table. Qingyun, dinner's ready. Come over and eat. Xiaoya, go next door and call Chunxiao back for me. Got it, Mom. You really know how to give orders. Hurry up, or I'll deal with you later. Xiao Qingyun stood up too. Xiaoyang, your Aunt Zhao's prepared the meal. Let's go have a drink together. I'll just have a little with Uncle Xiao. Consider it me officially paying my respects. Hopefully we can visit more often in the future. Young man, come sit down. Xiaoya went to fetch Chunxiao. She'll be back soon. Let's start eating. Aunt Zhao, please wait a moment. I'll pour you both a glass first and let it warm slightly. It's a bit chilly outside. A little alcohol will help warm everyone up. Wang Yang stood up and poured a glass for Uncle Xiao and Aunt Zhao, then filled his own cup. At that moment, a young man walked in through the door. Before Wang Yang could speak, Xiao Chunxiao called out, "Hey, are you my sister's boyfriend? Welcome to our home. You should come hang out more often. I'm Xiao Chunxiao. Whoa, are we drinking Matai today? Brother-in-law, pour me a glass too." Wang Yang was just about to stand and pour him a drink, but Aunt Zhao snatched the bottle away immediately. "Chunxiao, should I also pour your glass for you? Sit properly now, and if you want a drink, pour it yourself." After saying this, xiuxian turned to Wang Yang. "Don't be shy, young man. Eat plenty." "Aunt Zhao, then I won't hold back. My name is Wang Yang. You can just call me Xiaoyang." "All right then, Xiaoyang, eat more." So Wang Yang stayed at Xiaoya's home for the entire morning. During the meal, he even drank Uncle Xiao under the table. Now Uncle Xiao was still sleeping off the alcohol, so Wang Yang had to remain a bit longer until he sobered up before heading back. Chapter 173, Li Yunpeng's Invitation. "Bro-in-law, come sit in my room for a bit. Let me show you my collection. Not to brag, but I've already secured a place for myself in the collecting world. Chunxiao, I'm not your brother-in-law yet, so don't call me that just yet. Just take me to see your collection first. Let's see if it can impress me. Come on, isn't it just a matter of time? My sister has never invited any man to our home before. Bro-in-law, don't give me that look. I won't mind at all." Hearing Xiao Chuanxiao's words, Wang Yang stopped trying to clarify anything and simply stood up, following him into the room. "Bro-in-law, my room isn't big, only about 20 square meters or so, but this whole row of shelves is filled with my collection. Take a look. If there's anything you like, I'll give you one as a gift." "You're really generous. What kind of stones are these? I didn't expect you'd have so many unusual ones. Do you even know what categories they belong to?" "Bro-in-law, from that question alone, I can tell you're a complete outsider. Oddstone collecting is largely about luck. Some rare specimens can sell for astronomical prices at auctions, though obviously I can't afford to bid on those. I'm just an ordinary collector. Most of these odd stones I've picked up myself over time. These were all found along riversides or lake shores. I have a buddy who shares the same hobby. We often go out together searching for unique stones. Through this stone hunting passion, I've become more and more obsessed. The reason certain special stones become collectible is precisely because each odd stone is one of a kind. Only stones that embody natural artistry combined with rarity qualify as true odd stones. Though most antique collectors might see zero value in them, to us enthusiasts, every single odd stone holds its own unique charm. If someone truly falls in love with one, they may end up acquiring it at a high price. I frequently invite people over to view my collection. I don't deliberately seek them out. Whenever I come across a stone I like during daily life, I bring it back. Slowly, they've accumulated into quite a pile. Bro-in-law, letting you pick one to take away is because I genuinely like you. For others, I wouldn't even consider giving anything. You should feel lucky. Never mind, Wang Yang replied, sitting on the bed with a smile. A gentleman doesn't covet what belongs to another. I'm not interested in these stones anyway. You keep them. Still, I must say, your hobby is pretty unique. At that moment, Xiaoya walked over holding her phone, answering a call. Wang Yang, Li Yunpeng heard we came into the city and wants to invite us over to hang out. Do you want to go? Here, he wants to talk to you directly. As soon as Wang Yang took the phone, Li Yunpeng's cheerful laughter came through the receiver. Wang Ge, you rarely come into town. Don't leave me hanging. We're waiting for you guys at Rose Bar. Xiaoya knows the place. Have her bring you over. We can discuss the beverage supply deal too. Year-end is approaching fast, and we're getting impatient. Hurry up, I'll hang up now. Seeing no way out, Wang Yang decided he might as well go check it out. Chunxiao, do you want to come along? If you do, I'll take you. Of course, bro-in-law. Let's get going. It's not every day I get to hit the bar and have some fun. I gotta show support. Xiaoya gave the two of them a glance and walked straight out. This time, she'd be driving Wang Yang's car. You two buckle up. Chunxiao, listen, you're not allowed to go to bars by yourself. I'm taking you this once, but if I hear you went to a bar on your own again, just wait till I get back and deal with you. Sis, why are you so naggy? You sound exactly like a housewife now. Bro-in-law's future life will be tough. You get lost. Watch your mouth. Wang Yang couldn't help smiling at their banter. Soon enough, they arrived at Rose Bar. It was called a bar, but in reality, it was more like a private club for the wealthy. When Li Yunpeng saw the car pull up, he immediately walked toward the entrance. Wang Gu, long time no see. You're a rare guest indeed. Hello, Xiaoya, and greetings to this young man as well. Yunpeng, no need for formalities. I've just been busy. Actually, you all could come visit me sometime instead. But let's head inside and talk. No point standing at the door disrupting business. Look at me, so caught up chatting with you I forgot to lead you in. Let's go inside and catch up properly. Tonight, you're staying in the city. I've already arranged accommodations. Brother Yunpeng, let's see how things go first. I still have things to attend to back home. You know, the animals need my care. Soon, everyone entered a private lounge. Xiao Xiao, Li Yunfei, and Zhao Jiaming were already there. They were all close acquaintances, so after simple greetings, everyone relaxed. Xiao Xiao sat beside Xiaoya, with Chun Xiao joining them nearby. The three began chatting animatedly. Wang Yang paid them no mind. Yunpeng, about the drinks, we already agreed last time. By year end, I'll definitely have everything ready. I've even picked the name, Red Dust Drunk. But here's something I need your help with now. I need a canning facility to repackage our Red Dust Drunk. Can you make that happen? Wang Gu, just leave this matter to me. I'll get it done by tomorrow. Should we register your trademark? Better register it. Will save us trouble down the road. I really appreciate your help on this. The matter was quickly settled, and everyone began drinking and chatting in the private room. Suddenly, a commotion erupted outside the door. Everyone turned their attention toward the noise, stepping out curiously. Wang Gu, looks like we're in for some entertainment. Fang Dongming and Xia Dongsheng have always hated each other. They've got deep grudges. Every time they meet, they go at it. Just stay out of it, okay? Neither of these two is someone you want to mess with. Li Yunpeng quickly explained the situation to Wang Yang. Yunpeng, thanks for the heads up, I won't get involved. Honestly, this whole thing is ridiculous. Both of them are just bored out of their minds. If they were ordinary guys, they'd already be locked up. At that moment, Wang Yang heard the two men confronting each other. Fang Dongming, don't even think about getting involved today. I don't have time to waste on you. Get lost. Oh, this girl's damn hot. Why don't you come with me instead? I'm definitely stepping in here, Xia Dongsheng. Hand her over to me. Consider it a favor I owe you. How about that? A favor from you isn't worth a dime to me. And I picked her first. Don't you know first come, first served? Don't push your luck. You really think I can't handle you? Your old man might be the second in command, but my family doesn't feel threatened by yours. You outsider, no matter how big a tiger you think you are, you'll stay coiled up around me. Fang Dongming arrogantly laid everything bare. At that moment, Xia Dongsheng spotted Xiaoya. His eyes locked onto her immediately. He stopped arguing with Fang Dongming and walked straight toward Wang Yang. Never seen this beauty before. I'm Xia Dongsheng. Let's get acquainted, sweetheart. Xiaoya was so angry her face turned bright red. I'm not interested in you. Get lost. Feisty little spicy one. I like him just like you. Xia Dongsheng said, reaching out to grab Xiaoya's arm. Wang Yang stepped directly in front of Xiaoya and shoved Xia Dongsheng backward. Friend, don't push your luck too far. Who the hell do you think you are? How dare you interfere? Do you even know who I am? Better not make me angry, or you'll regret it. Hearing Xia Dongsheng's threat, Wang Yang didn't back down. He simply said, get lost. Xia Dongsheng felt an overwhelming pressure radiating from Wang Yang, one he had only ever felt from his own father. After glancing at Wang Yang, he turned and left Rose Bar with his men. Chapter 174, The Truth. 6. Go find out who that man was. Brother Xia, are we just going to let it go like this? We could have handed him over right then and there. He didn't look like he had any backing. We don't need to fear someone like him, do we? Little Sixth, are you going to make decisions for me now? Brother Xia, I'd never dare. I just wanted to help you vent your anger. Xia Dongsheng shot a glance at Little Sixth and continued walking toward the parking spot. Just as he opened the car door and was about to get in, he paused. Little Sixth, I'm not backing down today because I'm afraid. If Fang Dongming weren't still there, I wouldn't have let it in like this. But I sense something different about that man, something dangerous. I don't know who he really is yet, so it's no loss to us to step back for now. Go find Shinzue and tell him to mobilize everyone. He needs to dig up everything on that guy. Have all the information compiled for me by tomorrow morning. You won't be coming back with me. Go take care of this. Brother Xia, don't worry, I'll handle it perfectly. I'm off. And just like that, the little incident passed. Wang Yang released his spiritual awareness, following Xia Dongsheng and hearing every word they exchanged as he watched him drive away. So this person was the one who tried to come after me recently. Is it coincidence? Or was it fated that we'd meet like this? Xiaoya, let's leave now. We've finished our business here. Can we head back earlier? Whatever you say. I won't come here again. You go tell Li Yunpeng. I'll go say goodbye to Xiao Xiao and try to talk some sense into her. Tell her to avoid places like this from now on. Alright then. Chun Xiao, follow your sister. We'll be heading back soon. Okay. Wang Yang walked over to Li Yunpeng. Yunpeng, I need to head back early. I've got something else to attend to. Our discussion went well, so just call me once you've handled the rest. From now on, we'll proceed with normal cooperation. We can't stay longer, sorry about that. Brother Wang, let me give you one warning. Watch out for Xia Dongsheng. Don't let him play dirty tricks behind your back. It could cause serious trouble for you. I won't keep you any longer though. We'll hang out another time. Take care on your way back. Wang Yang patted Li Yunpeng on the shoulder, said his goodbyes to the others, then left Rose Bar with Xiaoya and Chun Xiao. Xiaoya drove while Wang Yang sat in the passenger seat, eyes closed in quiet relaxation. Wang Yang, today's incident has big implications for us. It's all my fault. I've caused you trouble. Xiaoya, don't ever say things like that again. This was just a minor incident. It won't affect me at all. Once we get to your place, we won't stay long. Let's head back earlier tonight. Bro-in-law, I want to go back with you guys. I've got nothing to do anyway. Mind if I come over and hang out? You're not going to turn me away, are you? Before Wang Yang could respond, Xiaoya cut in sharply. Chun Xiao, you're staying home. We're going back for work. What would you even do there? Are you seriously trying to scout ahead for Mom now? I'm going to my bro-in-law's place, not yours. I'm asking him, not you. You don't get a say. I see that since I haven't been home these past few days, you've stopped respecting me entirely. I'm driving now, but just wait till we get home. I'll deal with you then. Wang Yang glanced at Xiaoya and said calmly, Xiaoya, if Chun Xiao wants to come over and visit, let him come along. We have space, and it's fine if he hangs out there for a bit. I'll bring him back myself later. Bro-in-law rocks. Don't worry, I won't cause any trouble. I'll be like thin air, completely out of your way. And when I come back, I'll even put in a good word for you with Mom and Dad. I'm pretty considerate, huh? Chun Xiao, you really are asking for a beating. Just wait. Soon, they arrived back at Xiaoya's villa, and Wang Yang followed them inside. Xiaoyan, you're back so quickly? Why didn't you stay out longer? Are you having dinner tonight? And Zhao, please don't go to any trouble. We're leaving again right away. We have things to do tomorrow. But you two should come visit us sometime and relax properly. Xiaoyang, I saw you had quite a bit to drink. Better stay overnight here. Head back first thing in the morning. That way your uncle and I won't worry. Xiaoya stepped forward and linked arms with xiuxian. Mom, we really do have work to do back home. Besides, it's not far. You and Dad come visit us sometime. I'll go pack up quickly. We're leaving immediately, otherwise it'll be dark soon. You stubborn girl, can't you stay a few more days? Fine, fine, I won't hold you back. We'll come see you in a few days. Wang Yang then walked over and chatted briefly with xiuxian. When Xiaoya and Chun Xiao came downstairs with their luggage, he went over, picked up the bags, and headed toward the car at the entrance. Xiuxian chatted with Chun Xiao for a while, and then everyone got in the car and drove toward Xinjiazhai. In an apartment complex in Yinta district, Shun Zui and the others sat around the dinner table, waiting for Xiao Liuzi's arrival. Ever since the 5 of them had been released last time, they hadn't gone anywhere and stayed home ever since. They hadn't waited long before Xiao Liuzi arrived at Shun Zui's place. Sixth brother, why did you call us? Couldn't you just tell us over the phone? Why come in person? We failed to get things done last time and disappointed boss. Xiao Liuzi looked at the men in the room and began by reassuring them. Shun Zui, Dao Ba, He Gui, Hua Lao, Guzi. Let's put the past aside for now. Today Brother Xia gave us a very important task, and this time you must get it right. Look at the photos in my phone album. Come take a look, all of you. By tomorrow, I need you to gather every detail about that man in the picture and report back to me. Get started right away. No more drinking. Focus on this job first. Brother Xia won't let you down if you deliver. Sixth brother, don't worry. We're good at tracking people down. Just send us the photos first. It's getting late, so we'll head out soon. Shinzue always gets it done. I've already uploaded them to the group chat. Check your phones. Shinzue and the others pulled out their phones and looked through the images. Meanwhile, Xiao Liuzi sat down at the table and started eating. Dao Ba tugged lightly at Shinzue and whispered, Brother Shun, isn't this guy the manager from Xinjiazhai? Could this man be that investor? Dao Ba, you've got sharp eyes. Might be exactly who you think he is. If so, we won't need to go through much trouble. Let's verify quietly first. Don't tell anyone yet. I'll follow your lead, Brother Shun. After a few quick bites, Xiao Liuzi stood up and said, I'm leaving everything in your hands. I'll head back and wait for your update. Call me tomorrow, I'm off. After Xiao Liuzi left, the group returned to the dinner table. Shinzue said, Brothers, keep eating. Damn, showing up at this hour with business again. Nothing good ever comes from this kind of call. Drink some more to warm yourselves up. It's going to be cold outside tonight. This guy won't be hard to track. Let's go to Xinjiazhai later, sneak in and gather info. Go early and come back fast. Hurry up and eat. When Wang Yang returned to the village, it was already dark. As soon as he reached the courtyard, and you stepped out. Why did you come back so late? Oh wow, welcome handsome. Great to have you as a guest. Chun Xiao froze. What's going on? He didn't say anything, but glanced quickly at Xiaoya. Xiaoya snapped immediately. What are you staring at? Call her sister. Have some manners. Wang Yang stepped in to introduce them. Chun Xiao, this is your sister and you. Let's go inside first. That night, after settling Chun Xiao comfortably, Wang Yang went out to check on Hutu and the others before returning to his bedroom. Chapter 175, Golden Leopard and Clouded Leopard's Prank. Wang Yang returned to his bedroom, closed the door, and entered his space. From what he had learned earlier at Rose Bar, he already had a general understanding of Xia Dongcheng, and he needed to make some preparations in advance. Thinking for a moment, he considered that someone might come snooping around Shin Village in the coming days. He had to do something. Not that he was worried. He could change his appearance any time now, so doing things discreetly wouldn't be a problem. If anyone foolish enough came looking for trouble, there was no need to hold back anymore. He could simply release a few creatures from his space to deal with them quietly, without causing any messy complications. Wang Yang made his way to the Dragon Palace. He didn't see Xian Shi. Only Xian Gui was still fast asleep, which Wang Yang didn't disturb. Using his spiritual sense to scan the space, he noticed that Xian Shi had gathered many snakes inside a cave somewhere. He wasn't sure what it was up to. Scanning further, he realized all the snakes in the space had been summoned here. Was there something going on that he didn't know about? He walked directly to the entrance of the cave, but didn't go inside. Instead, he summoned Xian Shi with his spiritual sense. Boss, why are you here? Xian Shi, what are you doing in there? I saw you've gathered all the snakes together. Boss, now that I'm the Snake King, I need underlings to help me get things done. Gathering them here benefits them too. This place will become their new home. I'll train them regularly from now on. Fine, do as you please. I won't interfere. But in the future, I might need you to help me out. Since you've brought them all together, there may indeed be a time when they'll need to lend some strength. I'm leaving now. I'll call if I need anything. After exiting the space, Wang Yang instinctively swept his spiritual awareness across the village and immediately detected something off. 5 people were sneaking into the village, deliberately sticking to secluded paths, clearly trying not to be seen. These 5 were none other than Xiuxian and his companions. Wang Yang had only heard of them before, never met them in person. Now, staying inside his bedroom, he quietly observed them with his spiritual sense, curious about what they were planning. Brother Shun, how should we go about asking around? Right now nobody in the village would willingly help us. Guzi, you guys wander around the village first. I'm going to find someone. One time I saved his life. He'll help me out. Alright, Brother Shin, you go ahead. We'll just walk around nearby. Let's meet back at the village entrance later. Having overheard their conversation, Wang Yang finally understood who these people were. Now that they'd come right to him, he wouldn't have to go searching for them after all. Quickly changing back into his clothes, he didn't tell anyone else at home. Taking only Jin Bao and Yun Bao with him, he left the others behind. Hutu and the rest stayed home. Blackie also tried to tag along for fun, but Wang Yang stopped it. Jin Bao, Yun Bao, scare these guys a bit. I'll tell you where they are. Wait for my signal. Got it, boss. Meanwhile, Xiuxian arrived alone at xiuxian's doorstep and knocked. Someone quickly responded from within. Who is it? It's freezing out there. Can't this wait until tomorrow? Xiuxian brother, it's me, Xiuxian. I need to talk to you. Open up. When Xiuxian heard Xiuxian's voice at the door, he truly didn't want to let him in. But then again, this man once saved his life, so after some hesitation, he reluctantly got up, put on his clothes, and opened the door with clear displeasure, allowing Xiuxian inside. Xiuxian, what do you want? Honestly, you shouldn't have come back to the village. I appreciate that you once saved me, but if you're asking me to help you do something bad, forget it. It's late. Just say what you came for. I have to get up early for work tomorrow. Seeing that Xiuxian obviously disliked having him here, Xiuxian didn't mind. Spotting a stool in the room, he walked over and sat down casually. Xiuxian brother, I know you don't want to see me. A while back, I stabbed Xiuxian. I really regret it now. Lost my temper that day. I'll go apologize to brother Xiuxian personally when the time comes. Whatever. I don't want to get involved in your affairs. Just tell me what you want. Xiuxian brother, since you're being so blunt, I won't ask you to repay me. I just need to ask a few simple questions. You give me answers. That's all, okay? Xiuxian didn't reply, just kept staring at Xiuxian. Unfazed, Xiuxian pulled out his phone. Xiuxian brother, do you recognize this person? I want to find out more about him. Xiuxian looked at the photo on the phone. It showed Wang Yang and Xiaoya, captured by someone during an event in the city. After a moment's thought, he decided to answer. Xiuxian, I can tell you this much. I hope you never come to me again. This man is our boss. His name is Wang Yang, from Shandong province. All the projects here are funded by him. The other person is our manager, a local. That's all I know. Alright. Thank you, brother Xiuxian. I hope you won't tell anyone about my visit tonight. I won't come to see you again. I know you don't welcome me. I won't disturb your rest any longer. Goodbye. After saying this, Xiuxian left. Xiuxian thought for a moment, decided not to tell anyone else, closed the door tightly, and went back to sleep. Wang Yang, observing everything through his spiritual sense, realized that Xiuxian's target was actually himself. He didn't dwell on Xiuxian's part in it, and didn't think much of it. First, he quietly brought Jin Bao and Yun Bao to where Guzi was, then had Jin Bao appear right before him. Mamma mia, how could there be a leopard in the village? Guzi was so frightened he plopped down on the ground, crying and screaming. Master Leopard, I was just passing through. I didn't disturb your hunting. Please spare me. I'll never dare come here again. Jin Bao glanced at him with cold eyes, then turned and vanished. Guzi patted his chest in relief, took deep breaths, stood up, and immediately bolted out of the village, no longer daring to wander around. Soon after, Wang Yang led Jin Bao and Yun Bao to scare the other 3 men as well. All 4 of them fled outside the village and hid inside their car, refusing to get out. They gathered in the car, each sharing what they'd seen. Every one of them claimed to have spotted a leopard in the village. Now certain it wasn't a hallucination, they were even more afraid to step outside. Wang Yang found Xiuxian particularly interesting. This guy had real guts. Pushed too far, he might actually kill someone. This time, he wanted to teach him a proper lesson. So he ordered Jin Bao and Yun Bao to launch a direct attack, lunging at Xiuxian, biting him several times before finally letting him go. It hurts like hell. Xiuxian's painful screams woke up many villagers, who rushed out of their homes, half-dressed, to investigate. Limping badly, Xiuxian staggered to the car outside the village. "Daba, drive quickly. Get me to the hospital fast. I've been bitten by a leopard." The other 3 froze for a second. They all stared at Xiuxian strangely, yet inwardly felt relieved. Daba quickly started the car and sped toward the hospital. Seeing that they had all left, Wang Yang found the whole situation amusing. This incident served as a good lesson for them. Making sure no one saw him, he returned home with Jin Bao and Yun Bao. Chapter 176, delivering a message to Xiaoyozi. With Scar driving, they quickly arrived at the county hospital. The group hurriedly supported Xiuxian as they rushed toward the outpatient building. "Bro, I'll go call a doctor. Just hang in there." "Hang in there? Screw that. Guzi, I'm not dying. Once they stitch me up and clean the wounds here, we're going straight back to find Xiaoyozi. He's got to see me like this. Besides, our mission's done. If they don't pay us extra this time, we're not doing another job for them. I've figured it out. There's bad blood between us and Xinjia's High. Every time we go over there, something weird happens. Bro Shun, let's get you treated first before talking about anything else. Here comes the doctor. I'll help you over." A female doctor in a white coat approached, glanced at Xiuzue, and said, "Nothing too serious. Carry him to the operating room. I'll disinfect and suture his wounds, give him some vaccines, then he can be discharged. One of you go pay at the window. Ideally, you should keep him under observation overnight, though. He shouldn't leave until tomorrow." "Thank you, doctor. But we still have things to handle. We'll come back for a follow-up later." The doctor looked at Xiuzue again, but didn't argue. She quickly cleaned and stitched his several wounds. Then the group got back in the car and headed toward the city. "Scar, it's pretty late now. Drive to my place. We'll all squeeze in tonight. We'll contact Xiuxian first thing tomorrow morning." "Got it. Bro Shun, you rest your eyes a bit. I'll wake you when we arrive." The next morning at dawn, Xiaoya and then you came knocking on the door. "Wang Yang, are you up? You two are actually up early today. Since you're serious about this, come downstairs. Today I'll teach you some basic exercises, then gradually help adjust your body conditioning. Remember, don't tell anyone what I'm teaching you. If people ask, just say I'm teaching you Tai Chi, nothing more." "Pretty mysterious. Master Wang, you've got our respect, haha. First, warm up your muscles and joints. Today I'll start with fundamental martial arts basics. Shouldn't be too hard for you. I've seen you both do yoga. You've got good flexibility. As long as you grasp the key points I show you, the forms later won't be difficult. Basic training includes flexibility exercises, coordination drills, balance practice, core strength development, and explosive power training. I'll teach you all of these step by step. Your skill level in martial arts ultimately depends on how solid your foundation is. That goes without saying. All complex martial sequences are made from simple basic movements. As the ancients said, practice forms without cultivating fundamentals, and in old age you'll have nothing. Training fundamentals correct poor postures and movement habits from daily life, thus achieving real physical improvement. And Xiaoya, your wuxia dream? I'll do my best to make it come true." "Got it. Teach us the basic moves already." After spending some time demonstrating waist and leg stretches and fundamental footwork, he had them practice on their own. After correcting their techniques here and there, he began practicing Tai Chi in the courtyard himself. "Bro Shun, it's light out. Call Xiaoyozi now. All right, go wake up Guzi and the others. Send Talkative out to buy breakfast. Tell them we're about to stage a little bitter flesh act. Time to collect our payment from Xiaoyozi. Don't worry, we're pros at this. No one will see through it." Once Daoba stepped out, Xiuzue took out his phone and dialed Xiaoyozi. "Sixth brother, it's Xiuzue. You should come to my place. I found out who the target is. I need to speak with you privately." "Xiuzue, nice work. I'll bring your payment with me. I'm on my way." Xiao Chunxiao heard noises in the yard and realized everyone was up, so he didn't stay in bed. Just as he left his room, he saw 3 people already exercising in the courtyard. Wang Yang's Tai Chi flowed with grace, blending softness and strength beautifully. His sister Xiaoya and then you were doing waist and leg stretches nearby. Seeing them all focused, he didn't want to disturb them. He personally had no interest in such activities. Just then, Jinbao, Yunbao, and Haizi stepped out of their house, followed closely by Hutu, Mao, Ermao, Sanmao, Sameo, and Wuma. Together, they started walking toward Chunxiao. Having returned late last night, he hadn't seen Jinbao, Yunbao, or Haizi yet. He only knew there were a few dogs at home. Now suddenly so many animals emerged, all heading straight for him, and he froze in terror. "Mommy, brother-in-law has leopards and a black bear. Stay back." Chunxiao was nearly in tears. His scream startled everyone in the courtyard. Xiaoya ran over first, saw her brother's ridiculous expression, and burst out laughing. "Chunxiao, stop shouting. They won't bite you. These are all animals raised by Wang Yang. They're very gentle. We didn't tell you last night because it was too late. Sorry, sis should have warned you earlier." Xiaoya walked over and called Jinbao, Yunbao, and Haizi to come closer. Hutu and the others followed right behind. All of them curiously eyed Chunxiao. "See? They're not scary at all. You'll be staying here for a while, so you'll see them every day. If you're afraid, just keep your distance. They only came over to get to know you. This won't happen again. Sis, can I pet them? You're not scared anymore?" "But not yet. They don't know you well, so if you reach out now, they might not like it. Just get acquainted today. After breakfast, Wang Yang will take you to see the migratory birds. You can also walk around the village on your own." Wang Yang finished his Tai Chi and headed straight to the kitchen to prepare breakfast. "Chunxiao, you're up too. Go wash up first. I'll make breakfast, then take you out for a bit of fun." "Got it, brother-in-law." Meanwhile, Xiaoyozi had arrived at Shinzue's place. The moment he stepped inside, he noticed how beaten up everyone looked. "Shinzue, what happened to you all? I told you to go gather information, not start a fight. How did you end up like this? Are your injuries serious?" "Sixth brother, last night we went back to Xinjiazhai. We found out everything you asked for. The man in the photo is the investor from Xinjiazhai. His name is Wang Yang, came from Shandong province. Didn't you ask us to find him before? Back then he probably wasn't in the village. He must have just returned recently. Yesterday when you ran into him, he was likely there for some city-level collaboration." "Shinzue, excellent work. This intel is extremely valuable. I'll report to young Master Xia right away and make sure you all get credit. Here's 20,000. Take it for now. I'll give you more later. Rest up and heal. I'll call when I need you. Take care, sixth brother." Shinzue took the money, kept 10,000 for himself, and handed the rest to Scar to divide among the others. Xiaoyozi drove towards Xia Dongqing's villa. As he arrived, he saw 2 women hastily leaving the house. At that moment, Xia Dongqing appeared in the yard. "You're here, Xiaoyozi. How did it go?" "Young Master Xia, we confirmed his identity. No notable background, just the guy we were looking for earlier. The crystal vegetables are indeed his doing. Right now, they've all returned to Xinjiazhai. I'm waiting for your orders." I'll think it over. Wait here for a moment. Chapter 177 Xia Dongqing's plan. Xia Dongqing paced around the living room for a while, then called Xiaoyozi over. Xiaoyozi, let Shinzue make contact first. We'll stay out of sight for now. I need to win some people over in the city these few days. When the time comes, we'll go together. I doubt this person will dare refuse us. In the meantime, you should prepare other backup plans. This time, we must secure the largest possible share. I'll give you 100,000 yuan. Hand it to Shinzue and have him gather more people. But don't act rashly. Keep things peaceful for now. Understood. Understood, young Master Xia. Then I'll take my leave now. After watching Xiaoyozi leave his villa, Xia Dongqing went to the bathroom, took a shower, changed clothes, and drove toward the club. After breakfast, Wang Yang took Chun Xiao on a tour around the village. Chun Xiao, let's go see the migratory birds first. On the way, we can stop by the poultry house and the farm. This afternoon, I'll take you to visit the vegetable greenhouses. You'll get a taste of modern agriculture. Bro-in-law, I'll follow your plan. If you're busy, don't worry about me. I'll walk around the village on my own. When I'm hungry, I'll come back for a meal. That's good. I do have some things to handle. Feel free to enjoy yourself here. If you need anything, just go to the office area to find your sister. There are also some young people around. You can hang out with them. I'll let everyone know about you. They soon arrived at the fish pond. Wang Yang saw Grandpa feeding the birds, surrounded by many different species, their calls blending into a symphony of chirps and cries. Bro-in-law, how come there are so many migratory birds here? I counted dozens of species, even several Category 1 protected birds. Is that a swan goose over there? Yes, that's a swan goose. Over there are egrets, gray herons, many types. You can take some photos here. I'll go check whether their nests have any problems. Wang Yang scanned the area around the pond with his divine sense. Most of the artificial nests were intact, but quite a few later arriving birds had built their own crude nests around the pond. Numerous, though very primitive. He realized they might need some help. Seeing no major issues, he walked over to Grandpa. Grandpa, hard at work again. Was the grain I left last time enough? Oh, Xiaoyang, you're here. The food's still sufficient. Most of these migratory birds find their own food anyway, so I don't feed them often. But you'd better think about breaking the ice. Water's becoming a real problem. The temperature dropped too fast. I've noticed they wander around on the ice every day. If this continues, some of them might migrate to Chamba Park instead. There, the river has less ice coverage. Wang Yang checked with his divine sense and confirmed it was true. Grandpa, I'm showing Xiaoye's younger brother around the village right now, but I'll come back later to break the ice. Just keep it in mind. I need to keep feeding them. You go ahead and attend to your matters. Then I'll head somewhere else for now. Wang Yang quickly returned. Chun Xiao, looks like you've already taken some cool photos. Want me to take a few for you as souvenirs? That'd be great, bro-in-law. Here, take my phone. Wang Yang took the phone and snapped many pictures for him. Realizing he still had tasks to attend to later, he knew he couldn't linger here much longer. Just then, Ernie and a few young men approached. Xiaoyang, why are you so relaxed today? My dad's been looking for you. Come check the greenhouses later. Master Lin is getting ready to harvest a batch of vegetables. So soon? I hadn't noticed. I'll go over later. This is Xiao Chun Xiao, Xiaoye's younger brother. Please show him around the village. I have something to do, so I can't stay with you. Don't worry, young buddy, the boss is busy. Come with us. I'll take you to see the wild boars later. How's that sound? Bro-in-law, go ahead. I'll be fine with these uncles. All right, I trust Ernie. He's even better at having fun than I am, and knows the village inside out. Remember to come back for meals when it's time. After saying that, Wang Yang headed to the poultry house. He noticed the water source had frozen over. This year really was unusual. He poured some space water into the troughs. By now, the chickens, ducks, and geese had grown significantly, and some wild ducks had joined the flock. He helped Grandpa shatter the ice layer near the water source, making it easier to fetch water later. At the animal farm, he saw the cattle and sheep weren't affected, added some space water, and left. From the farm, Wang Yang grabbed a shovel and walked toward a quieter section of the fish pond. Seeing no one nearby, he swung the shovel theatrically at the ice surface. Then, channeling his true energy, he lightly stepped across the ice. Cracks appeared in white lines, spreading rapidly until the surface shattered like glass, breaking into countless small fragments. In less than an hour, several mu of open water appeared nearby. Many migratory birds quickly flew over, joyfully catching fish in the pond. This much open water was more than enough for the birds to move around freely. He would come back again later tonight. Making such a commotion during the day wasn't advisable. Wang Yang turned and headed toward the glass greenhouses. The vegetables here were growing exceptionally well. It really was harvest time now. He finally understood why both village chief Deshu and Lin Haitian had been so eager. Boss, did you come to check our results? We've farmed all our lives, but we've never grown vegetables this good before. Boss, there better be a bonus at the end of the month. Everyone's worked hard. I'll have Xiaoya sort everything out tonight, and the bonuses will be distributed together with your salaries at month's end. Boss, you're too generous. Upon hearing that Wang Yang had arrived at the greenhouse, village chief Deshu rushed over quickly. Xiaoyang, you're finally here. Ever since these vegetables were planted, you've barely shown up. You really have a calm heart. Deshu, I still trust your abilities. Entrusting this matter to you makes me feel completely at ease. Besides, Mr. Tang and the others are here too. What do I have to worry about? Just now, Ernie, you said you were looking for me, so here I am. Xiaoyang, Lin Haitian and I discussed it. We should start harvesting the mature vegetables the day after tomorrow. On your end, arrange for people to come and transport them away. These vegetables are incredible, never treated with pesticides. The leaves are large, plump, and an exceptionally vibrant green. Mr. Tang has already prepared the test reports. He's just waiting for you to announce the official harvest time. I'll walk through each greenhouse one by one to inspect. Deshu, will you follow me or go attend to your own work? I'll accompany you. If any issues come up, I can explain them to you. After leaving Xia Dongqing's place, Xiao Liuzi went straight to Shenzue's house once again. Shenzue, this is young Master Xiao's payment for you. I'm relaying his instructions on his behalf. Recruit some more idle people, then head back to Xiuxian. This time, the goal is to get close to Wang Yang. Don't provoke him. Try your best to bring him onto our side. Handle the details yourself. I only care about the result. 6 brother, don't worry. This time won't be like last time. Chapter 178 Conspiracy. Xiaoyang, how are you planning to handle this batch of vegetables? Sales is your responsibility. You need to give me a definite answer. Right now, all the employees are watching us. Chief Wang, don't worry about sales. I've already taken care of everything. Let's go find Master Lin Haitian first and see how he's arranging things. In 2 days, someone will come to pick up the goods. All right, I trust you with this. The two quickly arrived at the seedling workshop. When Lin Haitian saw Wang Yang approaching, he immediately came forward to greet them. Director Wang, you're here? I was actually just thinking of coming to find you. The cream bok choy, coriander, pak choy, and lettuce we planted can be harvested earlier than expected. Other vegetables will gradually come to market one after another, with very short intervals between harvests. There's a question I've been meaning to ask. Why are our vegetables maturing so much faster? And why are they all growing so well, with almost no insect damage whatsoever? I've seen Professor Tang's test reports too. The nutritional content in these vegetables is exceptionally balanced, and there are some other substances I don't fully understand. Professor Tang told me those components are unique. These vegetables are especially beneficial for body conditioning. Master Lin, just know what you need to know, don't ask too much. Hand over the test report to me. We'll start harvesting the day after tomorrow. This will be our first official revenue. Put extra care into it, and make sure seedling cultivation continues smoothly. Approximately how much yield can we expect this time? Director Wang, I've done a rough calculation. The yield per mu should exceed 3,500 gene. For this first batch, we're looking at around 30,000 gene. And that's just leafy greens. For crops like tomatoes and cucumbers, the output will be even higher. The key is that we can create a continuous cycle, no gaps in planting. By the time one harvest finishes, new seedlings will already be ready for transplanting. Wang Yang did a quick mental calculation as well. The output was acceptable. With proper scheduling, they could harvest a certain amount every single day. Master Lin, Chief Wang, I'll leave things here in your hands. Packaging must be done properly. These are organic vegetables, so their appearance has to be flawless. The day after tomorrow, someone will come directly to transport them away. This kind of thing will happen more frequently from now on. I'll have Xiaoya handle follow-ups directly. If you have any issues, contact me or call me. I'm heading back now to reach out to Brother Zhang and have him come pick up the shipment. Xiaoyang, let me walk with you. There are some other matters in the village I'd like to discuss with you. Chief Wang followed Wang Yang out of the glass greenhouse. Noticing the chief seemed troubled, Wang Yang asked curiously, Uncle Chief, just say whatever's on your mind. Don't treat me like an outsider. I came to this village to lead everyone toward prosperity. Sure, I'm making money too, but the village owns 1/3 of the shares. We rise and fall together. Just speak freely. Xiaoyang, today xiuxian came to see me. He told me that Shenzue has returned to the village again. I didn't know how to bring this up earlier, but I feel like Shenzue might have other moves planned. We must strengthen our defenses. I'm not afraid of that petty man himself. It's what, or who, might be behind him that worries me. We ordinary folks would struggle to stand against them. You should also stay cautious yourself. Uncle Chief, I actually already know about this. Last night, you probably heard the loud screams coming from the village. That was me. It was the same 5 people from last time. I just gave Shenzue a little lesson, nothing more. They might come back, but for now, let's leave it at that. If you already know about it, then I'll take my leave now. Watching Chief Wang walk away, Wang Yang didn't think much of it. He pulled out his phone and called Zhang Jun. Brother Zhang, the vegetables are ready. We'll be harvesting the day after tomorrow. Can you make it? Xiaoyang, you finally called. About how much this time? I can arrive the day after tomorrow and load up right away on the 3rd day. This first harvest is all leafy greens. Others will have to wait. At least 30,000 gene this time, and then continuous production afterward. From now on, it'll just depend on volume. You decide how much you want. Got it. Then I'll book my ticket immediately. We'll talk when I get there. Xia Dongqing drove to Legend Club, where a server quickly came over to park his car. Big bro Xia, you finally arrived. Everyone's been waiting for you inside. Ashwa, you always deliver. Let's go. Big bro Xia, remembering me for something good like this. I truly appreciate it. Still the VIP private room, huh? Can you give me a little preview so I can prepare accordingly? Xia Dongqing glanced at Ashwa. Considering this matter required financial backing from him, he knew he had to keep him satisfied. Ashwa, I've discovered a great project, but I haven't made the connection yet. That's exactly why I called you all here today, to figure out how we can hitch a ride on this opportunity. Don't rush me though. Wait till we get to the private room. I'll lay it all out, and then we can brainstorm together. After hearing Xia Dongqing's words, Ashwe's mind immediately started churning. It seemed like this wasn't going to be anything good again. But since their family businesses relied on these connections, he had no choice but to get involved. Brother Xia, since you say so, I won't press you for details now. I've already called over Miss Ziyun. She'll be accompanying you shortly. Ashwe, you're a real brother. With that, Xia Dongqing slung an arm around Ashwe's shoulder and walked with him into the private room. Brother Xia, what good thing have you got in mind for us this time? Xia Dongqing looked around, and saw that everyone was already present. No one had skipped out. He was satisfied. He strode directly to the main seat, pulling Xiuxian along and seating her beside him. I've called you all here today because I really do have something worthwhile to share, but I'll need each and every one of you to pitch in. Sharing profits has always been my principle. When I eat meat, I make sure my brothers get some too. Now, tell me, who among you has heard of crystal vegetables from Yong City? I assume I don't need to explain what those are. As soon as Xia Dongqing finished speaking, the room erupted into chatter. Some people knew about crystal vegetables, but more didn't. After all, the Ningdi were quite distant, and such produce was nearly impossible to find on the market these days. Many began asking who owned the brand, though all anyone knew was that there was a middleman handling everything. Beyond that, everything remained shrouded in secrecy. Shui observed the crowd without speaking first. He vaguely remembered his father mentioning something about it before. He was good at business, but precisely because he lacked powerful backing, he often hit walls in the commercial world. That was exactly why his father had arranged for him to build relationships with these people. It was mutual benefit. Wang Ziyu stood up and said, "Brother Xia, I do know a bit about these crystal vegetables. I even had the chance to taste them once. Most of you might not know that right now, the entire Yong City is scrambling to locate the cultivation base for crystal vegetables, and everyone wants to know who actually owns the brand. So, Brother Xia, by gathering us here today, does that mean you've already found out where they're produced? The stakes here are huge. If we manage to get involved, every family represented in this room will reap the benefits." Hearing Wang Ziyu's words, Xia Dongqing couldn't help but smile. He had successfully piqued their interest. Each person here carried significant influence behind the scenes. That was exactly why he had brought so many people together. Ziyu's absolutely right. Not only do I know where crystal vegetables are grown, I also know who owns them. Let me tell you all, they come from our very own province, from a small mountain village under Lantian County. Yesterday, I actually had a minor clash with this mysterious man. That's why I need your collective brains to help me figure out the next move. Chapter 179 Selling Vegetables. Zhang Jun arrived a day early, this time bringing two 15-meter-long refrigerated trucks. When the trucks reached Xinjiazhai, everyone in the village knew it was time to harvest the greenhouse vegetables. All the villagers were delighted. This meant a brighter future ahead. Wang Yang, learning that Zhang Jun had arrived a day earlier, immediately went to the parking area to meet him. "Brother Zhang, you've had a long journey. Let's go home first and have a cup of hot water. The drivers can also come to the village to rest. I'll arrange accommodations for them. Wang Yang, let's check the vegetable greenhouses first. We can handle other things later. Can you start harvesting earlier? That way, I can head back sooner. Brother Zhang, how about this? I'll have people harvest and pack through the night so you can leave as early as possible. You'll need to send someone here regularly from now on. The greenhouse output is becoming stable. As long as nothing major happens, we won't run out of supply. It'll just depend on the quantity. Alright, let's do it that way. First, arrange accommodations for the 4 drivers. I'll call them if I need anything." Wang Yang spotted Erniu nearby and immediately called him over. "Erniu, take these drivers to the village homestay to settle in. Then go to Dazhuang's place and get a few small dishes to treat them. I'll have Anyue reimburse you later. Keep it professional, understand?" After everything was arranged, Wang Yang quickly led Zhang Jun toward the vegetable greenhouses. This was Zhang Jun's second visit to the glass greenhouses. Seeing how well each vegetable grew, he was thoroughly impressed. The greens looked vibrant and healthy, uniform in shape and size, plump and rich with deep green leaves. He took several photos and even shot a few video clips, visibly excited. "Wang Yang, I'm finally at ease. Start organizing the harvest right away. I wish I could fly back to Yongcheng right now, but it's quite far. Transportation every time is a bit troublesome. If I'd known your vegetables would grow this well, I should have rented a few greenhouses near Yongcheng for you. That would have saved me a lot of trouble. Now I really regret not doing that." "Forget about that, Brother Zhang. I already made my plans here. I get along well with the villagers now. I'm not moving anywhere. You should start thinking about who can take over for you instead. Go ahead and take a walk around inside. I'll go find Uncle Village Chief to organize the harvest. You don't need to worry about me. I know where your house is. I'll go there directly later." Hearing this, Wang Yang noticed the village chief approaching and quickly walked up to greet him. "Uncle Village Chief, this is Zhang Jun from Yongcheng. You know him, so no introduction needed. We need to arrange people for early harvesting. Can we ask everyone to work overtime tonight?" "Xiaoyang, I've already arranged the workers. I'll go inform them now. Go talk to Master Lin. He's in charge of packaging. I'll give bonuses to everyone working overtime tonight. Let them celebrate a little. This is our lucky start." Hearing about the bonus, the village chief left cheerfully. Shinzue had been resting at home for 3 days, and his wound was slowly healing. Though he couldn't engage in strenuous activity, he called Daoba over. "Daoba, how many people have you recruited in the last couple days? What are they like?" "Big Brother Shin, you know my work is reliable. 15 men now, all strong and tough. Intimidating a bunch of farmers will be easy. Do you want me to gather them now?" 15, plus our 5, that's 20. That should be enough. No need to recruit more. Xiao Lu gave us 100,000 yuan, but it's nowhere near enough. Later, each of you 4 take 10,000 first, go spend it. Give the new recruits 1,000 each now, and another 1,000 after the job's done. Pretty generous, huh, brothers? Big Brother Shin, you're truly generous. We leave early tomorrow morning. You head back now. I still need to recover a bit, going back to sleep for a while." Inside the glass greenhouses, everyone was bustling with energy. Xiaoya and Anyue had followed Wang Yang's mother to the greenhouse. "Wang Yang, should we join in and work in the fields? The employees here are very skilled. The vegetables are bundled neatly and uniformly. It seems Uncle Village Chief put real effort into this, and Master Lin's training really paid off. Wang Yang first greeted his mother, and seeing she had joined the harvesting team, didn't stop her. By now, it was just natural. He turned to Xiaoya and Anyue, and said, "You two don't need to go help. Xiaoya, you handle the handover with Zhangjun. Anyue, do we still have cash on hand? There are two things I need you to do. First, cover the accommodation and meals for the 4 drivers. Second, tonight's overtime workers each get a 300 yuan bonus. Count the number of people, and come distribute the money first thing tomorrow morning." Once Xiaoya finishes the handover, Zhangjun will transfer the payment for the vegetables. You double-check it. This matter is entirely your responsibility. From now on, I'll only look at the end-of-month figures. Manage the finances well. Part of this income belongs to the village, so we must be meticulous. Whatever the amount is, we split it fairly. I understand. Then I'll head back now. We still have several 10,000 yuan in cash. It's enough. Wang Yang found Master Lin, who was organizing people to pack and box the vegetables. He hadn't expected to see packing machines here. Apparently another arrangement by Master Lin. Master Lin, what's this about the Crystal Vegetables brand? Why haven't I heard of it? And when did we buy these machines? Boss Wang, all of this was arranged by Manager Xiao. She registered the trademark too. I heard it was Mr. Zhang's suggestion, didn't she tell you? I really had no idea, but I see the packaging looks great. It's instantly elevated the quality image of our vegetables. Looks like I'll need to talk to Brother Zhang about prices and ask for a raise. You all keep at it. Cheerfully strolling through the greenhouses, Wang Yang saw everyone was in high spirits. Passing by Old Tang's lab, he thought for a moment and walked inside. Why are you here, boy? Shouldn't you be overseeing the harvest? What brings you here? Old Tang, I just came to check on you guys and also see how your progress is going. You sly little fellow, always thinking ahead. I won't let you down. Here's a report for you to look over first. Then I'll tell you the rest. Wang Yang took the folder and opened it. The title read, Seed Research Report, with each seed category listed separately in the table of contents. All seeds from the experimental greenhouse were accompanied by detailed data collection and statistics, gene research analysis, followed by summaries, ending with conclusions. Old Tang, you wrapped this up so quickly, proves how capable the Northwest Academy is. I appreciate the hard work. In a few days, I'll send each of you a bottle of fine liquor. My own secret recipe, exclusive, one of kind. You said it, and I've been craving that liquor for ages. Your dad used to give us only a drop, not even enough to moisten our lips. Let me tell you, the seed research reports are complete, and patents have been filed. However, we're required to submit sample specimens to the National Seed Bank. Let me give you a heads up. These seeds may attract attention at the highest levels. They carry major significance for national agricultural development. I don't need to explain it to you. I trust you'll handle the implications wisely. Old Tang, I've said it before, I won't seek personal gain from these. Since you've completed the research, hand them over to the state. Submit the patents to national ownership too. As long as I can continue using them without paying licensing fees, that's my only condition. Can that be fulfilled? Such wisdom. If you think this way, I can only say, you may receive unexpected rewards down the line. Do you have other staple crop seeds too? The sorghum you use for brewing seems particularly unique. Did you develop that yourself? You're right. I hadn't thought of it until now. I'll go get some for you later. Take them back for study. All the seeds I've improved myself. Just make sure no petty individuals steal the credit. Don't wait. Let's go get them now. These seeds need immediate testing. Unable to resist, Wang Yang returned home with him and gave Old Tang samples of rice, wheat, soybeans, sorghum, millet, sesame, rapeseed, taking a bit of each variety available from his space and handing them all over. Chapter 180 Harvesting. Xiaoyang, thank you so much. These seeds are excellent, very plump and healthy. I don't need anything else from you now. Hurry on your way, don't delay our research. Old Tang kept his head down, inspecting the seeds in his hand while urging Wang Yang to leave. Got it, I'm leaving. We're not kids anymore. Plenty of time ahead. What mumbling about? Still haven't left yet. Wang Yang glanced at Old Tang once more, then turned and walked away. Outside the laboratory, Zhangjun was already busy at work. A businessman through and through, something he truly couldn't compare to. As soon as Xiaoya spotted Wang Yang, she quickly approached him and asked, Wang Yang, how did you discuss the vegetable deal with Director Zhang? Did you sign any contract or agreement? Just say what's on your mind, Xiaoya. Brother Zhang is my friend from Yongsheng and also my first business partner. We didn't sign any formal contract. All vegetables go to him for 15 yuan per gene. Xiaoya looked at Wang Yang seriously and said, from now on, pricing will be my responsibility. You stay out of it. I'll talk with Director Zhang shortly. You just focus on quality control. Hand everything else over to me. I've already secured the trademark for crystal vegetables, and packaging has been arranged with Master Lin. You must have met him. Every product we produce from here on must strictly follow established procedures. I've submitted our application to the Organic Food Certification Center of Shaanxi's Department of Agriculture. All cooperative documents have been filed. Inspectors will arrive soon for a review. After that, all our products will carry the official organic food label. This idea came from Old Tang and his team. You might not know this, but we're now collaborating with the Northwest Academy of Sciences. They've tested all the soil and water sources in the village, providing us with crucial data. With this information, we've already met most requirements for organic certification. It's just a matter of time. Fine then, I'll leave it to you. But this round will still follow the price we agreed upon. Let me go explain it to Brother Zhang first. Let's go together. They reached Zhangjun's side shortly after. Brother Zhang, stop working for now. Let's go somewhere quiet to talk. Your delivery will definitely be ready tomorrow. You two wouldn't come looking for me without reason. Alright, let's talk over there. Brother Zhang, this batch will be sold at the price Wang Yang and I discussed earlier. From now on, operations here will be managed by Xiaoya. Please don't think I'm going back on my word. I apologize if this seems disrespectful. Zhang Jun smiled as he looked at Wang Yang. Even if you hadn't come, I would have raised your price myself. I checked your packaging just now. It's tasteful. Clearly not something you'd come up with yourself. Your partner is capable. You're a lucky man. Hearing Zhang Jun mention her, Xiaoya chimed in. Director Zhang, we realize this situation looks unprofessional. We appreciate your understanding. This time, we'll honor the original agreement between you and Wang Yang. Right now, we're undergoing organic certification. When you come for your next shipment, the packaging will display the green organic certification logo. All future production will strictly meet organic standards. We hope for your continued support. Xiaoya, as long as you don't reassign my share to someone else, everything else is negotiable. Your boss isn't exactly a seasoned businessman, so knowing you're running things makes me feel secure. To be honest, I was worried Wang Yang might suddenly quit one day, which would mess up my entire supply chain. Wang Yang glanced between them, realizing he had no further role here. He might as well head back and prepare dinner. Brother Zhang, you and Xiaoya handle things here. I'll go back and get food ready. Once it's done, I'll call you. I'm heading out. Alright, prepare plenty. I'm actually quite hungry. Wang Yang then found village chief uncle and asked him to send someone to deliver some vegetables to Dazhuang's farmhouse and for late-night snacks, then headed home. Back at his courtyard, he sent Jinbao, Yunbao, Haizi, and Hutu into the space, letting them find food on their own. He entered the storage room and saw the vegetables were nearly gone. He brought out more from his space, along with additional ingredients, and went into the kitchen. At Legend Club, the atmosphere was lively. Brother Xia, we've discussed this already. Everyone agrees to follow your lead. We'll obey your commands, as long as you give us a fair share of the profits. Xia Dongxing observed Su Xinghui, Zhang Xiaoyu, and Gu Yunzhou's expressions and saw nothing unusual. His worries eased. As for the others present, he didn't care much. Their fathers had all served under his father. They could be directed freely, whether they liked it or not. Xinghui, Xiaoyu, Yunzhou, the three of you can speak up if you have any thoughts. Let's discuss together. Jian Yuan and the rest of you can also share your ideas. Collective wisdom ensures nothing gets overlooked. Brother Xia, no need to be modest. The young masters present all voiced their agreement. Since everyone's giving me this honor, I won't decline. I've already sent Xiao Liuzi to gather information on this person, but the replies I got were too chaotic. We're still unclear about his background and sources of funding. There's a unique aura about this man, one I've never encountered before. Yesterday, when I merely approached him, I felt an intense sense of pressure. I've only felt something similar around my father, and even then, this man's presence was stronger than my father's. I need each of you brothers here to use your connections to help dig deeper. We'll consolidate everything later. Planning thoroughly before acting is the only way to ensure absolute success. In addition, I've already dispatched some people to make contact with him. They'll soon provide me with more intelligence. The rest I leave in your hands. And one more thing, don't let Fang Dongming find out about this. If he does, he'll definitely cause us trouble. Brother Xia, you're making this vegetable farmer sound too formidable. With the power behind us, if we can't handle one man, we'd have no face to show in public. Ziyu always so confident. Alright, enough about that. Let's not ignore the lovely companions beside us. I'll take Ziyun inside for some fun first. You all enjoy yourselves, haha. Wang Yang hummed a tune as he busied himself in the kitchen, quickly preparing a table full of delicious dishes. Xiaoya and Yu had long grown accustomed to it. Space-grown ingredients had never run out. Now they never ate outside anymore. Their tastes had become too refined. Wang Yang took out his phone and called everyone back for dinner, even inviting Chun Xiao over. Brother-in-law, what delicious food are you cooking? I could smell it before even stepping through the door. Chun Xiao, where did you go today? How did you find Shenjikan? Any thoughts? Everything's great. I followed Shen Haoyang to the winery today. Spent the whole morning there. Can I learn winemaking from them? It seems really interesting. Xiaoya, Zhang Jun, and Yu had just stepped inside when they heard Chun Xiao's words. Xiaoya immediately scolded her. Better forget it. You can hang around and play, but don't think about anything serious. That world isn't for you. Just go back to collecting your stones. Hearing Xiaoya's words, Chun Xiao pouted, making everyone burst into laughter. Chapter 181. Shun Zue blocks the gate. Xiaoyang, your home-cooked meals are just so delicious. I really envy you folks who get to eat such amazing food every day. In Yongcheng, I haven't had anything like this in ages. Our little duo hasn't been eating much lately. She keeps demanding to come over here. Seems kids really are more sensitive. Yeah, brother-in-law, your food is absolutely delicious. If I stay here too long, I'm afraid I won't be able to eat back home anymore. Can you supply some ingredients for our family? Xiaoya and Yu were both looking at him, though they didn't say much. They felt puzzled inside, but since they'd grown used to the meals, they hadn't noticed how exceptional they truly were. Why are you all staring at me? If the food's good, just eat quickly. We still have things to do later. The greenhouses are now basically capable of mass production. Zhanggu, I don't even need to remind you. You'll make sure your household supply is secured. For others, we'll have to follow procedure. Of course, I can still provide for those in my own home. Chun Xiao, I'll pack some up for you to take back when you leave. Happy now? Finally, just before dawn, they finished harvesting and processing all the vegetables ready for picking in the greenhouse. The packaging was handled by machines, which worked fast, and boxing them up afterward was even quicker. Zhanggu, no more doing things like this again. It's way too exhausting. From now on, arrange shifts. Right now there aren't many greenhouses, but as we expand later, we absolutely must change this approach. You complain about being tired while making money? Just look at these villagers. Every single one has a smile on their face. That's the joy of harvest. Enough said. I'll call the driver to bring the truck over. Everyone, let's help load it up. Everyone laughed. With so many hands working together, the job moved swiftly. In less than an hour, 2 refrigerated trucks were completely filled. There was actually still a surplus. Counting it, they found over 40 crates left. Wang Yang mentally calculated. He estimated yields around 4,000 jin per mo. Clearly, the space water was making a huge difference. Zhanggu, we'll keep these leftovers here. You head back with the truck soon. Don't wait any longer. Before Wang Yang could finish speaking, Erniu came rushing over with another villager, clearly in a hurry. Wang Yang, a group of suspicious people has shown up outside the village. I even saw Shinzue among them. You should go check it out. All right, I'll go see what's going on. Zhanggu, stay here. Secure the vegetables in the refrigerated truck. I'll send someone later to notify you when to leave. Without waiting for Zhang Jun's reply, Wang Yang turned and followed Erniu toward the village entrance. Xiaoya and the others tried to tag along, but Wang Yang stopped them. The village chief hurried back into the village to organize the villagers. When Wang Yang arrived at the village gate, he saw several minivans blocking the road. The people standing there were covered in tattoos of dragons and phoenixes, their hair dyed in wild colors and bizarre styles. Many wore earrings, and a few even had nose rings. It was hard to understand what they thought looked good. Each one clearly reeked of trouble. Hey kid, you Wang Yang. One of them, a Guzi, stepped forward. Our boss is waiting for you right over there. He wants to talk to you about something. Come with us. Brother, you've been here enough times already. Haven't you learned your lesson yet? Let Shinzue come over himself. I'd like to ask you lot exactly what you think you're doing. Do you really think you're some kind of gangsters? Haha, ridiculous. Enraged by Wang Yang's mockery, Iguzi raised his weapon, ready to strike, but was abruptly pulled back by a scar-faced man behind him. Daoba, why are you holding me back? Let go. I'm gonna teach this punk a lesson. Calm down. Did you forget why we came? Peace first. That's the boss's order. You want to disobey. The other hooligans who'd come along were getting increasingly excited. Without thinking, they started pulling out hidden weapons from under their jackets, looking quite intimidating altogether. Inside the car, Shunzue saw the atmosphere tensing rapidly, sensing violence might break out at any moment. He hastily jumped out of the vehicle and rushed over, shouting as he approached. Stop! What the hell do you think you're doing? Shinzue called off his men, then turned with a forced smile. You must be Boss Wang. I'm Shinzue, their leader. I'd like to have a word with you in private. Care to give me the honor? We could sit down over there and chat. We may not have gotten off on the best foot, but isn't it fate that we met like this? Wouldn't you agree, Boss Wang? Fate with you? Spare me. I want nothing to do with your sort. As long as you stay away from our place, I'll count myself lucky. Now spit it out, Shinzue, what do you want? I'm busy and don't have time to waste chatting with you. Boss Wang, calm down. My men acted rashly earlier. Forgive their rudeness. I apologize on their behalf. My boss has a business proposition for you. Wondering if Boss Wang might be interested? Wang Yang saw that Shinzue was still able to keep his cool, which made it clear Xia Dongqing truly had his eyes set on Wang Yang's business. Thinking this, Wang Yang couldn't help but smile bitterly. If all these rich second-generation brats carried the arrogance of my dad is Li Gang, then ordinary people really would struggle to accomplish anything. Shinzue, I don't want to make things ugly today. Just take your men and leave. We don't welcome you here. And I'm not interested in whatever business you're talking about. Get going. I won't hold this against you. Consider it me giving your boss a bit of face. When Shinzue heard Wang Yang's words, a flicker of anger flashed across his face. Now thoroughly provoked, he shouted at his men. Go? Giving my boss face? I think you've forgotten how to live. More than 10 men charged forward at once, brandishing iron weapons straight toward Wang Yang. Wang Yang quickly grabbed Erniu by the arm and pushed him back with a few villagers behind him, stepping forward alone to block them. Erniu, stay back. You don't need to fight. I can handle these trash myself. With that, Wang Yang activated his true energy and rushed into the crowd. With just a slight movement, one man flew backward. Effortlessly, one after another were flung aside. Though there wasn't a single visible wound on any of them, Wang Yang had subtly damaged their meridians. Once they returned home, various unexplained ailments would soon emerge. Doctors wouldn't be able to diagnose them, and eventually, they'd end up bedridden, helpless, and incapacitated for life. Seeing how overwhelmingly strong Wang Yang was, his men tossed around like garbage. Shunzue felt genuine terror. Though no one appeared injured, none of them dared approach again. Boss Wang, we were out of line today. I'll take my men and leave immediately. I promise I'll never come here again. Please, show mercy. We were wrong. Wang Yang walked up to Shinzue and slapped him lightly on the shoulder. A surge of force shot through Shinzue's body. In that instant, he truly understood how terrifying Wang Yang was. Even if his boss paid him 10 times more, he would never dare step foot here again. That light pat had nearly crushed his bones. He realized this man could kill him with a single hand. This wasn't someone he, or anyone like him, could ever afford to cross. Boss Wang, please spare me. I'm leaving right now. I swear I'll never come here to bother you again. Shunzue, deliver a message to your boss. This place isn't something he can lay hands on. Don't treat my warning as empty words. Now go. I never want to see you here again. I understand. I'll pass on your words exactly. We're leaving now. The group of 20, led by Shunzue, hastily got into their cars and sped away. When the village chief arrived with reinforcements, the entrance was already deserted. Chapter 182, a message for Xia Dongqing. Brother Shun, How are we supposed to explain this to the boss when we go back? Scar, shut up and drive faster. Let's just get back first. Shinzue and his crew quickly returned to the city center. Seeing a roadside stall named Fatino Diner, he had Scar pull over. Ergu, round up the brothers. We're going in to grab something to eat first. I'll call Lu Zi afterward. Damn, what terrible luck. Brother Shun, don't worry. We did our part. Nobody knew that guy would be so tough. All of us together couldn't beat him. It's not that we didn't try hard enough. It's just a huge difference in strength. Alright, stop babbling. Go find the owner and get 2 big private rooms ready. Let the brothers eat their fill first. After speaking, Shinzue took out his phone and dialed Lu Zi. Sixth brother, it's me, Shinzue. The task you gave me didn't work out. Everyone I brought was beaten badly. From now on, don't come looking for me again. I'm really scared. When Lu Zi heard Shinzue's words, he paused for a moment. Shinzue, say that again. I didn't catch it clearly. Sixth brother, that man isn't someone we can mess with. You'd better find someone else. I brought 20 men, all armed, and he effortlessly wiped the floor with every single one of us. He also asked me to pass along a message to you. I'll tell you exactly what he said. Don't get angry. He said that place is none of your business, and you shouldn't treat his warning as meaningless. That's all he said. I've told you everything. If there's nothing else, I'm hanging up. Hold on a second. Where are you guys right now? I want to meet you in person. Hearing Lu Zi's request, Shinzue felt reluctant, but couldn't bring himself to refuse. Sixth brother, I'm at Fatino Diner. I'll send you my location. I still need to calm down my man. See you soon. Shinzue hung up and walked back into his private room. Ergu, Lu Zi will be here soon. You know what to say, right? Don't worry, brother Shun. I'll go explain things to the other room first. Go ahead. The server quickly brought all the dishes out, and the delicious aroma helped dispel the group's gloom. Once a few bottles of baijiu were opened, the mood lightened up immediately. Curses and shouts echoed from time to time, scaring the waiter standing by the entrance half to death. Lu Zi arrived at Fatino Diner by car and immediately heard Shinzue's group feasting and laughing loudly inside the private rooms. A flicker of anger flashed across his face. Is this what being beaten up looks like? That bastard Shinzue. Annoyed, he pushed open the door and strode in. Shinzue hadn't reacted yet, but Scar noticed Lu Zi entering and nudged Shinzue. Sixth brother, you're here? Come, take a seat. Shinzue, you're eating and celebrating like nothing happened. I don't see anyone injured. Are you trying to play me? You really want to get kicked out of this area? Seeing Lu Zi was furious, Shinzue grew nervous and quickly explained. Sixth brother, let me explain. That Wang Yang guy, he's truly not someone our kind can mess with. Just take a look at my shoulder first. After speaking, Shinzue took off his shirt. A clear palm print stood out on his shoulder, surrounded by faint purple bruising. Lu Zi stepped forward for a closer look. When he saw the handprint on Shinzue's shoulder, his heart sank. He recognized this kind of mark. Back in his early days, just starting out in society, he used to run errands for an older gang leader and frequently fought street battles. Once, their boss became infatuated with a beautiful girl and kidnapped her straight into a karaoke bar, planning to force her submission. Then a man walked in through the front door, said nothing, beat up everyone present, including their boss. That boss suffered terribly, his body covered in deep fist marks, and eventually one leg was crippled. Later, the boss was replaced, and the incident was quietly dropped. But the image of that brutal beating remained etched in Lu Zi's mind. Shinzue, this time I was wrong. Put your clothes back on quickly, don't catch a cold. Since you don't want to get involved anymore, I won't force you. I'll go back and report to the boss. Your payment won't be cut. Take good care of your men. Sixth brother, stay and have something to eat before you go. Forget it. You guys enjoy yourselves. The boss is waiting for me at home. I need to report back immediately. Lu Zi came fast and left just as fast. After watching him leave, Shinzue immediately spat a curse. Damn bastard, acting tough just because he has someone backing him. Ergu stepped forward and said, Brother Shun, don't be angry. We make our living under their power. This kind of thing will keep happening. Maybe we should leave this place and head south instead? I've already checked. It'd be easy money down there. Plenty of underground casinos are hiring right now. Ergu, do you have any connections? I don't want to stay here anymore. This time I'm really scared. Death's never felt this close before. The boss behind Lu Zi isn't a decent person either. Who knows when he might sell us out? Boss Shun, if you're serious, I'll make some calls and sound things out first. If it works, we can leave together. While Shinzue was thinking about fleeing town, Lu Zi drove to Xia Dongqing's villa. He pressed the doorbell once, and the housekeeper came over and opened the door. Auntie Zhang, is young Master Xia home? Lu Zi, you're here. The young master's reading in his study. Go on in. Thanks for your trouble, Auntie Zhang. After speaking to Auntie Zhang, Lu Zi hurried toward the study and knocked on the door. Young Master Xia, may I come in? Hearing Lu Zi's voice, Xia Dongqing placed his copy of Zheng Guofan's autobiography on the desk, stood up, walked to the door, and stepped outside. Lu Zi, why are you in such a rush? Young Master Xia, there's been some progress. I need to report to you. Let's talk in the living room. From now on, handle things with more calm. The sky isn't going to fall. With that, Xia Dongqing walked toward the living room. Auntie Zhang, bring 2 cups of tea. Yes, sir. When Lu Zi saw Xia Dongqing sitting on the sofa waving him to sit down as well, he did so. Speak then. Has there been an update about Wang Yang? Yes, young Master Xia. I just met Shinzue's group. They came back from Shun village beaten badly. Wang Yang even told Shinzue to pass along a message to you. Xia Dongqing looked at Lu Zi curiously. Go on. What kind of message could he possibly send me? Young Master Xia. He said that place is not yours to meddle in, and you shouldn't take his warning lightly. He also left a palm print on Shen Zue. It's very clear. I checked it myself. This guy isn't someone easy to deal with. He might be a martial world figure. His kung fu is extremely formidable. After hearing Xiao Luzi's words, Xia Dongqing frowned. So this matter was proving trickier than expected. He'd originally thought Wang Yang was just a transient outsider, but turns out he's actually a ferocious tiger descending the mountain. Alright, I understand. Take some money to Shen Zue and comfort them properly. Even though they didn't succeed, they suffered injuries. Give them extra money. We'll still need their help in the future. I'll head back now then, young Master Xia. After speaking, Xiao Luzi turned and left Xia Dongqing's home. Chapter 183. Everyone gathers at the club. After seeing Xiao Luzi leave, Xia Dongqing picked up the teacup on the table and slowly sipped it, sitting deep in thought on the sofa. Master, should I change your tea? Your cup has gone cold. Mrs. Zhang, you go about your business. I'm just thinking over some things. Take away the tea set. I'm heading out for a bit. I won't be back for dinner tonight. All right, young master. Should I let the family know? No need. My father would just nag again. I'll visit them when I have time. Xia Dongqing returned to his room, changed clothes, then drove toward Legendary Club. On the way, he pulled out his phone and called Shuepanger first. Xiuxian, it's Dongqing. Tell everyone to meet me in the private room at the club. I've something I want to discuss with all of you. Master Xia, I'll notify everyone right away. See you soon. Shuepanger immediately started making calls one by one. Wang Ziyu, Shi Yuming, and Jiang Yuan were already at Legendary Club. Su Xinghui, Gu Yunzhou, and Zhang Xiaoyu were at home, but upon hearing that Xia Dongqing was summoning them, they all hopped into their cars and made their way toward the club. About an hour later, everyone had arrived at the private room. This time, no escorts were invited. Once Xia Dongqing saw that everyone was present, he didn't beat around the bush and got straight to the point. I've got some bad news I need to share with you all first. Let me know what you think, and after that, tell me whatever information you've gathered. We'll figure this out together. My man just came back from Xinjiao village. He was beaten up. The one who did it is the owner of Crystal Vegetables. From what I hear, this guy's actually someone involved in the martial world, quite different from us. These types usually keep a low profile, but their backing is extremely complicated. If we don't handle this carefully, we could end up suffering serious backlash. He even sent me a message, telling me to know my place, that Xinjiao village isn't somewhere I should meddle in. Honestly, I haven't heard such words directed at me in a long time. Except maybe from Fang Dongming, who dares provoke me every day, but I still can't touch him. Now some unknown nobody lectures me like this, and frankly, I'm pissed. But I held my temper. We still don't know much about him. We need to find out his true capabilities before we make any moves. Wang Ziyu, hearing Xia Dongqing's words, asked curiously, Master Xia, what's this guy's name again? To be honest, I haven't figured anything out yet. I only chatted with some friends yesterday, but I forgot his name. Sorry about that. Ziyu, he's actually a fellow clansman of yours. His name is Wang Yang, from Shandong province. He's been here about half a year now, but his business layout is impressive, all centered around green food products. I heard shortly after arriving, he demolished and completely rebuilt the houses in that small village of Xinjiao village. Provincial officials even visited and offered guidance at the time. His grassroots support among the locals is very strong. We can't act recklessly, or it'll reflect poorly on us later. So he's that capable? Then I really need to see him for myself. How about this? We head over first to check things out, then come back and talk strategy. If push comes to shove, we could always buy our way in as investors, right? That way there's no conflict. What do you think? Everyone turned to look at Xia Dongqing, waiting to hear his thoughts. They knew that Wang Yang was connected to the martial world and none of them wanted direct confrontation. After all, nobody could predict what might happen down the line. China has many extraordinary people, most of whom stay extremely low-key. Many things remain hidden, never made public. Seeing all eyes on him, Xia Dongqing understood what they were thinking. Since you all want to go take a look, let's pick a time and pay him a visit. I don't want conflict either. Even though I took some offense, reconciliation isn't impossible. Since Ziyu's shared his idea, you lead the initial contact. Go scout things out first. Once you're back, we'll talk next steps. Gu Yunzhou stood up and said, I have a point to raise for everyone's consideration. Yesterday, I used my connections to dig into this guy. On paper, his background is ordinary, a typical peasant family. Seems like he has no powerful backing. But my guys also compiled the details about his activities in Yongcheng. The source of his funds is suspicious. Right now, in that small village alone, his total investment must add up to at least 40 million yuan. Where did such a large sum come from? Every transaction he makes is in cash. I also heard that his father was assaulted by men from Xiuxian Club, which suggests he already has a feud with them. Have any of you heard? Not long ago, Xiuxian Club underwent a major internal cleanup. Many people ended up mysteriously driven insane. I also got word through a source that a huge sum went missing internally. Could it be possible his funding came from there? Just now young Master Xia said this guy is a martial world figure. Seems his methods are extremely sophisticated. We really can't provoke him. Who knows, he might strike back at us anytime, and then we'd be completely vulnerable. Zhang Xiaoyu chimed in. Gu Xiao, after hearing you say that, I also found out something. You've all heard about the Zhou family, right? It said they're currently living in a nursing home, and all of them have gone mentally incapacitated. That Zhou Hao, you should know him. He was the one who tried to pry into Wang Yang's business. In the end, the whole family went crazy for no apparent reason, and all their possessions reportedly vanished too. I suspect it was done by this guy. His methods are highly refined. No evidence was left behind at all. Later, someone bought Zhou villa and discovered 3 underground basements inside, completely empty. The Zhou Rini and Zhou Dei families were enormous corrupt officials. They always grabbed benefits and hoarded wealth at home. There's no way they wouldn't have left anything behind. Those missing assets must have been taken by him as well. And this is only what we know. Who knows how many other things remain hidden? I think there's no need to push things to hostility with him. Money can be made anytime. We shouldn't offend someone whose background is so unclear. This person is also extremely dangerous. If he wants to deal with us, it would probably be effortless. After hearing Gu Yunzhou and Zhang Xiaoyu share these two incidents, everyone felt uneasy. Had Wang Yang overheard their conversation, he would have been shocked too, never imagining that his actions contained so many flaws. But now he didn't care. Almost nothing in China could harm him anymore. His only vulnerability was his own family. Xia Dongsheng, having heard what the two had said, was equally startled inwardly. He felt lucky he hadn't acted rashly. If he had, he wouldn't have known how to salvage the situation later. He might have ended up like Zhou Hao, locked away in a nursing home. That would have been tragic. Getting together has definitely been worthwhile. When many people gather firewood, the flames rise high. Let's meet more often from now on. When we unite our strength toward one goal, everything we do will go smoothly. Since you all agree that peaceful coexistence brings prosperity, Ziyu will approach this person first. Your fellow clansman, so communication should be easier. I hope you can bring us good news. After finalizing their plan, they ate something together here before going their separate ways. Chapter 184. The arrival of Xiaoya's parents. Qingyun, you don't have much going on these days, and Chunxiao hasn't called me. I've been thinking, we should go visit them. Seeing Zhao Xiyun's expression, Xiao Qingyun smiled and said, Xiyun, if you're missing your daughter so much, then I'll accompany you there. We don't really know Wang Yang's family situation either. This is a perfect chance to check things out and meet his relatives. If the two are truly suited for each other, we can help push things forward and settle it sooner. My daughter isn't getting any younger, after all. I'm starting to worry. I agree we can't just ignore this matter. The weather is nice today, so let's pack up and leave soon. Go change your clothes first. We'll bring some daily necessities. We might stay overnight there. The couple busied themselves at home with their luggage, filling 2 suitcases completely. Then they stopped by a store near the gate, bought several gifts, and happily drove toward Xinjia village. Zhao Xiyun paused briefly before taking out her phone and dialing Xiaoya's number. Xiaoya, your father and I will arrive in about an hour. We'll be coming into the village from the main entrance. You come meet us there. Mom, why didn't you tell me earlier? Chun Xiao didn't mention anything about your visit. You've been so secretive. Don't worry, I'll come meet you at the village entrance. They chatted for a while before hanging up. Xiaoya went straight to Anyu's office. And you, my parents will be here shortly. Here are some organic vegetable certification documents. Can you help organize them? I'm heading back to the courtyard now. Call me if anything comes up. Got it, go quickly. Back at the courtyard, Xiaoya saw several village children playing with Hutu and the others. Bursts of laughter echoing through the air. Sister Xiaoya, we came to see you. Are you happy? Coco rushed over as soon as she spotted Xiaoya. Coco, what are you all doing here today? Don't you have school? We're on holiday these past couple of days. No need to go to school. It's been ages since we last saw Hutu, Mao, Ermao, Sanmao, Sameo, Haizi. We came right after lunch. Tuanchuan chimed in excitedly. So you weren't really here to see me? A moment ago Coco said you were. The kids blushed shyly at being teased. Wang Yang, seeing Xiaoya return, looked a bit surprised. Xiaoya, why are you back so early today? I haven't even started cooking yet. Wang Yang, my parents will be here soon. Can you help me prepare a room first? Once it's ready, let's head out together to greet them. Uncle Xiao and Auntie Zhao are coming, and you didn't give me a heads up? Talk about a surprise visit. But don't worry, the room's already cleaned and the bedding's ready. Still, we'd better wait for them at the village entrance. Chun Xiao has gone to the winery. Call him and let him know. Seeing the kids enjoying themselves in the yard, Wang Yang waved his hand. Gongzi, guests are coming shortly. You take care of everyone here in the yard. Don't let them wander off. Xiaoya and I are going to welcome our visitors. When you meet them, be polite and speak sweetly, understand? I'll have something special for you later. Wang Yang uncle, you go ahead. We won't misbehave. With that, Wang Yang gave Gongzi a pat on the head and left the courtyard with Xiaoya. Xiaoya, I should inform my parents first. This is something they need to know. Otherwise, I'll catch flack later. Your mom and dad are busy. Let's not bother them. Xiaoya thought it unnecessary, but Wang Yang wouldn't listen. These are two separate matters. When guests arrive, hosts must show proper hospitality. I'll run ahead to the greenhouse to fetch them. You walk slowly. I'll meet you at the village entrance. Without waiting for Xiaoya to respond, Wang Yang dashed off. Using his spiritual sense, he quickly located his parents. His mother, Zheng Yun, was planting seedlings. The whole village had been busy with this task lately. Mom, stop working for a moment. Xiaoya's parents are arriving soon. They're coming to visit us. You and Dad should come meet them, get to know them a little. Later, you can take Auntie Zhao around the village for a tour, and Dad can show Uncle Xiao around. How does that sound? Why didn't you tell me earlier? Go get your father first. I'll head back now and change clothes. Look at me like this. How can I meet guests properly? Madame Zheng put down the seedlings, explained the situation to nearby villagers, and hurried back toward her residence. Wang Yang shook his head at her reaction, then moved on to notify his father, Wang Dongshan. Xiaoyang, since their parents are coming, let's go wait at the village entrance. Don't worry about your mother. She's always concerned about appearances. One more thing. I want to tell you. Your mother has been deeply worried about your marriage lately. She might bring it up with Xiaoya's mother this time. Be prepared mentally. Dad, why haven't I heard anything about this? Who else have you told? Who else could I possibly talk to? There are only 2 young women in the village, and I think both of them are great. Either one would make a fine daughter-in-law. If you don't take things seriously, do you think we aren't worried? Later I'll test their intentions. If it works out, you two should settle things soon. You're not kids anymore. By your age, we'd already had you and sent you off to school. Don't you have any sense of that? After hearing his father's words, Wang Yang couldn't say anything more and could only follow silently behind him toward the village entrance. Soon, a car drove into Xinjia village. Wang Yang sensed through his spiritual awareness that Uncle Xiao and Auntie Zhao had arrived. He informed his parents, and together they walked forward to greet them. Wang Yang's mother, Xiuxian, stepped forward urging Ly to welcome them. Welcome to our village. It's quite sudden, so we haven't prepared much. I was just planting vegetables in the greenhouse. I'm afraid I look a bit disheveled. Sorry for not greeting you properly. Xiaoya stepped beside her mother and gently tugged her arm. Mom, this is Wang Yang's mother, Auntie Zhang. And this is Wang Yang's father, Uncle Wang. They heard you were coming and rushed over to meet you. See how warm and welcoming Auntie Zhang and Uncle Wang are. Zhao Xiyun lightly tapped Xiaoya on the shoulder, then smiled and greeted Wang Yang's parents. She walked over to Zheng Yun, and the two women immediately struck up a lively conversation. Meanwhile, Xiao Qingyun chatted casually with Wang Dongshan. Seeing the warm atmosphere, Wang Yang took the car keys from Uncle Xiao, unloaded their luggage, noticed the gifts they'd brought, hesitated briefly, then handed them all to Xiaoya. Then he drove the car toward the parking lot to put it away. When he returned, he saw that Xiaoya had already led everyone toward his courtyard. On the way, they ran into Chun Xiao, who had hurried over to greet his parents. As the group reached the house, the children, remembering Wang Yang's earlier reminder, came forward enthusiastically to say hello, one by one, speaking so sweetly that Zhao Xin couldn't help but laugh heartily. Once inside the living room, they were even more astonished to see Jin Bao and Yun Bao. They never expected such fierce animals to live here. Leopards, a black bear, and 5 imposing dogs. In the yard, each child was hugging one of the dogs, while another was playfully climbing onto the back of the black bear. Xiaoya's parents stared in disbelief, growing even more curious about Wang Yang. By the time Wang Yang returned, he found Xiaoya's parents gazing curiously at Jin Bao and Yun Bao, clearly wanting to reach out and pet them. But the two leopards, unimpressed, stood up and walked away indifferently. Walking over, Wang Yang said, Auntie Zhao, Uncle Xiao, these are my 2 pet leopards. Those outside belong to me too. If you'd like, I can introduce you properly and take some photos for you later. Never mind, just looking is enough. Getting too close makes me a little nervous. But tell me, are you sure it's safe for these children to play around like this? Don't worry, they're very intelligent and understand people well. I've already instructed them. They won't hurt anyone. With that, Wang Yang went into the kitchen, brewed a pot of tea, and served everyone a cup. Chapter 185. The arrival of Prince Yu and his group. After Xiaoya's parents were settled, they didn't stay at home for long before leaving with Wang Yang's parents to head toward the glass greenhouse complex. Xiaoya and Wang Yang exchanged glances, both feeling somewhat helpless. They had warmly welcomed their guests, but now that others were around to keep them company, no one paid them any further attention. Xiaoya, since your parents probably won't be back anytime soon, why don't you just go do your own thing? I'll take the little ones to check on the migratory birds. If you're not busy, you can come along for a walk. Better not. I haven't finished organizing my materials yet, and the certification results for the organic vegetables will come out in a few days. I'm really swamped. You're the only one who has free time. Why don't you follow me to work instead? You still have an office there. You haven't been by in ages. Don't bother explaining. Let's each handle our own affairs. Xiaoya didn't insist, and simply left the courtyard. Wang Yang mentally communicated with Jin Bao and Yun Bao. Jin Bao, Yun Bao, do you want to come out with me? Boss, we'd rather stay home and guard the house. There are too many people outside, and the way they look at us makes us uncomfortable. We won't go with you today. Haizi and Hutu will be enough company for you. All right then, suit yourselves. At that moment, several more people arrived in the village. After parking their vehicles in the lot, they began wandering around curiously. At first, the villagers didn't think much of it, assuming they were tourists enjoying the scenery, and greeted them enthusiastically. But when these visitors started asking about their boss, sometimes directly, sometimes indirectly, the villagers grew cautious. Just recently, a group of suspicious individuals had been driven away. Could these newcomers be troublemakers too? It wasn't long before someone came to notify Wang Yang. Wang Yang was currently patrolling the woods behind the village with the children, scanning the area using his divine consciousness. Ganji and the others thought he was just taking them on an outing and were thrilled, chatting and interacting happily as they walked. Just then, Shun Haodong arrived and saw Wang Yang strolling through the forest with 6 little kids. He walked over cheerfully. Wang Yang, what are you doing here with them? Haodong, are you here to see Lele and Tuanshuan? I was bored, so I brought them along to inspect the bird nests, to see if any need repairs, and to observe the birds' conditions, checking whether any have been affected by bad weather. If so, we need to help them immediately. You really care about them. Anyway, I came to tell you that a few new people just arrived in the village. They're asking all around about you, which has drawn attention. Ernie asked me to come and inform you. I've got other things to do, so I'll leave it at that. After greeting Lele and Tuanshuan, Shun Haodong turned and left. Wang Yang thought for a moment. These people were likely sent by Xia Dongcheng. No one else would take such an interest in him. He extended his divine consciousness throughout the village and quickly pinpointed the newcomers. He decided to observe them first and see what they were really after. He attached part of his awareness to them and continued walking through the forest with the children. The patrol concluded shortly afterward. Along the way, they picked up several baby birds that had been pushed out of their nests by stronger siblings. Every year, Countless young birds died from this kind of competition, survival of the fittest being nature's rule. He collected them all and transferred them into his space to care for later. Ganji, Lele, Tuanshuan, Kiki, Guer, Xiaobuting, stop playing now. We're heading to the fish pond. Did you enjoy today's outing? Uncle Wang Yang, going out with you is amazing. And you gave us so much delicious fruit. We almost never get treats like this at home. Since school's off these 2 days, we're sticking with you. Sticking with me, huh? Quite the bold attitude you've got. Now line up and stay together. Don't fall behind, understand? Guided by his divine sense, Wang Yang walked straight toward Prince Yu. Friend, welcome to our village. I heard you've been asking questions about me. Now that I'm here in person, please state your business directly. Prince Yu sized up Wang Yang. He saw nothing particularly extraordinary, just a good-looking guy. So you're Wang Yang? Perfect, I wanted to talk to you. My name is Prince Yu. 500 years ago, we might have been family. I won't beat around the bush. Can we join in? Of course, we're ready to pay. Just give us a share of the steak. You'll still be in charge here. Wang Yang glanced at him and smiled faintly. Brother, if you had a lot of money in your pocket and I asked you to give me some, would you agree? Of course not. It's my own money. Why should I give it to you? There you go. If you wouldn't agree to give your money away, why should I hand over a share of my steak to you? Do you have 3 heads and 6 arms or something? I don't see anything impressive about you. Your words are just amusing. Was Xia Dongqing the one who sent you? Not that I care, because it means nothing to me anyway. They're just a bunch of strangers. If you don't have any real business here, please leave. We don't welcome people with ulterior motives. If you're tourists wanting to enjoy the village, I'll treat you warmly. But if you have other intentions, then feel free to leave. No one will stop you. At that moment, several people approached from different directions. Seeing Prince Yu talking with someone, they came over. Upon hearing this person was actually Wang Yang himself, they all stared at him curiously. Just then, Zhang Yuan walked over and spoke with a smile. So you're Mr. Wang? I'm Zhang Yuan. It's a pleasure meeting you. Sorry for the intrusion. Hope you don't mind. Prince Yu probably already mentioned our purpose to you, but let me clarify things a bit. I took a walk around the village earlier and noticed everything is very well organized. So I'd like to ask, would you be open to investment? We can negotiate the terms. After hearing Zhang Yuan's words, Wang Yang sensed this man was more calculating than Prince Yu, though he didn't take it to heart. I welcome you all to visit our village as tourists, and I'll gladly host you. But if your intention is to discuss business, I have to say I'm sorry, we don't need funding right now, so let's not bring this up again. However, I've already discussed potential collaboration with Li Yunpeng and others. If you're interested, we could talk about joining them. How does that sound? Collaboration works too. Could you tell me more about it? As long as it's profitable, I'm happy. I still have a batch of vegetables I'm planning to distribute through an agent in the city. Are you interested? You might know I have a friend in Yongchang who currently handles all distribution there. Here, I'm looking for a few reliable partners to grow together. Brother Jiang, would you be interested? You mean you want me to sell your vegetables? Are there any other benefits? Wang Yang looked at him and said, how about we go to my office to talk? It's getting cold here. Let's go. With that, Wang Yang turned and led the group toward his workplace. Chapter 186 Chatting with Xiaoya. Mr. Wang, since you're willing to invite me to cooperate, why can't you accept our investment? Wang Yang looked at Zhang Yuan and said, I like you. I feel you're quite reliable. At least in terms of treating people, you're more perceptive than others. I assume your backing must be substantial. Otherwise, how could you accompany these folks to our little mountain village? You must be on the same level as them, right? Mr. Wang, your words are humorous, but easily offend people. Since you believe we're on the same level, aren't you afraid of offending the forces behind my brother here? I always think doing business is about making friends. More friends means smoother roads ahead. This applies here too. I'm passing that wisdom on to you. Then I thank you first. I'll take your words, but my principles won't change. We've reached my office. Let's go inside and talk. You should feel honored. Ever since they prepared this office for me, this is only the second time I've come. You guys count as the first guests I've received. Everyone, please sit down. Don't stand on ceremony. Well then, what an honor. Not going to brew us a pot of tea. Now that's really stingy. Wang Yang glanced at Zhang Yuan. This guy actually had a sense of humor. This is only my second time here. I don't even know if there's tea leaves yet. Just wait a moment. Maybe I'll give you some time to discuss among yourselves. I'll come back later to talk about cooperation. I need to step out anyway to find someone to bring over a kettle of hot water. It's not too cold in here, so no need to go ask the villagers anything. Later, I can tell you about myself. It's nothing secret. Zhang Yuan noticed Wang Yang still didn't want much interaction with them. Still, bringing them all here was already showing great respect. After thinking it over, he smiled and said, that troubles Mr. Wang. We'll borrow your office for a bit and chat later. Please, go ahead. Seeing how considerate Zhang Yuan was, Wang Yang gave a slight smile, left the office, closed the door gently, and headed toward Xiaoya's office. Wang Yang, why are you here? Aren't you hosting your friends? Is something up? Xiaoya, sit down first. These people came looking for trouble, wanting to get equity without investing anything, just by talking their way in. Can you believe they actually expect it? One of them is a distant relative of mine. He sees me and immediately wants shares, acting like I owe him something. Isn't that ridiculous? The real power behind them, you've seen him too. That young wastrel we met that day at Rose Bar. They probably do stuff like this all the time. In reality, many places need the influence of people like them. To put it bluntly, they're the kind who occupy the toilet but won't do their business, spending all day schmoozing, bowing and scraping. When will ordinary folks like us ever get to live better lives? With such complicated networks behind those in power, regular people suffer the most, restricted everywhere, with no channel to voice their thoughts. Wang Yang, what's gotten into you today? You seem different. There's plenty to dislike in this world, but remember this saying. Don't cheer too soon. The reckoning list comes sooner or later. Xiaoya, you don't get what I mean. What I'm trying to say is, why is it so hard for ordinary people to accomplish anything? Never mind, let's drop this depressing talk. Do you have any tea in the office? Find me some, or just brew a pot from your supply. I'll take it over later. I don't even know what to say anymore. How could we possibly run out of tea here? Don't bother searching. I'll make a pot for you. But leaving them alone like that, isn't that a bit inhospitable? After all, guests are guests. At minimum, we should show proper courtesy. Xiaoya, just leave it. Giving them space lets them call their boss behind the scenes. Their boss needs to make the decision. These people are just scouts sent here to gather intel. Did Aunt Zhao and Uncle Xiao call you? Are you going home for lunch? When Xiaoya heard Wang Yang mention her parents, she felt conflicted. Last time, her family had mistakenly thought Wang Yang was her boyfriend. Now, seeing how her parents acted, they seemed fully invested in treating Wang Yang like a future son-in-law. No reservations at all. Thinking about it, she shot Wang Yang a glare and snapped irritably. No, I don't know. But Aunt Jing definitely won't let my parents go hungry, so don't worry about it. I've got work to do. If you've nothing else, go back and entertain your guests. The tea leaves, teapot, and cups are all on the side table. Help yourself. What did I do now? We were chatting fine. Why are you mad again? I didn't do anything. Anyway, what price are you planning for our vegetables? Even though I'm not managing it, you should still inform me. I need to discuss cooperation with them shortly. When Xiaoya heard Wang Yang bring up business, she suppressed her little temper and said, Wang Yang, the price you've set for our vegetables is too low. If these were just regular organic vegetables, your pricing might still leave us with a profit. But have you seen old Master Tang's test report? It mentions a certain substance. I'm not exactly sure what it is, but it says our vegetables can boost the human immune system and even help treat physical illnesses. For people with weak immunity, our vegetables are truly a blessing. I know you don't want to set the price too high, but you haven't considered the nature of business. Merchants seek profit. Even if we sell cheaply, you can't guarantee others will keep the same low price. In the end, they might just use us as a money-making machine and laugh at us behind our backs. So we must establish a reasonable price range, one that protects our interests and leaves no room for complaints from future agents. I've thought it through. We'll sell to distributors or partners at 50 yuan per gene, no exceptions. Don't speak yet, let me finish. The ultimate consumers of this batch of vegetables will be elite individuals. These people don't care about price, they only care about quality. Once they learn about the effects of our vegetables, they'll be begging you to buy from you. So we don't need to feel awkward. Honestly, I think 50 yuan is still on the low side. Depending on how things go, we might need to raise the price further down the line. Such high-quality vegetables are only produced here by us. Right now, we only have 10 greenhouses. How much can we really produce, even if we ship every single day? Alright, I'll leave it to you. Anyway, all this money is legitimate income. You draft a plan ahead of time. Maybe set up a charity foundation. Every year, we should invest at least 1/3 of our profits into it. It's good karma, doing good deeds. I believe there's some kind of rule in this universe. Blessings and karma do exist. And even if they don't, it's still comfort for the soul. Wang Yang, I didn't know you were so superstitious, but I agree with your idea. We must never forget the roots of our nation. When one region suffers, aid comes from all 8 directions. We must always pass on this belief. It's the flame of hope for our people. Good job, keep it up. As long as you don't slack off later and maintain the quality, I'll handle the management side with full dedication. Hey Wang Yang, isn't it about time you taught us some powerful martial arts? We've been doing basic training for nearly a week now. I don't care. Tomorrow morning, you must teach us something special. Hearing Xiaoya bring up training again, Wang Yang smiled and said, Xiaoya, first master the 13 postures of Tai Chi. When I feel you're ready, I'll pass on other techniques. Even if I taught you now, you wouldn't be able to learn them properly. I've taken the tea set. I bet they've finished their discussion by now. Xiaoya let out a single syllable from between her lips. TCH. Chapter 187. Cooperation reached. Wang Yang carried a pot of freshly brewed tea and returned to his office with the tea set, finding several people waiting for him. Smiling, he said, have you all reached an agreement? If you haven't settled on a decision yet, I can give you a bit more time. Here, have a cup of tea first. This is Long Jing from Shifeng Mountain. After pouring each person a cup, Wang Yang returned to his seat and looked at them. Jiang Yuan, smiling warmly, said, I'll just call you Boss Wang now. Since we're doing business, it feels more natural that way. I'd like to hear your specific plan first, and then I'll tell you our decision. Fair enough, replied Wang Yang. Guests come first. I was just scolded by my manager for not attending to you properly earlier. Let me apologize to all of you in advance. Since Brother Jiang said so, let me lay out my idea clearly. Feel free to interrupt if anything's unclear. Boss Wang, no need to beat around the bush. We're guests following your lead. Let's get straight to the point. Alright then, I'll keep it brief. You probably already know that the vegetables I produce are what I call crystal vegetables. I'll pack some for each of you later to take back and taste. Don't dismiss what I'm saying as exaggeration just yet. All high-end hotels in Xiuxian currently source their ingredients from me, and I've got plenty of testing reports to prove quality. From soil and water sources to our farming methods, everything strictly follows the highest organic standards. The official organic certification documents will be issued soon. I won't belabor that point. These crystal vegetables can boost immunity and improve physical health, especially beneficial for those with weakened immune systems. Even if I don't say it now, you'll soon find out through your own channels anyway. Telling you up front is just a sign of my sincerity. The reason I invited you here today is to discuss making you my authorized agents. That should be easy enough to understand. As you mentioned earlier, let's earn money together. I'm giving you a generous profit margin up front. No need to talk about shares or equity. All vegetables leaving my facility will be yours at 50 yuan per gene. With this price, you'll quickly dominate every premium venue in the province. No one will refuse your offer once they see the product. I've already given up part of my profit. It's up to you how you execute from here. Clear enough. Boss Wang, you're truly generous. This cooperation model works for me. Equity stakes aren't necessary. But I'd like to know, what's our market scope and how are other regions handled? Please go on. The entire province is yours. I haven't found partners elsewhere yet. Right now, the number of greenhouses here is still too small, and supply can't keep up. Expanding takes time, you understand that. Down the line, I'll also launch freshwater fish farming, and that could be another area for joint development. Almost forgot, I co-own a winemaking venture with a few friends. That project can't be handed over to you. I've already promised it to others. Our brand, Red Dust Drunk, will hit the market soon. So please don't get involved in alcohol distribution, okay? Fine. We accept your proposal, Boss Wang, without reservations. Can you provide us with an initial batch of vegetables so we can take them back and assess the results? Upon hearing Jiang Yuan request a batch, Wang Yang didn't refuse. There was still some left over from the last packaging stored in the cold storage, easy enough to hand over. Perfect. I still have a batch that hasn't been shipped out. Take it now. First delivery doesn't require payment up front, but future orders will be cash on delivery only. Hearing they could take away a batch immediately, Jiang Yuan was visibly pleased. At any price, once they got their hands on these, a little marketing would instantly drive the value sky high. Not wanting to waste another minute, he stood up and said, Boss Wang, please show us the samples. I'll call my people right away to bring trucks and pick them up. Then let's head over together. Wang Yang led the group out of the office. Seeing everyone smiling, Xiaoya realized Wang Yang had successfully settled things and came forward. Wang Yang, where are you all off to? It's getting late. Why not take your guests to a countryside farmhouse restaurant for dinner first? Xiaoya, perfect timing. I've just finalized the cooperation with them. We still have a batch of vegetables in cold storage. Let them take those back first. Come with us and check it out. From now on, you'll be handling all follow-up coordination on our end. Everyone, meet. This is Jiang Yuan. That one is Wang Ziyu, and the rest came along with them. Jiang Yuan was quick-witted. He sensed this woman might have a special relationship with Wang Yang, and greeted Xiaoya warmly. From now on, operations here would be under his control, with no room for outsiders. Wang Yang led the group to the door of the newly opened cold storage facility. Xiaoya took out the key and unlocked it. Then everyone stepped inside. Jiang Yuan, there are still over 40 boxes of vegetables here. This is all that's left. Let me open one box for you to see. From now on, we won't be sending any more vegetables here. Whatever is harvested will be shipped out immediately. Right now, you and the partner in Yongcheng are my only two collaborators. When spring comes, I'll expand the number of greenhouses again, and next year we can significantly increase supply. Jiang Yuan watched as Wang Yang opened a vegetable crate. The produce inside was packed neatly and beautifully. He tore open one bag, took out some vegetables, and tasted them. A pure, rich flavor spread across his tongue, and he finally understood why high-end hotels were so eager to get their hands on crystal vegetables. It was one of a kind in the world. Boss Wang, thank you so much. I'll arrange for people to come pick up the goods right away and transfer the payment to you. In the future, could you give us a larger share? That's not an unreasonable request, is it? Seeing Jiang Yuan's reaction, Wang Yang smiled and said, Brother, you're a smart man. Let me take you all over to the glass greenhouse to have a look. We'll handle payments through official company accounts. We have to pay taxes, so you must use a Zhenggui transaction account on your end. Bank transfers only. It's all about trust. With that, Wang Yang led the group toward the glass greenhouse. As soon as they entered, they were captivated by the sight before them. The vegetables were growing flawlessly, with lush greenery everywhere. Many workers were busy tending to the crops. Boss Wang, this place is truly special. I've never seen vegetables grow so perfectly. Your techniques must be exceptional. These other crops are almost ready too. A few more days, and they'll be harvestable. Give me a bigger share then, would you? Don't worry, you won't get shortchanged. Wang Yang walked the group around the greenhouse when suddenly his phone rang. It was Xiaoya. Wang Yang, the meal at the farmhouse restaurant is ready. Bring them over to eat. After having lunch, Jiang Yuan and his team left together with the trucks carrying the vegetables. Chapter 188, xiuxian. Jiang Yuan, Ziyu, you've both worked hard. I heard you've already brought back the crystal vegetables. Take some to the clubhouse kitchen first. Lots of people here haven't tasted them yet. We'll all sample them together later. When Wang Ziyu saw Xia Dongqing's expression, he asked, Brother Xia, why are you so happy? We only secured an agency deal. You might not know this, but these vegetables cost 50 yuan per pound. That's outrageous. And that kid is truly arrogant. Didn't show me the slightest respect. If Jiang Yuan hadn't held me back, I would have taught him a lesson. Upon hearing Wang Ziyu's words, those around secretly looked down on him. This guy was more trouble than help. From now on, they'd keep their distance. With no tact or subtlety, how could he survive in their circle? To put it bluntly, he was destined to be the scapegoat. Xia Dongqing glanced at Wang Ziyu and said, Brother Ziyu, we're here to make money, not indulge in petty pride. Jiang Yuan handled this perfectly. Securing the agency is our first step toward getting closer to him. Next, we need to learn more about this person. Knowing ourselves and our opponent ensures we gain maximum advantage. From now on, stay away from there. Let Jiang Yuan handle all cooperation matters. The head chef brought several dishes to the table, each one featuring green vegetables. The ever-perceptive Shui Pengzi caught the aroma the moment the food arrived. Brothers, let's dig in. If we wait any longer, I'll start drooling. I'm the ultimate authority on good food, and I'm telling you, these ingredients are amazing. Seeing Xue Pengzi praise the food before even taking a bite made everyone eager to try. As the de facto leader, Xia Dongqing smiled at Xue's enthusiasm and invited everyone to begin eating. Wow, this is incredible. These crystal vegetables truly live up to their name. The texture is fantastic, though the portion is way too small. In minutes, the dozen plates were completely empty. They exchanged glances, all sharing the same thought. They needed to secure more supply, ideally the entire share. A few simple plates of greens had utterly won them over. Gu Yunzhou turned to Xia Dongqing and said, "Brother Xia, it seems we underestimated things. The arrival of this ingredient will disrupt the entire high-end market. The person cultivating such vegetables can't possibly be an ordinary commoner. I fear we celebrated too soon. More people will inevitably set their sights on him later, and our share may shrink over time. We should avoid conflict with Wang Yang. Peaceful relations, maintained through goodwill, is our best strategy." Zhang Xiaoyu added, "I agree with Gu Xiao's view. Jiang Yuan, from now on, make more trips over there. The more often you go, bring along appropriate gifts. Generosity breeds goodwill. There might be greater surprises waiting ahead." After hearing Zhang Xiaoyu's suggestion, Jiang Yuan brought up another matter. "There's also another project this time. Wang Yang didn't give us the liquor business. He named it Hongshan Zue, Red Dust Drunk. Sounds very poetic. Whatever it is, it must be extraordinary. Unfortunately, he's partnered with someone else, though he didn't say who." Red Dust Drunk, another surefire hit. Jiang Yuan, next time you go to Xinjia Village, make sure to visit their distillery. Observe everything carefully, and try to find out who his partner is. Maybe we can strike up a friendship with whoever comes after," Xia Dongqing instructed. "Brother Xia, I'll keep that in mind." Suddenly, the private room door opened as the club manager, Xiuxian, walked in. "Young Master Xia, Young Master Gu, Young Master Zhang, Young Master Su, and friends present. My apologies for intruding. I heard you brought a remarkable new ingredient. Could you do me a favor and leave this entire batch here at our clubhouse? I'll compensate you all fairly, something you'll surely be satisfied with. How does that sound? Miss Morong, it's a pleasure seeing you. Since you want these ingredients, we agree. Jiang Yuan. Later leave one box for each of us, and deliver the rest directly to Miss Morong. Then I sincerely thank young Master Xia, and all the other brothers here as well. I wonder, if you obtain such ingredients again in the future, could you send them all here? I'd like to secure exclusive distribution rights. Would you be willing to grant this favor to me?" Upon hearing Xian's request, everyone turned to look at Xia Dongqing, waiting for his response. The Murong family was the top clan in the entire Northwest, and Xian was the sole daughter of its current patriarch. It was said the whole family doted on her. Her elder brothers yielded to her even at home, and she was undeniably capable. All public enterprises under the Murong name were currently managed by her, and her achievements were outstanding, ranking among the nation's finest. Xia Dongqing knew he had to give a clear answer immediately. Offending Xian could jeopardize all the support he relied upon. "Miss Murong, since you want exclusive distribution rights, let me tell you where these ingredients come from first, then you can decide what to do." Xian was also curious about the source. She suspected this person had acquired the ingredients through improper means. With a slight smile, she said, "Young Master Xia, I'm all ears." "Miss Morong, I think you've probably already guessed, it's crystal vegetables. We just formed a partnership with the grower today. From now on, the 5 of us will handle the entire provincial market. If we hand over everything to you, we won't be able to answer to the others who come asking later. How about this? His name is Wang Yang, and he's based in Xinjia Village, Lantian County. You go talk to him directly. You might gain even more from it. You could even join our circle. Most of our share will pass on to you, and only supply small amounts elsewhere. Scarcity drives value. We can raise the price together. What do you think?" "Young Master Xia, are you saying these vegetables are actually produced here? Then why were they being sold in Yongqing? And what about this Wang Yang? Do you know anything about him? Could you tell me a bit more? What's there to hide? It won't be a secret in a few days anyway. Once you start serving these dishes here, more people will take notice of him. You'd better go talk to him soon." Wang Yang is from Shandong province. He hasn't been here long and recently established a cultivation base nearby. His product range is still very limited and he can't produce at scale yet, so he can't serve the whole market. But this guy is quite mysterious. We don't know much about him either. We just finalized our cooperation with him today. After hearing Xia Dongqing's proposal, Xian thought for a moment and said, "I won't take any of you brothers' shares, but we still need those crystal vegetables at our clubhouse. Since exclusivity isn't possible, I won't insist. From now on, I'll accept whatever quantity you're able to deliver. Just inform me of the price each time. I won't disturb your gathering any further. Today's entire bill will be on the house. Have fun, gentlemen." With that, Xian left. "Young Master Xia, how much should we give Xian? Give her all of it this time. Just keep our portion aside. Looks like things are getting complicated. Let's leave it at that for now. As for pricing, let Xue Pengzi handle it. We'll stay out of business details, just collect our dividends." Upon hearing Xia Dongqing's words, Xiuxian was thrilled. Finally, he was getting some real benefit. From now on, plenty of people would be coming to him begging for favors. "Young Master Xia, let me take the lead on this batch of ingredients. I promise I'll deliver a pleasant surprise for all of you." Chapter 189, Discussing the Marriage Arrangement. Mu Rongshuan returned to her office and called over her secretary. "Ziqing, come here. In a moment, you'll accompany me to Xinjia Village. We're going there to check things out." "Miss, we can just send someone else to take a look. There's no need for you to go in person." Our status makes it inappropriate to appear too often in public, and Master definitely wouldn't approve of you traveling to such a remote place. Xiuxian village, just by the name, sounds like some small mountain hamlet. It must be extremely backward. You really shouldn't go. Xiuxian is right outside. I can call him over and have him investigate instead. Xiuxian, don't say any more. Mu Rongshuan cut her off. This time, I must go myself. Only after meeting the person face to face can I make informed decisions later. Crystal vegetables have appeared within our family's sphere of influence. How could we possibly ignore this? While other prominent families haven't caught on yet, we need to get ahead and secure our position now. I tasted those dishes earlier and detected faint traces of spiritual energy within them. Though the effect on cultivators like us isn't obvious, consuming these ingredients regularly could still greatly benefit our constitutions. Over time, cultivating inner qi might bring unexpected advantages. For ordinary people, the benefits are even greater. Not only would their health improve, but diseases would decrease significantly, silently extending lifespans. Given all this, how could I not go and see for myself? And then there's Wang Yang. I sense something extraordinary about him. Even though I've never met him and only heard his name today, deep down I feel he might one day help me. Xiuxian, surely you don't believe these vegetables were grown through ordinary means? That's impossible. Such crops can only grow in places with spiritual energy. Our family does possess such a plot. It took thousands of years of relentless effort and accumulation to establish. Now do you understand why I absolutely must go? Bring Xiuxian along with us. Let's go. Meanwhile, Wang Yang was at home entertaining Xiaoya's parents, with his own parents sitting nearby as hosts. Uncle Xiao, Aunt Zhao, how did you enjoy yourselves today? Is our Xiuxian village to your liking? Xiaoyang, your place is truly wonderful. I'm actually considering renting a house here and living here permanently. The air is so fresh, the food delicious, and every day I could do a bit of farming. Isn't this exactly what Tao Yuanming described? Picking chrysanthemums beneath the eastern hedge, gazing afar at the southern mountains? A true pastoral paradise. Aunt Zhao, clearly you've never lived in the countryside. You're used to city life, so you hold a mistaken assumption. City dwellers generally have salaries, earning at least several thousand yuan a month, plus insurance, pensions, retirement funds. When you add it all up, urban elders live very comfortably. But rural farmers harvest maybe 1,000 jin per mu of grain, and nowadays a pound of grain isn't even worth as much as a bottle of water. Old farmers have neither salary nor insurance, let alone pensions or retirement security. What you describe as picking chrysanthemums beneath the eastern hedge is merely an idealized utopia. It doesn't exist in reality. The hardships faced by common folk are countless. The reason villagers here seem energetic and hopeful is because we've established a cooperative. They now have livelihood security and believe their future holds promise. These kind-hearted villagers aren't asking to live exactly like city residents. They simply want to maintain a decent standard of survival without demanding too much. But the reality is harsh. Every year, countless villages vanish entirely, leaving many farmers bewildered and helpless about the future, as if their backbone has been shattered. Listening to Wang Yang's words, Xiuxian was deeply moved. Young Wang speaks the truth. The reason this village thrives is because substantial capital has been invested. Moreover, unlike typical capitalists seeking profit, he genuinely acts here, doing real good, earnestly helping villagers achieve prosperity while building a meaningful enterprise. This is exceedingly rare. If there were more people like him, rural areas would transform completely. We have plenty of people and resources. What's missing is selfless investment. Without it, rural communities remain stagnant. To achieve shared prosperity, farmers' enthusiasm must be ignited. Only when they believe something benefits them will they willingly sacrifice and follow your lead. Shared benefits ensure lasting cooperation. Those who only take, never give back, eventually lose credibility. Once trust is broken, morale collapses, and progress becomes impossible. Xiaoya, why are you pushing me? I think Uncle Xiao makes a great point. I never realized it before, but now that I've spent more time in the countryside, I truly understand how hard farmers' lives are. From now on, you can't keep wasting food like you used to. Every bowl of porridge, every meal, should remind us how difficult it is to obtain. Every thread and fiber reminds us of the effort behind it. As youth of this new era, we must always keep these words in mind. Wang Yang smiled upon hearing and used words. Noticing Aunt Zhao deep in thought, he exchanged a knowing glance with his mother, who instantly got the message. Xian, what are you thinking about? Everyone, let's eat quickly before the food gets cold. Chun Xiao, eat more too. You're so thin. A single gust of wind could blow you away. Eat properly, and your body will become stronger. Aunt Zheng, I understand. Look how much I'm already eating. I've never eaten this much at home before. But brother-in-law's food is really delicious. Chun Xiao's casual use of brother-in-law left everyone stunned. They glanced at each other in bewilderment. Wang Yang was speechless. Show some tact, for heaven's sake. Nothing's been decided yet, and she's already blabbering nonsense. Zhao Xiyun, hearing Chun Xiao address Wang Yang that way, turned to Zheng Yun and said, Zhengjia, what do you think of the kids? I feel they'd be perfect together. Why don't we talk it over and settle the matter? Then we'll be family. I think Xiaoyang is wonderful. He'd make an excellent son-in-law. My husband and I both really like him. What are your thoughts? Xian, I'm so happy to hear you say that. After all, they're not kids anymore. Getting married and starting a family is only natural. The sooner they tie the knot, the sooner they can have children, and we can help raise them. We certainly wouldn't object. To be honest, I was planning to bring it up with you as well. Since we're all on the same page, why don't we pick a date soon to formalize the engagement? We're not entirely familiar with local customs here, But since both our families are doing well financially, let's keep things simple. Let's follow the national advocacy, minimal dowry, and bride price. Set an example for others and host a modern-style wedding. How does that sound? We agree completely. We've already prepared the dowry. Finally, our grown daughter is off our hands. Now we can sleep soundly. Wang Yang and Xiaoya sat there, utterly flustered as their entire future was casually decided amid laughter and chatter. They exchanged glances but didn't object. Having spent so much time together, they knew each other's temperaments well. After all, ordinary daily life is just part of marriage. In real life, couples rarely experience dramatic passion. Instead, it's mutual support through hardship and quiet, steady companionship that defines marriage. When too many selfish interests mix into a relationship, happiness becomes hard to sustain. Holding each other's hands and growing old together. That is the finest destination for any couple, and the most perfect ending. Chapter 190, Murong Xian's visit. Miss, up ahead is Xinjia village. Should I drive the car in? Akuan, Xiuxian, and I will get off here. You find a place to park the car, then come find us later. This is just a small mountain village. There won't be any danger. Understood, miss. As soon as Xiuxian stepped out, she glanced around and noticed how clean the village appeared. Even before entering, she could see rows of distant, vintage-style buildings, classically elegant. Miss, this place seems quite prosperous. These street trees must have been planted this year. The roads are so new too. Every house here follows the same retro architectural style. Looks like my preconceptions really need updating. See? I told you so, said Murong Xian with a smile. If we hadn't come today, we might have missed out on something special. Let's walk around first and see what makes this place unique. With that, Murong Xian began walking into the village. Miss, look over there. So many migratory birds. And plenty of people taking photos. Shall we go take a look? Sure, why not? We don't have any plans anyway. I rarely get time for a leisurely stroll like this. Migratory birds wintering in Xi'an have increased these past 2 years, but I never expected such a remote little village to attract so many. It really speaks to how pristine the environment is here, and the people must live harmoniously as well. Birds are naturally cautious around humans. The fact that they're coexisting so peacefully without any chaos suggests this place has something remarkable. We might make a good discovery today. Murong Xian and Yu Ziqing were both strikingly beautiful. The moment they arrived near the fish pond, they instantly drew attention. Some bystanders even covertly snapped photos with their cameras. Whether tourists or locals, no one approached them. Just from their appearance, it was obvious these two came from privileged families. Their poised demeanor and the aura they exuded made most people hesitate to approach. Miss, aren't those cranes over there? They've got such long legs, pure white feathers, and long flat beaks. No, Ziqing, those aren't cranes. They're oriental white storks. Look over there too. Geese, mallards, cormorants, egrets. I'm surprised by how many bird species are here. I haven't even seen some of these migratory birds before. Take plenty of photos and videos to bring back. It'll make a great keepsake. Pity we didn't bring food. Otherwise we could have interacted with them up close. Murong Xian felt a tinge of regret. At home, such an experience would be impossible. Just then, Akuan walked up and stood quietly behind them. Akuan, don't follow us around. Go explore the village yourself and see if anything stands out. Report back to me later. Yes, Mississippi, but please watch your safety. Even though there's no real danger, we're strangers here. It's best to stay cautious. Given your status, we shouldn't stay too long. You know what, miss? I actually agree with Akuan, Ziqing added. Let's just visit the vegetable plots. There's no need to focus on other areas. After all, this village lacks depth, and nowhere compares to the beauty of our estate. Hearing both of them speak, Murong Xian paused briefly, then nodded in agreement. When did you two start seeing eye to eye? Fine, I'll listen to you. Let's head over there. From here, I can already see a row of glass greenhouses. That must be where the crystal vegetables are grown. They quickly reached the greenhouse complex, only to find most doors locked from the inside. Miss, how do we get in? Let's walk further in. When someone comes out, we'll ask. Don't rush. We can already see what's inside through the glass. Someone might come to us soon anyway. Before Murong Xian finished speaking, village chief Shun Fei approached. You two young girls, what are you doing here? I'm the village chief. If you have business, tell me. Uncle, hello? We came from the city. Could we go in and take a look around? You're here for the vegetables, aren't you? No need to deny it. I can read your intentions just by looking at you. Fine, I'll take you in myself, but don't wander off. We'll tighten security soon to prevent tourists from bringing in viruses or bacteria. The only reason I'm letting you in is because you're young girls. Thrilled that the village chief himself was escorting them inside, the two expressed their gratitude immediately. Thank you so much, Chief Shen. We promise not to wander. Just a quick visit, and we'll be right out. We won't cause any trouble. If you want to buy vegetables, head to the office area to discuss. Yesterday someone came to negotiate cooperation. I'm not entirely clear on the details. Murong Xian didn't mind and followed Chief Shun into the greenhouse. As soon as she stepped inside, she felt the warmth enveloping her. The place was lush with greenery everywhere. Uncle, your place is really impressive. I never expected the vegetables to grow so well. I see some cucumbers and tomatoes almost ready to harvest. Could we pick a few and taste them? Yu Ziqing asked curiously. These vegetables are very expensive. You can't get them for less than 50 yuan per gene once shipped out. I'll pick 1 cucumber and 1 tomato each for you two to try, but that's all. After all, I'm just in charge here. None of this actually belongs to me. Thank you so much, Chief Shen. We came here for an inspection today. Later, we'd also like to meet your boss to discuss possible cooperation. Just wait a moment. I'll go pick them and wash them for you. The three spent quite a while inside the glass greenhouse. Xiuxian personally examined every type of vegetable, occasionally plucking a leaf and tasting it. The pure, authentic flavor of the vegetables, along with a faint warmth spreading through her body after eating them, finally confirmed her suspicion that these vegetables were exceptionally beneficial for martial cultivators. Yet the soil here didn't seem capable of producing vegetables of such high quality. Clearly, there were many secrets hidden here. Xiuxian felt disappointed at having discovered nothing concrete. With a sigh, she walked over to village chief Shin Fei. Chief Shin, could you please take us to meet your boss? We'd really like to see him in person. Little Yang's family lives deep inside the village, near the mountains. You can go yourselves. I have some things to attend to. If you can't find the place, head to the office area. Manager Xiao is working there. You can ask her about anything. She handles nearly everything around here, big or small. Even if you're discussing cooperation, it's with Manager Xiao. Upon hearing the village chief's words, Xiuxian felt a bit surprised. She hadn't expected the owner to be so trusting as to hand over such a valuable asset to someone else to manage so freely. Clearly, the relationship between them must be something special. Following the directions, the two quickly arrived at Wang Yang's doorstep. Xiuxian stepped forward and knocked on the gate. Is anyone home? May we come in? Wang Yang had noticed the two approaching his yard and found it strange. He didn't recognize them at all. Wondering how they had found their way here, he went out, opened the gate, and let them into the courtyard. Chapter 191 The Purpose of Xiuxian. Wang Yang gestured for the two to sit down in the living room and asked, What can I do for you, Langweth? Have some tea first. When Xiuxian saw Wang Yang, she was deeply shocked. This person was truly formidable. His martial cultivation far surpassed anything she had ever seen. Her family's ancestor had only recently stepped into the realm of master, yet already held a prominent status in the martial world. But this man seemed to have transcended that very boundary. Just how high he had reached, she could not even begin to guess. This humble one, Xiuxian, greets the senior. I come from the Rong clan, and I've come here today seeking cooperation. Might we obtain a share of your vegetable supply? Hearing her address him as senior, Wang Yang realized that his unintentionally imposing aura had intimidated her. At this thought, he couldn't help but smile slightly. Miss Rong, welcome to my home. Please, have some tea. Let's not let it get cold. And please, don't call me senior. That makes me rather uncomfortable. As for the supply share, I can give part of it to you. However, I've already made arrangements with others. To go back on my word wouldn't be right. Why don't you negotiate the details yourself? Without me saying it, you already know who obtained shares from me. That's why you came here. I'll have Xiaoya speak with you shortly. I've entrusted all such matters to her. How much you secure will depend entirely on your own ability. All right then, may I call you Mr. Wang? It feels natural and casual. I also have an impolite request. If you're free sometime, I'd be honored if you would visit our Rong family. Miss Rong, could you tell me a bit about the martial world? I'm quite interested in people like you. Let's just chat casually for now. Later, I'll treat you both to dinner at home. Xiuxian was rather surprised by Wang Yang's words. With Kung Fu so advanced, could he really be unaware of the outside world? Sir, have you never heard of us martial cultivators? How is that possible? Your skill level is among the highest in the entire country, nearly unmatched. Ever since Elder Zhang, the immortal master, vanished, there hasn't been anyone surpassing the master realm in the Jianghu. My family's ancestor has only just entered that realm, yet already commands great prestige. Our clan's influence is primarily centered within this province. There are 4 great clans domestically, the Rong, Dongfang, Shimen, and a secretive one, the Xinyuan clan. There are also reclusive sects such as Shaolin, Wudong, Amei, Kunlun, and the Wumun of the southwestern Miao people. All others are minor sects, relatively unknown. There are internal rules forbidding us cultivators from appearing freely in the secular world. All information is tightly controlled and shielded. The outposts in the mundane world serve merely as contact points, responsible for gathering supplies for us. Never had he imagined so many martial cultivators existed beyond his awareness. Observing Xiuxian, Wang Yang noticed she cultivated inner energy through methods entirely different from his own. Her innate qi and his zhenyuan were fundamentally different concepts. He realized he should venture out more often and pay visits to these places in the future. Thank you, Miss Rong. If not for you mentioning this, I truly wouldn't have known. No one has ever told me such things before. I'll find time to visit your clan. Please stay a while. I'll make a call to have Xiaoya return. You can discuss things with her while I prepare dinner. Wang Yang took out his phone and dialed Xiaoya. Xiaoya, we have guests. If you and Anyue aren't busy, come back soon. Okay, nothing urgent right now. We'll head back immediately. After hanging up, Wang Yang turned to Xiuxian. You can walk around the courtyard if you'd like. I'll go start cooking. Xiaoya will be back in a few minutes. You can talk business with her. There are some animals in the house. They're all asleep. Just avoid going into that room. Thank you for the trouble, Mr. Wang. No need to be polite. Guests are always welcome. With that, Wang Yang walked into the kitchen and began bustling about. With several people dining tonight, Xiaoya's family of 4, his own household plus Anyue, and now 2 more guests, a single table wouldn't suffice. Xiuxian watched Wang Yang enter the kitchen and quietly murmured to Xiuxian. Miss, why are you being so humble toward this man? I've never seen you act this way at home. When you two were speaking earlier, I didn't even dare to say a word. It's so oppressive here, we should leave soon. I feel this man is terrifying. Xiuxian patted her chest after speaking. I used to urge you to train martial arts with me, but you refused because it was too hard. I don't even know what to say anymore. One day, you'll suffer because of it. What will you do when I'm not around to protect you? I'm not afraid. I'm your maid and companion. Wherever you go, I follow. When you marry someday, I'll go with you as part of your dowry. That way, no one can separate us. Master raised me with that intention. I know how kind you are to me, but I never want to part from you. I'll stay by your side forever, taking care of you. Mu Rongxuan looked at Xiuxian with deep emotion. They had grown up together since childhood, and she truly regarded her as a younger sister. Xiuxian, go find Ah Koan and tell him to eat somewhere by himself. We won't be waiting for him, so don't bother coming back. Go. When Wang Yang heard Xiuxian's words, he felt utterly speechless. Do I really seem that scary? It seemed he still couldn't fully control his aura. Sensitive people could sense it immediately. This wouldn't do at all. From now on, he'd have to frequently meditate in the space every night. Both Lu Zhu and Han Xiangzi had advised him to cultivate diligently, but he'd been constantly sidetracked by trivial matters, wasting too much time. Wang Yang, who's visiting us? I don't see anyone in the living room, Xiaoya said as she walked into the courtyard, only hearing someone busy in the kitchen. Xiaoya, you're back. Is Anyue not with you? Come help me for a moment. Hearing Wang Yang's voice, Anyue walked in. Upon hearing someone return home, Mu Rongxuan stepped out of a room. She had noticed a room filled with many books earlier and went in to take a look, momentarily forgetting this wasn't her own house. However, seeing most of the collection consisted of Taoist classics, she became curious and picked up a few books to read. Manager Xiao, hello? I'm Mu Rongxuan. I entered your study without permission just now. I apologize for my rudeness. Not at all, Mu Rong. You're our guest here. Feel free to browse the books anytime. Those are all collected by Wang Yang, and any of us can enter and read them. Just don't take anything out of the courtyard. That's his most treasured possession, and no one is allowed to lay hands on it. I'm Xiaoya. Call me by my name. Everyone at home does, and it feels more intimate. By the way, what did you need? After hearing Xiaoya's words, Mu Rongxuan spoke. Xiaoya, I'd like to secure some vegetable supply shares. Name your conditions freely. As long as I can fulfill them, I will certainly agree. We negotiated with Jiang Yuan yesterday and already granted him the provincial share allocation. If you want it now, you'll have to work it out directly with them. I'll do my best to allocate more shares to you. How does that sound? When I arrived, I already discussed it with them. They've agreed to the share I negotiated myself and promised not to trouble you further. In that case, it's settled. Production is still low for now, but we're planning to expand the greenhouse capacity. Construction will start right after next spring begins. I've already contacted the contractors. Xiaoya had become more relaxed lately. After settling things with Wang Yang yesterday, she started treating this place as her own home and no longer held back. She had taken charge of all matters concerning Xinjiazhai, making decisions independently on minor issues without needing Wang Yang's approval. Regarding the greenhouse expansion, she had already called Chun Jinhua to arrange it, but hadn't informed Wang Yang yet. Chapter 192, A Sensation. New Year Wishes. Time flies. Already, the year 2023 has come to an end. Honestly, 2023 was truly difficult. At last, we've seen it off. After some thought, I still feel I should write a few words of blessing for friends from all corners of the world. Thank you all for your support. Wishing every friend good health and smooth sailing. May each one of you achieve great things in 2024, with work progressing smoothly and careers flourishing. Are you ready for 2024? Keep pushing forward. With best wishes. Yang Manlu. December 31st, 2023. Boss Wu, have you heard about the new offerings at the club? Let's go inside together. Boss Qin, long time no see. Where have you been making your fortune lately? I heard your wife just gave birth to another daughter. I really envy you, still going strong at your age. Don't tease me. I'm only here to show support for young Master Xia. Opportunities like this are rare. As for the food itself, who cares? It's all just pretense anyway. What difference does good or bad make? Am I right? Boss Qin, don't speak like that outside. It could bring unnecessary trouble. Come on in. I also have a business deal I'd like to discuss with you later. You'll give me face, won't you? One after another, famous figures and influential guests arrived at Legendary Club, all accomplished individuals from various fields, each coming to support young Masters Xia, Gu, Zhang, and Su. Young Master Xia, most guests have arrived. Those who were supposed to come are here, and even some unexpected ones showed up. Maybe we should go out and greet them, said Xue Pengzi, walking cheerfully into the private room. Seeing Xue Pengzi's excited expression, Xia Dongqing knew he had entrusted this matter to the right person. Pengzi, looks like business matters are definitely your strength. Hard work pays off. Everyone, let's head to the main hall. Even though many came merely because of our family influence, we must make today count. We need to wipe their smug expressions clean and turn our reputation around in one move. After speaking, Xia Dongqing led the group out of the room, quickly arriving at the reception hall. Someone whispered, "Here come the young masters. Let's all welcome them." Every guest stood up immediately. A few particularly close associates hurried forward, bowing slightly as they greeted them. Young masters Xia, Su, Zhang, Gu. It's so rare for you all to gather together. Why not say a few words to everyone? Hearing Xue de Penguin's remark, many in the crowd inwardly scoffed. He was so blatantly sucking up, unbelievable. But Xia Dongqing and the others smiled humbly upon hearing Xue Fugui's flattery. Uncle Xue, we're really indebted to you and your son today. If you ever need help, just come find any of us. The Xuefuger felt deeply gratified. Finally, their long-term investment had paid off, and both wore satisfied smiles. Xia Dongqing turned and walked toward the front stage, accepting the microphone handed by a waiter. Thank you all for taking time out of your busy schedules to be here. And of course, we won't let you leave disappointed. Among our esteemed guests, some may have heard of crystal vegetables, and perhaps some have even tasted them. Today, we've invited you here to satisfy your curiosity and to offer you an extraordinary gift. Without further delay, waiters, serve the dishes. Once everyone has taken a taste, I'll announce our collaboration plan. With those words, Xia Dongqing walked alone to the head table, gesturing for the others to join. At that moment, a line of women dressed in bright red kipayos, each carrying a dish, moved gracefully to different tables. The chefs had poured their finest skills into the meal. Though the variety of vegetables wasn't vast, the presentation was incredibly diverse, each plate uniquely crafted. All the guests were instantly captivated by the dishes before them. A delicate, refreshing fragrance filled the air, and mouths watered everywhere. Exchanging glances, they quickly picked up their chopsticks and began sampling the food eagerly. This dish is aromatic, rich in flavor, juicy and delicious upon first bite. Absolutely amazing. Each dish is distinctive, unforgettable, leaving a unique impression on the tongue. Pure perfection. After tasting, all the guests were astonished. Some who hadn't had an appetite for years suddenly felt ravenous. A warm current stirred in their stomachs. Many sensed something extraordinary about these dishes. It was rare. Childhood memories flooded back. This was what real vegetables were supposed to taste like. Observing the reactions, Xia Dongqing and his companions knew the moment was right. "Brother Xia, go ahead," said one. Amid urging voices from the crowd, Xia Dongqing stepped back onto the center of the stage. At this moment, he noticed something different in their expressions. Everyone was stunned. No one had expected to taste such extraordinary food tonight. This would soon send shockwaves throughout the entire Northwest. "Everyone, please settle down. Each of you has now tasted crystal vegetables, and I'm sure you all have your own unique impressions. I won't waste any more of your time. Now, I officially announce, we will be launching a limited release of these vegetables in all high-end establishments across the province. Whether or not you'll be able to enjoy them in the future depends entirely on your own connections. These vegetables aren't mass-produced yet. The supply is extremely limited. We've only just secured distribution rights ourselves, and we can only promise to try our best to increase supply. The market is vast, but these vegetables are too rare to satisfy everyone. We hope all of you here today can understand. Those who wish to cooperate with us should contact xiuxian as soon as possible. Prices will be discussed separately, but let me tell you one thing. Consuming these vegetables regularly can improve your health and boost immunity. There are many other benefits I won't list now, but everyone who's eaten them agrees they're amazing. How exactly? Well, that's something you'll have to experience for yourself. That concludes tonight's event. Here, I'd like to thank Miss Murong for her generous assistance. In the future, you're all welcome to come to Legendary Club to savor these delicacies. They are our very first partner. My words are done. Excuse me now. After speaking, Xia Dongqing left with his companions. The Xuefuzu were immediately surrounded by people. These guests held great influence and possessed their own unique channels. Some were already asking about the origin of the vegetables, trying to make connections directly at the source. Anyone who could secure agency rights would become wealthy overnight. Tonight's event instantly propelled the reputation of crystal vegetables into the spotlight. As time passed, word would continue to spread, and an increasing number of people would fall under its spell. Wang Yang had no idea what had just happened, nor did Murong Xian expect Xia Dongqing and the others to act so quickly. Soon, people would come knocking on their door, and more powerful figures would arrive. "Wang Yang, we didn't prepare enough dishes tonight. I saw that everyone was still hungry. Why don't you cook a few more? There are plenty of ingredients left in storage. It'll only take a few minutes." Xiaoya hadn't eaten much either. There had been quite a few guests today. Murong Xian and Ziqing were visiting her home for the first time. Zhao Xiyun and Shao Qingyun had just arrived recently, and only Chun Xiao had been staying for several days. Yet his appetite was exceptional. He always ate the most. Seeing everyone looking at him with eager eyes, Wang Yang put down his chopsticks and bowl and headed toward the kitchen. And you followed right behind. After some quick work, they brought out another full table of exquisite dishes, finally letting everyone eat their fill. Ring ring ring. Murong Xian's phone rang. Someone from the club was reporting to her about Xia Dongqing's moves. This update caused her to view those young masters in a whole new light. Only Murong Xian could fully grasp the scale of profit involved. Xia Dongqing and the others were going to make a fortune this time, and Wang Yang had unknowingly given them an enormous favor. Chapter 193. A call from the depths of the Qinling Mountains. In the following days, Wang Yang returned to his usual relaxed routine, and everything fell back into place. The Lunar New Year was approaching soon, and many wanderers far from home began trickling back to their hometowns. Crystal vegetables had earned an outstanding reputation throughout northwest China. Some people even came to Xinjia village seeking cooperation, but due to extremely limited production, all such requests had to be politely declined. Chen Jinhua had resumed construction again. Batch after batch of building materials arrived continuously, and new structures began rising on the site where the workers' dormitories once stood. This time, even more people had arrived. Xiaoya worked much faster than Wang Yang. "There's no difficulty our workers can't overcome," she declared. Even bitter cold couldn't dampen their enthusiasm for earning money. Everyone wanted to make as much as possible to send back home. Wang Yang's reputation as a generous host had spread widely among the laborers. Here, there were no worries about food or shelter. As long as you worked hard, you wouldn't miss a penny. Sometimes he'd even give out bonuses or extra meals. Whenever anyone faced difficulties, he would help resolve them too, treating every worker like a true friend. At times, what Wang Yang said carried more weight than even Chen Jinhua's words. Wang Yang hadn't expected Xiaoya to act so swiftly. Now his mother, Zheng Yun, fully sided with Xiaoya. Both sets of parents were delighted by this development, and were already discussing finalizing the engagement during the minor New Year festival. planning to hold the wedding as early as possible. Wang Yang paid little attention to these matters, leaving everything to their discretion. That night, Wang Yang was meditating in his room when faint calls began reaching him. At first, he didn't notice them, as he had sunk into a deep state of meditation. His consciousness had detached from his body, protected by the 5 spirit pearls, synchronizing with the real world in resonance. Images streamed into his awareness from different dimensions and timelines, each clearly received by his mind. It felt just like communicating with beings across alternate realities. Everything seemed utterly real. Historical figures appeared one by one within Wang Yang's consciousness, and he felt like a hungry child, constantly absorbing streams of thought and legacy. One by one, ancient historical mysteries were being unraveled. Forgotten events that had never been recorded became vividly clear, as though he himself had lived through them. Then a distinct call captured Wang Yang's attention, a familiar voice emanating urgently from the depths of the Qianling Mountains, urging him to come quickly, as if something awaited him there. He couldn't yet tell what exactly was happening, only that the urgency was undeniable. Wang Yang snapped out of his deep meditation, drawing his consciousness back into his body. Once again, the 5 spirit pearls grew silent, as if nothing had ever occurred. Yet his mind was now filled beyond measure. Sorting through all these memories might take a very long time. And then there was that call from deep within the mountains. It definitely wasn't imagined. Something was waiting for him there. The urgency in its tone made it clear. Delaying could mean missing something profoundly important. If he didn't go this time, he might never get another chance. As his cultivation deepened, Wang Yang had grown exceptionally sensitive to certain things. Many phenomena simply defied scientific explanation. After all, he had already encountered cultivators who seemed like immortals, not once but twice. Thinking it over, he began packing his gear. This journey would be long, requiring a drive. Deep within the Qianling range lay a place no human had ever set foot upon. No one knew what truly existed there. Over time, legends had emerged and evolved, distorted by centuries of retelling until the original stories vanished into the river of history. But the visions he had just received, that was reality itself, untainted. Since obtaining the 5 spirit pearls, Wang Yang felt increasingly that events unfolding around him were slipping beyond his control. It was as if someone, or something, was subtly pushing him forward, step by step. This feeling had taken root deep in his subconscious, impossible to erase. Early next morning, Wang Yang practiced martial arts with Xiuxian and Yin. Their performance of the 13 forms of Tai Chi had become quite skilled, carrying a touch of wuxia grace. When he returned from the Qianling Mountains, he planned to open their meridians. After that, their progress would depend on their own destinies. Wang Yang, why are you preparing all these things? I woke up to find the room full of outdoor equipment. You're not planning to go into the mountains again, are you? It's freezing outside. I absolutely won't allow it. Xiuxian exclaimed anxiously at the sight of Wang Yang's preparations. Xiuxian, this time I must leave for a while. I'm entrusting the household to you. If I don't go, I might lose something critically important to me, something I may never have another chance to obtain. Don't ask me what it is, because I don't know either. It feels like a mission, one that someone must fulfill, and refusal isn't an option. Wang Yang explained, glancing briefly at Yu as well. And you saw Wang Yang looking at her, clearly expecting her to help talk Xiuxian down, and couldn't help rolling her eyes. Always coming to me when there's trouble, forgetting all about me the rest of the time. Such an ungrateful bastard. Still, she stepped into Xiuxian. Xiuxian, since when did you become so naggy? You're not half as sharp as you used to be. If Wang Yang has something he must do, we shouldn't try to stop him. Some things are meant to happen. No matter how hard we resist, we can't change their outcome. Hearing Yu's words, Xiuxian could only give up. On top of that, she had to keep it a secret from Wang Yang's parents, unable to tell them anything. This time again, no one knew when he would return. Wang Yang vanishing without a trace was practically becoming a habit. If you're really set on going, I won't stop you. But you'd better leave us some money. I'm afraid if you're gone too long, our capital chain might break and trigger a domino effect. We have to prepare for potential financial disruptions in advance. I don't know where your money comes from, but I know you definitely have more. I've never once seen you worried about finances at home. Sometimes I really want to confiscate your secret stash and see how you'll carry on then. Xiuxian said with a laugh. Not even married yet, and already playing housekeeper. Looks like you'll never get the chance. My money will never run out. I'll go to the city later and deposit a sum into your account. Give me one of your bank cards. I'll transfer some funds so you stop overthinking. Really? Then I won't hold back. Free money? Why refuse? With cash in hand, my spine feels straighter. Wang Yang stared blankly for a moment, taken aback by Xiaoya's greedy expression. Hey, what are you spacing out for? Here, my ICBC card. Hand it over to you. I'm giving you my ID too. We've got plenty to do, so don't waste our time. Off you go and back you come. Once I get that money, you can go wherever you want. I don't care one bit. Hypocrite, and you chimed in from the side. Hearing that, Xiuxian immediately chased after her, and the two tussled playfully as they left the courtyard. Now that Xiaoya's parents and Chunxiao had returned home, the house was empty except for Wang Yang. He reached directly into the pagoda space and pulled out those bearer savings books, checking their balances. One had a little over 30 million RMB, the rest were in foreign currencies. Altogether, they amounted to roughly 40 million USD. There were also several property deeds. He'd find a chance to deal with those later. Keeping houses just wasted space. If nothing else, he might as well donate them to charity or some foundation. They served no purpose sitting with him. After a quick look, he tucked the deeds away again. Wang Yang drove to the city, heading straight for the Industrial and Commercial Bank of China. It didn't take long. He transferred the entire amount from the bearer savings book into Xiaoya's account. Once done, he returned to the office site, found Xiaoya, and handed her the card. Wang Yang, you're just handing this over like that? I just got a text message, 30-something million RMB. I'm kind of dizzy right now. This is reserve project funding, not personal spending money. Keep it safe. It's insurance against unforeseen troubles. Xiaoya grew annoyed at Wang Yang's tone. Couldn't he say something sweet for once? Just go already. I don't want to see you. Wang Yang smiled at Xiaoya's reaction. I only came by to say goodbye. Now I'm leaving. I'll leave Mao and Mao behind. Everything else is coming with me. Watching Wang Yang's retreating figure, Xiaoya called out softly, be careful. Come back safely. Chapter 194, The Snake Totem. Before leaving, Wang Yang stopped by the wine cellar and filled a gourd to the brim with sorghum liquor. This trip into the mountains might bring encounters with unimaginable things, so he brought extra wine just in case. Driving along the ancient Qinling road deeper into the range, the spiritual call he'd been feeling never ceased. As the car ventured further into the heart of the mountains, the Qinling Mountains gave everyone who entered an overwhelming sense of vastness, stillness, and mystery. The north wind howled fiercely. Frost was clearly beginning to form on the windows. It was freezing cold. Boss, where exactly are we heading? Wang Yang stroked Tiger's head and said, I don't know either. We're just following my instinct. You all rest inside the car for now. Once the road ends, we'll have to continue on foot. Jin Bao and Yun Bao remained calm, and actually seemed more excited entering the mountains. The wilds were their true home. The deeper they went, the livelier and more energized they became. As time passed, the vehicle reached the foot of a massive mountain, far beyond any trace of human presence. Wang Yang had long since left the main roads behind, traveling onward along narrow mountain trails until finally, there was no path left. He opened the car door, letting Tiger, Sanmao, Sameo, Jin Bao, and Yun Bao step out. After storing the car back into his space, he began walking forward on foot. As soon as Jin Bao and Yun Bao exited the vehicle, they let out fierce roars, two leopard cries echoing across the mountain valleys. Jin Bao, Yun Bao, you can have fun this time in the mountains. I won't force you to stay close, but don't wander too far, or we'll end up separated. Boss, we'd rather stick with you. That roar just now was just out of excitement. But this trail looks really tough. Why did you choose this path? You two be quiet for a moment. I think I'm hearing that call from deep within the mountains again, and this time it's clearer than ever. Hurry, don't delay. Wang Yang dashed ahead into the mountain depths. Though the terrain was rugged and uneven, his pace didn't slow at all. Boss, slow down a bit. If danger strikes here, it'll be hard to escape. The trees ahead are too dense. The sunlight can't penetrate through. Strangely, the temperature seems to be rising slightly, no longer as cold and damp as outside. There might be venomous snakes around. Be careful. Got it. Let's proceed more cautiously. Our goal is to cross this peak before nightfall. I feel we're very close already. This path is strange. It both blocks entry and yet gives a sense of hope, almost as if telling us something awaits our arrival. This time, Jin Bao and Yun Bao led the way. Their climbing abilities far surpassed Tiger, Sanmao, and Sameo. Boss, there are some odd markings carved into the cliff face ahead. You should take a look. Yun Bao and I feel this place is eerie, like something's lurking nearby. Be careful. Jin Bao, keep your guard up too. Lead me closer to the cliff. Tiger, Sanmao, Sameo, stay alert and watch your surroundings. After speaking, Wang Yang released his divine awareness to scan the area. Why are there so many snakes in these mountains? They're scattered in caves of various sizes. We must have stumbled into a den. Jin Bao, Yun Bao, stay sharp. Snakes are everywhere, and they aren't hibernating even in winter. Don't let them bite anyone. No need to scout ahead anymore. Just stay close to me. Wang Yang quickly approached the cliff wall and looked up. To his surprise, the entire surface was covered in snake totems. It seemed ancient humans once lived here. The carvings included descriptions of sacrificial rituals and depictions of daily life. The largest image portrayed a chieftain-like figure followed by a giant serpent, seemingly confronting another tribe, though the details afterward were blurry and indistinct. To Wang Yang, the pictographic inscriptions on the stone were simple enough to understand. They described a grand event where two tribes jointly elected a leader. Nearby scenes showed hunting prey, likely meant as offerings to feed the Snake King. Boss, watch out. Tiger growled urgently at Wang Yang. A thick black snake, as wide as a human arm, lunged straight toward him. What was going on? Why would they attack? He didn't hesitate, swiftly dodging aside. Seeing its strike fail, the black snake emitted a shrill hiss, immediately alerting every snake in the vicinity. All at once, serpents poked their heads from crevices and dens, their eyes locking onto Wang Yang and his companions. Damn it, what's happening? Without thinking, Wang Yang instantly summoned Xiuxian from his spatial realm. Boss, why did you come into the serpent den? Don't move yet. I'll scout around first and communicate with the local Snake King. Upon emerging, Xiuxian slithered toward the largest serpent present. The surrounding snakes reacted instantly to Xiuxian's appearance, ceasing any intent to attack. Not long after, Xiuxian returned, bringing with it an unexpected message. Boss, this place was once where Fuxi and Nuwa stayed. All the snakes here have been guarding their former masters for generations. The reason you were drawn here by that call must be because something unusual has happened deep inside the mountain. You need to go check it out, and they might have to guide you. There's a hidden snake path through the mountains leading straight to your destination. Xiuxian, take me to meet the local Snake King. I have a few questions to ask him. Everything else can wait. Later on, I might even take them all with me. All right, I'll go in first and inquire. Soon after, Xianxi returned with urgent news and quickly approached Wang Yang. Boss, let's all go now. Wang Yang didn't hesitate. He strode directly toward a deep cave, not knowing how far it extended. After walking for over 10 minutes, they finally arrived at a vast open chamber. It resembled an ancient assembly hall, with traces of human carving scattered across the stone walls, evidence of people who had chiseled these caves long ago. Human, I know why you've come. I've waited for you far too long, and now you're finally here. The divine masters Fuxi and Yuhua left me behind to guard this gateway, to keep those with ill intentions away from this sacred place. This is our home. The seal deep within the mountain has started to loosen. The treasure entrusted to you by them is about to fall out of control. You must retrieve it before it's too late. Elder Snake, forgive my intrusion. Could you tell me where the divine masters Fuxi and Yuhua have gone? Why are only fragments of legends left behind today, while every trace of their existence has vanished? Fated One, my masters departed this land long ago. I do not know exactly where they are, but I can sense they still live. I know you possess a spatial realm. Could you release some holy water to improve the condition of my people? Ideally, help them break free from the constraints of the rules and reawaken their ancestral bloodline. All living beings on this planet are bound by restrictions. Once you obtain the guarded artifact, I hope you will take my people with you. From then on, you shall be our new master. Wang Yang was stunned upon hearing the Snake King's words. Could it be that the divine masters Fuxi and Yuhua had foreseen his arrival here? His eyes fell upon two lifelike statues beside the Snake King. Taking 3 sticks of incense from his spatial ring, Wang Yang lit them and respectfully bowed before the ancestral figures. Chapter 195, The Heart of the World Tree. After paying his respects to the statue, Wang Yang suddenly felt much better. He knew that the ancient ancestors had long since departed. Even if he gained nothing this time, the journey would still have been worth it. Snake King, lead us forward. Fated One, put them all into your space. They shouldn't go further ahead. There's a powerful mental pressure up ahead that could harm them. Upon hearing the Snake King's explanation, Wang Yang turned and said a few words to Hu Tu and Jin Bao before sending them all into his space. Xianxi did not enter. It wanted to undergo the external pressure to advance its bloodline evolution. Whether it would become a dragon or remain a worm depended entirely on how well it endured this trial. Snake King, take the lead. I can barely control my body now. The voice keeps urging me to hurry forward. It seems we don't have much time left. Hearing Wang Yang's words, the Snake King immediately began gliding deeper into the mountains. Wang Yang followed closely behind with Xianxi. This time, he wore a spotlight on his head, cutting a bright beam through the darkness. They traveled for nearly 3 hours before arriving at the entrance of a mysterious hall. The place remained in its original state, primitive, ancient, and weathered, with moss covering every stone wall. The 2 stone doors of the hall were tightly shut. Wang Yang glanced at the Snake King and said, Snake King, how do we open these stone doors? I feel what I need is right beyond them. Just wait a moment. Let me recall. I haven't been here in such a long time. The mechanism should be hidden within the wall beside the door. Search for it, then pull the lever to activate it. Be careful. Fuxi Divine Ancestor may have placed restrictions here. Wang Yang immediately scanned the stone wall with his divine sense and quickly detected an anomaly. He walked over, removed a stone from inside, revealing a mechanical switch. Turning it once, the stone doors slowly creaked open. Before Wang Yang was ready, his body was suddenly sucked inside. A mysterious force instantly restructured his entire body, correcting flaws and imbalances, while also imparting profound cultivation principles and ways of thinking. This came at the perfect time. Young friend, you finally arrived. The time restriction I set is nearly worn away by the world you come from. Had you delayed a few more days, you might never have met me. Now, don't think too much or speak. Just follow my instructions. The planet you inhabit has been cast into this land of death. If no one breaks this rule, your fate can only be annihilation. I entrust to you the heart of Jinmu. Nurture carefully the world tree in your space, and help it grow into a true world tree as soon as possible. This planet's energy is nearly depleted. Eventually, like other planets before it, it may fall into silence and begin a new cycle of rebirth. Divine Ancestor Fuxi, will I ever be able to reach the world where you are? Can you tell me about the past? We have no memory of you and the other ancestors. So many records have vanished into the river of time. Young friend, don't dwell on gains and losses. Fate appears and disappears along a single thread. Your kindness may not bring immediate reward, yet subtly, a trace of golden merit will gather upon you, though invisible to mortal eyes. Escaping disaster and turning misfortune into fortune, they all stem from good deeds. Don't force things. Every cause brings its destined effect. My remaining consciousness won't last much longer. Take the heart of Jinmu first. If you ever wish to leave this place, there's a teleportation array deep in the ocean. You may use it to depart, but unless your cultivation is sufficient, don't attempt it. It won't benefit you. No matter where you go, cultivation is fundamental. Only when you're strong can you face anything without fear. Finally, I leave you with one phrase. Strive unceasingly. Carry all with virtue. Little snake, follow this young master from now on. If our fates align again, perhaps we shall meet once more. With those words, Divine Ancestor Fuxi dissolved into a wisp of green smoke and vanished. We respectfully send off the Divine Ancestor. Master, I'll miss you. From now on, I'll faithfully assist the new master. The Snake King bowed toward the center of the hall. Snake King, what are your plans? Are you really going to follow me? Fuxi Divine Ancestor commanded me to aid you. You are now my new master. I only hope you'll take all my people with you. Hearing the Snake King's decision, Wang Yang didn't refuse. Snake King, call me boss from now on, just like the others. Don't say master, I'm not used to it. With that, Wang Yang looked around the hall. Its sacred aura had already dissipated. Clearly, it was about to collapse, possibly causing quite a commotion. After a brief thought, he took the Snake King and Xian Shi and left the hall together. Just as they stepped out of the hall, there was a loud boom. The entire hall collapsed. The ground trembled slightly, triggering a small earthquake that shook the surrounding mountains. A crack suddenly opened in the earth, swallowing all the debris from the ruined hall before sealing shut again. As if nothing had ever happened, every trace was erased. Boom, boom, boom. Suddenly, several helicopters appeared in the sky. Wang Yang sensed through his divine awareness that these people would arrive shortly, so he didn't linger any longer. Snake King, let's go quickly. We can't stay here. The Snake King led the way once more, and the trio, man and two snakes, left through the original cave. Hardly had Wang Yang departed when the helicopters landed, and soldiers along with several scholars stepped out. There was an earthquake monitoring station nearby, and the sudden tremor had disrupted some of their theories. Old Masterly, it looks like someone was just here. They must have left very recently. Do you think this could have been caused by human activity? Hearing the special department leader's speculation, Old Masterly walked around the area once more and finally stopped at the spot where the ground had cracked. Kneeling down, he realized an earthquake had indeed just occurred, and all remaining debris had been sucked into the fissure. This reminded him of what had happened in Tangshan years ago. All people and objects swallowed by cracks, as if they had never existed at all. Captain Zhang, an earthquake did happen here. All remnants have vanished into the ground crack. Whether someone was here or whether they escaped, I can't say for sure, but you can investigate on your own. If anyone survived and left, they couldn't have gotten far. We arrived by helicopter. They wouldn't have had time to escape. That means there must be another exit nearby. You should search the surrounding area. Thank you for your help, Old Masterly. I'll handle the rest. There's no further research value here. I'll have the plane take you back. Please take care of your health. Wang Yang paid no attention to what followed. Following the Snake King, he soon returned to the Snake King's lair. He first put away the statue of divine ancestors Fuxi and Niuhua into the shrine he kept within his space. Snake King, call all your people over. I'll bring them into my space. From now on, you and Xian Shi will manage your tribe. I'll show you around the space later. We need to leave here soon. People might come to investigate any moment. Yes, boss. Just wait a moment. Not long after, countless snakes from the surroundings began crawling toward Wang Yang, covering the ground in dense waves. One could feel their scalp crawling just looking at them. It took about an hour to bring them all into his space. Xian Shi guided them to the snake den inside the space, where they could breed and thrive. Chapter 196, Evolution of the World Tree. Seeing the snake den completely empty, Wang Yang stood alone in the ancient council hall carved by ancestors. Recalling what had just happened, everything seemed like a dream. Only the lingering totem marks on the stone walls bore witness to that forgotten history. Wang Yang turned and walked toward the exit. Just as he was about to step out of the cave, he heard the roar of a helicopter from the sky. Scanning with his spiritual sense, it appeared they were patrolling at high altitude. His residual traces hadn't been completely erased. Now, pursuers had followed. He waited for a while longer. The helicopter, finding nothing unusual, eventually flew away. This place was no longer safe. Wang Yang quickened his pace and sprinted into the distant forest. Reporting, Captain, we've discovered a cave. It's extremely deep, and we don't know where it leads. Should we go in and investigate? I'll come check it myself. Lead the way. Yes, sir. Hearing that a soldier had found the cave, Mr. Li also followed along. Within moments, they reached the entrance. Captain Zhang, this could be an ancient ruin. The walls show clear signs of human carving. I'm not an expert in this field, but I recommend bringing in specialists and ancient humans to examine it. These marks appear to be from some large animal sliding through. That suggests significant biological activity inside. I suspect there might be an enormous python living within. Thank you, Mr. Li. I'll contact my superior immediately and await instructions. After speaking, Captain Zhang headed toward the helicopter and radioed the commander of the secret unit, reporting everything they had encountered. Unaware of these developments, Wang Yang continued moving swiftly through the deep mountains. Checking the time, he realized he'd been walking for nearly 2 hours. Confident no one was tracking him anymore, he let out a breath of relief and released Tiger Head, Sandmao, Sameo, Golden Leopard, and Clouded Leopard. Golden Leopard, Clouded Leopard, you two scout ahead. Try to find a place where we can stay tonight. We'll have to spend the night in the mountains. Got it, boss. After watching Golden Leopard and Clouded Leopard move ahead, Tiger Head stayed close to Wang Yang, while Sandmao and Sameo walked in front. Boss, what treasure did you get this time? Earlier, inside the space, I felt a kind of life energy, so pure. Even the giant tree on the mountain shook slightly. I could tell it was thrilled. Tiger Head, this time I really did get something precious, the heartwood of the Jinmu Divine Tree. Tonight, I'll let you all see it. Let's pick up the pace. Tiger Head had no idea what the Jinmu Divine Tree was, but seeing his boss smiling, he understood this find must be incredibly valuable, and he felt happy too. As dusk approached, Golden Leopard and Clouded Leopard found a cave on a cliff face. Inside was spacious, with a deep water pool. Boss, we found a cave. Follow us, it's not far. Hearing Golden Leopard's words, Wang Yang felt delighted. A dozen minutes later, he arrived outside the cave. Upon entering, he noticed faint traces left by animals. The cavern was vast, and its entrance faced downwind, making the temperature inside noticeably warmer than outside. Tiger Head, Sandmao, Sameo, Golden leopard, clouded leopard, come here. You don't need to stand guard outside tonight. I'll bring you into the space to see the treasure I just obtained. Don't get too excited now, he. Smiling, Wang Yang brought them all into his spatial realm and took out the heartwood of the Jinmu tree gifted by Fushi God. The heartwood was crystal clear, like a flawless green gem. The moment it rested in his palm, a unique energy began flowing through Wang Yang's body. Nearby, Tiger Head and the others greatly benefited as well. Boss, is this really the heartwood of the Jinmu divine tree? What an incredible treasure. Just being near you, we can feel life force pouring into our bodies. So comfortable. Before Tiger Head could finish speaking, the branches of the world tree inside the space reached over. The heart of Jinmu shot out of Wang Yang's hand, landed on a branch of the world tree, flashed once, and vanished from sight. At least let me play with it for a bit. So impatient. You know I wasn't going to keep it from you. Wang Yang complained. Like flowing water, the heart of Jinmu was absorbed into the world tree. 1 minute passed, then half an hour, then a full hour. But still, the world tree showed no change. What was going on? Wang Yang stepped directly beneath the world tree. As he reached out to touch the trunk, a bolt of electricity suddenly surged from within its bark. The stored-up energy finally erupted. Pure, potent life force flooded every corner of the space, causing all plants to grow at an accelerated rate. The animals benefited immensely too, and roars of excitement echoed from all directions. The world tree grew rapidly, so fast that words could hardly describe it. It was utterly mysterious. Its countless branches filled the air, each threaded with glowing streams of energy. The tips of its branches flickered and shimmered, like stars twinkling across the sky. It was breathtakingly beautiful. Now a starry sky had appeared, illuminating the dark night with countless points of light. A message suddenly flashed into Wang Yang's mind. The final flaw within the 5 elemental pearls had finally been mended, and the 5 elements had fused into a harmonious whole. All 7 colored gourds collected by Wang Yang had fully ripened, floating in midair as they rotated gently. The 3 gourds residing in his dantian spontaneously emerged. Suddenly, the 7 gourds, red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, and purple, exploded into fragments. Their 7 distinct essences enhanced the resilience of the 5 elemental pearl space. Wind, rain, thunder, and lightning intertwined across the sky. Rain began to fall, and every seed on the ground sprouted instantly. Trees planted by Wang Yang long ago rapidly grew into towering giants reaching toward the heavens. The seasons, spring, summer, autumn, and winter, began rotating in cycle. It happened so suddenly that a chill breeze swept around him, causing Wang Yang to shiver involuntarily. In an instant, spring transformed into winter, then winter cycled back into spring. A complete seasonal revolution had just passed. The sky shifted once more. The 7 shattered gourd fragments reassembled themselves, fusing together into a single rainbow-hued gourd that hovered before Wang Yang. Then a childish voice rang out. Master, thank you for bringing me into this world. I can finally speak. My 7 avatars have reunited as one. I'm a bit tired now, so I'll rest for a while. With those words, the 7 colored gourd flew directly back into Wang Yang's dantian. What was going on? 7 gourds had become one, and it had even formed a sentient spirit. Unbelievable. At this moment, the world tree also ceased its transformation, becoming hazy and ethereal, impossible to grasp clearly. Young friend, thank you. What? Could the world tree speak too? Young friend, don't be surprised. This time, you brought the primal source of Jinmu ancestor. After absorbing all its energy, I've finally grown. Now I can draw energy from the universe itself and feed it back into this space. From now on, you'll never need to worry about energy again. I sense your spiritual treasure has also evolved into a supreme artifact, one that would rank among the finest even in other great thousand worlds. You must refine it properly in the days ahead. Also give thanks to the 7-colored hybrid primordial gourd. Its 7 primal essences completed and perfected this space, turning it into a true world. Now I must rest. Unless something urgent arises, do not disturb me again. With that, the world tree returned to its form as an ordinary tree, rooted beside the spatial spring. Its size had shrunk, now only covering the spring's eye, its appearance flickering between reality and illusion, impossible to discern clearly. Chapter 197, Positional Transmission. Wang Yang watched as the gourd vines beside him withered, then reformed into a seed that fell into the spatial spring, seemingly absorbing energy to replenish its own deficiencies. He used his spiritual sense to check the 5 elemental beads. This time, there should be some changes. A faint voice rang in Wang Yang's consciousness. Master, I've finally restored myself to my original state. I feel stronger. This sensation is wonderful. You should collect more seeds. Life forms entering here still make this place somewhat lacking in species diversity. You can also bring people here to live. I can alter the rules so that anyone who comes here will never be able to reveal its secrets. Though they know such a place exists, attempting to tell others would erase their memory instantly if even a hint of intent arises. Master, you won't need to worry anymore. Please treat Xiao Kai well. Her original abilities haven't vanished. Master, you can explore them slowly on your own. That world tree was fundamental to my recovery. Now the spatial barriers are thicker and, as time passes, this space will grow increasingly stable, eliminating any risk of collapse. I'll give you a name. How about Xiling? Is that okay? Xiling. I'm called Xiling. Wonderful. Master, you're amazing. Xiling. Have there been any changes among the animals and plants within the space? Master, All animals here have benefited greatly. Their bloodlines have become pure, and given the right opportunities, they could grow even more powerful. Gradually, ancestral regression phenomena will appear among them, possibly manifesting special abilities. Since I've only just awakened, I don't yet fully understand their transformations, but in time, I'll learn their capabilities. The plants gained even greater benefits this time. Their ancestors broke through limitations and passed down certain abilities. The functions of all plants have increased significantly. If used for healing, their effects far surpass those of ordinary external plants. When consumed, they boost physical immunity and benefit martial cultivators even more. If you need them, I can increase their yields. I've also acquired a new special ability, positional teleportation. For example, if you set coordinates outside, you can teleport directly there. This will make future tasks much easier. I learned it from the world tree. That being excels in manipulating space, though unfortunately, you cannot master it yet. But don't worry, Master, I'm here for you. Isn't that exciting? Hearing Xilinx's words, Wang Yang felt extremely pleased. From now on, he wouldn't be confined to one location. He could travel across the world. Master, your own transformation has been immense too. Because of my breakthrough, your body has undergone further purification. Your 5 elements technique should break through soon. Practice cultivation here shortly. It might trigger direct golden core formation. Your golden core could be rainbow-colored, meaning a primordial unity golden core. But Master, don't become complacent. This breakthrough wasn't driven by your internal progress, but by external forces. Any future advances will require much greater effort from you. I hope you can eventually leave this place and take us into an even broader world. Keep striving, Master. Together, we strive. By the way, will getting married affect my cultivation? In the past, it might have, but now that you'll form your golden core here, it won't interfere. However, the likelihood of having children will be very low. Your partner must possess exceptional physical strength to conceive. If you wish for offspring, ideally your partner should also be a cultivator. After hearing Xilinx's explanation, Wang Yang fell silent for a moment. It seemed his parents' hopes might be difficult to fulfill after all. He'd have to find time to bring them into the space soon. Now that the spatial rules had changed, people could enter. Yet once they left, they wouldn't be able to share their experiences here. Any malicious intentions would erase their memories of this place. No use dwelling on it. Without hesitation, he crossed his legs, sat down, closed his eyes, and began circulating the 5 elements technique. Spirit energy gathered rapidly from all directions within the space. The disturbance caused by Wang Yang's breakthrough was enormous. The world tree sensed it first. Its mysterious branches extended immediately, wrapping around Wang Yang in layered, overlapping formations, ethereal and real at once, making his state appear even more enigmatic. The unique mystical energy of the world tree enveloped Wang Yang, gradually absorbed by the inner core in his dantian. As increasing amounts of this energy were assimilated, the formation of the golden core accelerated swiftly. After little more than an hour, all liquid-like true yuan within his body compressed entirely into the core, forming a gray golden core resting within his dantian. It wasn't the rainbow-colored golden core Xiling had predicted. There was a discrepancy. Whether good or bad, he couldn't tell. Wang Yang opened his eyes, golden light flashing across them. A deeply mysterious sight. At the exact moment his core formed, the world tree's branches swiftly retracted. This process had taken a heavy toll, requiring long-term recovery through time alone. But naturally, this wouldn't negatively affect the tree. A powerful aura surged from his body, expanding and then retracting instantly. Wang Yang quickly brought it under control until he appeared just like an ordinary person, emitting not a trace of energy. Master, congratulations on successfully forming your golden core. Now you can begin learning some special abilities. You should make full use of your scripture pavilion. Spend time reading whenever you're free. Better yet, read aloud. Only by voicing the words can you gradually grasp their true meaning. As the saying goes, read a book 100 times, and its meaning will naturally reveal itself. The world tree helped you greatly this time. Your golden core has turned into a chaotic color. This gives you a much higher starting point, promising even greater achievements in the future. First, reforge the Divine Farmer's Cauldron, Linglong Pagoda, and Shao Kai within your dantian. And ideally, refine me as well. Human and artifact united as one. That is the highest realm. After hearing Xilinx's words, Wang Yang took out all his treasures from his dantian and began the process of re-refining them anew. This time, the process took considerably longer. He remained inside the space for nearly half a year before finally completing the refinement of his artifacts. Looking at the 7-colored gourd in his hand, shifting in size and cycling through its 7 radiant hues, he couldn't help but smile. This was his favorite possession. He popped open the lid and took a sip of wine. Absolutely fantastic. The Linglong Pagoda instantly expanded, standing upright beside him, while a large cauldron appeared nearby. The sight filled him with joy. The 5 elemental beads had also changed, gradually transforming toward a chaotic hue. But Xiling had benefited the most, undergoing evolution at the very level of her life essence. Checking the time, he realized over half a month had passed outside. In a few more days, Spring Festival would arrive. Wang Yang immediately left the space, reappearing in the outside world as he set a coordinate nearby. This time, he didn't release Hudo and the others. After confirming his direction, his body lifted into the air, and he dashed toward Xinjia village. In less than half an hour, he had run clear out of the Qinling Mountains. In a secluded spot, he summoned his car and drove down the road, sending his spiritual sense radiating outward. This time, its range extended almost 2 kilometers. After testing the limits, he withdrew his awareness. Chapter 198. Informed about the engagement. Little Yang, you're back. Where have you been so busy lately? Your phone was unreachable too. Uncle Village Chief, the place I went this time was pretty remote. No cell signal at all. I didn't expect to stay that long either. You look great though, really healthy. Did something good happen in our village? Well, thanks to you actually. Now everyone in the village has work and gets paid. I don't have to worry as much as before. When your mood is good, your health follows. As for good news, it depends on you now. Your future father-in-law's family came again a few days ago, and your parents have already finalized the engagement. I'm just waiting to attend your wedding banquet. Hee. Uncle Village Chief, if you say so, then you'll have to give me a big red envelope. When the time comes, I'll definitely pour you extra rounds of liquor. By the way, how's everything going over at the greenhouse? Don't worry, the red envelope won't be small. During the half month you were gone, we sold out every mature vegetable and melon. Zhang Jun even came twice personally. And Jiang Yuan from the city. He's been stationed here practically every day. The two of them nearly got into a fight competing for more shares. But Xiao Yu settled it. I told you she's something else. Your future bride handled it perfectly. She suggested putting 2 slips of paper into a box and letting them draw randomly. Whatever they drew, that's what they got. They negotiated the quantities themselves and ultimately left it to luck. After that, neither had any complaints. Director Chun is in the village right now. You should go see him later. I've noticed he walks around with a smile all day, friendly to everyone. Looks like he made another good profit off you again. No kidding. He's about to make a fortune building over 30 greenhouses this round. I'll head home first. You're coming to my place tonight for drinks. Don't forget. Wang Yang parked his car in the lot and headed straight to his parents' house, passing many tourists along the way. What's going on? Why are there so many people in the village? Xiaoyang, where did you go this time? You leave without even saying goodbye. What are you up to? Wang Yang grinned sheepishly and rushed over, clinging to his mother's arm. Mom, I admit I was wrong this time. Next time I leave, I'll tell you personally. Here, this is wild honey I brought for you. The last batch must have run out by now. That's exactly what I went to get. Take it quick. Zheng Yun, his mother, saw the large bucket full of honey and smiled in satisfaction, immediately taking it from him. I'm quite happy with this gift. But from now on, whenever you go somewhere, you must let us know where you're going. We couldn't reach you if anything happened. Look at how big your operations have gotten. I saw they've started building more greenhouses again. Why didn't you consult us first? Mr. Tang and the others have taken their families back home. They probably won't return until after the new year. Before leaving, they handed over some of their research findings to me. I'll go get it for you inside. Mom, did Mr. Tang leave any messages when they left? Did Professor Xing leave too? They've all gone. This place is too small, not enough resources for their research, and they're all busy. They returned early. Here's what Mr. Tang asked me to pass on to you. A thick stack of materials. How long will it take you to read all this? He didn't say much else, only that everything you wanted is in these documents. Take it home and study it yourself. Xiaoyang, we've set the date for your marriage. We originally planned it before Lunar New Year, but since you disappeared for so long, we've moved it to next May Day. Go visit Xiao Ya's family with some gifts in the next few days, understand? For now, go home. I still have to head over to the greenhouses to help out. Mom, you've been working so hard. I'll go back then. Just arrived and came straight to see you. Haven't even returned to my courtyard yet. Come over tonight for dinner. I'll invite a few people over for drinks. Alright, got it. I'll come earlier in the afternoon to help you prepare. After leaving his mother's house, Wang Yang walked toward the fish pond and ran into Ernie Yu and a few others doing something near the water. Ernie, brother, why are there so many people here? Little Yang, you're finally back. You should go check out those migratory birds. For some reason, they gather around the pond every day, waiting for us to break the ice before they dive in to catch fish. They hardly eat the food we offer. Now we break the ice at scheduled times each day, and the birds flock here in huge numbers. It's gradually become a popular bird-watching spot. More and more people show up, many just to take selfies. And another group of people are coming specifically for the crystal vegetables. Our produce has really become famous now. A lot of people already know that we grow crystal vegetables here. Every day, tourists come wanting to buy some to take home. Xiao Yu set up a sales agency at the village committee compound and sells limited quantities each day, which is how she manages to keep the visitor satisfied. Some others want to buy our seeds or technology. Wait till you see for yourself. I won't bother explaining further. Ernie, brother, I get it. Let's go check out those migratory birds first. Are you about to break the ice? I'll help you. Wang Yang swept his spiritual sense over the fish pond and noticed a large number of birds gathered along the shore, all waiting patiently. It had been a while since he'd poured spatial water into the pond. The previous dilution was nearly gone. With so many internet celebrities visiting the village, some filming solo, but most working in teams, these people were truly dedicated. When some of the migratory birds spotted Wang Yang approaching, many flew over to greet him. Boss, you finally came to see us. Why did you disappear for so long this time? You're all doing well, right? Keep your flocks in order, no chaos, and don't interact too much with the crowd. You need to learn to be self-reliant. When the weather warms up, you'll begin migrating again, so you mustn't lose your hunting skills. Chasing short-term gains will rob your species of survival abilities. That's unacceptable. The commotion around Wang Yang quickly drew attention. Many migratory birds circled above him. Some landed nearby, while others perched directly on his body. With so many birds surrounding Wang Yang, how could the internet celebrities not be curious? Here comes Magic Brother. I knew it. Only Magic Brother can create miracles like this, no doubt about it. These migratory birds seem just like his adopted pets. They trust him completely. Crowds began gathering toward Wang Yang, and whether they knew him personally or not, Everyone warmly greeted him. Magic brother, could you teach us some tips? We also want these birds to land on us. The scene would be amazing. Wang Yang couldn't easily refuse their eagerness to learn, so he joked, welcome, everyone, to our village for sightseeing. But I can't reveal my actual trade secrets. If I did, I'd be out of a job. Still, here's a small tip. As long as you approach with a kind heart and don't let the birds sense any ulterior motives, you might just get a nice surprise. Everyone please step back a bit. I'm going to help the villagers break the ice now. These birds are waiting to catch fish. Please stay safe and don't cross the barriers, as that would disturb their lives. Chapter 199, The Banquet Reception. Wang Yang took the tool from Niu and began breaking the ice around the fish pond. This task was extremely simple for him. With a light tap of his tool,